Chapter 1. Students, my name is Irika, and from today onward, I shall be your teacher. Let us commence with some self-introductions. We shall begin with the first student, who may also share their dreams and dislikes. I am Dragon Set A, and my aspiration is to become Hokage. I have no aversions. I am Dragon Set B, and I too aspire to become Hokage. My pet peeve is meatballs. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become Hokage. I also enjoy eating at Ichiraka Ramen, and I have no dislikes. I am Choji Akimichi. I am Hinata Hyuga. I am Sasuke Uchiha. Soon, the entire class had introduced themselves, save for two individuals who were slumped over their desks in slumber. Irika gestured for Choji to awaken the pair. Choji approached from behind and gave them a gentle tap. They simultaneously lifted their heads and chorused, "Is it time to go home?" The class erupted in laughter, with Naruto Uzumaki's laughter ringing the loudest as he stood atop his desk. Though Irika possessed a remarkably amiable temperament, he found himself quite exasperated with the two. "You two, step outside and stand there." "And you too, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto, caught in his fit of laughter, paused in confusion, wondering how this pertained to him. Nevertheless, he leaped down from the desk and made his way towards the classroom exit. "How about we go eat ramen tonight?" "It'll pass, brother. I wish to go home and rest. Besides, didn't you just eat there yesterday? Why the need to go again?" "Shikamaru, you must amend your lazy disposition. You've become even more lethargic lately." "Brother, you are in no position to speak. You always have me tied to your room. I do this as a means of training, do you understand? It is a manifestation of my brotherly affection. You employ this excuse every time, can't you come up with a different one? Let's just leave it be. Changing excuses is too cumbersome." "Brother, you can't even be bothered to change your excuse, yet you dare to lecture me." As they conversed, they strolled outside. Irika was fuming, thinking to himself, "You two clearly do not regard me as a person." Upon their exit, a small boy with yellow hair was already waiting. Seeing them emerge, Naruto immediately addressed the newcomer. "Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Can we be friends?" Noticing Naruto's eager expression, Shikamaru promptly pushed his brother forward. "My brother enjoys making friends. You should converse with him." "Shikamaru, you're being lazy again." "How rude," he retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his brother. "I am Nara Shikashi, his older brother, and this is Nara Shikamaru. Would you like to consider me your older brother as well?" Naruto, somewhat bewildered, had merely wished to make a friend, now another wish to assume the role of an older brother. However, he acquiesced, promptly exclaiming, "Brother." Observing Naruto's demeanor, Nara Shikaji gently patted him on the shoulder. "Excellent. Since you acknowledge me as your older brother, I shall treat you to ramen tonight." Upon hearing the word ramen, Naruto exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother." "Ha ha, it's nothing. Since you've recognized me as your elder brother, treating you to ramen is merely a small gesture. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, don't hesitate to seek Shikamaru's assistance." Upon hearing this, Shikamaru internally grumbled, "Why drag me into your brotherhood?" At that moment, Irika, from within the classroom, was on the verge of exploding with frustration, having confirmed that this boy had no regard for him. "You three, stand outside properly and do not utter a word." Irika's voice echoed from the classroom. Immediately, Naruto stood at attention, and Nara Shikaji joined him, aligning himself alongside the two. The trio ceased their chatter. Nara Shikaji closed his eyes and began to doze off, soon accompanied by the sound of soft snoring. Ding! Detection indicates that the host meets the activation conditions. The Supreme Shadow sign-in system of all realms is now loading. 117888100. Ding! Loading successful. "What the? Who spoke? You startled me." Nara Shikaji's eyes flew open, only to be met with two pairs of eyes staring intently at him. "Take tea this moment," Nara Shikamaru remarked. "Big brother, I told you that standing while sleeping invites nightmares. Yet, you refuse to believe me." Nara Shikaji glanced at the two before closing his eyes once more. As he shut his eyes, the voice in his mind resurfaced. "Host, I am the shadow system. It was I who just spoke." This time, Shikaji did not open his eyes, but instead communicated with the voice in his mind. "You rascal, you finally showed up. I've been waiting for you for 7 years. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 7 years? Do you even know?" After a moment's contemplation, Nara Shikaji realized that on the whole, his 7 years had been quite pleasant, which made things a tad awkward. Originally not from this world, Nara Shikaji had traversed into the Naruto universe 7 years ago, becoming the twin brother of Nara Shikamaru. Initially, he was elated, but gradually he discovered that, as a transmigrator, he lacked a unique golden finger. Eventually, he forgot about the system altogether, only to have it reappear today. "System, I forgive you. Please introduce yourself." "Host, The full name of this system is the Supreme Shadow Sign-in System of all realms. As long as you sign in daily, you shall grow stronger. Haha, that sounds splendid. Let's sign in quickly. I can hardly wait. Ding. Sign in successful. You have received a pair of panties belonging to Yamanaka Ino. Still in a state of disbelief, Shikaji heard a piercing scream from the classroom, followed by the sight of Yamanaka Ino dashing out, clutching her skirt, and sprinting towards the school entrance. What the system? Please tell me that what I signed in for isn't what she's currently wearing. Host. As for that, I'm also unaware sign-in items are entirely random. So that's how it is. But that's utterly absurd. Aren't you supposed to be the ultimate sign-in system? What do you mean by giving me someone else's underwear? If they find out, Shanjun Jingye's father might kill me. Host. Please remain calm. Do not question the power of this system. As for the items you acquire, it entirely depends on your character. Then let's continue signing, and I refuse to believe there aren't any good items. I apologize. Host, this system allows only one sign-in per day. So if you wish to sign in, you must wait until tomorrow. System, I must say, you do not live up to your name as the strongest sign-in system. I apologize. Host, my permissions allow for only one sign-in per day. Fine. Having something is better than nothing. By the way, system, is there no novice gift pack or anything of the sort? Host, there is indeed one that has already been placed in the system space. However, I advise you not to open it now, as it may be a bit. Why do I feel like you're leading me astray? What kind of novice gift pack can't be used right now? Host, you'll understand once you find a secluded place to open it. All right then, let's discuss it when I get home. All right, students, today's lesson concludes here. School is now dismissed, Irika said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted into a flurry of activity as students began to gather their books and stationery. Finally, school is out, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, turning to his friend Shikamaru, who was leisurely packing his belongings. Hey, Shikamaru, let's go. Let's grab some ramen together. Without looking up, Shikamaru continued to pack his bag and replied nonchalantly, No, I'm going home. Naruto's face fell in disappointment, yet he persisted, Come on, let's go. We can head back afterward. Besides, your brother's going too. With a sigh, Shikamaru said, It's too much trouble, you all go ahead. Seeing Shikamaru's firm stance, Naruto reluctantly relented. At that moment, Shikaji turned to his brother and said, Tell Mom I won't be home for dinner today. I know, you're such a hassle, Shikamaru replied impatiently. Just then, Shikaji suddenly reached into Shikamaru's pocket. Hey, what are you doing, bro? Shikamaru quickly shielded his pocket. However, Shikaji was much stronger and swiftly emptied Shikamaru's allowance before turning away, satisfied, leaving Shikamaru standing there on the verge of tears, mumbling, Seriously, bro, what was that? That was my last allowance for the month. As Shikamaru grumbled about Shikaji's departing figure, a large hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. Shikamaru, did your brother bully you again? Haha. It was Choji holding a bag of chips, smiling at Shikamaru. Shikamaru pouted, Isn't it just ridiculous? That guy is too much. Dinksy shook the bag of chips in his hand and asked, Don't be downcast, why not try wrapping some chips to lift your spirits? Shikamaru glanced at the chips and shook his head. Thanks, Dinksy, but I'm not fond of chips. I'll be on my way. With that, he hastily made his way to the classroom door. Big brother, why are you not afraid of me? Naruto inquired, voicing his confusion while on the way to Ichiraku Ramen. His words were tinged with a palpable sense of disappointment. The brightness in his eyes seemed to dim, as if burdened by an overwhelming sadness and solitude. Shikamaru was well aware of the reasons behind Naruto's feelings. It was all due to Shimura Danzo, that old schemer who spread malicious rumors branding Naruto as a demon fox. As a result, the villagers harbored contempt and disdain for him. Shikamaru pondered internally, unable to comprehend why the third Hokage remained indifferent to the situation. Did he not fear pushing Naruto towards darkness? With a furrowed brow, Shikamaru shook his head gently. He then rested his hand on his chin, scrutinizing Naruto from head to toe with keen interest. Conversely, Naruto felt uneasy under Shikamaru's gaze, a flicker of fear rising within him. He dreaded that this newly acknowledged elder brother might treat him like everyone else. That moment. Shikamaru withdrew his gaze and spoke, You're not so different from a normal person. Why should I be afraid of you? Upon hearing this, Naruto's head drooped even lower, his spirits further diminished. He murmured, But everyone calls me a demon fox, everyone hates me. By the end of his words, his voice had dwindled to a near whisper. Naruto wished to continue speaking, but suddenly realized Shikamaru had somehow moved behind him. Whirling around, he asked, puzzled, Big brother, what are you doing? Nothing much, I was just checking to see if you had a tail. Don't all demon foxes have tails? Why don't you? I was curious to touch it. I've heard that a fox's tail feels quite nice, Shikamaru replied. Naruto was clearly baffled by his elder brother's words. thinking this big brother doesn't seem like a good person. When people hear about a demon fox, they usually run away. Why does he want to touch the tail? Nevertheless, Naruto felt a surge of joy, for his brother did not shy away from him because of the demon fox rumors. All right, Naruto, let's go. We're off to eat ramen. Next time someone calls you a demon fox, just tell them to get their eyes checked. No tail means you're not a demon fox at all, Shikamaru declared, heading toward Ichiraka Ramen. In truth, Shikamaru's words were merely meant to console Naruto. He never anticipated that Naruto would frequently bring up the absence of a tail later on. At that moment, Shikamaru was unaware that their interaction was being observed by a lecherous old man, none other than the most notorious and lascivious Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi. Ha ha, how entertaining. Has Naruto begun to forge his own bonds? It seems quite promising. Uncle Ichiraku, one serving of tonkatsu ramen, Naruto exclaimed as he entered Ichiraka Ramen. Shikamaru cast a glance at the menu on the wall. I shall have a bowl of miso ramen. Very well, esteemed guests, please wait a moment, Ichiraka replied before retreating to the kitchen. Big brother, why do you and Shikamaru seem so lethargic? With that remark, Naruto gazed at Shikamaru with wide eyes. Shikamaru shot Naruto an exasperated look, but responded, perhaps it is due to the burden of high intelligence. The mental exertion required is quite substantial, hence I tend to conserve energy to tea that moment. A crow flew overhead. Big brother, is that your excuse? Could you be any more dismissive? Ignoring Naruto's banter, Shikamaru continued to daydream, patiently awaiting their ramen. In truth, Shikamaru was not lying. Nara Shikaku claimed that he was the pinnacle of the Nara clan, even conducting a test to prove it. Presently, in the realm of shogi, Shikamaru faced no rivals within the entire Nara lineage. Soon, the ramen arrived. Here are your bowls of ramen, Ichiraku announced as he placed 2 large bowls on the table. I'm about to dig in, Naruto declared as he began to eat. Shikamaru, however, did not share this habit. He simply ate quietly. Ichiraku appeared somewhat disappointed, as if the absence of that phrase was a slight against the ramen, yet he chose not to voice his thoughts, recognizing that everyone has their own customs. Once they finished their meal, the two parted ways. Hizashi, the Nara clan, has crossed a line. They are engaging with Jinchuriki. This is treason against the village. Sarutobi Hizashi was still managing paperwork when he saw his old comrade storm into the Hokage's office, visibly agitated. Accusing the Nara clan of treason seemed utterly ludicrous. After all, it was Shimura Danzo who had betrayed the village, not the Nara clan. Nevertheless, he reassured him, Danzo, temper your words. The Nara clan would not stoop to such acts. The NBU reported that today's events were merely a matter between 2 children. Do not slander them. In truth, Danzo was aware that the accusation of treason was far-fetched. His aim was simply to exert control over the Jinchuriki. Hizashi, hand over the Jinchuriki to me, and I assure you they will become a blade to protect the village. Danzo, that is out of the question. Do not entertain any thoughts of taking Naruto from me. Danzo growled, you will regret this, Hizashi. Danzo, do not forget that I am the Hokage. With that, the door slammed shut as Shikamaru stepped through the door of his home. He called out, I'm back. Seeing her eldest son return, Shikamaru's mother hurried forward, asking, son, you're back. How was school today? It was all right. Quite simple. Really, I remembered everything after the teacher explained it once. And my son is truly brilliant, Shikamaru's mother said, glancing at the father-son duo engrossed in their game of shogi. Mother, I'm heading upstairs now. I'm a bit tired. Oh, you may go upstairs and rest for now. Remember to wake up for school tomorrow. I understand, mother. With that, he ascended the staircase. As he passed by his father and younger brother, he noticed them engrossed in a game of chess. You sure couldn't help but remark, you two are such dreadful players. His words elicited a bemused reaction from both, as they acknowledged their inferiority to Lu Shi, who indeed possessed the skills to justify such a title. Upon returning to his room, Lu Shi promptly opened his novice gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a ghost shadow, a smoke blade, and a swordsmanship manual. What on earth is a ghost shadow? System, come forth and elucidate. Host. The ghost shadow is a creation from Jackie Chan Adventures, capable of concealing itself within the host's shadow. I recall now, this is indeed a valuable item. But isn't a mask required for summoning it? It is like this, host. Jackie Chan Adventures has already concluded, and the Shadow Legion you have obtained was stolen by this system from that world. So you can summon them without the mask. When Lu Shi heard the system's explanation, he didn't know what to say. He complained, your statement is a bit ridiculous. If that's the case with so many travelers and so many people having this ability, how do you explain it? Host, the number of shadows is actually infinite, but limited by energy. That's why you think there are only so many. The shadow armies of other travelers are also drawn from the masks. As long as there is energy, you can summon them infinitely. However, according to the energy conversion in this world, you can summon a maximum of 50. Unless you can break some kind of restriction. Well, that's still quite a lot. By the way, what is that smoke knife? I don't think I've heard of it before. Host, it's a product from a failed anime that I stole. You shouldn't call it a sign-in system. Thief system would be more appropriate. However, he soon accepted this explanation, as it felt normal to him that he could also travel through worlds. Then Lu Shi took out the knife, which looked like a staff knife with no decorations, just appearing as a wooden stick. The deer took out the smoking knife. Cough, 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 cough. System, you damn it, this is the smoking knife. Damn, this smoke is too cough, cough big. Lu Shi quickly put away the knife because his parents were already knocking on the door. Lu Shi, what's wrong? Why is so much smoke coming out of your room? Is there a fire? Open the door quickly. Lu Shi's mother was anxiously shouting outside. Lu Shi quickly opened the door, and 3 people rushed in, looking around Lu Shi's room. There's no fire. Where's the smoke coming from? Dear Jill looked at Dear Shi and asked, have you been smoking? Lu gave his father a roll of the eyes and complained, you better not brag about your high IQ anymore. And smoking? Can you smell this? Is this the smell of smoke? How much do I have to smoke to achieve this effect? Hearing his son's complaint, Lu Jio felt it made sense. But he was just curious about where the smoke came from. At that moment, his mother also asked, son, where does this smoke actually come from? Lu Shi knew that this matter couldn't be hidden any longer and could only say, let's go. Follow me to the courtyard, and you'll know where the smoke comes from. The family of 4 quickly arrived in the courtyard, and then Lu Shi, in front of them, drew out the smoke knife, a standard katana shape, with thick black smoke billowing from blade. Lu Jio took the knife and examined it. After 30 seconds, he handed it to Lu Shi and asked, where did this knife come from? I've never seen it before. Lu Shi put away the smoke knife, which I found with Lu Maru outside the village a year ago. I just remembered it today and didn't expect it to turn out like this. Rokaka looked at his younger son, and Rokomaru's mother also looked at him. Shikamaru saw his parents looking at him and said, actually, my older brother defined a knife in the forest before, but at that time, the knife was covered in mud, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Oh, so that's how it is. You can use this knife from now on. Although I don't know why this knife produces black smoke. I think it's a good knife. I understand, Dad. Anyway, I never intended to inherit the boar, deer, and butterfly of this generation. The swordsmanship really suits me. All right, let's go inside. Try not to take this knife out at home in the future. It's too pungent. I got it. After Lu Shi agreed, the 4 of them returned to the house. Lu Shi's mother was a bit worried. After Lu Shi went upstairs, she asked Lu Jio, why do I feel something is off about that knife? Maybe we should let Lu Shi learn our family's secret technique instead. Lu Jio patted his wife's shoulder and comforted her, saying, don't worry, it's fine. I felt that knife, and aside from the strange thing about it smoking, everything else is pretty normal. And haven't you noticed? He's not interested in our family's secret techniques. Actually, I would prefer Lu Shi to become the next generation of Zhu Lu Dai. But it seems that child isn't very interested, so let's not force him. Lu Wan is a good kid too. Hearing Lu Jio's reassurance, she finally felt at ease. As a mother, she truly loves her 2 sons, and fortunately, both of them are relatively worry-free. After Lu Shi returned to the room, he took out the book from the system space again. Lu Shi began to read it. This was a sword technique that paired with the smoke blade. There wasn't anything particularly outstanding about the sword technique, just some additional skills for fighting in the smoke. The most impressive being that in the smoke blade could sense the enemy's location. By the way, system, what about the shadow ghost? Host, the shadow ghost is right in your shadow. You can control it with your mind. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Shi immediately began to summon the shadow ghost. And in an instant, a black figure appeared before him, completely dark except for its red eyes, somewhat resembling the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Lu Shi then said, clean up the room. Upon hearing Lu Shi's command, the shadow immediately began to tidy up the room, and soon it was spotless. Lu is very satisfied, but I'm not sure about the strength. I'll find an opportunity to test it out later. Lu Shi retracted the shadow and began to consider the next steps. He glanced at the moon and murmured, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The next morning, Lu Shi brought Shikamaru to school. At this time, classes had not yet started, and many people were chatting. As soon as Rucky sat down, Naruto cautiously approached him and said, Big brother, Ino seems a bit off today in the mountains. Please pay attention. Hearing Naruto's words, Rucky looked to the right and saw Ino, who was not wearing a skirt today, but instead had on a pair of pants. She was also holding a kunai and occasionally looking down. He hadn't noticed yesterday that Ino was sitting right next to him. Lu Shi scolded himself in his heart. Look at how I've scared such a good girl. What a sin. But then Lu Shi suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked in today. System, check in. Ding, Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of underwear from Ino in the mountains. Please check it. As Lu Shi turned his head, he saw a shuriken fly past him. Then, bright red blood began to flow down Lu Shi's face. After that, there was a deathly silence. At this moment, Lu Shi touched the wound. It hurt a bit. Naruto Uzumaki also reacted immediately and shouted, Ino, why did you hurt my brother's eye? Shikamaru also showed a look of panic and quickly said to Shikaku, Big brother, are you okay? Come with me to the infirmary to get it treated. At this moment, Ino was so scared that she couldn't say a word. Lu Shi tried to take a look with his right eye and found that he could still see. If it was because of a pair of underwear that he had gotten his eye into, that would be too much of a loss. Then Lu Shi and a few others went to the infirmary, and the medical ninja immediately treated Lu Shi. After the treatment, Lu Shi's eye had stopped bleeding, so he was bandaged up and returned to the classroom. As soon as Rushi entered the classroom, he saw Irika scolding Ino. How could you injure a classmate with a kunai? And it was the eyes. Do you know what that means for a ninja if they lose their sight? At that moment, Ino was bowing her head and crying, not saying a word. When Irika saw Rushi come back, he immediately walked over and asked, How is it? Rushi, your eyes are okay, right? Rushi looked at Irika and then at Ino and casually replied, I'm fine, Irika-sensei. Then Rushi walked over to Ino and gently comforted her, saying, I'm okay now. Don't blame yourself. Although I don't know what happened. I know you definitely didn't mean it. After saying that, he blinked a few times with his left eye at Ino. Ouch, it hurts a bit. Lu Shi flirted with someone, but ended up hurting herself. Ino immediately came over to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Ino really couldn't continue. How could she say something like this to a boy? Rokushi did not blame her, but continued to comfort her. All right, you don't need to say anything, I understand anyway. My eyes are fine. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi, Nara, Shikaku, and Yamanaka and Noichi all arrived. In order to avoid disrupting the class, Sarutobi Hizashi specifically took a few people to the office. After everyone sat down, Sarutobi Hizashi began to ask what happened. Irika, why don't you explain? What exactly happened? Irika felt troubled. He had no idea what happened. When a student called for him, he was still confused, but he still said, Lord Hokage, I didn't see the process. By the time I arrived, Rokushi was already in the infirmary. I only know that Ino used a kunai to scratch Rokushi's eye. After hearing Irika's words, Sarutobi Hizashi looked towards Rokushi and Ino. Yamanaka and Noichi stroked his daughter's head and said to Ino, Daughter, why don't you explain the situation at that time? I believe you didn't do it on purpose, but since it has happened, we still need to take responsibility. Yamanaka, Ino looked at everyone. Her face is red as an apple, but she couldn't say anything. Lu Shi looked at Ino's appearance and felt a bit reluctant. After all, it was all his fault. He then walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen and respectfully said, Lord Hokage, since Ino said to let it go, let's just forget it. She's just a girl. And it might be hard for her to speak in front of all you men. Besides, I'm fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded at Lu Shi's words and then said slowly, All right, since you aren't pursuing it, let's consider this matter settled. He then turned to Ino and added, Ino, you can't bring kunai to class anymore. If you encounter any difficulties, you could talk to the teacher or come find me. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the office, thinking that this small matter was better resolved by the two families. The relationship between the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans was very good, and he came this time to express one attitude, that he cared about these children. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Nara Shikaku approached Yamanaka Kahii and patted him on the shoulder. Don't take it to heart. Don't make things difficult for the kids. Ino has grown up under my watch. She's a good child. Yamanaka Kahii sighed and said, Sigh, what situation this is. Today's class is impossible to continue. Lu Shi followed his father back home. As soon as Lu Shi's mother saw her son return injured, she immediately ran to him and asked, Son, what happened to you? How did you get hurt? Then, her gaze turned to Lu Jio, and she anxiously shouted, Son, what on earth is going on? You all hurry up and explain. Dear Jio looked at his wife's anxious expression and hurriedly recounted the entire story in detail. After hearing the whole event, she couldn't help but feel a bit at a loss. After all, Ino was a child she had watched grow up. Logically speaking, that child shouldn't have done such a thing. She decided to find Ino's mother to have a good talk about this matter when she had time. Just then, Deershire also began to comfort his mother. Mom, don't worry, I'm really fine. It's just a little scratch, and after resting for 2 or 3 days, it will be completely okay. Hearing her son say this, the mother felt somewhat reassured, but still wasn't entirely at ease and asked, What about your eye? Is it really okay? Oh, Mom, my eye's been fine for a long time. I received treatment immediately after getting injured. and the medical ninja said that as long as I wait 2 more days, it will heal. It might just leave a tiny scar. But Mom, don't you think scars on a man's face make him look cooler? Just look at Dad. Doesn't he seem very masculine because of his scar? As he said this, Deersher playfully winked at his mother. Seeing her son still in the mood to joke around, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed completely. Then, she turned and glared at Deergio, scolding him. You mustn't learn from your dad. That scar on his face is not something to be proud of. It was left from a fight he lost. Hearing his wife's reprimand, Deergio felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. Not long after Deer Maru got home that evening, the Nara family had guests. When Deersher opened the door, he found it was someone familiar. He immediately greeted. Unde hai, komein. Deer invited the Ino family into the house, and at that moment, Deergio also came down from upstairs. Hi, what are you doing? Just come over already. Why are you bringing things? It was only after his father's reminder that Deer noticed the Ino family was holding items. Deergio, I'm really a bit embarrassed. You see, Ino scratched Deer, and as his father. Rika laughed heartily. We've known each other for so many years. What's this little matter? Although Riku said this, Yamamoto Hachichi and his wife still felt very guilty. Although there was no injury to the eye, there would definitely be a scar. Just as Yamamoto Hachichi was about to say something else, someone knocked on the door again. Lu Shur went to open the door again, and this time he found it was the Akimichi family. Akimichi Dingswa was tall and strong. His wife had a friendly face, and Dingxi was chubby and round, looking very endearing. Uncle Akimichi, what brings you here? Please come in. Lu Shur politely invited the 3 of them inside. Nara Shikaku saw it was Akimichi Dingswa and also stood up to greet him. Dingswa, come in quickly. Haichi is here too. Let us all gather together tonight. It's been a while since our 3 families, pig, deer, and butterfly, got together. Hearing Shikaku's suggestion, everyone agreed since the 3 families often had dinners together. Thus, the 3 diligent mothers went into the kitchen to get busy, while little Ino cleverly helped them out. In the living room, Lu Shur, Lu Wan, and Dingxi, the 3 little friends, huddled together, chatting about Naruto's always comical antics. Whenever they talked about Naruto's funny stories, they burst into laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 3 fathers, Nara Shikaku, Yamenka Haichi, and Akimichi Dingswa, sat together, seriously discussing the development issues of a new generation of the pig-deer butterfly formation. They knew that this pig-deer butterfly, while nicely termed as a formation, was actually just a way to stay warm together, without strong bloodline limits. The 3 families had to band together to survive in this harsh ninja world. Just as the adults were having a heated discussion, laughter came from the kitchen. It turned out that little Ino was sharing funny stories from school, and the mothers were laughing heartily. Meanwhile, the topic of the new generation of pig-deer butterfly gradually deepened. Nara Shikaku stroked his chin and said, Today's kids have great potential, but to truly become as in sync as we are, they still need some practice. Yamenka Haichi nodded in agreement. Shikaku then continued, By the way, Haichi, Dingswa, I want Luwan to take over the new generation of pig-deer butterfly. Upon hearing this, both men were a bit stunned. Shouldn't it be Lu Shur taking over? They also believed Lu Shur was more suitable. Nara Shikaku noticed their doubts and explained, Logically, it should be Lu Shur taking my place. In terms of potential and intelligence, he surpasses Lu Wan. However, it seems this child doesn't want to take my place. Sigh. After saying this, Shikaku let out a sigh. Yamenka Haichi asked, Shikaku, have you asked him why he doesn't want to take your place? Hearing Haichi's question, Shikaku glanced around, leaned forward and cautiously said, That child said 1 pig-deer butterfly is enough, and it shouldn't be too outstanding. If it's too outstanding, someone might feel uneasy. He also said Lu Wan is more suitable for the pig-deer butterfly formation. If he teams up with Dingxi and Ino, it wouldn't benefit their growth. Dingswa and Haichi listened to Shikaku's words with some confusion, thinking, How come we can't understand what you high IQ people are saying? Dingswa glanced at his son, who was currently introducing the Akimichi barbecue to the 2 brothers. Yamenka Haichi continued asking, Shikaku, tell me honestly, how much potential does Lu Shur really have? Look, I thought for a moment about when Shur was 5 years old. At that time, I was no match for him in shogi. As for ninjutsu, he had little interest and only learned a bit of our Nara clan's secret techniques. In terms of physical skills, he can now take on 10 shikamas. The 2 were taken aback by Luku's words. How old was Shur? His physical skills were already this impressive. Luku wasn't exaggerating about this. When Shur first crossed over, he would call for the system every day. Later, when he realized there was no system, He gave up on that idea and began training in physical skills at the age of 4, thinking that Shikamaru would control his output. However, after getting the system, he abandoned that thought. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Shikamaru stood up to open it, and when he did, he found Naruto standing at the door, curiously peeking inside. Then, feeling a bit shy, he said, "I came to see how my big brother's doing." When Rushi saw Naruto coming, he also stood up and walked to the door. "Come in, Naruto, Ino, and CHG are here too." Naruto quickly refused. "No, I just came to see how you're doing. Since you have guests, I'll leave first." After saying that, Naruto ran away in a flash. Sigh. Rushi's hand was left suspended in midair. Deer still wanted to invite Naruto to have a meal together. Before he could finish speaking, he ran away. The current Naruto is feeling insecure. After returning, the two of them began to chat about the events at school. The three adults watched as Naruto ran off and sighed in unison. They knew that Naruto was the son of Minato Namikaze, the hero, and it saddened them to see such treatment towards the son of a hero. They worried that if they were to sacrifice themselves, the village might treat their own children in the same way. As they sighed, dinner was ready, and the three mothers brought the dishes to the table, calling everyone to eat. Upon hearing the call, everyone walked towards the dining table, which was filled with a sumptuous array of food, exuding delightful aromas. Nara Shikaku smiled and urged everyone, "Come on, hurry up and eat." He even brought out his treasured good wine. Everyone began to dig in. During the meal, Akimichi Chozo was eating with greasy lips, constantly praising the food. Halfway through, Yamanaka Inoichi put down his wine glass and said to Ino and the others, while at school, "Don't isolate Naruto. That kid has already suffered enough." Ino and the others nodded in agreement with Yamanaka Inoichi's words. After dinner, Shikaku and the others went to the yard to cool off, while the three mothers cleaned up the dishes. The three fathers sat under the porch, watching the playing children. Nara Shikaku slowly said, "I hope this generation of Inoshikacho can truly support a piece of the sky and protect the village of Konoha." As it got late, the Yamanaka family and the Akimichi family said their goodbyes and left, while the Nara family stood at the door, waving them off. Back at home, Shikadai returned to his room. 3 days later, Shikadai and Shikamaru arrived at school. As soon as they reached the entrance of the ninja school, Shikadai silently thought in his mind, "System sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining a 0.1 increase in physique." Upon hearing the reward, Shikadai finally felt relieved and thought to himself, "Thank goodness, the system has finally started to take things seriously these past 2 days." Although the rewards from the sign-ins over the past 2 days weren't very impressive, they were finally useful to him. The two brothers, Shika and Shikamaru, walked into the classroom, and all eyes turned to them. Initially, people couldn't tell who was the older brother, but now, seeing the scar above Shika's eye, they knew it was him. The brothers paid no attention to the gazes and went straight to their seats. Choji came over to say hello. "Shika, Shikamaru, you're here. Let me tell you something interesting. Naruto got punished again yesterday." Shikamaru didn't say anything, and Shikashi was a bit curious. Then asked Dingsi, "It's only been a few days since school started. Why has Naruto been punished again?" Dingsi, while eating potato chips, said, "Teacher Irika taught everyone about chakra extraction yesterday, but Naruto couldn't understand it. Then he fell asleep, and as a result, he was made to stand in the corner by Teacher Irika." Lucier wasn't too surprised to hear this. The influence of a nine-tails chakra was constantly affecting Naruto, and it was normal for him to struggle with chakra extraction since he was just starting to learn. As the saying goes, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Just as the two were discussing Naruto, he arrived. As soon as he entered the classroom and saw Lucier, he immediately ran over to him. "Big brother, you're here. How's your eye?" To be honest, Lucier sometimes envied Naruto's optimism. If he were treated like Naruto by the time he grew up, if he didn't raise Konoha to the ground, it would be a wasted life. "My eyes are fine. How about you? Have you learned what the teacher has been teaching these past few days?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression immediately dimmed, and he stammered, "Big brother, I just can't seem to learn the chakra extraction that Irika-sensei is teaching." Seeing Naruto like this, Lucier comforted him. "Naruto, don't worry. This is just the beginning. After some time, you'll get the hang of it. I believe you can become a very powerful ninja." As soon as Naruto heard this, his eyes lit up. "Really? Big brother, I knew it. You must see my potential to take me as your little brother." Everyone else couldn't help but roll their eyes at Naruto's words. He was too easy to fool. How could he believe everything others said? At this moment, Lucier also took a look at his classmates. Hinata, Sasuke, Ino, and Kiba. Only 3 more of the 12 young ninjas were left to graduate. Just then, Irika walked in, and everyone quieted down upon seeing him. Irika walked up to the podium and addressed the students below. Class, we will start our lesson now. This morning is for cultural studies, and this afternoon is for practical tests. Let's see how strong your foundational skills are. Upon hearing about the practical tests, everyone immediately became excited. Kids at this age have little interest in cultural studies, but when it comes to practical tests, they're all very enthusiastic. All right, let's continue with our lesson. Irika was eloquently speaking at the front, but Lucier wasn't paying attention at all and started looking through the books instead. He was shocked when he actually started reading, exclaiming internally, "What the heck?" Lucier looked at the cover again and found that it was indeed the school's textbook. At this moment, Lucier was wildly complaining in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he knew Sarutobi Hizashi wasn't a time traveler, he would have thought that the guy who always said he understood applause had also come from another world. This is clearly a school textbook, a definitive guide to pyramid schemes. The strongest Hokage, a doctor of ninjutsu, the creator of peace in Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi really dares to write this. Time quickly passed to noon, and of course, only the two brothers, Lucier and Lumaru, felt this way. The two hardly attended class and slept through the whole thing. On the school's training ground, Irika was calling out the names of the students one by one. When he called out a name, they would go up to throw shuriken. Haruno Sakura. Then they saw Sakura pick up 3 shuriken and shoot them at the target ahead. As a result, one hit the bullseye. 6 points. After saying this, Irika shook his head. Mainly, the children from common families were too far behind those from prominent families. Hinata. 9 points. 2 hit the bullseye, and 1 was very close to hitting it as well. Lumaru. 9 points. Naruto. 0 points. Damn it. I will definitely get full marks next time. Naruto grumbled as he returned to the crowd, and everyone chuckled at his words. Sasuke. As soon as Irika called Sasuke's name, he saw Sasuke walk up with his hands in his pockets, striding forward with an air of indifference. He picked up 3 shuriken, casually threw them without even looking, and directly returned to the crowd. Lucier found it interesting to watch Sasuke, secretly thinking. So, he awakened his Sharingan at such a young age. Reflecting on Sasuke's early life, it was mostly about getting beaten up or being on the way to getting beaten up. However, the Uchiha clan hadn't been exterminated yet, but it seemed like it would happen soon. Lucier remembered that the Uchiha massacre occurred shortly after Sasuke started school, but he couldn't worry about that now. For the time being, he would just focus on quietly developing his strength until Tsunade returned. 10 points. As Irika announced Sasuke's score, Sakura excitedly shouted out. Lucier looked at this love-struck person, feeling quite speechless. Lucier. Hearing Irika call his name, Lucier stepped forward, picked up 3 shuriken, and threw them directly. Then, everyone saw that all 3 shuriken missed the target. Just then, a shadow appeared under Lucier's feet. The shadow picked up the 3 shuriken from the ground, then delivered them to the target and reinserted them right into the bullseye. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is possible?" 0 points, Irika said angrily. This was blatant cheating. Did he really think he was blind? However, Lucier didn't care and directly returned to the crowd. Next, this time, Irika didn't even call out names, just shouted for the next person, possibly out of anger. In fact, Lucier had practiced shuriken throwing, but no matter how he practiced, it never worked. Once, he almost hit Shikamaru, who was hiding behind a tree, scaring Shikamaru so much that he never wanted to practice shuriken throwing with his older brother again. This time he got away with it, but who knows if he can dodge it next time. Although Shika is not good at throwing kunai, the shadow binding technique of the Nara clan is incredibly effective, and it doesn't even require hand signs. After throwing the kunai, it's time for sparring. Irika starts calling out names, specifically arranging Shikamaru as Shika's opponent to teach him a lesson. Shikamaru, you're the first group. Lucier and Lu Wan exchanged glances, and then Lucier winked at Lu Wan, who immediately understood. The two then walked up to the stage and formed a stance of opposition. Irika saw them make the opposing stance and was about to call for the start. Then Lu Wan raised his hand and said, "I forfeit. I can't beat my big brother." After saying that, the two turned to walk back, and Lucier said to Lu Wan, "This time you admit defeat. Next time I'll admit defeat. Perfect. Big brother, when can you control shadows without forming hand signs? Why didn't you tell me?" Dear Shimo quietly said to Dear Maru with a bun hairstyle, "I'm still perfecting it. I'll teach you after I finish. Mainly, I'm planning to give Dad a surprise with our family's shadow binding technique. Once it's activated, you can't move your own hands freely either. So I would try to improve it a bit. Just think about it. If you control the enemy and then shoot shuriken at them, what would happen?" Shikamaru said without thinking, "Brother, you are too cruel. If it were you, you might miss the enemy. If you keep missing, you might scare the enemy to death. Well, okay, I know I'm not good at throwing shuriken. That's why I'm practicing swordsmanship, right? But scaring the enemy to death isn't bad either. At this moment, Irika was like a kettle already boiling. He had taught many students and never expected to encounter such a pair of odd brothers. Then he shouted loudly, Sasuke, you practice against Shikaji, and you are not allowed to forfeit. Irika's words made Shikaji pause for a moment. He really didn't want to stand out too much. Who knows if Shimura Danzo, that old schemer, would take notice of him, although Sarutobi Hizashi wouldn't agree. Right now, Sarutobi Hizashi didn't have much authority over Shimura Danzo. At this time, Shikamaru returned to the crowd, leaving Shikaji alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. At this moment, Sasuke walked up with his hands in his pockets and coolly said, Don't worry, it will be over soon. Lucier looked at Sasuke, who was displaying the demeanor of a formidable opponent, and suddenly felt that not giving him a beating would be disrespectful to the title of Heir-Juzi. The two formed a stance of opposition, and then Irika shouted begin. Then, 1 minute later, Sasuke was sweating profusely. Irika, standing nearby, wanted to urge Sasuke to act quickly. However, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something under Sasuke's feet. Upon closer inspection, he found that the shadow started from the ground behind Sasuke's feet, winding around the crowd, all the way to Lucier's feet. What did he do this? Irika was still murmuring to himself. Rika reminded, Irika-sensei, shouldn't you call it off? Do you really want me to throw shurikens at Sasuke? At this moment, Irika also came to his senses and said, Rika wins. Hearing Irika's words, Rika let go of Sasuke and then formed a reconciliation seal with him. However, Sasuke was still in a daze. He didn't expect to lose right after bragging, which was quite a slap in the face. With the match over, both sides formed a reconciliation seal. Irika gave Sasuke a reminder. At this point, Sasuke also came to his senses, formed a reconciliation seal with Riku, and then stumbled back into the crowd. The next match was between Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto. To be honest, these practice matches are really quite dull. Aside from a few individuals who can use a technique or two, the rest are just fighting with physical skills. What kind of decent physical skills can a bunch of 7 or 8-year-old kids have? It looks more like they're just playing around. Deer looked at Hinata, who resembled a tomboy, and found her cute. However, Deer didn't like that type, so he had no intention of competing for the crown princess. He preferred Ino's type. Reflecting on everyone as adults, he thought Ino was the gentlest of them all. Thinking of Temari, he felt afraid for Shikamaru. She would often chase him out, which was too brutal. However, it seemed Ino's husband was an artist, and Deer thought he could swoop in. As for that artist, who cares if he lives or dies? Such a beautiful Ino should be his instead. Without hesitation, Deer approached Ino and lightly touched her hand. Ino, who had been watching the match, turned around and found it was Deer. What's up, Deer? Deer Time pulled Ino behind the crowd. Although Ino didn't know what Deer Time was doing, she followed along. Once they reached the back of the group, Deer Time sighed and said, Sigh, Ino, there are some things I've wanted to tell you for a long time, and today I finally have the courage to say them. Ino felt a bit at a loss after hearing Deer Time's words, but still asked, Deer Time, what's wrong? What do you want to tell me? Deer Time's brain was working frantically. He needed to come up with a reason that Ino couldn't refuse. Suddenly, he thought of the old woman from the Yamanaka clan, who had passed away last year. Then a reason appeared in his mind. At that moment, Ino was still looking at Deer Time, unsure of what he was trying to say. Lucier didn't keep Ino waiting for long, then said with a determined look, Ino, do you remember Granny Yamahana? Ino nodded. Yes, she was also from our Yamashiro clan, but she has already passed away. Why do you bring her up? Lucier replied, I went to your house to play and met Granny Yamahana. At that time, she told me that the woman who leaves a scar on my eye would be my future wife. If I don't marry her, I would never find a wife in my life. At first, I didn't take it seriously and thought it was just the old woman's nonsense. But when I took off the bandage and saw the scar on my eye, I suddenly remembered Granny Yamahana's words. He then pointed to the scar on his eye with his finger. So, can you be my girlfriend? After hearing Lucier's words, Ino's mind went blank. Lucier actually confessed to her. Her little face turned red, and steam seemed to rise from her, resembling Hinata when Naruto ruffled her hair. I'm a bit confused right now. Let me think it over, and I'll tell you, she said before running off in a hurry. Got it, Lucier thought to himself, feeling that this time it was stable. The others were still watching the competition and didn't notice the two behind them. It was only when Irika called for Ino that he realized she was already gone. Shika helped explain to Irika, Irika-sensei, Ino is feeling a bit unwell and has gone back to the classroom. Hearing Shika's words, Irika had no doubts. Ino had indeed been a bit unusual these past 2 days, so he didn't pay much attention. Soon, the match ended, and everyone returned to the classroom to continue their lessons. When everyone came back, Ino was sitting alone in the classroom, looking a bit flushed. Irika asked Ino if she needed to go to the infirmary. However, Ino refused and simply said, "I just need to rest for a bit." School days were carefree, and time passed day by day. Ino eventually agreed to Shika's suggestion. At first, no one noticed anything unusual, but gradually, everyone became aware of the two's odd behavior. These past few days, Shika didn't take Naruto to eat ramen anymore, and he didn't go home with Shikamaru after school, but instead, he would first take Ino home and then go back himself. Yamanaka Kaiji was the first to notice and told his wife, who then informed Ino's mother. Ino's mother told Shika's mother, who then told Nara Shikaku, and Shikaku shared it with others. In any case, both families were aware of the situation. Although Yamanaka Kaiji felt a bit uncomfortable about it, he didn't oppose it. After all, if one day his daughter were to be taken away by some unknown blonde kid, it would be better for her to end up with that brat Shika. Lucier was also raised by them, so they know him very well, and his potential is enormous, completely deserving of their daughter. In the Ino family's flower shop, Lucier was telling jokes to Ino. After Sun Wukong captured the 7 fairies, he actually went to steal peaches. Don't you think that's silly? Ha ha. What would you do if you were in his shoes? Ino's sudden question left Lucier stunned. It was practically a trick question, but this didn't stump Lucier. If it were me, I would definitely take the basket of the 7 fairies first. Otherwise, how could I steal the peaches? Humph, liar, I don't believe you. After saying that, Ino began to arrange the flowers. Rushi knew that Ino wasn't angry, so he also got up to help Ino. Seeing Rushi come to help, Ino asked Rushi, "Are you sure it's okay to have those 3 help deliver the flowers?" Deershes didn't care and said, "What problem could there be? Dinxi is too fat, Shikamaru is too lazy, Naruto is too idle, just right for them to exercise a bit." Ino chuckled, "What about you? Of course. I like you too much, helping you organize these flowers." "Oh my, you're so cheesy." After saying that, she playfully hit Deer Shiz. Just then, the 3 laborers returned, and as soon as Naruto entered the flower shop, he shouted, "Big brother, you're not being fair at all. You let us go deliver flowers while you're here, flirting with your sister-in-law. That's so unfair. Today, Akimichi's barbecue is all you can eat, and Shikamaru will cover the bill. How about that?" As soon as Naruto heard this, he immediately cheered. Big brother is the best, not even caring about who pays the bill. Dinxi nudged Shikamaru, and Shikamaru turned to Dinxi, asking, "What's up?" "Shikamaru, I want to eat my fill. Is your wallet enough?" Shikamaru didn't speak, but gave Choji a dead fish eye. Shikamaru is also feeling bitter. While others can get a free meal for helping out, he not only helped for free, but also has to pay for it. However, thinking about it, one is his older brother and the other is his future sister-in-law, so he endures it. In the evening, a few of them gathered at a kimchi barbecue. After everyone sat down, they started to order. After placing the order, Shikamaru asked CHG, "Can you get some seasoning for the grilled meat? We can go camping and even go hunting when we have time." CHG thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Sure, just let me know when you're going camping." Soon, the grilled meat was served and everyone started grilling. Shikamaru grilled some and gave it to Ino. Ino's little face was flushed all evening because Naruto kept calling her sister-in-law. Lucier looked at Naruto's voracious eating and felt a bit heartbroken. Perhaps what Naruto loved most wasn't ramen, but just the fact that it's cheap, and he had gotten used to eating cheap food. This damn ninja world. This damn Sarutobi Hizashi. Soon everyone finished eating. They were all kids and didn't drink alcohol. After they came out, they all went their separate ways. Naruto and Choji weren't going in the same direction, while the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans lived very close, so the 4 of them went home together. After dropping Ino off at her house, Lucier took Shikamaru home. When they returned, their father, Lugio, along with Yamenka and Noichi and Akimichi CHZA, were there, seemingly discussing something. When the 3 men saw the 2 brothers return, they stopped their discussion. The brothers stepped forward to greet them. "Uncle Inoichi, Uncle CHZA, hello." "Hello. Hello. Did you have a gathering?" Yamenka and Noichi asked. "Yes, Uncle Inoichi. We just dropped Ino off at her home," Lucier replied, and Inoichi was quite satisfied with Lucier's answer. At that moment, Lugio said to the 2 of them, "You 2 go to your room. We have things to discuss." Hearing their father's words, the brothers immediately headed upstairs, but just as they turned around, they heard Yamenka and Noichi say, "Lucier, stay here. I have something I want to ask you." Shikamaru heard that there was nothing related to him and walked alone to his room. Lu arrived beside his father and sat down, then asked him Ashida, "Hi, Uncle Hai, do you have anything you want to ask me? If it's about Ino, I assure you that I will treat her well. Yamashita Hai smiled slightly. Then his expression became serious as he spoke. It's not about that. I still believe in your character. What I want to ask is, what do you think about the Uchiha? Lucier was a bit surprised and wondered why they were asking about Uchiha at this time. He organized his thoughts and then asked the three of them, is the village going to take action against Uchiha? Yamasho Kaichi and Akimichi Dingzwa were both taken aback, thinking to themselves how he knew. Only Lu Jio was not surprised. His son's intelligence far exceeded that of the Nara clan. Therefore, he could guess this matter and was not surprised at all. Looking at the expressions of the two, Rushi knew he was right and continued. The third Hokage is old and confused. In the end, the Uchiha are still the Uchiha of the village. If I'm not mistaken, the village wants to annihilate the Uchiha this time. Rujo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect his son to guess so much. At this moment, Akimichi Dingza spoke up. Rushi, if you were Hokage, what would you do? Lucier didn't hesitate and said directly, kill a batch, recruit a batch, and divide a batch. The three listened to Lucier's words, pondering in their hearts. Seeing the way the three were thinking, Lucier added, however, the third Hokage wouldn't do this. Rika looked at his son and asked why. Shimura Danzo. As soon as the four characters Uchiha were uttered, the three people were somewhat puzzled. Although Shimura Danzo had a bias against the Uchiha clan, they did not understand why he hated the Uchiha so much. At this moment, Rushi began to explain. In fact, there are many reasons for this matter. First, let's talk about why Shimura Danzo hates the Uchiha clan. As soon as the three heard this, they immediately sat up straight. However, Rushi did not speak immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked to the door to release the shadow ninja. You go guard outside and notify me if anyone comes. The three did not know what Rushi was going out to do. They thought he was just checking to see if there was anyone outside. Lucier returned to the living room and sat beside his father again. The three of them hadn't spoken yet, waiting for Lucier to continue. Shimura Danzo hated the Uchiha clan, partly because he inherited the ideology of his teacher, the second Hokage. The second Hokage hated the Uchiha because of the death of the first Hokage, which was related to Uchiha Madara. He feared that another Uchiha Madara would emerge. At this moment, the mouths of the three were wide open. These matters were the village's secrets, and Lucier was only a few years old. How could he possibly know this? Lucier ignored the three people's surprise and continued. The Uchiha clan has already been pushed to the edge of the village. Yet the village still won't relent. Don't you find that strange? The three nodded at Lucier's words, agreeing that he made a valid point. The village was indeed being a bit too oppressive. This brings us to Shimura Danzo, whose lifelong dream was to become Hokage. But does he have the strength for that? At this point, Lugio spoke up, saying that the strength of the Hokage's advisor is indeed mediocre, and his own strength is only that of an elite jonin. Exactly. He lacks the strength, yet still wants to be Hokage. What would you do if you were in his position? Deershire questioned the three people. As they listened to Deershire's question, they began to think, if one lacks strength but still wants to become Hokage, then one can only. Rikuji looked at Riku in disbelief, saying that Shimura Danzo had his eyes on the Uchiha Sharingan. Upon hearing Rikuji's words, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza also reacted, looking at Riku in astonishment. Indeed, this is the most reasonable explanation. Saying that Shimura Danzo hates the Uchiha is not as accurate as saying he is jealous of them. Furthermore, our Hokage has lost the ability to control the village of Konoha. Therefore, he can only eliminate those fierce horses, but he is also afraid that the Uchiha, this fierce horse, will attack him, the charioteer. So he has no choice but to take harsh measures. If I'm not mistaken, the village will make the Uchiha act on their own, which can remove them while avoiding direct conflict with the Uchiha. The three of them were stunned by Riku's words. Of course, the Uchiha also have their issues. They are too proud, looking down on everyone. Alas, it's a pity for the old and young. The Uchiha clan leader is also a coward, unable to suppress the entire clan internally and being submissive externally, still clinging to the police force until the end. It's truly sad. After Lucier finished speaking, he just stared at the three of them. It took them a long time to recover, and Lugio asked Lucier, how do you know about these things? We only know that the village is going to take action against the Uchiha. In response to his father's question, Lucier remained silent and instead tapped a few times on his own head, implying that he figured it out through his own reasoning. Once he calmed down a bit, Lugio asked his son, what should our three families, the boar, deer, and butterfly, do in the future? Lucier did not understand his father's words. What should we do? Our three families are part of the Hokage faction, and Sarutobi Hiruzen won't move against us. I know that Lord Hokage won't act against us, What I'm saying is about our three families, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. After the Uchiha clan's extermination, how should we proceed? Should we continue as we did before? Lugio added. Deer thought for a moment, and then said, my suggestion is, as always, to slowly resign from the position of the head of the Jonin class. The three were taken aback by Deer's words. The three clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly were relying on one Jonin class leader to hold things together. If they resigned, what would happen to the resources in the village and their three clans? When Lucier saw the expressions of the three of them, he knew that they were worried about not being able to support three families. Father, Uncle Hai, Uncle Dingswa, don't worry. My father will resign from the position of Jonin team leader, and the third Hokage will allocate some resources to our three families. Although we will lose a Jonin team leader, we will gain many benefits. Now, no one trusts the third Hokage, only Shimura Danzo and the elders. If we take a step back, he will feel guilty and provide us with some compensation. We can use this compensation to make some investments and expand our family's foundation. The three were contemplating Lu Shi's words. Resigning from the Jonin team leader position was not a small matter. If the position was lost without any compensation, it would be a huge loss, as the Jonin team leader's subordinates managed many affairs. 10 minutes later, Lugio made a decision to follow his son's suggestion, but he still needed to discuss it with the two. After all, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had been together since the Warring States period. Hi, Dingswa. I plan to try Lucier's method. What do you think? Upon hearing Lugio's words, the two burst into laughter, and then Akimichi Dingswa said foolishly, Lugio, our three families are one, and both of you are clever. Just make the decision. Lugio felt relieved after hearing the words of his two old partners. After seeing that there was nothing going on, Lucier greeted the three people and went upstairs to sleep. As soon as Lucier gang returned to the room, he remembered that he hadn't signed in today, and then he silently recited the sign-in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Shadow Ninja. Lucier summoned the Shadow Ninja, just like the previous one. He remembered that this thing had 9 forms, but he currently had only one, and just 2 of them. Lucier thought, if only this thing could be infinite, then even Uchiha Madara would be a little brother. At that moment, Lucier suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked the system, can the Shadow Ninja hide in someone else's shadow? Host, the shadow can hide in anyone's shadow, but it can't be more than 10 kilometers away from the host. Otherwise, the Shadow Ninja will automatically return to the host's shadow. Alright, by the way, isn't there supposed to be 9 types in the Shadow Legion? Why did I only draw 1? Host, the types drawn are completely random. You can only draw them slowly. Okay, time to sleep. While Lucier was sleeping, someone was already making a fuss about him. Rijan, leave Nara Lucier to me. I promised to train him into a sharp blade to protect Konoha. Sarutobi Rijan looked at his old buddy with a speechless expression. Danzo, have you been drinking? Danzo was a bit confused by Sarutobi Rijan's question, but he didn't mind and continued, Rijan, that Nara Lucier has developed a no-seal ninjutsu, which is very suitable for my route. Danzo, don't be delusional. Nara Lucier is the young clan leader of the Nara clan. He can't possibly join your route. You better not have any designs on him, or your route will have no reason to exist. Rijan, you will regret it. Danzo, don't forget that I am the Hokage. Hurry up and resolve the Uchiha issue, and don't think about that kid. After Danzo left with a bang, Sarutobi Rijan took out a crystal ball. A minute later, Sarutobi Rijan said, this white and pure wool is really nice. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 0. 1 in physique. Sigh, what kind of broken system is this? Why is it just some garbage? At the school gate, Lucier felt a bit frustrated. He really didn't dare to sign in next to Ino. What if he accidentally gave her a 3-piece set? Today, Lucier specifically brought his smoke knife because it was a taijutsu class. In any case, this knife would be exposed sooner or later. So it was better to expose it early. It wasn't anything extraordinary, just a knife that emitted black smoke. There were really not many people in their class practicing with knives. Most were using shurikens as weapons. Shikamaru looked at the knife in his brother's hand with a bit of fear, not because he was afraid of getting cut, but because he was afraid of the smoke. The amount of smoke was like a big chimney. It wouldn't kill you, but it could choke you to death. Soon the two of them walked into the classroom, and as soon as Naruto saw Shikamaru, he came over to greet him. Hey brother, you're here. Yeah, by the way, Naruto, do you want to go eat ramen together tonight? Sure. I haven't been to Ichiraka Ramen in a few days. Just after saying that, Naruto noticed the knife in Shikamaru's hand. Brother, is this your weapon? Can I take a look? Lu did not hesitate and handed over the knife, mainly wanting to tease him. Shikamaru saw his older brother hand the knife to Naruto, then turned and left the classroom, while Shikaji also stepped back a few paces. Naruto didn't notice their actions, but directly drew the knife. Then there was a fit of coughing, and the blade emitted thick black smoke, quickly filling the classroom. At that moment, Irika also arrived. There was a fire, and all the students rushed out. Irika shouted at the classroom door. Lucier felt it was about time, sheathed the knife, and Naruto looked at everyone in confusion, thinking that this smoke wasn't irritating at all. In fact, he didn't know that only the person holding the knife could be immune to this black smoke. After Lucier put the knife away, Naruto immediately started coughing. Cough, cough. Big brother, what kind of knife is that? 10 minutes later, Irika looked at Lucier with resignation. It was one thing for him to not follow the usual path, but even the weapon he used was unconventional. All right, everyone, let's go back to class. Lucier, you're not allowed to use that knife in the classroom from now on, understood? I got it, Teacher Irika. Since he made a mistake, Lucier obediently admitted it. The morning was still the same old brainwashing from the Fire Nation. During lunch, many people gathered around Lucier, curious about the knife. Many boys thought it was really cool. Just imagine fighting with a weapon that emits smoke. It sounds impressive, but it's a pity that it's not allowed in the classroom. They might have forgotten about the morning's incident. Ino took the knife and looked at it, then asked, Lucier, where did you buy this knife? It feels very special. Hearing Ino's question, Lucier recounted what he had said that day, and Shikamaru backed him up. Ino seemed not to like bladed weapons very much. After looking at it, she returned it to Lucier. In the afternoon, everyone went to the playground, divided into several groups, and started training. Lucier came to a wooden post, drew his sword, and began to practice his swordsmanship. This time, Lucier deliberately chose a spot far away from everyone, fearing he might hurt his classmates. Then, according to the movements in the book, he started practicing, which are all basic moves, without any flashy or spectacular techniques. The characteristic of this book was to teach how to quickly kill with a knife. 10 minutes later, there was a wail on the playground, and some classmates shouted, Elder Lu, please stop using your powers. We can't take it anymore. When Lucier turned around, he was shocked to see that the entire playground was filled with black smoke. Just then, several masked individuals suddenly appeared in front of him and coldly said, Come with us. Lord Hokage wants to see you. Lucier Xian said, It's over, I've caused trouble this time. Even the old man Sarutobi Hizashi has been stirred up. However, he still put away the knife and followed the person towards the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hizashi examined the knife. Then, not believing in evil, pulled it out. Suddenly, thick black smoke began to fill the Hokage office. Shikamaru looked at the black smoke in the distance and said, Sigh, I wonder who is unfortunate this time. All right, it's nothing, you guys can go, Sarutobi Hizashi said, and the few shadows instantly disappeared. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled broadly at Nara Shikashi and then asked, Where did you get this knife? Sigh. Shikashi felt in his heart. Why is everyone asking this question? He then repeated what he had said before. Sarutobi Hizashi did not doubt him. He had seen Nara Shikashi when he was born, and over the years. He hadn't left the village. These kids just played in the forest outside the village. He had just taken a close look. And this knife was indeed sharper than an ordinary ninja blade, and also, it didn't make him afraid of the smoke when holding it. Other than that, he hadn't paid much attention to the situation inside the smoke. Sarutobi Hizashi returned the knife to Shikashi and said, The knife is good. Just don't use it at school anymore. I understand, Hokage-sama. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Train hard. After the deer left, Yuan Fei said to the side, Go into that forest and take a look. Bring back anything you find. Yes. There were no people in sight, but someone responded. When Lucier returned to school, the black smoke had mostly dissipated. Seeing Lucier come back, everyone looked at the knife in his hand with fear. Irika stepped in front of Lucier and said, Lucier, don't use that knife at school anymore. If you want to practice, use a wooden sword. I understand, teacher. Without Irika having to say it, Lucier had no intention of using the smoke knife at school anymore. At that moment, Sasuke walked over and coolly said, Nara Lucier, I want to challenge you. Last time I was careless, but I won't lose to you again this time. Sasuke is so cool. Sakura started to swoon again when she saw Sasuke's demeanor. Okay, let's do it now. Lucier readily agreed, thinking that not fighting Sasuke wouldn't help him grow or strive to improve. When everyone saw that Sasuke was challenging Lucier again, they gathered around. Naruto was over there cheering for Lucier. Come on, beat that arrogant Sasuke and teach him a lesson. Perhaps it was because Indra and Ashura were born a clash. Naruto and Sasuke didn't get along since their first day of school, often bickering along with Sakura. It was completely a love triangle. I love you, but you love him. It was a mystery how these three ended up together. Lucier was not in the mood to deal with the love-hate entanglements of these three people. Come on, Lucier said as he drew his smoking knife. Sasuke glanced at the weapon in Lucier's hand, turned around, and walked away, then said in a very cool manner, "Since Irika-sensei doesn't allow you to use that knife at school, let's find another time to spar." Naruto laughed. "Ha ha, Sasuke is scaring my big brother. Ha ha ha, everyone. Who did you learn to act tough while running away from?" In the Konoha forest, a group of kids was grilling meat over a fire, enjoying the pleasant afternoon breeze. "Hinata, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go over there." At that moment, Hinata was really watching Naruto bickering with Sasuke, and then Ino pulled her to the barbecue grill. Deer is currently grilling meat and can't help but admire the children of the ninja world. A 7-year-old can hunt. In Deer's original world, who would dare to kill wild animals? That would definitely be a serious crime. However, today they didn't encounter any prey. And the meat Deer is grilling is all brought from home, especially from Dingxi, who brought enough for 20 people. Dingxi, the seasoning from your Akimichi clan, is really fragrant. As Lucier grilled meat, he praised the seasoning brought by Dingxi. Hearing Lucier's compliment, Dingxi felt very proud. This is the barbecue seasoning of the Akimichi clan, the best in the ninja world. This time, during the camping trip, most of the 12 young ninjas had gathered, except for Xiao Li, Tian, and Hinata Niji. Now, with himself included, there were a total of 10 people for this camping trip. Even a usually low-profile Yamanaka Shino had come. Just as everyone was laughing and having a good time, a slight noise suddenly broke the atmosphere. Yamanaka Shino sent out his insects to investigate, and after a moment, his expression changed slightly. It seemed something was approaching. Everyone immediately became alert. At that moment, a wild boar emerged from the bushes, bearing several wounds and glaring fiercely at the group. Hinata looked at the wild boar and said, "How pitiful. It looks injured." Naruto was the first to run to the front, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect everyone." The others rolled their eyes in unison, thinking, "Do you even know your own strength? How can you protect everyone?" Just then, 3 ninjas wearing Konoha headbands appeared beside the group. "This wild boar is our mission. It accidentally got away from us." Seeing that they were ninjas from their own village, everyone felt relieved. Naruto said to the 3, "Since it's your mission, you can take care of it. We still want to eat grilled meat." Hearing Naruto's words, the 3 didn't hesitate and immediately charged at the wild boar. 3 minutes later, they finally took down the wild boar and left with it. Lucier watched the entire process and thought to himself, how to put it. These 3 people clearly looked like civilian ninjas, unwilling to use explosive tags. In this situation, a single explosive tag could solve the problem. However, one explosive tag costs several thousand ryo, and they might not even earn that much from a single mission. So they could only rely on physical skills to deal with the wild boars. After a little incident, the barbecue was ready, and everyone formed a circle to start eating. An hour later, "I'm so full. Big brother, can we come camping often?" Deer tapped Naruto on the shoulder. "No problem, we can come once a month. Can't you come more often?" While saying this, he looked at Deer. Everyone laughed at Naruto's words. It was a laughter without mockery, just purely finding it amusing. Only Deer understood Naruto's intention. His meager living expenses were simply not enough to support frequent barbecues, which was why he wanted to gather more often. Moreover, Deer discovered a very good quality in Naruto. He didn't take advantage of others. This time, everyone brought something. After all, no one could guarantee they would catch prey. So, Deer specifically brought a lot of deer meat, and Dingxi not only brought spices, but also some marinated meat. When Naruto saw that everyone had brought something, he especially went to buy some drinks. Deer noticed that Naruto didn't have much money left in his wallet, and yet he still managed to buy those drinks, which was enough to prove Naruto's character. Deer looked at Naruto and said, "As long as it doesn't delay your training, it's fine to come often." Big brother, I will definitely work hard on my training." Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. Considering Naruto's training speed, it would be fast if he could come out once every few months. Then everyone chatted about their dreams. Naruto's dream was to be recognized by everyone. And Inuzuka Kiba's dream was to have all ninja dogs in the ninja world. When it was Sakura's turn, she stammered and couldn't articulate her thoughts, just keeping her eyes on Sasuke. But when it was Deer's turn, he fell silent. He had been in this world for 7 years and really hadn't thought about this question. Unifying the ninja world? Forget it. Too troublesome. Management is a hassle. Then Deer gave an answer that surprised everyone. "I want to grow up quickly and then marry Ino, so I don't have to worry about long nights and dreams. If that stinky artist takes Ino away, I would be in big trouble." As soon as Lucier said this, Ino's little face immediately turned red, and then she got up and ran away. Hinata and Sakura also followed her. Don't think that 7-year-old kids don't know anything. The children here are quite mature. Hinata liked Naruto from a young age, and Sakura is even more exaggerated. Everyone knows about her crush on Sasuke. Shikamaru felt that this dream was quite big brother-like. Although his big brother wasn't as troubled by inconveniences as he was, he also didn't want to get too involved in messy affairs. The group enjoyed the evening breeze, watching the sunset, embodying a sense of peaceful time. They returned to Konoha in the evening, and then everyone parted ways at the entrance of the village, unable to go home together due to different locations. Shikamaru, you and CHG take Ino home first, and I'll take Naruto back, Shikamaru said. Upon hearing that Shikamaru wanted to take him home, Naruto quickly refused, saying, "No need, I can go back by myself." "All right, just listen to me on this." Seeing Shikamaru's firm attitude, Naruto eventually agreed. Shikamaru had no objections, as the Ino family was not far from his home, and besides, Ino would be his future sister-in-law. After Ino and the others left, Shikamaru followed Naruto towards his house. On the way, Naruto seemed to hesitate to say something. Lu saw through it and directly asked, "What's wrong? Naruto, do you have something to say?" "No, big brother. I just don't know if I should invite you in to sit for a while. But my home is very messy, so I'm a bit embarrassed to say it." Lucier smiled and said, "I won't go today. I'll come to see you during the day sometime. Today is just to get familiar with the place." "All right, big brother. I'll treat you to ramen then." After saying this, he revealed a big white smile. Soon, the two arrived at Naruto's place. "Big brother, I'm here. You can go back now." At that moment, Lucier took out a few bills from his wallet, ready to hand them to Naruto. "What the hell? Why are you so far away from me? This is money, not an explosive tag." Lucier looked up and saw Naruto take several steps back, and for a moment, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Naruto stepped forward, tears in his eyes, and said, "Big brother, I can't take this." "Who the hell said it's free? This is a loan. You can give it back to me when you become Hokage. I really believe you can become Hokage. Just think about it. You becoming Hokage and me being the one who lent you money. Isn't that cool?" Naruto burst into laughter at what Deer said. "Huh, big brother, you're too funny." Deer placed the money into Naruto's hand and then turned to leave. Naruto then heard Deer say, "Train well, future Hokage." At that moment, Naruto shed tears once again and shouted the already distant Deer, "Big brother, I will definitely become Hokage." This is the entirety of the conversation between Deer and Naruto. "I understand. You can go rest now?" "Yes." After reporting the mission, the Umbu ninja instantly vanished from the Hokage's office. After the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hizashi put down the documents in his hand, walked to the window, and gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Early the next morning, before Naruto had even gotten up, he heard someone knocking on the door, bang, bang, bang. "Who is it? What time is it, really?" Reluctantly, Naruto got out of bed, went to the door, and opened it, bang, bang, bang. "Stop knocking, I'm coming." Creak, Naruto opened the door. "Who is it? It's so early." Just as he opened the door, he noticed the third Hokage standing outside. Naruto immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Grandpa Hokage, what brings you here?" "Gumin." Sarutobi Hizashi walked in with a kind expression. The room was still as messy as ever. Looking at the instant noodles, Hiruzen felt a bit uncomfortable and suddenly thought, was my previous approach wrong? Although Hiruzen thought this in his heart, it didn't show on his face. "Grandpa Hokage, why did you come so early? Is there something going on?" Naruto's question interrupted Hiruzen's thoughts, and he replied kindly, "Naruto, I came to see you, to check how you're doing. By the way, have you made any friends at school?" This was just to distract Naruto, who was a bit simple-minded. If Deer knew about this, he would surely have some sarcastic remarks, considering that Naruto goes to the bathroom several times a day. However, upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Naruto immediately became excited, and then he started talking about his experiences at school. He mostly talked about Deer from when he first recognized him as a little brother, to Deer and Ino's relationship, and finally about how Deer lent him money yesterday, recounting everything in detail. 10 minutes later, Naruto finally finished speaking. Hiruzen listened and pondered, concluding that Deer, apart from being a bit early with romance, is otherwise very outstanding. "Naruto, beside coming to see you this time, I also brought you some living expenses. Since you go to school and making friends, your expenses will increase, so your living allowance will be doubled." Upon hearing this, Naruto was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude to Hiruzen. "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage, thank you." Hiruzen left some money for Naruto and then left. However, as soon as he returned to the Hokage's office, he was taken aback. If it weren't for the crystal ball on the desk, he would have thought he had entered the wrong room. An Umbu ninja approached Sarutobi Hizashi respectfully and said, Lord Hokage. This is all the ninja tools we found in that forest. We checked them thoroughly, and there's nothing special. Hiruzen glanced at the ninja as if looking at a fool. He then ordered, since there's no problem, take them away. These ninja tools are for your use. The Umbu ninja looked confused and thought, did I do something wrong? These ninja tools are essentially unusable. However, he still agreed and was about to leave with the ninja tools when suddenly, a large black cat jumped out from among the tools, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen. The cat then jumped onto the desk, knocking his beloved crystal ball to the ground. The Umbu ninja then began a chase, resulting in chaos in the Hokage's office. Lu has arrived at the school gate. Systems sign in. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a shadow ninja. Lu Shirshin thought to himself that this reward was not bad. He now had 3 shadow ninjas. Shikamaru and Shino walked into the classroom and noticed that most people were already there. Naruto usually arrives early every day, but he hasn't come today. Just as Lu Shir was about to walk to his position, our pressure king, the master of disguise, Uchiha Sasuke, appeared. Sasuke stood in front of Lu Shir, not saying a word, just looking at him with his hands in his pockets. Dear Shir exchanged a glance with Dear Maru, then bypassed Sasuke and sat down in his own seat. Sasuke noticed he was being ignored, and then followed Dear Shir to his seat. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Dear Shir say to Dear Maru, stay away from Sasuke in the future. I've heard that stupidity can be contagious. You're already lazy, and if you become stupid too, I won't want you as my brother anymore. I'll just have our parents have a second child. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Dear Shir's words. Shikamaru shot a glare at his older brother, and Sasuke was already furious. As the proud young clan leader of the Uchiha, he couldn't stand being called stupid. Sasuke leaned on Shikamaru's desk with both hands, looking at him, and said word by word, Nara Shikamaru, I challenge you. Lu Shir patted his chest, let out a sigh of relief, and thought to himself, so it's just this matter. He thought Sasuke was having another moment of being a weirdo. He then agreed, sure, let's have a spar in the afternoon training session. You could have just said this directly. There's no need to build up emotions and pose first. Aside from those infatuated girls who think you're cool, any normal person would wonder if you have a problem with your brain. Sakura, who was acting like a lovesick puppy, froze at Lu Shir's words. She felt that Lu Shir was implying something about her, and she glared at him fiercely. Ino chuckled, then looked at Sakura, also believing that Lu Shir was making a jab at her. Not just Sakura, many lovesick girls in the class were now glaring angrily at Lu Shir. However, Lu Shir didn't care. He glanced at Ino on his right, and then at his younger brother on his left. Then he commanded, Shikamaru, switch places with Ino. Shikamaru was confused, but deep down he was rejecting it. It was too much trouble to keep messing around. Then he looked at his brother's eyes and immediately backed down. I got it, Shikamaru said reluctantly. Ino also wanted to refuse. After all, she was just across the aisle from Shikamaru, and it wouldn't make a difference whether they changed seats or not. However, seeing Shikamaru's eager little eyes, she agreed. After they switched seats, Irika also arrived. Irika glanced down and noticed Naruto hadn't come yet, and it seemed Ino had switched seats. Irika didn't plan to get involved with Ino's situation, but intended to ask Naruto. Just as he was about to ask Naruto why he was late, the classroom door was abruptly pushed open with a bang. Phew, I made it just in time, Naruto said, panting. Irika looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, why are you only just arriving? Sorry, Irika-sensei, the Hokage came to my house too early today. I took a nap, and that's why I overslept, Naruto explained. Irika listened to Naruto's explanation without probing further and told him to hurry back to his seat. On the school's playground, Shikamaru had formed a hand seal with Sasuke. After forming the seal, Sasuke immediately jumped back. Last time he got caught by Shikamaru because he was showing off and didn't dodge in time, and he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Just as Sasuke jumped back, he saw a shadow appear in the spot where he had been standing. Sasuke scoffed, Shikamaru, you underestimate me too much. How could the same trick, huh? With a bang, everyone saw Sasuke scream as he flew towards Sakura, and 2 seconds later, they collided together, with Sakura and Sasuke even kissing. The crowd gasped, this is too intense. Is this something we kids can watch? Shouldn't this be paid content? After the two got up, Sakura glanced at Shikamaru gratefully. But Sasuke was not in the mood for that. Sasuke roared angrily, you bastard. When did you appear behind me? Everyone looked at the spot where Sasuke had just been standing, and at that moment, Shikamaru was still in the stance of having just kicked. When Lu Shir saw everyone looking at him, he quickly retracted his foot and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I didn't control the strength well. After saying that, he scratched his head. At that moment, Irika noticed there were 2 Lu Shirs, wondering if it was a shadow clone technique or transformation technique. Irika murmured to himself. Hearing Irika's words, Lu Shi explained, "Yes, teacher Irika." Then Lu Shi dispelled the shadow clone technique, and the Lu Shi opposite Sasuke instantly disappeared. At this point, Sasuke stepped in front of Lu Shi and questioned, "When did you use the shadow clone technique? And when did you appear behind me?" Sasuke felt insulted. As the esteemed king of the ninja world and a master of deception, how could he possibly lose to someone twice in a row? Seeing Sasuke's expression, Lu Shi didn't hide anything from him. "From the beginning to the end, what you saw were all my clones. I used my shadow to push you back at the start of the fight, just for that final kick. As for when I appeared behind you, I can only tell you that I've always been behind you. You just didn't notice." At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Sasuke and tapped him on the shoulder. Sasuke turned around and, upon seeing the person, joyfully exclaimed, "Brother." Deer had already seen Weasel, because Weasel appeared right in front of him. Weasel patted Sasuke's head and then looked at Deer and said, "Your battle IQ is very high." This time Sasuke lost. Deer didn't care and just waved his hand, saying that winning or losing was just a sparring between classmates, nothing serious. I just don't like Sasuke's habit of always talking nonsense during sparring, which is why I went a bit hard on him. It seems Itachi didn't understand Deer's words either. In fact, no one present understood. Lu Shi could only explain to everyone. Talking during a fight can be distracting. If you have something to say, you can say it to the enemy's corpse. There's no need to say it while the enemy is still alive, and besides, who knows who will die if you end up losing to the opponent. Those harsh words before the battle will make you look like a clown. Itachi nodded, "You're right. Sasuke does have this problem. I'll help him change it." "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Lu Shi asked somewhat ambiguously. Why would Itachi thank him for teaching Sasuke a lesson? "Thank you for reminding Sasuke. Future enemies won't remind him." "All right, you guys continue. I need to head back." After saying that, he also comforted Sasuke a bit. "Sasuke, your strength is not weaker than Lu Shi's, but your intelligence and skill are far behind him. You need to try to improve." Listening to Itachi's words, Sasuke nodded, and then Itachi vanished with a. Lu Shi felt that Itachi's words made sense, but could Sasuke really change? Lu Shi thought it was a bit unlikely. If the king of pressure could change, he wouldn't be the king of pressure anymore. At that moment, Naruto approached Lu Shi with a face full of grievances. "Big brother, how could you kick Sasuke toward Sakura? Sakura's first kiss is gone." Seeing Naruto's pitiful little eyes, Lu Shi understood Naruto's thoughts. Moreover, he knew that Naruto liked Sakura. He had previously told him that Sakura wasn't suitable for him, but this stubborn guy just wouldn't listen, so he didn't continue to persuade him. "All right, Naruto. I didn't mean to do it on purpose, and besides, minors don't have first kisses." "Really? Big brother. Hey, are you going to bite me?" Lu Shi was startled by Naruto. As soon as Lu Shi gang finished speaking, Naruto excitedly asked, getting closer and closer. Lu Shi took 2 steps back, fearing that his first kiss might be lost as well. This single-cell person is really easy to deceive. "All right, Naruto, I won't lie to you, let's start training." "Okay, big brother, let's go over there." Then the two began sparring, while the others also started their practice. Only Sasuke stood there in a daze. Sakura was in a particularly good mood today and was training more earnestly than usual. Watching the panting Naruto, Lu Shi felt that this chosen one was a bit hard to describe, as if he was just playing around. Lu Shi thought that Minato Namikaze was more suited to be the chosen one. After school, Lu Shi followed Ino to her family's flower shop. When Ino's mother saw Lu Shi had come with her daughter, she went back home, leaving only Ino and Lu Shi in the shop. "Ino, you didn't tell me your dream last time. Can you tell me today?" Listening to Lu Shi's words, Ino thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I don't know either. I just want to inherit my mother's flower shop and later take care of my husband and children at home." Hearing Ino's words, Lu Shi was also very happy. After all, he didn't want his wife to engage in battles with other ninjas. "So, do you prefer boys or girls?" Rika's words made Ino's little face turn red. She didn't answer Rika and continued to arrange the flowers. Lu Shi suddenly felt that he had asked this question a bit too early, as they were too young. So he didn't pursue the matter further, and instead helped Jing Yi tidy up the flowers. When he returned home in the evening, Lu Shi found that Yamamoto Kaichi and Akadu Tizu were both there. After greeting the 3 of them, Lu Shi prepared to go upstairs. Just as he turned around, he heard his father say, "Lu Shi, don't run around tomorrow. Stay at school quietly with your brother." Deer nodded and agreed. Back in the room, Deer guessed the meaning behind his father's words, which was that the village was going to take action against the Uchiha tomorrow. Lu Shi felt that he should do something. He couldn't let that guy Shimura Danzo get away with it. Didn't he want a Sharingan? Then I'll destroy it. Besides, since the person is dead, let those people be buried properly. Although the eyes are damaged, it's better than having them dug out by someone else. Classmates, everyone will have to stay a little late tonight. Their essay test at school, and we can only leave after the test is finished. After Irika finished speaking, many students started to complain. What's this? If there's a test, why not have it in the morning instead of waiting until evening? Irika listened to the students' complaints and, with no other choice, could only try to appease them. In fact, he didn't know why the school scheduled the test at this time either. The deer did not complain, because he knew that the weasel, this great filial son, was about to take action. Irika-sensei, I want to go to the bathroom. Go ahead. Come back quickly. The test will start soon. Okay, teacher. When the deer arrived at the deserted place, it summoned the shadow ninjas. You go to the Uchiha clan's territory and destroy the eyes of those dead people. Don't let anyone find out. After receiving the order, the 3 shadow ninjas instantly vanished into the darkness. Lucier has tested these shadow ninjas. Although they do not have their own thoughts, they unconditionally execute their master's commands. Moreover, he has discovered that they seem to be connected to his own consciousness. As long as Lucier thinks about it, they know. It is for this reason that Lucier feels at ease entrusting tasks to them. After returning, Lu was surprised to find that everyone had already started preparing for the test, which was still a written exam. He thought to himself, do you dare to be even more perfunctory? But he shrugged it off, thinking, whatever, it's just a test. There is no need to take it too seriously. At this moment, the Uchiha clan grounds were filled with wails, but it soon quieted down. In a dark corner, several pairs of crimson eyes were fixated on the corpses. 3 hours later, Shimura Danzo arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds with the Umbu and Root ninjas. He angrily discovered that not a single complete Sharingan was left in the entire Uchiha. They had all been destroyed. Shimura Danzo furiously cursed, "Evil Uchiha Itachi. How dare you not keep the agreement?" At this time, Sasuke was also spotted by the Umbu, who took him toward the hospital. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Itachi was looking at Sarutobi Hizashi, while Hiruzen gazed at the Uchiha clan grounds. Itachi, you go. The village will take good care of Sasuke. Don't worry. I will handle my own matters. Lord Third, you keep an eye on Shimura Danzo. If he dares to lay a hand on Sasuke, then all previous conditions will be null and void. After saying this, the devoted son left the Hokage building. Soon, Shimura Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, Itachi has gone too far. He actually destroyed all the Sharingan. Hand Sasuke over to me, and I will personally train him. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi was shocked. This was different from what had been agreed upon. Did Itachi not say he would only take his parents' Sharingan? Why were the others destroyed instead? However, Hiruzen was not particularly concerned about this matter. He just didn't know that Danzo's ultimate goal in doing this was the Sharingan. Regaining his composure, Hiruzen coldly said, "If you dare to touch Sasuke, I will immediately treat you as a rogue ninja." I'm not joking, Danzo. Don't think I don't know what you've done. Just because I Haven T said anything doesn't T mean I'm unaware. Sasuke is the only way to control Itachi. If you dare to touch Sasuke, I will withdraw Root. Hiruzen. At this moment, Danzo could hardly believe that his old friend was giving him no leeway at all. Fine, I'll go back to Root. He left without another word, slamming the door behind him. Danzo obediently returned to Root, and as soon as he reached the base, he began to smash things in his office in a fit of rage. While destroying things, he cursed Itachi. That bastard, he actually destroyed all the Sharingan. What was the point of planning this operation? Just to do dirty work for Hiruzen. Come here, Danzo shouted, and immediately 2 people appeared in the office. Looking at them, he said, "Go find out which clan has produced a genius and bring him back." Understood. With that, the 2 disappeared from the room. The next morning, the village of Konoha learned about the Uchiha massacre, and people began to discuss it. However, the major clans were relatively quiet, as they knew more or less some information. Deer was walking on the way to school when he heard many people discussing the Uchiha matter. Lucier felt a sense of lament. What a sin! The Uchiha clan, which has existed since the Warring States period, has actually become a political sacrifice. Senju Tobarama is not a good person either. Just look at his few disciples. And those 2 old geezers in the Elders' Council, monopolizing the most lucrative positions in Konoha. As for Danzo, he's nothing more than a rat in a stinking ditch. And Sarutobi Hizashi is just a coward. System sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Awarded an all-purpose glasses. Lucier was taken aback. The previous items he drew were either for enhancing physical attributes or shadow ninjas. What on earth is this all-purpose glasses? System, what is this all-purpose glasses? It sounds impressive. Host, the all-purpose glasses are a high-tech product that can not only prevent illusions, but also see through disguises, and even have tracking capabilities. Of course, these effects only apply when the host is wearing them. To others, they appear as ordinary glasses. Wow, that's pretty impressive. After saying that, Lu Shi took out the glasses, which had round lenses. He felt that wearing these glasses instantly brought out the aura of a financial manager. Shikamaru looked curiously at the goggles that his older brother had pulled out from somewhere. Where did you get these goggles, big brother? When Lu put on his glasses, he walked towards the school without answering Shikamaru, mainly because he couldn't explain where the glasses came from. The sudden appearance of the glasses was too astonishing. Fortunately, Shikamaru didn't notice, and seeing that his older brother didn't want to talk, he didn't press further. When dear time arrived in the classroom, many people were already there, but Juzi did not come. Naruto was there alone, lost in thought. It's really a rare thing for Naruto to be daydreaming. Lu Shi walked up to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? It's rare to see you so quiet. Big brother, you're here. I heard about the Uchiha incident this morning, and I'm worried about Sasuke. I really feel that Naruto and Sasuke are true love, while Hinata and Sakura are just accidents. Although I think this in my heart, I still comfortingly said, don't worry. Sasuke is fine. He'll be back in a few days. If you're worried about him, you could go see him at night. Naruto nodded. When Lu Shi returned to his seat, he saw Ino and Hinata talking. He didn't want to interrupt the two girls and instead began to sleep, something everyone had gotten used to. What frustrated everyone the most was that Lu Shi could sleep in class every day and still score the highest on exams, which made things a bit awkward for them. A week later, Sasuke was discharged from the hospital and returned to school. Since tomorrow was the weekend, everyone planned to go camping together. Initially, Lu Shi was worried that Sasuke wouldn't participate, given his poor mental state. However, after Naruto's persistent nagging, Sasuke finally agreed, which excited Naruto enough to jump up. The next morning, everyone gathered at the village gate. Hinata, Ino, and Sakura carefully checked all the gear, afraid of missing anything. Shikamaru, on the other hand, yawned and complained about the early gathering. Once they entered the forest campsite, Choji couldn't wait to take out snacks and start eating. Then, everyone collaborated to set up tents, start a fire, and enjoy this rare, leisurely time. At 10 in the morning, Lu Shi began grilling meat. After all, he was the only one who could grill, while Choji was just a foodie. Sasuke, I tell you, I've been training with my brother every day, and I'm already really strong, Naruto said. Sasuke ignored him and simply replied, idiot. Lu Shi also didn't know what Hinata liked about Naruto. This idiot only sticks to Sakura and clings to Sasuke. Yamanaka Shino went hunting with Inuzuka Kiba and their ninja dogs, while the others had nothing to do and were chatting. Lu Shi felt a warm sense of nostalgia watching them. This was the childhood of normal kids. It would be even better without war. At that moment, 3 people came running towards them. Lu Shi recognized them. They were the other 3 members of Team 10, Tintin, Rock Lee, and Hyuga Niji. As soon as Hinata saw Niji, she immediately called out, Niji Onaizen. The others greeted Hinata's brother, with Tintin and Lee being more enthusiastic, greeting everyone warmly, while Niji was a bit aloof. Since they knew each other, why not join us? We are camping, and we have plenty of food prepared. The 3 felt a bit embarrassed, but eventually agreed. Tintin even came over to help, while Naruto and Lee, the 2 simple-minded ninjas, started chatting. Although the children in the ninja world mature quickly, they're also very innocent, and they soon became familiar with each other. Lee didn't seem as youthful now. He looked like a normal person. However, it seemed that Lee had a crush on Sakura, as he kept stealing glances at her. Soon, the barbecue was ready, and everyone gathered to start eating. The few girls ate the barbecue quite gracefully, while Naruto and Choji were like 2 gluttons. At this point, Niji asked Sasuke, who is the strongest among you here? Hearing Niji's words, Sasuke glanced at Lu Shi and pointed with his chin. Niji looked at Lu Shi and then at Shikamaru. Without that scar, he wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Let's spar after we finish eating. I feel like I've hit a bottleneck in my strength lately. After Niji said this, everyone looked at him in disbelief, and Niji felt a bit embarrassed, not understanding why everyone was looking at him like that. Sure, Lu Shi did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Tian was a bit curious why everyone reacted that way after Ning Si spoke, so she asked Jingyi. Why did Ning Si challenge Lu Shi, and why did they have that expression? Jingyi looked at Tian with an awkward expression. Well, I can't really explain it either, but you'll find out soon. After saying that, Jingyi glanced at the stick by the tent. Tian looked in that direction as well, but she didn't see anything special. Everyone enjoyed the barbecue and had great conversations, ranging from studies to training, and then from training to girls. After eating, a few girls started clean up, while the men went to an open area because Ning Si was going to spar with Lu Shi. Everyone was also curious about Ning Si's strength. Ning Si looked at the stick in Lu Shi's hand and asked, Is this your weapon? Yes, this sword weighs 7 pounds. Cough, cough. I mean, this is my weapon. But I rarely use it. Its power is quite large. No problem. Just right. I have hit a bottleneck. So please attack me with all your strength. Okay. As soon as Rushi finished speaking, he was about to draw his sword. Seeing this, Ino, Hinata, and Sakura immediately pulled Tenten and ran off into the distance. Why are we running? We haven't finished cleaning up yet. And will he really cut us? Sakura explained, Tenten, let's go first and clean up later. As for Rushi, you'll understand soon. The others, seeing Rushi about to draw his sword, also ran back. Naruto grabbed Lee, who looked confused, not understanding why everyone was acting this way. Byakugan, activate. I'm going to attack now. Come on, let me see the strength of the Hyuga clan's genius. After saying this, Rushi drew his sword, and then there was a cloud of black smoke. Niji was curious why a sword could emit smoke, but he still attacked. 1 minute later, Bagua cough cough. Bagua cough cough. 8 coughs. I cough cough, I cough cough cough, I admit defeat, put the cough cough sword away. I admit defeat, cough 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 cough. At this moment, Niji covered his mouth and nose with one hand while speaking. Lee looked bewildered at the two figures in the black smoke, muttering to himself. What kind of sparring is this? Naruto, with his arm around Lee's shoulder, boasted, how about that? My brother is amazing, right? Lee looked at Rushi and said amazing, but the way of defeating opponents is a bit special. Ha! Only my brother can do it this way. 10 minutes later, the black smoke dissipated, and everyone returned to the tent. Sakura said to Tenten, now you know why we pulled you to run, right? Tenten nodded and then looked at Rushi's sword. Niji complained gloomily, Rushi, when will you not use that sword? Let's spar again. I admit, I'm no match for you when you use that sword. Okay, let's spar again before you graduate. Alright, by then, I will definitely defeat you with my gentle fist. Niji no longer wanted to face Rushi with a sword. It was too frustrating. By the way, Niji, how did you 3 end up here? This was something Rushi had wanted to ask from the start. However, there hadn't been an opportunity until now, so he decided to ask. We're here to hunt for treasure. Upon hearing Niji's words, everyone exchanged glances. Tenten, looking at everyone's expressions, explained, recently, everyone in the village has been saying there are treasures here, and even the Hokage sent people to look for it. So the 3 of us thought we would try our luck since we have a holiday today. As soon as everyone heard there were treasures here, their eyes immediately lit up. Lucier knew that this was how he explained the origin of the smoke blade at that time, following what Sarutobi Hizashi had said. He didn't expect it to change as it spread, but Lucier had no intention of explaining. A treasure hunt game sounded good to everyone. In the evening, 13 people headed towards Konoha village. In the afternoon, they conducted a thorough search of the forest, but found nothing. There were originally some damaged ninja tools, but they were all gone today. They didn't know that those items had been picked up by the Yambu. However, as soon as they arrived at the gates of Konoha, 2 people appeared in front of them. They said to the group, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, you 2 leave, the rest of you come with us. Lord Danzo has something to discuss with you. The group exchanged glances, as some of them had never even heard of Danzo. Lucier stepped forward and said, no, we don't know any Danzo, we want to go home. Hee, whether you go or not is not up to you to decide. I advise you to honestly come with us. Otherwise, Deer turned his back to Shikamaru and made a gesture. As soon as Shikamaru saw it, he immediately understood his brother's meaning and secretly extended his shadow towards a member of the root. When Lu saw that Shikamaru was about to succeed, he also controlled his shadow to extend towards another Umbu member. These 2 people still thought that these others were afraid. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body. Deer spoke hit him. In an instant, Naruto charged towards the 2, truly believing that all the training during this time was not in vain. During this period, Deer had frequently taught them how to team fight, and he also instructed them not just with hand signs. Naruto and Ino had both seen the hand sign Deer made just now. Once everyone saw Naruto make a move, they all followed him to charge at the 2, and soon Tenten joined in as well. So, 11 people and a dog started kicking at the 2ch Nin from the Umbu. The Umbu members were dumbfounded. In fact, when Root appeared, they had already sent someone to notify the 3rd Hokage, but they didn't expect this group of kids to be so brutal. Coincidentally, Sarutobi Hizashi was discussing matters with various clans at that time. Due to the Uchiha clan massacre, the land of Earth was becoming restless. Therefore, Sarutobi Hizashi planned to send some clan ninjas to the border. Just then, an Umbu appeared beside him and whispered a few words in his ear, causing Sarutobi Hizashi to stand up immediately. Where are they? Take me there quickly, he said as he walked outside, and everyone was unsure of what was happening. Noticing that the Hokage seemed very anxious, Just as everyone hesitated on whether to follow, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back and said to them, "You should come too. It concerns you as well." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, everyone followed him in confusion. When they arrived at the scene, they were stunned to see a group of kids surrounding and beating two people. Among these kids were their own children, who immediately rushed forward to pull their kids away, only to see the two individuals lying on the ground with bruised faces. At this moment, Shikamaru directly retracted his shadow and sat down on the ground. Rikuji came to Shikamaru and helped his son up, then turned to Riku and asked, "Riku, what do you think is going on?" Riku returned to his shadow and explained to his father the cause of the incident. "Dad, we just got back from camping when two people claiming to be from the route came and said that Lord Danzo wanted to see us. We didn't know this person, and they tried to force us to go with them. So, Shikamaru and I used shadow control on them, and then I directed my classmates to fight them." Not only Riku spoke, but others also shared the story with their fathers. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened at the side, already cursing Danzo's ancestors in his heart. What does Danzo want? Is he trying to disband Konoha? If these kids are captured by you today, tomorrow they'll revolt. Not everyone is as cowardly as Uchiha Fugaku. These clans may be loyal to Konoha, but if you drag their heirs in a route, see if they won't rebel. They don't care who you are. Hearing their children's words, the other parents' expressions turned grim as they understood what route was. The ninjas there could hardly be considered human. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately spoke to calm them down. "Everyone, take your children home for now. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow." Seeing that the Hokage said so, everyone didn't say anything and decided to wait. After all, it was just one more night. After everyone left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the two individuals towards Route. At this time, Danzo was still in his office at Route, and his subordinate had just mentioned finding some good candidates and would bring them over shortly. However, before the subordinate could arrive, Sarutobi Hiruzen came in. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen directly pushed open the door. Impudent! Danzo wanted to reprimand him, but upon seeing who it was, he immediately retracted his reprimands and instead asked, "Hiruzen, what brings you here?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and asked, "Do you know where Tsunade is?" Danzo was taken aback. Why was his old buddy asking about Tsunade? However, he still informed Sarutobi Hiruzen. The last news about Tsunade was half a year ago. "I think she was in the land of hot water when Root encountered her during a mission." "Why do you ask about her?" "I'm asking for you." Danzo felt that his old buddy was acting strangely today, saying things he couldn't understand. Danzo said somewhat angrily, "What do you mean by that?" "It means you should bring Tsunade back. Let her fix your brain." Upon hearing this, Danzo couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly came to Root and said a bunch of things he didn't understand, and even mocked his intelligence. "Hiruzen, are you mocking me? Don't think that just because you are Hokage, you can do whatever you want." Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled the Root members to bring in the two individuals. Upon seeing the miserable state of his two subordinates, Danzo couldn't help but get angry and roared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, you have gone too far. How could you lay hands on my people? Gone too far? What did you send them to do?" Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo calmed down and cautiously said, "Root is short on people lately, so I sent them to find some promising children to train." "Haha, you really dare to admit it." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Danzo got a bit angry. "So what if I was looking for some talented kids? I told them that I wouldn't touch Naruto and Sasuke." "Haha, this time if you were looking for Naruto and Sasuke, I wouldn't be so angry. Do you know who your two foolish subordinates tried to capture today?" Upon hearing this, Danzo felt that things were getting serious, especially since his old buddy had mentioned Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Those two fools wouldn't be trying to catch Konohamaru, would they? But that kid is so young. "Speak. I asked you to find some promising children. Who did you find?" Facing Danzo's question, the two men did not dare to hide and directly stated, "Lord Danzo, after our investigation, we found quite a few good candidates at the school." Danzo directly interrupted them. Scolding, "Just say the names." "Yes, Lord. The qualified candidates are Hyuga Tintin, Riku, Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Yamanaka Shino, and also..." Bang! Danzo threw a water cup from the table, hitting one person on the head. "Enough. You two fools. I asked you to find me promising children, not to create trouble. If you really bring these kids here, tomorrow Root will be wiped out by them. You two idiots. They're the future heads of their respective clans. They must be talented, but are you capable of handling them? If you touch one, that's one thing. But you want to catch all the families of Konoha in one net? How'd I end up with two idiots like you?" Danzo scolded the two men, and he was about to explode with anger. If it were just one individual, that would be fine, but But now you've involved all these families from Konoha. Are you trying to get me killed and take my position? Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Danzo's expression and felt relieved. It seemed that it wasn't his intention. If he really had such thoughts, for the sake of Konoha, he would have to dispose of Root. Danzo, no matter what, this matter was initiated by you, and I need to give those people an explanation. I have nothing to compensate them with. Hiruzen, you handle it. Danzo started to play hardball. This matter was a bit serious, and he didn't want to pay for it. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled slightly. He was waiting for Danzo to say this. All right, since that's the case, you can handle Root's budget for the second half of the year. Hiruzen, you've gone too far. I won't accept such a demand. Danzo, you need to understand how serious this matter is. I've been very lenient with you, so you'd better not challenge my patience. Seeing that his old buddy's attitude was so firm, Danzo could only compromise. All right, I agree to this condition, but I need some medical equipment. Sarutobi Hizashi thought for a moment and ultimately agreed. He didn't want to push his old buddy too hard. Okay, you can get it from Tsunade. After Sarutobi Hizashi finished speaking, he left the root base with the Umbu. Come here, Danzo called out, and two people immediately appeared before him. Get rid of these two fools and investigate who brought them in. Deal with them together. I've had enough of these idiots. The two kneeling on the ground wanted to plead for mercy, but were knocked out and taken away by Danzo's guards. Useless, useless. If I had the ability to recruit those kids into Root, I would have been Hokage long ago. Danzo cursed in Root, while Sarutobi Hizashi felt quite good. He didn't actually care about the money. Mainly, he wanted to keep Danzo in check. Danzo was the knife in his hand, and he had to control this knife's lethality from time to time to prevent it from hurting him. That night, at Nara Riku's home. Riku, what do you think is going on with this matter? Lucier thought for a moment, and then said to his father, I think this is likely a misunderstanding. Although the Hokage's advisor has a lot of power, he is not foolish enough to fall out with so many clans. If that happens, his dream of becoming Hokage will be even harder to achieve. Luju nodded. It's really troublesome. You guys chat. I'm going back upstairs to rest. Rikuju looked at his little son with helplessness. This guy was too lazy and found everything troublesome. Just as he was about to tell Rikamaru to go upstairs to rest, Riku sure called out from the other side. Mom, Rikamaru said at school that you were a troublesome woman. I think you should have a talk with him. Shikamaru. When Lu's mother heard her son's call, she immediately came down from upstairs. Then, with a serious expression, she said, Lumar, come inside. I need to talk to you about something. Shikamaru glanced at his father, and Shikaku immediately turned his head. Come up with me. Reluctantly following his mother's words, Shikamaru went up, casting a glance at his dog brother. But Shikashi didn't care at all. After his wife and youngest son left, Shikaku asked Shikashi, is it really okay for you to mess with your brother like this? Lu didn't care and waved his hand, saying, don't worry, it's fine. Shikamaru is too lazy, so it's good for my mom to tidy him up a bit. All right then. By the way, how do you think Lord Hokage will handle the situation? What else can he do? Give something good to the family, either a ninjutsu or a shop. But it definitely won't be a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. The highest would be A-rank ninjutsu. By the way, father, if it's a shop, you can keep it. But if it's ninjutsu, let's forget it. Those ninjutsu aren't suitable for our Nara clan. Also, I've almost sorted out the method for controlling shadows without hand signs. And in a few days, I'll teach you and Shikamaru the method, so you can free your hands during battles. Really? That's great. In future battles, I'll have another means of attack. Just a moment ago, the excited Shikaku suddenly became serious. Shikaku, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. After all, you're much more mature than your peers. There's something I want to hear your opinion on. Looking at his father's expression, Shika roughly guessed his father's thoughts and said directly, let Shikamaru take the position of the Nara clan leader. That guy may be lazy, but he is very reliable. Even though our Nara clan is not a large family, we have over 100 members, and I really don't like doing this. Nara Shikaku listened to his eldest son's words and nodded in satisfaction. The next generation's clan leader would definitely be the next generation's pig, deer, butterfly. Since his eldest son didn't want to become the next pig, deer, butterfly, Shikamaru was more suitable to be the next clan leader. He was worried that the two brothers would fall out over this position, which would make his wife very sad. I'm relieved that you think this way. All right, you should go rest now. Okay, father. After returning to his room, Shika immediately signed in, as he had forgotten this because he got up early to prepare for the camping trip. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bald eagle with golden claws. What is this? Why is it still an animal? Host. The bald eagle with golden claws is a super large bird of prey. Once it reaches adulthood, it can even carry 2 adults in flight, and it has a very long lifespan, making it a suitable spirit beast for you. After hearing the system's introduction, Shika couldn't wait to take out this bird of prey. Then, system, you said it's a super large bird of prey. It hasn't been weaned yet, right? Host, an adult bald eagle cannot be tamed by humans. So you understand. Fine, let's just consider it a pet, but it's only about the size of my hand. What do I feed it? Host, you can feed it some water and eggs now. Once it opens its eyes, you can feed it some meat chunks. After it learns to fly, it can hunt for itself. But you must ensure that the first thing it sees when it opens its eyes is you. Otherwise, it won't recognize its owner. Alright, then let's give it a name. I'll call you Little Black. As Lushur played with the little guy, he called out its name. Bang 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 bang. In the forest outside of Konoha, Lushur was wildly chopping at a large tree with a wooden sword. Shikamaru, what's wrong with my big brother? He seems to be training really hard lately. I don't know, but I've noticed it too. My big brother has indeed been training very diligently. Hearing the conversation between Naruto and Shikamaru, Choji also came over and said to Shikamaru and Naruto, shouldn't we also work hard on our training? At this rate, by the time we graduate, Lushur might have the strength of a Chunin. Upon hearing Choji's words, Naruto immediately started training. He didn't want to fall too far behind his big brother. What they didn't know was that Lushur was working so hard solely to become stronger quickly, so he could hunt more prey. Little Hay had been with him for 3 months now, and its appetite was growing larger. Lushur was running out of pocket money to support Little Hay, and he was afraid that if he waited too long, the black eagle given by the system would starve to death. Just as Lushur was practicing hard, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lushur, stop training for now and come eat. Turning around, he saw Ino and Hinata. Deer put down the wooden sword in his hand and walked towards Ino. Ino, what brings you here? He asked as he reached her. Ino looked at Deer, who was sweating profusely, and kindly wiped the sweat off his face before taking out a lunchbox. I went to your house to find you, and Uncle Juku said you were training here. I thought you probably didn't bring any food, so I came to deliver lunch to you. She finished with a sweet smile. At that moment, a small chubby hand reached for the lunchbox from behind Deer. Smack! Ino quickly swatted the chubby hand away and called out to its owner, Choji. Your lunch is with Hinata. This is specially prepared for Deer. Hinata, looking a bit embarrassed, handed the lunchbox to Choji, stammering, this is your lunch with Naruto. While saying this, she secretly glanced at Naruto. Naruto didn't notice Hinata's unusual behavior and took the lunchbox without hesitation. Everyone opened their lunchboxes and started eating. The food in this world was actually quite ordinary, but Deer had gotten used to it. After finishing lunch, Ino and Hinata left, reminding Deer not to work too hard before they went. Shikamaru, Naruto, and Choji took a big bite of dog food. After Ino left, Shikaji began practicing walking on water and climbing trees, which is the best way to master chakra control. He can now stand on water, but he still cannot move. Naruto and the others also started training in the same way as Shikaji, but it didn't go very smoothly, and they fell into the water several times. After practicing walking on water and climbing trees, Shikaji began practicing the body flicker technique. Although it is a low-level ninjutsu, mastering it can be very useful. The former salamander Hanzo gained the title of demigod thanks to his extraordinary body flicker technique and swordsmanship, and of course, there was also his use of poison. But one cannot deny that his taijutsu was indeed very strong. Deer understands one thing very clearly. Rather than learning some flashy ninjutsu, it's better to specialize in one skill. Just think of Kaiku, the man who almost kicked his way to the finale. And then there's Sarutobi Hizashi, who knows a lot of ninjutsu. But what happened? He still had to rely on the ninja who betrayed the village to achieve peace. Deer sure shouted at his 3 friends who were soaking in the bath. Alright, today's training ends here. Let's go back. When Naruto heard Deershur's words, he immediately climbed ashore and complained to Deershur, Big brother, how come you can master treading water and climbing trees so quickly? Why can't I learn it? Am I really that stupid? Naruto bombarded Deershur with a series of 3 questions as soon as he got up. Riku carefully explained the reasons to Naruto. Naruto, you're too impatient. First, you need to calm your mind, and then practice. Didn't you see that Choji and Shikamaru also didn't succeed? Shikamaru couldn't concentrate, and Choji was always thinking about what to eat. If they could succeed like that, it would be a miracle. The 3 of them listened to Riku's analysis and silently took note of it. If the friends all slacked off together, it wouldn't matter much. But having one particularly hardworking person among them created a sense of urgency. That evening, when Riku returned home, his mother had already prepared dinner. However, his father had not yet returned, probably because he was on a mission. After the 3 of them finished eating, Riku took a large piece of meat back to his room. As soon as Kuro saw Riku, he let out a gurgling sound, which was not from his stomach, but was Kuro's way of vocalizing. Dear Sure came to Xiao Hei, took out a piece of meat, and placed it in front of Xiao Hei, then watched as Xiao Hei began to eat. Xiao Hei had already grown to 30 centimeters, and its fur had fully grown, but still couldn't fly. The family all knew that Dear Sure had a pet, and the parents didn't pay much attention. After all, children like to keep pets. There was even a ninja dog resting on Inuzuka's head every day. When Lu Sure was in school, he asked his mother to help take care of Xiao Hei. However, Xiao Hei refused to eat anything except what Lu Sure fed him. So every morning, Lu Sure would set aside the meat for lunch in advance, fearing that Xiao Hei would go hungry. During this period, Lu Sure was training exceptionally hard, and his friends watched him put in so much effort. So, everyone began to compete with each other, which made Iruka very pleased. Even the bottom of the class Naruto made significant progress. During this time, Lu Sure also met with Kai and Kakashi. Although Kakashi had given up on the Konoha clan sword techniques, he still taught Lu Sure a few moves, proving that a thin, dead camel is still larger than a horse. The sword techniques of the Konoha clan were quite similar to what Lu Sure practiced, as both emphasized speed and aim for a one-hit kill. Moreover, Lu Sure's sword techniques combined with the smoke knife appeared even more elusive, with sharper angles of attack. However, Lu Sure had been feeling a bit down lately. He hadn't drawn any shadow ninjas for quite some time, which meant his plan to form a shadow army had to be postponed. Just imagine, controlling the enemy and then suddenly having many shadow ninjas appear from the shadows. Wouldn't that scare them to death? The only drawback was that these shadow ninjas were of average strength, just at the level of Chunin, but they were enough for surprise attacks, and besides, these shadow ninjas couldn't be killed. In some ways, these shadow ninjas were indeed quite similar to ordinary ninjas, in that they had high attack but low defense. If he could summon ninjas of all 9 forms, Lu Sure would not have to fear any kind of one-on-one combat. After all, just thinking about the enemy fighting against a group of his own was enjoyable. Moreover, not long ago, Lu Sure had placed a shadow ninja in Danzo's shadow, so he didn't have to worry about that old schemer playing tricks anymore. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Sure had been in the Hokage world for 11 years. On the playground of Konoha, 2 figures, one black and one white, were engaged in battle. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Smoke knife, 10 continuous slashes. Bang! The boy in white was instantly struck by the back of the black-clad boy's knife and flew backward. "Ha, my big brother won. I told you so. My big brother is the strongest." Everyone looked at Naruto with a foolish expression, thinking, "You didn't even fight. Why are you so excited?" Today was Niji's graduation day, and Lu Sure fulfilled his previous promise by sparring with Niji without using the smoke knife. Tian watched Niji fly out with a worried expression and said to Xiaoli, "Is Niji okay? This guy Lu Sure has gotten stronger again." Xiaoli nudda. "Yeah, I thought they would at least be evenly matched. I didn't expect it to end so quickly." However, Lu Sure just used the back of the knife, so Niji should be fine. Just as Xiaoli finished speaking, Niji stood up. Niji walked up to Lu Sure and, though a bit unwilling, said to Lu Sure, "You won. It seems I am no match for you even without your smoke knife." Yash, this is youth. Having goals worth chasing can inspire the fighting spirit of youth even more. Tian immediately stepped aside upon hearing this, recognizing that it was teacher Kai speaking. Sometimes, Kai's and Xiao Li's behavior made her feel particularly embarrassed as a girl. Youth is the process of chasing after each other. No one can always be first. Niji, you are a genius, but don't let the title of genius bind you. Keep working hard. I believe you can definitely surpass me, but I will continue to work hard too. Rushi gave Niji a mental boost, as he didn't want Niji to be discouraged. "You said it perfectly. This is what youth is all about," Xiao Li and Kai said in unison. Then they saw Kai and Xiao Li hugging each other, crying and wailing, both holding their heads in despair. "Those 2 idiots. Don't worry, Rushi. I won't be down just because I lost once. From today on, you are my target to chase after, but please don't let me catch up too easily. I might be disappointed." Hearing Niji's words, Rushi smiled slightly and replied, "Don't worry. You definitely won't catch up to me before you have kids." Niji was taken aback, then burst out laughing. "Ha, just wait." Niji then asked Rushi, "Aren't you planning to graduate? You already have the strength to graduate. Why continue wasting time in school?" Upon hearing Niji's question, Rushi looked back at the classmates behind him and waved at them. Turning back to Niji, he said, "School time is wonderful. I want to graduate with them." Niji clearly didn't expect Rushi to answer that way, but still said, "All right, then I'll graduate first. Okay, wait for me outside." After saying that, Niji walked towards Teacher Kai, while Rushi walked towards Ino. Naruto saw Rushi coming over and immediately ran to him. Big brother, you're amazing. You defeated someone as strong as Niji. No wonder you're my big brother, Uzumaki Naruto. Deer was amused by Naruto's words, but feels a bit strange. Lucier walked to the front of the crowd and loudly said to everyone, "Today, I'm treating you all to ramen. Hooray, long live my brother." Then Lucier took Ino's small hand and walked towards Ichiraku Ramen. Everyone was very happy, except for Shikamaru, who muttered behind, "You're treating, but do you have money? It's still me paying." The actions of the crowd were clearly observed by a lewd old man inside a crystal ball, who was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, hand over Nara Lucier to me. I promise to train him into a sharp blade to protect Konoha." Hiruzen didn't even need to look to know who it was. He retracted the crystal ball and said slowly, "That's impossible. I don't even want to mention the things you usually do. But if you want to shake the foundations of Konoha, I won't agree to that. Hiruzen, I really need people right now. The kids at the orphanage have no potential at all, and the root needs some promising children." Hiruzen's expression gradually turned cold as he warned, "Danzo, put away your little schemes. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I don't care how you mess around outside, but if you reach into the school, you know how I will deal with you." "Oomph. Hiruzen, you're getting old. If it weren't for my root these years, do you think you could sit back and be Hokage like this?" "Enough, Danzo. There are no wars now. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I may be old, but I'm not dead. And besides, you're getting old too." Hiruzen's words directly touched Shimura Danzo's most sensitive nerve, implying that both of them were old and that Danzo should stop thinking about becoming Hokage. The door slammed shut. Watching Danzo leave, Hiruzen began to reflect on himself, wondering if he had been too lenient with this old comrade, allowing him to dare place people in the Umbu. After Lu Shigang finished sparring with Ningxi, Danzo already knew about it. He would never believe that there were no Danzo's people in the Umbu. The security work of the school has always been the responsibility of the Umbu, which is why he was angry. Sarutobi Hizashi said, "Go check the people on duty today. See who are Danzo's people and deal with them." "Yes." Sarutobi Hizashi picked up his pipe and started smoking. In the evening, Lucier returned home, and the Shadow Ninja reported today's events to him. This Danzo really is a persistent ghost. Lucier originally thought that Danzo had already stopped thinking about him, so he didn't plan to do anything about it. After all, leaving Danzo for Sasuke to deal with could be considered a way for Sasuke to take revenge. Since Danzo, that old schemer, was plotting against him, he couldn't just wait around. He had to take the initiative. Lucier then issued an order to the Shadow Ninja. The Shadow Ninja, upon receiving the order, instantly disappeared into the darkness. At the root, Danzo was still cursing. "Hizashi, you will regret this. My teacher should have made me Hokage back then. Only I can lead the village to..." Suddenly, Danzo felt a sharp pain in his lower body and couldn't help but cry out. The Umbu members heard Danzo scream and immediately rushed in. "Lord Danzo, what happened to you?" The two ninjas approached Danzo, only to witness a scene that shattered their worldview. Danzo was hunched over the table, clutching his lower body, with blood still on his hands. At this point, Danzo had already fainted from the pain. The two quickly picked him up and ran towards the Konoha hospital. At the Konoha hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking to the doctors, inquiring about Danzo's condition. He had seen the Umbu members carrying Danzo to the hospital and followed them. However, Danzo's condition left him somewhat dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that this doctor was the hospital director, he would have thought someone was playing a joke on him as Hokage. The doctor said, "Lord Danzo sustained some injuries in the back, but it's not serious. Just be careful in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at the doctor. "Hokage-sama, are you alright?" Hearing someone call him, Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses and instructed the doctor, "I'm fine. You can go now, and don't let this leak out." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The doctor agreed and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door and entered the hospital room. At this point, Danzo had already woken up but was lying on the bed. He pulled over a chair and sat down, and said to Danzo, "Danzo, have you been under a lot of pressure lately? If you're short on people, I can give you a few Umbu members." "Sigh, it's all the village's fault for holding you back. You still haven't started a family." Danzo was confused. He felt happy when he heard he could get a few Umbu, but what did the latter part mean? Just as he was about to speak, he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen continue, "Danzo, you should really find a woman for that kind of thing. 2 men might be a bit." Danzo finally understood. Was he implying that Danzo, was gay? He immediately wanted to get up to explain, but as soon as he moved, it pulled at his injury. Yet he still opened his mouth to clarify. "Hizashi, it's not what you think. Danzo wanted to explain but didn't know how he got injured. He woke up in the hospital. Seeing Danzo's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more certain. Yes, it was exactly what he thought. This was something that couldn't be explained away. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to comfort him. Danzo, just rest well. When you get discharged, I have a surprise for you. Danzo still wanted to explain, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had already left. However, he could see Sarutobi Hiruzen's back shaking uncontrollably, clearly trying to suppress laughter. At this moment, Danzo was fuming, shouting at Sarutobi Hiruzen's retreating figure, Hizashi, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back to glance at Danzo, who felt a bit embarrassed. He had blurted that out in a fit of urgency. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him and continued walking out. As soon as the door slammed shut, Danzo called for his subordinates. Lord Danzo, is there something wrong? You two go back to the route and search the entire place to see who attacked me. The two exchanged glances. They had been guarding outside the door at the time, so how could anyone have entered? However, they thought that perhaps Lord Danzo felt a bit embarrassed. So he said it that way. After they agreed, they left. Then Danzo began to ponder who had attacked him. This person definitely had space-based abilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to silently enter the Umbu. When Lucier heard the report from the Shadow Ninja, he couldn't help but laugh. This Shadow Ninja was truly obedient, doing whatever he was told. He really wanted to see Danzo right now. I wonder how Lord Hokage's assistant is doing? It must be quite refreshing. Although Sarutobi Hizashi told the hospital director not to let it leak, the matter still got out. Soon, the entire Konoha knew about the glorious deeds of the Hokage's assistant, and Danzo never expected that his only moment of fame would be because of this. Villager A, have you heard? Lord Danzo likes men. My son, who works at the hospital, told me this personally. Villager B, no way. I heard Lord Danzo has a summoning beast. Villager C, you're both wrong. Lord Danzo likes snakes, and his injury is also. In just a few days, various versions of Danzo's love and hate stories spread throughout Konoha. However, at this time, the Umbu intervened, and through their suppression, the matter was quickly silenced. Inside the Hokage's office, 2 men and 1 woman were staring at each other. Danzo, this is a member of the Sarutobi clan, named Sarutobi Shuko. This is what I promised you before. I carefully picked her out. You should take her and have a chat. Get to know each other. Danzo looked at the woman in front of him, who seemed to be in her 50s, and she didn't look like a very powerful ninja. Could she be a ninja with a special ability? Danzo coldly asked, what are your special skills? This woman had a very good temperament. Even with Danzo's cold demeanor, she still spoke gently. I could do laundry and cooking, take care of the household, and I could take good care of you, so you won't have to worry about home. Danzo felt he must have misheard and asked again. Sarutobi Shuko repeated herself, and at that moment, Danzo understood completely. This woman was not a ninja with special abilities at all, but rather the wife that Sarutobi Hizashi had introduced to him. Danzo's face turned pale, and he really wanted to chop Sarutobi Hizashi into pieces to feed the dogs. He had thought that the person Hizashi introduced him to was a special ability ninja, but it turned out to be this. As the esteemed Hokage's assistant, did he really need someone to introduce a wife to him? Danzo turned to leave, his expression dark. Danzo, think about it. Shuko is indeed a good person, and she won't hurt you. Hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Danzo staggered and nearly fell, then quickly walked out of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hizashi awkwardly glanced at Sarutobi Shuko, realizing he had called her over only for Danzo to have that attitude. Danzo returned to his office with his subordinates. As soon as he entered, he saw his chair, which had a hole in it, making him feel uneasy. Damn it, why didn't he replace the chair? Seeing Danzo lose his temper, his subordinates immediately brought in a new chair and took the old one away. Danzo sat down, but instantly stood up again, checking the new chair inside and out. However, Danzo still felt uneasy and rearranged the position of his desk before finally sitting down. Once seated, Danzo asked the two, has there been any movement in the village recently? The two exchanged glances before replying. Nothing special, just some rumors about you, but the Umbu has already taken care of it. Danzo was stunned. How could there be rumors about him? What are they saying about me? 10 minutes later, Danzo was about to explode. He admitted that his reputation as Shimura Danzo was not good, but there shouldn't be such outrageous rumors spreading. 3 days later, at Nara Shikaku's house, many villagers arrived, including members of the Nara clan. Nara clan leader, you really need to do something about your eagle. It has already taken 2 calves from my family. Yeah, Nara clan leader, not just your calves, many of my livestock have also been taken by that black eagle. You can't just ignore it. Leader, our Nara clan's deer farm has also been visited by that little black eagle several times. It's fine if it eats something, But every time the deer see the little black one, they go into a frenzy. Can you get Lu Shi to manage that little black one? After 10 minutes, everyone finally finished speaking. Members of the Nara clan all knew that the little black eagle was Lu Shi's pet. At first, everyone thought that this black eagle was quite impressive. But no one expected that in just a few years, the black eagle had become a menace in Konoha. If it weren't for the decent relationship between the Nara clan and the villagers, these villagers would have wanted to post a mission to deal with it. Lu Shi quickly explained to everyone, "Everyone, I will bear your losses, and I will also make sure to control Xiaohei in the future. I'm really sorry." After saying this, he even bowed to the crowd. Seeing Lu Shi like this, everyone quickly backed down. After all, Lu Shi's status in the village was not something they could compare to. He had already admitted his mistake, and if they continued to be unreasonable, they would only bring misfortune upon themselves. Just as everyone was leaving, Lu Shi and Lu Wan returned, with Lu Wan carrying a bag. As soon as Lu Shi entered the yard, he called out to the little black bird on the wooden post, "Little black, I've brought you some treats." Then Lu Shi placed the bag he was holding on the platform, which he had specially commissioned to be made. It had 3 layers. The top layer was where Little Black usually stayed, the middle layer was where Little Black lived, and the bottom layer was where Little Black fed. When Little Black saw that Lu Shi had returned, it immediately flew down and started eating, all of which Lu Shi had specially prepared for it. Little Black could now hunt on its own, but Lu Shi still made sure to give it some snacks. Little Black's wingspan had now reached 5 meters, but it was still not fully grown. Eagles grew very slowly, and it was estimated that it would take a few more years before Little Black could be used as a mount. At this moment, Rikuju pushed the door open and saw his 2 sons playing with the little black dog, feeling both happy and bittersweet. When he first saw the little black dog, Rikuju thought it was his son's pet and didn't pay much attention to it. Gradually, he began to notice the little black dog's differences. The little black dog was growing bigger and bigger. Its aggression was also very strong. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs now turn and run when they see the little black dog. Lu Shi said that from now on, let Xiaowei be his own spirit beast. Rika thought for a moment and felt it was a good idea. After all, there are very few summoning beasts that can fly in the ninja world. The 2 brothers saw their father coming and immediately asked, "Father, what brings you here?" Lu Shi, can you communicate with Xiaohei now? Lu Shi didn't expect his father to ask this, but he replied, "Sure, some simple communication is fine." "What do you ask, Dad?" "Haha, it's nothing. Since that's the case, tell Xiaohei to hunt in a more distant place in the future." Upon hearing his father's words, Lu Shi immediately understood what was going on. It must be that Xiaohei had caused some trouble. Lu replied immediately, "I understand, father. I will let Xiaohei go hunting in a farther place." Lu Ji nodded upon hearing his son's words, and then went back into the house. After Lu Ji left, Lu Maru asked Lu Shi, "Brother, when are you going to find me a spirit beast like Little Black? I really want one." Hearing this, Lu Shi scratched his head. He also wanted to get one for Lu Maru, but despite signing in for so long, he hadn't found one, which left him feeling helpless. He could only comfort his brother for now. "All right, Lu Maru, I will definitely get one for you as soon as I find it." Hearing his brother's promise, Lu Maru felt relieved. He was worried that Naruto would get a Little Black from Lu Shi first, as Naruto was also looking for one. In fact, Lu Maru didn't know that Lu Shi was just brushing off Naruto, thinking to himself at that moment, "You have such a big fox inside you. Why do you want a Little Black?" That day, on the school playground, Irika was organizing students for practice matches. Unfortunately, Sasuke's opponent this time was Lu Shi. "Give it up. You're no longer my opponent. In front of my eyes, your previous schemes are nothing but a joke." Before they even started, Sasuke delivered a high-profile speech. Hearing this, Lu Shi felt extremely awkward. It seemed Sasuke had forgotten the terror of Lu's name. Then Lu Shi took out his smoke knife, and the moment Sasuke saw the smoke knife, his mouth twitched a few times. However, he didn't back down and stubbornly said, "Your smoke may cause me some trouble, but that's in the past. I now have the Sharingan, so using the smoke knife feels a bit overconfident." Lu Shi didn't speak, just quietly watched Sasuke show off. Sasuke saw that Lu Shi had no intention of retracting his smoke knife, nor did he plan to continue talking. So he jumped back a few times to distance himself from Lu Shi. After Irika shouted to start, he quickly led everyone away from the playground. Lu Shi's smoke knife was completely indiscriminate between friend and foe. 3 minutes later, Sasuke rolled his eyes and lay down on the playground. Everyone only saw Sasuke use a great fireball technique and then throw a few shurikens. After that, it was unclear what happened as everything was blocked by black smoke. Sakura immediately ran to Sasuke's side, picked him up, and anxiously shouted, "Sasuke, wake up! What's wrong with you?" Sasuke's miserable state broke Sakura's heart. And just as she was about to say something, she hesitated to mention Lu Shi. After all, Lu Shi was not like Naruto, who was a sycophant. Iruka also looked at Lu Shi, wanting to know what Lu Shi had done to Sasuke. Lu Shi glanced at Sasuke, and then at Iruka, shrugged his shoulders, and said helplessly, "Iruka-sensei, I didn't even touch Sasuke. After he finished his fireball jutsu, he just held his breath until he fainted just now. This is the simplest case of hypoxia. He just needs to rest for a bit." After hearing Lu Shi's words, everyone was stunned. Everyone, this is too funny. He fainted by holding his breath. Iruka, forget it. Anyway, Sasuke is graduating soon. Just bear with it. Soon. Sasuke woke up and felt a bit embarrassed looking at everyone's expressions. Just a moment ago, he was bragging, and now he got slapped in the face. However, no one laughed at Sasuke, because when facing Lu Shi, they might not be stronger than him. Only Naruto wanted to tease Sasuke a bit, but was scolded by Sakura. Sasuke ignored everyone and walked straight out of the crowd, and Sakura wanted to follow him. "Get lost," Sasuke said to Sakura, who was trying to catch up. Hearing Sasuke's words, Sakura immediately stopped in her tracks, tears welling up in her eyes. "Iruka-sensei, I'll go check on Sasuke, don't worry. I'll talk to him." Iruka nodded gently and softly said, "Go ahead. I believe you could talk to Sasuke." Deer rushed in the direction of Sasuke and soon spotted him. At that moment, Sasuke was sitting on a swing. Deer sat down on the swing next to Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at Deer and said, "Are you here to mock me or to comfort me? If it's mockery, go ahead. There's no need for comfort. I don't need anyone's sympathy. A loss is a loss. I'm not that weak. I just hate myself for being so weak. At this rate, when will I ever get my revenge?" Lu Shi ignored Sasuke's words and said to himself, "I really envy you." Upon hearing this, Sasuke was clearly taken aback. He didn't understand what Lu Shi meant. Then Lu Shi continued, "I really envy your potential. You can reach the peak of the ninja world just with your Sharingan, without relying on external factors. Sasuke, I don't mean to mock you. On the contrary, I admire you. Although I won this time, it was due to the uniqueness of the smoke blade. But that can only win for a moment. It can't guarantee a continuous victory. That's why I keep working hard to train. So I won't lose to true geniuses like you." Sasuke was stunned, realizing that he was considered a genius in Lu Shi's eyes. "My father once said that in a one-on-one battle with equal strength, the Uchiha are invincible, because the Sharingan not only has extraordinary dynamic vision, but also unbeatable Jinjutsu. Although I'm not an Uchiha, I know that you haven't fully utilized your eyes because I dare to look directly into your eyes. Sasuke, if you want to take revenge, work hard to train your eyes. The moment I can no longer face your eyes, you will have one." After Lu Shi finished speaking, he jumped off the swing and walked towards the school. At this moment, Sasuke's heart was already stirred up with turbulent waves. It seemed like he understood me very well, and also understood our Uchiha clan. Then he recalled what his father had told him. "Sasuke, you must remember, we Uchiha ninjas are hexagonal warriors. Whether it's swordsmanship, physical techniques, illusion techniques, or ninjutsu, we Uchiha must master them all, making our enemies afraid to face our eyes." When Rushi returned, everyone was practicing. Iruka saw Rushi come back and immediately went up to ask, "Rushi, how is Sasuke doing?" Lu Shi smiled widely at Iruka and said, "Don't worry, Iruka-sensei. Sasuke will be fine by tomorrow." Hearing Lu Shi's words, Iruka felt relieved. "All right, Lu Shi, since Sasuke is okay, you can start training." "Okay, teacher." After school, Sasuke quickly ran towards the Uchiha clan's residence. As soon as he entered the house, he rushed to his father's former room. After rummaging through things, he finally found several ninjutsu scrolls and 2 training notebooks. Sasuke picked up the first training notebook, which belonged to his father. Looking at the other notebook, he hesitated on whether to read it, as it was Itachi's training notebook, belonging to the person he hated the most. However, Sasuke still picked it up and began to read it carefully. The next morning, Lu Shi arrived at school. Systems sign in. Ding, congratulations. The host has obtained a golden-headed, jade-clawed, white eagle female. Wow, after signing in for so long, I finally got another one. This time I can finally give it to Shikamaru. The deer took the cub and placed it into its backpack, then said to the dazed deer Maru beside it, "Maru, I went out this morning and have a gift for you." As soon as Shikamaru heard this, he showed no expression. He was only interested in the little black one and had no interest in anything else. However, when he saw his brother take out the cub from his backpack, his eyes immediately lit up. He carefully took the cub and excitedly said, "Big brother, is this a kind of little black one?" "Yes. I specifically brought it back for you. If you find it troublesome, you can give it to Naruto first." Upon hearing this, Shikamaru hugged the chick and ran home, saying as he ran, "Big brother, Please help me ask Irika-sensei for a leave. I'll be a bit late because I need to take it home first. Lu looked at his younger brother and found it somewhat amusing. It wasn't easy to make this trouble-averse brother show such an expression. Shikamaru rushed into the house in a flurry, where his parents were chatting. Upon seeing him burst in, they ran back to their room, and the couple followed upstairs. Then they saw a little fledgling on Shikamaru's bed, the small creature still chirping away. Lugio raised his forehead and weakly said, "It's a sin. Another one has come. At this rate, I really don't know if I can still support this family." Shikamaru's mother gave him an annoyed glance. At that moment, Shikamaru walked out of Shikadai's room, still holding a bird's nest, which Shikadai had made for the little black one. Shikamaru returned to his room and gently placed the chick in the nest. Then he said to his mother, "Mom, I'm going to school now. Please help me feed it something later." After that, he hurriedly ran off. The couple exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly at each other. When Shikamaru arrived, class had already started, but Irika had informed him about this in advance. So Irika didn't say anything and just let him go back to his seat to continue listening to the lesson. Now let's talk about the Will of Fire. Deer was holding Ino's little hand under the table, then leaned on the table to look at Ino, making her feel a bit shy, and she rolled her eyes at him. At noon, everyone knew that Shikamaru had a pet just like Little Black, and everyone was very envious. Only Naruto seemed a bit unhappy and came over to Shikamaru, starting to complain. "Hey, when are you going to get me one? I really want a Little Black too." "Okay, Naruto, I'll definitely get you one next time, and this one is for Shikamaru. Just right for him to keep Little Black company, otherwise Little Black will be lonely. How about this? To make it up to you, I'll treat you to ramen tonight." As soon as Naruto heard ramen, he completely forgot about Little Black and Little White. A few girls seemed not very interested in fierce birds like Little Black, so they didn't join in the discussion. The girls preferred cute little animals. They weren't fans of fierce birds or beasts at all. Today, the classroom was unusually lively, with everyone discussing the graduation assessment. That's right. Deer and the others had been at school for 5 years, and today was graduation day. "Ino, who is your team leader after graduation?" Although Deer already knew, he still asked Ino, just to tease her. Ino looked at Deer and said, "Actually, I don't know either, but I want to be on the same team as you." Deer touched Ino's hair and said indulgently, "I also want to be in a team with you, but the candidates for the Ino Shikacho team have already been decided, so I can't be in a team with you." Hearing this, Ino felt a bit wronged, but still smiled at Deer. "All right, Ino, I'll join you guys for missions when I have free time." Upon hearing Deer's words, Ino immediately smiled. "Okay, no lain, okay." Upon hearing Ino's words, Lu immediately extended 3 fingers and vowed confidently, "Don't worry. I swear on Shikamaru's happiness for the rest of his life that I will help you with your tasks whenever I have time." Puff! Hinata laughed out loud beside them. And then, noticing the looks from the others, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Lucier didn't pay much attention to this matter and said to Hinata beside him, "It's okay, Hinata, you don't need to apologize." Lucier isn't angry. Looking at these little friends, Lucier couldn't help but feel time really flies. Then Lucier's gaze swept over everyone. Naruto, a blonde boy who always wore a big smile, dreamed of becoming Hokage and gaining recognition from everyone. His enthusiasm and perseverance inspired everyone around him. Sasuke, the owner of the Sharingan, the strongest in the realm of showing off, either getting beaten up or on the way to getting beaten up, a man born to show off. I, Lucier, would like to call you the strongest in the realm of showing off. Sakura Haruno, a woman with a mix of infatuation and romantic thoughts. A woman with a broad forehead. Well, never mind, there's nothing good to say if I think any further. Shikamaru, a patient with severe laziness, is a little boy who hates trouble and also has the identity of a little white caretaker. Choji, a gluttonous fat guy who only thinks about eating, once shouted about being hungry right after they came out of Ichiraka ramen. Ino, my future wife, is a beauty with both intelligence and charm, graceful and wise, kind-hearted and exceptionally smart, gentle and generous. It's hard to praise her any further. Shino, a mysterious man with an extremely low presence, is a pitiful man who can be ignored anywhere, anytime. Kiba, a dog lover and Akamaru's caretaker, dreams of having ninja dogs raised throughout the ninja world. Hinata, a very shy girl with some inner insecurities, is the future princess. These individuals all have their own dreams and goals. Although they're different, they're all working hard to achieve them. Looking back over the years, they have trained and grown together, and their friendship has deepened. Perhaps this is the eternal theme of bonds in the Naruto world. At this moment, Irika walked in, looking at these kids, and he felt very happy inside. This is the future of Konoha. All right, class, let's start the graduation exam. Upon hearing Iruka's words, everyone quieted down immediately. Seeing everyone settle down, Iruka continued, today's assessment is the 3-body technique: transformation technique, substitution technique, and shadow clone technique. Only by passing these 3 tests can you graduate. We will start testing with the extras. An hour later, everyone laughed heartily at Naruto's shadow clone. However, Shikamaru did not laugh. Not because he didn't want to, but because as Naruto's older brother, he couldn't laugh. Yet inside, Shikamaru was bursting with laughter. He found Naruto's substitution technique hilarious while watching the anime, and it turned out to be even funnier in reality. Iruka rubbed his forehead. Naruto failed and could not graduate. Hearing Iruka's words, Naruto felt very dejected. After handing out the headbands, Iruka left to discuss Naruto's situation with the Hokage. While everyone was happy about their graduation, Naruto sat alone on the school swing. This isn't like you, Naruto. Naruto looked to the right, and it was Shikamaru, but he felt even more dejected. Am I really that stupid, unable to graduate? As Naruto spoke, tears fell to the ground. Deer pushed the swing gently as she approached Naruto from behind. Even though your shadow clone technique isn't great, it doesn't mean you can't graduate. I believe you can definitely graduate. Naruto listened to Deer, feeling somewhat confused. Naruto, you have to remember that your dream is to become Hokage. This is just a small setback on the road to becoming Hokage. If you can't overcome this difficulty, how can you become Hokage? Hearing Deer's words, Naruto raised his head and turned to look at his older brother. He said firmly, "You're right, big brother. I can definitely graduate. My dream hasn't been realized yet. I must graduate. So please teach me. I want to learn the shadow clone technique in one night. I want to." Deer stared blankly at the flying Naruto, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, thinking, I just wanted to encourage you a bit. How could I possibly teach you? If I teach you, how will you steal the sealing book? Without the sealing book, where will I find the multi-shadow clone technique for you? Without the multi-shadow clone, how will you make Rasengan? If you don't make Rasengan, how will you find a wife? If you don't find a wife, you're thinking too far ahead. Just then, Naruto limped over, looking at Deer with a mournful expression. Big brother, why did you push so hard? It hurts. Deer sure approached Naruto with a big smile and patted his pants a couple of times. Sorry, Naruto. I didn't control my strength well. You can't learn the shadow clone technique in just one night. I'll think of a way to help you when I get back. After saying that, he dashed away because he spotted Mizuki, indicating that the plot to steal the Forbidden Scroll was about to begin. Naruto raised his hand to call out to Deer Sure, but he had already run far away, so he could only helplessly lower his hand. When the two brothers, Lu Shi and Lu Wan, returned home, they saw Xiao He eating with Xiao Bai. The name Xiao Bai was given by Lu Wan. Xiao Bai no longer needed to be specially fed, as Xiao He would catch prey every day. Lu Shi thought that Xiao He seemed to enjoy raising it, but having a companion was good too. As soon as they walked through the door, they saw the table filled with food. Their mother, upon seeing them back, immediately said, Come and eat. I specially made this to celebrate your graduation. At that moment, Lu Jiu also came down from upstairs. After dinner, their mother started to clean up, while the three of them chatted in the living room about their plans after graduation. Lu Shi, have you thought about your plans after graduation? Yes. In 2 years, I plan to marry Jingyi. Dear Jiu, dear Maru. Ahem, that's not what I meant. I was asking whether you want to take on missions by yourself after graduation or join the Umbu. The Hokage has mentioned to me several times that he wants you to join the Umbu. Lu Shi thought for a moment. Now the Umbu has all sorts of dark creatures, with members from Danzo's faction and the Elders group, and anyone can command the Umbu. Although the Umbu has decent conditions, it's not a good time to join. If I form my own team, I can spend more time with Ino and cultivate our relationship. After a year or so, that old man, Sarutobi, will be taken away by his own disciple. Thinking of this, Lu Shi said to his father, Father, I want to train outside for a year before joining the Umbu. Regarding Lu Shi's choice, his father, Rikuju, thought about it. Both of his sons were increasingly lazy and surely didn't want to enter the chaotic Umbu. All right, since that's the case, I'll inform Lord Hokage about it tomorrow. Shimura, you will form a new Ino Shikacho team with Ino and Choji. Please take care of Ino. After all, she will be your future sister-in-law. Got it, what a hassle. As soon as Shikamaru finished speaking, he felt a gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw his brother's face, which looked like it was smiling but not quite. He quickly changed his words. I will definitely take good care of Ino. It's not a hassle at all. Upon hearing Shikamaru's response, Nara Shikashi nodded in satisfaction, while Nara Shikaka looked at his two sons and did not interrupt their playful banter. After returning to his room, he planned to rest, not worrying about Naruto, as it was just the right time for Naruto and Iruka to resolve their conflict. However, things did not go as planned. While Shikaji was sleeping, someone knocked on his door. Nara Shikaji, along with his father, mother, and Shikamu, were all awakened by the sound of the knocking. When Rushi was the first to go downstairs, he had just opened the door when he saw Irika standing outside with an anxious expression. Upon seeing Rushi, Irika immediately said, "Rushi, come with me quickly. Naruto has caused trouble." At that moment, Ruki and the other two also came down. Then Irika explained the situation again. The gist was that Naruto had stolen the Book of Seals and wanted Rushi's help to find it. Deer was speechless, wondering why such a trivial matter would bring you to find me in the middle of the night. This is all part of that old guy, Sarutobi's plan. However, I can't say that. Then I said to my parents, "You two should rest first. I'll go take a look and come back once it's done." Rika nodded. "Go. Be careful." Then, Riku followed Irika and ran in the direction where Naruto had escaped. During the process, Riku intentionally separated from Irika to search, hoping to arrive a little later so that Irika could have an emotional moment with Naruto. Naruto, where are you? Come out quickly." Deer walked while shouting. Of course, it was just for show. He already knew Naruto's location. The Shadow Ninja had informed him of Naruto's position, and in the afternoon, he had placed a Shadow Ninja inside Naruto's shadow. At that moment, Naruto was learning the Shadow Clone technique, which was the only jutsu in that sealing book, specially prepared for him. Otherwise, how could Naruto have stolen the sealing book? I have to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really stingy, even if an accident occurs. The loss would only be one jutsu. Moreover, this jutsu isn't something just anyone can use. After all, not everyone has a chakra reserve like that. By the time Deer arrived, the emotional scene had already ended. It seems I might have missed something. The words of Lucier immediately attracted 3 gazes. When Naruto saw Lucier arrive, he shouted, "Big brother, this Mizuki is a bad guy. He hurt teacher Irika." Mizuki, seeing the newcomer, felt a bit disdainful. But just as he was about to continue snatching the sealing book, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move. He still wanted to exchange a few more insults. But Lucier didn't give him that opportunity. Deer looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I got him under control. The rest is up to you." Upon hearing Deer's words, Naruto immediately used the Shadow Clone technique. Then, multiple Narutos appeared around and charged towards Mizuki. A minute later, Mizuki lay on the ground in a non-human form, and at that moment, the Umbu appeared and took Mizuki away. Shikaji and Naruto were supporting Irika as they walked towards the Hokage building. On the way back, Shikaji complained to Irika, "Teacher Irika, your strength is really weak. I feel like that Mizuki is just a Chunin. How could you get injured?" Irika awkwardly scratched his head, only to pull at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Then Irika said to Shikaji, "Shikaji, not everyone has your level of potential, and training is not easy. It requires a lot of resources." Deer did not refute Irika's words. Indeed, there are too many things needed for ninja training. Just take ninjutsu, for example. Many Chunin only know a few low-level ninjutsu, not because they don't want to work hard, but because their innate talent is just average. Without the support of a clan, it becomes even harder to grow. When the 3 returned to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still waiting for them. He then symbolically scolded Naruto a few times before letting Irika go treat the injuries. Just as Lucier was about to leave, he was called to stop by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lucier, wait a moment. I have something I want to ask you." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Lucier paused and turned around. "Is there something you need, Hokage-sama?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind expression, "Lucier, have your father spoken to you about me, wanting you to join the Umbu?" Deer nodded and said, "My father told me about this. My idea is to first experience the life of doing missions and then join the Umbu. All right, you can start doing some missions outside for now. Next year, it's our turn for the Chunin exam in Konoha, and I hope you can join the Umbu after the Chunin exam." Deer secretly laughed in his heart, thinking that you probably wouldn't see me join the Umbu. However, he still agreed verbally. "Yes, Lord Hokage. All right, you and Naruto can go first." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Deer walked out of the Hokage office with Naruto. After Lucier left with Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked an Umbu member, "How is that kid's strength?" The Umbu replied, "Lord Hokage, that kid's swordsmanship is quite good. With that strange smoke sword, he can reach the level of an elite Chunin. If I were to fight that kid, I might have a chance to defeat him in 1 minute. If I can't defeat him quickly, I would choose to retreat. That black smoke is indeed too suffocating. And that kid's combat IQ is very high. If he encounters a stronger ninja, he probably won't fight head-on." Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised that the Umbu captain would give such a high evaluation. "All right, you can go now." Yes. The next morning, Lu Shi brought Shikamaru to the classroom. Everyone arrived particularly early today because it was the day of class assignments. Everyone was discussing who their new teacher would be. However, they were quickly called away. Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru were also called away by Asuma. Ino lingered with Lu Shi for several minutes before reluctantly leaving the classroom. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma rolled his eyes, thinking, kids these days are too mature. Besides, it's not like they won't see each other again. Do they have to be so clingy? Yuhi Kurenai was unaware of Asuma's thoughts. If she knew, she would definitely say, if that were the case, I would have already been taken by you. Choji and Shikamaru didn't think much of it, as they were already used to it. They had become immune to the dog food. One group would leave, then another, and soon the classroom was left with just him. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Deer was a bit confused, as if he really didn't care about me at all. Naruto was still babbling about the team leader, and none of the three paid him any attention, except for Sasuke, who said, idiot. Then Naruto stood on the table and yelled at Sasuke, which looked quite passionate. I have to say, Ashura and Indra are truly natural enemies. They argue when they meet and still think about each other when they don't. Lu Shi didn't think much and directly laid down on the table to sleep. He didn't know when, but someone patted his shoulder a few times, and he opened his eyes. What the hell? A big face with white hair and a mask appeared in front of him. Kakashi raised his head and said to Lu Shi, come with me. After saying that, he walked towards the door. At that moment, Naruto approached Lu Shi and asked, big brother, why do you sleep as soon as you enter the classroom? It's a talent. You can't learn it. Naruto thought for a moment, realizing that his big brother could sleep standing up, which was indeed a remarkable talent. All right, everyone, let's do a self-introduction. You can mention your favorite food or food you dislike, and you can also share your dreams. I'll start. My name is Kakashi, and I'm your team leader. As for my favorite things, I won't tell you, and I don't want to say what I dislike. All right, it's your turn. After hearing Kakashi's introduction, Naruto started to complain. Your introduction is way too perfunctory. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement with Naruto's words. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite food is Ichiraka Ramen. I don't have anything I dislike, and my dream is to become Hokage. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have any particular favorite food nor anything I dislike, and my dream is to kill that man. I'm Haruno Sakura. I like everything Sasuke likes, and I dislike everything Sasuke dislikes. My dream is to marry Sasuke. I'm Lu Shi. My favorite foods include steamed lamb and steamed bear paws, followed by a long list of food names. I have many foods I dislike, for example, all right? Just say your dream. Kakashi was afraid Lu Shi would go on for a long time. I have many dreams. The first is to grow up quickly and marry Ino. The second dream is to have a lot of money, so I don't have to worry about living. And my 47th dream is to hope for peace in the ninja world. All right, dream time is over, dismissed. Gather here tomorrow morning, and a friendly reminder, don't eat. After finishing, Kakashi left quickly, fearing Lu Shi would continue. After Kakashi left, the four walked towards a village, and Naruto asked Lu Shi, big brother, why did Kakashi-sensei remind us not to eat? It's an old trick, don't listen to him. You should eat, and eat a lot. And it's best to bring some with you, but don't get caught. Sasuke and the others didn't understand why Lu Shi said that. However, Lu Shi was the smartest among them, so listening to him would definitely be right. When they got home, Shikamaru was already back. Lu Shi asked while taking off his shoes, how is teacher Asuma? Did he tell you not to eat breakfast when you parted? Yes. Did he say the same to you? Rushi sat down in front of Shikamaru and said, yeah. Kakashi-sensei said the same thing. It's really a boring trick. Brother, do you have any insider information? No insider information, but I do have a suggestion, which is to remember to eat more in the morning. Also, I'm going out to eat with Ino later, so tell Mom not to prepare anything for me. Oh, hearing his brother's dismissive tone, Rushi felt that this guy was too lazy and directly said, what the hell? Does saying a few more words tire you out? After scolding his brother, Rushi went upstairs to rest, leaving Shikamaru looking confused and disheveled in the wind. In the evening, outside Ino's flower shop, Rushi helped Ino close the shop door, then took her little hand and headed towards Ichiraka Ramen. As they walked, they chatted, and Rushi specifically reminded her to eat more in the morning. Although Ino didn't know why Rushi said that, she still unconditionally believed him. The next morning, the four of them arrived at the meeting place. Rushi was the last to arrive because he knew Kakashi would definitely not come that early. As soon as they met, he asked the three of them, have you eaten? The three nodded. That's good. All right, since Kakashi-sensei isn't coming that early, let's find a place to rest. The three didn't understand what Rushi meant, and then they saw him take out a blanket and lay it on the ground. Then came Rushi's special talent, sleeping. They didn't know how long had passed. But the same wake-up method, the same big face, and the same mask appeared again. Lucier sat up and looked at Kakashi, stretching lazily. Kakashi-sensei, you seem to be lost on the road of life. Kakashi was taken aback. Hadn't he just been asleep? How did he know what he had just said? Moreover, the place where he had spoken was several dozen meters away. However, Kakashi didn't dwell on this question. He said to the four of them, "Today we're going to have a test, and the test topic is to grab the bells." Saying this, he took out 3 bells and showcased them in front of the 3, then placed them on his waist. Naruto looked at the bells and asked Kakashi-sensei, "There are 3 bells. How can 4 of us grab them?" This is what I'm about to say. There are only 3 bells, and only those who grab a bell can graduate successfully. If you can't grab one, you'll have to go back to school and repeat the year. The 3 were a bit shocked by Kakashi's arrangement. How could a few newly graduated students possibly grab bells from an elite jonin? Kakashi ignored their reactions and continued. "You can use any means necessary. If you lack the determination to kill me, you won't be able to grab the bells. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare. Can a teacher change the method?" Kakashi looked at Lucier with interest and asked, "How do you want to change it?" "Kakashi-sensei, you are an elite jonin. It's almost impossible to grab something from you. How about this? You give us the bells, and we try to grab them back one by one. If you can grab back all 3 bells, the 4 of us will go back to school and repeat the year. How about that?" Kakashi thought for a moment. "All right, let's do it your way," he said, taking the bells from his waist and throwing them to Lucier. Deer took the bell and divided it among the 3 people, saying they needed to protect the bell. "Haha, we won. Yay." Naruto looked at Deer with a foolish and innocent expression, not understanding what his brother meant. Sasuke immediately reacted and then looked at Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi had a black line on his forehead. He realized he had been tricked. However, according to his own words, these few people indeed won. Kakashi didn't play dirty, but asked the 4 of them, "Even though you won, there are only 3 bells. Who among you wants to go back to school for a repeat year?" "Brother, how can we have one when we haven't even started?" Kakashi facepalmed. "How did this idiot graduate?" "Sasuke, idiot. Sakura, big idiot." Lucier is a bit speechless. The pig teammate is just not capable. "All right, Naruto, this question is a bit difficult for you. Just think about who went back to school to repeat a year." Lu felt that explaining to him was a bit of a hassle, so he switched to the next question. "Big brother, maybe I should go back and repeat the year. Among us, I'm the dumbest." Then Sasuke and Sakura also said similar things after the emotional moment. Rushi looked at Kakashi, who was still watching the play. "Kakashi-sensei, isn't it about time to announce the results?" Kakashi, who was still engrossed in the play, stiffened at Rushi's words and then smiled. "Ah, you Nara clan members are really clever. You can't hide anything from you. All right, I announce that you all pass." This time, Sasuke and Sakura were also confused. "What's going on? How do we all pass?" Kakashi walked in front of them, took back the bells, and hung them back on his waist. "Although you all passed, I still want to see your strength. We will go through the bell-snatching process. If you manage to grab the bells this time, I'll treat you to barbecue." At that moment, Naruto approached Kakashi and asked blankly, "Kakashi-sensei, why did we win?" "Kakashi, Sasuke, idiot. Sakura, big idiot. All right, Naruto, you don't need to participate in the thinking part. Now we will snatch the bells. You all start preparing. We will officially begin in 10 minutes. The 4 of them formed a circle to discuss tactics, but the 3 of them didn't speak and instead looked at Rushi. "Okay, then I'll come up with a plan." Suddenly, Rushi thought of the soldier pills and took out more than 10 soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch. The 3 looked at the soldier pills, not understanding what Rushi meant. Rushi didn't intend to make them guess. Instead, he directly told the 3 about the plan. Soon, the bell-snatching game began. At first, Naruto rushed in, relentlessly clinging to Kakashi, and was knocked away by Kakashi several times, but the other 3 never appeared. After Kakashi knocked Naruto away once more, Naruto didn't get up. Instead, he rolled his eyes back, foaming black at the mouth. With the shouts, the 3 rushed towards Naruto. Kakashi stood frozen in place, feeling a bit confused. What is happening? I didn't even use much strength. Just as he was lost in thought, Kakashi was pulled back to reality by the 3's cries. He immediately body flickered in front of Naruto to check on him, while Rushi gave Sasuke a glance, and Sasuke nodded discreetly. Then, he reached for Kakashi's bell. Possibly because Kakashi was focused on Naruto, he didn't even notice the bell had disappeared. Sasuke stood up and said to the Naruto on the ground, "It's okay, Naruto. Let's go eat barbecue." Upon hearing barbecue, Naruto jumped up immediately and followed Sasuke towards Akimichi's barbecue place. A crow flew over Kakashi's head, cawing "fool, fool." At this moment, he realized he had been played again. However, Kakashi wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. In the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, two equally frustrated individuals met, Asuma Sarutobi and Kakashi Hitaki. Both were there with their students for a meal, but as they chatted, they realized that they had both been tricked the same way today. Even the usage of the soldier pills was identical. Since they had such a connection, the two teams decided to dine together. During the meal, Asuma and Kakashi kept glancing at Rushi, thinking, how does this kid's mind work? However, Rushi paid no attention to their gazes and kept serving meat to Ino. Everyone felt that today's barbecue had a strong flavor of dog food. Far away in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was laughing heartily. Ha, this is too interesting. I didn't expect two Jonin to be played around by a few freshly graduated students. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Hiruzen stopped laughing and said, Komein. Then a man and a woman walked in. As soon as they entered, the woman began to complain. Hiruzen, you're indulging Danzo again. Look, he's come to ask me for medical supplies again. The root consumes more than the entire Konoha. At this rate, the medical department really can't afford it. After saying that, she handed a document to Hiruzen. The once smiling Hiruzen's face immediately darkened upon seeing the document. Bastard, what does Danzo want to do? Does he want to turn Root into a hospital? In just half a year, he has used up 2 years' worth of medical reserves from Konoha. In response to Hiruzen's roar, Koharu Yutane didn't say anything back, thinking, why are you yelling at me? I'm not the one using it. Besides, every time Danzo comes to get something, he always has a document for you to sign. Hiruzen continued reading down the document, his expression growing darker. How come he didn't remember approving so many times? However, after looking at the end, he recalled that he indeed had signed, but the document hadn't stated so much before. Hiruzen adjusted his emotions and said to Koharu, next time, don't give supplies to Danzo anymore. I won't approve any supplies for him either. As for these supplies, I will ask Danzo to clarify. By the way, Hiruzen, didn't Kizashi resign from the position of the Jonin class leader? I want to find someone to take his place. Koharu, this position can be left vacant, but it can't be given to any of our clans. Otherwise, other clans will talk behind our backs. Seeing that Hiruzen didn't agree to his request, Koharu didn't continue to persuade him. The three chatted for a while before leaving. After the two left the Hokage office, they headed towards Koharu's office. As soon as they entered the office, Koharu complained, Manyen, Hiruzen is increasingly disregarding us. He is clinging to the position of the Jonin class leader, which is simply too much. Whatever Danzo asks of him, he agrees without hesitation. Isn't this treating us differently? Manyen sighed helplessly and comforted her. Koharu, calm down. The position of the Jonin class leader has always been held by the Nara clan. If we rashly give it to someone else, both the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans will be dissatisfied. Besides, to be honest, the actual benefits of that position are quite limited. It's not worth getting angry over this. However, Koharu clearly did not accept this reasoning and retorted, I don't care about that. I just can't swallow this anger. I just hope to secure a high-level position for the clan. Is that such an unreasonable request? But look at Hiruzen's attitude. He knows full well that the power of the Jonin class leader has long been consolidated in his hands. I only want a nominal position, and he won't even budge. It's infuriating. Saying this, Koharu slammed the table hard. If Rushi were here, he would definitely recognize the two people before him. They are members of the Konoha Elder Council and are also two of the notorious Konoha F4, often referred to by netizens as two of the four pests of Konoha, Mito Gate and Koharu Yutane. In the evening, the sunset was blood red, dyeing the entire Konoha village in an orange hue. On the bustling streets, a couple was walking hand in hand. The man was tall and handsome. The woman had a graceful figure and beautiful features. They chatted and laughed along the way, attracting curious or envious glances from those around them. At this moment, Rushi had grown to 1.6 meters tall. Lucier was walking side by side with Ino. With a smile on his face, Lucier said with great interest, Ino, have you noticed? Today, Asuma-sensei and Kakashi-sensei look even darker than the bottom of a pot. It seems this assessment really got them upset. Ino couldn't help but chuckle and agreed, absolutely. Perhaps they never expected that we could pass the assessment in that way. You don't know, at that time, Asuma-sensei didn't even understand how we won. It was only after Shikamaru explained it that he finally got it. The frustrated Asuma-sensei smoked for a long time up in the tree. Obviously, recalling this incident filled Ino's heart with joy as well. Thus, the two continued their leisurely stroll, chatting and laughing, completely disregarding the two single guys behind them. These two lonely figures silently followed the couple in front, watching their sweet and loving demeanor, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. Not because they didn't have girlfriends, but simply because Lucier had completely forgotten about them. Choji, while munching on potato chips, turned to look at the lazy Shikamaru beside him and mumbled with his mouth full, "Hey Shikamaru, do you think Lucier and Ino even remember that we're right behind them?" After saying this, he stuffed another handful of chips into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. Shikamaru lazily raised his eyelids and weakly replied, "Is there even a need to ask? They've probably forgotten about us a long time ago." Choji swallowed the food in his mouth, blinked his small eyes at Shikamaru, and said with a grin, "Hee hee, as expected of my brother. You really know your unreliable brother the best." Shikamaru crossed his arms and said helplessly, "Forget it. Who told him to be so infatuated with Ino right now? But speaking of which, didn't we just finish eating? Why are you still snacking?" Choji shyly replied, "This is a post-meal snack." Shikamaru didn't pay attention to Choji's snack issue, and the two continued to walk forward. Soon, Shikashi arrived at Ino's house. After watching Ino go inside, Shikashi was about to head home, but as he turned around, he exclaimed, "What the hell, why are you two ghosts here?" Shikamaru looked at his brother with helplessness. He thought he had just forgotten that he was following him. But unexpectedly, he had even forgotten about the dinner gathering. "Bro, you're really something, forgetting us completely." It was only then that Shikaji remembered that they had all gone together to the barbecue restaurant, but he had forgotten the rest of the details. Just a moment ago, he was still contemplating whether to kiss Ino. However, seeing Yamanaka Inoichi at the door twirling a shuriken with his fingers, he gave up on that idea. Lucier awkwardly smiled and quickly explained, "I didn't forget, it's just that, well, I just forgot about you all. At most, I'll treat you to a meal one day. As my younger brothers and friends, don't you want me to be happy?" The two didn't expect Lucier to admit it so easily, but they didn't pay much attention to the matter either. After Lucier returned home, he went upstairs to rest. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a shadow ninja appear in the corner. The shadow ninja handed him a notebook and 2 pieces of paper. When Lucier looked at them, he was so angry that his hands trembled. That bastard Danzo was actually conducting human experiments, and from the data, it was clear that the subjects were all adults. The 2 pieces of paper contained information about him and Ino, stating that they would first control Ino and then force Lucier. It seems Danzo still hasn't given up on him. He hadn't displayed any special abilities over the years, had he? Wasn't it just developing the ability to manipulate shadows without a seal? Was that really worth Danzo's attention? He just didn't know where those adults had come from. He hadn't heard of anyone going missing for no reason, although Danzo hadn't caused him trouble in the past 2 years, since he dared to target Ino. He shouldn't blame Lucier. As a good young man who came out of the rabbit family's house, what should he do when faced with such a situation? Of course, he had to fight back. Great figures have taught us, strike first to avoid being struck multiple times. Lucier silently began to think about the original plot. He had watched Naruto, but it had been many years ago. He remembered that Danzo's arm was made by Orochimaru before his defection. Why was he still conducting human experiments now? Lucier didn't know, because he had destroyed all the Sharingan, resulting in not many Sharingan suppressing the Hashirama cells in his right hand. So he could only continue experimenting, but with Orochimaru, the #1 scientist in the ninja world, not around, it was uncertain what they could develop. Then Lucier summoned the 7 shadow ninjas. Since this was the case, he would give Danzo a big gift. Originally, he sent a shadow ninja to monitor Danzo because he was afraid he would act against him, but unexpectedly, he gained an unexpected harvest. Sarutobi Hizashi was willing to cover for Danzo, right? Let's see how he covers this up, stripping him bare to see how he covers himself. Lucier then instructed the 7 shadow ninjas to start writing flyers, all containing explosive news about Konoha. He wondered how Itachi, that devoted son, would react to this. Would he come back and take out Danzo and Sarutobi Hizashi? They wrote until late at night, and Lucier clearly detailed Danzo's actions. The 7 shadow ninjas wrote very quickly, producing thousands of flyers in just a few hours. They also wrote about Sarutobi Hizashi tacitly allowing Danzo to drive Hitaki Tsukumo to death with rumors. After finishing, Lucier revealed a sinister smile. He chuckled, "Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, I hope you enjoy this gift. Go, follow the plan I just told you." 7 figures instantly disappeared into the darkness. The next morning, Konoha exploded. Yes, exploded. The streets of the village were filled with dense experimental equipment, and over 20 people were among those equipment. This was clearly human experimentation. The streets were crowded with villagers watching the spectacle, and as they looked at the experimental equipment and the people, they took out the letters in their hands. Every villager received a letter at home that morning, and the content made them unable to believe their eyes. However, looking at the people on the experimental equipment, they now believed it. Meanwhile, at Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, several Umbu ninjas reported the morning's events to him and handed him the letter. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the letter, somewhat stunned, then immediately shouted at the Umbu, "Seal off Konoha immediately. This news must not leak out. Confiscate all the letters, hurry." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Umbu immediately took their orders and left. However, Lucier had anticipated this, so he had left a backup plan. After the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully read the letter. It was a confession from a root ninja. "Hello, villagers of Konoha. I am a ninja who has been in Root for nearly 20 years. Writing this letter to you is a last resort. I previously wrote a similar letter to the Hokage, but it was ignored. Moreover, Root has started a great purge. I know I will soon be exposed, so I want to do something before I die. I still remember when Lord Danzo recruited me. He said to me, 'Your strength is good. Would you like to join my Root to protect Konoha together?' Because of this sentence, I agreed to Lord Danzo, but after entering Root, I found it was not what I expected. Lord Danzo had us go to the orphanage to take the orphans and train them as dead soldiers. To prevent them from leaking information, he even planted tongues of calamity on their tongues. At first, I thought these were acceptable for the sake of Konoha, but later Lord Danzo's orders made me doubt. Is Root really protecting Konoha? Was Root really established to protect Konoha? Later, we surrounded and killed the Uchiha genius Shursui. We spread rumors that drove Hatake Sakomo to death. We threatened the clan leaders of smaller clans to hand over their geniuses. We kidnapped village children for human experimentation. We assassinated those who refused to join Root. There have been too many such incidents. I can't even remember how many. But in recent years, Lord Danzo has become more and more insane. His right arm has become increasingly unstable in recent years, and he has started frantically conducting human experiments to find a solution. Recently, I discovered a huge secret, the reason for the Uchiha massacre. It's rather laughable. The reason for the Uchiha massacre is actually because Lord Danzo needs Sharingan to suppress his right arm. The most ridiculous part is that our Hokage has tacitly approved Lord Danzo's actions. Although the Uchiha were exterminated, Lord Danzo did not obtain the Sharingan he wanted, so he could only continue with human experiments. I thought the Hokage would stop him. After all, conducting experiments requires a lot of medical equipment, and Root is not a hospital. How could the Hokage possibly provide it? But I was wrong. The Hokage not only provided it, but also gave unconditional support. I spent an entire night under Hokage Rock before deciding to do this. I don't want the village that the first Hokage worked so hard to establish to become like this. I now seriously doubt the second Hokage's judgment. Why would he choose such a Hokage for Konoha? Under such a Hokage's leadership, does Konoha really have a future? I know you, Hokage, will see this letter. I want to ask you one thing. Spare Konoha? Konoha cannot withstand any more turmoil. Once the strongest village in the ninja world has now reached a point where it has to sacrifice the lives of its own ninjas to achieve peace. After your death, how will you face the past Hokages? Don't think about covering it up. Not only am I publicizing this matter in Konoha, but I'm also doing the same at the daimyo's residence. I know that even so, you will not punish Danzo. You will only lock him up for a while. And when there are signs of trouble outside, you will use the excuse that Konoha needs him to reinstate Danzo. I truly feel sorry for the second Hokage. The once proud ninja has become a coward. The once #1 village in the ninja world has become a soft persimmon. And Uchiha Itachi, you're such a big fool. You believe everything others say about you. Others sell you out, and you willingly serve them. Let me tell you something before I die. Your will has been altered by Shursui using Kodoeme Tsukumi, which is the real reason you were able to carry out the massacre. I only found this out recently. That's all I have to write. I must face death now. After doing this, I feel I can face the past Hokages with dignity. A heartfelt farewell from someone who deeply loves Konoha. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished reading the letter, his face turned dark. He never expected that Danzo had hidden so much from him. Someone come. Hokage, what are your orders? Go find Jiraiya and bring him back. Yes. After the Umbu ninja left, he put on a Hokage robe and headed towards the Konoha building. At this time, Lucier was still at home sleeping, having stayed up too late the previous night. However, Lucier did not expect that his actions had directly changed the course of the plot and saved Jiraiya's life. Bang, bang, bang. While Lucier was dreaming about kissing Ino, there was a knock at the door. Lucier, open the door. Something big has happened in the village. Wake up. Lucier, who was having a spring dream, was startled awake. You really know how to pick your moments. Couldn't you wait until I kissed Ino before calling me? Lucier reluctantly got out of bed to open the door, but as soon as he opened it, it became a bit awkward. His father was there with Yamazaki Hachichi. who glanced into the room and then looked at Lu Shi's expression, realizing that the kid hadn't had any good dreams. Deer awkwardly scratched his head and asked, "What's wrong? Father? And Uncle Hai, why are you here too?" Lu didn't pay attention to his son's reaction and instead pulled him to go downstairs. "No, wait for me to change my clothes." Lu Jio ignored his son's words and directly pulled him downstairs. Lu Shi came to the living room and found Xiaodao Dingzhua was also there. "Uncle Dingzhua, good morning. Why are you all in my house so early? Don't you have any tasks today?" Xiaodao Dingzhua looked at Lu Shi and directly took out a piece of paper, handing it to Lu Shi. "Take a look. Lu Shi, we want to hear your opinion." Lu Shi took the letter. Actually, he already knew the content, but he still had to put on an act. Then he started reading it, saying as he read, "What's wrong with you today? You make me look at this first thing in the morning. Can't you read? What the hell? Is this for real?" 5 minutes later. "Have you finished reading? Tell me your thoughts after you finish." Riku looked serious as he asked Riku, while Yamaguchi and Akito were also looking at Riku with eager expressions. Lu Shi didn't pay much attention to the expressions of the few people and rubbed his face, saying leisurely, "What can I think? Isn't it all written here? It's all the work of Hokage and Danzo. You brat, don't change the subject. Do you know what I'm asking?" Lu Jio said as he patted Lu Shi's head. "Hey, why are you talking and hitting me at the same time?" Then Lu Shi shouted upstairs, "Mom, my dad is MMPH. All right, Lu Shi, stop messing around. Our three families, the Inuzuka, the Nara, and the Akimichi, have always been part of the Hokage lineage. Now that the Hokage has done such a thing, I'm afraid our three families will also be implicated." After Lu Jio finished speaking, he also released his hand that was covering Lu Shi's mouth. Lu Shi spat and stopped joking, continuing, "Don't worry. Our three families will not be implicated. I guess the Hokage will soon hold a high-level meeting. Whatever tasks he gives you, just agree to them. As for how to carry them out and to what extent, you can decide for yourselves. Moreover, I suspect that the Hokage will soon announce his abdication, and the most likely candidates to succeed him are Tsunade and Jiraiya. No matter who becomes Hokage, they will value our Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families because we are loyal to the Hokage. Also, if the Hokage asks you to capture Danzo, you can refuse directly." Yamanaka Kai asked, "Why is that?" Lu Shi respected his future father-in-law, so he explained why they shouldn't get involved. The letter also mentioned that even if Danzo were captured, the Hokage wouldn't take action, at most just detaining him. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to get involved. Who knows if Danzo will hold a grudge against us? No, Danzo will definitely hold a grudge against our three families. So let the Hokage handle this mess himself. Whether to release or capture him, let our Hokage decide. We won't take the blame for him. Once this matter settles down, I think your generation of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi family should get a little sick." After saying this, he winked at the three. The three looked at Lu Shi's playful demeanor and quickly understood. This was a signal for them to back off. Before the waters of Konoha calm down completely, don't stick your neck out. Who knows which wave could be dangerous. While the four were talking, Yamanaka Kai glanced outside and said, "Let's go. The Hokage has sent someone." Sure enough, when the door opened, they saw an Umbu member standing outside, here to inform them to go to the Hokage's office for a meeting. After the three left, Lu Shi began to contemplate the next matters. In fact, he hadn't planned to intervene much in the plot. With Naruto, the child of prophecy, why would he need to save the ninja world? When danger arises, just lock the door and let Naruto deal with the enemies. Then the enemies would cry and repent under Naruto's words, turning over a new leaf and eventually joining their side. Perfect. If it weren't for seeing his and Ino's information, he wouldn't have acted this way. What if his intervention caused the plot to deviate? That would negate the advantage of the prophet. While Lu Shi was thinking, the Hokage's office was silent. Even Tsunade, who usually burst into meetings like a whirlwind, was surprisingly quiet. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at everyone who was silent and could only speak first. "Sai, I think everyone knows what happened this morning. Let's talk about it. What does it mean?" Although Sarutobi Hizashi asked this, the clan leaders had no intention of speaking. These clan heads were shrewd individuals. Why would they voluntarily wade into these murky waters? Although no one spoke, everyone was secretly muttering. "You did this? Why ask us what to do? If I said to take you and Danzo out, would you agree?" Seeing everyone silent, Sarutobi Hizashi sighed helplessly. Then he said to everyone, "Everyone, please bear with it for the next couple of days and take care of the village's security issues. I need to meet with the daimyo to report on the village's matters. And as for Danzo, let's just detain him for now." Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Sarutobi Hizashi in unison, thinking, "That's right, that's what the letter said. It seems that person really understands the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also remembered that letter and quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I meant to detain him first and deal with it when I return. I won't favor Danzo." Everyone thought, "I don't believe you, you old rascal." After everyone left, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Tsunade, "Tsunade, I've thought about it, and it's not right for the position of the Jonin class leader to remain empty for so long. Let someone from your family take over." Tsunade immediately stood up and hurriedly refused. "No, after thinking about it, our family doesn't have that capability. Let's have them train for a few more years." Although Tsunade was verbally refusing, she was cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen in her heart. "You bastard, now you remember me? Anyone who takes this Jonin class leader position is a fool. It's just a shield for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen." Seeing Tsunade refuse, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't press further. After all, she was his old partner, and he couldn't be too harsh. But Sarutobi Hiruzen felt bitter in his heart. When it came to using people, there wasn't a reliable one among them. At the root base, Danzo was furious. Useless. A bunch of useless people. How could so many things be quietly moved away? And who is this person? How do they know so much? I don't remember there being such powerful ninjas in Root. If there were such geniuses, why would I target those clan ninjas? Then Danzo smashed everything in the office that could be smashed, leaving only a chair. After venting, Danzo asked the two people in front of him, "Have you found out who did this?" One subordinate, trembling, replied, "Lord Danzo, the people from Root have all gone out to capture the experimental subjects. We haven't found out who it is yet." Useless, a bunch of useless people. What do I feed you for? Useless. And that white-eyed wolf. If I find out who it is, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the door and walked in, looking at the messy office and then at Danzo sitting in the chair. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to Danzo and waved at the two Root members, signaling them to leave. But they didn't move, instead looking at Danzo. After Danzo gave them a glance, they finally left. This scene was all seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he didn't say anything. After the two left, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Danzo, "Danzo, we need to talk." "Say it. Is this about disbanding Root or arresting me? I'm ready for either." After speaking, he turned his head aside, displaying a determined posture as if he was ready to die for a greater cause. Seeing Danzo like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to give him a few slaps, thinking, "You're the one complaining? Without you, there wouldn't be so many problems. I'm just cleaning up after you." But now wasn't the time to say these things. The urgent matter was to stabilize the villagers' emotions. As for killing Danzo, he truly couldn't do it. After all, they had been together for decades, and Danzo had indeed done a lot of dirty work for him. "Danzo, this matter is quite serious, and I'm in a difficult position, so I can only inconvenience you for now. I plan to let Jiraiya come back to take my place. He's soft-hearted and won't be too harsh on you." Hiruzen, you're really calculating, letting your disciple clean up after you while you retire quietly. It seems you really are getting old. If you had given me the Hokage position earlier, none of this would have happened. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger flared up, and he roared at Danzo. "Who am I doing this for? Isn't it to protect you? Without your mess, would I need to abdicate? The wood release experiment has already ended. Why are you still messing with the first Hokage's cells? Do you think I don't know the reason for Orochimaru's defection? I've been too lenient with you, which has led to so many issues. Root must be disbanded. All I can do is spare your life." Tuanzong was provoked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and immediately stood up to retort, "I'm doing all this for the village, and also for you to secure your position as Hokage. You've long lost control over the village. Without me, do you think you could safely be Hokage? Without me, could your Sarutobi clan have grown to this extent? I cannot lose my power. If you dismantle the roots, then let us just go down together. After all, your Sarutobi's reputation isn't clean either." Tuanzong would not willingly give up his power. He would rather die than concede, as he had offended too many people over the years. Without the roots, he would even know how he would die. The two faced off, neither willing to back down. 10 minutes later, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who softened first. "Tuanzong, I can keep your roots, but only 20 people can remain. Consider them your protectors." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen agree to his demands, Tuanzong took the opportunity to go along with it. After all, if he truly went against Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would definitely suffer greatly. However, he still proposed his own condition. "Fine, but you must ensure that the next Hokage won't take action against me." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, "I will do my best, but I can't guarantee it. Also, this afternoon, I will send Umbu to take over the property of the Roots base, so cooperate, or else don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Roots. Ruka thought that no matter how much Sarutobi Hiruzen favored Tuanzong, he would have to lock him up, never expecting that he would show such favoritism. That noon, the Hokage building issued a notice regarding the handling of Shimura Danzo, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention to step down. Upon seeing this notice, everyone in Konoha was stunned. This was considered a punishment, removing Shimura Danzo from his role as Hokage advisor and placing him under house arrest at the Roots base, forbidding him from going out. Ruka read the announcement and then found Haichi and Dingzu, who were patrolling. Both were equally shocked by this outcome. It was even lighter than what Ruka had described as punishment. The three silently decided among themselves that they were going to fall ill. However, the villagers of Konoha were not having it. They felt this was not punishment at all. It was lighter than the punishment for not paying for their purchases. Many began to protest, but it was of no use, as they were only told that the Hokage was meeting with the daimyo. In reality, Sarutobi Hiruzen had gone into hiding, knowing that if he stayed in the village, the villagers would definitely come to protest. At this time, Ruka and the others were engaged in their grass-clearing task, which was their first mission. Naruto complained while clearing the grass. Kakashi, who usually read his little yellow book, was instead daydreaming beside them. He had also received a letter that morning, and upon reading its content, he found it hard to believe that the Hokage he respected could be such a person, just for the sake of a Hokage position. He had driven his own father to death. Lucier saw Kakashi's situation, but he had no intention of comforting him, because such things could only be resolved by oneself. Just then, a wild boar charged out of the woods, with 3 people chasing after it. When Lucier took a look, it was Yeno and the others. Lucier drew his smoking knife and charged towards the wild boar. When he was 30 meters away from the wild boar, a huge black eagle swooped over Lucier's head, accompanied by a cry of the eagle. Then, Xiaohei dove down, charging towards the wild boar. The moment it made contact with the wild boar, its sharp claws dug fiercely into the wild boar's spine, pinning it to the ground. And then it attacked the wild boar's eyes with its beak. By the time everyone arrived, the wild boar was already dead. Lucier looked at the majestic Xiaohei with great pride, then patted Xiaohei's wings. At Lucier's current height, he could only reach Xiaohei's wings. At this point, Xiaohei was already over 4 meters tall, with a wingspan of over 10 meters. One couldn't help but marvel at how large the creatures in the two-dimensional world really are. At that moment, Jingo approached Lucier and asked, "Lucier, are you on a mission?" Lucier wiped his hands on his clothes and then held onto Ino's small hand, saying, "Yeah, today we have a weeding mission. What about you guys? Is it this wild boar?" "Yes. It got away because we weren't careful, but luckily we have Xiaohei, who is really amazing now." After Ino finished speaking, she glanced at Xiaohei. In fact, Ino had become somewhat familiar with Xiaohei, as she often fed Xiaohei and Xiaobai together with Lucier. At that moment, another sound of a bird chirping was heard, and everyone looked over to see it was Xiaobai. Hearing Xiaobai's call, Xiaohei flew away with the wild boar, leaving everyone in awe of Xiaohei's strength. A wild boar weighing over 100 pounds was effortlessly carried away. Naruto was feeling jealous and wished he could have a pet like Xiaohei. Just then, Asuma Sarutobi arrived, but he looked just as listless as Kakashi. He already looked older, and with a cigarette in his mouth, he appeared even more worn down. It was hard to understand why Kurenai Yuhi was interested in him. It seemed like a waste. At this moment, Asuma walked up to Kakashi, wanting to say something but unsure how to start. After all, his father had caused Kakashi's father's death, making their meeting quite awkward. However, it was Kakashi who spoke first. "Asuma, you don't need to say anything. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't take it to heart. Let's forget about the old man. Once the mission is over, let's go have some barbecue." In the end, Asuma decided to treat everyone to barbecue. Kakashi agreed. Hearing about the barbecue, Naruto's weeding speed increased even more. 7 days later, the entire ninja world knew about the situation in Konohagakure. After all, Lucier had done the same thing at the daimyo's residence, and the ninja world was small. The story of Naruto was essentially about the conflicts between the 5 villages and the legendary rescue of mothers. Now, Sarutobi Hizashi was practically being treated like a rat, pointed at and talked about wherever he went. When he met the daimyo, he was also criticized, but the daimyo agreed to his request to resign from the Hokage position, allowing Jiraiya to take over. After discussing the Hokage candidate, the daimyo brought up another matter. "Hokage, I plan to start cutting down Konoha's military expenses next year." Boom! The daimyo's words exploded in Sarutobi Hizanshi's mind. He quickly tried to persuade him. "Daimyo, you can't do this. If you cut military expenses, many ninjas in Konoha won't be able to survive." "Haha, survive? Do you think I'm a fool? I see that it's your Sarutobi clan that won't survive. Do you really think I know nothing about Konoha? Most of the annual military budget goes to the Sarutobi, Nara, Mito, and Shimura clans. How much actually reaches the lower ranks? Do you want me to tell you? I originally didn't want to interfere with your affairs, since you were protecting me from enemies. But your actions have disappointed me, and I see that Konoha is just burning money. You even have money for human experiments. Should I show you the evidence? Sarutobi Hizashi was left speechless by the daimyo's words, but the military budget could not be reduced. That would throw Konoha into chaos. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Daimyo, I have done some wrong things. Many wrong things." The daimyo added, "Hokage, I see you have made many mistakes. But the military budget really cannot be cut. If it does, Konoha will be in chaos, and other villages will." At that moment, a daimyo aide walked in, approached the daimyo, whispered a few words, and then left. The daimyo looked at Sarutobi Hizashi and said slowly, "Hokage, I really overestimated your limits and underestimated your feelings for Danzo. Forget it. Don't say anything more. You can go back. If you can protect the land of fire, then do it. If not, I will switch to another village. After all, it doesn't matter who I give the money to." Sarutobi Hizashi was even more confused. What happened to the daimyo? Why did he suddenly change like this? He wanted to say something, but the daimyo interrupted him. "Hokage, don't say anything more. I will no longer believe you. Although I don't interfere with Konoha's management, your handling of Danzo has truly opened my eyes. Just forget it. Go back. You can live your life with Danzo." After saying that, the daimyo returned to his residence, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi alone in a state of confusion. Sarutobi Hizashi didn't even know how he got out. He just walked toward Konoha in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking, and the Umbu members, seeing the Hokage come out, closely follow behind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Sarutobi Hizashi stopped and asked the Umbu beside him, "Song, do you think I made a mistake regarding Danzo?" The Umbu was taken aback, then immediately replied, "Lord Hokage must have his own considerations. I dare not speculate." Sarutobi Hizashi's expression turned serious. "Speak the truth." The Umbu realized that his previous response was somewhat light. It was not as severe as the punishment for Umbu members failing their missions. After saying that, the Umbu obediently stepped back behind Sarutobi Hizashi. Sarutobi Hizashi continued walking toward Konoha. The reason the daimyo was so angry was entirely because Sarutobi Hizashi and Danzo had forced the death of Tsukumo Hitaki. And the reason was still the Hokage's half-sleeve he had given, which was a slap in the daimyo's face. Furthermore, the threats from Danzo were something the daimyo had never forgotten. Therefore, taking advantage of this situation, he needed to make Sarutobi Hizashi properly punish Danzo, so he would know who the real boss of the Land of Fire was. At the Akatsuki organization's base, Itachi was staring at the letter in his hand, stunned. He was shocked by the content of the letter. He wanted to disbelieve it, but when he used his Sharingan, he found that the Kodoame Tsukumi had indeed been used once. Now, looking at this letter, he felt that what it said was correct, but his brain was telling him not to believe it. The two conflicting emotions intertwined, causing him to shed tears once again, marking the second time he had cried since he could remember. The last time was when his parents died. Now, the happiest were the Suna village, as they felt the opportunity had come again. So, Raza immediately summoned the high-ranking officials of Suna village to plan a war against Konoha. In the conference room of Suna village, it was filled with people, all high-ranking officials of Suna. Ahem, you all have seen the letter, right? Everyone nodded, indicating they had seen it. Raza continued, "Since you have seen it, I will share my thoughts. Konoha is weaker than ever. Therefore, I propose we go to war against Konoha. What do you think?" Hearing Raza's words, the people of Suna village began to consider the pros and cons. At this moment, Chiyo stood up and said to Raza, "Kazakage-sama, I believe now is not a good time to go to war. Our resources in Suna village are currently insufficient to support a war against Konoha. If we go to war, it would be best to wait for a year until next year's military budget from the daimyo arrives before we engage Konoha. Otherwise, if we fall into a protracted war, it is very likely that Suna village will be defeated." Raza rested his chin on his hands and began to ponder. Chiyo's point was indeed a problem. After all, they did not have the strength to defeat Konoha in an instant. Raza put his hands down and said to everyone, "Then let's start preparing for war from now on. Next year, it's Konoha's turn to hold the Chunin exams, right? Then we will act during the Chunin exams. Let Gaara participate in the Chunin exams and try to kill as many Konoha geniuses as possible. Then we will find an opportunity to take down Sarutobi Hizashi and declare war on Konoha. Maki, you need to fully prepare the resources." At this moment, a sand ninja stood up and said, "All right, Lord Wind Shadow, I'll go after the meeting ends." Luo Sha looked at this subordinate, increasingly pleased, as he was one of the few Nin in the Sand Village, and also his right-hand man. Chio did not continue to speak. After all, Luo Sha's heart was not ordinary black. If he truly angered Luo Sha, she wouldn't have a good outcome either. However, what Luo Sha didn't know was that when the Nin exams arrived, it would also be his death sentence, as there were others eyeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. The other villages were watching, waiting to see what amusing things Konoha would do, as a Hokage like Sarutobi Hiruzen was rare. At this point, Konoha had become a joke in the ninja world. That morning, Shika followed Kakashi to the Hokage office, and the reason for coming was because of Naruto. Early in the morning, Naruto had been pestering Kakashi to take him out of the village for a mission. He was tired of the mundane weeding tasks and wanted to do something outside the village. However, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Kakashi did not dare to easily agree. So he brought a few people to ask for the Hokage's opinion. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed, but under Naruto's persistent persuasion, he eventually agreed and gave him a C-rank escort mission. When Lu Shi saw the task client, he recognized the person, the bridge builder from the Land of Waves, named Dazna. In fact, Lu Shi was quite looking forward to this task, not because he was interested in Zabuza, but because he was interested in Kato, who was a wealthy man. Lu Shi particularly likes rich people. They speak nicely and are talented, and he absolutely loves it. In fact, Lu Shi is only interested in Kato's money. With that money, Lu Shi can do a lot of things with Jingya. Just as Lu Shi was daydreaming, Dazuna's voice interrupted his thoughts. I say, Konoha is too perfunctory. They actually sent a few kids to escort me. I want to change the personnel. Kakashi was about to say something when Lu Shi spoke up. Why are you afraid? We are so small and not scared at all. Besides, Konoha wouldn't joke with our lives. At worst, we have teacher Kakashi with us. This is just a low-level escort mission. There's absolutely no reason to be afraid. I seriously suspect you are hiding the mission's level. Dazuna thought, damn, is this kid a fortune teller? How could he guess this? Although he thought this in his heart, he didn't show it on his face and quickly explained, I'm just afraid of encountering bandits and losing your lives. Although Dazuna was only flustered for a moment, Kakashi noticed it. However, Kakashi didn't say anything. If the situation changed, he could end the mission immediately. Right now, there was no evidence to prove that Dazuna was hiding the mission's level. Everything was just speculation. Dazuna was also stunned by Lu Shi's words and dared not mention changing the personnel again. Thus, the group headed toward the Land of Waves. It was the first time for several of them to leave the village for a mission, so they were very excited. Naruto's mouth didn't stop the entire way, and Lu Shi seriously suspected that Naruto's chatter was on the same level as a babbler. Perhaps because he was intimidated by Lu Shi. Dazuna was very honest along the way. A few days later, as they were walking, a puddle suddenly appeared in front of them. Lu Shi glanced at Kakashi, who didn't look at him, but Lu Shi knew that Kakashi definitely recognized it as an ambush and was just testing them. Deer Shi intentionally quickened his pace, surpassing the crowd, and Kaka, noticing Deer Shi's behavior, smiled slightly. As soon as the deer arrived at the edge of the waterhole, he drew his knife in an instant, and with 2 slashes, the waterhole immediately transformed into 2 people. However, these 2 individuals were not dead. They were both seriously injured. After they transformed back, they immediately charged towards Dazna. What followed was an indescribable battle, but fortunately, Sasuke was quite capable and took out one of them, while the other was dealt with by Kakashi during his escape. Kakashi glanced at the stunned Sakura and then turned his gaze towards Dazna. Mr. Dazna, can you tell me why there are ninjas ambushing you here? Given that you concealed the mission's rank, I have decided to stop the mission for the safety of these children. Dazna then began to play the moral card, lamenting his plight, which deeply moved the foolish Naruto. In the end, he used the Baiten Zue technique, compelling Kakashi to decide to continue with the mission. The group continued onward, but as they approached the Land of Waves, Kakashi signaled everyone to stop. Lu Shi took out 5 masks and handed them to several people. These are smoke masks drawn in Lu Shi's lottery. Sasuke and the others naturally put them on, and although Kakashi didn't understand what Lu Shi meant, he trusted him and also put one on. Then Lu Shi drew out a smoke knife, and black smoke quickly spread around. A few minutes later, get down, Kakashi shouted. As several people quickly lay down on the ground, a large sword flew over their heads and struck a tree on the opposite side. Then, a vague figure appeared in front, standing on the sword. At this moment, the figure spoke. I thought it was someone coughing. Turns out it's the copy, Ninja Kakashi. Can you put away the sword, you bastard? Kakashi recognized the visitor, but it was the perfect time to strike, so he didn't waste any words and directly used Raikiri. Momochi Zabuza felt that this was too unfair. They hadn't even fought yet. He was already being choked, and it seemed he could only deal with that little brat first. As expected of an elite jonin, he quickly found the key to breaking the deadlock, but Kakashi wouldn't give him that chance. The two began to fight amidst the black smoke, and various names of jutsu could be heard. 10 minutes later, Kakashi shouted, "Jushu, put away the sword." Another 10 minutes passed, the black smoke dissipated, and everyone saw Momochi Zabuza lying on the ground. At this moment, Zabuza was already foaming at the mouth, and Kakashi had pierced through his chest. It was uncertain if he would survive. Suddenly, countless shurikens were shot towards Zabuza, and everyone quickly jumped away. Then they saw a person jump in front of Zabuza. Lucier knew that this was Bai, a companion of Zabuza. At this moment, Bai spoke up. "I am from a Mist Village's pursuit team, and I am here to capture Zabuza. Can I take him away and hand him over to the village for judgment?" Kakashi knew that the Mist Village was indeed aware of this organization, which specialized in hunting rogue ninjas, so he allowed Bai to take Zabuza away. After Bai left, Kakashi continued to lead the others toward the Land of Waves. On the way, Kakashi glanced at Lucier's smoke blade and asked, "Lucier, where did you get this blade? It's quite special." Lucier then explained the origins of the smoke blade again. Kakashi nodded and said to Lucier, "Lucier, this blade is very powerful, but it has significant drawbacks, namely the wind. Once it encounters windy weather, it loses much of its effectiveness. Also in open plains, the smoke doesn't linger, reducing its power greatly. Lastly, there's the issue of wind-based ninjutsu. If it weren't for being in the forest this time, I might not have easily defeated Zabuza Momochi. And the mask you gave me, the material is very special and can completely block the smoke." Seeing that Kakashi was about to continue questioning, Lucier quickly interrupted him. "Kakashi-sensei, isn't that the sea over there?" Kakashi looked in the direction Lucier was pointing, and the blue sea came into view. Soon, they arrived in the Land of Waves, and the scene was desolate. Although Konoha had its darkness, it was still manageable for survival. However, the Land of Waves resembled a refugee camp. The group settled at Tizuna's house, preparing to protect Tizuna as he began bridge construction the next day. Once the bridge was completed, they would be ready to return. In the evening, in Kato's office, several shadows were moving things, boxes of money. These were Kato's savings, all found by the shadow ninjas. At this moment, Kato and his subordinates had been knocked unconscious by the shadow ninjas. It was uncertain what would happen when Kato woke up. The next morning, the group arrived at the bridge construction site, with Lucier and the others on guard at the bridgehead. Tizuna felt much more at ease these past 2 days, as he hadn't expected that after hiring ninjas, Kato would no longer cause trouble. What Tizuna didn't know was that Kato had no chance to create trouble anymore, because that night, when his subordinates saw he had no money, they didn't hesitate to kill him. They were all rogue ninjas. When Kato was out of money, they didn't care whether he was the boss or not. Finally, the bridge was completed, but this time it was named the Konoha Bridge instead of the Naruto Bridge. After the completion of the bridge, the group left the Land of Waves. Lucier felt that something was missing. Then he suddenly thought of it. There was no Naruto's verbal jutsu against Zabuza. Because of his appearance, the plot had deviated slightly, indirectly saving Zabuza's life. At this moment, Zabuza was still nursing his injuries. Without the ordinary person Tizuna, the group's speed increased significantly. Just as they were about to reach Konoha, Kakashi called out to Lucier and asked Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto to go ahead. "Lucier, wait a moment. Naruto, you three go on ahead. I need to talk to Lucier." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the three did not say anything and continued forward. After the three left, Kakashi looked at Lucier and said, "Lucier, you plan to leave the team, right?" Deer nodded and said nothing. "That's fine. The fighting IQ of your Nara clan is very high, and you're also an anomaly among them. Not only is your body technique strong, but your swordsmanship is also impressive, so it's a bit of a waste to be carrying out missions with Sasuke and the others. By the way, when I was teaching you swordsmanship before, I noticed that while your skills are good, they seem to lack something. During this fight with Zabuza, I realized that your sword technique should be with a double-handed sword. So prepare another sword when you go back. That should help improve your sword skills." In fact, you didn't need Kakashi to point this out. Deer had already noticed it himself, that he didn't have the right sword. So he didn't think much of it, but he had already started practicing using a sword with his left hand. In the evening, the group returned to Konoha. After showing their identification to the gatekeepers, they entered the village. Kakashi then went to report the mission at the Hokage building, while the four of them returned home. However, Deer told the three that he would treat them to barbecue tomorrow night, and that they should go home and rest well today. Before parting, Deer handed each of them a stack of money, shocking the three. At first, they refused to take it. Then they asked where the money came from. After all, Deer was also a child, and adults wouldn't give him this much money. So Deer made up a story. It was found on those two ninjas, and it counts as loot for the four of us, so take it. But in the future, don't casually touch enemy corpses. There might be traps set on them. Don't risk your lives for a bit of loot. The three nodded and ultimately accepted the money. After parting ways, Deer walked towards home. As soon as he reached the door, he shouted inside, "Mom, I'm back." A few seconds later, the door opened, and Deer's mom rushed out. "You're back, son. Come in quickly. Uncle Hayashi and Ino are here." Deer Time was welcomed into the home like a hero by his mother. At that moment, Jinya stepped forward, took Deer Time's hand, and asked him a series of concerned questions. After carefully checking, she found that Deer Time was not injured, which relieved her. Seeing this, Yamahachi felt a bit jealous. His little cotton-padded jacket had completely belonged to someone else now. When he went home, his daughter hadn't treated him this way, but he was still quite happy. After all, Deer Time was indeed a good kid who could take care of his daughter well. After Lu changed his shoes, he pulled Ino into the living room and saw his father, Uncle Kaichi, and Shikamaru all sitting there. Lucier greeted the two people. "Father, Uncle, hi, I'm back." "Good, good. Was this mission smooth?" The two replied happily to Lucier. Deer Sure sat down with Ino. As soon as they sat down, Shikamaru asked Deer Sure, "Brother, Xiaohei got into trouble again." Deer Sure quickly realized that this guy must have been messing with the villagers' livestock again. However, that was not a problem. He wasn't short on money at the moment. Then Deer Sure snapped his fingers, and several shadow ninjas appeared in the corners of the house. Shika's mother screamed in shock along with Ino, while Shirku and Yamanaka Kaichi also stood up and assumed a fighting stance. Deer Sure quickly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. This is my Shadow Legion. They're on our side." Then several shadow ninjas came forward, each carrying 2 boxes, and placed the boxes in front of Deer Sure. After setting down the boxes, the shadow ninjas returned to Deer Sure's shadow. A few people gaped in disbelief at this scene. It was simply too unbelievable. In fact, Deer Sure had wanted to tell them about this for a long time, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. This time was just right to inform them. After all, they would need to know eventually, so it was better to let them know sooner, allowing them to feel more at ease. Luge was the first to recover from the shock and quickly asked Lucier, "Son, what on earth is going on?" Upon hearing Luge's question, everyone else also reacted and turned to Lucier, wanting to know what was happening. Deer looked at the gazes from the crowd, and for a few people he explained, or rather, made up a reason. "To be honest, I don't really know what's going on either. I improved the secret technique of our Nara clan and felt that there was something inside. So I tried to summon them, and the result was these shadow ninjas appearing." At this moment, everyone was looking at each other. If it weren't for their knowledge of Deer's character, they would have thought he was talking nonsense. After the shock, everyone believed Deer's explanation, and then they turned their attention to those boxes. When Lucier opened the boxes, everyone was once again deeply shocked. There was just too much money. For these small families, saving up this much money would probably take decades, and that under the condition of not eating or drinking. This time, before they could ask, Lucier directly explained the source of the money. "This money I obtained in the Land of Waves. That Kato sent people to assassinate Dazna, and then..." Lucier carefully explained the matter, fearing that his mother would think he was not studying well and had developed bad habits like stealing. His mother was very strict and would never allow her son to engage in such activities. After hearing Lucier's explanation, everyone felt relieved. They were also worried that with such abilities, Lucier might do some petty things, but since it was against enemies, it was no problem. In the battlefield, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans would also seize some wealth from enemies. This was a common phenomenon in the ninja world, as long as they didn't harm innocent people. After all, ninjas also needed to eat. In short, being a ninja was also a craft that could feed people. Then Lu Jio suggested that the 3 families of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi have a gathering today. Everyone agreed, and a bewildered Shikamaru went to invite the Akimichi family, while Lucier and Ino went to call Ino's mother. 2 hours later, the members of the 3 families were seated around a beautifully arranged long table, filled with various delicacies, from fragrant grilled meat to fresh vegetable salads, and colorful sushi, each dish making people's mouths water. The meal lasted until midnight before it ended. In the living room, Lucier was discussing how to use the money with his father and others. As for Choji and Shikamaru, they were studying shadow ninjas, while Ino was helping in the kitchen. "Father, I plan to divide this money into 3 parts. 1 part for daily family expenses, another part to help our 3 families acquire some businesses, Of course, it won't be free. They will need to pay some interest. You all understand the principle of a favor for a favor, a grudge for a grudge. I don't want to fall out with my clansmen over money. The three nodded. Lu Shi's reasoning made sense. Human nature is such that people are not worried about being poor, but rather about inequality and insecurity. The remaining part, I want to save. This is the betrothal gift I am saving for Ino. At that moment, Akimichi Choji, who was drinking water, accidentally sprayed it all over Lu Jio's face. Cough, cough. I am sorry, eluzu. I didn't mean to. I didn't expect Lu Shi to start saving for a betrothal gift at such a young age. This kid is really good. Akimichi Choji thought for a long time, but couldn't find a better way to praise Lu Shi, so he could only say, really good. Riku didn't pay much attention. In fact, he felt a bit awkward about Riku's thoughts, thinking to himself, how old are you? You're already preparing a betrothal gift. Not to mention that Ino's dad is still around. On the other hand, Yachi was very calm. Hearing Riku's words, he didn't share the same thoughts as the other two. Instead, he was quite happy because this kid is starting to save up for a betrothal gift at such a young age. When Ino, who was helping in the kitchen, heard Riku's words, her face immediately turned shade of crimson. Akimichi Choza looked at his son, feeling that today he needed to educate him a bit. Look at you. All you do is eat, and someone your age is already thinking about saving money to marry a wife. I'll be waiting longer than others to have grandchildren. I must educate him today. Just as Choji was studying shadow ninjas, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Turning around, he saw his father watching him. He awkwardly smiled at his father and continued studying the shadow ninjas. At that moment, Akimichi Choza asked Riku, Riku, what level are those shadow ninjas? They're probably Genin. These shadow ninjas are quite weak, but they won't die and can respawn infinitely without needing chakra. The others felt that these ninjas were a bit weak, but fortunately, they could respawn infinitely, which made up for their lack of strength. Besides, Riku's strength wasn't weak either. Among those of the same level, Riku was basically invincible. After tidying up, both families said their goodbyes. As they were leaving, Rika leaned in and whispered a few words in Ino's ear, making her face turn red. The adults couldn't help but burst into laughter. When Lu Shi returned to his room, he began to search for paper and a pen, then wrote in his notebook, Ino, I miss you. He then handed the notebook to the shadow ninja. Ino quickly ran into her room when she got home, and as soon as she entered, she saw a shadow ninja appear in her room, instinctively startled. However, she quickly realized that this was sent by Lu Shi, and the shadow ninja handed the notebook to Ino. Upon seeing the content in the notebook, Ino chuckled and wrote below, I miss you too, then handed the notebook back to the shadow ninja. The shadow ninja vanished into the darkness once again. Thus, a unique WeChat conversation belonging to the two of them began. And eventually, Ino took out another notebook, and Lu Shi sent out 2 shadow ninjas to relay messages. Perhaps because this way of chatting was novel. The two of them chatted until dawn before finally sleeping. The next morning, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi was reporting on the progress of the mission. He had intended to report yesterday, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was not present at the time, so he had to come early in the morning to report. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the performance of the team. In the end, Kakashi asked the question that had been troubling him. Hokage-sama, why did you include Haruno Sakura? Without her, Team 7 would be a very versatile team, with a brain and main attacker, Sasuke's Genjutsu support, and Naruto, this unexpected ninja. It would be perfect. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, walked to the window, looked down at Konoha, and said to Kakashi behind him, Kakashi, that kid Lu Shi is only temporary with you. Although he has been hiding his strength these years, I know he already possesses Chunin level abilities. I have always wanted to recruit him into the Umbu, but he refused me every time, saying he wanted to do missions outside for a while before joining the Umbu. But I know he is just making excuses. He doesn't want to join the Umbu, or rather, he doesn't want to enter the Umbu, while I am Hokage. Kakashi, do you think I am a failure as Hokage? Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back with his dead fish eyes, then thought for a moment and said, Hokage-sama, that kid has inherited the high intelligence of a Nara clan, and I heard he is the smartest person in the clan's history. Such a person's way of thinking might be different from that of normal kids. I think you should try to have an open and honest conversation with him. He'll understand you. Sigh. I hope so. By the way, you mentioned that Sasuke can use Genjutsu. Do you know who taught him? Hokage-sama, I asked Sasuke, and he said he learned it by studying the ninjutsu scrolls left by his father. Oh, I see. All right, Kakashi, you can go back and rest for now. Tomorrow, go to the mission department and pick up a blood mission. Let these future of Konoha experience what a true ninja is. Understood? Hokage-sama. After saying this, Kakashi exited the Hokage's office. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Shadow Ninja, Kurwa. When the deer heard the reward, it immediately opened its eyes. It thought to itself, wow, a new reward has arrived. The previous ones were all in ordinary forms with average combat power. But this time I've finally received a new form of Shadow Ninja. Upon summoning this armored shadow, Lu found it to be similar to an ordinary Shadow Ninja, but with added armor and an extra katana. Lu sure recalled the Shadow Ninja and continued to lie down to sleep. He had chatted with Ino too late the day before. However, his plan to sleep in was destined to fail, as he heard his mom calling him for dinner as soon as he lay down. Halfway down the stairs, he saw his father and Shikamaru bowing to their respective shadows, saying something like, "Come out." Lu sure felt speechless and thought to himself, if he could actually summon them, that would be something. This is given to me by the system. I only said that yesterday to find an excuse for the Shadow Ninja's origin. You really believe it? In fact, Lu sure also wanted to give them a few, but once a Shadow Ninja died, they would return to their own Shadow Realm, making it a one-time deal. Lu sure came down the stairs and teased the two, saying, "Oh, what kind of ninjutsu are you practicing? Take me along." Lu Jio then saw his eldest son smiling at him and his younger son. He awkwardly withdrew his shadow, walked to the dining table, sat down, and said, "I just wanted to see if I could summon your ninja from within my shadow. If it works, our Nara clan will definitely reach new heights." Lu summoned 7 ordinary shadow ninjas and gave them the order to clean a house. Upon hearing the command, the 7 shadow ninjas immediately began to act. 10 minutes later, the family of 3 stared wide-eyed and with their mouths agape. Lu Shi's mother sighed. "This is cleaned up so thoroughly. It's even better than how I clean." Then she looked at Lu Shi with a big smile, but the smile made him feel a bit uneasy. His mother said to him, "Son, from now on, when you're at home, the cleaning will be your responsibility." "Phew, is that all, Mom? You could have said it earlier. You scare me." After dinner, Lu Shi took 2 wooden swords to the yard. He needed to practice his dual-wielding technique. In fact, even if Kakashi hadn't reminded him, he had planned to practice anyway. There was one thing he couldn't understand. Why didn't the swordsmanship manual mention this? However, after practicing, he realized it wasn't that the manual didn't remind him. It was that he'd been practicing incorrectly. At first, he thought these sword techniques were just 1 move or 2. Now he understood that this was dual wielding. The technique was originally meant for both hands. The left-hand sword focused on speed to restrain the enemy, while the right-hand sword focused on deception for surprise attacks. Lu Shi felt that the knife in his right hand should be a short knife. Otherwise, it would be impossible to meet the requirements mentioned in the book. That evening, Lu Shi treated Naruto and the others to a nice meal, but he noticed that Sakura hardly spoke the entire time. Even when Sasuke showed up, she didn't react, which made Lu Shi a bit uncomfortable. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Everyone has their own path to follow. Although he didn't like Sakura's personality, it didn't matter to him since he had no intention of pursuing her. The next morning, Naruto came to find Lu Shi and said there was a mission today. When they reached the village entrance, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura were already waiting for them, but Sakura still looked half dead. Kakashi took out the mission list and said to the 4 of them, "This mission is to eliminate mountain bandits. This time, I won't intervene, so you all have to complete it. My requirement is to leave no one alive. They must all be killed." When Naruto heard Kakashi's demand, he wanted to argue, but couldn't bring himself to do so when he saw Kakashi's serious expression. "Let's go." With Kakashi's words, the group headed out of the village. On the way, Naruto asked Lu Shi, "Big brother, do we really have to kill those people? Can't we just drive them away or reform them?" As soon as Lu Shi heard it, he knew that Naruto's motherly heart was overflowing again, wanting to use his talk no jutsu to persuade the enemies. However, these bandits were too low level, and Naruto's talk no jutsu was completely ineffective against them. In response to Naruto's question, Lu Shi did not stop but told him, "You should say that to the families of the victims. If they agree, I'll go ask Kakashi-sensei to let those bandits go." Naruto didn't say anything further and followed the others toward the village where the mission was posted. Kakashi, who was reading an adult book ahead, heard the conversation between Lu Shi and Naruto but said nothing, just smiled slightly. In the afternoon, they arrived at the village where the mission was posted. Looking at the miserable state of the village, Naruto began to understand his brother's meaning, thinking, if he told him now, "Please let those bandits go," he would probably get beaten up. After Kakashi learned about the situation from the village chief, he took the 4 of them and left. In the evening, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, which was also the bandits' lair. Kakashi pointed to the mountain and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Come back after you've wiped them out." The four of them cautiously made their way up the mountain, and Lucier knew that Kakashi would definitely follow them. He would really leave them alone. If something happened, it would be hard for him to explain, especially with a Jinchuriki like Naruto. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. Soon, they reached the entrance of the bandit stronghold, where only 2 people were on guard. Lucier signaled the 3 people to stop and then turned to them, saying, "You 3 go hide first. I'll go check the situation inside. Let's act in the second half of the night. The bandits are still awake now. If we act now, it will make too much noise." The 3 nodded in agreement with Lucier's plan. Deer climbed to the top of the mountain to carefully observe the situation inside the mountain stronghold. An hour later, Deer came down from the top and introduced the situation to the 3. There were about 30 bandits inside, and a direct assault would definitely result in injuries. We will wait for them to rest before taking action. I will take charge of the house with the most people on the east side. Sasuke will go to the house on the north side, which should be where their leader resides, with about 6 or 7 people. Sakura and Naruto will go to the house on the west side, which has more than 10 people. Is there any problem? The 3 replied that there were no issues. All right, since there are no problems, let us rest first, conserve our energy, and wait until the bandits are asleep before we act. The group then leaned against the rocks to rest. Kakashi, not far up in a tree, listened to their plan and was very pleased with Deer's arrangements. The plan was perfect, given the significant difference in numbers between the enemy and us. Deer's arrangements were very reasonable. The only uncertainty was whether Naruto would cause any unexpected trouble. As night fell, the stars were hidden behind thick clouds, as if even the sky was holding its breath for the impending action. Rushi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura quietly approached the entrance of the bandits' lair. Then, 2 shurikens whistled through the air and struck the patrolling bandits. Moments later, the 2 patrolling bandits lay on the ground, and Rushi stepped forward to deliver 2 finishing blows. He didn't want the foolish mistake of leaving an enemy alive to alert others to happen to him. Once inside the bandits' lair, Rushi made several hand signals to the 3. Then, the 3 instantly moved toward their respective targets. The person in charge of the deer den entered the east room quietly, like a nimble shadow in the night. Inside, the mountain bandits were either lying down or sitting, and it was clear they had already fallen asleep. Lucier summoned the shadow ninjas and gave them orders. The shadow ninjas, like grim reapers, silently harvested the lives of the bandits. There were no screams, no struggles. These bandits died in their sleep. For them, this might have been a form of luck. Just as Lucier had finished off everyone, a commotion came from the West Wing. What was supposed to be a silent assassination was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a sudden fight. Upon hearing the source of the sound, Lucier immediately knew something had happened with Naruto. He recalled the shadow ninja, and in a flash, he rushed towards the western house. Now was not the time to reveal their trump cards. Sakura and Naruto had already entered the western house, and perhaps due to nerves, Sakura accidentally knocked over a mountain bandit's weapon. The noise was particularly jarring in the quiet of the night, instantly alerting the bandits. A few bandits woke from their slumber, picked up their weapons, and looked at the 2. Sakura and Naruto could only draw their kunai to prepare for battle, which was about to erupt. By the time Lucier arrived, the 2 were already engaged in a fight with the bandits. He immediately drew his short blade and charged at the bandits, his figure moving like a ghost across the battlefield, with each appearance coinciding with the fall of a bandit. Lucier's involvement quickly changed the tide of the battle. The bandits began to panic, unsure of where these ghostly attacks were coming from. Meanwhile, Sasuke faced an unexpected situation. He was responsible for the northern house, where the bandit leader resided. Sasuke approached the house silently, his Sharingan spinning in the night. He easily opened the door and swiftly dealt with a few bandits. However, when he entered the bandit leader's room, he found it empty. Sasuke's heart sank. He realized that the bandit leader might have sensed their actions. After all, he had heard the loud noises outside. There was no reason for the people inside not to hear them. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Kid, who sent you? If you leave now, I can spare your life." The bandit leader's voice was clearly shaky as he saw the headband on Sasuke's forehead. He didn't have the confidence to face a ninja. Sasuke quickly retreated, only to see a man holding a large blade appear to his right. He knew this was the bandit leader. Without hesitation, Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, and the bandit, momentarily stunned, felt Sasuke's kunai slice across his neck. Sasuke's current strength was more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the battle in the western house was coming to an end. However, most of the bandits were killed by Lucier, with Naruto taking down one, leaving Sakura to do little throughout. Although she knocked down 2, she didn't deliver the finishing blows. When the 3 emerged, they saw Sasuke covered in blood, and Sakura rushed over to tend to him. Lu Shi was indeed a bit angry. Naruto had blocked several attacks for her. Shouldn't she ask about Naruto first? There must be some feelings, right? Just as Sakura was tending to Sasuke, a cold voice rang out. Because of your mistake, your teammates fell into danger during the battle. Your teammates blocked several attacks for you. Shouldn't you check on your teammates' condition? Is that brain of yours only good for being infatuated? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Sakura was initially taken aback, but then her entire demeanor darkened. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he pulled Naruto down the mountain while talking. Sasuke set this place on fire to prevent an epidemic. Naruto wanted to comfort Sakura a few times, but ended up getting kicked by Lu Shi, causing smoke to rise from his rear, mainly because his boat was covered in dust. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Kakashi was already waiting there, and Naruto kept looking back. Kakashi pretended to know nothing and asked Lu Shi, "Why are only you two down here? Where are Sakura and Sasuke?" Seeing Kakashi's expression, Lu Shi replied irritably, "They're dead, all burned. You should go get their ashes back to Konoha, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi awkwardly scratched his head, knowing he had been seen through. After all, he had just come down, and couldn't he possibly not know what Sakura and Sasuke were doing? Soon, the bandits' hideout was engulfed in flames, and Sakura and Sasuke appeared in the sight of the three. Seeing the two, Lu Shi walked towards the village that issued the mission, as completing the task required the employer's signature. In the morning, as the sun just peeked out, the five of them headed towards Konoha, but Sakura kept trailing behind the four without any intention of moving forward. To be honest, Lu Shi used to dislike Sakura a lot while watching the anime. She would call Naruto when in trouble and Sasuke when nothing was happening, though she was a bit better in the later episodes. Ever since Lu Shi traveled here, he hadn't targeted Sakura and hadn't looked at her through colored glasses. After all, everyone has their own choices, and there's no need to interfere with others' choices. However, today's events truly disgusted Lu Shi. If Sakura were a ninja from another village, he would have wanted to eliminate her. At noon, the group arrived outside Konoha, where the gatekeepers were still the same two guardians. Once inside the village, Kakashi led the four towards the Hokage tower. Although Lu Shi initially planned to go home, Kakashi said that Sarutobi Hizashi wanted to see him, so he followed along. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to go home and spend some time with Ino? What was so interesting about an old man? After a few words with Sakura, Kakashi went home, and the others didn't know what Sakura had said. But they didn't ask. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi reported on the mission's progress and then leaned over to whisper something in Sarutobi Hiruzan's ear. Lu Shi guessed that Kakashi might have told Sarutobi Hizashi about what he said to Sakura. Just then, a 7 or 8-year-old boy wearing a long scarf ran in. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Grandpa, I'm going to defeat you." Then, the little boy stepped on his own scarf and immediately made close contact with the ground. As soon as the little boy walked in, Lu recognized who he was. He was Sarutobi Konohamaru, the grandson of Sarutobi Hizashi. Konohamaru then looked up foolishly and thought to himself, "Wasn't I here to challenge my grandfather? Why did I fall?" He then saw Naruto, who was closest to him, and shouted, "Did you trip me?" Naruto, not one to hold back, directly punched Konohamaru on the head. "You idiot. You fell by yourself. What does that have to do with me?" At that moment, the colorfully dressed Ebisu walked in and started scolding Naruto. Lu couldn't bear to watch any longer. This is just too bullying. Even a dog should not rely on its master like this. Just as Rushi was about to draw his sword to scare Ebisu, he had only pulled it halfway out when he noticed Kakashi's hand resting on his, signaling him with his eyes not to act recklessly. Sarutobi Hizashi also didn't expect Rushi to draw his sword at that moment, and then said, "Ebisu, Konohamaru fell by himself. It has nothing to do with Naruto. You should take Konohamaru down first." "Yes, Hokage-sama, young Master Konohamaru, let's go back first." After the two left, Sarutobi Hizashi, with a kind expression, asked Rushi, "Rushi, originally I planned to talk to you about this later, but Konoha is short on people right now. So I would like to invite you to join the Umbu once again. What do you think?" Lu Shi thought for a moment. He felt he could agree. After all, this old man didn't have much time left to live. Then he said to Sarutobi Hizashi, "Sure, by the way, Hokage-sama, doesn't the Umbu only take orders from you?" Sarutobi Hizashi was still happy about Lu Shi agreeing to join the Umbu, but when he heard Lu Shi's question, his smiling face stiffened. However, he quickly adjusted his expression and said, "Of course, the Umbu is the Hokage's exclusive guard, and no one can give orders besides me." Before Sarutobi Hizashi could finish speaking, he was interrupted when someone at the door said to the Umbu, "Go and call Elder Mito. Tell him to come to the Hokage's office. I have something to discuss." Then they saw that the Umbu really went to call someone. Lucier looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a teasing expression, while Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared quite embarrassed. He was internally cursing Tsunade, thinking, can't this spendthrift woman come a little later? Ahem, it's like this, Lucier, this is a Konoha elder. And sometimes they ask the Umbu to do some tasks. However, you don't need to worry about that after you arrive. Just listen to me. Tsunade walked into the room and went directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen, complaining unhappily. Hiruzen, my medical department can't hold on any longer. The daimyo. Halfway through her sentence, she noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen winking at her, and it seemed she understood something. She immediately shut her mouth and placed the documents on the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the documents on the table and then said to Lucier, all right, Lucier, you can go back and rest for now. Remember to report tomorrow. Kakashi, you take them out. Okay, Hokage-sama. As everyone exited the Hokage building, they saw Sakura standing at the entrance. At that moment, Sakura also noticed them. Sakura ran straight in front of Lucier and bowed 3 times, then did the same to Naruto. At that moment, Sakura's eyes were red and clearly had been crying. With a sobbing tone, she said, Naruto, I'm sorry. I was wrong about what happened before. I apologize and hope you can forgive me. She bowed 3 times again to Naruto, leaving him quite flustered, and he immediately forgave Sakura. As Lucier looked at Naruto, he felt that Naruto was hopeless. Can Sakura change this? Lucier felt uncertain. After apologizing to Naruto, Sakura turned to Lucier and said, Lucier, you are right to criticize me. I was wrong before. I was too self-righteous. However, Lucier interrupted her, saying, all right, you don't need to apologize to me. You haven't done anything wrong to me. I just hope you can think more about others when you do things. If you really dislike Naruto, you can tell Kakashi-sensei, and he will switch you to another team. There is no need to treat Naruto as a punching bag. It's unfair to him. You often hit Naruto at school, and it's only because he likes you that he puts up with you. If it really came down to a fight, I don't think you would be a match for him. Don't take someone else's affection as a capital to trample on their dignity. The height Naruto will reach in the future is something you will never achieve. The Naruto you look down on today will be someone you can't reach tomorrow. That is all I have to say. How to act is up to you. Even if you consider me an enemy, I don't care. Since the day I decided to become a ninja, I was destined to have many enemies, the kind that don't rest until one of us is dead. There will be many, so losing one doesn't matter. After saying this, Lucier walked toward the flower shop at Ino's house. At this moment, everyone was shocked, especially Naruto, who didn't expect his brother to have such high hopes for him. Kakashi watched the departing boy and suddenly felt an indescribable sensation shaking his heart. Sasuke thought this was the kind of awareness a ninja should have. Sakura felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Even Sarutobi Hizashi, who was eavesdropping by the window, felt deeply shaken, especially by the line, since the day I decided to become a ninja, I was destined to have many enemies. The kind that don't rest until one of us is dead. He suddenly felt old, having lost the courage to face enemies. At that moment, he thought of Kakashi Shigeru and Hyuga Hizashi, remembering his compromises. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi was lost in thought, Tsunade's words pulled him back to reality. Hizashi, what's wrong? The matter of cutting military expenses really won't work. That would cause chaos in Konoha. Should we talk to the daimyo again? Huh? What did you say? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Sarutobi Hizashi, thinking, I shouldn't have said anything. But she repeated what she just said. Tsunade, I'm afraid the daimyo won't change his mind unless Tsunade goes to speak personally. But Tsunade hasn't returned for so many years. She probably won't go. Let us wait for Jiraiya to come back and talk then. Inside Ino's flower shop, bursts of laughter came from within, and passers-by would peek in. Let me tell you a story about Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. All right, Lucier, save that for next time. Let me catch my breath. That story about the Ninja World Dance King just cracked me up. Does Uchiha Madara really know how to perform the Thomas Spin and Uproot Willows? I can't believe it. Ino, you have to believe me. Do you believe that when Uchiha Madara fights, he will definitely ask, do you want to dance too? All right, I believe you. By the way, let me treat you to dinner today to celebrate your joining the Umbu. Okay, then I'll go deliver flowers first, and I'll come pick you up later. Lucier finished speaking and ran out of the flower shop. The next morning, Lucier arrived at the dark department to report for duty. She was greeted by a woman, but she was wearing a mask, so her appearance was hidden. The woman brought Lucier to a shelf filled with masks. Pick one, she said, then come up with a code name to report to logistics. And while you're at it, collect your equipment, then report to Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage has a mission for you. After giving her instructions, the woman turned and left. Lu Shur looked at the masks and couldn't find one he liked. After a long selection, he finally chose an eagle head mask. After receiving his gear, he immediately put it on and gave himself the codename Black Eagle. After leaving the logistics department, Lu Shur headed towards the Hokage's office. Before he arrived, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Lu Shur turned around and saw that it was Tsuki Kamaru. Just as Lu Shur was about to ask what was going on, Tsuki Kamaru handed him a folder and said in a commanding tone, "Take this document to the hospital director." After saying that, she walked away as if she were commanding a subordinate. At that moment, Lu Shur stood there in confusion, thinking to himself, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? After a moment, Lu Shur casually threw the document into the nearby trash can without looking back and continued towards the Hokage's office, muttering, "What level are you at to think you can order me around?" When he arrived at the Hokage's office, there were 3 people inside. Just then, they said, "Lu Shur, you're here. Let me introduce you to your teammates. You will be going to Sunagakure with them for a mission. As for the rest, you can get to know each other on the way." At that moment, Tsuki Kamaru walked into the Hokage's office and immediately shouted, "What about that Umbu? Who gave him the guts to throw away my document?" Everyone turned to look at Lu Shur, including Sarutobi Hizashi. Lu Shidu was unafraid and directly said, "If you want to send the documents, go yourself. Don't you have legs? I'm from the Dark Division, not an errand runner." The 3 members of the Dark Division exclaimed that this was a warrior. They wouldn't dare speak to an elder like that. Chuchin Xiaochun's face turned pale. She didn't expect a new member of the Dark Division to openly defy her orders. What kind of attitude is this? She scolded. Lu Shur stared at Tsuji Koharu without fear and said in a frivolous tone, "I am a member of the Umbu, and my duty is to execute the tasks assigned by Lord Hokage, not to run errands for you." Tsuji Koharu sneered. "Who do you think you are? An Umbu member dares to act presumptuously in front of me?" A hint of disdain flashed in Lu Shur's eyes. "I respect every elder, but respect is not blind obedience. My task is to protect the village, not to engage in trivial matters." The others in the Hokage's office began to whisper among themselves, admiring Lu Shur's courage while feeling dissatisfied with Tsuji Komatsu's arrogance, thinking, "What's wrong with the Umbu? Did the Umbu eat your family's rice?" Of course, these were just thoughts. They didn't dare to say them out loud. Tsuji Komatsu's anger grew even more. "You are challenging my authority." Lusikamli responded, "No, I'm just fulfilling my duties as a member of the Umbu." Sarutobi Hizashi finally spoke, looking at Tina and Koharu, and said, "Koharu, Lu Shur is right. The duty of Umbu members is to carry out important missions, not to deliver documents. Let's end this matter here. If the medical department is too busy, you can ask Minyan for a few people." Koharu's expression darkened even more. She didn't expect Hizashi not to stand up for her, but she couldn't disregard his words. She shot Lu Shur a fierce glare and turned to leave the office. After Koharu left, Sarutobi Hizashi took out a document and handed it to a man wearing a fox mask. "Fox, you must retrieve this information. Our intelligence personnel went to great lengths to obtain it this time. However, it was discovered by Sunagakure, which has intensified their investigations on incoming and outgoing personnel. Under these circumstances, the action team had no choice but to leave the intelligence scroll in a safe house and requested the village to send someone to retrieve it. So you must be careful on your way." Lu Shur really wanted to complain about these people. They were so stupid. Can't they just check the intelligence scroll, then send someone back to dictate it? They had to do something with the intelligence scroll. They deserve to die for that. However, there is an advantage to this approach. If the operatives die, the intelligence remains, and the team can continue the mission. Thinking of this, Lu Shur interrupted, "Lord Hokage, actually, it doesn't have to be so complicated. I could take Xiao and bring it back before tomorrow morning. For people are just too noticeable and can easily be discovered." As soon as Sarutobi Hizashi heard this, his eyes lit up, feeling it was a good idea. And he knew about Xiao as well. If it weren't for the fear that Lu Jio would become estranged from him, he would have wanted to take Xiao for himself. There were very few flying mounts in the entire ninja world. Then Sarutobi Hizashi mentally simulated the process of this operation and concluded that Lu Shur's plan was indeed easier to succeed than sending 4 people together. All right, this time let Lu Shur go by himself. "Fox, give the documents to Lu Shur. But you all should go to the border to provide support. We must ensure nothing goes wrong." "Understood, Lord Hokage." Then the man in the fox mask handed the documents to Lu Shur. Lu Shur looked at the documents and felt that he had spoken a bit too boldly. The safe house was in Sunagakure. Was it really safe? However, since he'd already said it, he couldn't back out now. "I've finished reading the documents, Lord Hokage. I'll prepare," and set off. "All right, you can go prepare. I will have Fox and the others go to the border to support you." If anyone chases you, run to the border outpost. There are more people there. Understood. Lord Hokage. After Lu Shi came out of the Hokage's office, he headed home. He needed to prepare a bit and pick up Xiao Hei, and also get some rations ready for Xiao Hei, as he would be the main force for this mission. There was actually another way, which was to send the shadow ninjas to retrieve it. However, it wasn't the right time to reveal his trump card, and while the shadow ninjas were decent in combat, they were not as effective for espionage tasks, and he couldn't share vision with them. If something went wrong, it would be problematic. The last time he ordered them to destroy the Uchiha Sharingan, Lu Shi realized that commanding the shadow ninjas was tricky. One relied on direct orders, while the other depended on mental control, and it didn't work well over long distances. There was also the shadow space, which lacked air, so Lu Shi couldn't enter it. He could only stay there for 2 minutes in emergencies. When he got home, Lu Shi briefed his father and then set off with Xiao Hei. Lu Shi was curious about how Xiao Hei, being so large, could take off from a standstill. But then he thought about it and realized that this was an anime world, so he let it go. Roku looked at his eldest son with satisfaction. The young eagle was finally about to embark on his journey to conquer the skies. Outside Sunagakure, Roku was still pondering how to enter the village. He noticed that the entrance to Sunagakure seemed even more guarded than what Sarutobi Hizashi had mentioned, and figuring out how to get in was a problem. However, this wouldn't be a challenge for him. Dear Time arrived at a shadowy place and had the shadow ninja take him in, then came out from inside the sand-hidden village. This process took no more than a minute, and even without breathing for a minute, Dear Time was still able to endure it. Soon, Dear Time appeared in the shadow of a street corner. Suddenly, he had a great idea. When he encounters an opponent he can't defeat in the future, he could simply have the shadow ninja take him to the shadow space and suffocate him. When Lu Shi appeared on the streets of Sunagakure, he had already completed his disguise, using transformation jutsu to take on the appearance of a Sunagakure ninja. In fact, Lu Shi had considered transforming into a tourist or something similar. But there were too few tourists in Sunagakure, and he noticed that tourists seemed to be monitored, so he could only transform into a Sunagakure ninja. Lu Shi did not rashly go to the safe house to retrieve anything. It was just past noon, and going now might attract attention. Moreover, he had not planned to go personally. Such a dangerous task was perfect for the shadow ninja. Meanwhile, Lu Shi wandered around the ninja tool shop in Sunagakure. However, as soon as he entered the shop, he ran into his future sister-in-law, Tamaki. Nevertheless, Lu Shi did not turn to leave. Leaving now would make it obvious that something was wrong, and there might be someone protecting Tamaki from the shadows, so he needed to remain calm. When Lu Shi arrived at the counter, the owner also noticed him. Just a moment ago, he was explaining ninja tools to Shoju. The owner was very enthusiastic and immediately asked Lu Shi, "This guest, may I ask what you need?" Lu Shi glanced at the rack of ninja blades and replied, "I need a ninja blade, but it should be a short one, and the price should be a bit cheaper." After hearing Lu Shi's request, the boss thought for a moment, then took down 3 short blades from the rack and placed them on the counter. "These 3 are quite in line with your requirements. Take a look and see if you like any of them." Lu Shi looked around and picked up a random knife. The here was quite ordinary. After paying, he was about to leave when Shoju spoke up. "What's your name? I don't think I've seen you before." Lu Shi, who had just taken a few steps, stopped and turned to Shoju, saying, "My name is Ulu Wa. I've been on the front lines with my father and just returned yesterday. I've already reported to the village. Can I leave now?" Shoju felt that what he said was reasonable, especially since he mentioned that he had reported in. However, she still felt that something was off, but she let him go anyway. After Lu Shi came out, he immediately found a deserted place to change his appearance, as the previous one could no longer be used. If he encountered Shoju, it could lead to exposure. At this moment, Shoju finally realized something was off. How could someone returning from the front lines be so unscathed? It was obviously suspicious. She immediately said to those around her, "Check that person. If he has indeed reported, then it's fine. If there are no Ulu Wa among those who reported, then capture him immediately." Yes. At this time, Shoju also left the ninja tool shop. She had come to pick a gift for her brother, but now she had lost her enthusiasm and headed home instead. Unfortunately, after transforming, Lu Shi ran into Shoju again. Shoju was still thinking about the Ulu Wa matter and brushed past Lu Shi. Lu Shi felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. How could he still not avoid her? Fortunately, there was no interaction this time. After leaving, Lu Shi decided not to wander aimlessly anymore, as it could easily lead to exposure. He then found an abandoned house with no one living in it to rest. Lu Shi was curious about how Sunagakure piled up sand, as the houses there were built of sand. He wondered why the sand didn't collapse. It soon got dark, and he could move again. At that moment, Lucier noticed many Sunagakure ninjas appearing on the street, searching house by house, with Shoji leading them. Lucier began to think of countermeasures. When Shoji returned home, she received news that no one had reported as a Huluwa. She then reported this to Rusha. Rusha believed that this incident was related to the previous information leak. Therefore, he instructed Shoji to lead a search while he would ambush outside Sunagakure. After all, once they obtained the information, it would definitely be taken out of the village. He specifically ordered the gatekeeping ninjas to be more lenient. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Spies from other villages have infiltrated. We need to check. Creak. The door opened, and a man wearing a Sunagakure forehead protector stepped out. What's wrong? We're the spies. Do you need my help to take care of those pests? He said, drawing his ninja blade. The acting at this moment is definitely worth an Oscar. As soon as the inspecting ninjas saw this, he felt that this was one of their own. This is how the ninjas from the sand-hidden village should face their enemies. With a smile, he reassured, no need, you can go back. If you discover anything, just sound the alarm immediately. Lucier nodded and said, I understand. If there's anything, I'll call you. After speaking, he put away his knife and returned to the house. In the distance, Temari glanced at Lucier but did not pay much attention, instead directing everyone to continue searching. Once back in the house, Lucier was extremely nervous. If it weren't for the help of the shadow ninjas, he probably would have been exposed by now. This was originally an uninhabited house, and the items inside were stolen by the shadow ninjas from other homes. Therefore, when the inspector looked at the furnishings, he didn't scrutinize Lucier closely because most houses in Sunagakure were like this. The sky had turned dark, and Lucier instructed the shadow ninjas to take him to a corner, then sent 3 shadow ninjas to retrieve the intelligence scrolls. At that moment, Temari was still leading people in the search when she suddenly remembered the ninja from earlier. It wasn't that she remembered the ninja himself, but rather the knife in his hand, which seemed to be the one bought by the white-haired gourd kid, with its distinctive black and white sheath that left a strong impression. Hurry back, that person is a spy. With that, Temari led the Sunagakure ninjas towards the direction where Lucier was staying. However, by the time she arrived, the house was already empty, causing her hands to tremble in anger. Outside Sunagakure, Lucier had just been brought out of the shadow space by the shadow ninjas. His face was a bit flushed. He had been inside for 3 minutes and felt somewhat oxygen-deprived. He then whistled. However, what he received was not Little Black, but a swarm of shurikens and kunai, along with a considerable number of senbon. This startled Lucier, and he quickly summoned all the shadow ninjas to block these projectiles while he made a hasty escape. However, he soon felt the shadow ninjas returning. Even the armored shadow was back. It seemed there were some skilled individuals involved. As Lucier ran while drawing out his smoke knife, the desert was too vast to hold the smoke, and with Lucier running ahead, it looked like a plane pulling a line behind. However, there was still some effect. But for the 2 people playing in the sand behind, it had no effect at all, as they were flying in the sky. Fortunately, Xiaohei arrived just in time, and Lucier jumped onto Xiaohei's back, who then flew Lucier into the air. A good show began. The 2 people behind were chasing Lucier relentlessly, and Lucier didn't expect Luo Sha and Gaara could fly so fast. However, Luo Sha and Gaara were not in a good mood right now because it was too suffocating. Luo Sha shouted from behind, leave the intel, and I can let you cough let you go. How could Lucier possibly listen to him? On Xiaohei's back, he kept waving the smoke knife, which made it very uncomfortable for AI Luo and Luo Sha, who were behind him, but they couldn't stop chasing. So he chased while the other fled. In the end, at the border of the land of Earth, Luo Sha gave up because he couldn't catch up, and since they had reached the border, continuing to pursue would easily provoke the dissatisfaction of the land of Earth. However, Lucier had no intention of letting him go. He chased him all night, and now he didn't want to stop. What a joke. Deer instructed Little Black to fly low and approach the camp of the land of Earth, shouting below, I am an intelligence officer from Awagakure, a subordinate of Lord Tsuchi, and I have important information. Quickly help me stop those 2 people behind. At this moment, the commander of the Awagakure camp was watching the person above, contemplating the authenticity of this matter. Recklessly taking action against the wind shadow was no small matter. When Nara Shikashi saw that these people were not being fooled, he could only transform into Deidara's appearance and continue to shout, I am Deidara, I am not a rogue ninja. I was sent by my teacher to carry out a mission. Now that the mission is complete, hurry and help me stop them. This intelligence concerns the future of the land of Earth. Do you want to become sinners of the land of Earth? This time, the camp commander moved, because very few outsiders knew about Deidara's situation, and even fewer knew that Deidara was the disciple of the Tsuchikage. The main point was that what he said was too significant. He didn't dare to take the blame. The Chunin ninjas were dumbfounded, thinking, this information is not related to our Sunagakure. What does it have to do with the land of Earth? Then they saw dozens of people using Earth-release ninjutsu to attack Raza and Gaara. As for how many people from Awagakure died, it had nothing to do with Nara Shikashi. It was all Daidara's doing. After flying a distance in the land of Earth with Shikashi, Kuro carried him towards Konoha, taking a break along the way because he felt that Kuro seemed a bit tired. By noon, Shikashi returned to Konoha, in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the intelligence on the table. His face darkened. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table hard and scolded. Those ungrateful guys from Sunagakure actually want to go to war with Konoha. He then looked at Shikashi and smiled, saying, Shikashi, you did well on this mission. By the way, didn't you say you would be back in the morning? Why did you come back at noon? Shikashi then recounted his encounter with Raza, emphasizing how he led Raza to the land of Earth Camp. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, not expecting it to turn out this way. If they really fought, Konoha would have an easier time, but it was tricky. There wasn't much of a major conflict, so it was hard for them to actually go to war. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the intelligence scroll in his hand, took out another document, and handed it to Shikashi. This is your next mission, but there's no rush. You can wait a couple of days before going. Liu glanced at it and found that it was still a task to gather intelligence. Without hesitation, he directly agreed. As soon as Rushi left the Hokage's office, he encountered Tsunade at the door. The old lady glanced at Rushi and let out a cold snort. But after that, she just walked away, leaving Rushi feeling a bit confused about her behavior. After exiting the Hokage building, Rushi headed home, and when he arrived, only his mom was there. They chatted for a while before Rushi went out to find Ino. His mom had heard from Shikamaru that this time, the Ino Shikicho team's mission seemed to be an escort mission to the Land of Iron. Coincidentally, the place where Rushi was gathering information was also the Land of Iron. So, Rushi decided to find Ino and join her in carrying out the mission. It wouldn't be bad to work with his future wife. Lucier suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today, so he immediately signed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a full set of Death God gear. Wow. This reward is getting more and more bizarre. After putting on the Death God gear, Lucier's aura instantly improved. Coupled with the smoking knife and sunglasses, he looked just like a death god from the ninja world. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lucier was very satisfied and thought, it would be great if I could get a Zanpakuto too. However, the system's voice directly interrupted his fantasy. Host, don't even think about the Zanpakuto. Even if I get it for you, you won't be able to use it. There are no conditions for the Bankai of the Zanpakuto here. System, that's not right. Why can other travelers use Zanpakuto, but I can't? Well, okay. It's just that this system can't obtain the quota for the Zanpakuto, so you can't use it. System, from what you're saying, there is one. It's just that you don't have the qualification. Host, all our systems are managed by the Cross-World Management Bureau. As for our abilities, it's also the responsibility of the Cross-World Management Bureau, so I'm useless. Why don't you dare to fight the Cross-World Management Bureau? If you did, could I? At the age of 7, punch Uchiha Madara, kick Senju Hashirama, and casually annihilate the Akatsuki? Then at 10, unify the ninja world, and at 20, live a shameless life with Ino? System. Seeing the silent system, Lucier packed his things and set off. In fact, he just thought that being too invincible wouldn't be interesting. He preferred to grow stronger bit by bit. This time, Lucier didn't bring Xiaohei, as it wasn't necessary. The time for this mission was ample, so there was no need to rush. After completing it, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old guy, would still continue to give him tasks. And he didn't want to use like a donkey by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the evening, Lucier caught up with the Ino Shikicho team. Asuma was also surprised to see Lucier. He had heard that Lucier was going to Sunagakure when he set off, but he didn't expect him to return so soon. As soon as Rushi met Ino, he took her little hand and asked with concern, Ino, are you tired? Do you want me to carry you? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Ino lightly punched Rushi with her small fist and playfully replied, I'm not that weak. Stop saying silly things. There are people watching. Lucier turned back and said, Who is there? Shikamaru rolled his eyes at his brother and said, Big brother, that's enough. We're already full from all this dog food. TCH, what do you expect a single dog to eat, if not dog food? Ino couldn't help but laugh at Shikaji's words. At this moment, Asuma Sarutobi said, Shikamaru, go tell the merchants that the forest is just ahead. It's going to get dark soon, and traveling at night isn't safe. Let's rest here for today. Okay, Asuma-sensei. After Shikamaru left, several people began to check the surrounding environment. Soon it was time to recommend a 5-star review. In the evening, after everyone had dinner, Asuma started assigning tasks. Sheikamaru, Fiyi, Ino. You guys will guard the first half of the night, and I will take the second half. Stay alert. The three responded in unison. Okay, Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru didn't interfere with Asuma's arrangements. This would also help train them for the future. Then, Ino and Shikamaru began their night watch in a book. And this time Shikamaru told Ino the story of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama that must be mentioned. Asuma Sarutobi was sleeping next to the campfire, but his shaking shoulders betrayed him. He thought if Senju Hashirama were still alive, he'd be furious to hear this story. 3 people getting married? Madara would agree. But Uzumaki Mido definitely wouldn't. Soon it was late at night, and Asuma got up to take over the watch. He glanced at Shikamaru with a puzzled expression. Ino lay on Shikamaru's legs and began to sleep, while Shikamaru sang her a lullaby. CHG suddenly felt that maybe he should also find a girlfriend. He was really tired of the dog food-flavored chips. Early the next morning, they were all awakened by a delicious aroma, especially CHG, who had been awake for a while. They gathered by the campfire and saw Shikamaru cooking deer meat, which had been prepared before their departure. Shikamaru discovered that in the shadow space, due to the lack of oxygen, things could be stored for a long time. Asuma approached Shikamaru and looked at the pot of deer meat, asking Shikamaru, "Where did this come from? I didn't see you bring any packages or anything." Lucier did not answer Asuma's words, but directly showed it to him. Suddenly, a hand extended from the shadow in front of Lucier, holding several plates, which startled Asuma and caused him to draw out his tiger dagger. Deersure took the plate, and that hand disappeared into the shadow again. Then Deersure said, "This is the ability of my shadow. It can hold many things, but there is no oxygen inside, so it can only hold inanimate objects." Asuma looked at Deersure in disbelief, and then turned to glance at his student, Shikamaru. Shikamaru saw the meaning in his teacher's eyes, which was asking, "Can you also perform this jutsu?" "Teacher, don't look at me. Neither my father nor I can do it. I've been practicing secretly for a long time, but there's not even one shadow ninja." "Shadow ninja? What is that?" Asuma asked curiously. Just as Asuma finished asking, he saw 8 dark shadows appear in Shikamaru's shadow. At that moment, Asuma's mouth was wide open, and he couldn't say anything. Deer Time retracted the shadow ninja and continued to fry the meat. In fact, the shadow ninja with a white head could also appear, but the restrictions were quite significant. They couldn't appear from anywhere like the black sky, but could only emerge from places with shadows, and these ninjas were not afraid of light. After the shock, Asuma stammered and asked, "Dear Time, your ability, is it this kind of shadow ninja? How long have you been awakened?" "Since I was 6 years old, but I only discovered it after starting school." Lucier told Asuma the time when the system arrived, and the rest was all fabricated. Since this ability had already been exposed in Sunagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen would find out sooner or later. Therefore, he didn't mind using Asuma's mouth to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen. "So how did you manage to reveal it?" Asuma continued to ask. "Asuma-sensei, if I hadn't exposed myself for self-preservation, do you think I could have grown up at all? Or could I have graduated from school peacefully? I would probably have been captured by Danzo long ago. Do you think the Hokage would risk a confrontation with Danzo for the sake of a child? I can tell you he wouldn't. Last time such a big incident happened, didn't he still cover it up for Danzo? So I don't trust your father, and I don't want to rely on anyone for my safety, especially not on someone unworthy of trust." Asuma was left speechless by Lucier's words, only able to complain about his father in his heart. Sigh, that old man is really confused. What has he been doing all these years? A genius who is afraid to show his talent in the village, worried about being targeted, is truly a tragedy for the village. At this moment, Lucier continued, "My strength is still very weak, but I have the ability to run and can pull people into the shadow space to suffocate the enemy. That's why I dare to expose myself now." Asuma remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. After finishing breakfast, the group set off in a grand manner, with Lucier and Shikamaru leading the way. After more than an hour of travel, Lucier signaled the convoy to stop, and Asuma came to Shikamaru's side. He then leisurely said, "What a clumsy trap. All right, Shikamaru, you 3 go take care of them. I'll guard the convoy from the back." Then Lucier witnessed what it meant to be Ino Shika Cho, Shikamaru controlling, Ino supporting, and Choji dealing damage. However, Shikamaru was also dealing some damage now, and his shurikens and kunai were quite accurate. A few minutes later, the 3 returned, having dealt with a group of mountain bandits. However, it seemed they hadn't checked the calendar before heading out today, as they lost their lives on their first job. Lu Shitting admired these bandits. In this ninja world, they still dared to be bandits, surviving repeated purges by countless time travelers. One had to admire their courage. In the land of fire, even if one just planted a bit of land, they wouldn't starve. One can only say that those who wish to gain without labor exist in every world. The road ahead was quite peaceful, with no one foolish enough to seek death. So the group was able to relax. Ino chatted with Lu Shi while on the road, making Asuma click his tongue in annoyance. At that moment, Lu Shi was telling Ino about the love-hate relationship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, which made Ino laugh heartily. Everyone had gotten used to it. If there wasn't a caravan following them, one would think these two were on honeymoon trip. In fact, Lu Shi had suddenly come up with an idea over the past 2 days to write a book. Over the years, he had signed quite a few books, covering various themes, including love and hate, family feuds, and even some about Hashirama and Madara. He even had the 4 great classics from the Rabbit family, especially some banned books. Lu Shi has read Kakashi's Little Yellow Book, and to be honest, it's quite average. Maybe it's because there are fewer entertainment activities in this world, which is why people think Jiraiya's works are better. Compared to a certain May, Intimate Paradise is completely outclassed and leaves nothing behind. After returning, Lu Shi decided to implement his plans. Being the richest man in the ninja world wouldn't be bad. As for what to write in the first book, isn't that just copying at random? Change the era, switch up the background, it's that simple. He even thought of a name for the first book, The Tales of Shiminda Guanren. After more than 10 days of travel, the convoy finally arrived in the Land of Iron. Upon entering the Land of Iron, what caught the eye were the various weapon shops lining the streets. And everywhere he looked, there were samurai carrying swords. The sound of clanging from the blacksmith shops echoed continuously. Asuma turned to the others and said, "All right, you guys can explore the Land of Iron, but don't cause any trouble." After saying that, he left with the convoy. Thus, Lu Shi, along with Ino and 2 single friends, began to stroll through the exotic streets of the Land of Iron. As they walked, Lu Shi suddenly remembered the refined iron he had checked in earlier. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but since he was in the Land of Iron, why not use that refined iron to forge a short knife for himself? He was currently using an ordinary ninja knife. Without hesitation, Lu Shi found a secluded spot and took out the refined iron from shadow. The refined iron had a dark luster, somewhat resembling obsidian. Although it was only the size of fist, it felt heavy and substantial. Following that, Lu Shi, holding the refined iron, led Ino toward the large shop. As soon as they stepped through the door, a wave of heat mixed with a distinct smell of metal rushed towards them. The interior of the shop was quite spacious, with neatly arranged counters displaying various exquisite weapons in the front, while the back half of the shop was a bustling blacksmith area. The sound of blacksmiths hammering the iron echoed clearly, mixed with the sound of sweat pouring down. Seeing the customers, the shopkeeper immediately approached with a smile, greeting them warmly. "Welcome. Are you here to buy weapons? Our weapons are the best in the Land of Iron." Lu handed the fine iron to the shopkeeper and said, "I want to use this piece of iron to forge a short knife. I can draw the design for you now. You can see if you can take on this job. Money is not an issue." The shopkeeper took the fine iron, tested it with a magnet, and confirmed it was indeed iron. He then called out to someone inside, "Taishan, stop what you're doing and come over to take a look at this job to see if you can handle it." The person called Taishan immediately set down his work and came to the front. "What's up, shopkeeper? Why do you still need to ask me about a job?" The shopkeeper handed him the fine iron, signaling him to take a look. However, Taishan did not accept it and said unhappily, "Shopkeeper, I'm a blacksmith, not a jade carver. What use do I have for a piece of jade?" The shopkeeper rolled his eyes at him, then placed the magnet from his right hand onto the fine iron, releasing it so the magnet stuck tightly to the iron. As soon as Taishan saw this, he immediately took it over and tested it himself, confirming that it was indeed iron. He then took a chisel from his leather apron and made a few marks on the fine iron. He exclaimed, "What good iron! Shopkeeper, where did you get this iron? I've never seen iron like jade before." Lu Shi's cough interrupted Taishan's words. The boss explained, "This isn't mine, it's this guest's." After saying that, he looked at Lu Shi. Taishan approached Lu Shi, sized him up, and then asked, "Excuse me, do you have any iron left? I would like to buy some to make a knife for my son as a gift for his coming of age." "There's none left, just this one piece. I bought it in Sandy Village. I heard they discovered an iron mine there, and it's all this kind of iron. If you're interested, you can go there to take a look, but if you want to buy it, you should hurry. For some reason, it seems they are recycling the iron or they sell, so I don't know if you'll still be able to buy any." When Lu Shi saw the blacksmith like this, he immediately knew it was a good piece of iron and got an idea in his mind. Then he started to weave. If the other villages knew that Sandine Village had such iron, they would definitely want it. What if Sandine Village didn't sell it? What to do? Just thinking about it made him excited. At this moment, the shopkeeper interrupted Taishan's question. "All right, Taishan, don't think too much. If Sandine Village has such iron, it will definitely be circulated. I'll keep an eye out for you, but you should see if you can take this job first. The boss was also helpless, but he knew that a blacksmith encountering good iron was more exciting than seeing his wife. Taizan looked at the iron in his hand and said firmly, "Sure. Give me 10 days, and I guarantee I will forge a weapon that will shock the Iron Nation." Then Lucier sketched out what he wanted. It wasn't too fancy, just a regular straight knife, similar to the Tang horizontal knife, with the blade tip as the cutting edge just shorter, a total length of 70 centimeters. This was also designed according to his future height. The smoke knife was 95 centimeters, the short knife was 70 centimeters. Both were straight knives with cutting edges, perfectly matching his swordsmanship. The appearance was very simple, similar to the smoke knife, both having a staff knife appearance, which made the old blacksmith feel a bit pained, thinking that such an appearance didn't team match the knife, but since the customer requested it, he could only proceed as required. Lu saw Tieshan's thoughts and said to him, "A knife is a weapon, not a craft. An overly fancy appearance is meaningless." Upon hearing this, Taizan found it reasonable, so he stopped hesitating and went to forge the knife with the wrought iron. After negotiating the price with the boss, Lucier also left this store. He still has tasks to complete. It's impossible to stay here all the time. As soon as the deer appeared, Asma also returned. Seeing a few people coming out of the weapon shop, he asked, "Are you looking to buy ninja tools? We might not have them here. We only have ninja swords. If you want to buy them, it's better to go back to the village." Shikamaru explained, "Asuma-sensei, we're not buying ninja tools. My brother wants to forge a short sword. He practices with a dual-wielding sword style, and he still needs one more short sword. So this time we came to the Land of Iron to forge one." "Oh, I see. We might have to stay here for a while. Originally, we planned to take back the ninja tools customized by Konoha, but there has been a bit of a situation, and they're not ready yet. So we'll have to stay here for a few days." The others didn't pay much attention to this. They had just completed a mission, and staying a few days in the Land of Iron wasn't too bad. "Asuma-sensei, you guys go find a place to stay. Before I came here, Lord Hokage assigned me a task, so I need to go out for a bit." "All right, go ahead. If you need help, just call me back." "Okay." Before leaving, Lucier pulled Jingyi aside and placed a shadow ninja in Jingya's shadow, which surprised Jingyi greatly. Lucier told Ino that the shadow ninja could not only protect her, but would also be able to find them when he returned. After explaining, Lucier went to gather intelligence. But he felt that Sarutobi Hizashi was being unnecessarily complicated. Why not let Asuma bring back the information from the Iron Country easily, instead of making things difficult for him? 10 days quickly passed, and today was the day he would pick up the sword. The ninja tools ordered by Konoha had been prepared the day before. So Asuma set off early with the Ino Shikacho trio, telling Lucier to catch up with them after he picked up the sword. After all, a convoy wouldn't be moving fast. When Lucier arrived at the shop, he found it crowded with people and heard someone inside saying, "Lord Sakamoto, I really can't give you this sword." The shopkeeper spoke anxiously, his face filled with helplessness and fear. "This has been specially ordered by a customer. If I give it to you, how can I explain it to them? Besides, there is only one piece of this iron. It was bought by that customer from Sunagakure." Sakamoto Nakatsuki sneered, his eyes revealing an undeniable arrogance. "There is no sword Sakamoto Nakatsuki can't obtain. When he comes, just tell him I want this sword, and besides, Haven T, I already given you money." His words were filled with confidence in his power, as if money and authority could solve all problems. At that moment, a firm voice rang out, "A 1T cell." The crowd turned to see Lucier, dressed in his death god attire, standing at the door with a determined gaze and an upright posture. Lucier clearly heard the shopkeeper's words. Someone was trying to forcefully buy his sword. That's why he shouted, "A 1T cell." His arrival caused the crowd to part, and Lucier walked into the shop, snatching the short sword from Sakamoto Nakatsuki's hand, an act that undoubtedly challenged Sakamoto Nakatsuki's authority. Sakamoto Nakatsuki was furious. His face twisted in a sinister expression as he instantly drew his sword and swung it at Lucier. In an instant, Lucier appeared on the street, with Sakamoto Naki closely pursuing him. He said to Lucier, "Hand over that knife, and I can let you go." Lucier chuckled. "Is this how you samurai behave? Robbing in broad daylight, and then talking about letting me go. Aren't you ashamed?" Among the onlookers, there were samurai who felt that Sakamoto Naki was bringing shame to their kind. A sword is a samurai's life. How could one do something so disgraceful? However, due to the Sakamoto family's prestige in the Iron Country, no one dared to speak out, only secretly despising him. Sakamoto Naki, provoked by Lucier's words, immediately swung his knife at him. Lucier also drew out the short knife, but he hadn't even taken a look at what the knife looked like yet. The blade was like a bottomless ink pool, filled with mystery. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting no light, yet it could mirror the user's reflection. Although it was made of iron, it shimmered with the luster of jade. A good knife, since you desire it so much, let it be the instrument of your death. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he charged towards Sakamoto Naked-san. The two immediately engaged in an intense duel on the street. Although Lu Shi was skilled with the sword, he was still a child, while Sakamoto Naked-san was in his 30s and had much greater strength. As Sakamoto Naked-san's attacks became increasingly fierce, Lu Shi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. This was Lu Shi's first battle against the samurai, and it was clear that these warriors, who held a significant place in the ninja world, had their unique strengths. However, Lu Shi was ready to strike back. He was not a samurai. He was a ninja, and his goal was to eliminate his enemy. Lu Shi then began to issue commands to his shadow. While fighting, Sakamoto Naked-san mocked Lu Shi, saying, "Kid, keep being arrogant. Didn't you want me to die at the end of this blade? What do you think?" Suddenly, a samurai sword appeared from Sakamoto Naked-san's shadow, piercing through his thigh. He let out a scream, "Ah, my leg," and then collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg. Lu Shi seized the opportunity and pierced Sakamoto Naki's heart with a single strike, ending the battle. Then, looking at the corpse, he said, "See, you didn't die under this knife? Am I not a man of my word?" The people around were speechless. Is this how you interpret being a man of your word? However, they truly didn't expect that Lu Shi would actually dare to kill Sakamoto Naki. In the distance, two men in black robes with red clouds watched this scene from afar. Lu Shi did not see the two of them. If he had, he would definitely have recognized them. They were Itachi from the Akatsuki and Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame asked Itachi beside him, "You guys from Konoha have produced another genius. Did you notice that knife in the shadow?" "Huh, what did you say?" Itachi was still thinking about what Lu Shi had said to him earlier, so he did not hear Kisame's question. "Itachi, what were you just thinking about?" Kisame decided not to ask his previous question and asked a new one instead. Itachi looked at Lu Shi in the distance and said, "I know that kid. He is my brother's classmate. He once said my brother talks too much. Is there anything wrong with talking to the enemy's corpse? So when I saw his behavior just now, it reminded me of the past. An interesting little brat. All right, Itachi, we should head back. The leader is urging us." The two jumped down from the rooftop and walked towards the land of rain. Just as Lu Shi finished paying, a large group of samurai came running over. One of the samurai shouted as he ran, "Where has the murder occurred?" Soon, these samurai reached Lu Shi, and the weapon shop owner immediately ran out upon seeing them, shouting, "General Mitsubian, I have something to say." Mitsubian approached the weapon shop owner and asked, "What do you want to say? Who killed this person?" The weapon shop owner then spoke and gestured to Mitsubian, pointing to Lu Shi twice in the process. In fact, Lu Shi heard everything the weapon shop owner said, which was all in his defense. Lu Shi thought this person was really nice, able to explain things to him at this time, which could easily provoke the revenge of the Sakamoto family. A few minutes later, Sambu walked in front of Lu Shi and said, "Can you show me that knife?" Lu Shi didn't hesitate and directly handed the knife to Miura. He knew that Miura was not a greedy person. The comic even described him as a pure samurai. A good knife. No wonder Sakamoto Nakiyoshi wanted to steal it. After Miura finished speaking, he returned the knife to Lu Shi and advised him, "You should leave the Iron Country quickly. The Sakamoto family won't let this go easily. You ninjas are fast on your feet, and he won't be able to catch up with you." Lu Shi took the knife and expressed his gratitude to San Chuan. After some reminders, he originally planned to leave after taking the knife. Then Lu Shi pointed to the weapon shop owner and said to San Chuan, "Tell the Sakamoto family that if they want revenge, they can come find me. If innocent people get involved, I guarantee I will wipe out the Sakamoto clan." "Ha ha, I will inform the Sakamoto family. Don't worry, Boss Murakami. His background is bigger than you think. The Sakamoto family won't dare to touch him." "That's good. Then I will take my leave," Lu Shi said. San Chuan urged, "Okay, I understand. You should leave quickly. The Sakamoto family will soon learn about this." Although San Chuan's words sounded a bit like he was rushing him, Lu Shi knew it was for his own good, so he headed straight towards Konoha. After a whole day's chase, Lu Shi finally caught up with the convoy in the evening. When he arrived, they were eating soldier pills. Ding Xiai immediately hugged Lu Shi's thigh and said pitifully, "Lu Shi, you finally came back. After eating soldier pills for these 2 days, I'm about to throw up. Hurry up and make me some deer meat." Asuma looked at his student helplessly. While others were eating soldier pills to stave off hunger, he treated soldier pills as snacks after meals and still complained about being hungry. Rika pushed Dingji's hand away and came to Ino, asking, "Have you missed me?" "I hate it. Hurry up and make deer meat. I don't like eating military rations either." "All right, I'll be quick." Then Rika took out pots and pans and started to cook deer meat for his wife. Dingji was stunned. How could what he said be so different from what Rika said to Ino? But at least there was food, the rest didn't matter. Soon, everyone was enjoying delicious pan-fried deer meat, and Rika specially made enough for 3 servings for Dingji. The group chatted while eating. Asuma Sarutobi asked Rika if anything special had happened in the past 2 days. Not really. Besides me killing someone, it seems there hasn't been much going on in the Land of Iron. Oh, so you killed someone? Wait, you just said you killed a person. Asuma Sarutobi realized halfway through that something was off. Lu said casually, yeah, someone tried to rob my knife, and then I killed him. That General Mick also went. And later he said I wasn't responsible, so I came to find you. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino felt that this way of doing things was very typical of Shikamaru. They knew that Shikamaru really hated it when others took his things. Especially Shikamaru. He knew how petty his older brother was, and if someone tried to take his stuff, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Asuma thought for a moment, and felt there was no problem with that. The ninja world was just like this. If you wanted to steal from someone, then getting killed was what you deserved. Then he casually asked, what was the name of the person you killed? Sakamoto Nakagi. As soon as the 4 words Sakamoto's family came out of his mouth, Asuma's head exploded. He was too familiar with the surname Sakamoto. He had bought this ninja tool from the Sakamoto Trading Company. He had only been away for 2 days. And now Lu Shur had killed the young clan leader of the Sakamoto family. He hated himself for not staying a few more days. As Konoha had many business dealings with the Sakamoto Trading Company. Then Asuma asked for the person's name again, and after confirming, he was certain that this was indeed the young clan leader of the Sakamoto family. It seemed he would have to talk to Lu Jio about this when he returned. Why did it feel like Lu Shur was 2 different people, one in the village and one outside? At that moment, 6 samurai-dressed individuals ran towards them and quickly reached everyone in front. The leading man then asked the crowd, who among you is the killer of our young master, Sakamoto? Step forward, and I'll make it quick for you. Asuma was about to explain, but Lu Shur jumped in first. He stepped in front of the samurai and said, Sir, the person you're talking about is my companion. Upon hearing this, the samurai immediately pressed on, which one? Tell me quickly. Deer sighed and said with a pained expression, he ran away a quarter of an hour ago. He knew someone would definitely chase him. So he just had a bite to eat here and continued running towards Konoha. You guys follow me. He hasn't run far yet. Then the 6 of them chased in the direction of Konoha. Sarutobi Asuma was dumbfounded, thinking what's going on? Why does he feel like his brain isn't working properly? Not only Asuma, but the others were also confused. These samurai are too easy to deceive. They actually believed it. Even a newly graduated student wouldn't fall for this. A minute later, Asuma reacted and asked Deer why he tricked a few people away. Lu Shur glanced at the direction in which a few people had left and said, It's night now, and those people are too weak. I don't really want to kill them, so I gave them a way out. If they dare to come back looking for death, I don't mind sending them on their way. Asuma looked at Lu Shur and suddenly felt that this child seemed very unfamiliar to him. The child who used to smile every day seemed to have grown up overnight and transformed into a real ninja. In fact, Lu Shur hadn't grown up overnight. He just didn't want to leave any hidden dangers for his family's safety because this was the ninja world and kindness was the last thing that should exist here. However, he wasn't someone who indiscriminately killed innocent people, which is why he let those few people go. The next morning, before dawn, the shadow ninjas issued a warning, and everyone immediately stood up. They looked toward the direction of the Land of Iron, where figures slowly began to appear, getting closer and closer. Soon, the 2 groups met, and Lu Shur recognized the newcomers. They were still samurai, just a different batch this time, with more than 10 people. Neither side spoke, and the situation remained tense. One person stepped out from the group of samurai. He didn't seem like a regular samurai, and he scanned Asuma and the others. When he saw Lu Shur, he pointed at him and excitedly said, It's him. It's him. He's the one who killed young Master Sakamoto. Then the leading samurai drew his sword and said to Lu Shur, Since you killed young Master Sakamoto, you will die here. Asuma was already prepared for battle. No matter what the cause of this matter was, he wouldn't let anyone kill a Leaf Village ninja in front of him. Just as the samurai was about to make a move, several hands appeared beneath him, pulling him into the shadow space. Perhaps it was sudden, but the leading samurai struggled symbolically a few times before disappearing into the darkness. Panic immediately broke out among the group of samurai. The leading samurai was a devotee of the Sakamoto family. How could he vanish without having fought? The samurai were also afraid of death and seeing their leader gone. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Asuma took a puff of smoke and asked Lu Shur, Is this what you mean by suffocating the enemy? Yes, but this method can only be used at night or when there is no sun. Otherwise, it's hard to accomplish, and that samurai was very strong. I'm not his match right now, so I use this method. After all, I'm not a samurai, so I don't have to uphold any samurai spirit. I'm a ninja, and being able to kill the enemy makes me a good ninja. Asuma nodded, indicating his agreement with Lu Shi's words. In essence, ninjas go to great lengths for their missions, and there's no need to care about those things. At this moment, Shikamaru couldn't be more envious. It's all the secret techniques of a Nara clan. Why is his brother so outstanding? He also reacted, as Asuma arranged for everyone to have breakfast and then head back to Konoha after eating. After breakfast, when everyone was about to depart, Shikamaru released the samurai, who had a purple face and was already dead. Dear Time checked his body and found 2 scrolls and his dagger. They looked pretty good, so he directly put them into the shadow space, which could be used by those ordinary shadow ninjas. Then he found 2 more scrolls, and when he opened them, they were filled with money. It should be the samurai's entire savings. Everyone teased, "Are you here for revenge or to spread warmth?" In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head while looking at the document, with his old buddy Shimura Danzo standing next to him. Lu Shi curiously glanced at Danzo, not expecting that Sarutobi Hizashi truly had deep feelings for him. Even like this, he still let Danzo run around, showing that he really didn't care about the thoughts of the Leaf Village civilians. Sarutobi Hizashi put down the documents in his hands and stretched his brows. Originally, Lu Shi had performed very well on his mission in Sunagakure, so he didn't set a deadline for him this time. But who would have thought that it took over a month to retrieve this piece of information? That was a bit absurd, because the same information, the second copy, had already been brought back, and he had just returned. It seems that the Nara clan's laziness is innate. Next time, he must set a clear deadline for him. Sarutobi Hizashi took out another document, glanced at it a few times. This was a message sent to him by Asuma Sarutobi some time ago. It said that Lu Shi had awakened a very powerful ability, and he should take it seriously. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled and said, "Lu Shi, I've heard that you've awakened a very powerful ability. Can you show it to me?" Lu Shi directly summoned 8 shadow ninjas, 7 in ordinary form and 1 in armored form. Lu Shi didn't intend to hide this. He knew Asuma would definitely inform Sarutobi Hizashi about it. The appearance of the shadow ninjas caused the members of the ANBU protecting Sarutobi Hizashi to appear instantly and stand in front of him, ensuring his safety. However, Sarutobi Hizashi did not panic. Instead, he instructed the ANBU to stand down. After they stepped back, Sarutobi Hizashi approached the shadow ninjas and touched them with his body. Danzo's greedy gaze was uncontrollable, wishing he could immediately take Lu Shi to the roots. After observing for a while, Sarutobi Hizashi returned to his seat and asked Lu Shi, "What is the strength of these shadow ninjas?" Deer pointed at the 7 ordinary-shaped shadow ninjas and said, "These 7 are the strength of a genin, and that armored one probably has the strength of a Chunin." After saying this, he withdrew the shadow ninjas back into the shadow. At that moment, Shimura Danzo spoke up. "This ninjutsu is too dangerous. It should be kept under the village's care." Sarutobi Hizashi was startled by Danzo's voice and then turned to give him a glare, thinking to himself, with that attitude, it's no wonder they wouldn't hand it over. Dear Time looked at Shimura Danzo with a gaze that suggested he thought he was an idiot. Sarutobi Hizashi, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, quickly stepped in to mediate. "Dear Time, the village wants to trade the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals for this ninjutsu. What do you think?" Lu Shi looked at Sarutobi Hizashi with a foolish expression, making him feel a bit uneasy. He then continued, "Lu Shi, this ninjutsu is very beneficial for the village, so I want to quickly bring it out. Do you want to betray the village?" Before Sarutobi Hizashi could finish his sentence, Danzo directly interrupted him and brought up the topic of betrayal. Sarutobi Hizashi wanted to scold Danzo a few times, but as soon as he turned around, he saw a katana pressed against Danzo's back. The shadow ninja had appeared behind Danzo without him noticing. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly spoke to stop Lu Shi, as he was really afraid Lu Shi would stab Danzo. "All right, Lu Shi, stop. Danzo didn't mean it that way." Lu Shi glanced at Sarutobi Hizashi, retracted his helmet's shadow, and then said to Sarutobi Hizashi, "Lord Hokage, if I don't hand over this jutsu, does that mean I'm betraying the village?" "Of course not. Danzo didn't mean it that way. Don't take it to heart. However, this jutsu is indeed too dangerous and has great implications for the village." "Huh." Lu Shi felt disdain in his heart. "What great implications? Isn't it just what you want?" He then said, "Lord Hokage, this is the secret technique of the Nara clan, and we, the Nara clan, will not hand it over. This is the foundation of our existence, and the village has no precedent for such a thing. If Lord Hokage can make all clans hand over their secret techniques, then we, the Nara clan, can consider it. Also, I must inform Lord Hokage that not everyone can summon shadow ninjas. My father has practiced at home for a long time. So, does Lord Hokage still want our Nara clan's secret technique? Sarutobi Hizashi took out his pipe and began to ponder. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. This jutsu is indeed very useful, but Lu Shur is right. Not everyone can summon shadow ninjas. If the Nara clan could summon shadow ninjas, then during the Warring States period, there would have been no Uchiha or Senju. Moreover, he didn't dare to ask all clans for their secret techniques. Those clans would rebel. They wouldn't hand over their family heritage. Without these clan secret techniques, or if everyone else could do it, these clans would lose their significance, and they would fight me to the death. 5 minutes later, Sarutobi Hizashi asked a question that even Lu Shur found unbelievable. Lu Shur, do you want to be Hokage? Rokushi. However, he quickly realized that Sarutobi Hizashi was testing him, testing his loyalty to the village. Rokushi found Sarutobi Hizashi to be quite contradictory. He was both obsessed with power and willing to die for the village. Such a person was somewhat difficult for Rokushi to see through. After considering for a few seconds, Rokushi said to Sarutobi Hizashi, Lord Hokage, I don't want to be Hokage. It's too troublesome. I don't want to sit in the office all day handling paperwork without time to spend with my family, waking up earlier than a rooster, sleeping later than a dog, and working harder than an ox. Danzo, Hizashi, my wish is to complete missions and spend time with my family when there's nothing else to do. I also understand your concerns, Lord Hokage. I can tell you that if you are willing to use me, I can fight for the village. If not, I will just live my quiet little life. That's my answer. Are you satisfied, Lord Hokage? Sarutobi Hizashi smiled wryly and then said, All right, Rokushi, you can go rest now. I understand your meaning. I can assure you that the Nara clan will remain the Nara clan. There will be no changes. As soon as Lu Shur gang left the Hokage's office, he heard a commotion inside. Hizashi, you should take him down and interrogate him for that secret technique. If that doesn't work, you can hand him over to me. And I guarantee I will train him to be a blade that protects Konoha. Danzo, don't take me for a fool. I know what you're thinking, and I warn you. Don't provoke that kid. He's not as easy to talk to as Riku. Saying this, he took out a document and handed it to Danzo. After Danzo read it, he looked over it again carefully, confirming he hadn't read it wrong, and then asked, Did Hizashi really kill Sakamoto Nakagi? Will the Sakamoto Trading Company still do business with us? It doesn't matter. The Land of Iron's trading companies aren't just the Sakamoto family. Right now, I have an important task for you. If you do it well, I can restore the power of Root. After saying this, Sarutobi Hizashi took out another document and handed it to Danzo. After Danzo read the document, he heard Sarutobi Hizashi say, Go and get this done. I've found some experienced craftsmen from the mines, and they told me that the rarer the ore, the more valuable it becomes. If all of our Konoha people are equipped with such weapons, our ninjas will be able to take on 10 at a time. At that point, you won't have to worry about the number of Root members. Just think of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I understand, Hizashi. I promise to bring all those ores back to Konoha. However, the weapons made from that or should be prioritized for a Root. Agreed. Hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's response, Danzo left the Hokage's office. The door slammed shut, and he immediately asked for a 5-star review. After Lu Shur returned home, he told his father about this matter. Lugio was very pleased with his son's actions. Lugio was not the type of person like Fuyu. Although he was a firm supporter of the Hokage, he would not sacrifice his family's interests for the sake of the Hokage. After returning to his room, Lu Shur began to write a book. In fact, it wasn't really writing. He was copying a book, making some changes to the background and details. He also specifically summoned the 7 shadow ninjas, who could not only fight, but also handle some chores. 3 days later, he finished writing about the matters of Shimin Daguan Run. And now, Lu Shur needed to look into publishing the book. Since there were no bookstores in Konoha, he had to go to the daimyo's mansion. He had Xiaohei take him to the daimyo's mansion. In a bookstore within the daimyo's mansion, the shopkeeper was reading the manuscript of Shimin Daguan Run, drooling as he read, mainly because Lu Shur's book also included illustrations. Then the shopkeeper slapped the table and exclaimed, This is a good book. What is that intimate paradise? It can't even compare to this. He then turned to Lu Shur and said, Sir, we want your book at our bookstore. Name your price, and I won't haggle. Dear, she extended 3 fingers and said leisurely, I want 30% of the net profit. All right, I'll settle the accounts with you every 3 months. How does that sound? Sir, I have no problem with that. And when it comes to the signature, just use the name Konoha Melancholic Prince. Okay, I understand, sir. The boss readily agreed. He didn't mind whose name was written as long as he could make money. Then she discussed the issue of publishing his subsequent books with the bookstore owner. The owner agreed that as long as this book sold well, they would handle all of Shi's future books. A month later, The Affairs of Lord Shimen began to be sold, and it was an instant hit, which delighted the bookstore owner. In a corner of the ninja world, a white-haired uncle leered at The Affairs of Lord Shimen and suddenly began to mumble to himself. Konoha melancholic prince. Who is this? Stealing this old man's rice bowl. But this book is really well written. Just when the old man called me back, I need to have a chat with this person. He then continued to read, drooling as he went, laughing. Lord Shimen is so happy. If only Tsunade could be this gentle, This lecherous uncle was Jiraiya, known as the perverted sage. During this time, Shi also finished his second book, titled The Temptation of Returning to the Village, and it had already been sent to the bookstore. During this period, Nara Shikashi has been living quite comfortably. Since it is not wartime, the Umbu doesn't have many dangerous missions, mostly just intel-gathering tasks. However, trouble knocked on his door today. In the Hokage's office, Shikashi looked at the samurai and knew these people were here for him. At this moment, an elderly man in his 50s spoke up. Hokage-sama, you cannot shield the murderer. This man killed my son, and I must take him back to execute him in front of my son's spirit. Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at Shikashi and then at the head of the Sakamoto clan, and then spoke. That's impossible. Shikashi did nothing wrong. Your General Mitsubian has already stated that your son was killed for trying to steal from others. He can only blame his lack of skill. You. At this moment, the head of the Sakamoto clan trembled with rage, unable to speak. He knew his conditions. Sarutobi Hizashi would not agree. However, this ninja killed his only son, and he was unwilling to accept it. He also blamed his son, thinking, why did you choose to steal from a ninja? Those ninjas live by killing. How could a rich young master deal with them? Sakamoto Fuji composed himself, then said with a sinister expression, your name is Nara Shikashi, right? Don't think that Konoha can protect you. I don't believe you won't leave the village, and your friends should be careful. I will have the Bounty Association kill each one of you, and I will make you regret your actions. After saying this, he walked out, adding as he left, Hokage, our Sakamoto Chamber of Commerce will no longer do any business with Konoha starting today. You should settle the outstanding payments quickly. After the samurai left, Shikashi said to Sarutobi Hizashi, Hokage-sama, I would like to take a few days off to handle some matters. Go ahead. If you need people, just pick a few from the Umbu, Hizashi replied. He knew what Shikashi was planning to do, so he didn't intend to stop him. Even if Shikashi didn't go, he would send someone. Since Shikashi wanted to go, let him go. Did he really think the Hokage was made of clay? Anyone could be threatened. No need. I can handle it alone. After leaving, Lucia returned home. The samurai had just left, and it wasn't a good time to act. Doing so in Konoha would easily lead to misunderstandings. In the evening, Lucia briefly spoke with his father before leaving. In a forest in Konoha, a group of samurai was having a meal, and Sakamoto Zai was still cursing. Damn Konoha. Actually harboring the murderer, they really don't take our Sakamoto family seriously. Why get back? I'll unite with the other merchant guilds. Konoha will never be able to. Suddenly, a samurai sword pierced through Sakamoto Zai's body, the tip emerging from his chest. Sakamoto Zai looked in horror at the sword that had penetrated him. The samurai immediately stood up, looking in disbelief at the shadow behind Sakamoto Zai. At that moment, a voice reached everyone's ears. I didn't intend to wipe you all out. You forced my hand. You should never have threatened my friends. Since that's the case, then you all can die. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw Lucia walking towards them, followed by 7 black-clad ninjas. A few of them quickly drew their swords. Lucia walked to the front of the crowd and glanced at Sakamoto Zai, who at this moment could no longer speak, and looked at Lucia with pleading eyes, as if to say, save me. Ignoring Sakamoto Zai, as he was already on the brink of death, Lucia looked at the samurai and asked, are you here to accompany him to the grave, or will you leave? The samurai immediately raised their swords and charged at Lucia. Observing their movements, Lucia realized that these men were loyal subordinates of Sakamoto Zai, willing to share his fate, which was commendable. Since they had made their choice, Lucia no longer hesitated and drew his twin blades, charging towards the samurai. Fighting against them was actually quite interesting. A few minutes later, aside from the samurai who fought Lucia, the rest were dead. Battling against these seemingly endless shadow ninjas was challenging for anyone, let alone these average samurai. Soon, this samurai was also defeated by Lucia. Lucia whistled, and Xiaohei flew down. Lucia jumped onto Xiaohei's back, and then flew towards the Iron Country. After a day and night of flying, they finally arrived at the Iron Country that evening. However, this was considered fast. It had taken him more than half a month to reach the Iron Country on foot before. After eating something in the Iron Country, Lucier headed towards the Sakamoto family home. Upon arrival, he didn't go through the front door, but instead went directly to the rooftop to scout for any potential threats. He then reassessed the relationships of the people there and discovered that besides Sakamoto Zai, there were only his two younger brothers and his wives. Moreover, Sakamoto Nakatsuka's mother was already dead, which meant he didn't have to resort to mass killings. He also heard that Sakamoto Zai's two brothers planned to seize power while their brother was away. These two brothers harbored deep resentment towards Sakamoto Zai, claiming he monopolized the Sakamoto family's fortune and treated them like servants without giving them a share. Hearing this, Lucier realized that there was no need to kill anyone today, as these people wouldn't seek revenge for Sakamoto Zai. Furthermore, after tonight, they would be left with nothing. So how could they possibly have the means for revenge? Lucier then knocked everyone out and began to cleanse the Sakamoto family of their sins. And what are sins? You may ask. Of course, it's the wicked money. It must be admitted that the wealth of the Sakamoto family was beyond imagination. Their riches far surpassed even the Cardo family. The mountains of grain, the dazzling array of weapons, the countless cash, and the priceless antiques were all moved into the shadow space by Lucier. Lucier once again cast his gaze on the tables, chairs, pots, bowls, and quilts, even the bed, and then moved them into the shadow space. Of course, Lucier didn't intend to use these items himself. Since they couldn't be used personally, they could be sold for a considerable profit. Thinking of this, the corners of Lucier's mouth couldn't help but curve upward, revealing a happy smile after clearing away the evil. Then Lucier took another round at the Sakamoto Trading Company, going through the process again, ensuring there was not a trace of evil before he left satisfied. The next morning, as soon as the wives of Sakamoto Shrine woke up, they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. Although the surroundings were somewhat strange, they were also familiar, and suddenly they realized it was their own home. They burst into tears. The same thing happened in different rooms, and soon the people of Iron Country learned about the incident. They began to whisper, "Did you know? The Sakamoto family was robbed." And it said that not even a quilt was left. Mifune received the notification and came to check it out. After calming the people down, he left. He knew that this was mostly the work of Konoha. He didn't expect them to be so ruthless. However, he was curious about how Konoha managed to take so many things away. After all, the Sakamoto family had quite a lot of belongings. It wouldn't make sense for Konoha to mobilize all the ninjas of the village just for the Sakamoto family. If that were the case, they would definitely be caught by the patrols. Not wanting to think about it any further, he just reminded himself that he also disliked the Sakamoto Trading Company's bullying tactics. While the Sakamoto family was in mourning, Xiaohei was leading Lucier towards Konoha. By evening, Lucier returned to Konoha and saw Naruto, who had just finished a mission. Naruto also spotted Lucier and rushed over excitedly, saying, "Big brother, did you just come back from a mission? I really want to join the Umbu." Kakashi walked over and patted Naruto's head, saying, "Naruto, your strength isn't enough to join the Umbu yet. If you want to join, you need to catch up with Lucier. Only then can you join the Umbu." "Oh, is that so? All right, I will work hard." Naruto, easily persuaded, happily replied. Kakashi, already used to Naruto's gullibility, asked, "So, you just finished a mission, right?" Kakashi nodded. "Yeah, we just completed a C-rank mission, so I was planning to treat them to ramen." "Lucier, did you just come back?" "Yeah, how about I treat you all to barbecue today? I just made a considerable amount of money." When Naruto heard that Lucier earned a lot of money, his eyes lit up as he asked, "Big brother, did you do an S-rank mission?" "No, I just did a rather special task." "All right, I'll tell you more about it later. For now, go find Asuma-sensei and bring Ino and the others over. I'll treat today." "Yay, big brother. I'm going right now." After saying that, Naruto dashed off and Kakashi smiled at Naruto's excitement. At the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, Lucier, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Asuma, Sarutobi, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji sat together, marking the second gathering of their two teams. They enjoyed the barbecue while chatting about their tasks and training progress. Naruto excitedly recounted his recently completed mission and kept teasing Sasuke. Sasuke quietly listened, occasionally interjecting, but mostly countering Naruto's remarks. Sakura hadn't said much. After being scolded by Lucier that day, she felt more mature. Asuma and Shikamaru discussed tactics and strategies, while Choji was busily eating, occasionally sharing light-hearted stories that made the atmosphere at the table more lively. Ino and Lucier were showing off their affection on the side, their interactions filled with sweetness and warmth. Ino occasionally picked food for Lu Shi, and he did the same, their actions filling the air with a scent of love. At the dining table, Lu Shi noticed the book in Kakashi's hand. He remembered that Kakashi used to always carry Jiraiya's Ika Paradise. But today he had switched to the affairs of Shimandaxian. Lu Shi asked Kakashi-sensei, "Where is your intimate paradise? Why has it been replaced with this book?" Kakashi smiled slightly and replied, "Oh, I've finished that book. Recently, I've changed my taste and decided to try this one, The Adventures of Shiminda Guanrun. I've heard the content is quite interesting." Naruto, curious, leaned in and asked Kakashi-sensei, "Is this book good? What story does it tell?" Kakashi casually said, "Well, this book tells the adventure story of a man named Shiminda Guanrun. It has many exciting plots and characters, which are quite interesting." Sasuke frowned slightly, seemingly uninterested in this type of book. Sakura, however, looked curious. She had always been interested in Kakashi's reading tastes and asked Kakashi-sensei, "Is there anything special about this book?" Kakashi thought for a moment and said, "The special aspect is probably its unique story background and character setting, which is quite refreshing. Moreover, the author's writing style is very smooth, making it easy to read." Lu Shi couldn't help but burst out laughing, saying, "I didn't expect Kakashi to describe an adult book in such a fresh and refined way. Is it an adventure into the arms of women?" Everyone looked at Lu Shi in confusion, not understanding what was so funny. After Lu Shi stopped laughing, he whispered a few words into Jing Ye's ear, and her little face visibly turned red. Then she gave Lu Shi a light hit and ran over to Sakura. "Kakashi-sensei, the book you're looking at right now is just the first part. There are also a middle part and a last part. When my new book is published, you must come to support me." Lu Shi looked at Kakashi, wanting to see if his dead fish eyes always looked this way. Kakashi, who had been half closing his dead fish eyes, suddenly widened them upon hearing Lu Shi's words, and a perverse light emerged from the depths of his eyes. He could hardly believe that this book was actually written by Lu Shi. So he gently set the book in his hands down and stared straight at Lu Shi, asking, "Did you just say this book is written by you? Do you know how many illustrations are in this book?" Deer nodded confidently and replied without hesitation, "Of course I know. There are a total of 17 illustrations, and in the lower right corner of each illustration, there is a small deer horn pattern. It's very small, and you need to look closely to find it." After hearing this, Kakashi quickly flipped through the pages of the book, found one of the illustrations, removed the forehead protector covering his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. Sure enough, as Deer said, there was a delicate and small deer horn pattern in the lower right corner. This means that this book was indeed written by Deer. Kakashi's action made Deer internally exclaim, "Wow, you're using your Sharingan to look at an adult picture. If Obito finds out, he'll definitely be furious." Immediately after, Kakashi seemed to transform into a different person. His face filled with a flattering smile, and he shifted his butt to sit beside Deer. He reached out his right hand, affectionately resting it on Deer's shoulder, and gently pleaded, "Deer, since this book is written by you, when will you start writing the next two parts?" "Hee. How about this? Can you let me take a peek at the original manuscripts for those two parts? I promise I won't leak it out." However, in response to Kakashi's request, Deer shook his head decisively without even thinking. "No way. If I let you see the original manuscript now, you definitely won't buy my book anymore." Kakashi helplessly scratched his iconic white hair and continued to persuade, "Dear, as long as you're willing to show me the original manuscript, I guarantee that from now on, I will buy 2 copies of every book you publish. One for collection and one for reading. That should be acceptable, right?" Lu Shi thought for a moment and secretly pondered. After all, he would definitely write many more books in the future. Having such a loyal and generous reader would be quite nice. So, he nodded and readily agreed. "All right, once I finish writing, you'll be the first to see it." Hearing Lu Shi finally relent, Kakashi was so excited he almost jumped up. He immediately patted his chest and said loudly, "Ha, great. In that case, this barbecue meal is on me, Hitaki Kakashi." After enjoying a hearty meal, everyone left the barbecue restaurant. After saying their goodbyes, they each went their separate ways. Lu Shi tightly held onto Ino's soft little hand, and the two walked side by side, while behind them, as usual, trailed 2 solitary figures, looking like 2 pitiful single dogs. After safely escorting Ino to her home, Lu Shi and Shikamaru headed back to his house. As soon as they entered, Lu Shi went straight to the living room without saying a word and took out the money from the Sakamoto family. When Lu Shi's parents saw this money, their faces showed surprise, their mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken egg inside, thinking, "Who did our son rob this time?" Seeing his mother's expression, Lu Shi quickly detailed all the events that had occurred between him and Sakamoto. In the end, He specifically emphasized that the reason for doing this was to completely avoid leaving any opportunity for revenge for the Sakamoto family. After listening to their son's explanation, Lucifer's parents exchange a glance and ultimately express their understanding and support for his actions. Once everything was settled, Lucifer slowly climbed the stairs with a slightly weary body, ready to get a good night's sleep. After all, he had been traveling nonstop for several days and was indeed a bit tired. Xiaohei, what the hell are you rushing for? You were just sitting on my back. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and into the room, but Lucifer had not yet woken up. Suddenly, he felt someone gently pushing on his shoulder. Lucifer slowly opened his eyes, still groggy from sleep, only to find a huge masked face so close that he could almost feel the other person's breath. The sudden sight startled Lucifer, causing him to almost jump out of bed. What the hell, how did you get here? Lucifer exclaimed, his heart racing from shock. The face behind the mask showed a hint of embarrassment and apology. It was Kakashi. He scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly, I just wanted to see if you had started writing your book. Lu couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness, secretly mumbling to himself. Kakashi is really too obsessed. With such a great time, instead of finding a girlfriend to fall in love, he spends all day reading adult books. With Kakashi's handsome appearance, what kind of girl wouldn't be able to pursue him? As Lucifer thought about it, he quickly put on his clothes and sat up from the bed. He tidied his hair and then said to Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, you know I have a lot of tasks to complete, so I can only find time to write a little. Kakashi nodded in understanding, but added, all right. However, if you come across any tasks that aren't too important, feel free to hand them over to me, and I'll help you with them. That way, you'll have more time to write your book. After saying this, he winked at Lucifer. Lucifer shot Kakashi a glare, thinking that this guy was really willing to sacrifice his dignity just to read some adult books. After Kakashi left, Lucifer hurriedly finished his breakfast and headed to the umbu. These past few days had nearly driven Lucifer mad. Kakashi appeared like a ghost, always showing up unexpectedly. Each time he appeared, Kakashi would demand that Lucifer quickly write his book. At first, Lucifer tried to resist, reasoning with Kakashi or claiming he was busy with missions, but Kakashi didn't care about any of that and just kept urging him to write more. Faced with such persistence from Kakashi, Lucifer really had no way out. He could only ask Sarutobi Hizashi for a few days off to finish up the matters regarding the Western Gate Lord. When Lucifer was on leave, he discovered that Sarutobi Sasuke was also reading about the affairs of Shimura Danzo. It must be said that Jiraiya truly inherited his teacher's true teachings. The sun was shining brightly that day, and a gentle breeze was blowing. On that day, Lucifer finally finished writing the last two parts of Shimura Danzo's affairs. Just as Lucifer finished, Kakashi appeared. Lucifer handed the manuscript to Kakashi and specifically reminded him, Kakashi-sensei, you must make sure that no one else knows I wrote this. It has to be a secret. Kakashi nodded seriously, promising to keep his word. During lunch that day, the conversation between Lucifer and Kakashi about the novel did not attract the attention of those around them. Everyone was immersed in their own topics, and laughter filled the entire room. Therefore, Lucifer was not worried that others might leak this secret. The reason why Lucifer advised Kakashi is that the character names in this novel are really too unique. Among them are Shimin Fei, Shimura Jinlian, Mito Pinger, and Zhuangqin Chunmei, etc. These names include the Konoha F4, so letting them know would be another troublesome matter. Lucifer couldn't help but imagine what would happen if Sarutobi Hizashi knew that it was Jiraiya who wrote this. Meanwhile, Kakashi was reading the manuscript in a tree. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from behind him without warning and snatched the manuscript away. Kakashi was startled. He had no idea that someone could approach him so silently without him noticing. Kakashi quickly turned around and saw a figure with white hair standing there, holding the manuscript, his eyes glued to the text, and even a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. This person was none other than Jiraiya. Jiraiya, do you find this interesting? Kakashi said helplessly. Jiraiya waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, I didn't expect the gloomy prince of Konoha to be you. I have to say, your writing skills are almost catching up to mine. Let me see this for a couple of days, and I'll return it after I'm done. With that, he tucked the manuscript into his clothes. Just as Kakashi was about to say something else, Jiraiya had already run off. Kakashi felt extremely wronged. I was pushing for updates just to be the first to see it, and I got intercepted instead. Sigh. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hizashi was looking at the adventures of Shimura Danzo, and the more he read, the more something felt off. That surname was too damn familiar. Just as he was about to call someone to investigate who wrote it, the office window was opened, and he didn't have to think to know that it was Jiraiya returning. Because no one else would enter this way, only Jiraiya. Jiraiya jumped into the office and saw his teacher also reading the book. So, Jiraiya teased, "Old man, you read this kind of book too? But your copy is outdated. That's just the first part. I have the original manuscripts of the last 2 parts. Want to take a look?" After saying that, he pulled out the manuscript and waved it around. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. He had just wanted to find out who wrote it, and now the culprit had appeared. He then exploded at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, do you want to drive me to my grave? What kind of trash are you writing? Forget the trash itself. What kind of ridiculous name is this? Shinju Kinyu. You've completely embarrassed me." 20 minutes later, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally finished venting. Jiraiya, however, was completely confused. What had he done to deserve this scolding right after returning? After venting, Sarutobi Hiruzen got down to business, as he had called Jiraiya back for a serious matter. "Jiraiya, you've heard about the village situation, right? The daimyo wants to cut military funding, so I want you to bring Tsunade back. Only she can change the daimyo's mind. After the Chunin exams, I want you to succeed me as the 5th Hokage." Jiraiya was even more bewildered upon hearing his teacher's words. The transition was too abrupt. Just a second ago, he was being scolded, and the next he was being asked to become Hokage. Coming to his senses, Jiraiya immediately refused. "Old man, you know me. I'm not suited to be Hokage. Even if you need a successor, it should be Tsunade, not me. Just let me off this. I really can't do this Hokage job." Hearing Jiraiya's refusal, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even angrier, but spoke calmly. "Jiraiya, the village is really in trouble. The villagers are calling for my resignation, and Tsunade won't come back. If she does come back, it's fine to let her be Hokage, as long as you can convince her to return. It's my fault for making her lose hope in the village." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age significantly in an instant. Seeing his teacher like this made Jiraiya feel bad as well. However, he still didn't want to be Hokage and said, "After the Chunin exams, I will go find Tsunade. I will definitely convince her to be Hokage." After saying this, Jiraiya jumped out the window and ran away, fearing another scolding. However, just as he ran a short distance, a loud and angry voice came from behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window, shouting, "You bastard Jiraiya! Quickly change that damn name back for me. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily." At this moment, in the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Jiraiya kept glancing at Kakashi and then shifting his gaze to Lucier, repeating this several times. Finally, it was Kakashi who broke the silence. Kakashi looked seriously at Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, please believe me, the real author of the adventures of Shimin Dashin is Nara Lucier, and the manuscript you have is written by Lucier." Hearing this, Lucier, who had been somewhat confused, suddenly understood what was going on. It turned out that he had been brought here by Kakashi for no reason, and now seeing Jiraiya, he realized what was happening. Just a moment ago, he was helping Ino sell flowers at the flower shop when Kakashi suddenly rushed in like a gust of wind, pulling him outside without saying a word, constantly muttering, "Lucier, there's an amazing person who wants to meet you." Thus, the bewildered Lucier was dragged all the way to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. When Jiraiya finally saw Lucier in person, his eyes were initially filled with eager anticipation. But as time ticked by, that anticipation gradually turned into doubt, eventually transforming into deep disappointment. Lucier only needed to think for a moment to understand the meaning behind Jiraiya's changing expression. Lucier realized that he was being looked down upon. He couldn't tolerate it anymore and said to Jiraiya, "Lord Jiraiya, your paradise of affection is garbage." Of course, I'm not saying that paradise of affection itself is garbage. What I mean is that all the books you've written are garbage. Kakashi and Jiraiya both showed astonishment on their faces upon hearing Lucier's words, as if they had received a heavy blow. Especially Jiraiya, who widened his eyes and slightly opened his mouth, unable to believe what he had just heard. After all, Jiraiya is no ordinary person. He is a renowned figure among the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha and a highly respected author. Although there have been differing opinions about his works, no one had ever so bluntly belittled his books, even going so far as to call them garbage. At that moment, Jiraiya really wanted to punch Lucier in the face. Of course, that was just a thought. He wouldn't actually hit a child. But hearing such an evaluation for the first time made him somewhat uncomfortable. For creator, receiving such a disparaging assessment of a work that one has poured a lot of effort into is an unbearable insult. However, just as Jiraiya was about to retort, Lucier spoke up again, calmly looking at Jiraiya and slowly saying, "Lord Jiraiya, I know you must be very angry right now, but please don't be angry just yet. Listen patiently to what I have to say. However, after I finish, you might end up even angrier." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Kakashi silently lamented, regretting bringing Lu Shi to meet Jiraiya. Ah, if I had known, I wouldn't have brought this guy to see Lord Jiraiya. Now I've really caused a big mess. This kid is so bold. He dares to say anything. At this moment, the three of them fell silent. Jiraiya and Kakashi were both wondering what Lu Shi would say next. Lu Shi took a deep breath and continued, Lord Jiraiya, to be honest, I have read your Ika Paradise, but to speak candidly, it hardly qualifies as a book. At best, it can only be considered a diary. Moreover, when I carefully flipped through this diary, the only two words that came to mind were peeping. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the boy in front of him, waves of shock surging in his heart. He never expected that such a young and innocent child could possess such precise insight and profound understanding. Then, Lu Shi spoke confidently. When you describe women, you must make your writing more delicate. Never use crude and simplistic phrases like big and white to describe them. Such descriptions are more likely to evoke images of plump white buns rather than women. Additionally, you need to cultivate a unique ability to have a keen eye that can see through clothing and perceive essence. However, remember, this does not mean you should discover the beauty of women through peeping. Hearing this, Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he stammered, You can't be talking about Byakugan, right? But where would I even get something like Byakugan? Upon seeing the situation, Lu Shi immediately realized that Jiraiya had clearly misunderstood his meaning. He hurriedly shook his head and gestured for correction. Lord Jiraiya, what I meant is not the special eye technique like the Byakugan. My intention is for you to develop a pair of eyes that can appreciate true beauty without resorting to improper means, such as peeping. If you cannot change this perception and behavior, then the works you create will likely always be classified as nothing more than lowly road diaries. Under Lu Shi's modern jargon, Jiraiya was stunned. He felt Lu Shi made sense, but sensed something was off. The reason Lu Shi was doing this was that he wanted Jiraiya to teach Naruto sooner. Only by making Jiraiya feel he was inferior to Lu Shi in writing could Jiraiya be prompted to ask for advice, allowing Lu Shi to negotiate terms with him. Things developed as Lu Shi had anticipated. After the shock, Jiraiya asked Lu Shi, Your name is Lu Shi, right? I want to know, is the Paradise of Affection really that bad? Lord Jiraiya, I actually don't want to discourage you, but that book is indeed average. People read your book mainly because of the explicit content, which attracts those old perverts. If a book with both explicit and delicate writing were to appear, they would prefer it even more. Kakashi felt that Lu Shi was hinting at him, but he had no evidence. At this moment, the grilled meat was served, and the three of them chatted while eating, creating a lively atmosphere. Then Lu Shi shared many writing techniques with Jiraiya. Of course, this was all learned on the spot. He had no real experience, just a plagiarist. Jiraiya had a bit too much to drink, perhaps because he finally had someone to discuss writing with. So he drank a bit more. Jiraiya, with an arm around Lu Shi's shoulder and a drunken expression, said, If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. There's nothing Jiraiya the sage, can't do. As soon as Lu Shi heard this, he immediately became energized. This was the very sentence he had been waiting for. He then told Jiraiya about Naruto's situation, hoping he could help mentor him for a while. He mentioned that Naruto currently lacked a strong offensive technique and expressed his hope that Lord Jiraiya could teach Naruto the Rasengan. Lu Shi wanted Naruto to meet Jiraiya earlier so that life wouldn't be so hard for him. Of course, Lu Shi meant this in a psychological sense. Now that Lu Shi, this great older brother, is around, Naruto doesn't have to go hungry anymore. Jiraiya ambiguously agreed to Lu Shi's request. In fact, Lu Shi knew that Jiraiya wasn't drunk. As for why he pretended to be drunk, Lu Shi thought it was because he didn't want to pay the bill. Don't doubt it, Jiraiya is capable of that. After leaving a kimchi barbecue, Lu Shi parted ways with Kakashi. As for Jiraiya, he was still pretending to be drunk on Kakashi's back. When Deershire disappeared around the street corner, Jiraiya jumped down from Kakashi's back. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya and asked, Lord Jiraiya, what do you think of that kid? Jiraiya scratched his white hair and said, That kid is too smart. He has always known that I was pretending to be drunk, yet he didn't expose me. Instead, he took advantage of my act to ask for benefits for Naruto. He's a good kid. By the way, Kakashi, is he close to Naruto? Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, Lord Jiraiya, Deershire has a particularly good relationship with Naruto. I asked Sasuke about it, and Naruto has been bullied since he was a child, but Deershire has never bullied him. After school, he even acted as Naruto's big brother. Recently, he criticized Sakura for Naruto's sake, and what he said was truly shocking. Listening to Kakashi's recount, Jiraiya was curious about what Deershire had said that could excite an elite jonin like Kakashi so much. A minute later, Jiraiya murmured, From the day I became a ninja, I was destined to have many enemies, and there would be many who would fight to the death, so losing one more doesn't matter. Jiraiya felt that the child's character was somewhat similar to Orochimaru. However, this child was not as cold-blooded as Orochimaru. In the meeting room of Tsunagakure, Rasha was furious. There were suddenly many spies in the village. At first, Rasha didn't care. Tsunagakure had spies in other villages, which was not a big deal. But later he realized something was wrong. The number of spies was increasing, going from sneaky to openly bold. These people asked in the shops of Tsunagakure if there were any oars available, but the shopkeepers told them that to buy oars, they needed to find the Kazekage, as strategic materials like oars were controlled by the Kazekage. Some people even found the Kazekage, expressing their desire to buy some oars. But when Rasha asked what kind of oars they wanted to buy, he was bewildered by their answers, like iron or similar to obsidian. Rasha asked several times to confirm he hadn't misheard. After sending these people away, they did not leave Tsunagakure, but continued to inquire about black iron ore. Since they hadn't threatened Tsunagakure, Rasha couldn't do too much. If he went too far, it would lead to a confrontation with several villages. Before the spy issue was resolved, the daimyo of the Land of Wind sent him a message today, asking him to deliver 300 pounds of black refined iron, which troubled Rasha greatly. Where was he supposed to get black refined iron? He couldn't just buy iron, could he? In the meeting room of Tsunagakure, Rasha was asking the intelligence department, "Have you clarified the situation?" The person in charge of intelligence stood up immediately and replied, "Yes. We found out that the black refined iron came from Nara of Konoha, and that blade has also been confirmed by Mikazuki to have strength comparable to the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure. Also, he was the one who infiltrated the village and took the intelligence. Everyone in Konoha knows he has 2 giant ninja eagles, and the one you saw is one of them." Rasha fell into deep thought, and then continued to ask, "Do you think that piece of refined iron could really come from our Land of Wind?" As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked, some not understanding what the Kazekage meant. However, everyone thought to themselves, now that so many issues have arisen because of this iron, you don't proactively explain, and yet you take responsibility upon yourself? Ignoring these people, Rasha continued, "The time when Nara came to Tsunagakure coincides exactly with the time he went to the Land of Iron to forge blades. It's very likely that the refined iron flowed out from our Tsunagakure. We just don't know who sold it to him. Another possibility is that our miners mistook this iron ore for a type of jade and picked it out, which Deershire eventually obtained." The people of Tsunagakure suddenly felt that the Kazekage's words made sense. After the meeting, Rasha ordered, "I will send people to inspect every mine. Everyone ensure the village's safety. If necessary, drive them out and kill anyone who resists." After the meeting, Rasha returned to his office, and as soon as he entered, he saw Temari there as well. He didn't pay much attention. He just sat down when Temari handed him the mission list and complained, "Why do you always send Gaara on such dangerous missions?" This time he was ambushed by 3 jonin and almost didn't come back. "He is your son, not a tool." The more Temari spoke, the more agitated she became. But Rasha interrupted her immediately. "That's enough, Temari. I am the Kazekage. The village's interests come first. Besides, a few jonin can't do anything to Gaara. Take this document to Gaara and tell him that this is the person who escaped last time, and have him find an opportunity to kill him during the Chunin exams." Temari took the document, and seeing the contents, she gritted her teeth, mainly because last time, Nara appeared in front of her twice, and she failed to see through his disguise. Just thinking about the name Halua made her angry. The subsequent actions of Tsunagakure seemed somewhat like burying their heads in the sand, while claiming there was no such, or they sent ninjas to various mines and expelled those spies who were buying ores. This made the other villages smell an opportunity, especially Danzo, who had been living underground in the desert of the Land of Wind for quite a while, precisely for the matter of this. Or, this time, Tsunagakure finally took action. Not only Konoha, but also the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth dispatched ninjas. They had also received intelligence from the Land of Iron, especially after learning that weapons made from this iron could reach the level of the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure. Their eyes turned red. No village could resist such temptation, and they would not allow Tsunagakure to possess such good things. Once such weapons were mass-produced, it would pose a threat to the other villages. As a result, a few days later, the iron mines of Tsunagakure were almost simultaneously attacked, and these events quickly spread back to the village. After receiving the notification, Rasha immediately led the ninjas of Tsunagakure to the mine for support. However, upon arriving at the mine, Rasha was somewhat at a loss as he looked at the miners. To be honest, he was a bit confused. They were all fine, but the ninjas responsible for guarding had been tied up. After having them untied, Rasha asked the miners what had happened. A miner tremblingly said, Kazuko-sama. After those people dealt with the ninjas, they gathered us together and asked if we had collected a type of, or that looks like black jade. If we had, we should hand it over, and they would be willing to pay. We've never seen such or, so we said no. They didn't believe us and searched, but after finding nothing, they left. Then 3 groups of people came one after another, and the process was about the same. Rasha felt that this matter had escalated significantly. His previous actions had led them to think he was somewhat guilty, which was why he expelled the people from other villages. Now, these people were sure they had such, or, which was why they came to attack here. Fortunately, these people were relatively restrained and did not want to confront Sunagakure unless they found the ore. Understanding this, Rasha immediately ordered, Maki, take people to support the other mines. Try to avoid conflict with them as long as they are not killing anyone. I need to return to the village. This matter needs to be resolved quickly. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Maki agreed and left with his people. Raza also hurriedly flew towards Sunagakure. As soon as Raza arrived in the village, he called up the higher-ups. Even though it was already late at night, the office of the Wind Shadow was brightly lit, and Raza was issuing orders one after another. After all the orders were given, Raza leaned back in his chair and rubbed his head. He said to Chiyo beside him, Elder Chiyo, I've just realized. I've been set up by Konoha. Raza continued while rubbing his head. What kind of, or that looks like jade is there? It's all Konoha's scheme. They must have found a piece of special iron somewhere and claimed it was bought from Sunagakure, directing the blame from several villages towards us. I have to say, the hearts of the Konoha people are truly dirty. Chiyo pondered Raza's words and also felt that this was Konoha's conspiracy. Because Konoha knew that Sunagakure was about to go to war with them, they devised this plan. However, some things didn't add up. If it was Konoha's scheme, why did they also send people to look for that kind of war? Was it just to muddy the waters? While Sunagakure was facing constant troubles, the book Temptation of Returning to the Village was released. Unlike the release of the affairs of the great official Shimen, where the buyers were all men, this time, the buyers were all women. On the first day of sales, Temptation of Returning to the Village surpassed the first day sales of the affairs of the great official Shimen. At this moment, if Lucier knew, he would definitely say, it's really easy to make money from women. At this time, Jiraiya had already started to interact with Naruto, and Lucier just wanted these 2 destined master and disciple to meet sooner. 2 days later, Konoha received a letter of condemnation and protest from Sunagakure, which basically meant that Konoha had spread rumors, causing Sunagakure significant trouble, and demanded that Konoha explain clearly. Otherwise, a war between the 2 villages might break out. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he was bewildered. When had he spread rumors? Then Sarutobi Hiruzen called Lucier to the Hokage office. When Rashirai arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking. Upon seeing Rashirai, he immediately put on a kind smile and asked, Rashirai, how are you adapting to the Umbu? Pretty good. The work in Umbu suits me well. Lord Hokage, is there something you called me for this time? Lucier felt a bit uncomfortable under Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. So he directly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen the purpose of calling him here. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression immediately became serious. He then handed Lucier the invitation letter from Sunagakure. Looking at the content, Lucier wanted to laugh, but held it in, then placed the short blade on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Lord Hokage, please take a look. This is the blade made from that iron. I obtained this iron while gathering intelligence. I heard that Sunagakure was still searching for this iron that had leaked. Now that Sunagakure says this, it's clear they don't want to take responsibility. I suspect they want to form a ninja sword army, a larger scale army than the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, similar to a puppet army. We can't just sit back and wait. We need to let all the villages know about this and expose Sunagakure's plans, so everyone knows Sunagakure's ambitions. While examining the blade, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Lucier's words and thought that Lucier made a lot of sense. The information from Danzo mentioned that Raza had been frequently visiting various mines lately, which likely meant that he had just collected this kind of ore and taken it away. Lucier's acquisition was a coincidence. As Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the blade back to Lucier, he said, Lucier, you make a valid point. I will consider your suggestion. You may leave for now. After Lucier left the Hokage office, he sneered inwardly, mocking Sunagakure. You want to shoot at me? You want to chase me? Watch me dig a pit for you to bury yourself in. You still want to clear your name? I'll make sure you take some skin off in the process. It's a pity that if he had one more piece of such fine iron, Lucier could definitely stir up trouble for all the villages in the Land of Wind. Sarutobi Hizashi directly sent messages to the other villages, stating that Sunagakure was planning to form a ninja blade corps, which posed a threat to the entire ninja world, hoping everyone would work together to stop Sunagakure. Soon, several villages received invitations from Konoha, and upon seeing the contents, they immediately objected. The 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure were already hard enough to deal with, and now they wanted to create a corps? This was unacceptable to any village. The threat was too great, and they didn't dare to gamble. What if one day, Sunagakure really attacked their village? Thus, a hurricane of opposition against Sunagakure quickly swept through the ninja world. Kumogakure and Iwagakure urged Sunagakure to abandon such evil practices and demanded that Raza hand over those ores, to be kept by the other villages. During this time, Raza was exceedingly irritable. The entire ninja world was cursing Sunagakure, and he felt particularly aggrieved, having done nothing wrong yet being scolded like this. The main issue was that the daimyo of the Land of Wind also demanded he hand over those ores, which he had plenty of. However, he truly did not possess the kind of ores being spoken of outside. Soon, the 9th meeting of the month began, mainly discussing how to resolve the current situation. One senior member complained, "It's only the 4th, and we've already held 9 meetings in Sunagakure. I really want to go out and do some missions." Just as he was complaining, Raza arrived, took his seat at the head, and directly said, "Everyone, this situation has exceeded my expectations. The 4 major ninja villages are putting pressure on us. Does anyone have a good solution?" The complaining senior from Sunagakure said, "If it doesn't work, let's just hand over those ores for now. We can research the formation of the ninja blade corps later. Since this matter has been exposed, let's wait." As he was about to say more, Raza's angry voice interrupted him. Raza was really furious this time. Even his own people believed this rumor. "Enough, you fool. Sunagakure does not have that kind of, nor do we have any plans to form a ninja blade corps. If I had that kind of, I would have used it long ago and wouldn't let the other villages be so arrogant." After shouting, Raza felt a bit better and then asked Chiyo, Elder Chiyo, "Do you have any ideas? If we don't give the other villages an explanation, this matter will be hard to resolve." Chiyo, with her fingers crossed resting on her chin, calmly said, "Now that it has developed to this extent, we can only admit it." Several senior members immediately objected and wanted to refute Chiyo, but Raza stopped them and signaled for Chiyo to continue. Seeing Raza's gesture, Chiyo continued, "We have indeed been schemed against by Konoha this time. But it's no big deal. At most, we lose a bit of face. If I don't admit it, the other villages will continue to pressure us, and we might even face war. You all know that Sunagakure cannot handle 4 villages at the same time. But if we admit it, we can tell the other villages that the fine iron indeed came from our village. However, it took over 20 years to refine that piece of fine iron. And we can let the people from the other villages go to the iron mine to see for themselves that we truly do not have that kind of ore. That piece of fine iron was accidentally sold by a miner as a jade stone, and since there's no profit, do you think the other villages will still fight us to the end?" Everyone felt that Chiyo was right, and Raza also thought it was a good plan. Thus, on that day, the entire ninja world was stirred into a frenzy by an announcement issued by Sunagakure. The announcement conveyed the following message. The black fine iron was indeed refined by Sunagakure. However, the quantity was extremely rare. It took them 20 years to refine that one piece. What was unexpected was that this incredibly precious black fine iron was mistakenly sold by a careless miner's jade, and the buyer was none other than Nara Lu Shur. Now, Sunagakure no longer had any black fine iron left. If anyone had doubts about this statement or expressed disbelief, Sunagakure welcomed them to come personally for a thorough investigation. The villages that received this announcement were somewhat flustered. With just that one piece, hadn't they been working in vain? Some villages didn't believe it and actually went to investigate in Sunagakure, only to find that the village truly no longer had it, just ordinary ores. Then, these people left Sunagakure cursing. Lucier also knew about this news, and he couldn't help but admire the person who came up with this idea. It not only dismantled the opposition from the other villages, but also eliminated their wariness. It seems that Sunagakure still has some smart people. Lucier thought that Sunagakure would have to fight the other villages, but he didn't expect this to be the end of it. However, Lucier didn't have time to worry about this matter because his new book, The Secrets of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, started selling today. As soon as the bookstores began selling it, it was immediately sold out. The Book of the Melancholy Prince of Konoha is so popular that people are buying it regardless of the genre. In the Akatsuki organization's base, Conan was reading while watching Obito, because Conan still didn't know that the Madara in front of her was fake, even if the book said it wasn't him. Obito was very angry and wished he could skin the author alive. Suddenly, Conan, who was reading, burst into laughter and then looked at Obito and asked, "Mr. Madara, did Hashirama really invite you to his wedding with Uzumaki Mido? Did the adamantine chains really beat you both up back then? Obito didn't respond, only snorted coldly and walked away. These books are actually just appetizers. They are meant to make money. His Black Absolute Rescue Mother legend is the real bombshell. But now is not the time. We should wait until Kankuro is about to destroy Konoha before bringing this book out. It will definitely be entertaining then. The main characters' names in dear time have been thought out. Vortex Nerve Gate, Uchiha Dog Tai, South Little Fool, Yellow Hair Yen. Of course, the saviors must be Naruto and Sasuke, but they need to have different names and identities, allowing them to wreak havoc on other villages. Once this book is released, it will definitely make Obito doubt Black Zetsu. As a time traveler, how could Lucifer easily let Kurizetsu rescue Kaguya Otsutsuki? According to the correction force of this world, Kaguya Otsutsuki would definitely be rescued, and this is something Lucifer cannot change. However, Lucifer would not allow Kurizetsu to rescue her too easily. This time, even Sasuke bought a copy, wanting to see what Uchiha Madara was like in it. After reading it, even Sasuke, the so-called king of bullies, laughed until his stomach hurt. It's just a pity for Jiraiya, who was scolded by Hiruzen Sarutobi in the office again. Since he was the only one writing books in Konoha, he had to take the blame for Lucifer. Jiraiya, weren't you trying to make me die of anger so I could inherit the Hokage position sooner? If you want to be Hokage, I can abdicate right now. You don't need to make me this mad. In the past, we could let it go if you made up some stories, but now you're even daring to fabricate things about the first Hokage. I really want to take you to the first Hokage's grave and personally send you down to meet him. At this moment, Jiraiya was in a state of confusion, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Why am I being scolded again? It wasn't until Jiraiya saw the book in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand titled The Secrets of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama that he realized why he was being scolded again. He actually wanted to explain, but Lucifer had previously instructed him not to reveal that he was writing books, so he could only silently endure it. After scolding Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi told him to leave, and before he left, Jiraiya took the book with him. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared again in front of the window. Damn Jiraiya, I haven't finished reading yet. Can't you buy a copy yourself? But right after shouting, he regretted it, thinking about what others would think if they heard it. In a casino, a big fat sheep of the ninja world was gambling, while his little follower, Shizen, was reading a book without paying any attention to the noisy gambling sounds. Tsunade suddenly felt something was missing. It seemed that Shizen hadn't tried to persuade her today. When she turned around, she saw Shizen reading, and Tsunade snatched the book away to take a look. Shizen immediately tried to grab it back, but when she saw Tsunade's gaze, she gave up. Tsunade casually flipped through the pages of the book. However, after just a few pages, the veins on her smooth forehead began to bulge, as if they were about to burst. Finally, she could no longer continue reading, and she slammed the book down on the table, stood up abruptly, and walked towards the exit of the casino. At this moment, Tsunade had no intention of continuing to gamble, mainly because she had run out of money. As she walked, she kept cursing, "Damn Jiraiya, how dare you make up stories about my grandfather? If I run into you one day, I'll break every one of your ribs. Let you know how formidable I am." Meanwhile, far away in Konoha village, Jiraiya was sitting comfortably on a bench, engrossed in reading the secrets of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Suddenly, a chill came from behind his neck without warning, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Jiraiya looked back in confusion, only to find no one behind him. Despite this, a vague sense of unease surged within him. He frowned and murmured to himself, "How strange. Why do I feel like I'm being watched by someone terrifying? Could someone be plotting against me? But that shouldn't be the case." Shaking his head, Jiraiya temporarily brushed these thoughts aside and continued to read. Lucifer's writing is pretty good, but can a story about 3 people getting married at the same time really lead to happiness? It's quite intriguing, Jiraiya muttered to himself. At this very moment, Lucifer was comfortably lying on his own sofa, like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, completely motionless. Lucifer suddenly felt that he had lost his direction. Now that he has earned enough money, he suddenly wants to retire and enjoy his old age. If Lucifer's mother knew, she would definitely give him a complete childhood. In a training ground in Konoha village, Naruto and Lucifer were about to have a spar. At first, Lucifer refused this spar, as Naruto was still too inexperienced and had not yet reached the level of a meatball maniac. Even if Naruto did reach that level, Lucifer had ways to deal with it. However, Jiraiya said he wanted to see Naruto's strength, and regardless of winning or losing, he would teach Naruto. For the sake of his little brother, Lucifer agreed. Jiraiya saw that the two were ready and first said to Shikamu, Your intelligence and strategy are your most powerful weapons. Remember, battle is not just a contest of strength. It is also a contest of wits. So you are not allowed to use that shadow ninja technique, and don't use that smoking knife of yours. Dear Time, your compliment is just to prevent me from using shadow ninja and smoke blade. This praise really caught me off guard. Although Jiraiya's praise is somewhat of a trap, Dear Time still agreed. After all, he didn't plan to use those methods against Naruto. 2 wooden swords were enough. And it was a good opportunity to practice shadow binding, which he hadn't used in a long time. With this in mind, Shikamaru nodded and said, okay. Jiraiya then looked at Naruto, his words filled with encouragement. Naruto, you have endless potential and perseverance. Your enthusiasm and indomitable spirit are your greatest advantages. Naruto felt a bit overwhelmed by Jiraiya's words. Aside from his brother, this was the second person who recognized him. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. This was the momentum he wanted. Begin. With Jiraiya's command, the practical training officially started. Jiraiya thought to himself, Naruto, this is all I can help you with. Let's see what you can do. On the training ground, Dear Time quickly drew 2 wooden swords, while Naruto charged at Dear Time with the momentum of a scion. Naruto's screams echoed across the training ground, causing Jiraiya to immediately close his eyes and turn his head away. E-slash, E-stalb, E-stalb, E-slash, E-slash, E-stalb. Jiraiya couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted at the 2. All right, Dear Time, stop. Naruto has suffered enough. Stop. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Dear Time stopped. Naruto was already lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, not because he was injured, but because it hurt. Dear Time did this on purpose. Whether in sparring or battle, Naruto liked to be reckless. He wasn't a crazy ball yet. Being reckless could easily lead to injury, and surprisingly, Naruto charged in without using shadow clones, so Dear Time taught him a lesson. Jiraiya helped Naruto up and took him to rest under a tree. 10 minutes later, Naruto had recovered. I have to say, as the protagonist, his physique is unmatched. Looking at the now-recovered Naruto, Jiraiya helplessly said, Naruto, to be honest, I was deceived by your momentum. I thought you could hold on for a few minutes, but I didn't expect you to lie down right away. You have let your momentum down. Since you've recovered, let's continue the spar. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto hesitated a bit and secretly glanced at Dear Time. Jiraiya saw through Naruto's thoughts and continued. This time, Dear Time won't use dual swords, and you can use shadow clones. Inuzuka, Jiraiya is willing to sacrifice his face just to help Naruto win. Why not just say, let me stand still? Forget it, I'll use taijutsu then. Does he really think my taijutsu isn't good? Upon hearing this, Naruto's earlier momentum surged again. Soon, the second round of their battle began. This time, Naruto directly summoned 12 shadow clones. One must say the amount of chakra in the Uzumaki clan is truly astonishing. The 2 quickly engaged in combat, with Inuzuka cleverly controlling the pace of the battlefield using his shadow mimicry technique. The shadows moved like living beings, sometimes binding, sometimes attacking, making it difficult for Naruto to get close. Naruto relied on a shadow clone technique, creating multiple clones in an attempt to confuse Inuzuka and find an opening. However, Inuzuka's taijutsu was also impressive, eliminating one clone after another. Jiraiya quietly observed from his side, and this time his gaze showed approval as he began to offer Naruto advice. Naruto, have the clones grab his legs, and while holding him, go for the crotch. Oops, he got away. Quickly surround him. This time, grab his legs and choke him, then give him an eye poke. His shadow is coming. Have the clones block the shadow. Oh, you idiot, don't stop. Do you have to stop and listen to me? Jiraiya's words sent a chill down Inuzuka's spine. How could the legendary Sannin of Konoha teach Naruto techniques that sounded so much like street fighting? In the moment Naruto was distracted, Inuzuka found the real body and then bound Naruto with his shadow. All right, the match is over, and Naruto lost again. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Inuzuka released Naruto. Then Naruto, dissatisfied, said to Jiraiya, Pervy sage, it's all your fault. If you hadn't talked to me, I would have one. Jiraiya ignored Naruto's mysterious confidence. Lucier looked at Jiraiya with a disdainful gaze, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He had been too excited just now. Moreover, the techniques he used earlier were indeed not suitable for a sparring session. Fortunately, Jiraiya had a thick skin and ignored Lucier's gaze. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, Ahem, you all performed well this time, especially you, Lucier. I didn't expect your taijutsu to be so impressive, so just keep training. Then he turned to Naruto and said, As for you, you fool, I'll teach you some basic combat skills tomorrow. You're too weak. I even restricted Lucier this much, and you still couldn't win. You're far behind compared to how I was back in the day. Dear Time shot Jiraiya a glare, thinking to himself, if I hadn't read the original work, I might have believed your nonsense. You're just a loser. Back in the day, you were no better than Naruto, often getting beaten up by Orochimaru and Tsunade. Jiraiya put away his previous joking demeanor and said seriously, Dear Time, do you want to hear some harsh words from me? Upon seeing Jiraiya like this, Rushi became serious as well. Lord Jiraiya, please speak directly if you have any questions. I am eager to hear your advice. Jiraiya didn't hesitate and said directly, Rushi, both your strength and battle IQ surpass your peers, and you have enough means to protect yourself. You could say that as a ninja, you are very well-rounded. But that is also your problem. You lack the desire to become stronger. Because of this, you are missing a bit of the courage to fight to the death. I worry that when you face true, strong opponents in the future, you might suffer. Lucier thought for a moment and felt that Jiraiya had a point. However, it didn't suit him. So he said to Jiraiya, Lord Jiraiya, you are right, but this saying doesn't apply to me. I have never been a ninja who survives by force. In my understanding, there are no notions of strong or weak, only living or dying. And I will do everything in my power to send my enemies to their deaths. Jiraiya looked at Lucier, perhaps overestimating the boy's limits. After resting for several days, Lucier was called to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled as he handed Lucier a letter and instructed him, find Tsunade and give her this letter. If you can't find her, come back. Don't take over a month like you did in the Land of Iron. Deer was a bit surprised. Isn't it Jiraiya who is supposed to find Tsunade? Why is it himself this time? Lucier was surprised for a moment, then took the letter and asked, I understand, Hokage-sama, but I don't know where Tsunade-sama is. Where should I deliver the letter? Why don't you ask the intelligence department? They have the latest news about Tsunade. Oh, and bring a picture of Tsunade with you. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's words, Lucier left the Hokage's office. He really couldn't understand why he was the one tasked with delivering the letter to Tsunade. This task was obviously more suitable for Jiraiya. After getting the information, Lucier went home to inform his mother, telling her he was on a mission to avoid worrying her. This time, Lucier didn't plan to bring Xiaohei along, even though having Xiaohei would save him a lot of walking. However, Lucier didn't want Xiaohei to work for Sarutobi Hiruzan for nothing. 5 days later, Lucier met Tsunade, known as the biggest cash cow in the ninja world, at a casino. Lucier walked into the casino and approached Tsunade from behind. Want to see how lucky this woman was with her gambling. Watching as Tsunade lost her last chips, Lucier felt that the only reason she was still safe was because of her luck of always losing at gambling. Otherwise, she would have been taken away to be a bandit's wife long ago. An ordinary person couldn't afford to keep this spendthrift woman. Tsunade turned around and glanced at Lucier, asking, do you have any money? Dear Time, I'm numb. What's going on? Do I know you? You're just asking me to borrow money. All right. I actually do know you, but you don't recognize me. After a mental struggle, Dear Time took out 2 stacks of money and placed them on the table. Then, over the course of an hour, Dear Time took out some more money. Until he lost all the money he had on him, the 3 of them finally walked out of the casino together. As soon as they exited the casino, Tsunade asked, were you looking for me? Lu did not respond but handed the letter to Tsunade, saying, Lady Tsunade, this is a letter from Lord Hokage for you. Tsunade took the letter, tore it up directly, and didn't even look at it. When Lucier turned to leave, the letter had already been delivered, and the rest of the matters had nothing to do with him. Just as Lucier was turning his head, Tsunade asked him, how did you find me? And why do you know me? Lucier thought for a moment and said, I have seen Lady Tsunade's portrait. As for how to find you, it was Jiraiya who told me. He said just go to the casino and look for her. She is a person who will never win. That's why I gave you the money, to see if it matches what Lord Jiraiya said. I can't say that I've read the original work. Just now, I gave Tsunade some money. He just wanted to see the true strength of the big fat sheep in the ninja world. Besides, putting these things on Jiraiya's shoulders, he doesn't feel any burden at all. That bastard Jiraiya, how dare he slander me? Just wait, I'll break your bones later. Hey, kid, what else did Jiraiya say about me? After thinking for a few seconds, Rushi said, Lord Jiraiya said you are the big fat sheep of the ninja world. A charitable gambler, a money-spending boy, a spendthrift woman, big-breasted and brainless. And he also said you should use your medical ninjutsu to treat your head. Drain some of that water out. Maybe there's still hope for you. At that moment, Tsunade was tightly holding onto the furious Shizen. That Jiraiya, I'm going to kill him. How dare he say that about me? I think he is just asking for trouble. Inside the izakaya, Rushi was eating, while Tsunade was drinking heavily. After taking a big gulp of her drink, Tsunade put down her cup. I really didn't expect Ryukyu's kid to be this big. Kid, How about traveling around the ninja world with me? Hearing this, Shizen immediately gave Rushi a look, signaling him not to agree. They both had to rely on borrowing money to get by. With one more person, they wouldn't be able to survive at all. Of course, Lucier saw the mute prompt. Even without the prompt, he wouldn't agree. What kind of serious illness would make him agree to Tsunade? As a rich second generation, isn't it better to stay home? Running around the world with a big fat sheep. He must be out of his mind. Thinking of this, Lucier declined. Forget it. Traveling isn't suitable for me. I prefer staying in Konoha, helping Ino sell flowers when there's nothing to do, occasionally going on a few missions, and in my spare time, reading Jiraiya-sensei's books. I heard his next book is already in the works, titled Those Years of Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, Tsunade's wine glass was crushed in her hand, and Lucier immediately shut his mouth. In fact, Lucier had his reasons for provoking Tsunade. He wanted to see if she could return to Konoha early and push Sarutobi Hizashi off the stage, so he wouldn't have to see that old face all the time. Soon, Tsunade got drunk. She was really drunk, not pretending like Jiraiya. Lucier took out a scroll and handed it to Shizen, saying, "There's some money in here. Keep it for your daily expenses, but make sure Tsunade-sama doesn't find out. If she knows, she'll definitely use it for gambling. If one day, the great Konoha Sannin, the princess of the Land of Fire, really ends up sleeping on the streets, that would be too embarrassing. All right, I've delivered the message. I'm heading back to Konoha." Shizen took the scroll, unsure of what to say, still organizing her words when Lucier had already left. The scroll probably contained about 1 million. For Lucier now, that was just pocket change. His reason for giving the money was simple. Shizen had it tough following Tsunade, sometimes going hungry and sometimes having to dodge creditors. A beautiful girl like her shouldn't be living in such dire straits. If this money wasn't used for gambling, it could be saved for the day when Sarutobi Hizashi was taken down by Orochimaru. Hokage-sama, that's the whole story. After treating Tsunade-sama to a drink, I returned to the village. Hokage-sama, can this money be reimbursed? Listening to Lucier's report, Sarutobi Hizashi was initially quite satisfied. However, he almost lost his composure at the last sentence, but managed to hold it together. Then he took out 2 bills from the drawer and handed them to Lucier, saying, "Of course, you can keep this money. No need to give me the rest." Lu didn't respond, but shyly said, "Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade drank up 1,300,000 ryo worth of alcohol from me. Otherwise, how much would it be? What kind of expensive alcohol did Tsunade drink?" "Never mind." Sarutobi Hizashi was somewhat surprised, his voice rising a few notches higher than usual. However, he accepted the bill. After all, Tsunade was his disciple. Rushi happily went home after getting the money, even though he didn't really need it. He just didn't want to let Sarutobi Hizashi take advantage of him. It had been a week since he sparred with Naruto, and today Rushi was off work. So he put on his casual clothes and planned to go see Ino, who had been on missions for the past few days, and they hadn't had a meal together for several days. However, as soon as Rushi stepped outside, he saw Jiraiya in his yard, holding a hardcover book about the exploits of Shimura Danzo, drooling over it. Lucier was curious about how Jiraiya was there, so he asked, "Lord Jiraiya, how did you get here? Also, please don't read that kind of book in my house. If my mom sees you, she'll definitely kick you out thinking you're a pervert." Hearing someone speak, Jiraiya put away the book, turned to Lucier, and said with an embarrassed expression, "I just came from the Umbu. I heard you had a day off today, so I came to your house to find you. I originally wanted to knock on the door, but I heard you say you were going to look for Ino, so I waited here for you." "Oh, does Lord Jiraiya have something to discuss with me?" Lucier was curious about Jiraiya's intentions, so he directly asked, "If there's nothing important, I still need to find Ino." Jiraiya grabbed Lucier's hand and pulled him outside, saying as they walked, "I came specifically to find you. Today, Sage Fukasaku sent me a message saying that the great sage wants to meet you, so here I am." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Lucier started to recall the great sage Jiraiya mentioned. It should be that old toad, Gamamaru. Why does that old thing want to see me? But it doesn't matter. After all, he's not an enemy. So Lucier agreed to meet the old toad. "All right, when do we leave?" Upon hearing Lucier's agreement, Jiraiya took him to a secluded spot and summoned a small toad. After Jiraiya said a few words to the small toad, it transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Jiraiya came to Lucier's side, placed his right hand on Lucier's shoulder, and instructed him, "Lucier, in a moment, Mount Mayaboku will teleport us, so don't resist." "Okay, I understand." 30 seconds later, a feeling of weightlessness came over Lucier, and he realized someone was using reverse summoning jutsu to take them to Mount Mayaboku. His vision blurred, and the scene changed immediately. "Jiraiya, you guys are here." Deer looked towards the direction of the sound and found no one there. Jiraiya pressed down on Deer's head to look down, and Deer then noticed an old toad with a goatee right by his feet. Wow, how did you get so close? Aren't you afraid of being stepped on? Lu Shibian took a few steps back, and upon hearing Lu Shi's words, a large number of black lines appeared on the frog's forehead. Jiraiya immediately came forward and said, "All right, Lu Shi, let me introduce you. This is Sage Shinsaku, a high-ranking member of Miyaboka Mountain and also the assistant of the Great Sage." Lu Shi finally reacted and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I just suddenly noticed a toad by my feet and got startled. It was fine until he explained. Once he did, the black lines on Shinzo's forehead increased." Jiraiya quickly corrected him. "Lu Shi, you should refer to this great person as Shinsaku Senin. Otherwise, it would be too impolite." Lu Shirley immediately changed his tone. "Shinsaku Sage, I'm sorry. It's just that this is my first time seeing a talking toad, and I'm a bit excited, so please don't mind me." Shinsaku ignored Lu Shi and said to Jiraiya, "Let's go. That person is already waiting for you." Jiraiya felt a bit awkward, not expecting Lu Shi to be so sharp-tongued. And so, the three of them, one person and one toad, headed towards the temple on Mount Miyaboku. 15 minutes later, Lu Shi met Fukusaku, the sage toad, and looking at Fukusaku's appearance, Lu Shi felt that this toad seemed to be on the verge of meeting the sage of six paths. "Who are you?" A hoarse voice came from Fukusaku's mouth. Shinsaku rolled his eyes at the sage toad and said, "Is this really necessary? Didn't you ask me to call Jiraiya?" "Oh, Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Lu Shi tugged at Jiraiya's clothes. Jiraiya turned around to ask Lu Shi what was wrong, when Lu Shi said, "Lord Jiraiya, I know where Lady Tsunade is right now. Should I go and invite her here? I feel like she might be a bit senile, but with Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, she might be able to cure it." The awkward atmosphere lingered for a few seconds until Frostmount said, "Kid, I had a dream. I dreamt that a shadow appeared beside the prophesied child, but I don't know whether it's good or bad. Can you tell me your choice?" Lu Shi is now completely certain that this is entirely the work of the sage of the six paths sending a dream to Gamamaru. "Gamamaru, right? Since you asked me this, I also want to ask you a few questions. First, how did you determine that shadow is me? Second, who is that child of prophecy you mentioned? What is my relationship with this child of prophecy? The third is my answer. If the child of prophecy is my friend, I will help him. If the child of prophecy is my enemy, I will do everything I can to kill him. Even if he is the reincarnation of the sage of the six paths, I will not hesitate to kill him. That is my answer. By the way, one more thing. Gamamaru, you should have fewer dreams in the future. Perhaps the future you see is what certain people want you to see." The two frogs present were shocked, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. They never expected Lu Shi to say this, and even more so, they didn't expect him to know about the sage of the six paths. Moreover, Lu Shi's attitude made Gamamaru doubt himself. Could those dreams really be the work of that person? The situation on Jiraiya's side was similar. It seemed he also knew who the child of prophecy was. Lu Shi said these words not to show off, but simply because he doesn't like living according to other people's plans. The meaning of Frogmaru is quite clear. He wants to train Lu Shi to be Naruto's underling. But how could Lu Shi agree to that? Even if he helps Naruto, it cannot be in the role of an underling, as that would be too embarrassing for a time traveler. A few minutes later, the person and the two frogs came back to their senses from the shock. Frogmaru sighed. "Let's just pretend I didn't ask. Lu Shi, are you willing to come to Miyaboka Mountain to learn sage arts?" "Not willing." Lu Shi rejected without thinking, not because he was lofty, but because he felt that the immortal arts of Miyamu Mountain were not suitable for him. He had his own plans, which were to learn immortal techniques from the slug sage, as that suited him better. Right now, he needed a spirit beast that could heal injuries, and the toads of Miyamu Mountain couldn't do that. Moreover, Lu Shi didn't need the toads to help him fight. And since Miyamu Mountain was too deeply involved with the six-path sage, it was better to pass on that. When Frogmaru heard Lu Shi's rejection, he was taken aback at first, but then he accepted it and did not continue to persuade him. Soon, Lu Shi and Jiraiya returned to Konoha. It was a sunny day, but for Lu Shi, it was another busy day because he received a mission assigned by Sarutobi Hizashi. Unlike before, this time he had teammates, and Lu Shi was very interested in his new teammates. Just as everyone was introducing themselves, Lu Shi suddenly heard someone call themselves Kappa. This name instantly piqued Lu Shi's curiosity, and he wondered if this person was the Yamato. After all, in the world of Naruto, Yamato was a very special ninja. The title of Greenery Ninja was quite famous. Unfortunately, everyone was wearing masks at the moment, making it impossible to see each other's faces. In fact, Lu Shi guessed correctly. This person was indeed Yamato. Thus, with speculation and anticipation about the identity of his new teammate, Lu Shi, Yamato, and another member from the Umbu route set off on their journey to the Land of Water. Along the way, only Yamato, as the captain, knew the specifics of the mission, while Lu Shi and the other Umbu member were completely in the dark. Despite their curiosity, they didn't ask because that was the rule. After several days of non-stop travel, the three finally arrived at the border of the Land of Water. At this point, Kappa, who was Yamato, finally broke the silence. "You two, this is our first collaboration on a mission. Now, let me explain the mission. According to the intelligence we received from Konoha, the Mizukage, Yakumo Yorimatsu, passed away last year. Our primary objective is to verify the authenticity of this information. If Yakumo is indeed deceased, we also need to look for the whereabouts of the Three Tails." After saying this, Yamato's gaze swept over Lu Shi and the other team member, seemingly observing their reactions. At this moment, Lu Shi spoke up, "Captain Kappa, perhaps we should split up. You and the other two teammates can search for the Three Tails, while I go to the Mist Village alone. After all, with my personal abilities, acting alone would be more flexible and discreet, which might increase our chances of success. This way, we can both improve efficiency and maximize the smooth progress of the mission. What do you think?" Yamato frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and finally said, "All right. If that's the case, we'll arrange it this way. Black Hawk, you will be responsible for gathering relevant intelligence. Be sure to be cautious and do not expose your whereabouts. I will go with Purple Pig to search for the Three Tails. Remember, we only have 1 month. Regardless of whether we manage to gather useful information, we must return here on time to regroup. If one side fails to return within the stipulated time, the other side must not wait any longer and must immediately return to the village to report the situation to Lord Hokage. Understood?" Deer nodded, indicating that he understood. After speaking, he walked in a certain direction. There was still some distance to Wuin village, and it was all sea, so he could only find a boat to get there. Moreover, Deer had to disguise himself, as he was currently wearing Umbu clothing. Entering the Land of Water like this would be equivalent to seeking death. Lu Shi stored his dark attire in the shadow space, and changed into a set of wandering samurai clothes. After letting his hair down, he felt it was almost perfect, and then he hung the weapon he had obtained earlier at his waist. Just like that, a handsome and capable samurai appeared out of nowhere. After showing off a bit, Lu Shi put away his playful mood and walked towards the dock, hoping to find a ship to the Water Nation. Soon he found 3 boats, but none of the boatmen dared to go to the Water Nation, saying that it was very eerie there, and many people who went never returned. Lu Shi didn't hesitate and directly used his ability to produce money. Seeing that Lu Shi was so generous, a ferryman agreed to take him across. However, he only sent Lu Shi to a small island 1 kilometer away from the Water Nation. 4 days later, Lu Shi set foot on solid ground again and felt a great sense of security walking on the earth. After reaching the shore, Lu Shi didn't rush into the city, as his appearance was too different from the people of the Water Nation. So he had to continue changing his appearance. The samurai look was just for the ferryman. Even as a wandering samurai, he would stand out significantly in the Water Nation. 7 days later, Lu Shi finally entered Mist Hidden Village. At that moment, Lu Shi looked like a very standard citizen of the Water Nation, with sharp teeth and somewhat peculiar features, resembling those from the Water Nation. Lu Shi walked on the streets of the Hidden Mist Village, and found that the people here had murky eyes, as if they had lost all hope of living. Like walking corpses. Lu Shi couldn't help but admire Obito's ruthlessness. This guy really was pushing the Hidden Mist Village to its limits. But then again, Rin Nohara's death was indeed related to the Hidden Mist Village. Lu Shi lowered his head and walked forward, afraid that others would notice something. Then Lu Shi found a shaded place to sit down and gave orders to the Shadow Ninjas, instructing them to gather intelligence at night. Just as the Shadow Ninjas disappeared, someone shouted, "That must be Lord Terumi Mei. She's so beautiful." Lu Shi heard someone speaking and stood up to take a look. He found that it was indeed Kame Mei. After Kame Mei greeted the villagers, she headed towards the Water Shadow building. There wasn't much excitement to see, so Lu Shi returned to the shadowy spot he was in earlier, waiting for night to arrive. Lu Shi found an unoccupied house to use as a temporary residence. As for ghost houses and the like, it was out of the question. Outsiders would never come here, so the business was particularly bleak. Soon, a few Shadow Ninjas returned, holding some documents. Lu Shi took 2 useful ones and instructed them to return the rest. It would be troublesome if they were discovered. However, early the next morning, trouble arose. The Mist Village was under lockdown. This incident dates back to an hour earlier, when Terumi Mei got up early to retrieve documents and notice signs that the files had been tampered with. She then checked the filing cabinet and found that 2 pieces of intelligence were missing. Since the filing cabinet was in the Mizukage's office, there wasn't much special protection. After all, ordinary people couldn't enter the Mizukage building. Terumi May then called Ching and a few trusted high-ranking officials, explained the situation, and everyone agreed that they should first lock down the Mist Village to see if they could find the person responsible. The incident involving Shujitsu Yagura was too embarrassing, so they couldn't let outsiders know about it. Lucier also discovered the curfew in the hidden Mist Village. If he tried to run out now, it would be easier for others to spot him. However, Lucier miscalculated one thing. There was a Byakugan in the hidden Mist Village, and at that moment, he was already being watched. Water Shadow-sama, I have found suspicious individuals. As Ching entered the Water Shadow's office, he reported his findings to Terumi May. Lucier, who originally wanted to gather more intelligence, suddenly noticed that there were far fewer people on the street, and he had already made a decision. Regardless of whether he could obtain more intelligence during the day, he would take this information back with him. Deer observed the surrounding environment and realized that he was indeed being targeted. It could be said that Deer was quite unfortunate when AO began the search. He quickly discovered Deer, mainly because of the large amount of chakra Deer possessed, although it wasn't to the extent of Naruto's abnormal levels. It was already far beyond that of a typical Nin. In fact, it was even more than Kakashi's, who was known for his weak constitution. Therefore, AO quickly locked on a Deer. After several twists and turns, the people of the hidden Mist Village lost track of Deer, and even AO did not notice how Deer disappeared. Search carefully nearby. That person must be around. He can't escape. I'll go inform Lord Mizukage, AO said, running towards the Mizukage building. He initially thought it would be a simple task, but didn't expect this person to be so difficult to deal with. AO now regretted not keeping his Byakugan activated the whole time. Lord Mizukage, that person got away. AO shouted even before entering the Mizukage's office. But as soon as he pushed the door open, he saw many people inside the office. Terumi May also heard AO's words and was somewhat curious. After all, AO had brought 10 people. How could they let the enemy escape? However, this was not the time to assign blame. Terumi May gestured for AO to wait a moment while she searched for something in the file cabinet with a few subordinates. Soon, Terumi May and her team found some sand, which was clearly not from the land of water, but rather like sand from a desert. Oh, take a look at this sand. Is there anything unusual about it? I stumbled upon this. Logically, there shouldn't be sand in this file cabinet, Terumi May said as she handed the collected sand to AO. AO took the sand, pinched it with his fingers, and examined its shape before confidently stating, Lord Mizukage, this isn't the sea sand from our land of water. It resembles sand from the land of wind. I went to the land of wind with my father when I was very young, so I feel this sand is likely from there. Terumi May nodded in agreement with AO's assessment and shared her own conclusion. I think the same, but we lack evidence to accuse them. Moreover, I've just become Mizukage, and there are many things I need to handle. I can't let relations with the land of wind deteriorate too much. Sigh. I never expected that such a powerful Mizukage could be controlled by Jinjutsu. Our hidden mist village has lost too many talents over the years. Starting tomorrow, the ninja school will resume enrollment, and all those cruel rules will be abolished. However, we can't force those children to enroll, or the villagers will recall past events. After giving her instructions, Terumi May began to handle paperwork. Having just become Mizukage, she truly didn't have the energy to manage other matters. As for where that sand came from, it was of course planted by Deer. No matter when or where, Deer was willing to frame the Sand Village. Not for any other reason, but because of the 2 scars left on his father by the Sand Village. However, Deer didn't expect Terumi May to be so timid. The evidence was so clear, yet she didn't get angry. But Deer still had a backup plan. Even if he couldn't incite a war between the Hidden Mist and the Sand Village, he needed to create friction between the 2 villages. At this moment, Deer had changed locations, but he was still within the Hidden Mist Village. Because the Hidden Mist had dispatched many pursuing ninjas to chase outside the village. It wasn't a good time to leave, so he had to wait a few more days in the Hidden Mist Village until those pursuing ninjas returned. Then he could safely head back to the Leaf Village. Before leaving the Hidden Mist Village, Lucier had overheard a few ninjas chatting and learned how he had been exposed. For the past few days, he had been avoiding Ching, as he didn't want to get into trouble. 3 days later, the pursuing ninjas returned to the Hidden Mist Village, and Lucier planned to leave that night, as traveling at night would be more convenient for him. However, before leaving, he had one thing to do: leave a letter from Mizukage Terumi. To be precise, it was a letter written in the name of Raza. Raza, I'm going to kill you for insulting me like this. The next morning, Terumi's roar echoed through the Mizukage building. The high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist Village were frightened and rushed to the Mizukage's office. With the previous Mizukage, Chojuro, having passed away, Meitarumi had just taken over, and she couldn't afford to have any more incidents. The village couldn't withstand such turmoil. In fact, Meitarumi's position as Mizukage wasn't officially recognized yet, as she hadn't reported to the daimyo. It was just that the high-ranking officials had chosen her themselves after Chijuro's death, intending to report to the daimyo once everything settled down. Everyone looked at Meitarumi, who at that moment resembled a crazed lioness, and no one dared to speak. Only Chin cautiously asked, "Mizukage, what's wrong? The village needs you. You can't get into trouble." Hearing Chin's words, Meitarumi calmed down a bit and handed the letter to Chin. Chin picked up the letter to read, and the other high-ranking officials gathered around him. They were shocked upon reading it. They finally understood why Meitarumi was so angry. The letter was, to be precise, a love letter confessing feelings for Meitarumi. While it wasn't a big deal for a young and beautiful woman like her to receive such letters, the author was a different story. If the sender was a village leader and an old married man at that, it changed everything. "Miss Tarumi, as I write this letter, I feel conflicted. After a long struggle, I finally decided to write to you. I am Raza. A year ago, I came to the Hidden Mist Village on a mission and saw you at that time. I developed feelings for you and intended to confess. However, I was attacked by a masked man, forcing me to retreat in haste. After returning to Sunagakure, I couldn't stop thinking about you. I initially came to Hidden Mist Village to confess, but I didn't expect you to become Mizukage. Therefore, I can only express my feelings in this letter. If you are willing to accept me, I am ready to offer the entire Sunagakure as a betrothal gift. If we have children, they will surely possess a stronger bloodline limit, and we can merge Hidden Mist Village and Sunagakure into Mizukage Sand Village. If you decide, please send someone to find me. Yours, Rasa." Two high-ranking officials couldn't hold back their laughter, but they quickly covered their mouths, reminding themselves, "You can't laugh. This isn't the time for laughter, or it could cost you your life." Chin also wanted to laugh, but held it back. The last line really amused him, as he didn't expect that old man Raza to be so flirtatious. "Have you all finished reading? Is it still funny?" Meitarumi's words made the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. The high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist Village immediately suppressed their laughter and began to criticize Raza. Some said he was shameless, an old bull eating tender grass. Others called him disgusting, thinking he could marry the village beauty of Hidden Mist. In truth, these officials were seasoned foxes. They knew that this letter couldn't have been genuinely written by Raza. Since they couldn't find a person now, they decided to scold Raza to vent Meitarumi's anger. Half an hour later, only Meitarumi and Chin remained in the Mizukage's office. "What do you think we should do about this, Chin? I know this isn't Raza's writing, but if I don't find that person, I won't be satisfied." Listening to Meitarumi's question, Chin pondered for a few seconds and then replied, "Mizukage, we can ask Sunagakure to help us find that person." "Oh, tell me how we can get Sunagakure to help." Upon hearing Chin's words, Meitarumi immediately perked up and urged him to share his plan. Chin quickly outlined the plan. "Mizukage, we can send an invitation letter to Sunagakure, rejecting Raza's proposal. We can say that Hidden Mist Village needs you and that you will not leave the village and you do not like Raza. Then we can promote this in the ninja world, portraying you as someone who cares more about the village than personal matters and Raza as a lecherous man. If Sunagakure learns that Raza wants to use the village as a betrothal gift, what do you think Raza will do? He will try to find that person." Meitarumi immediately provided the correct answer. "Raza will definitely find that person." Chin nodded and continued, "You're right. At that point, Raza will certainly seek that person out. Then that person's village will become hostile towards Sunagakure. In that case, regardless of which village fights, it will be beneficial for us in Hidden Mist Village." Meanwhile, Lucier had already boarded a fishing boat and had resumed his wandering samurai disguise. When Shika arrived at the meeting point, Yamato and another member of the Umbu had not yet returned. So Shika waited there, but he wasn't just idly waiting. He had been practicing his swordsmanship for the past few days and felt that his understanding of this technique was deepening. Soon, the news of Rasha's declaration of love spread throughout the ninja world, and Shika was unaware of the immense impact of his letter, which almost led to Rasha being ousted. On this day, Yamato and the Umbu finally returned, and from a distance, they saw Shika training. Yamato didn't expect Kurohyu to come back so quickly. Before departing, Sarutobi Hizashi had instructed him to listen to Kurohyu's opinions and had specifically emphasized that Kurohyu had special methods for gathering intelligence, which is why he allowed Kurohyu to scout for information on his own. However, he was still unaware of Kurohyu's true strength, so he felt a bit worried since they hadn't found the Three Tails. If Kurohyu also came back empty-handed, it would mean their trip was for nothing. Soon, the three of them gathered, and as soon as they met, Yamato asked, "So, Kurohyu, Did you collect any useful information? Lucier took out 2 documents from his pocket and handed them to Yamato. Captain, I stole these from the Mizukage's office. They should be sufficient for the report. Yamato accepted the 2 documents without looking at them. As was the rule, Umbu members were not allowed to peek at intelligence. Yamato nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the Hokage was right. This kid indeed had some skills. All right, let's take a half-hour break and then return to the village. Yamato and Ziju began to recover their chakra, as they had been walking on water for days, which consumed a lot of chakra. Half an hour later, the 3 began to head towards Konoha. A few days later, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hizashi looked at the intelligence in front of him, somewhat incredulous. This intelligence was too important, and Lucier had actually managed to steal it. However, thinking of those shadow ninjas, Sarutobi felt relieved. Just as he was about to praise them, someone knocked on the door. "Come in," Sarutobi said, and a ninja pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing that the visitor was from the intelligence department, Sarutobi asked, "Yamamoto, what's the matter?" "Hokage-sama, we just received a piece of intelligence, and it's a bit special, so I brought it to you immediately." The ninja named Yamamoto placed the intelligence on the desk. Sarutobi picked it up to see what was so special about it. Puffed. Sarutobi couldn't help but laugh out loud. After so many years as Hokage, few things could break his composure, but this intelligence indeed exceeded expectations. Ha ha ha. I never expected that Rasha still has the heart of a young man. If I'm not mistaken, the guy's almost 40, right? Yet he's still. Sarutobi suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him with a peculiar gaze. He looked up and saw Yamato and the others watching him. Yamato was curious about what kind of intelligence could make the Hokage laugh like this. From Hokage-sama's tone, it seemed related to Rasha. Sarutobi quickly composed himself, coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment, and said to the intelligence officer, "Ahem, Yamamoto, I understand this matter. You guys in the intelligence department should publicize it. Since Rasha has this intention, we in Konoha should help him out." "Understood. Hokage-sama, I'll get busy with that." Sarutobi nodded to indicate he could leave. After the intelligence officer left, Sarutobi handed the document to Yamato. "You guys take a look too." Yamato took the intelligence, and after glancing at it a few times, puffed. He also couldn't control himself and laughed, while another Umbu member reacted similarly. Only Lucier showed no reaction, as he was the one who wrote the letter and couldn't laugh. But seeing the reactions of the others, Lucier knew he had achieved his goal. Seeing Lucier's reaction, Sarutobi immediately thought of something and said to Yamato, "Yamato, you can leave for now. I have something to discuss with Kurohyu." Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Yamato quickly exited the Hokage's office with Ziju. After the 2 left, Sarutobi asked Lucier, "Lucier, you wrote this, didn't you?" Deer nodded, acknowledging it. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Sarutobi Hizashi would also be able to figure out that he did it afterward, so there was no need to hide it. "Can you tell me the reason for your actions?" Lucier had already thought of the reasons, so he spoke decisively. "Sunagakure is like a white-eyed wolf. They have backstabbed Konoha many times. Only you, Lord Hokage, are willing to believe in them and give them opportunities. But I can't. I hold grudges, and I will do anything that is unfavorable to Sunagakure." Sarutobi Hizashi, after a long silence, told Lucier to go back and rest. Ultimately, this matter was still beneficial to Konoha, and he couldn't blame Lucier for anything, although those words were somewhat painful to hear. If he could, he wouldn't want it to be this way. He also wanted to crush Sunagakure directly. When Lucier returned home, it was already evening. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Mom, I'm back." Mom rushed out of the house as usual and brought Dear Time inside. Dad and Dear Maru were playing chess. When they saw him come back, they greeted him. He sat down beside them and teased, "You 2 stinky chess baskets are really into it. Especially you, Dear Maru. Instead of wasting time on chess, you might as well practice some ninjutsu or swordsmanship. Our Nara clan's secret techniques lack offensive power." The father and son both shot a glance at Dear Time, and Dear Geo said while continuing to play, "The current state of boar, deer, butterfly is just fine. If it were too aggressive, someone might get uneasy. It's a dead game, next round." With the last move, the chess game ended. Although Dear Geo couldn't beat Dear Time, he had no trouble handling Dear Maru. Soon after, Mom called everyone to dinner, and Dear Time happily went to the living room, but the 2 father and son were so engrossed in their game that they didn't hear her. They only came over to eat under Mom's insistence. At that moment, the atmosphere in Urshaw's home was extremely oppressive. Urshaw received a message from the Hidden Mist Village, and he was so angry that he wanted to confront them immediately. However, after seeing the letter, he was bewildered. He couldn't remember writing such a letter. It was only after Chiyo's persuasion that he abandoned the idea of going to the hidden mist village and simply replied, "That wasn't written by me." Yet he still felt frustrated. As soon as he returned home, Gaara looked at him with disdain, which made him even angrier. So he went straight back to his room and skipped dinner. The next morning, Deer Time took Ino to Hokage Rock. Autumn had already arrived, and the leaves had turned yellow, making the entire Konoha look like a golden sea. From Hokage Rock, Konoha appeared very beautiful. "Ino, do you have time tomorrow? I want to take you camping. The weather is just right. Not too hot or cold. Perfect for camping." "Big brother, I want to go too. How can you go camping without taking me?" Before Lu Shi could finish speaking, someone interrupted him. Without even turning around, Lu Shi already knew that Naruto had arrived. Deer Shi really wants to give Naruto a beating right now. "We're a couple camping. Why are you here making a fuss?" Turning around, I see Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura are all here. At this moment, Naruto runs up to Deer Shi, looking excited, and asks, "Big brother, when are we going camping?" "I'm free tomorrow. I'll come find you." Deer didn't pay attention to Naruto, as he hadn't agreed to him yet. He arranged everything by himself, but that's just Naruto's personality. He's already used to it. Rushi walked up to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, how did you guys get here?" Kakashi pointed at the tools in Naruto and Sasuke's hands and said, "We took a mission to clean up the Hokage Rock, so we came here." "But why are you and Ino here as well?" While saying this, Kakashi looked at Rushi and Ino with a strange expression. Ino felt a bit embarrassed being looked at by Kakashi, greeted him, and then went to find Sakura. Lu Shi gave Kakashi a glance and said irritably, "Kakashi-sensei, we just came to see the scenery of Konoha. Don't think too much. If you keep this up, you can forget about seeing the manuscripts in the future." After speaking, she even tilted her chin at Kakashi, finding it quite easy to handle this reserved man. Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately explained, "Lu Shi, don't think too much. I was just curious and asking, nothing else. If you release a new book, you must let me see it first. I always buy 2 copies of your books." After that, he took out the few books Lu Shi had published before. After exchanging a few words, Lu Shi left with Ino, who also had a mission today. However, before leaving, both teams agreed to go camping together tomorrow. Lu Shi felt a bit helpless. Their camping trip had turned into a group activity. In the office of the 4th Raikage in Chunin Village, laughter echoed throughout the entire Raikage building. "Ha, Rasha is too funny. Even using Sand Hidden Village as a betrothal gift. That poor place, how could Mist Hidden Village agree? He might as well say he would use his own gold as a betrothal gift. That would be better, ha. 3 minutes later, Tsukadai, who was standing next to the 4th Raikage, spoke up. "Raikage, I'm afraid this matter wasn't done by Rasha. That guy's heart is black. How could he promise a village for a woman? Even if he did, Sand Hidden Village wouldn't agree. He might have been set up." The 4th Raikage stopped laughing. His expression became serious as he glanced at the intelligence report that had just arrived, then laughed again. "Ha, Tsukadai, it doesn't matter who wrote it now. Rasha is definitely going to take the blame for this. Go notify the intelligence department and spread this news. Let's help Rasha build his reputation. Ideally, we can make Sand Hidden Village and Mist Hidden Village fight, and we can conveniently reclaim the sea route." The warlike Raikage didn't care about such things. He was eager for the Shinobi World War. In Itachi's office, Yagi looked at the documents in his hand and then glanced at Katsuchi, who nodded at him, indicating that he wasn't mistaken and that the contents were real. Then, laughter similar to that of the Raikage erupted in Itachi's office. "Ha, it seems I've really grown old and can't keep up with the young people's thinking. If possible, I would let Rasha come to a Wagakure and take his pick, as long as he gives me Sand Hidden Village." Katsuchi rolled his eyes at his father, thinking, "You're dreaming. This letter couldn't possibly be written by Rasha." Yagi knew very well that this letter couldn't have been written by Rasha, and Mist Hidden Village knew it too, as did the other villages. But it didn't matter. As long as the villagers believed it, that was enough. Stopping his laughter, Yagi said, "Katsuchi, since we know how infatuated Rasha is, as neighbors of Sand Hidden Village, we should help promote Rasha. We can't let his deep feelings go to waste." Upon hearing this, Katsuchi understood what his father meant and went out to help Rasha with the promotion. At the Akatsuki organization base, Obito looked at the intelligence brought back by Kurizetsu, somewhat lost in thought, wondering, had the Kages become this extravagant? However, he quickly realized that Rasha had been framed. But he didn't care about this matter. He wouldn't even glance at the deaths of shinobi, as he only wanted to create a world with Kakashi and Rin. A few days later, the entire shinobi world was in an uproar, praising Rasha's infatuation. The daimyo of the Land of Wind specifically sent a message reprimanding Rasha for his treasonous actions, demanding an explanation. In fact, the daimyo of the Land of Wind also knew this news was a bit ridiculous. But he had to say something. He had already received several letters from other daimyos asking if he needed protection. If he did, they could send ninjas to protect him in the Land of Wind, which made him furious. In these days, a saying circulated in the shinobi world: if you're going to marry a man like Rasha. In the Wind Shadow office, there was also a lot of commotion, with many people still able to hear Rasha's roars. Enough, enough, enough. Dingji, how many people do you have? Can you finish all this food? Dingji didn't hear a word of Akimichi Ding's words. Instead, he kept stuffing meat and seasonings into his bag, as today was the day for camping. Yesterday, Lucier had just told him to bring some seasonings, but Dingji, fearing it wouldn't be enough, packed a large bag of meat, making Akimichi Dings feel heartbroken. It wasn't that he was heartbroken over the meat. He was heartbroken over his own efforts. He planned to invite Lu Jio and Haichi over for dinner, so this meat was specially marinated. Dingji's mother pushed Akimichi Dings aside, dissatisfied, and said, "What's wrong with my son taking some meat? Look how heartbroken you are. It's not like it's your meat." Akimichi Dings, feeling wronged, muttered, "But I have guests coming today. It's a bit late to prepare again." Then go to the Akimichi barbecue shop. They have everything. You can take all this with you. I've also prepared snacks for you. You can share them with your classmates later. While Dingji's mother scolded Akimichi Dings, she helped Dingji pack things. Perhaps this is how mothers are. Worrying that their child wouldn't be full, she packed Dingji's bag until it was completely full. Then Dingji set off with an exaggeratedly large bag on his back, holding 2 big bags of snacks in his hands. Today, everyone brought something: snacks, drinks, and Naruto, who was no longer short on money, bought a lot of beef. If you ask where the money came from, it was of course from Jiraiya, this big spender, who had earned quite a bit from writing over the years, and sponsoring his disciple was only natural, right? Coincidentally, when Lucier invited the 12 small strong yesterday, they all said they had nothing to do today, so the 13 small strong gathered again. Upon arriving at the location, everyone tidied up the fallen leaves and then began to mess around. Naruto and Lee were discussing his seduction techniques on the side. Shikamaru, Choji, and Inazuka Kiba were throwing stones by the river. Ino, Hinata, and Tintin were chatting nearby. Their voices were too soft to hear clearly, but occasionally, laughter from the 3 could be heard. Sasuke, Niji, and Aburame Shino were sitting over there, not saying anything. That's just their personalities. Sakura was helping Shikamaru organize the items needed for grilling. In fact, Shikamaru told Sakura that he could do it himself. However, Sakura insisted on helping, so Shikamaru went along with her. While organizing the ingredients, Sakura suddenly said, "Thank you, Shikamaru." Lucier was a bit confused and didn't understand what Sakura meant. He thought to himself, has Sakura taken the wrong medicine? Why is she thanking herself? Then he looked at Sakura with a blank expression. Sakura didn't notice Lucier's expression and continued talking to herself. Actually, I was very unconvinced by what I said that day. I thought Naruto was just a slacker and couldn't compare to Sasuke at all. But after observing him for the past few days, I found that Naruto is indeed very outstanding. Although his strength is still not as good as Sasuke's, his progress is very fast, which is something I can't achieve. Moreover, my father told me, "Do you really think you can get assigned to Kakashi's team because you are excellent? Look at the kids from the Uchiha clan next door. Their team leader is a Chunin. One of their team members was directly killed by a rogue ninja during a mission. The only reason you got assigned to Kakashi's team is that Naruto likes you. The Hokage only assigned you to Team 7 because he cares about Naruto and Sasuke. As for you, you're just an extra. If you ruin this bit of camaraderie, the Hokage won't hesitate to kick you out of Team 7. Once you leave Team 7, with your personality, no other team will want you. At that point, you'll have only 2 choices. One is to wait until you're old enough to marry an ordinary person or a ninja of average strength, and don't even think about Sasuke. The gap between you two is too large. The second option is to do missions alone until one day you're killed. So think carefully. Don't wait until that day to regret it. By then, it will be too late to regret. Listening to Sakura, Lucier felt that Sakura's father was a smart man. He understood his position, and such a person can live well at any time. Just as Lucier was pondering, a small hand rested on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Ino smiling at him. What are you guys talking about? Before Lucier could speak, Ino took the initiative to ask, "It's nothing. I just want to talk to Lucier about Naruto. His strength has been progressing too fast recently, and I feel a bit pressured. So I wanted to ask our strongest, Lucier, if he has any tips. I don't want to fall too far behind Naruto." Listening to Sakura, Ino pulled her aside and whispered, "Don't ask him that question. His fighting style isn't suitable for you. Let's go find Hinata to chat instead." Let him handle this on his own. With that, she dragged Sakura away, casting a warning glare at Lu Shi as they left. Lu Shi is also quite innocent. He really has nothing to do with Sakura, so why is he feeling jealous? But it seems nice to have a girl jealous for you. The more he thinks about it, the happier Lu Shi becomes as he continues to handle the ingredients. As for Sasuke, who knows what's going on? He got into a fight with Niji, and Lu Shi hurried over to ask young Shino not to let these two get hurt. Shino, what's going on with these two? Hearing the question, Shino turned around and, upon seeing Lu Shi, replied, "It's nothing serious. These two were just discussing who is the strongest eye technique in the ninja world. Since neither could convince the other, they decided to spar a bit and let the results speak for themselves." Lu Shi was speechless. With these two rookies, they still had the audacity to discuss this. However, their strength was indeed impressive. Just as the two were about to go all out, Lu Shi intervened. "You two better stop, or I might draw my sword." As soon as Sasuke and Niji heard Lu Shi's words, they immediately halted. They were well aware of the power of that sword. When everyone saw that the two had stopped, they couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, when they asked the two to stop fighting, they didn't listen, but with just one word from Lu Shi, they immediately complied. Seeing that the two were no longer fighting, everyone went back to their own business. Deer stepped between the two, placed his hands on their shoulders, looked at them for a moment, and then said, "Niji, Sasuke, your argument over who has the best eye technique is completely meaningless. I know a woman whose eye technique far surpasses yours. If you want to compete, wait a few years until she comes out, and then you can compare yourselves to her. I believe that only by defeating her can you claim to have the best eye technique." Upon hearing Deer's words, the eyes of both of them immediately lit up. They were eager to meet the person Deer was talking about. However, when they wanted to ask about this woman's specific details, Deer interrupted them. He looked at the sky and said, "Don't ask me when she will come. All I know is that she will definitely come within 10 years. All right, talking about it now is pointless. If you're bored, come help me grill the meat. There are 13 of us to feed. Do you plan to make me do it all by myself?" Just after Lu Shi gang finished speaking, someone said, 14 people. A few people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white-haired man walking over. Sasuke recognized Jiraiya and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya patted Sasuke's head and said, "Don't be so polite. I'm just here to eat." At that moment, Naruto also ran over, shouting as he came, "Perverted sage, you're here. Didn't you say you weren't coming this morning?" Jiraiya gave Naruto a slap on the head as he approached. That hurts. Why did you hit me? Aren't you called the perverted sage? You little brat. You should call me Sage Jiraiya or Toad Sage. Don't call me the perverted sage." While Naruto covered his head and bickered with Jiraiya, Lu Shi ignored their antics and went back to prepare the barbecue. It was about time for him to start grilling. After Jiraiya greeted everyone, he sat down next to Lu Shi and then said with a lewd expression, "Lu Shi, I've finished reading those things about Shimura Danzo. Are you planning to make a sequel?" "No, readers need time to digest. Releasing similar types of books too frequently will impact the stories about Shimura Danzo and cause visual fatigue for the readers." Deer then shared his thoughts with Jiraiya, but Jiraiya was somewhat unwilling and continued to ask, "So, have you decided what you want to write for your next book?" Lu thought for a moment and then said, "The next book I plan to write is a treasure hunting themed book. I've already thought of the title. It's called Treasure King. The story tells about a commoner ninja who, under the influence of a one-armed ninja, embarks on a treasure hunting journey, aspiring to become the Treasure King. The main character is named Lu Fei. Lu Fei experiences countless battles and gathers several excellent companions around him, whose names are Ninja Thief Nami, Third-Rate Zoro, Big Hand Robin, and Eight Gates Sanji. With the joint efforts of these five, they finally defeat the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages and ultimately find the treasure in the Land of Rain. In the end, Lu Fei discovers that the treasure is actually a pair of eyes that can grant any wish. Then he uncovers a huge conspiracy from these eyes, leading to the second part. What do you think? Lu Shi wanted to ask Jiraiya's opinion, but when he turned around, he found Jiraiya disinterestedly rummaging through the ingredients. He muttered, "This is boring. I'd rather write about Shimizu Kintsuba." Lu Shi was somewhat speechless. Aside from erotic books, Jiraiya didn't like anything else. Writing this book was actually just to set the stage for the next one. The legend of Kuroju saving his mother was the real deal. However, calling it Kuroju was a bit too obvious, so he decided to name it Juju Z Saves His Mother. He even thought of a name for Uchiha Madara, calling him Uchiha +1, hinting that he was making a wedding dress for someone else. Ignoring Jiraiya, Lu Shi started grilling meat. Soon, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and the friends stopped playing, gathering around the grill like hungry little birds. Jiraiya, while eating grilled meat, was also drinking the wine he brought. Everyone chatted and ate, creating a great atmosphere. At that moment, Jiraiya sat down next to Lucier with a wine jug, shook in front of Lucier, and asked, "Hey kid, want some? This is something only real men drink." Lucier shot him a glance and said irritably, "Drink up. You won't get to drink this kind of wine many more times. When Lady Tsunade comes back, she'll let you enjoy a whole pot." Upon hearing Tsunade's name, Jiraiya immediately sobered up a bit and asked, "What do you mean by that, Lucier?" He guessed. Jiraiya had been feeling a chill at the back of his neck lately, and when he heard Lucier's words, he was sure that this feeling had to do with Tsunade. Then he asked with a flattering expression, "Lucier, as long as you tell me what you mean, how about I promise you a reasonable request?" After saying that, he took a sip of wine while watching Lucier's reaction. "Well, it's nothing much. It's just that Lady Tsunade thinks the secret that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had to share was written by you." Puffed. Fida. It's burning me. Put out quickly. A minute later, Jiraiya lay there lifeless, covered in countless footprints, all from the kicks he received earlier. Who told him to spray wine on the grill and even set his clothes on fire? 2 lines of hot tears streamed down Jiraiya's face, not from pain, but from despair. Tsunade would definitely not let him off the hook when she returned. The fear of being dominated by Tsunade from years ago had resurfaced. Hinata asked worriedly, Is Jiraiya-sama okay? Did we use too much strength just now?" Looking at the kind-hearted Hinata, Lucier comforted her. "Don't worry, Hinata. Jiraiya-sama is fine. He just thought of some sad things." "Oh, is that so? Should we try to comfort Jiraiya-sama?" Lucier now thought Hinata was adorably naive, believing whatever others said. When the fire broke out, Lucier directed everyone to kick it, and unfortunately, Jiraiya had splashed the remaining wine from the jug all over himself. The kicks intensified, especially from Naruto, who even landed a couple of kicks to Jiraiya's face, which Lucier felt had a bit of personal vendetta. "Lucier, please, just admit it. Tsunade won't kill you, but she really will kill me. If you don't agree, I can only leave Konoha with Naruto." Once Jiraiya recovered, he kept pestering Lucier to admit that the book was his. How could that be? Lucier isn't an idiot. That violent woman Tsunade would definitely beat him up if she found out he was arranging things against her grandfather. Even his father wouldn't dare to pull that off. "All right, Jiraiya-sama, I can only help you avoid getting beaten up. As for admitting it, let's forget about that. I'm afraid of getting beaten too." As soon as Jiraiya heard Lucier's words, he immediately asked, "Lucier, this is a matter of life and death. Don't joke around. Tsunade's fist is no laughing matter. One punch, and it could kill someone." Rushi pushed away Jiraiya, who had leaned in, and disdainfully said, "Lord Jiraiya, you are a renowned Sannin of Konoha and the Sage of the Toads. You need to have confidence in yourself. You need to get your act together. Right now, in the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of people who can match you in a fight. Even your teacher is no match for you. So what are you afraid of? You need to let your kingly aura show a bit. Who knows, maybe Lady Tsunade will be conquered by you." Upon hearing Rushi's words, Jiraiya's expression changed from excitement to lewdness, then to dejection, and finally to fear. Lucier really didn't know that a person's facial expressions could be so rich. "Hokage, can you send someone else instead? Can't I just give him the knife and let him take it to a Wagakure?" Sarutobi Hizashi just smiled at him without saying a word. Seeing this, Lucier realized he couldn't escape and could only take the documents and leave. An hour ago, Lucier was called to the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hizashi assigned him a mission to take that knife to a Wagakure. The village wanted the knife's owner to visit and check if there were any of those ores. Of course, Lucier didn't want to go. He had already caused trouble for a Wagakure last time. What if Inoki, that old man, came looking for revenge? Thus, Lucier found himself in a situation where he couldn't refuse the task. The main point was that Sarutobi Hizashi also urged him to go and return quickly, almost explicitly saying he should take Kuro with him. After explaining to his mother at home, Lucier set off. The Wagakure wasn't far. With Kuro's flying speed, he could arrive by night. In the evening, outside a Wagakure, Lucier jumped off Kuro's back. The ninjas of a Wagakure were very vigilant, and when they saw someone jump off a large bird from a distance, they quickly drew their kunai. Then one ninja shouted, "Who are you? Why have you come to our Wagakure?" Deer stopped 5 meters in front of them and took out the documents from a Wagakure for Konoha, then threw them to the ninja. The ninja carefully opened the documents, and another ninja stepped forward to take a look. Both nodded to each other. Then they said to Deer, "Wait here for a moment. I will send someone to notify Lord Sasuke. If there are no issues, someone will take you inside." Then one of the ninjas ran towards a Wagakure. Lu nodded and did not have much communication with that ninja. 20 minutes later, a tall man walked out with the ninja from earlier. The tall man came before Lu and asked, You're the one sent by Konoha? I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Let's go. Come in with me. Lucier did not speak and followed the man straight to Rock Hidden Village. On the way, the man said, "My name is Huang Tuesday. It was my suggestion to bring you here this time. Our Rock Hidden Village also has many types of iron ore. I want to see if we have the same kind as Sand Hidden Village. Oh, I have only seen refined iron, so I'm not sure if I can recognize it." Huang Tu laughed heartily and patted Lu Shi's shoulder with his hand, which was as large as a fan. "It's okay. If we find it, that's great. If not, we won't force it. Our Rock Hidden Village doesn't rely on just 1 or 2 ninja tools to become strong. This time it's just a matter of luck." The two chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the Earth Shadow's office. As soon as Huang Tu entered, he said, "Lord Earth Shadow, the people from Konoha have arrived." The old man Inoki was reading documents. When he saw Huang Tu come in, he put the documents away in a drawer and then sized up Lu Shi. A minute later, Inoki laughed heartily and said to Lu Shi, "Haha, I didn't expect it to be a child. It seems those guys on the front lines are getting more and more backward, letting a kid make them dance around." Deer was a bit embarrassed, knowing that his little matter had been exposed. Damien noticed Deer's embarrassment, put away the previous expression, and said seriously, "You don't have to worry about me getting revenge on you. Those people at the border being played is their problem. However, I'm curious about how you know about Deidara, and how you found out that Deidara defected from the village. So far, Iwagakure has not declared Deidara as a rogue ninja." Dear Time thought, "This is bad. I was so focused on the border issue that I forgot about Deidara. But who is Dear Time? This little thing won't stump him. Didn't Inoki want to know how he knew about Deidara? He just needed to come up with a reason. And from what Inoki said, it seemed like Deidara had just defected from the village. Soon, a highly credible reason popped into Dear Time's mind. And then he said, "Last time I went to Sunagakure, I heard a female ninja named Temari say that Deidara from Iwagakure had defected and was causing explosions everywhere. They pursued Deidara, but he flew away on a white bird." Inoki thought for a moment. This was indeed Deidara's style, and he knew that the white bird was something Deidara created with his abilities, so he temporarily believed Dear Time's explanation. "All right, it's a bit late today. Let's have Lust take you down a rest. Tomorrow those ores will be sent back to the village, and then you can help us take a look." Lu Shi followed Huang Tu into a relatively clean room, and then Huang Tu said to Lu Shi, "You can rest here today. This is the best room in our Iwagakure village. Someone will bring you food later, and if you get bored in the evening, you can go out for a walk. But some important places are off limits. If you don't want to go out, you can read a book." After finishing, Huang Tu took out several books from his pocket, saying, "These are written by Jiraiya from your village, and they're quite entertaining." Upon seeing these books, Lu Shi was stunned. Weren't these his own books? Lu Shi looked down on Huang Tu in his heart. "You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually read this kind of book." After giving his instructions, Huang Tu left. Lu Shi had his shadow ninja check the surroundings and found 2 ninjas monitoring him. However, it didn't matter. This was a common practice in the ninja world. Who knows if you would cause trouble? It's normal to have someone watch you. As for strolling around Iwagakure, Lu Shi didn't want to go. It was too desolate and not interesting. Looking at those books, he thought better of it. He didn't feel much when he wrote them, let alone reading them. So there was only one choice left: sleep. The next morning, Lu Shi was still asleep when he heard noise outside. He had trouble sleeping last night due to changing beds. So he went to bed late and was woken up early by the commotion. His irritation flared up, and he shouted outside, "What is wrong with you? What are you making noise for so early in the morning? Can't anyone sleep?" Instantly, the outside quieted down, and after a few seconds, a young girl's voice called out, "The one from Konoha riding a bird, come out here." Lu Shi heard a shout and immediately sat up in bed. Since he couldn't fall asleep anyway, he thought it would be better to get up directly and see who was shouting at the door so early in the morning. 2 minutes later, Lu Shi, dressed in a deadpan outfit, opened the door and saw a short-haired girl standing outside. When the girl saw Lu Shi come out, she didn't say anything and just quietly looked at him. Lu Shi began to scrutinize the girl, noticing her delicate features, short hair that reached her ears, big eyes, and the cheapao that was cut all the way to her navel. "Wow, you're a leg shadow." The words leg shadow slipped out, leaving Haidu and the Iwagakure ninja stunned, not understanding what leg shadow meant. Coming back to her senses, Haidu scolded, "Are all Konoha ninjas this lazy? Still not getting up at this hour?" "Oh ho, Haidu is a bit bold now." Lu Shi couldn't let her off easy and retorted directly, "I don't know if Konoha ninjas are lazy or not, but I do know that Konoha girls definitely won't block a boy's bed. If a girl blocks a boy's bed, she has to marry him. Does Iwagakure have this custom?" Haidu and the Iwagakure ninjas were dumbfounded. They had no idea Konoha had such customs. However, Haida quickly realized that she had been teased. Pervert, I'm going to tell my grandpa that you bullied me. After saying that, Haida ran off, and Lucier looked at Haitu's long legs. I must say, they were really long. Haida should be a few years older than him, and she already had the shadow of a future leg model. After indulging in his fantasies, Lucier started having breakfast. The food in Awagakure was quite average, but it wasn't bad, so Lucier didn't fuss about it. After eating his fill, he waited to identify those ores. However, Lucier didn't think Awagakure would have them, as his piece of fine iron was obtained from signing in. How could such things exist in this world? He had said that earlier just to smear Sunagakure, but had been debunked by them. In the Tsuchikage's office, Haitu was complaining to Noki. After hearing the whole story, Noki laughed heartily. In his view, this was just a child's prank, harmless. Moreover, Noki had begun to like Lucier, a kid who was not very old but had a high IQ. He could gather some intelligence about Deidara from Sunagakure and use it to let a Wagakure cover for him. The most frustrating part was that those idiots at the border were even seeking credit from him. Just thinking about it made him angry, but after seeing his granddaughter today, he suddenly had an idea. If he could keep Lucier around, the next generation of Tsuchikage would have a successor. As Noki was lost in thought, Haitu's words interrupted his musings. Grandpa, you have to help me get revenge. That person teased me. As soon as Haitu finished speaking, Loam entered. Tsuchikage-sama. We have gathered the samples of the ores, including those previously discarded. Good, then please invite Nara Lucier over. After Noki said that, he began to comfort his granddaughter. All right, Haitu. After all, Nara Lucier is a guest we invited to a Wagakure. We should be magnanimous. Oomph. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're helping an outsider. Haida huffed and angrily walked away. The old man looked at his granddaughter with helplessness and sighed. Sigh. I really don't know when you all will mature. I also don't know how much longer this old body of mine can hold on. In a room, Lucier was carefully examining the ores. Although he felt that a Wagakure wouldn't have such ores, he still had to put on a show. At that moment, a piece of ore on a cloth caught Lucier's attention. This ore was rare, just a little bit, and it shone black. Lucier got up and watched closely. Huang Tu observed Lucier's actions as well. He approached Lucier and picked up a piece of ore to examine it, but he couldn't discern anything. At that moment, a ninja came to Huang Tu's side and whispered, Lord Huang Tu, these are all defective products, as they couldn't be melted in the furnace, so they were filtered out. Huang Tu nodded and continued to watch Lucier, who had already drawn out a short knife and was carefully comparing it. Lucier exclaimed in his heart, damn, this ore looks so much like the material of my sword, with about 70 to 80% similarity in color. 3 minutes later, Lucier put away the sword, handed the ore to Huang Tu, and said, this ore is very similar to the material of my sword, but I'm not sure. Huang Tu took the ore and asked the ninja beside him, how much of this ore is there? The ninja thought for a moment and replied, Lord Huang Tu, this ore, there might be a little bit from dozens of furnaces, plus what was discarded before. This is all that's in front of you now. Huang Tu nodded and then turned to Lucier and said, you can take a look around our Wagakure for now. I'll report this to the Tsuchikage, and if everything goes well, you can return to Konoha tomorrow. Okay, let me know when you have news. After saying that, Lucier left the room. Just as he exited the Tsuchikage building, he saw Kuratsuchi standing by the building. When Kuratsuchi saw Lucier come out, she immediately walked over, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, opening her mouth several times without speaking. Lucier teased, your vocal cords have fallen home. Being mocked by Lucier, Heitu immediately became furious. You're the one whose vocal cords have fallen home. Your whole family's vocal cords have fallen home. After berating Lucier for a couple of sentences, he continued, I heard that you came riding a big bird. Can you let me ride it? Dita LA's big bird never let me ride, but I really want to experience the feeling of flying. Heitu finally finished speaking, stammering. Lucier then understood that Heitu had come to find him in the morning for the matter of Xiaohei. Lucier wrapped his arms around his shoulders, sizing up Heitu, silently calculating in his heart. Actually, agreeing to her isn't out of the question. I quite like Heitu when watching anime. That idiot Deidara. Why not just play with legs? Why play with clay? Only to end his life with Patrick Starr's art. I can agree to you, but you have to let me touch your legs. Heitu. A few seconds later. Pervert. Hurry up and leave a Wagakure if I see you again. I'll have to beat you to death. After Heitu said that, she ran away with a red face, making Lucier burst into laughter. In fact, Lucier didn't have any particular thoughts about Heitu. He was just teasing her. So hi, is this what it feels like to fly? Watching Haitu's excited expression on Xiaohong's back, Lucier also had a great view from below, except the safety shorts under Haitu's qipao were a bit annoying. as he would be heading back to Konoha soon. So he agreed to let Haitu ride Xiaohong for a while. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Half an hour later, Haitu reluctantly jumped down from Xiaohong's back, affectionately patting Xiaohong, then looked up at Xiaohong and said, "Xiaohong, if that guy treats you badly, come find me, and I will treat you well." Hearing this, Lucier couldn't help but get goosebumps, thinking, "You chatter so much, it's easy to misunderstand. Those who know might think you're competing with me for a pet, and those who don't might think you're competing with me for a girlfriend." Lucier wanted to say goodbye to the Yimu, but when he turned around, he saw Huang Tu looking at him with a dangerous expression. The scene of his granddaughter being exposed had been seen by this kid. Seeing their expressions, Lucier immediately ran in front of Hey Tuesday. "All right, I'm leaving now. Don't get too clingy. I'll let Xiao Hei come see you when I have time." "Really?" Hey Tu asked excitedly. "Of course it's true, but you have to let the ninjas in your village know. They mustn't make a move on Xiao Hei." "Okay, I'll tell them right away." After chatting for a while, Lucier rode Xiao Hei and flew towards Konoha. Hey Tu reluctantly shouted from below, "Xiao Hei, come visit me often. I'll give you the best food." In the evening, Lucier returned to Konoha. He originally planned to report to Sarutobi Hizashi the next day, since it wasn't a big deal. However, when he got home, he found no one there. He called out several times, "Mom, I'm back," but no one responded. Lucier hurriedly pushed the door open and entered the house. After looking around, he confirmed that no one was home. Just as he was wondering where his mom had gone, Naruto shouted from outside, "Big brother, are you back?" Lucier walked out of the house and saw a look of anxiety on his face, which gave him a bad premonition. When he saw Lucier come out, Naruto said, "Big brother, it really is you. Just now I saw a shadow in the sky, and I guessed it was you coming back." "Naruto, how did you get here?" Naruto looked at Lucier, his small face flushed, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lucier's anxiety grew more and more severe. He came to Naruto, grabbing his shoulders with both hands and asking anxiously, "Naruto, what happened? Hurry up and tell me. You're going to make me crazy." "Big brother, Shikamaru and the others are injured. I just got back from the hospital. They won't let me tell you. Just said Shikamaru is out for the next few days." "Where is he?" Naruto looked around in confusion and realized that his brother had already disappeared. "Shikamaru, you guys need to stay in the hospital for a few days. Mom will secretly bring you some good food. Don't let your brother know about your injuries for now. This is also your dad's wish. Your brother is too protective, and your dad is afraid he will do something foolish." "I got it, Mom. It's really troublesome." Hearing the conversation between the mother and son, Lucier stopped, intending to go in, and then glanced at the sleeping Ino and Choji. Shikaji also asked the nurse, and the nurse said that the three of them were fine, which made him feel relieved. Bang bang bang. Komein. Dear Time walked into the Hokage's office and greeted Sarutobi Hizashi. He said, "Hokage-sama, I'm back." As he spoke, he took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Sarutobi. Sarutobi glanced at it and said, "Dear Time, you did a good job on this mission. You can go back and rest for now." "Who did it?" Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Dear Time and said, "Dear Time, this who did it? Dear Time, it's already been addressed. Don't be impulsive, Dear Time. I've already sent your father to negotiate with the Cloud Village. This was just a misunderstanding. Shikamaru and the others didn't tea. Does Hokage-sama think that only when someone dies can it be considered a serious injury?" Sarutobi Hizashi. Lucier did not give Sarutobi Hizashi a chance to continue nagging, but instead walked straight out of the Hokage's office. He went to tell Lugio to stop Lucier and prevent him from doing anything foolish, not to provoke a war between Konoha and Kimobukure. "Hurry up. Lucier has a mount and moves very fast." "Yes, Lord Hokage." After the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hizashi lit his pipe and muttered, "Lucier, I hope you won't go too far this time. Konoha can't afford any more turmoil." Lucier did not go home, but instead whistled. A minute later, Xiao Hei landed in front of Lucier. Then, the man and the eagle flew towards Chunin village. After crossing the border of the Land of Thunder, Lucier jumped down and sent out shadow ninjas to help with surveillance and to look for his father's whereabouts. On the afternoon of the 5th day, the shadow ninjas finally brought back intelligence. The 5 of them were on their way when suddenly a shadowy ninja appeared from the shadows ahead. At first, they were startled, but when they saw it was a shadow ninja, Rikuja knew that his son had come, which was the last thing he wanted to see right now. The shadow ninja handed him a piece of paper that read, "Don't move, wait for me here." Akidu Daisuke and Yamanaka Kaichi took a glance at the note. Akidu Daisuke sighed and said, "Rikuju, have you thought about how to persuade Ruki? That kid isn't interested in power. The only thing he cares about is the people around him. This time, it probably won't end well." "Yeah, I think so too." However, I don't believe Rikuju can persuade that kid. We've watched him grow up, and his bottom line is family and friends. Those people from the Cloud-Hidden Village are going to regret trying to steal the Nara clan's unmarked ninjutsu. They're preparing to face Ruki's revenge. After Yamanaka Kaichi finished speaking, he looked at Rikuju, who was also feeling a bit troubled, as he still hadn't figured out how to persuade Ruki. The other two ninjas remained silent. They were just there to tag along and didn't want to get involved in these matters, nor did they have the capability to do so. Just then, a dark figure appeared above the five of them. Lu jumped down from the little black back and walked up to a few people. Father, can you tell me what happened? Lujio was quite helpless, truly afraid of what was to come. Just as he had thought of what to say, he was directly interrupted by Lu Shi. At that moment, it was still Shan Zhonghai who came to Lujio's rescue, stepping in front of Lu Shi, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking gently. Lu Shi, it's nothing serious. Jing Yi and the others will be fine after a couple of days of rest. There's no need for you to act like those mountain barbarians. Listen to your uncle and come back with me. Let's discuss your engagement with Jing Yi. Although you can't get married right now, you can still be engaged. When Rikuju and Akimichi Choza heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim how impressive it was. This reason was excellent, and it might really convince Riku. After all, everyone in the village knew about Riku's situation with Ino. Uncle Hai, Lord Hokage has been kneeling for too long. He can no longer stand up. I'm only 13. Can you bear to let me kneel as well? With that, a scroll was thrown over. Rika took it and looked at it for a while before tucking it into his pocket. Yamashiro Hai and Nara Rikuju exchanged a glance with Akimichi Choza, thinking, aren't you just causing trouble? We were persuading nicely. Why are you undermining us? Akimichi Choza forced a smile and then explained, given the situation, do you really think you can persuade this kid? At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Rikuju, and everyone saw that it was someone dressed as an Umbu. This Umbu looked obviously exhausted, clearly from a long journey. Lord Rikuju, Lord Hokage insists that you must stop Riku. We cannot provoke a war between Konoha and Kyomobikure. Everyone's gaze turned to Riku, and the Umbu also noticed him at this moment. Lu Shi whistled and said to Lujio, Father, you guys should go back. I have some things to take care of. At that moment, Xiaoyi also landed in front of Lu Shi. Then Xiaoyi took Lu Shi and flew towards the direction of Yunin village. 3 minutes later, Lujio said helplessly, let's go. We're returning to Konoha. It seems there are some things we can't avoid. As a father, I can't let my child bear it alone. Akimichi Dingswell looked at the departing Lu Shi and asked, is it really okay for Lujio's child to go alone? Don't worry. He may not be the strongest in the shinobi world, but he is the smartest. If he wants to leave, even the Raikage can't stop him. You really have confidence in your son. In that case, as his uncle, I should lend a hand too. Then the three of them, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, laughed heartily. Soon, Lu Shi arrived outside Yunin village. He let Xiaoyi rest nearby while he took out the scroll. He had only glanced at it earlier, but this time he needed to examine it carefully. However, the more he looked, the angrier he became, and he understood the ins and outs of the matter. The cause of this incident was that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi team was carrying out a C-rank escort mission when they encountered several wandering ninjas in a land of grass. Shikamaru controlled one of the ninjas and killed the opponent with a shuriken, and this scene happened to be seen by people from Yunin village. They wanted to take this ninjutsu back, which led to a battle with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi team. Although Asuma was quite strong, the opponents had 7 people, 1 J-nin, 2 CH-nin, and 4 Jinin, forming a complete squad. The battle quickly turned one-sided, and the 4 were soon injured. For some unknown reason, these people suddenly retreated, allowing them to escape with their lives. When Konoha sent someone to negotiate, they were mocked by the Raikage, who said, Yunin village doesn't look down on such weak ninjutsu. It was probably just a misunderstanding. Their attitude was very arrogant. They thought Konoha was just blowing hot air, but Yunin village didn't even bother to engage in words, and simply sent them away. Below were the profiles of those 7 people. Lu Shi couldn't remember their names. He didn't plan to memorize them, but there were pictures on it. After the Shadow Ninja took a look at the images, Lu Shi instructed the Shadow Ninja to go find them. Lu Shi suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked in today, but he hadn't received anything good, and he wondered if he had already exhausted the system. Forget it, he thought. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a troll squad, 1 giant shadow. Hearing the reward, Lu Shi was stunned. He originally thought it would be trash again. He didn't expect to get a new type of shadow legion this time. By the way, system, didn't you usually include words like shadow ninja in your prompts before? Why did you just say giant shadow this time? Host, I categorized the Ninja Legion and the Armored Shadow under the Shadow Ninja category, while the other legions really don't connect with ninjas. So I just used the original name directly. Alright, it's just the title. It doesn't matter how it's called. After finishing the conversation with the system, Lucier summoned the giant shadow. Judging by the size of this big guy in front of him, he must be over 2 meters tall and very sturdy. Lucier patted the giant shadow twice and then put him away. He didn't need him right now. This guy has great strength but lacks agility. However, the arrival of the giant shadow made Lucier's revenge more promising, and he decided to bring some bloodshed to the hidden cloud village, making them understand the consequences of their recklessness. Soon, the shadow ninjas returned. They had already found 6 people, and 1 was still missing. But there was no rush. None could escape. The next morning, 6 bloody heads appeared in the Raikage's office, which made the entire hidden cloud village tense up. Of course, this was all Lucier's doing. He had gone one by one yesterday, ordering the giant shadow to twist their heads off, and then, taking advantage of the Raikage's off-duty time, he placed the 6 heads in the Raikage's office. The J-Nin hadn't been found yet, but the 7 shadow ninjas had already expanded their search area. Raikage found a place to rest. He had been busy until late last night and was a bit tired today. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the Raikage smashed the newly replaced desk, roaring like a beast. "How are you all on duty? The enemy has placed their heads on my desk, and you didn't even notice. Is it only when the enemy places my head here that you're happy?" His roar frightened several patrolling ninjas into silence. At that moment, Raikage thought of something and continued. "This must be the work of Konoha. They are retaliating. Sasuke has declared war on Konoha, and this time, I will take action personally." However, Sasuke did not move, but instead advised Raikage, "Lord Raikage, we currently have no evidence proving that it was Konoha's doing, and the daimyo would not agree to us going to war with Konoha." Upon hearing this, Raikage became furious. As the 4th Raikage, how could he suffer such humiliation? Wouldn't he be laughed at by that old man Noki? Just as he was about to erupt again, Sasuke said, "Lord Raikage, although we have no evidence, we all know it was Konoha. We can use the threat of war to pressure Konoha into handing over the culprit, just like before." Raikage considered it for a moment and agreed. "Alright, you handle this personally. If they don't hand over the culprit, I'll go to Konoha myself to demand an explanation. By the way, the last time it was 7 people, right? Where's that person?" "Lord Raikage, Hokage has gone on a mission and hasn't returned yet." The 4th Raikage thought for a moment and said, "Call Hokage back. I suspect that person hasn't left yet. Let us use Hokage as bait to lure that person out. This time, I'll personally lead people to lie in wait. We must find that person." Then, as was his habit, the 4th Raikage attempted to slam the table, but since the table was already gone, he stumbled slightly, causing several onlookers to want to laugh but refrain from doing so. They didn't know that their conversation had been clearly overheard by the shadow ninjas lurking in the shadows. In the evening, Rushi woke up, and the shadow ninjas reported what they had overheard to him. In his heart, Okwai sneered, "They still want to fish for me? Let's see how I crush this group of muscleheads with my intelligence." In the evening, Okwai returned to Chunin village, and as soon as he entered the village, he heard the chilling news that his 6 teammates had all been decapitated and their heads placed in the Raikage's office. Okwai quickly made his way to the Raikage's office, feeling that it was the safest place right now. Inside the Raikage's office, when Okwai heard the Raikage's plan, he was struck dumb as if hit by lightning, his eyes wide open with disbelief and terror, because the Raikage actually wanted him to act as bait. Wasn't that equivalent to sending him to his death? However, despite being filled with fear and resentment, he clearly knew he had no right to refuse. After all, this incident had completely stemmed from him. If he hadn't been greedy for others' ninjutsu in the first place, how could he have ended up in such a situation? Thinking of this, Okwai felt a wave of bitterness in his heart, and regret surged like a tide. If time could turn back, even if he had 100 chances, he would never again covet others' ninjutsu. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how much he lamented now, it was all too late. Now, he had to accept the role of bait. With a heavy heart and helplessness, Okwai returned home in a daze. As soon as he entered the house, he forced himself to focus and began to carefully inspect the entire place. He overlooked no corner or gap, fearing that he might miss any potential danger. Only after confirming that there was nothing unusual at home did his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relax slightly, and then he wearily sat down by the bed. Meanwhile, the Raikage had already led his elite subordinates to quietly lurk around Okwai's home. They were like hunters hidden in the darkness, quietly waiting for their prey to take the bait. The Raikage was confident that once the enemy appeared, he would instantly show up in front of Okwai. However, at this moment, the Raikage did not know that his plan had already been exposed. In the land of the deer, he is also going to take action. Early the next morning, in the Hokage's office, the high-ranking officials of Konoha were present. Even Danzo, who rarely appeared, had come. No one knew what was happening. The Umbu had only informed them to attend a meeting. As for the content, they had no idea. Sarutobi Hizashi handed the documents to everyone, saying, "Take a look. This is from the Hidden Cloud Village." After reading it, everyone was shocked. Overnight, 6 ninjas had their heads severed and were placed in the Raikage's office. This was undoubtedly a provocation. They just didn't know who did it, but the document stated that Konoha should hand over the culprit, which likely meant that a certain jonin from Konoha was responsible. They just didn't know who had such a deep grudge against the Hidden Cloud Village. The crowd exchanged glances, but only Sarutobi Hizashi and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans knew that it was done by Rushi. However, Sarutobi Hizashi did not expect Rushi to make such a big deal out of it this time. At this moment, Tsubaki stood up and said, "We must find this person. We cannot let him implicate the village." Mito Kazan also said, "I agree with Tsubaki. Konoha cannot afford any more turmoil right now. If we hand over that person, we can quell the anger of the Hidden Cloud Village." Hyuga Hizashi, standing in the corner, sighed and felt sorrowful. His brother's incident was likely to replay itself. Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at Ruki, but Ruki completely ignored him. How could Ruki possibly clarify this matter? Lugio coldly snorted in his heart. "If you want to be shameless, just say it." The Nara clan won't accept a result like that from the Hyuga clan. Although our Nara clan isn't a big clan, we won't live by betraying our own people. At worst, we can just retire. Now that Konoha is in such a mess, who will want to take on that responsibility? When Sarutobi Hizashi saw that Lugio didn't respond, he felt a bit angry, but still smiled and asked Lugio, "Lugio, where's Lucier? Why hasn't he come to work in the Umbu?" Everyone wasn't foolish. Upon hearing the Hokage's words, they immediately guessed Sarutobi Hirushin's intentions. However, they were puzzled. Isn't Lucier just a year out of graduation? Does he have the ability to reach this level? Hokage-sama, didn't you send Lucier to Yun Hidden Village on a mission? Cough, cough. One sentence left Sarutobi Hizashi choking. And just as he was about to ask something else after stopping his cough, a voice came from outside the office. "Hokage-sama, don't ask my father, just ask me directly." Everyone turned to look and saw Lucier standing behind them with a face covered in blood. Then, everyone tacitly made way for Lucier. Lucier walked to Sarutobi Hizashi's desk, took a cloth bag from his waist, which was covered in bloodstains. Bang! Lucier slammed the cloth bag onto the desk and said to Sarutobi Hizashi, "This is the head of Hokage. He was the one who ordered the attack on my brother. I brought his head back. Does Lord Hokage have any issues with this?" When Lucier spoke, he stared directly into Sarutobi Hirushin's eyes. He had just heard what Sarutobi said earlier. This old guy actually wanted to force his father to expose him. Therefore, Lucier did not show Sarutobi any respect this time, and the previous facade of reverence was gone. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Lucier to speak to the Hokage like this. Before Sarutobi could say anything, Tsunade quickly stood up, pointed at Lucier, and scolded, "Nara Lucier, how can you speak to the Hokage like that? You have no manners at all. This is all your fault, so you should." Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, a knife suddenly sliced through the air in front of her. The others also saw it. A katana seemed to appear out of nowhere at the base of the wall to Tsunade's right. In the instant the katana appeared, it severed Tsunade's finger, then disappeared just as quickly, leaving no time for anyone to react. "You are an elder, that's true, but you have no right to criticize me. Who gave you the audacity? Speak properly instead of pointing fingers. Look what happened to your finger when you pointed. Be careful next time, or you might want to be careful in your next life." Lucier's words brought everyone back from shock to reality. They looked at Lucier with expressions as if they had seen a ghost, wanting to know how he did it. Sarutobi Hizashi also realized what was happening. He truly didn't expect Lucier to dare to act in the Hokage office, especially against an elder. "On my finger." Zangetsu Kamachi finally felt the pain and tightly hugged her right hand. "Mito Minyen, take Kamachi to the hospital quickly. Her finger might still be saved." Hearing Sarutobi Hirushin's words, Mito Minyen also reacted and immediately picked up the finger, supporting Zangetsu Kamachi as they left the Hokage office. After the two left, Sarutobi Hirushin's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Then he spoke slowly, "Lucier, I need an explanation." Lu dismissed with disdain. "Explain? What explanation? I just taught a lesson to an old woman who doesn't deserve her position. Shouldn't Lord Hokage praise me? Why am I being asked for an explanation? If I really need to explain, then it's that I missed my target." Next time, I'll aim for her head. Sarutobi Hizashi. The crowd. Rikuji is now a bit worried. Originally, he wanted to make some jokes to brush it off, but this time things have escalated, and he didn't expect his son to be so brave, chopping without hesitation. However, it looked quite satisfying. Sarutobi Hizashi was still contemplating how to resolve this issue when he heard Rikuji say, "All right, Hokage-sama, this matter was caused by me. Isn't the ninja world like this? Is revenge so strange? Are we in Konoha really going to send ninjas out in exchange for so-called peace? If that's the case, I need to go talk to the graves of the first and second Hokages. I wonder if the second Hokage would be so angry that he'd come back to life." These words struck Sarutobi Hizashi right in the chest. Hiruzan's face turned red and white in turns, and he couldn't refute anything, as these matters were indeed his doing. As for Danzo, he had remained silent throughout, and seeing someone confront Hiruzen like that made him quite pleased. However, the appearance of that shadow ninja sent a chill down his spine, and he was now certain that the last incident was caused by Nara Rikuji. Otherwise, it couldn't have been such a coincidence. He was just about to control Rikuji through Yamanaka Ino when he was attacked. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi also regained his composure and said to everyone, "You all go out. I need to speak with Rikuji alone." Upon hearing the Hokage's command, everyone left wisely, although they were curious about what the two would discuss. But since they weren't allowed to listen, they left. Soon, everyone had exited, leaving only Sarutobi Hizashi and Rikuji in the office. This conversation lasted for more than 2 hours. The others didn't know what the two discussed, but they knew a storm was coming. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage was on his way to Konoha. Nara Rikuji walked home with his father, and on the way, Rikuji remained silent. Before long, the two returned home, and in the living room, they sat facing each other. At this moment, Rikuji's father, Rikuji, finally spoke up. "Rikuji, what did you talk about with the Hokage?" "Nothing much, just that I have to act as a rogue ninja for a while." "What?" Upon hearing this, Rikuji immediately stood up. Lucier quickly comforted his father, and after much effort, he finally calmed him down. Then Lucier explained the situation. "Father, this time it's a bit serious. Sarutobi Hizashi can't handle it, so he asked me to go out for a while. And then Konoha will announce me as a rogue ninja to help share the firepower of the Cloud Village. It will be around June next year. I can come back then." "Lucier, have you thought this through?" Actually, Rikuji wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by Riku. "Father, don't worry. I know what you're concerned about. When I leave, I'll take Xiaohong with me, and no one can threaten me. You can also talk to Mother about this when the time comes. Just tell her I'm going out on a mission and need this identity. As for the rogue ninja identity, you can tell the others it's a special mission, and the village will help me promote it in secret. Anyway, it's all to trick the Cloud Hidden Village. Also, before I come back, you all shouldn't take on missions. I've already discussed this with Sarutobi Hizashi. The Hokage will agree to your conditions." Rikuji asked with some doubt, "What if he doesn't agree?" "I have a way to make him," Riku replied. "I threatened him by saying I would place shadow ninjas in the shadows of Shimura Danzo and the others. If you guys get even a little hurt, I'll kill Danzo and the other 3 first. Sarutobi Hizashi believes I can do it, so he compromised. What he cares about the most is the will of fire and bonds. Those 3 old guys have worked with him for decades, and he can't bear to see them die. Moreover, Konoha is indeed very weak now, and he's afraid I might stir things up, mainly worried about the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans causing trouble, which is why he came up with this plan. By the way, Father, I'm leaving soon. Please tell Ino and the others for me. We have to act like it's real." "Okay, I got it. If there's any danger, just run to Konoha. Your old dad can still protect you." Hearing Riku's explanation, Rikuji felt much more at ease. Moreover, he believed his son was very smart and would take care of himself, while also reminding his son to run to Konoha if he encountered danger. Lucier took the opportunity to leave while his mother was not around, packing up a few things because he was afraid of seeing her tears. Watching his son's departing figure, Lu Jiao, a man who rarely shed tears, couldn't help but cry. Although he believed his son could take care of himself, he still felt heartache. However, he quickly composed himself, not wanting his wife to see. The next morning, the entire Konoha knew that Lucier had become a rogue ninja. However, people did not resent him, as the announcement from the Hokage's office clearly stated the reason for Lucier's defection: to seek revenge for his brother, which had damaged relations with the Cloud Village. Therefore, Lucier's defection was not looked down upon by the villagers of Konoha. Instead, they praised him for his loyalty and righteousness. When the friends of Shikamaru heard this news, they were all stunned, especially Naruto, who had been insisting on bringing Shikamaru back. However, When Shikamaru told him it was just a mission, Naruto immediately recovered and insisted on becoming a rogue ninja with Shikamaru, leaving everyone speechless. In fact, Shikamaru was also shocked when he heard the news. However, he thought more deeply about it and felt that things couldn't be that simple. But to avoid worrying his mother, he didn't ask his father. Even so, his mother still held him and cried for half the night, only falling asleep after she was exhausted from crying. Ino also cried a lot and only fell asleep after tiring herself out, which made Yamanaka and Noichi feel very heartbroken. At this time, the fourth Raikage was on his way to Konoha. Inside a casino in a land of fire, Shikamaru was having a great time. Since he was out, he was going to enjoy himself to the fullest. Dear Sure is currently disguised, having received a versatile mask today as a reward for signing in. Therefore, Dear Sure appears as a middle-aged man in his 30s and with a height of 1.6 meters, he doesn't look out of place. In an alley outside the casino, Dear Sure counted today's earnings, having won a full 10 million taels, while also reverting to his original appearance. Wearing someone else's face always feels strange. The money at the casino is really easy to earn. No wonder Big Fat Sheep love gambling so much. Just as Dear Sure finished saying this, a sarcastic voice came from behind. Hee hee, your luck has run out. Wow, I didn't expect to hear such a standard villain's laugh. I hope your skills are a bit stronger. When Lu Shur turned his head, he was stunned, and their 6 eyes met for a whole minute before Lu Shur spoke first. Your Highness, the Princess of a Land of Fire, how'd you start blocking the road and robbing people? Should I go talk to the Hokage about compensation? That's right, the newcomers were Tsunade and Shizen. I heard that a very powerful person came here, so I came to see who it is. Isn't this a rogue ninja from Konoha? Capturing you could earn quite a bounty. The two came in with hostility, mainly because Tsunade had heard Lu Shur call him the Big Fat Sheep. For her, the gambling god, the nickname Big Fat Sheep was a disgrace. Inside the tavern, Tsunade was wildly showing off her food, occasionally taking a couple of swigs of alcohol. Dear asked Shizen, Lady Tsunade hasn't eaten for a few days. I feel like her eating is even harder than that of those war refugees. Shizen replied shyly, actually, it hasn't been that long. Lady Tsunade needs to eat a lot at regular intervals to maintain her energy levels. Since you're treating today, she just ate a bit more. Lu Shur was stunned, looking at Shizen with disbelief, making Shizen feel a bit embarrassed. No, when did I say I would treat you to a meal? Wasn't it you who pulled me in here? One is a princess of Konoha, and the other is a senior from Konoha. How can you expect a kid like me to pay? Besides, didn't I give you money last time? Should be enough for living expenses, right? Hearing Lu Shur's words, Shizen lowered her head even more. Tsunade put down her plate and called out to the waiter, bring 10 more servings. Hey, don't be so stingy. I heard you won quite a bit of money. How about traveling the ninja world with me? I can protect you. After saying this, Tsunade gave Lu Shur a teasing look, which made him shiver. Why did he feel like he had encountered a creepy uncle? No, it was a creepy aunt. But this aunt was quite beautiful. Forget it. I don't have that much money to lose to you. After this meal, we go our separate ways. At this time, the fourth Raikage was on his way to Konoha. The next morning, Lu Shur woke up in a hot spring room. I have to say, taking a bubble bath before sleeping is really comfortable. At this time, the fourth Raikage was on his way to Konoha. Lu Shur changed into his Death King outfit, hanging 2 knives at his waist, instantly elevating his presence. He also let his hair down, mainly because his previous hairstyle was too recognizable. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Tsunade sitting in the hall. Lu Shur ignored her and walked past with his head down. His little follower, Shizen, leaned close to Tsunade's ear and said, Lady Tsunade, that person seems to be Lu Shur. I've seen that outfit before. Upon hearing Shizen's words, Tsunade immediately pulled her and ran outside. Outside the town, Tsunade said, You'll go. I can give you some money, just don't follow me. I'm a rogue ninja from Konoha. Is it appropriate for you to be with me? It's appropriate. I don't want money. I want you to teach me gambling techniques. Oh, that's cheating. Didn't I tell you before? That's just my ability. Then help me win money. Once I'm out of debt, I won't follow you anymore. Oh my god, did you send her to torment me? In the casino, big, at a gambling table, a group of gamblers shouted in unison. Lu Shur had already won 56 times in a row, and even the casino wouldn't let the other gamblers place bets anymore. It was now a one-on-one bet between the casino and Lu Shur, but Lu Shur had already changed his face. The dealer trembled as he opened the dice cup, revealing 3 sixes, 17 points, big. After shouting, the dealer collapsed on the ground. Knowing he was finished, he had lost so much money that the boss wouldn't spare him. After leaving the casino, Lu Shur immediately slipped away into the Shadow Realm. Having lost so much money at the casino, they wouldn't let it go easily. Soon, on another street, Lucier emerged from shadow, and the casino's thugs didn't recognize him at all. At this moment, he had already shed his disguise and revealed his true self. Inside the tavern, Tsunade was listlessly drinking, complaining about Lucier's character, saying that gambling is a noble activity and how could one cheat? Lady Tsunade, if you hadn't followed me, I wouldn't have cheated at all. Or we could just fend for ourselves. Do you know how much a little drink costs? Do you know how much accommodation costs? Do you know how much a meal costs? Let's just start counting from when we first met. Lucier gave Tsunade a glance. It was the first time he had heard gambling considered a noble activity. He calculated a sum for her, and Tsunade, who had no real concept of money, realized through Lucier's calculations just how large her expenses were. Oh, forget about it. It's just money. Just wait until I get a big sum of money tomorrow. I'll pay you back then. The next day at noon, Lucier was dumbfounded by the large pile of money in front of him. He had truly opened his eyes. Tsunade was willing to go to great lengths to deceive loan sharks. She used every trick in the book, except for seduction, and could even play 3 roles by herself. Truly astonishing. At that moment, the 4th Raikage was on his way to Konoha. At this moment, Lucier is considering whether to help those casino owners eliminate their sins. After all, their money is stained with blood. In the hot spring, Lucier is comfortably soaking in the bath, feeling pleasure in his body and mind after helping others get rid of their sins. At this time, Tsunade walks in, startling Lucier. Tsunade grabs Lucier by the arm and pulls him out. It's not that I'm not dressed, but men and women shouldn't be too close. Are you trying to have an old cow eat tender grass? Ignoring Lucier's struggles, Tsunade drags him into the room, where Shizune is also present. Tsunade throws Lucier onto the bed. Let me tell you, I'm not an adult yet, and I have someone I like. If it's really necessary, can we do this one at a time? I can't handle 3 people at once. Shizune. Tsunade. After a moment, Tsunade angrily shouts, "You little brat. How dare you tease me? Do you want to die?" As Tsunade approaches Lucier, flexing her fingers, she intends to teach this kid a lesson for his lewd thoughts. Fortunately, Shizune stops Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, don't you have something to ask Lucier? Please don't resort to violence. Someone could get hurt. At this point, Tsunade remembers the important matter. She had been a bit flustered with anger earlier. Kid, I ask you, was it you who did the casino thing? After asking, she sits on the edge of the bed, causing Lucier to lean back further in fear. Lucier has the Shadow Ninja bring him a piece of clothing, which is also a deadbeat outfit. After changing, Lucier immediately gets off the bed, feeling completely insecure and wanted to stay far away from Tsunade. He walks over to the table to sit down and then summons the Shadow Ninja, startling Shizune. However, she quickly realizes that this was summoned by Lucier. The expert looks at these Shadow Ninjas and says, "It was them, right?" "Yes, Lady Tsunade. That money is stained with blood, so I have no burden taking a little." Tsunade nods and takes out a letter, saying seriously, "This is a letter Jiraiya sent to me before Konoha declared you a rogue ninja. Jiraiya had already sent me this letter. Do you want to take a look? It's related to you. I'm curious how he found me in one night and had the Umbu deliver the letter to me." Lucier took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "I won't read the letter. I guess it's asking you to protect me for a while. As for your news, Sarutobi Hizashi has always known. After all, you are his disciple, and even if he ignores you, he still needs to keep track of your movements. Just like what you said to Jiraiya, you are very clever, but you didn't guess everything. He asked me to protect you for a while, waiting for things in Konoha to calm down before bringing you back. His purpose in Konoha is to keep an eye on a few high-ranking officials. He is afraid that they might do something foolish and force you to truly become a rogue ninja. He also has to prevent those old guys from doing anything stupid. He said that if your family gets hurt, you will destroy Konoha. We didn't have much contact last time, so I came to see what this little brat is that Jiraiya is so afraid of." Rushi rubbed his face, surprised that Jiraiya could do so much for him. In light of this friendship, he felt he had to save Jiraiya's life. With this in mind, Rushi said to Tsunade, "Lord Jiraiya, you flatter us. The Nara clan probably lacks ambition. We just want to live a comfortable life, and in this regard, the Nara clan is pretty much the same. I'm no different. We really don't care who becomes Hokage. However, if someone tries to disrupt our little lives, the Nara clan will fight back fiercely. We have never lacked the courage and means to take our enemies down with us. As for me, I've lived in Konoha my whole life, and I can't say I love the village that much. But here, I have my family and friends. If anyone wants to ruin my life or harm my loved ones, I will make that person regret it. Even if he is the leader of a certain village, I will drag him into darkness. Although my strength is not very strong yet, the Nara clan has always been known for fighting with our brains. especially after I awakened the Shadow Ninja. The Hokage knows I have this power. That's why he compromised with me. Otherwise, Shikamaru and I would just be a version of Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi. Alright, enough of that. I lost again today, so you have to treat me to a meal. After that, you can give me half of the money you stole, and when I lose, you can steal it back. At this time, the fourth Raikage was on his way to Konoha. While Riku was busy helping the casino owners eliminate their evils, the Raikage finally arrived at Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi personally welcomed I, who had a dark expression on his face. Though his face was already quite dark, it appeared even darker with his current expression. The Hokage's office was silent, with only the sound of Sarutobi Hizashi puffing on his pipe. I finally couldn't hold back any longer. Hokage, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Sarutobi Hizashi put down his pipe. That person is Nara Riku, but he has already run away. Konoha has listed him as a rogue ninja, and I have sent people to capture him. The silence continued. Hand over his family to me, and I don't believe he won't come back. Hearing the Raikage demands, Sarutobi Hizashi rarely stood firm. That's impossible. This has nothing to do with the others. I cannot hand over unrelated people to you. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's words, the Raikage showed a mocking expression, making Sarutobi Hizashi uncomfortable, and continued, Riku is now a rogue ninja. If you want to catch him. Before Sarutobi Hizashi could finish, someone spoke from the windowsill. If you want to catch him, you should send your own people. But I have a suggestion. The people you send should be stronger. Otherwise, I'm afraid your village will suffer more losses. I think you've seen that kid's abilities, right? Sarutobi Hizashi and the Raikage looked towards the windowsill, where a white-haired figure jumped in. Sarutobi Hizashi didn't need to look to know who it was. There was no one else who would climb through the Hokage's window, but Jiraiya. The Raikage was quite surprised by Jiraiya's arrival. He really didn't know Jiraiya was still in Konoha. It seemed he needed to adjust his plans, as Jiraiya was not a coward like Sarutobi Hizashi. However, the Raikage still remained very assertive, just a rat in a sewer. If I see him, I can kill that Nara Riku in one round. Last time, he didn't even show his face. Is this the kind of ninja Konoha has? In response to the Raikage's mockery, Jiraiya shot back with a counter-mockery. Not many rats can kill someone under your protection, you know? Just as the Raikage was about to get angry, Sarutobi Hizashi interjected, Raikage, you're here to resolve matters, not to bicker. Jiraiya, you should tone it down too. After calming the two, Sarutobi Hizashi proposed a solution. Raikage, to express our apologies. Konoha can compensate the families of those few people. As for the rest, don't think about it. If you insist on starting a war, Konoha will respond accordingly. Besides, this matter itself is your fault. The Raikage didn't expect Sarutobi Hizashi to be so tough this time. It wasn't his style. He thought that a little intimidation would make Sarutobi Hizashi back down, but the old man didn't give him any face. The Hokage's office fell silent again. A few minutes later, the Raikage seemed to come to a realization and spoke up. Fine, but I want that kid's ninjutsu. In fact, the Raikage was very curious about Riku's ninjutsu. He couldn't understand how Riku had killed someone right under his nose. He suspected Riku must have space ninjutsu, possibly Flying Thunder God. If he could exchange the lives of 7 people for Flying Thunder God, it would be worth it. After all, back then, Minato's Flying Thunder God had made their team shine. However, Sarutobi Hiruzan's next words shattered his fantasy. I'm afraid I can't do that. The Raikage was about to get angry at Sarutobi Hiruzan's words. He thought he had already compromised, but unexpectedly, this old man was being so unyielding. Sarutobi Hizashi continued. If I give you that ninjutsu, you won't be able to learn it anyway. It's just the Nara clan's shadow binding technique. However, Riku has mutated that technique, and within his shadows, there are many shadow ninjas that can emerge from any shadow. Only Riku from the Nara clan can do that. After finishing, Sarutobi Hizashi took a puff from his pipe, watching the Raikage's reaction. The Raikage was analyzing the truth of Sarutobi Hiruzan's words in his mind. He had no reason to lie to him. One could verify these matters easily. Moreover, he had brought sensory-type ninjas that day, and indeed, there had been no chakra fluctuations detected except when Hokage disappeared, which was when the sensory-type ninja noticed. So Sarutobi Hizashi might be telling the truth. However, coming all this way just to take some money back felt a bit inappropriate. Just then, Sarutobi Hizashi pointed in a direction and said, before Riku defected, a samurai sword appeared there and cut off an elder's finger. That's why he defected. Koharu is currently in hospital. If you don't believe me, you can go check. Sigh, I regret not having imprisoned him earlier. But even if I sealed his chakra, I couldn't keep him. The Raikage looked at that shadow and finally understood what he had previously found confusing. He also understood how Okai had died. The Raikage stood up and said to Sarutobi Hizashi, "We in the Cloud Village 1T take the money. We're not short on that. I want all the information on that kid, especially regarding his ninjutsu." Sure, Sarutobi Hizashi readily agreed. In fact, this was nothing. Since Riku had used it in front of them, he was afraid they would find out. After the discussion was over, the Raikage left. He had a lot to arrange back home. He wanted to fill the Raikage office with light, ensuring there were no shadows left. He suspected that his previous actions had been overheard by those shadow ninjas, which wasn't good news for the Cloud Village. Moreover, he needed to continue sending people to hunt Riku down. His abilities were too terrifying. If Riku were willing, the Cloud Village would have no privacy left, which he couldn't accept. After the Raikage left, Sarutobi Hizashi felt relieved, finally sending this trouble away. Then he spoke to the shadows. "You go back and tell Riku that the matter is temporarily resolved, but he should be careful. The Raikage is notoriously vindictive. He might come looking for trouble again." Sarutobi Hizashi suspected that Riku had also placed those shadow ninjas in his shadow. If he were in Riku's position, he would do the same, which is why he had said those words earlier, but it was like throwing a flirtatious glance at a blind person, completely wasted affection. In the following days, other villages received news of Riku being labeled a rogue ninja. Not just the other ninja villages, but the Akatsuki organization also received it. Nagato and Konin were discussing whether to recruit Riku into the Akatsuki. "Konin, do you think Riku has any value in joining our organization?" "Forget it, Nagato. That person isn't one of us. And according to the information brought back by Black Zetsu, this is just a play staged by Konoha to deal with the Cloud Village." "All right, keep an eye on that guy, Toby. I feel like he's acting a bit unusual." "Understood, Nagato." It's been almost a month since Lucier left the Hidden Leaf Village. During this time, he helped many casino owners eliminate a lot of evil, moving them to tears. In a forest in the Land of Fire, Lucier looked at several ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and felt that he was underestimated, as they had only sent 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin to hunt him down. Over in the Hidden Cloud Village, Okai was staring intently at Lucier, wishing he could swallow him alive. Lucier felt a bit creeped out and thought to himself, "Is this person crazy? Why is he looking at me like that?" What Lucier didn't know was that this person's name was Aoku. Aoku-e, the younger brother of Aoka-e, heard the news of his brother's murder when he returned to Chunin village. When he saw his brother's headless corpse, he vowed to kill the murderer. Later, he learned from the Raikage that Lucier was the one who killed his brother, and that the Raikage was about to send someone to hunt down Lucier. He immediately requested to personally carry out this mission to avenge his brother. Before they set off, Raikage AI specifically told them to find an open area to engage in battle, because Lucier's shadow ninja was very peculiar. However, when Aoku-e saw Lucier, he couldn't contain his anger and charged forward, shouting, "Aoku-e am here to avenge my brother. Nara Lucier, prepare to pay with your life." Hearing such melodramatic words, Lucier was left speechless. Lucier had long realized that someone was following him, but he didn't know who it was. From the person's words, he should be the brother of Oka. However, it didn't matter much to him. He had deliberately led the person to this forest because the environment here was very advantageous for him. As he watched the person charge at him, Lucier drew his twin daggers. As the smoke blades emerged, thick black smoke instantly concealed Lucier's figure, and the area of the smoke continued to expand. The battle had begun. The ninjas from Chunin village all had impressive swordsmanship, and lightning-based ninjutsu was their standard. One ninja shouted, "Lightning release, earth walk," and then a bolt of lightning struck towards Lucier. This technique concentrated chakra at the feet and conducted electric shocks through the ground, allowing for rapid movement and attacks on enemies during battle. Lightning release. Lightning blade involved infusing lightning chakra into the ninja blade, enabling the release of powerful currents that could cut through the enemy's defenses in coordination with the ninja blade. The two ninjas worked together, one far and one near, but Lucier wouldn't engage them head-on. After forcing one ninja back, he immediately entered the black smoke. In the midst of the smoke, his figure flickered in and out of sight as he used the black smoke to obscure the enemy's vision, skillfully moving through the battlefield. Lucier knew that he couldn't afford to be careless when facing the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village. He had to utilize his advantages, the Shadow Ninja and Black Smoke. But first, he needed to take down Oki. This guy's range of ninjutsu was quite large, and if he didn't eliminate him, his movements would be easily restricted. During the battle, Oki kept attacking him from a distance with ranged ninjutsu, while 3 others were engaging him in close combat, which was very annoying. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. A massive lightning serpent lunged toward Lu Shi. The crackling sound of the lightning serpent was enough to make one feel the danger. The flashes of electricity truly resembled a snake. The lightning serpent moved agilely through the black smoke, trying to attack Lu Shi. The ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village were not to be outdone. Seeing that Lu Shi was not engaging them in close combat, they instantly retreated to Oki's side, quickly forming hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning ball, a technique that concentrates chakra in their hands to form a sphere filled with electricity, which is then thrown. The lightning ball streaked through the air, illuminating it with arcs of electricity, and struck directly at Lu Shi's hiding place. The figure of Lu Shi moved quickly through the black smoke, using the body flicker technique to evade the lightning balls. The smoke grew thicker, and a few people began to sense something was wrong, with two of them starting to cough. At that moment, a katana pierced through the chest of a hidden Cloud Village ninja. The others, extremely alert, left their original position and looked at their teammate, who had already lost his life. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads as they recalled Raikage's instructions, but it was too late. One ninja suddenly felt that his left foot had lost all sensation. When he looked down, he found his left foot sinking into a shadow on the ground, and he could feel a large hand gripping his ankle, pulling him inward. Terrified, he screamed. But 2 seconds later, he stopped because only half of his body remained on the ground. Aoku, and another teammate immediately wanted to escape. As for revenge, they thought better of it. Whether they could survive was still uncertain. They exchanged glances and immediately ran in different directions, at least trying to get out of the black smoke. They cursed themselves for not listening to Raikage. If they had listened, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Lu Shi was very clear about their movements. How could he let those who wanted to kill him go? After a few body flickers, the Chunin suddenly stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a katana sticking out of the top of his foot, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. However, he did not scream. He knew he was finished. A huge shadow appeared before him, dragging his foot in Lu Shi's direction. At that moment, Lu Shi was engaged in a fight with Aoku, wanted to see the gap between himself and the Chunin. Cough cough, Nara, cough cough, Lu Shi, let me go. I cough cough, won't seek revenge on you anymore. Cough 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 cough, I won't seek revenge anymore. With a swift movement, Lu Shi's short knife sliced through Aoku's neck. Aoku looked at Lu Shi in terror, somewhat incredulous that he had been defeated so easily. In the end, he saw his own feat. That was the last scene he witnessed. Too much talking. I wanted to fight you a bit longer. Since you're so afraid of death, I'll help you out. Once you're dead, you won't be afraid anymore. Deer put away his knife, found a place to sit down, and then said, "Aren't you supposed to be protecting me? How did it turn into watching a show?" A figure jumped down from the tree and waved away the lingering black smoke. "Your fighting style is quite unique. It reminds me of someone." The person who came was naturally Tsunade. Without her saying who she was reminded of, Deer immediately knew who it was and quickly answered, "I know. It's Hanzo the Salamander. The one who gave you guys nicknames." "Yes, it is indeed him. Your fighting styles are quite similar. You rely on smoke, while he relies on poison. Perilous. Your swordsmanship is not bad, and you are even more insidious than Hanzo." Deer smiled and said, "I'll take that as a compliment. For me, it doesn't matter what method I use, as long as I can defeat my enemies. I really don't understand how someone as upright as Deer Geo could have a son like you." After saying this, Tsunade cast a disdainful glance at Deer. "Haha, maybe I've returned to my roots. By the way, you lost again, didn't you? Watch me clear out the sins of that casino for you tonight." After spending so much time with Tsunade, Lu Shi no longer sees her as an elder, but as a friend. "By the way, I saw another person over there. What do you plan to do about him?" Deer looked in the direction of Tsunade's gaze and saw the giant shadow grabbing the fleeing Chunin by the leg. After giving him a lesson, it let him go. Tsunade looked at Deer suspiciously and said, "Are you really that kind-hearted?" Lu did not respond to Tsunade's words, but instead walked straight towards the town. Lu Shi wiped the sweat off his face and then took a sip of the water handed to him by Tsunade. "This is the third batch, right? How much does the Raikage hate you? Sending 3 batches of people to kill you in 2 months. Lu Shi put down the water bottle and glanced at the ninja from Yuin village in the distance who was begging for mercy. "Because the Raikage sees my potential. He's afraid of my growth." After saying this, Lu Shi sighed again, sigh. "The shadows of other villages haven't even seen me, yet they can recognize my potential. But our Hokage only thinks that too much strength will affect his position. I don't know if the second Hokage is blind for choosing such a person as Hokage." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a killing intent locking onto him. Lu Shi then realized that it was indeed inappropriate to mention her great-grandfather in front of others. So he quickly changed the subject. "Tsunade-sama, We need to move again. This town has no more evil left. Just look at those casino owners. They're laughing so happily. They're almost in tears. Tsunade shot him a glance and continued walking ahead, lost in her own thoughts. Dear Shirya quietly followed along. In fact, not all casinos do this. He also went through a selection process. First, he would go to a casino and win a large sum of money. If the casino caused him trouble, he would help the casino owner eliminate their sins at night. However, there are very few casinos that don't cause him trouble. On a road in the land of fire, 3 people were walking leisurely. The 3 were Tsunade, Shizen, and Dear Shirya, and they were heading to the next place of evil. In the Raikage's office, Raikage slammed the table while roaring, "That bastard Nara Shirya! How did he turn our people into fools again? How'd he do it?" He glanced at the person he had sent out. This person was one of those who had previously chased after Shirya. However, all his teammates had died, and he was the only one brought back. His current appearance was somewhat pitiful. His eyes were vacant, and drool was flowing from his mouth, making anyone who looked at him think he was a fool. Seeing Raikage furious, Dodai spoke up. "Raikage, this is the 3rd one. We can't send more people to hunt down Shirya." Upon hearing this, Raikage immediately exploded with anger. As a proud Raikage, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He immediately rebutted Dodai. "What? That bastard killed so many people from Kumogakure. If we don't kill him, Kumogakure will become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world." Seeing Raikage like this, Dodai quickly explained, "Raikage, let me finish. What I mean is not to kill him, but not to kill him now." Hearing Dodai's words, Raikage calmed down a bit and wanted to hear his suggestion. Seeing that Raikage had settled down, Dodai continued, "We've sent out 3 waves of people, but that guy always leaves one alive. Then he turns them into fools. Now Kumogakure already has 3 fools. We can't continue like this. We need to gather complete information on Nara Shirya. From previous events, he definitely has hidden cards. Our intelligence personnel from Konoha reported that Nara Shirya's strength is at most that of a special jonin. However, the people we sent are all true jonin level, yet none succeeded, which shows he has methods we don't know about. The intelligence also says that Nara Shirya lacks the heart of a strong person. As long as he can kill his enemies, he doesn't care what means he uses, and he is also the smartest person in the history of the Nara clan. Therefore, we need to understand him first, and once we fully understand him, we can strike him with a fatal blow to minimize unnecessary casualties. Otherwise, we can only send a large number of ninjas into the Land of Fire to encircle him or go to Karabi. Otherwise, the result will be the same. But sending a large number of ninjas into the Land of Fire is something Konoha will not agree to. Listening to Dodai's explanation, Raikage AI found it reasonable. However, he felt a bit unwilling. 3 batches of people returned as 3 fools, and he felt like a big fool himself. Although Raikage was somewhat reluctant, he agreed to Dodai's plan. He couldn't personally go after Shirya, right? That would be too undignified. However, he still cursed, "Damn Konoha. Why do they always have such geniuses every decade or so?" At that moment, as if he thought of something, Raikage laughed heartily. "Haha, it doesn't matter anyway. With someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, any genius will fall. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been doing well in this regard. He has already proven to us that Konoha is both the cradle and graveyard of geniuses." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also considering this matter, feeling that the threat posed by Shirya was too great. The people from the Sarutobi clan, such as Inoshikacho, had already distanced themselves from him due to Shirya's appearance. The Inoshikacho didn't need to be too strong. In other words, without Shirya, the Inoshikacho he wanted was the one without Shirya. Lushir was unaware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had his eye on him. However, it didn't matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't take action until he was confident he could thoroughly defeat Lushir. This old schemer was quite patient. Sarutobi Hiruzen might not even know that his good disciple Orochimaru was already preparing to give his teacher a lavish funeral. At this moment, Lushir was checking the manuscript of the Treasure King. In recent days, aside from training, he had been writing, but he was doing it all behind Tsunade's back. He didn't want to expose his identity as the author. The violent woman's fists were no joke, and his small frame couldn't take it. In the bookstore of the daimyo's mansion, the boss was looking at Lushir's The Treasure King. He was quite invested in Lushir's book. "Your Highness, the Melancholy Prince. We'll take this book, still splitting the profits as before. Do you have any more manuscripts?" Before the boss could finish, Lushir took out 2 more manuscripts and placed them on the table. The boss quickly picked them up, and upon seeing the titles, he instantly became excited. The Widow in Front of the Shimura's House. A Lot of Trouble. An hour later, the boss slapped the table and said excitedly, "What a good book. That Shimura widow has it so hard. I almost want to comfort her in the middle of the night. Especially that addictive illness. I really wish I could meet a few like that. Lucier glanced at the boss and thought to himself, this is also an old lecture. However, the boss quickly realized that such comments shouldn't be made, as it made him seem a bit too lewd. We will take these 3 books, and they can be released within half a month. Your Highness, the Melancholy Prince, do you have any other instructions? The boss still didn't know Lucier's name, so he referred to him by his pen name. No special requests, just sell the 12 hours of Konoha and gossip in front of the widow's door normally. As for Treasure Hunter, I only have one request, which is to price it higher. The boss didn't understand what Lucier meant, but Lucier had no intention of explaining. Half a month later, all 3 books were released simultaneously. After the release of the 3 books by Lucier, they were quickly sold out, especially Treasure King, which was snatched up by bookstore owners on the same day. There was no choice but for the publishing company to print another batch to satisfy these bookstore owners. Inside the Akatsuki organization base, Nagato said, I read this book. I feel like Jiraiya-sensei is reminding us. Do you think he already knows about our situation? And more people are coming to the Rain Village. Should we hide? Nagato, with tubes all over his body, replied, no need. We just need to intimidate those people when the time comes. The Rain Village is our home. Where can we go? Also, this book probably wasn't written by Jiraiya-sensei. Since I'm going to talk to the publisher and ask them to change Mist Village to Konoha and see if we can find the author to bring them back. After Conan left, Nagato fell into deep thought. Why is the final treasure a pair of eyes? Does this person know something? Or is it just a coincidence? During this period, not much happened in the ninja world, except for an increase in treasure-hunting ninjas, whose only goal was the Rain Village. The Akatsuki organization eliminated batch after batch of treasure-hunting ninjas, but they still couldn't stop the enthusiasm for treasure hunting. Moreover, some people went in and never returned, further stimulating the nerves of these individuals, making them believe there must be treasures in the Rain Village. Not only wandering ninjas, but also some villages noticed the Rain Village and sent people to investigate, but they also disappeared without a trace, which made them realize something was off. In an inn in the Land of Fire, Shizun was reading, specifically Lucier's Treasure King. Shizun's life had been quite comfortable lately. With Lucier's arrival, she and Tsunade no longer had to worry about money and didn't have to constantly sleep outdoors. However, Tsunade's borrowing from Shizun had increased significantly, to the point of being almost frantic. But now she was not borrowing from loan sharks, but rather from Lucier. After all, if she lost, it wouldn't matter. Lucier would just steal it back at night and erase the sins of gambling. This was Lucier's perspective. She considered it stealing, but she didn't care about that. Now was the time to live a good life. She no longer wanted to live that kind of rough lifestyle. At that moment, Tsunade and Lucier were both soaking in hot springs, though not together, as they were in separate pools separated by a wooden board. Tsunade asked Lucier, what do you plan to return to Konoha? You can't just keep wandering with me. After considering for a few seconds, Lucier replied, the CHNIN exams are in 2 months. I'll go back after the exams. It will be a good time. Tsunade didn't understand what Lucier meant and continued to ask, is there something special about the CHNIN exams? Why do you have to go back then? You could go back now. After all, the Cloud Village isn't stupid. They should already know about your fake defection. If you go back now, they won't say anything. If they make a big deal out of it, it'll be embarrassing for them. After all, you gave them the chance to hunt you down, but they didn't succeed. Lady Tsunade, you seem to really want me to go back. Lucier replied, don't forget, you and Shizun are eating my food, living in my place, and spending my money. If I leave, you'll have to go back to that rough lifestyle again. A splashing sound came from the next pool, and Tsunade excitedly said, what do you mean by that? Without me, could you steal so much money? Lord Tsunade, what you said is unreasonable. How could I steal so much money without you? Do you think I wanted this? It's not like you don't know your expenses are too high. Just yesterday, you spent 300,000 Rio on a meal, and then there's the 20 million Rio you lost at the casino. I suddenly feel that if you were the daimyo of the Fire Country, you could lose the entire country. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of water splashing came from next door. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hizashi was reading a book. It was the time of the Konoha 12, and Jiraiya was hiding in the corner like a quail, afraid to speak. After being called to the office, Hiruzan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, he didn't get angry, which was the most frightening part. If he had scolded Jiraiya, it would have been easier for him. Just as Jiraiya was thinking about how to escape, Hiruzan spoke. Jiraiya, am I really so confused right now? Hearing Hiruzan's words, Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. Old man, there are some things I don't want to say, but since you asked, I'll speak. Let's start with Tsunade. Was SHZ's death really an accident? Over the years, I've traveled through the ninja world and uncovered many things. Why did you send a 12-year-old child to the battlefield? You know his personality. He is too much like Naruto, and accidents are too easy to happen. Yet you still sent him out. Don't say it was the child's decision. You could have kept him in the village with just one order. The result was as you saw, and perhaps that is what you were hoping for. Let me finish, Jiraiya interrupted him. Old man, don't interrupt me. Let me finish my point, and then we'll talk about Dan Kato. I examined his corpse with Orochimaru. He was killed by someone attacking from behind. He was on a mission with the Root, right? Why did an elite Chunin die while the Root member survived? Have you considered that? I'm sure you have, but you buried it for Danzo's sake. And then there's Kakashi. Is a Hokage's half-sleeve really that important? The Hitachi clan is a samurai clan that values honor above all. You exploited that and forced him to death. Tsunade was heartbroken too, which is why she retired early. The Uchiha clan now has only 2 members left, and this was also your doing. I don't believe you couldn't handle the Uchiha issue. Yet the Uchiha clan was exterminated. The strongest Dojutsu clan in the ninja world was wiped out by you and Danzo. Later, when that incident was exposed, what did you do? You symbolically punished Danzo, enraging the daimyo, leading to military budget cuts. We are on the brink of a storm, and now you want me to come back and clean up your mess. Old man, I'm your student. Are you scheming against me too? Is it really that hard to punish Shimura Danzo? The last few sentences were shouted out by Jiraiya, marking the first time he spoke to Sarutobi Hizashi like this. And what about Tsunade? Why did the Raikage send people to hunt her down? It's because the Raikage saw her potential. What about you? You're worried she might threaten your position. If I'm not mistaken, you're considering how to deal with Tsunade, right? I can tell you, if you lay a hand on her, none of your 4 clans will be safe. Let us talk about the last person, Orochimaru. You should know very well how he defected. That level of human experimentation, something he could do alone. You know who his partner was. Yet you only hold Orochimaru responsible and let Danzo off the hook. I've pursued Orochimaru for so long, and he has refused to see me. I know he has completely lost faith in those around him, and the one who caused Orochimaru to lose faith is you, his good teacher. Forget it. I want to say more. You want to listen anyway. Your heart only has room for Danzo. He is your partner, while everyone else is just a tool. The 4 of you can trample on Konoha as you please, relying on betraying your own people to achieve peace. If the first Hokage knew, I believe he would rather disband the village than see it preserved in this way. He, the god of the ninja world, cannot afford to lose face like this. After saying this, Jiraiya walked out, muttering names as he went. Hitachi Sakumo, Kato Dan, Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Shursui, the Uchiha members, and those who died at the hands of their own. Don't come back to Konoha in your next life. Konoha is rotten and can't protect you. Go live somewhere else in your next life. Sarutobi Hizashi said nothing and did not show anger. He just sat there for an entire day. In the evening, he finally moved, walking to the window and looking down at Konoha. His originally murky eyes gradually became resolute. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, a member of the Umbu appeared behind him. Hokage-sama, what are your orders? Go and capture Shimura Danzo. After capturing him, seal his chakra. The same goes for the Root members. Lock them up in prison, and the Umbu will guard them personally. No one is allowed to see Danzo. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Do you understand? I mean anyone, including the 2 from the Elder Council. Also, inform Jiraiya to find Tsunade and lift Nara Shikamaru's rogue ninja status. Go. The Umbu was shocked. They didn't expect the Hokage to be so ruthless, treating the Elder Council equally. Is this really their Hokage? Did someone replace him? The Umbu cautiously asked, Hokage-sama, are you sure you meant the Elder Council as well? Hiruzen turned to look at this Umbu. He knew he had been too partial to the 3 of them, to the point where even the Umbu didn't believe him when he issued orders. You heard me wrong, go. Receiving the Hokage's affirmative reply, the Umbu left. Soon, Konoha learned about Danzo's capture. However, no one paid attention. Who knew what Sarutobi Hizashi was up to? They all thought that Hiruzen and Danzo, this pair of friends, were just up to their usual tricks. In the jail, Shimura Danzo kept shouting, let Hiruzen come see me. I want to see Hiruzen. I've shed blood for Konoha. Hiruzen, you can't treat me like this. I want to see Hiruzen. Did you hear me? Go report to him, or I want to let you off. The Umbu ignored him, just guarding outside. At this moment, 2 people approached the gate, reaching out to open the door. The Umbu immediately drew their kunai and said to the 2, Hokage-sama has ordered that no one is allowed to see Danzo. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Step back. You're rebelling. I'm an elder of Konoha. What right do you have to control me? Get out of my way. Bam. The Umbu kicked the one trying to open the door, sending her flying several meters away, and her dinner spilled out. I'll say it again. Hokage-sama has ordered that no one is allowed to see Danzo. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. This time, the word kill was emphasized heavily. Midogate In finally reacted and immediately went to help the one who had been kicked. Don't touch me. In, go call Hiruzen to see me. I want Hiruzen to personally deal with this bastard who dared to attack me. Hearing T.G. Kamaru's words, Midogate and immediately walked towards the Hokage's office. Feeling that today, Umbu was a bit different. It wasn't tea like this before. Time passed minute by minute, and T.G. Kamaru went from cursing at first to now being silent, from anger to confusion. Soon, 3 hours had passed, and T.G. Kamaru could no longer wait. She stood up and walked towards the Hokage's office, threatening the Umbu before leaving. You just wait, I'll deal with you later. You dare to lay hands on me. The Umbu ignored her. This old lady had always ordered the Umbu to do this and that, and today she finally got her comeuppance. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you better explain this to me. Ouch, that hurt. Who ambushed me? Just as T.G. Kamaru entered the door to complain, she was greeted by a pile of documents. When she was about to say something, she saw Hiruzen Sarutobi looking at her with a face full of anger, and the words she was about to say got swallowed back down. She then stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi in confusion. Pick it up and explain this to me. Midogate and was just about to explain for T.G. Kamaru when he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi directly looking over. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi was angry. He didn't dare to continue speaking. T.G. Kamaru picked up the document, glanced through it, and casually said, About this. I bought medical equipment with that money. Kamaru, do you think I look like a fool? T.G. Kamaru instinctively shook her head. Slamming the table, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, Since you don't think I'm a fool, then why treat me like one? Look at that price. Are you a big spender? Or am I the big spender? The main point is, I had the Umbu check. You took the medical equipment in the morning and returned it in the afternoon. This is what you call buying? If you had at least refurbished it. I do say you have a conscience, but returning it untouched also counts as buying? Be serious about your embezzlement. After scolding, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a breath and continued, Return the money tomorrow. And I'm not just talking about this time, but all of it. Otherwise, you could go live next to Danzo. Get lost. T.G. Kamaru left the Hokage's office like a zombie. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the logistics department's documents, and just as he opened them, he heard Midogate and say, Sarutobi, I'll return the money to you tomorrow morning. After saying that, he ran out of the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned. 3 minutes later, very unpleasant curses echoed in the Hokage's office. It was too vulgar to write down. Outside the window, Jiraiya felt it wasn't the right time to go in. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Hiruzen Sarutobi say, Get in here. Do you have a problem with the door? Can't you walk through it properly? Jiraiya jumped in, awkwardly scratching his head, and then said, Teacher, I'm going to find Tsunade. I specifically came to remind you, don't touch Naruto's bottom line. Otherwise, there will be trouble when he comes back, and I plan to take Naruto with me this time. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought for a moment and said, All right, I believe you can protect Naruto. Go. Bring Tsunade back soon. They're at the daimyo's residence. Hurry up, so they don't change places again. Okay, I got it, old man. After saying that, he jumped out the window, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi speechless. The next chapter is already written, and I want to add the dark fruit. What do you all think? I'm seeking suggestions. I'm a bit hesitant to post it. In the tavern, Tsunade was drunk, and Kushi looked at her speechlessly, while Shizen felt a bit embarrassed, mainly because Tsunade's drinking habits were terrible. She started rambling as soon as she drank. I'm telling you, kid, money doesn't come with life and doesn't go with death. Don't care too much about it. Spend it when you should. Look how happy I am now. Kushi listened to this and felt speechless, then said sarcastically, You're right. Hearing this, Shizen immediately looked up at Kushi. Feeling this wasn't Kushi's style, but the following words confirmed that Kushi was still the same Kushi. You're right because you, Lady Tsunade, have never made money. It's all loans. Now if someone wants to kill you, I guarantee your creditors will tear that guy to pieces. They can't afford to let you die. You're too valuable. Tsunade ignored Kushi's mockery and continued. Oh, actually it's not much money, it's just small change. I can win it back after a few trips to the casino. At that moment, Shizen took out a small notebook and looked it over. A few minutes later, Shizen weakly said, Lady Tsunade, you currently owe a total of 32.5 billion ryo. Puffed. Kushi sprayed the juice in his mouth all over Shizen's face and quickly helped her clean it up, but Shizen didn't mind. Then looking at this big fat sheep, he said, What do you mean you're traveling in the ninja world? You're running from debt. The highest price for a shadow in the exchange market is less than 100 million Ryo. You've lost the lives of 320 shadows. At this moment, Shizun also started to add fuel to the fire. Lady Tsunade doesn't even dare to go to other countries now. Most of this money was lost in other countries. I'm afraid in a couple of years, you won't be able to stay in a land of fire either. Lucier still wanted to match Tsunade and Jiraiya. He hoped that Jiraiya's wallet was enough to pay off this spendthrift woman's debts. She was a real deadbeat. Incredible. If during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tsunade called her creditors over, it would definitely be enough for Madara to drink a pot. At this time, Tsunade was already drunk, babbling about wanting to win over the entire ninja world, making Lucier roll his eyes and making Shizun feel quite awkward, thinking, if it weren't for running into Lucier, maybe the two of us would be spending the night in some cave. Don't doubt it. Shizun and Tsunade really did this before, and it happened quite a few times. On the way back, Lucier started today's check-in. His check-in times were random now, mainly because he and used good items for a long time, so he wasn't that invested. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one dark fruit, chakra version. Holy crap. When Lucier heard the reward, she blurted out wow, but the silence that followed didn't matter much, as she was used to it. Although she didn't know what wow meant, she often heard Lucier say these two words. Lucier glanced back at Silent and Tsunade, then rubbed his face to calm his emotions. Just a moment ago, he felt like he had entered the world of One Piece instead of Naruto. However, seeing Tsunade confirmed that he was indeed in the Naruto world. After returning to the inn, Lucier took out the dark fruit. It looked like it really was the dark fruit. After all, he had watched over 1,000 episodes of One Piece. System, can you explain to me why there is a dark fruit? If there are devil fruits, why not give me a Logia type? If I had a Logia devil fruit, I could face Madara without fear of eating beef. Host, the dark fruit also belongs to the Logia type. That's a bit awkward. But the dark fruit can't elementalize. There are no other devil fruit users, and I suffer double the pain. Are you trying to kill me? How about switching to another host? Host, this devil fruit is chakra-based. When activating its abilities, you could be immune to ninjutsu attacks. However, it cannot immunize against taijutsu, senjutsu, or physical attacks, such as Orochimaru's snakes, Jiraiya's hair, and various ninja tools. System, this is a bit of a scam. It doesn't seem suitable at all. Can you give me another one? Preferably Akainu's magma fruit. Just imagine landing a punch right in his face. It sounds exhilarating. Host, rewards are random and cannot be changed. If you don't want it, I can take it back. Wow, it's delicious. I thought devil fruits tasted bad, but this one is pretty good. It's a bit like cantaloupe. Hearing that the reward would be taken back, Lucier decisively took a bite and found the taste to be excellent. Host, this is an upgraded version, removing all side effects. When using it, you could directly activate it with chakra. Otherwise, with your body, it would be difficult to develop this devil fruit to its limit. Blackbeard also needs to consume stamina when using it. However, because of his special constitution, he can perfectly control the dark fruit. With your small frame, using dark water twice might drain you. Hey, system, are you looking down on my physical condition? I'm telling you, I'm not weak. What about Blackbeard? I actually want to see him beat Luffy to a pulp. Besides, didn't Blackbeard eat the dark fruit? Host, we are stealing the time node. Blackbeard hasn't encountered the dark fruit yet. As for Blackbeard, he will encounter the dark fruit eventually. But that will be a new one that grows on the devil fruit tree, so you don't need to worry about Blackbeard. I'm not worried at all. I just said that. Whether he lives or dies is none of my business. I'm just looking forward to Blackbeard beating Luffy. He's a pirate, but doesn't he act like one? And he doesn't even have a harem. He's wasting such good resources around him. Host, do you want a harem? If you want, I can help you create an indestructible one. Sure, if you can give me an indestructible body. Then I wouldn't be afraid of the dark fruit side effects. By the way, has the double pain side effect been eliminated? Before the system could finish speaking, Lucier agreed. Who wouldn't want an indestructible body? However, the system's next words disappointed him. Of course not. That's a characteristic of the dark fruit that cannot be eliminated. The system only removed the taste and fear of seawater as side effects. And I was talking about indestructible kidneys, not the body. Fine. Kidneys it is. For Ino's happiness, I can accept this. Let's do it. Ding. Increasing kidney ability to be added to the sign-in rewards. Lucier. A minute later, Lucier finally reacted, then lay on the bed in despair. System. What grievances do we have? Do you have to mess with me like this? If you have the ability, just change those 0 1s to 100. Then I would respect you as a man. Host. I have no authority to change reward values. Cut. Useless. Wasting my time. I'm going to sleep. While Lu Shur was sleeping, the high-ranking officials of the Grass Country gathered together, which was quite rare in the Grass Country. The Grass Country is a small nation, and its style is just like its name, a wall grass that bends with the wind. Whoever pays is the father. However, something major happened recently in the Grass Country. Let's talk. What should we do? We only have so few ninjas in the Grass Country, and this time all of them went in, and only one person came back. Who will protect the Grass Country in the future? The speaker was the daimyo of the Grass Country. Although the country is small, it still has a daimyo. What he said must start from a few days ago. Since Lu Shur's Treasure King was sold, a wave of treasure hunting swept through the ninja world. There was no way around it. The book of the Melancholy Prince of Konoha was too popular. At first, people went to the rain-hidden village out of curiosity, but later someone discovered something was wrong because those who went did not come back. After the Grass Country learned about this, they also sent someone to the rain-hidden village, but similarly did not return, which made this small country feel that their opportunity had come. If they could really find the treasure, the Grass Country would stand on equal footing with the 5 major ninja villages. So the daimyo sent over 200 ninjas from the Grass Country to the rain-hidden village. They still did not know that Hanzo was already dead, so they went under the pretext of visiting Hanzo. As a result, more than 200 people went, and only one person came back. That person told the daimyo that there were many rogue ninjas there, and he saw that the leader's eyes were very special. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of another wave of people, those rogue ninjas would have attacked them, and the one who pretended to be dead wouldn't have come back either. One staff member said, "Daimyo, let's inform the 5 major ninja villages about this. We've suffered such great losses. Let them take action to resolve it. Then we'll see which village can win, and we'll seek their protection, while we also call in some wandering ninjas." The daimyo's bony face showed no expression for a long time before he said, "Let's do as you say." Alas, it's a pity for so many ninjas. This is the foundation of our Grass Country. It seems there's no hope for our Grass Country to rise. The Grass Country's loss this time was purely deserved. Yahiko was killed by Hanzo, and if you went to visit Hanzo, it would be strange if Nagato let you stay. Originally, Nagato rarely took action. After all, his body had been drained by the Rinnegan, and he would try not to act if he could. This time he acted only because someone wanted to visit Hanzo, which prompted him to act personally. The speed of a ninja hawk was very fast. 2 days later, the other villages received the news, and the Grass Country even specially drew the shape of that pair of eyes. In the Raikage's office, AI looked at the news from the Grass Country in a daze, recalling that pair of eyes. He felt like he had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, he stood up and said to Tsuchikage, "Tsuchikage, go find the information on Kinkaku and Ginkaku for me." 10 minutes later, Raikage laughed heartily as he looked at the documents. "Ha ha ha, I said it looked familiar, so that's how it is?" Tsuchikage gathered the senior officials to the conference room, as this was our chance in the Cloud Village. Tsuchikage didn't know what was going on, but still summoned the senior officials according to Raikage's orders. Half an hour later, all the senior officials of the Cloud Village had arrived, and this time the daimyo of the Lightning Country was also invited. The conference room was a bit noisy, with everyone discussing the purpose of this meeting. At this moment, Raikage walked in, and as soon as everyone saw Raikage, they immediately stopped discussing. Raikage went to his seat, but did not sit down. Instead, he took out 2 documents. One was handed to the daimyo, and the other to the remaining senior officials. "Daimyo, take a look at this document and the news from the Grass Country. You all circulate it. Time is limited, so I only prepared 2 copies." After AI finished speaking, he sat down and waited for everyone to finish reading the materials. 3 minutes later, the last person also finished reading the materials. Raikage stood up and said, "I believe you all saw the content of the materials, so let's talk. What are your opinions?" Before the crowd could speak, the daimyo took the lead and said, "Let me say a few words first. After I speak, I will leave." Raikage was a bit displeased that the daimyo spoke first. The daimyo had no right to interfere in the village's internal affairs. He called the daimyo here out of courtesy and also to ask for less money, but the daimyo's subsequent words dispelled his concerns. "I'm not very clear about the value of this pair of eyes, but Raikage is very optimistic about it. I choose to trust Raikage's judgment. How about this? I will express my stance. If we can retrieve that pair of eyes, I will double next year's military expenses. That's all. You can continue the meeting. I will leave first." The daimyo of the Lightning Country had such a personality, emphasizing cleanliness and decisiveness. After finishing, the daimyo walked out of the conference room, and everyone stood up to send him off. This daimyo was very likable. Everyone preferred this kind of daimyo who made fewer requests but provided more. After the daimyo left, the meeting continued. Everyone chimed in with many suggestions, making Raikage's head buzz. And then he interrupted. All right, let's put your opinions aside for now. Sachikage, why don't you share your thoughts first? Raikage-sama, I've reviewed the intelligence from the grass country, and I think there are many things we need to understand, such as how many rogue ninjas are there, who they are, and we also need to understand the strength of those rogue ninjas, and most importantly, we need to understand the capabilities of the owner of that pair of eyes. The materials say that pair of eyes is very powerful, and we must be fully prepared. We can wait a bit and let other villages scout the way for us. I believe that no matter where that pair of eyes are, our Cloud Village can obtain them. The crowd fell silent, feeling that Sachikage made a lot of sense. And even Raikage did not refute. At this time, Sachikage took out a book and said, Everyone, the intelligence from the grass country also mentioned another thing. Recently, a storm of treasure hunting activities has swept through the ninja world, and the origin is this book in my hand. Saying this, he placed the book in the center of the conference table. I specifically inquired, and the author of this book is Jiraiya from Konoha. Jiraiya has been traveling around the ninja world for many years. I believe he must have discovered something, which is why he wrote this book. The people of the grass country also suffered heavy losses because they believed in this book. Therefore, I think we can contact Konoha to see if they have any intelligence to share with us. Raikage was somewhat displeased, but not with Sachikage, rather with Jiraiya. He felt that Jiraiya had played the entire ninja world. However, he had no reason to accuse Jiraiya. The main issue was that he had just had a conflict with Konoha and now asking Konoha to share intelligence. He felt that Konoha might not even bother to deal with the Cloud Village. That day, Jiraiya finally found Tsunade. Rasengan, dark water. Rasengan, dark water. Rasengan, dark water. I'm done playing. It's boring. I'm leaving. Jiraiya-sama, don't go. Play a bit more. I just want to try my technique on you. The more Jiraiya listened, the more depressed he became, and his pace unconsciously quickened. Naruto, who had been watching them talk from a distance, saw Jiraiya turn to leave and immediately ran over. Running close, Naruto excitedly and curiously looked up and asked, Big brother, what ninjutsu were you using just now? It was so amazing. You easily resolved even the Senin's Rasengan. Can you teach me? Hearing Naruto's request, Shika smiled and patted his head, saying earnestly, All right, Naruto, that is my exclusive ability. I can't teach it to you. However, Jiraiya is quite an excellent teacher. You must study hard with him. Understand? I put in a lot of effort to ensure he teaches you. Naruto nodded vigorously, his eyes shining with gratitude, and said with a slightly choked voice, I will work hard, big brother. The Sannin has already told me that you pleaded with him many times for me. I really appreciate it, big brother. As soon as he finished speaking, tears began to well up in Naruto's big eyes, and he looked like he was about to cry. Seeing this, Shika quickly said, Hurry and hold back those tears. You are a ninja now. What kind of image is it to cry at the drop of a hat? Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly stopped crying. I must say, this seemingly rough approach is quite effective on Naruto, especially coming from his big brother Shika, who has always cared for him. Inside the barbecue restaurant, which was an ordinary place rather than a Kimichi's barbecue, the food was quite good. Inside, Jiraiya and Tsunade were drinking, while Shika, Naruto, and Shika were eating barbecue at another table. This was Shika's suggestion, mainly to give Jiraiya a chance, as this old pervert completely fails to appreciate Shika's good intentions. At that moment, laughter erupted from Tsunade's table, and she was laughing and banging the table. The barbecue restaurant was still quite crowded, but everyone was used to it since Tsunade often came here to eat. After a few drinks, she would act like this. Not only was the owner accustomed to it, but even the other customers were used to it. Ha ha, Jiraiya, you are really embarrassing. You can't even use the Rasengan? That technique is quite powerful. How could it fail this time? You haven't regressed in strength over the years, have you? Hearing Tsunade's sarcasm, he felt quite frustrated. Who would believe such a thing? A huge sphere, once it touched Shika, would result in a black vortex appearing in Shika's hand, dissolving the Rasengan. Tsunade, having been with him for so long, did he have any strange encounters? His technique is too bizarre, and that black aura around him always gives me a dangerous feeling. Tsunade put down her drink and looked over at Shika's table, saying to Jiraiya, After I received your letter, I found him. At that time, he had just won a large sum of money. Then we traveled through the ninja world, and during that time, we encountered ambushes from the Cloud Village 3 times. But each time, Shika turned the tables on them. We've been together ever since. Tsunade burped and continued. I can assure you, he hasn't been in contact with outsiders. His ability only awakened recently. And haven't you noticed? His abilities are all black, which fits his character perfectly. Can you imagine? A 13-year-old kid not only counter-killed enemies, but also turned 3 enemies into idiots. And you haven't seen his battles. I feel embarrassed to say it. It's really dirty. He uses every possible method. Sometimes I even think his heart is black as well. I'm sure if you went all out, you could take Shika down in 3 minutes. If it were a drawn-out battle, I guarantee that even if he can't kill you, he can heavily injure you. Well, once you see him fight, you'll understand how low this kid's bottom line is. Listening to Tsunade, Jiraiya was curious about Shika's bottom line. He hadn't known Shika for long, but it wasn't too short either, and he didn't think Shika's fighting style was that dirty. He didn't know that previously. They had only been sparring, and since his own strength was not weak, he didn't need tactics at all. However, once they left the village, it was different. Coupled with the pursuit from the Cloud Village, Shika developed a set of combat coordination for the Shadow Army. Giant shadow control, ninjas responsible for grappling, eye strikes, throat locks, and groin strikes, with 2 preventing enemies from using the substitution technique, while the shadow was responsible for the fatal blow. This was something he learned from Jiraiya. A person's chakra is limited. Not everyone has a massive chakra reserve, and relying on shadow clones for coordination is difficult. Once hit, the clone would disappear. However, the Shadow Army does not have this concern. They can respawn infinitely. On this basis, any tactic becomes efficient. At first, Shika also considered having them engage in close combat, or throw shurikens from distance. But ninjas in the ninja world are very agile. Otherwise, they use substitution techniques. So Shika had the Shadow Army work together, and so far, the results have been very good. An hour later, when it was time to pay, Jiraiya was stunned. Is a meal really this expensive? The waiter, seeing Jiraiya's expression, knew he was questioning the price and handed him the bill. After paying, the 5 of them left the barbecue restaurant. As soon as Jiraiya came out, he complained, "What kind of broken place is this? Too expensive. Akimichi's barbecue is so delicious. It's south not even close to this outrageous price." "Lord Jiraiya, tell me, why did you come to find me? I'm a rogue ninja now. You've been here for 2 days, and haven't mentioned anything. If you don't leave soon, you might lose your money." Hearing Shika's words, Jiraiya smiled slightly. He certainly knew Shika was joking. Then he revealed the reason for coming here. "Shika, Konoha has lifted your rogue ninja status, and Danzo has been captured. When I arrived, the old man was dealing with the elders' issues. This time, he might really want to make a change. Are you willing to give him a chance?" Tsunade didn't care about this matter. She didn't plan to go back either. Jiraiya had said that he was sent by the teacher to invite her back to Konoha, but she had refused at that time. She really didn't want to face those old geezers. Shizune and Naruto were all ears, eager to hear if Shika would go back. Shizune's thought was to prevent Shika from returning, while Naruto wanted his big brother to come back with him. Jiraiya brought Naruto along for this very reason. Lord Jiraiya, in the hotel room, only Shika, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were present. The following conversation was not suitable for Naruto to hear, so Shika asked him to go rest. Lucier leaned against the wooden partition and summoned the Shadow Ninja to guard the door. "All right, now it's safe." Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't understand what Lucier meant, but they didn't ask and just exchanged a glance. "Lord Jiraiya, now let me discuss with you the reason I'm not going back right now." After saying this, Lucier's expression became serious. "The changes in Hokage that you see as an awakening, to me, are just a way to protect Danzo and the 2 elders." Jiraiya felt a bit moved and wanted to explain for Sarutobi Hizashi, but he was interrupted by Lucier raising his hand. "Lord Jiraiya, if you have something to say, wait until I finish before you refute me. Now listen to me. The Hokage asked you to bring me back as a show for you, to make you willingly take over the Hokage position, because you won act against Danzo and the elders. That is also why he thought of you first. Why did he change now instead of earlier? I guess there must have been some conversation between you that stimulated him. That is why he's acting this way. As for the change you mentioned, to me, it's just about cleaning up the old buddy's mess before retirement. Then, after you take office, they can continue to hold their positions in the Elder Council." Hearing this, Jiraiya was somewhat speechless. He indeed had a conversation with the old man, and he didn't expect Lucier to guess this. However, he didn't interrupt Lucier. He wanted to hear more and see what else he didn't know. Feeling a bit thirsty, Lucier took a sip of water from the table and continued. "As for Danzo, it's even simpler. That is protection. The daimyo's cuts to military funding cannot be hidden for too long. It will explode by the end of the year. So he wants to push you into the Hokage position before it blows up. But this doesn't solve the fundamental problem. Someone must take the blame. There are 2 most suitable candidates. One is Orochimaru, and the other is Danzo himself, but he won't do that. Clearly, he wants you to shift the blame onto Orochimaru. Because even though Orochimaru is a rogue ninja, Konoha has never pursued him. I think Sarutobi Hizashi will suggest to you to issue a statement saying that the daimyo was unhappy because of Orochimaru's defection, hence the military funding cuts. Although this happened years ago, it can still be used now. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Was his teacher playing such a dirty trick? As for asking you to find Tsunade, that was purely for her identity. Tsunade is a princess conferred by the daimyo. If she approaches the daimyo, it's very likely to change the daimyo's mind and restore the military funding to its original amount. Our Hokage has never considered letting Lady Tsunade return to Konoha, nor does he want her to hold an important position. Because if that were the case, Konoha would be out of his control, and you, Jiraiya, will be the next Minato Namikaze, a puppet Hokage. My father said, after the fourth Hokage took office, he had no power at all. Even the Umbu were managed by the third Hokage, and he was only given some so-called Hokage's guard team, which is ridiculous. Isn't the Umbu directly subordinate to the Hokage? What's going on with that? Let's talk about me. As fellow pawns, our Inoshikacho trio is firmly in the Hokage faction. My father is also the head of the Jonin class, and the responsibilities of this position are to manage the Jonin of Konoha, coordinate their work in Konoha, and be responsible for the mobilization of Jonin during wartime. However, my father has done that work for a long time, because our Hokage has incorporated this work into his own responsibilities. So my father usually just takes on some family tasks. The Hokage asked me to go back to find more people to share the trouble for you. My father is a good candidate. Before I leave, I told my father not to get involved in your matters with the Hokage. Lucia's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. What should we do now that we need people? The only option is to restore my father's authority, but he doesn't want to speak up himself. His authority was taken away by him personally, so returning it now would be somewhat embarrassing. Therefore, he wants you to bring me back. After I return, my father will stand up for me, which is what Sarutobi Hizashi would like to see. So I won't go back now, at least not before the storm hits. I'm not a sapper, and I don't have the skills to defuse bombs. Jiraiya and Tsunade were a bit confused. They didn't know what Lucia meant by sapper. However, the two were still greatly shocked. They hadn't considered these matters at all, and they never expected their teacher to play such a dirty game. While Jiraiya and Tsunade were staring at each other, Lucia tapped the table to draw their attention back to himself. All right, don't be surprised. I have a few more words to say, and then I'll go back to sleep. I don't have the energy like you two. I'm still a kid. I need to go to bed early and get up early. Hearing Lucia's words, the two exchanged a tacit glance, thinking, it's rare to see a child like you. Strong in power, and yet so cunning. Ignoring their glare, Lucia continued, Jiraiya, I think you should stay with us for a while, and go back after the Chunin exam. Alternatively, I can go back with Naruto for the exam, and you can wait outside for a while. Jiraiya, it's not that I look down on you, but you can't solve this matter. Your heart isn't dirty or ruthless enough for someone in that position. The people who sit in that position are either filled with great love or are ruthless. It's hard for anyone else to hold that position steady, especially at this time. As Lucia said this, he deliberately paused for a moment, causing Tsunade and Jiraiya to instinctively lean forward, wanting to hear Lucia's next words. Lucia didn't keep them waiting long. Moreover, Jiraiya is just an old pervert who writes adult novels all day, with his mind filled with Tsunade's big chest, and he still thinks he can become Hokage? Dream on. As soon as Deer finished speaking, he ran away because Tsunade had already raised her fist and her eyes were blazing with rage. 10 seconds later, Jiraiya's screams echoed through the room, and everyone in the inn poked their heads out to see what was happening. At that moment, Naruto ran over. Big brother, what happened? That scream must be the pervy sage. Let's go take a look. Deer placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and said seriously, this is indeed Lord Jiraiya. But you don't need to worry. He's playing games with Lady Tsunade. As he spoke, Deer pointed upstairs. Listen to how happy Lord Jiraiya sounds and how loud he is calling out. As juniors, we shouldn't disturb the adults' good time. All right, let's go back and rest. Naruto obediently followed Deer toward his room, but still curiously asked, Big brother, why is the perverted sage shouting for help? Deer time. All right, maybe I was too happy and said it casually. Let's go to sleep. We need to get up early to exercise tomorrow morning. Okay, big brother. The next noon, Naruto was feeding Jiraiya porridge. At this time, Jiraiya had been wrapped up like a mummy, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. While drinking the porridge, Jiraiya looked at Deer Time with a resentful little gaze. Who knows what he went through yesterday? Tsunade had beaten him for a whole half an hour. While drinking, Tsunade asked Deer Time, You provoked me yesterday just so I would beat him up, right? Lucia looked at Tsunade in disbelief. People say that big breasts mean no brains, but I didn't expect you to be quite smart. Suddenly, Lucifer felt Tsunade's gaze change and immediately softened. All right, Lady Tsunade, I was complimenting you. You heard what I said yesterday, and Jiraiya-sama heard it too. But he will still return to Konoha, so I want to find a way to make him stay longer. How about this? To apologize to you, I'll cover your betting funds today. You can lose as you like. Jiraiya felt distressed. If you want me to stay, just say it directly. Why do it this way? At least you have a bit of conscience. Tomorrow, Shizen and I will also leave. We've been together for so long. It's time to part. That's fine. I know I can't keep you, so I won't try to. Hearing Lucifer's words, Jiraiya was not happy. He intended to bring Tsunade back to the village. What would he do if Tsunade left? Just as Jiraiya was about to persuade Tsunade to stay, he saw her glare directly at him. Jiraiya then dared not speak. If he got beaten again, he might really be disabled. After finishing dinner, Tsunade took a few boxes of money and left. Once Tsunade was gone, Jiraiya finally dared to speak and complained to Lucifer. How could you let Tsunade leave? I was planning to have her go back and become Hokage. All right, Jiraiya-sama, I didn't intend for Tsunade to leave. But neither you nor I can persuade Lady Tsunade. So I plan to send out the King of Tongue. Only he can keep Lady Tsunade here. Jiraiya was a bit confused, thinking, who is this King of Tongue? I don't think I've heard of him. Is it another one of this kid's strange abilities? However, he didn't continue to question. Since Lucifer said so, he must have a way to keep Tsunade. All right, Jiraiya-sama, you should rest. Naruto and I are going to train, and I'll bring you food when we come back. Rasengan, dark water. Rasengan, dark water. Rasengan, dark water. I'm not coming anymore. This is too unfair. My Rasengan disappears the moment it touches you. Deer stroked Naruto's head and comforted him. All right, Naruto, don't be discouraged. This is just my ability restraining you. The Rasengan is still very powerful. Just train well. I'll go sit over there for a while. Okay, big brother. Upon hearing Deer's words, Naruto immediately perked up and happily went over to train. His carefree personality is great. He is always so optimistic. After a moment of reflection, Deer began to summarize the abilities of the dark fruit. Jiraiya had helped him with a few techniques, and he now had a certain understanding of the fruit's powers. In close combat, dark water can neutralize most energy attacks, similar to the Rasengan and Raikiri. He is not sure if it can interrupt the Raijin's lightning style. He might try it if he gets a chance. However, he doesn't feel like he is a match for the Raijin right now. 4 long-range attacks like Water Dragon Bullet and Fireball Jutsu. The effect of Dark Water isn't particularly good due to their large area. Especially with Water and Earth styles, those tangible attacks can't be neutralized at all. Only Fire style can be easily countered. Oh, it's so complicated. Swordsmanship, Taijutsu, fruit development. Which path should I take? Lucifer felt that this system was a bit unreliable. If it were the perverted fruit of Kizaru, he could immediately turn into a perverted light man. When it came to perverted, Lucifer suddenly had a flash of inspiration and then slapped his own head. How foolish of him to get tangled up in that. After all, he didn't want to be the king of perverts. He just wanted to win. There was no need to confront the enemy head-on. He would have more shadow legions in the future, so he decided to adopt a sneaky approach. After coming to this realization, Lucifer began practicing swordsmanship, followed by fruit development. Once he determined his path, Lucifer started his journey of cultivation. In the evening, Lucifer brought Naruto to the entrance of the casino. It was time for Naruto to use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Although Lucifer could talk quite well, his power was far from that of the Kage Bunshin. After giving Naruto a few instructions, Lucifer left, thinking about Jiraiya back at the inn. He didn't want him to starve. As soon as Lucifer entered the room, he smelled a terrible stench. Damn, did you poop in your pants? Jiraiya felt a bit embarrassed by Lucifer's words and didn't respond, keeping his eyes tightly closed. Lucifer immediately called 2 staff members to clean up Jiraiya. After all, Lucifer had paid a lot for this service. Who else would do it otherwise? Then he changed to another room, which was filled with a smell that made it uninhabitable for a day or two. I'm not saying you, but as a prominent ninja of Konoha and a sage of the Toads, how could you do something so embarrassing? Hearing Lucifer's teasing, Jiraiya's face turned even redder. But he still didn't speak. It was just too humiliating. Seeing Jiraiya blush, Lucifer stopped teasing him and said, you should rest for a while. I have arranged for someone to take care of you. During this time, I will be training with Naruto. In a few days, I will send Naruto back to Konoha. This exam will be beneficial for him. However, I don't plan to show myself. After Naruto finishes the exam, I will come to pick you and Tsunade up. Mentioning Naruto made Jiraiya realize that he hadn't seen Naruto return. So he asked, Lucifer, where's Naruto? Oh, I sent him to persuade Lady Tsunade. To keep Lady Tsunade here, Neither you nor I can do it. Only Naruto can. Jiraiya asked anxiously, can Naruto really make Tsunade change her mind? Of course. If Naruto can't do it, then I'll send you all back to the village. Jiraiya glanced at Lu Shi and said, you seem quite confident in Naruto. Of course. Lu Shi replied with a confident smile, and then explained why he believed in Naruto. Naruto is the most optimistic person I have ever met. If there is anyone in the entire ninja world who can make Tsunade change her mind, it must be him. Despite being treated that way since childhood, he still loves the village and wants to be recognized by everyone through hard work. That is something I can't do. If it were me, I would choose to endure, and when I have the power, I would destroy all of Konoha. I hold grudges. Anyone who hurts me, I would use the technique of erasing their entire clan on them. Just as Jiraiya was about to say something else, Tsunade walked in holding Naruto, whose small eyes were darting around. She put Naruto down and complained, this little brat is too annoying. He made me lose all my money. Lu Shi, I'm going to Hot Springs. Come pay the bill for me later. After saying that, she left, and Naruto ran in front of Lu Shi, boasting, big brother. I succeeded. Granny Tsunade decided to go back to Konoha with me after some time. And look, this is the necklace Granny Tsunade gave me. He showed off the necklace around his neck to Lu Shi. Lu Shi's eyelids twitched, thinking, wow, a necklace full of death attributes. Only you, the main character, can handle this. If I had known, I would have stolen this necklace and given it to Sarutobi Hizashi. That old guy would have definitely gone to see the second Hokage by now. All right, Naruto, hurry up and get ready. I'll take you to the hot springs. Then, only Jiraiya was left alone in the room. What? You want to learn sage techniques? Forget it. You should ask Jiraiya about this. The sage techniques of the wet bone forest are really hard to learn. My grandfather took a whole year to master them. Lady Tsunade, we've known each other for so long. Honestly ask yourself, have I respected you? And do you know how much money you owe me? Your expenses have always been covered by me. Look at Shizun, she's gained weight during this time. Lu pointed at Jingyin and said. Jingyin felt a bit embarrassed, then touched her face to see if she had really gained weight. Lu Shi had been asking Tsunade to take him as a disciple for a long time because he wanted to learn sage jutsu. At first, Tsunade considered accepting Lu Shi as her apprentice, which would allow him to sign a contract with the wet bone forest. That way, Lu Shi could learn sage jutsu without breaking the rules. Summoning beasts also emphasize inheritance, so it's unlikely they would be casually given to outsiders. However, during the test, a small mishap occurred. Lu Shi showed no talent as a medical ninja, which is why Tsunade ultimately rejected him. How could Lu Shi possibly give up? He kept pleading with Tsunade, but seeing her stubbornness, he directly used his cash ability. 100 million Ryo. Lu Shi, you're putting me in a difficult position. 200 million Ryo. It's not about the money. I, Tsunade, am a person of principles. How could I? 300 million Ryo, and the previous debt will be cleared. If that is still not enough, I'll go find Jiraiya. Deal. Shizun, go get the summoning scroll. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Shizun internally complained. So the initial refusal was because the money wasn't enough. It's all up to you, Lady Tsunade. Shizun immediately headed toward the room. Soon, Shizun came out with the summoning scroll. Tsunade opened the scroll, which had the names of 3 people, all with the surname Senju. He only recognized Senju Hashirama and Tsunade. He hadn't heard of the other one, who might be an ancestor of Hashirama. Following Tsunade's instructions, they quickly signed a contract with the wet bone forest. Inside the wet bone forest, Lu Shi looked at the huge slug sage's true form and thought that if he could summon the true form, it would be incredibly shocking. Tsunade patted Lu Shi on the shoulder and said, aren't you trying to learn sage art? Let the slug sage test your aptitude. I must tell you, even if you can't learn it, I won't refund that money. It doesn't matter. Whether I can learn depends on fate. If I really can't learn, then I'll think of another way. At that moment, the slug sage spoke. Little Tsunade, is this the one you're introducing? Tsunade stepped forward and politely said, Slug sage. This is Lu Shi. He acts like my half-disciple, and he wants to learn sage art. Can you test his aptitude? As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, a large mouthful of slime was spat at Lu Shi, and he instinctively tried to dodge. However, he felt that the slug sage wouldn't harm him, so he stayed still. Then, the slime hit Lu Shi like a water cannon, instantly soaking through his clothes, and Lu Shi felt as if his body was being corroded. It was extremely painful. Young man, the slime can help you feel natural energy, but it might hurt a bit. You'll have to experience it yourself. Whether you can learn sage art depends on you. This slime can last for 15 days. If you can endure, come find me in 15 days. Keep at it until you learn it, and if you can't endure, wash it off. If you can't endure, it means you can't learn sage art. Now go. After finishing, the slug sage went back to eating. In the end, Lu Shi endured the pain while feeling the natural energy. No one from the Nara clan had ever learned sage art, and he wanted to see if he could learn it and how sage art would affect his shadow binding technique. As for being like Senju Hashirama, he didn't dare to think about it. That guy was even more outrageous than himself, who had a golden finger. System, damn it, why give me something like this? Give me the dark fruit instead. This is too painful. I feel like my muscles are cramping. After cursing the system, Lu Shi felt a bit of numbness and pain all over his body. He touched himself with his hand and felt nothing. Perhaps due to the pain, Lu Shi sensed a slight fluctuation of energy in the air. However, he didn't know how to use it. Just then, Tsunade walked in and saw Lu Shi drenched in sweat. She reminded him, concentrate your chakra and see if you can sense natural energy. If you can, try to merge that energy with your chakra. Once you can merge it anytime and anywhere, you'll be able to enter sage mode. Lu Shi began training according to Tsunade's instructions. Perhaps due to the pain, he always found it difficult to concentrate. After giving Lu Shi some advice, Tsunade returned to the wet bone forest. Sage of Slugs, I've read my grandfather's notes. Why is Lu Shi's training method different from my grandfather's? What are the differences? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the Sage of Slugs stopped eating, turned to Tsunade, and began to explain. Little Hashirama has a vast amount of yang chakra within him. So when he trains, he only needs to apply a little of my slime. However, the child you brought has yin chakra. To learn sage techniques with such chakra requires much more effort. Even just applying a little bit of my slime causes pain that ordinary people cannot endure. Only little Hashirama could withstand it. Therefore, I think it will be difficult for that child to learn. If he can persevere, let him continue to come to me. Tsunade nodded at the Sage of Slugs. Since the sage said so, she felt reassured. It's just pain. That kid should be able to handle it. Although she thought this, she still worried and returned to the inn. At this point, Lu Shi had already fainted from the pain and had passed out 4 times over the next 2 days. In the barbecue restaurant, Lu Shi was eating crazily. He hadn't eaten much over the past 2 days due to the pain. Jiraiya was the same. He had only eaten some porridge. Now that he woke up, he felt extremely hungry, as if every hair on his body was crying out for food. So Tsunade took him out to eat. This time, Tsunade unusually did not drink alcohol and kept grilling meat for him. Not just Tsunade, but Shizun and Naruto were also grilling meat for him. Watching Lu Shi eat more and more, Shizun worriedly asked, Lady Tsunade, is Lu Shi going to be okay? He has eaten a lot. Is this really fine? Tsunade replied while grilling meat, it's fine, let him eat. Pain also consumes stamina, and what he is experiencing is not ordinary pain. If it were you, you would have probably given up long ago, and so would I. Naruto felt heartbroken watching his brother in so much pain. After all, there aren't many people who treat him well, and his older brother is one of them. After 2 hours, Lu Shi finally stopped eating. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Shi finally managed to endure it. So he went to the Sage of Slugs again for another treatment of slime. However, he can now tolerate the pain. Although it still hurt intensely, it no longer affected his normal activities. One day, Lu Shi was going to send Naruto back to participate in the Chunin exam. Jiraiya was a bit worried about Naruto's safety, so he decided to test Lu Shi's current strength. After this period of recovery, he was almost back to normal. However, he followed Lu Shi's suggestion and decided not to return to Konoha just yet. In the forest, Jiraiya stood facing Lu Shi. Lu Shi, you go first. In 1 minute, I will attack you with all my strength. Let's see how strong you are now and if you can protect Naruto. By the way, Lady Tsunade, why did you take off your top? Lu Shi said, revealing a silly grin. Jiraiya, still pretending to be a sage, instinctively looked back upon hearing Lu Shi's words. Then, Lu Shi summoned the shadow army from the dark mist of the dark fruit, and the giant shadows quickly grabbed Jiraiya's shoulders while the shadow ninjas each performed their tasks. Although they didn't have Sharingan, they were still quite effective. Jiraiya realized what was happening and tried to break free. After all, these shadow ninjas couldn't restrain him. Just as he was about to escape, suddenly, Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out, followed by a scream. The shadow ninjas couldn't really harm Jiraiya, so they just started a barrage of pulling, tugging, yanking, grabbing, digging, stretching, twisting, flicking, kneading, and kicking. That's a wrap. Lu Shi recalled the shadow ninja, and Jiraiya knelt down directly, clutching his crotch and letting out strange cries. In the distance, Naruto tightly covered his own crotch with both hands, feeling very insecure. Even so, Tsunade turned her head away, no longer looking at Jiraiya. She had previously warned him to be cautious and not let Lu Shi trick him, but this idiot still fell for it. Shizun covered her eyes with her hand, though her fingers seemed to have a bit of a see-no evil vibe. Half an hour later, Lu Shi, I'm leaving him to you. I believe you will be able to protect him well. If you encounter an enemy, use that move from earlier, but next time, don't use it on your own people. The power is too great and can easily hurt a man's pride. Jiraiya still hasn't recovered. He's even stuttering while speaking. Listening to Jiraiya's advice, Tsunade shot him a glare and said irritably, All right, stop dawdling and let Lu Shi get going. I told you before the match, but you didn't believe me. Now you know how dirty Lu Shi's tactics can be. Dear Shi is also a bit taken aback. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say this in front of me? Lu Shi whistled, and a minute later, Xiao Hei landed in front of him. This was the first time Tsunade saw Xiao Hei. Looking at the gigantic Xiao Hei, Tsunade asked, Lu Shi, is this your summoning beast? The Wetbone Forest wouldn't agree to let you sign contracts with two places. Lu Shi touched Xiao Hei and said, This is my pet, and I have another one at home. When you go back, I'll let you meet Xiao Bai. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Tsunade finally felt relieved. After all, this was no small matter. If the Slug Sage pursued it, it would be troublesome. Dear Time jumped onto Little Black's back with Naruto. Little Black took off from the ground, and just as they were airborne, Dear Time shouted down to Jiraiya, Lord Jiraiya, look below you. Hearing Dear Time's words, Jiraiya glanced down, and that one look nearly scared the soul out of him. He saw a hand reaching out from the shadow beneath him, making a gesture as if to flick something. Jiraiya jumped directly into Tsunade's arms, wrapping his arms around her neck. Tsunade instinctively held onto Jiraiya. A few seconds later, they locked eyes. Are you trying to get yourself killed, Jiraiya? Tsunade said, her forehead veins popping as she glared at him through gritted teeth. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya jolted and immediately got down from her embrace. Inano, Iemisuri, Tsunada. I was just scared. Tsunade ignored him and walked towards the inn. She knew Jiraiya didn't mean it. He was genuinely frightened by Dear Time. On the way to Konoha, Naruto and Dear Time saw many ninjas from other villages. Unbeknownst to Dear Time, a cunning poisonous snake was watching him from below. Interesting, is this the little brat from the Nara clan? Perhaps he could be a good vessel after all. Lu Shi suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if he was being watched by something. In the evening, the two returned to Konoha, and Lu Shi told Naruto to go report this incident to Sarutobi Hizashi by himself. He had already explained everything he needed to, and he didn't want to see that old face of Sarutobi Hizashi. As soon as Xiao Hei landed on the shelf, several people ran out of the house. So, you're back. Mom missed you so much. As soon as Lu Shi gang jumped down, his mother hugged him tightly and started to cry. Lu Shi felt warm inside. This is what family is. After crying for a while, she remembered that her son had just returned and hadn't eaten yet. She quickly pulled her son and walked toward the house. Shikaku and Shikamaru, this father-son pair, completely ignored the conversation, which was quite awkward. Back in the house, Shikaku suggested inviting Ino and her family over as well, so that the three families could have a good gathering. Lu Shi's mother naturally wouldn't object and immediately went out to call for help. In the living room, Luj finally had the chance to ask his son about the situation during this time. How has it been? Have you encountered any dangers? Hearing his father's question, Lu Shi stopped rubbing Lu Wan's head. Having escaped from his brother's grasp, Lu Wan quickly came over to sit by his father. Looking at his younger brother, Lu Shi smiled and said, being a rogue ninja feels pretty good, and I've awakened a new ability. Saying this, he activated the dark fruit, and the room was instantly filled with darkness. After demonstrating, Lu Shi retracted his ability, and at that moment, Luj's mouth dropped open. He was once again deeply shocked. Riku thought to himself, is it possible that our Nara family's ancestors had such powerful figures? Even if it's a so-called atavism phenomenon, why has it only manifested in Riku? Oh heavens, when will you bless me too, so I can experience this magical power? Just by looking at the way that ability is displayed, I can tell it must be very impressive. Just as Riku's thoughts were wandering, he was suddenly nudged gently on the arm by Rikamaru. Coming back to his senses, he casually asked, what is up? Rikamaru looked at him with a puzzled expression and then questioned, does our Nara clan have some secret technique that I don't know about? And you only passed it on to my brother. Hearing his son's words, Riku felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He sighed helplessly and replied, Rikamaru, don't I want to pass on more amazing skills to you two brothers? But the problem is, apart from the well-known shadow binding technique, the unique abilities your brother has, I don't even know myself. Think about it carefully. What skills can I teach him that I don't understand myself? Shikamaru thought for a moment, and it was indeed the case. Just then, there was a knock at the door. As Lu Shi pushed open the door, Before he could see who it was, a wave of floral fragrance suddenly rushed in, directly enveloping him. This familiar scent didn't require any thought. Lu Shi immediately knew it was definitely Jingyi. Why did you take so long to come back? Jingyi's delicate voice, accompanied by a slight sob, reached him. She tightly nestled against Lu Shi's chest, tears rolling down like a string of broken pearls, soaking his clothes. Lu Shi was filled with guilt and helplessness. After all, didn't he want to come back earlier? It was just that he had the identity of a traitorous ninja before, making it impossible to return. If given a choice, who would want to wander around with Tsunade, who was both a heavy gambler and a heavy drinker? Thinking of this, Lu Shi gently patted Ino's back and said softly, "All right, Ino, don't cry anymore. I'm back now, and I won't leave again this time. Let's go back to the house first. If you feel like you haven't hugged enough, come to my room later, and I'll let you hug me to your heart's content. I'll even throw in a sweet kiss for you." At the end, Lu Shi deliberately lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. However, at that moment, Lu Shi suddenly realized something was off. Yamashiro Kai, who had been standing not far behind them, was quietly watching the two of them. Oh no! While he was busy comforting Ino, he completely forgot about this future father-in-law. Lu Shi couldn't help but cough twice and smiled awkwardly. Ino clearly heard Lu Shi's cough. She quickly broke free from his embrace like a startled little deer. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly walked towards the house without daring to look up. Once she reached the living room, she slightly calmed her emotions and said softly to Riku, "Hello, Uncle Riku." Rikujiu greeted Ino with a smile. After all, she was his future daughter-in-law. After Ino entered, Rikujiu quickly led Yamamoto Kaichi into the house. "Uncle Kaichi, please come in." Seeing this, Yamamoto Kaichi shook his head with a smile and teased, "I was just about to go inside, but someone was blocking the door, so I couldn't get in." After saying that, he stepped confidently into the house. Rikuji was sitting and drinking tea when he saw Yamamoto Hai walk into the room. He quickly put down his teacup and enthusiastically said, "Hi, you've finally come. Come, sit over here. I happen to have something big to tell you." As soon as Yamamoto Hai heard this, he hurried over and sat down across from Rikuji, curiously asking, "What is it that's so mysterious? You look so happy." Deerjiu leaned forward with excitement and whispered, "It's that kid, Dear Sure. He has awakened a new ability again." Upon hearing this news, Yamazhong's eyes lit up, and he became energetic, eagerly asking, "Really? Deerjiu, what kind of ability has the kid awakened this time? Please tell me all the details." Lu Jio scratched his head, showing a bit of difficulty, and waved his hand to respond. "It's really hard to explain this in a short time. Why don't we wait and let him show us directly later?" As he spoke, Lu Jio turned to call his son. However, just as he was about to shout the word Lu, he suddenly stopped. At that moment, he noticed that his son was actually huddled together with that little girl from the well, chatting enthusiastically as if no one else was around, completely ignoring the other people in the room. Rikuju couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, but he quickly adjusted his mood and smiled as he explained to Yamamoto Kanzuya, "Haha, these two kids are getting along well. Let's wait a bit and not disturb them. Besides, Dingswo will be coming over soon, and then we can all check out Rakashi's new abilities together." Yamamoto Kanzuya followed Rikuju's gaze and naturally noticed the scene over there. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, just smiled slightly in understanding, nodded, and echoed Rikuju's words, saying, "All right, let's wait then, there's no rush. When Dingswo comes, we can watch together." The first person my sister-in-law contacted was our family, and then she went with my partner to invite Dingswo's family. I think they might already be on their way to your house. Before long, Dingswo's family arrived, and Ino's mom and Rakashi's mom also came back. Everyone was already very familiar with each other, so there was no need for politeness, and the three mothers naturally went to cook. After the three mothers left, the room formed three small groups. The older generation of boar, deer, and butterfly were in the living room, chatting and laughing about things in Konoha. Meanwhile, Dingji and Shikamaru huddled together, discussing the upcoming Chunin exams. On the other side, Rakashi was sharing the experiences of the past few days with Ino. However, he didn't mention anything about being hunted by the Cloud Village, as he didn't want to worry Ino. Just then, Rakashi suddenly heard his father's voice calling him. "Rakashi, you can chat with Ino later. Come over and show us that new ability of yours." Lu Shi hesitated for a moment, but did not move his feet. Then, an astonishing scene occurred. A large amount of thick black mist suddenly surged out from beneath his feet. This black mist spread rapidly like a surging tide, and in the blink of an eye, it engulfed the entire room, plunging it into pitch darkness. It felt as if they had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness. Jingyi, frightened, tightly grasped Lu Shi's hand. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight. Lucier quickly retracted his abilities. Otherwise, this room might suffer. In the mountains, Hai E and Xiao Dao Dings was stared wide-eyed at Lucier, their faces filled with astonishment, curiosity, and confusion. After looking at Lucier for a while, Xiao Dao Dings asked Lugio, we've been banding together since the Warring States period. But this ability is something I've never heard of before. Shan Zhonghai nodded slightly, as he was also curious about this. Lugio chuckled wryly and said with a gloomy expression, I'm curious too. How does that brat have so many strange abilities? I want to check the records of our Nara clan later to see if anyone has ever awakened such abilities. To be honest, I'm quite envious of those abilities. Recently, I've been summoning ninjas using my own shadow, and I'm about to go crazy. Ha ha ha. Yamanaka Gaichi and Akimichi Dingswell laughed heartily. Soon, the meal was ready, and the three families gathered together to enjoy the delicious food. After the meal, the two families took their leave, and Lucier gestured to Ino to write. Ino immediately understood Lucier's meaning and followed her parents home. Bang bang bang. Mom, I don't want to eat. Let me sleep a bit more. It's more comfortable to sleep at home. Bang bang bang. Mom, I'm not eating, just let me sleep a little longer. I went to bed too late last night. Bang bang bang. I'm getting up now. I'll be down soon. 2 minutes later, Lucier sleepily opened his bedroom door, intending to go downstairs for breakfast. Creak, wait, Hokage-sama. Why are you in my house? It turned out that the one knocking on the door was not his mom, but the old man Sarutobi Hizashi. Sarutobi Hizashi walked into Lucier's room on his own and sat on Lucier's bed, then said kindly, I heard you came back, so I came to see you. Lucier didn't believe a single word of what Sarutobi Hizashi said. However, since this old man wouldn't be around for much longer, there was no need to offend him now. Rushi rubbed his face to refresh himself and said, Lord Hokage, you are too polite. How could I let you come to see me? I still want to watch you for a while. Sarutobi Hizashi thought to himself, this kid is really slick. If I hadn't knocked on the door 3 times, plus what you said, I would have believed it. Although Sarutobi Hizashi thought this way in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud, as he had come for a reason. He then asked kindly, Rushi, I heard from Naruto that you defeated Jiraiya. How did that happen? Didn't Teen Naruto tell you the details? Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head. He did ask, but Naruto wouldn't say. Seeing Sarutobi Hizashi shake his head, Rushi explained the events of that day. Lord Hokage, actually, I was able to win for 3 reasons. First, Lord Jiraiya wasn't serious. Second, he let me attack first. And third, I used some tactics that weren't very honorable, so it's better not to mention them. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, finding Rushi's explanation reasonable. He wasn't even a match for Jiraiya, so how could Jiraiya lose to Rushi? Rushi, can you show me your fighting style? What? Rushi shouted in surprise, and then scrutinized Sarutobi Hizashi. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a bit uneasy under Rushi's gaze, unsure what he had said wrong, when Rushi said, Lord Hokage, let's forget it. You're too old. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Ha ha ha. Although my strength has declined a bit, I'm not some little kid like you can compare to. No, Lord Hokage, even if you really want to see, you can send Umbu members. You really don't need to try. Truly, Konoha people don't deceive Konoha people. Sarutobi Hizashi initially just wanted to witness the kid's strength, but now he felt underestimated. Rushi managed to ambush Jiraiya, but he couldn't ambush himself, so he decided he had to give a try. In the training ground, Rushi looked conflicted at Sarutobi Hizashi. He really didn't want to fight this old man. Sarutobi Hizashi noticed Rushi's hesitation and encouraged him. Come on, Rushi, don't be afraid of hurting me. Let me see how much you've grown during this time. Sigh. Good advice is hard to give to stubborn ghost. Then let's do it. After murmuring this, Rushi stopped hesitating and looked seriously at Sarutobi Hizashi. Lord Hokage, isn't this about you assessing my strength? What do those Umbu behind you mean? When Sarutobi Hizashi heard Rushi's words, he turned around to tell the Umbu to stand down. As Hokage, assessing a child's strength with Umbu's assistance was quite embarrassing. However, as soon as he turned around, Rushi moved. With just a few meters of distance and the aid of the shadow fruit, Sarutobi Hizashi was suddenly surrounded. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi realized what was happening. Just as he was about to use ninjutsu, a sharp pain shot from his lower body, but he held it back. 5 seconds later, Sarutobi Hizashi broke free from the encirclement of the shadow ninjas and jumped out, then said to Rushi, That's enough, Rushi, stop. Your tactical coordination is excellent. I'm very pleased. Come to the Hokage office tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. After saying this, Sarutobi Hizashi left, not even hearing how Rushi responded. But his walking posture was somewhat awkward. Silently giving Sarutobi Hizashi a thumbs up in his heart, Lu Shi thought, no wonder he's a true ninja. He can endure such pain. When Sarutobi Hizashi returned to the office, he had all the people protecting him sent away and opened the door to check if there was anyone in the corridor. Then, Sarutobi Hizashi covered his groin with both hands and laid his face on the desk. 2 seconds later, it hurt so much. That bastard Lu Shi. Who did he learn this from? Although the Shadow Ninja didn't give Sarutobi Hizashi a full set, he still kicked him 5 or 6 times. How could it not hurt? Hizashi, the logistics are ready, Mito came in, said as he pushed open the door and walked in. However, the moment he stepped into the room, what he saw left him speechless. Sarutobi Hizashi was in an extremely awkward position on the desk, with both hands tightly covering his groin, and his face was flushed. Mito came in, rubbed his eyes vigorously, muttering in disbelief, "No, it must be my eyes playing tricks on me. Let me try again." Saying this, he slightly exerted force on the doorknob and closed the door again. Standing outside the door, Mito came in, took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his shocked and confused heart. After a moment, he slowly pushed the door open again, mumbling, "This is how it should be for Hizashi's logistics. I must have had a hallucination just now." Upon entering the room, Mito came and saw that Sarutobi Hizashi had returned to a normal sitting position, sitting upright in his chair, with no signs of anything unusual on his face. Mito came in, steadied himself, and quickly walked to the desk, saying, "Hizashi, the logistics accounts are ready. I brought them to you." Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at the account book in Mito Kamen's hand and nodded, replying, "Kamen, just put it here. I'll look at it later." Mito Kamen gently placed the account book on the desk, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, "Hizashi, when I just entered, it seemed like I saw you. Was it just my fatigue causing a hallucination? Did I really see you covering your groin and lying on the desk? Is this because I'm getting old?" Hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression became slightly unnatural, but he quickly concealed it and calmly replied, "All right, Kamen, you're not that young anymore. You should pay more attention to rest and not overwork yourself. You can go back now." After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling Mito Kamen that he could leave. After Mito Kamen left, Sarutobi Hizashi started rubbing his groin again. However, this time he was quiet about it, fearing someone else might come in. Not everyone is as foolish as Mito Kamen. In the Hokage's office, Lu Shi, "I've always had high hopes for you. I really hope you can participate in this Chunin exam and show the strength of our Konoha village to the other villages." The third Hokage sat at his desk, looking at Nara Lu Shi standing in front of him with a gentle gaze. However, Lu Shi frowned in dissatisfaction and replied bluntly, "Hey, Hokage-sama, I heard from Jiraiya that you've changed, but from my perspective, you haven't changed at all. You've actually become more filthy and despicable. Can't you really accept me? It was you who revoked my rogue ninja status, and it was you who insisted on keeping me in the village when I wanted to leave to travel. Since you can't accept me, why not let me go? Do you really want to kill me?" Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was slightly taken aback and hurriedly explained, "Lu Shi, you really misunderstand me. The reason I want you to participate in this Chunin exam is simply to use you to intimidate the other villages." Before he could finish, Lu Shi impatiently interrupted, "All right, Hokage-sama, don't try to fool me with that line again, just like you did with Naruto. Do you really believe this nonsense yourself? With my abilities, logically speaking, shouldn't you be hiding me away? Then, at a critical moment, let me strike like a sharp blade to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. But now, you can't wait to push me into the spotlight, which clearly puts me on the assassination list of other villages. This way, you can secretly act against me while I carry out tasks to achieve some ulterior motives, right?" Facing Lu Shi's aggressive questioning, the third Hokage appeared somewhat embarrassed and helpless, quickly waving his hand and saying, "Lu Shi, I really have no such intention. I'm just—" "Enough, Hokage-sama." Lu Shi rudely interrupted again. "What I'm saying today is merely to hope you don't do anything foolish. I don't want to make things difficult for Jiraiya." The momentum of the deer suddenly became fierce, with black mist spreading beneath its feet. "I, Nara Shikamaru, am not afraid of any schemes or tricks. If anyone wants to defeat me with a plot, then come. Let's see who dies first." After saying this, he turned and strode away, leaving the third Hokage sitting alone at the table, lost in deep thought. Rushi is really angry today. Originally, he planned to go out to carry out a few missions so he could escape, but Sarutobi Hizashi absolutely wouldn't let him leave and even wanted him to participate in the Chunin exam. Isn't this forcing him to reveal his strength? Just look at the Hidden Cloud village. They don't let the other villages know anything, but Konoha, on the other hand, is forcing you to expose yourself. It's really frustrating. Rushi was originally thinking about finding Ino to cultivate their relationship, but just then, a commotion came from ahead. It seems to be Naruto. Deer was a bit curious, so he lifted his foot and walked over. As he got closer, he finally saw the situation. Naruto was arguing with someone. Moving a bit closer, Deer was surprised to find that he was witnessing the scene of Naruto's first meeting with Kankuro, and there were two notorious figures in the trees, Sasuke and Gaara, both well known in the Naruto world. As soon as Naruto saw Deer approaching, he immediately started to complain, shouting, "Big brother, this guy is so despicable. He is bullying Konohamaru." Before he could finish, Kankuro, who was standing nearby, was not pleased. His expression darkened, and he seemed ready to unleash the puppet he was carrying on his back. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Temari suddenly felt a wave of dark energy spreading around her feet. She looked down and was instantly shocked. It turned out that Kankuro's puppet had been firmly grabbed by an enormous figure, and no matter how hard Kankuro tried, he couldn't retrieve it. Seeing the situation was dire, Temari quickly stepped forward and, with an apologetic expression, said to Deer, "I'm really sorry. This time was indeed Kankuro's fault. I apologize on his behalf. I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Lucier hesitated for a moment, but when his gaze met Sho Wan's eyes, which were filled with guilt and pleading, his heart stirred. After all, Sho Wan would be his brother's wife in the future, and he had to give her this face. Thus, Lucier decisively withdrew the giant shadow. "Makinaru, apologize first when you bump into someone. Your grandfather is Hokage, so you have to apologize too. And that one, oh right, the puppet master. Don't always think about attacking. Maybe before you even lift your hand, your own life will be on the line. You should know that puppet masters are not invincible. Right, you two pressure kings?" Lucier teased with a playful expression. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone followed Lucier's gaze and, upon seeing it, were taken aback. Sasuke was sitting on a thick tree branch, while Gaara was hanging upside down in a bizarre posture on another branch of a different tree. This was truly a Pressure King entrance. Very stylish. However, in response to Lucier's words, both Sasuke and Gaara chose to remain silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Just then, the branch Sasuke was sitting on was suddenly cut through by a razor-sharp katana. Following that, the branch Gaara was on met the same fate. Fortunately, these two Pressure Kings were exceptionally skilled. Even without their support, they landed safely and steadily. Gaara first glanced expressionlessly at the severed branch, then walked up to Kankuro and coldly said, "If you do this again, I'll kill you." Kankuro was clearly frightened by Gaara, sweating coldly in fear. Gaara then turned to Lucier and slowly said, "You are strong. I will kill you in the Chunin exams." Deer's lips slightly curled up, revealing a confident smile as he responded, "Sure, if you have that ability. Come on, just don't cry when the time comes." Gaara looked at Deer expressionlessly, completely not understanding what he had just said. However, Gaara didn't take it to heart and walked straight ahead, with Kankuro immediately following. When Temari passed by Deer, she stopped, slightly turned to look at him, and softly asked, "What is your name?" Deer blinked, a mischievous smile appearing on his face, and then answered without hesitation, "My name is Hulu Wa." This name made Temari pause for a moment. Then she recalled the Hulu Wa from Sunagakure. She directed her gaze at Deer, looked him up and down, and said, "It's really unexpected that you could survive being chased by the two strongest people in our Sunagakure." Deer seemed unconcerned about this, simply shrugging lightly and responding indifferently. "Humph. What you call the strongest is just your personal opinion. In my eyes, they're just like that." As soon as this was said, Gaara, who was originally walking forward, suddenly turned around, stared at him intently, and slowly said, "So, you are the person who appeared that night." Lucier's expression immediately showed a hint of pride as he chuckled and said, "Huh, how does that free smoke bath feel? Is it particularly enjoyable?" Upon hearing this, Gaara's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, and he coldly replied, "Very good, you've just given me another reason to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Gaara turned and walked away, not sparing Lucier another glance. Shimura cast a deep look at Lucier before following Gaara out. Once the two had walked far away, Lucier finally shifted his gaze from them. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed another figure, Sasuke, leaning quietly against a large tree, watching this side with a cold and proud demeanor. Lucier's mouth slightly curled up as he deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "Hey, Erjuzi, you're getting more and more arrogant now. You don't even want to say hello to me, your former teammate?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately became unhappy. He hated being called Erjuzi by Lucier. "Shut up. I don't go by Erjuzi. Also, I'm not the same person I used to be. You might have been strong back then, but that was in the past. You're not my opponent now. I can't believe it, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Sasuke. Among the people I know, no one understands how to act cool better than you. I, Nara Lushur, would like to call you Sasuke the strongest show-off king. Lushur teased with a smile. Naruto also reacted and immediately got worked up. You arrogant Sasuke. How dare you say that about my brother? Do you think you could surpass my brother? You're just good at boasting. My brother is incredibly strong. As he spoke, Naruto rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to fight, as it seemed that Sasuke and Naruto were about to get into a heated argument. Lushur quickly reached out to grab Naruto and advised, "All right, Naruto, stop it. Sasuke has this personality. We can't let a small matter affect your friendship. Remember, no matter how your teammates perform, as partners, we should be tolerant of each other." What I said earlier was just to tease Sasuke. I wasn't really angry. Just as Lushur was trying to persuade Naruto, a sudden crackle sound was heard. Deer instinctively turned around and saw Sasuke standing there, with crackling lightning shimmering in his palm, which was his signature jutsu, Raikiri. Noticing that Deer had turned back, Sasuke's lips curled up slightly, revealing a provocative smile as he said, "So what do you think? Want to have a little spar? Let me see your current strength." Lu sighed helplessly and shook his head, then placed a hand on his forehead and muttered to himself, "Sigh. It seems I have to give you a beating to live up to your second pillar title. Let's go." To the training ground, there are fewer people there. I'll show you what it means to be your grandpa. Although the sound of Rushi was not loud, it was still heard by Sasuke, who roared at Rushi, "Bastard. Don't call me Erjuzi. I hate that name." Rushi ignored Sasuke's protest and walked straight to the training ground. Originally, Rushi had no intention of bullying Sasuke, but Sasuke's stubborn demeanor was really infuriating. Since Erjuzu is either being beaten or on the way to being beaten, I shouldn't be an exception. That would be the greatest disrespect to Sasuke. By the training ground, Naruto, Sakura, and Konohamaru were watching. Sakura was actually very worried, but she didn't show it because Rushi was there. Naruto, on the other hand, was excited, hoping that his brother would beat Sasuke like he did Jiraiya. If Sasuke knew about Jiraiya's miserable state, he would definitely thank Naruto's whole family. Konohamaru was a bit confused. In the distance, a white-haired figure was watching. Wanted to see how much Rushi had grown during this time. Under the gaze of the few, Sasuke moved. Chidori, shadow water. Chidori, shadow water. Chidori, shadow water. 5 minutes later, Sasuke's face was flushed and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His body trembled slightly, and his hands were tightly pressed against his knees, as if that was the only way to support his swaying body. Every breath felt heavy and hurried, sounding like a bellows. Sasuke's eyes widened as he stared at Rushi not far away, filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe that the most powerful move he currently mastered could not inflict any harm on this former teammate. This result was like a heavy hammer smashing down on his heart, causing the once firm belief in revenge to show cracks. Sasuke was very frustrated. Killing Itachi was his only goal. However, at this moment, facing such a powerful and difficult opponent like Rushi, he couldn't help but start to doubt whether he really had the ability to take revenge. Could the path of revenge really reach its end? Or was he actually chasing an unattainable illusion? At that moment, Kakashi walked up to Sasuke, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. "You think you're training hard, but that's just your own feeling. While you were training, Rushi was already fighting for his life against the people of the Cloud Village. Your paths are different. Don't lose confidence in yourself. Keep working hard. I believe in you." Then he looked at Rushi and said, "Rushi, I didn't expect your strength to progress so quickly. Should we spar a bit?" Naruto looked at Kakashi-sensei with an excited expression. In fact, Kakashi came over because Hiruzen Sarutobi had assigned him a mission to personally test Naruto's strength. After his last embarrassing defeat, Kakashi was quite unwilling to accept it. So, before coming, he specifically instructed Kakashi not to look back and to keep his eyes on Naruto. Kakashi didn't understand what the Hokage meant, but agreed anyway. Just as Sasuke had lost, he used that as an excuse to test Naruto, who would likely not refuse. However, looking at Naruto's eyes, Kakashi felt something bad was about to happen. "All right, bring it on, Kakashi-sensei." Then, the third victim appeared. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm about to start, so please be prepared," Naruto said seriously, his eyes revealing confidence and determination. Kakashi smiled slightly and replied, "Bring it on. Although your strength is already quite strong now, I'm afraid you're still a little short of defeating me." He crossed his arms, appearing relaxed. At that moment, Naruto suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, Kakashi-sensei, I have a sequel to the stories of Shimin Daju in here. I wanted to give it to you when I came back, but I've been busy these past few days and forgot. Here you go. Give me some suggestions." As he spoke, he summoned a giant shadow, placing the paper in its hand, signaling it to deliver it to Kakashi. The giant immediately understood, stepping forward to hand the thick stack of paper to Kakashi. Kakashi naturally knew about Naruto's abilities, but today this shadow ninja seemed to be even bigger than usual. However, he didn't think much of it and reached out to take the stack of papers. However, just as he touched the papers, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Why would Naruto choose to give him the book at this moment of sparring? If he was going to give it to him, why not do it himself instead of sending this big guy? Unless Kakashi suddenly sensed something was wrong, it was too late. Two shadow ninjas had already grabbed his legs, and then a wave of excruciating pain shot up from his lower body. The giant shadow held Kakashi's shoulders tightly while the shadow ninjas began a relentless assault. Pulling, tugging, yanking, digging, stretching, twisting, flicking, kneading, and kicking, finishing off with 1,000 years of pain. Victory was that simple. Saying this, he recalled the Shadow Army. "Oh!" Kakashi let out a piercing scream, his body involuntarily curling up like a shrimp, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Meanwhile, the instigator Naruto stood aside with a sly smile on his face. Sasuke, Naruto, and Konoha were trembling, tightly covering their pants as if something precious were hidden there, fearing Naruto might suddenly use that move on them too. After all, they couldn't withstand such an attack. Just thinking about that kind of pain made the three shiver. Especially Sasuke, who was filled with gratitude towards Naruto. Just moments ago, if Naruto had really used that move, he might have had to stay in the hospital for months. Looking back now, Sasuke couldn't help but feel lucky. As for Sakura, she was already blushing profusely, quickly covering her eyes with her hands, trying to block out the embarrassing scene before her. However, her eyes peeking through her fingers revealed everything, resembling a scene with Ino. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was secretly observing this farce through a crystal ball, was also shocked by Naruto's antics. He instinctively squeezed his legs together, muttering, "This Kakashi is really too disappointing. I already warned him before, yet he still fell for it. And that Naruto, this fighting style is too dirty, really embarrassing for our Konoha village." Time passed minute by minute. After about half an hour, Kakashi, satisfied, left the scene with a smile while holding a sequel to the stories of Shimura. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that for Kakashi-sensei, these yellow books are truly his real passion. In fact, Naruto had been quite lenient with Kakashi and Jiraiya. The shadow ninjas were very measured in their actions, simply hitting them hard enough to feel pain. But they would definitely not cause any substantial harm. However, when it came to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto showed no mercy. The shadow ninjas used all their strength to kick the third Hokage, but unfortunately, the old man managed to dodge. Otherwise, he would have received a couple of hard hits. You see, such unexpected sneak attack methods could only be used once by each person. After all, no one would be foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. Especially enemies. It would be even harder to deceive them. When Naruto tried to trick that group from the Cloud Village, he racked his brains and tried every method. Yet even then, he failed once out of 3 attempts. It must be said that ninjas from other villages are not easy to deceive. The reason Naruto could successfully sneak attack was largely due to Kakashi and the others underestimating him and not taking him seriously. Plus, he understood them well, allowing him to cleverly seize the opportunity and strike effectively. However, if he faced unfamiliar opponents, the situation would be quite different, because Naruto knew nothing about these outsiders. He couldn't accurately grasp their thoughts and behavior patterns. Thus, the chances of a successful sneak attack would naturally be greatly reduced. I don't want to think about these troublesome matters. Naruto shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to reality from those memories. He turned to look at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who were training hard. They were stimulated by Naruto's actions. So, after Kakashi stood up, they had been training ever since. Naruto asked the 3 of them, "How is your preparation for the Chunin exam going? Do you need me to tutor you?" Upon hearing that Naruto had voluntarily offered to tutor them, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura immediately flailed around like they had stepped on a tail, hurriedly shaking their heads and mumbling, No. Who would dare let you tutor us? It's fine if you help us with academic subjects, but if it's practical combat, what if you use that move on us? This isn't a joke. So, we appreciate the offer, but we'll pass." Seeing the 3 of them so resolutely refusing him, as if facing a great enemy, made Naruto chuckle. But he didn't press the issue further. In truth, He simply wanted to share some exam experiences with his little friends. All right, since you're unwilling, then forget it. However, Naruto's tone shifted, and a smile appeared on his face as he continued. I'll treat everyone to a big meal. Naruto, you take care of this. Remember to call everyone and let them know I'm treating today, so everyone can enjoy a feast. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he excitedly nodded. Okay, big brother. Don't worry, I'll notify everyone right away, and I guarantee no one will be left out. Hee hee, free barbecue to eat. After saying that, he dashed off energetically. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked a bit down and was lost in thought over there. At this moment, Lu Shi said to Sasuke, I still prefer your rebellious look from just now. You need to get your act together. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Sasuke blushed rarely. Perhaps it was a failed attempt at showing off. In a ninja school of Konoha Village, a highly anticipated exam was taking place. This exam tested not only the students' foundational knowledge, but also their information-gathering abilities and mental resilience. The Konoha 12, as the village's elite, were naturally expected to perform well. The exam questions were unexpectedly difficult, with many topics that the students had never encountered before. The classroom was silent. Only the sound of pens scratching on paper and occasional sighs could be heard. Mori no Ibi was acting as the proctor, occasionally writing something in her notebook. From time to time, someone was disqualified from the exam. Everyone frowned, trying hard to think through each question, attempting to find a breakthrough in solving them. As time passed, the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. Many students began to feel anxious and uneasy, worried that they wouldn't be able to complete all the questions within the allotted time. Some students even started to doubt whether they truly had the potential to become excellent ninjas. Naruto looked at the test paper, scratching his head in search of answers. However, amid this tense atmosphere, one figure stood out as particularly calm. Lu Shi, a student known for his composure. Lu Shi was not nervously flipping through the exam paper like other students. Instead, he calmly analyzed each question. His eyes revealed a sense of confidence and composure, as if this exam posed no challenge to him. Well, the reason he could remain so calm was that he had stolen the answers. Just then, Lu Shi suddenly felt like he was being watched by many people. Looking back, he saw what the hell. Ning Xiai and Hinata were staring at him with wide eyes. Sasuke was looking at him with a Sharingan. Gaara was watching him with a sand eye, and all the 12 young ninjas were staring at him. Lu Shi instinctively touched his face. In fact, he didn't know the answers to the questions on the paper because he had never studied them. He could answer them only because he had stolen the answers. Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. I'll just finish writing first. The movements of Lu Shi were smooth and swift, as if he were performing a silent play. Finally, halfway through the exam, Lu Shi had completed all the questions. He gently set down his pen and carefully reviewed the test paper, confirming that there were no omissions or mistakes. After ensuring everything was correct, Lu Shi began to write down his answers again, producing a total of 12 copies. Then, he slowly stood up and walked over to Tsunayabiki. Tsunayabiki was also surprised. Even he might not be able to answer all these questions. This child had been writing continuously from the start. Could he really do it? Although puzzled, he accepted Lu Shi's exam paper. Just as Tsunayabiki wanted to look at Lu Shi's paper, Hinata suddenly shouted. Everyone's attention turned to Hinata, who immediately lowered her head and apologized. Sorry, a pen poked my hand. Upon hearing Hinata's words, the crowd stopped looking at her, and Tsunayabiki lowered his head to examine Lu Shi's paper. The reason Hinata shouted was not because of a pen poking her hand, but because a hand suddenly appeared from under the desk, startling her. This hand belonged to Lu Shi's shadow ninja, who had been instructed to deliver the answers to the 12 small strong. However, Hinata, lacking composure, was frightened by the sudden appearance of the hand, and it was Ino next to her who retrieved the answers, allowing Hinata to regain her composure. In fact, Lu Shi had showcased the shadow ninja during the gathering the previous day, and now that the secret couldn't be concealed, he decided to let his friends know about it first. All 12 members of the 12 small strong received the answers. When Tsunayabiki looked up again, he noticed that many people had already begun writing. After walking around and seeing identical answers, he realized that this was cheating. However, the purpose of the exam was to assess everyone's information-gathering abilities. Being able to cheat without being caught could also be considered skill. But when he saw Naruto's exam paper, Tsunayabiki thought, how could someone be so foolish? Because Naruto's answers were prefaced with lines like, Naruto, this is the answer to question 1, don't write it wrong. And Naruto, this is the answer to question 2, fill those numbers in order on the diagram. Tsunayabiki held his head in frustration, thinking that the person who passed the answers to Naruto clearly didn't write them clearly enough. Otherwise, Naruto might not even be able to distinguish which was which. Nonetheless, Naruto's thought process was something that opened his eyes. He wrote every single thing down. Yao Shirdo watched this scene and silently calculated the task that Orochimaru had given him, which was to collect as much information as possible about Nara Lu Shur. Because of Lu Shur's appearance, all 12 members of the 12 Small Strong turned in their papers early, except for Naruto. Sanai Yubiki didn't allow Naruto to submit his paper, insisting that he check his answers carefully, which made Naruto argue back for a bit, almost revealing Lu Shur's secret. Unexpectedly, there were still so many people left. Just as he finished speaking, Akamaru jumped in through the window, but when she glanced at the candidates, she was stunned. Where are the people from Konoha? How come only Naruto is left? Logically, Naruto should be the one with the least hope. How is it that now only Naruto remains? Sanai Yubiki saw through Akamaru's thoughts and pointed at Naruto, saying, "You'll know if you go take a look." Akamaru approached Naruto and took a look. "Ha, you idiot. You can't even copy the correct answers. Just wait to be eliminated. I will definitely pass. This is the correct answer." Naruto wanted to say something about Lu Shur again, but he held back. After the exam ended, the students all came out, and Naruto immediately found Lu Shur. "Big brother, I passed the final test." Just as Naruto was about to say something else, Sanai Yubiki approached, looking at Lu Shur with satisfaction, and said, "You really surprised me. You messed up our plans behind the scenes, but you did pass. Here, take this as a reward." After speaking, he handed Lu Shur a piece of paper and turned to leave. After Sanai Yubiki left, Naruto opened it to see that it was Naruto's exam paper. However, upon seeing the answers, he was completely shocked, and at that moment, everyone gathered around to look at the paper in Lu Shur's hand. "Ha ha ha, idiot." Sasuke mocked as usual. Naruto-kun. Hinata also wanted to laugh but held it in. However, the others couldn't help it. In an instant, everyone burst into laughter. Naruto was so talented. At the beginning, Shika was curious. Why was it that only Naruto didn't come out? With this answer, it's strange that Sanai Yubiki could make him come out. However, fortunately, everyone passed, so Shika decided to treat everyone to Ichiraka ramen. Yakushi Kabuto watched this scene from a distance, and Shika noticed him, but he didn't expose Yakushi Kabuto's identity. Lu Shur thought, since the medicine master do has come, Orochimaru should have arrived as well. After laughing, everyone headed towards Ichiraku ramen. Early the next morning, the 12 young ninjas of Konoha gathered outside the Forest of Death. And with Lu Shur joining them, it should be the 13 young ninjas now. After Hong Do announced the rules, everyone entered the Forest of Death from different directions. But Lu Shur had no teammates. He was participating as an individual. Walking inside the Forest of Death, Lu Shur felt pretty good. It wasn't as terrifying as Hong Do had said. Around noon, Lu Shur discovered 3 little cuties. They were lying in ambush on a tree, probably considering him as their prey. Lu Shur pulled out his smoke knife and stood there, not moving forward, because in front was a trap. Lu Shur's glasses were not just for show. He had already noticed several people. 10 minutes later, cough, 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 retreat. Hurry up and leave, cough, 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 cough. If you don't leave, cough, cough, you'll be choked to death. Watching the 3 people escape, Lu Shur did not pursue them. He just looked at the scroll of the Book of Heaven, feeling a bit annoyed, as he was also a part of the Book of Heaven. This was useless. He could only continue looking for the next little cutie. Soon, Lu Shur encountered 3 more little cuties, who should be under Orochimaru. The same steps, the same result, but this time he obtained the Book of Earth, so he could go complete his task. He really didn't want to wander aimlessly in the forest, and he also didn't want to kill people casually. It was meaningless. Just then, someone called his name. Lu Shur. When Lu Shur turned around, he saw Ino and the others. Dingji and the others walked up to Lu Shur and said, "I knew it was you, Lu Shur. Who else could create so much smoke? It's such a hassle. Can't we just walk on our own?" Going back and forth means we have to walk a lot more. Ignoring Dingji and Shikamaru's banter, Lu Shur took Ino's hand and said, "So, did you encounter any enemies? Didn't I tell you to come to me if you saw smoke? Actually, I wanted to come find you as soon as I saw the smoke. But Shikamaru said you would catch up, so I didn't come." Upon hearing Ino's explanation, Shikamaru felt a malicious gaze directed at him. He looked up and indeed saw his older brother looking at him with that unfriendly gaze. Shikamaru turned his head away and stopped looking at his brother. "All right, Ino, let's ignore that lazy guy. With his attitude, he'll never find a wife." Hearing Lu Shur's words, Ino burst out laughing. She found these 2 brothers really interesting. Just then, Lu Shur asked her, "Ino, what is your scroll? I have an extra Book of Heaven here. If yours is the Book of Earth, then I'll give this to you." As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, the chubby Ding Ci said, "Great. Our Book of Earth finally means we don't have to steal from others this time." Wind release. Great breakthrough. Dark tide. A large amount of black mist appeared from under Lu Shi's feet, and then the mist surged like waves in one direction. Shikamaru, along with Ino and Ding Ci, set off to inform Lord Hokage that Orochimaru had arrived. In an instant, Lu Shi had devised a plan, and since he could use such a large-scale wind release, it had to be Orochimaru. Ino was still reluctant to leave, but when she saw the seriousness in Lu Shi's eyes, it was the first time she had seen him so tense. So she immediately followed Shikamaru and Ding Ci. If she didn't leave, she might become a burden to Lu Shi. The moment the wind release touched the dark tide, it instantly transformed from a hurricane into a gentle breeze, then dissipated. This was Lu Shi's enhanced version of dark water, specifically designed to withstand such large-scale ninjutsu. What clever little brat, but how did you know it was me? Do you know me? And what kind of ninjutsu is that? Before Lu Shi could see the snake, he heard Orochimaru's 3 questions. As the dark mist dissipated, Orochimaru appeared right in front of Lu Shi. I have to say, the pressure Orochimaru exuded was truly formidable, and his aura was very dark at that moment. I have a natural fondness for snake soup, so as soon as you appeared, I knew who you were. As for how I knew, I believe there isn't a ninja in the entire ninja world who doesn't know the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. But I wonder why a big shot like you would come to find a child like me. Although Shika may not be able to defeat Orochimaru, he is not afraid of him. If he can't win, he can still run away. I heard that the Nara clan produced an amazing genius. So I came to take a look, and I found out that he is even better than the rumors. Not only can he block my attacks, but he can also quickly organize his teammates to retreat. Truly a smart person from the Nara clan. As for Orochimaru's words, Shika doesn't believe them. Anyone who does is a fool. Adjusting his emotions, he said, "Lord Orochimaru, as you can see, isn't it time to leave? Otherwise, your teacher might come personally." Then he heard Orochimaru's sinister voice say, "At first, I indeed intended to just observe, but now I've changed my mind. I want to take you with me." Shadow Snake Hand. Suddenly, dozens of snakes emerged from Orochimaru's sleeves, and as soon as they appeared, they lunged at Shika. Lu Shi drew his smoke knife and quickly retreated. At that moment, the Shadow Ninja was also summoned, and a samurai sword extended from Orochimaru's shadow, slashing towards him. The giant shadow pulled out a tree as thick as a calf and smashed it down towards Orochimaru. As expected of an old hand, Orochimaru instantly dodged the attack of a samurai sword. Interesting. I'm more interested in your body now. Next time, I will definitely get your body. At this point, Lu Shi had already run far away. Orochimaru had too many trump cards, and his ability to escape was unmatched. It was not the right time to confront Orochimaru head-on. Lu Shi was still hoping that Orochimaru would take down Sarutobi Hizashi. Otherwise, he would just have to give him a set, pull, tug, yank, and rip. Soon, Akkad arrived with 2 Umbu. Lu Shi didn't even want to comment. With this lineup, they wanted to capture Orochimaru. If Orochimaru really let them catch him, he might as well not hang around in the ninja world. It would be embarrassing. As soon as Akkad saw Lu Shi, she immediately asked, "Lu Shi, where's Orochimaru?" "Over there in that black smoke. You go look for him. Hopefully, you won't find him, or with just the 3 of you, tomorrow will be a snake stew." Ignoring Akkad's murderous gaze, he walked towards the arriving Kakashi and the others. In fact, after Lu Shi said that, she calmed down. She knew Orochimaru's strength very well. The 3 of them were truly not enough. She had indeed acted impulsively just now. Because Orochimaru had left a curse mark on her, she hated him deeply. As soon as she heard Orochimaru was in the forest of death, she rushed over without considering anything else. Deer walked in front of Jingye and gave him a hug. It was evident that Jingye was indeed a bit tired from the continuous journey. "All right, it's okay now. Let's go submit our mission." Seeing that Deer was fine, Jingye felt relieved, and then he remembered that they were still in the Chunin exam when he heard Deer mention submitting the mission. The 4 of them then headed towards the place to submit their mission. After finishing the Heaven and Earth scroll with the Pig Deer Butterfly squad, Shika exited the Death Forest. The others wouldn't be in any danger anyway. It was just that Sasuke would get a strawberry planted by Orochimaru, but that wasn't a big deal. Just let it happen naturally. The rest would take some time to come out, so the 4 of them went home. Coincidentally, when Shika and Shikamaru returned home, the older generation of the Pig Deer Butterfly clan was there. After greeting his father, Uncle Hichi, and Uncle Dingsway X2, Shika wanted to head upstairs since he planned to chat with Ino. However, just as he turned around, his father called him back. "Shika, Don't go back to your room yet. Come sit down. We need to discuss something with you. Sitting down next to his father, Shika curiously asked, Father, what's wrong? Hichi, you tell Shika. You're the most suitable to talk about this, Shikaku said, winking at Yamashiro Hichi, leaving Shika confused, thinking, what's going on? If there's something to say, just say it. Is it really necessary to drag it out like this? Lucier looked at his father-in-law, feeling that the three of them were a bit strange. Ahem. Lucier, I heard you have a particularly strong shadow ninja. I want to borrow it for a while. Our clan's territory in the mountain is being renovated these days, and we need someone to help move materials, so I want to go help. Before the father-in-law could finish speaking, Lucier placed the troll soldier into his father-in-law's shadow and simultaneously gave the troll soldier an order. Yamashita Hachi watched as Lucier commanded a huge shadow ninja to drill into his shadow. Then, out of curiosity, he touched his own shadow, feeling no change, and said, Come out and help. The troll soldier then emerged from the shadow, standing straight in front of Yamashita Hachi. Uncle Hachi, they can understand some simple commands, so just give the orders directly. Hearing Lucier's words, Yamashita Hachi pointed at Akimichi Choza and said, Throw this fat guy out for me. Upon hearing Yamashita Hachi's command, the troll soldier grabbed Akimichi Choza by the waist with both hands and lifted him effortlessly. At first, Akimichi Choza was confused, but he quickly reacted and shouted, Hachi, you bastard, let me down. When Yamashita Hachi saw that this shadow ninja obeyed his command, he ordered the shadow ninja to put Akimichi Choza down. In fact, shadow ninja was just a term used by others. Lucier would recall whichever name he wanted, it was just a code name. After resolving the matter with Yamashita Hachi, Lugio looked at his son with confusion and asked, Weren't you guys supposed to be participating in the Chunin exam today? I remember this exam is quite difficult. Why are you back so soon? Lucier rubbed his face and replied with a hint of helplessness. Sigh. How should I put it? After I went in, I encountered two small teams who tried to snatch the scroll from me, but I managed to snatch it back from them. Then, I ran into Ino and the others. After that, I met Orochimaru. What? You actually encountered Orochimaru? Upon hearing this news, Lugio, Yamashiro Kai, and Akadu, Dingzu all exclaimed in surprise. Their astonished expressions and voices startled Lucier. However, Lucier quickly regained his composure and understood why the three were so shocked. Clearly, they were worried that he and the others would suffer a significant loss when encountering Orochimaru. So he hurriedly explained, all right, Father, Uncle Kai, and Uncle Dingzu, I understand your concerns. Don't worry, Ino and the others are fine. When I encountered Orochimaru, I had them retreat first. As for me, I quickly left the scene while Orochimaru was entangled with those shadow ninjas. Fortunately, I ran into Teacher Akado and the Umbu members on the way. So, we returned the heavenly scroll to the teacher in charge of the assessment together, and we successfully passed this exam. Lucier smiled and spoke, his tone exceptionally relaxed, as if everything he had just experienced was merely a small matter. But in reality, this operation did not encounter much danger. The three of them listened to Lucier's nonchalant words, but they were not calm inside. They knew Orochimaru too well and understood his strength, but they did not expect Lucier to accomplish this. Shan Zhonghai laughed heartily and praised. This kid Lucier is truly impressive. Not only did he bravely step up to block the enemy's attacks for the three of us, but he also managed to ensure the safe retreat of Zhu, Lu, and Dai in a short amount of time. He cleverly used strategy to buy ample time for their withdrawal. What's even more astonishing is that under such circumstances, he actually led the three of them to successfully pass the Chunin exam. Looking at Lucier now, I suddenly feel like I really am getting old. Hearing his father-in-law's praise, Lucier felt a bit shy. After all, the situation wasn't as severe as it sounded, and he wasn't as exceptional as his father-in-law claimed. But he didn't refute it. After discussing the matters, Lucier returned to his room. He still needed to chat with Ino on WeChat. In Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen was helping Sasuke suppress the cursed seal. The plot hadn't changed. Orochimaru still left strawberries for Sasuke, who would soon go to find him in person. Half an hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out of the ward. As soon as Naruto saw Sarutobi Hiruzen come out, he immediately asked with concern, Grandpa Hokage, how is Sasuke? When will he wake up? Although Naruto often bickered with Sasuke, he still cared deeply about him. Seeing Naruto like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Naruto's head with a kind expression and said, Don't worry, Naruto. Sasuke is fine. He will wake up tomorrow. You should go back and prepare well for the upcoming exams. Oh, Naruto replied and left, but it was clear he was still very worried about Sasuke. Occasionally looking back at Sasuke's ward, In the Hokage office. Hokage-sama. We found 3 corpses at the village's edge. The faces of the deceased are unrecognizable. With such methods, I can conclude that this is definitely the work of Orochimaru. Hokage-sama. Do you think we should temporarily suspend the Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hizashi sat at his desk, slightly furrowing his brows, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his head, looked firmly at Akane, and slowly spoke. Akane, this Chunin exam is of great significance. Even the daimyo will be present to watch. For us, this is an opportunity to ease our relationship with the daimyo. Therefore, the exam must not be stopped under any circumstances. As for Orochimaru, I will send Umbu to handle it. What you need to do is focus on managing the related affairs of this Chunin exam to ensure everything goes smoothly. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's words, Akane nodded in response. Understood, Hokage-sama. In that case, I will take my leave. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Akane bowed again and then turned to leave. 2 days later, today was the day for one-on-one practical combat, so everyone was very excited. Especially Lee, who had been shouting youthful slogans since he arrived at the venue in the morning. Being a team with him every day was quite embarrassing. Sasuke had woken up, but he felt an even stronger aura of dominance about him. Yesterday, Lucier had gone to the slug sage for another treatment of slime, so now Lucier was in pain all over. At that moment, the real Hulu Gaara, walked up to Lucier and said, I hope to encounter you in the upcoming exam so I can kill you openly. Deer glanced at Gaara and teased. I hope your sand can protect you. I have a surprise prepared for you. Gaara replied, Humph. I hope your strength is as strong as your mouth. After saying that, he walked away. Soon, the battle list was released. Possibly because of Deer's appearance, the order from the original work was mostly jumbled, and, surprisingly, Deer's opponent this time was Hinata. Lucier was also speechless. Isn't this just a joke? How can my moves possibly work on the soft and cute Hinata? Forget it. I'll just persuade Hinata to give up later. The first to appear was Naruto, and his opponent was Neji Hyuga, one of the 12 ninja guardians. Right now, Naruto was no match for Neji at all. After a few rounds, his Rasengan and Shadow Clone Jutsu were both countered by Neji's heavenly spin. And then Neji unleashed a flurry of gentle fists on Naruto, leaving him dazed. In the end, Neji won with overwhelming strength. This left Naruto feeling very disappointed. Just as he stepped out, a hand patted him on the shoulder. When Naruto turned around, he saw his older brother. He felt a bit embarrassed and was about to say something when he heard Lucier say, Naruto, you have already done very well. You just lack battle experience. Don't be discouraged, I believe in you. Hearing Lucier's words, Naruto's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Big brother. After saying that, he excitedly leaned closer, only to be ruthlessly pushed away by Lucier, who thought to himself, save that passionate look for Sasuke. The second to enter was Shikamaru, and his opponent was his future wife, Temari. Temari floated down to the center of the arena on her fan. However, Shikamaru didn't want to compete and wanted to forfeit. But this time, it wasn't Naruto who pushed him. Lucier kicked Shikamaru down instead. After kicking him down, Lucier shouted from above, if you lose, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back. Looking at his older brother who was shouting at him, Shikamaru sat up. What a hassle. What's the point of this match? But since his brother had spoken, he had to take it seriously, otherwise. Shikamaru shivered at the thought and didn't dare to think further. Soon, their battle began. Temari's large fan was indeed powerful. At first, it forced Shikamaru to retreat in a panic, but he quickly regained his rhythm. With the help of his shuriken, Shikamaru's shadow ultimately managed to control Temari. However, just like in the original story, Shikamaru chose to forfeit. In Lucier's view, forfeiting was completely fine. One forfeit could earn him a beautiful wife, which was a big win for the Nara family. After Shikamaru came up, Shikashi didn't reprimand him. Instead, he praised him with a well done. Seeing that his brother wasn't angry, Shikamaru felt relieved. The match continued. Soon it was Shikashi's turn. At this moment, Hinata on the opposite side was very nervous. She knew Shikashi well and realized she could never be his opponent, but in order not to disappoint her father, she decided she had to give a try. Looking at Hinata's stubborn little eyes, Shikashi admitted that he felt soft-hearted. It wasn't that he liked Hinata. He just felt a little heartbroken seeing a little girl being pushed so hard by her family. So, he didn't intend to persuade Hinata to give up and wanted to let her show herself as much as possible. The little guys had no intention of cheering, as there was no suspense in this match, and besides, they were all classmates, so it was hard to cheer for anyone. In the center of the arena, seeing the nervous Hinata, Shikashi was the first to speak. All right, Hinata, come at me. Let me see your strength. Okay, Shikashi-kun, I'm going to attack now. Byakugan, activate. Then the two started exchanging punches and kicks. Shikashi's taijutsu was average, but compared to his swordsmanship and abilities, in terms of physical skills, only Lee was stronger than him. The people on the stage were dumbfounded, especially Kakashi, who thought, this little brat, why is he so gentle with a girl? What about the moves you used on me? Why aren't you using them? But he quickly realized that his thoughts were incorrect. Shikashi was not so brutal towards friends, only towards enemies. The little guys watching the battle between Hinata and Shikashi then realized that Shikashi's taijutsu was also quite strong. Soon, Hinata couldn't hold on any longer. In a moment of distraction, Shikashi's fist stopped in front of her, and he playfully tapped her forehead with his fist, saying, "You lost, Hinata?" Hinata then reacted and hurriedly stepped back. At this moment, the teacher also came up and said, "Nara, Shikashi wins." On the spectator's stand, Hyuga Hizashi said to the behind, "Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai, you really raised a good son? I truly envy your Nara clan." Rika smiled and replied, "That brat is still far from it. Miss Hinata is also very talented." After a bit of mutual flattery, the two continued to watch the match. Hyuga Hayashi was quite satisfied with Hinata's performance in this match. After all, he had heard that Riku had taken down several Jonin, and to fight Hinata in such a way had already given enough face to the Hyuga clan. Next up was Sasuke, who jumped down from the stands, performing a 720-degree spin in the air before landing steadily. His entrance was full of flair. As for Sasuke's opponent, Sakura, she was dumbfounded, mumbling, "So cool," and gazing at Sasuke with infatuation. Seeing Sakura like this, Naruto, feeling unconvinced, said, "Show off Sasuke," always trying to look cool. Everyone had become immune to the love story of the three of them. In the end, even the referee couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Start." Sasuke didn't even make a move, and Sakura conceded. Riku thought that conceding like this was unfair to Sasuke's dramatic entrance. The matches were resolved one after the other. Quickly concluding today's events. A total of 27 people from 9 teams emerged from the Forest of Death, plus Riku, the lone wolf, making it 28. 14 people successfully advanced, and now they would wait for the finals in half a month. Ino lost to Kiba, but she didn't feel down. Her individual combat ability wasn't strong, so losing was normal. It was uncertain if there were any underhanded tactics involved, but Gaara faced off against Kankuro, who, frightened, directly conceded. Gaara glanced at Riku, but said nothing as he walked out of the arena. Naruto also noticed and thought, "Big bro, why is that kid with the gourd looking at you like that? Probably trying to show off again, but it's okay. I'll just beat him up next time." After the exam ended, everyone returned home, while Riku took Ino to a forest outside Konoha, as they hadn't watched a sunset together in a long time. The golden rays of the setting sun spilled over the stream, shimmering on the water's surface like countless sparkling diamonds. Riku and Ino sat on the stones by the stream, quietly enjoying the tranquility and beauty. The stream flowed gently. Occasionally a few fallen leaves drifted by, breaking the surface's calm, but adding a touch of poetry. The two sat side by side, leaning against each other, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat. Surrounding them were dense trees, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze, rustling softly as if singing a love song for them. Ino leaned on Riku's shoulder, closed her eyes, deeply inhaling the fresh air, feeling the embrace of nature. Deer gently stroked her hand, his gaze tender and focused, as if the whole world had vanished, leaving only the two of them. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. All worries and noise shut out, leaving only this pure happiness and tranquility. The two didn't speak, quietly watching the sun, and an hour later, the sun had completely set. "Ino, after the Chunin exam, do you have any other thoughts?" Hearing Deer's question, Ino moved her head away from Deer's shoulder, thought for a moment, and said, "Nothing special, except for the mission. I hope you can spend more time with me, and not just go off on missions without a word like before." Rushi held Ino's small hand and said, "Don't worry, it won't be like this again. The previous situation was a bit special, so I left in such a hurry." I believe you," Ino replied, leaning her head on Rushi's shoulder. She really liked this feeling. Although she and Rushi were not of marrying age yet, she knew that her future partner would definitely be Rushi. The two of them walked back late, but it wasn't difficult. A villager in a wheelchair passed by them and specifically glanced at them. After sending Ino home, Rushi walked in the direction of his own home. At that moment, a shadow appeared 5 meters in front of Rushi. When Lucier looked up, he found it was Kakashi. Just as Lucier was about to speak, Kakashi spoke first. "Lucier, the Hokage wants you to go over there." After saying that, he ran off. "Hey, is there no one left in Konoha? Why am I the only one being bothered?" After mumbling for a bit, Lucier headed towards the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Lucier looked at the mission and felt a bit speechless. He was told that the daimyo would be coming to Konoha tomorrow and that he was to secretly protect the daimyo. Hokage-sama, is there really no one left in Konoha? Or is there no one in the Umbu? You want me, a kid, to secretly protect the daimyo? Are you trying to take me out secretly? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened as he said unkindly, Lucier, I know you have many misunderstandings about me, but it's okay. This mission concerns the safety of the daimyo. I wouldn't do that. Lucier furrowed his brows slightly, lost in thought. He secretly pondered that perhaps he was overthinking this time. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was such a shrewd person. How could he take action against him at this moment? It was important to know that Sarutobi Hiruzen was currently thinking about how to obtain military funding from the daimyo. If trouble arose at this critical juncture, it would truly be more trouble than it was worth. After coming to this realization, Lucier slowly raised his head, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said, All right, Hokage-sama, I understand. I will set off on time tomorrow morning. However, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly waved his hand and said, Lucier, there's no need to wait until tomorrow morning. You can ride on Kuro and set off immediately. This way, you can return to the village together with the daimyo. Upon hearing this, Lucier's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of shock, stammering, Hokage-sama, you're not joking with me, are you? I haven't even had a bite to eat yet. How can I travel on an empty stomach? Facing Lucier's doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to realize that what he had just said was somewhat inappropriate. But after a slight hesitation, he gritted his teeth and insisted, Lucier, this mission is urgent, and time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays. Moreover, you're the fastest in the entire village. If we don't send you to carry out this mission, it will be difficult to complete it on time, so you'll have to bear the hardship this time. All right then. Lucier sighed deeply, shaking his head helplessly. He slowly walked out of the Hokage building, secretly muttering to himself. Ever since he got Kuro, the missions seemed to have become more frequent. While thinking, Lucier walked home with somewhat heavy steps. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait a minute. Oh no, I've been played. I clearly resigned from the Umbu when I returned. Why is that old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still assigning me such tasks? Moreover, Kuro is my private property. Thinking of this, Lucier was so angry that he stomped his feet and couldn't help cursing. However, anger aside, after calming down, Lucier decided to complete this mission first. After all, he had promised Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sigh, I really got tricked by that old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it's too late to complain now. I should hurry up and get the task done. Lucier muttered to himself, a bitter smile appearing on his face. After some inner struggle, Lucier no longer dwelled on the matter. He quickened his pace back home, briefly explained the task situation to his father, and then arranged for a shadow ninja to relay a message to Ino. Once everything was ready, Kuro took Lucier and flew towards the daimyo's residence. 2 days later, help, please spare me. I can't take it anymore. Lucier was screaming frantically in his mind, as if those words could penetrate his weary body and reach far away. A full 2 days had passed, and these long days felt like a nightmare to Lucier. He had been closely following the daimyo's convoy, but incredibly, after 2 days, they hadn't even covered 30 kilometers, stopping frequently to rest, and whenever they passed a scenic spot, the daimyo would insist on having the dancers perform a piece. Lu felt extremely depressed, thinking to himself, it's just to watch a Chunin exam. Why do we need to bring so many people? This time, the daimyo's entourage had more than 100 people, moving at a pace that was maddeningly slow. Looking at the so-called daimyo of the Land of Fire, this daimyo looked like a drug addict, haggard and with vacant eyes. When he spoke, it was also weak and intermittent, as if every word drained all his strength. And as for walking, he was even slower than those frail, elderly ladies, swaying with each step, unsteady and shaky. Lucier really couldn't understand, no matter how hard he thought, how such a lifeless, weak, and incompetent guy could become the lord of the Fire Nation. Could be just because of family background or political marriage. Thinking of this, Lucier sighed helplessly and continued to follow the convoy. You guys better push the cart with all your might. All day long just eating my food, and you can't even handle such a small matter. The Lord shouted angrily from the cart, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, clearly dissatisfied with the performance of the people in front of him. At this time, Lucier was leisurely sitting on a big tree not far away, watching the Lord lose his temper with great interest. He thought to himself, with this cart of yours, it's like a mobile house, and this road is all mud. It would be a miracle if it could pass, even though the people following the Lord had been pushing with all their might for quite a while. The cart remained completely motionless, as if tightly gripped by the earth. That was why the Lord couldn't help but explode in anger. As Lu Shur observed the situation at the scene, he was secretly estimating the time in his mind. He couldn't help but think to himself, given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that the daimyo will arrive at Konoha before the Chunin exams begin. With this thought, Lu Shur suddenly leaped down from the tree and landed steadily in front of the daimyo. He smiled and, in a sincere tone, said to the daimyo, "Daimyo, your carriage is really too heavy, and the horse pulling it seems to be struggling. Why not try my method?" Upon hearing this, the daimyo was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze to the boy who appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old. The boy was tall and had a youthful face, dressed in a set of black clothing that the daimyo had never seen before. The daimyo couldn't help but wonder, if so many people can't move it, what can a child do? Although ninjas are skilled at killing, when it comes to something like pushing a cart, even a ninja probably wouldn't have any special solutions, right? Lu Shur noticed the daimyo's doubts and then summoned the troll soldier, instructing him to help pull the cart. The troll soldier grasped the rope with one hand and gently pulled, effortlessly freeing the cart. The daimyo looked at Lu Shur in disbelief and asked, "What kind of ability is this?" Lu Shur replied, "I am from the Nara clan, and this is my awakened ability. I summoned him with my power. He has immense strength and is particularly fast. Would you like to give it a try, daimyo?" The daimyo, excited, said, "All right, let me see it," like a child who just received a new toy. 5 days later, Sarutobi Hizashi stood at the village entrance, his gaze fixed on a group of refugees slowly approaching. He was about to order someone to drive them away. After all, the daimyo was arriving soon, and showing him these refugees would not be good for him as Hokage. As the group drew nearer, Hiruzen could see their faces and was filled with confusion and surprise. These were not refugees, but clearly the daimyo's guards. Their clothing was too expensive for ordinary refugees. However, they looked disheveled, as if they had gone through a terrible disaster, which puzzled Hiruzen greatly. Logically, no one should have the audacity to attack the daimyo within the Fire Country's territory. Moreover, he had sent Lu Shur to protect the daimyo. So what had actually happened? Just as Hiruzen was deep in thought, a magnificent carriage stopped not far away. The door opened, and Lu Shur emerged, chatting and laughing with the daimyo. Seeing the daimyo safe and sound, Hiruzen finally felt relieved. He hurriedly walked up to the daimyo and respectfully greeted him. "Daimyo, it is an honor for the entire village that you could come to witness the Chunin exams. I believe the children participating in the exams will be very happy to hear of your arrival." The daimyo slightly nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. Then, in a voice reminiscent of a eunuch's, he responded, "Hokage, I am very pleased with the person you sent to pick me up this time. Send him again next time. I don't particularly like anyone else." After speaking, the daimyo walked into Konoha village. However, the people behind the daimyo were internally lamenting, thinking, "Please don't send that person named Lu Shur again. He is too demanding. Let that big black guy race against everyone to see who runs faster. Although that big guy is still pulling the cart, we are no match for him. The key point is that this clueless daimyo is cheering us on. God knows how we survived these 5 days. Now we feel like our legs aren't even ours anymore. It's not just us. 2 horses are exhausted to the point of foaming at the mouth. The troll soldier may be slow, but relatively speaking, he completely overwhelmed these guards. As soon as Lu Shurjin entered the village, he wanted to go home, but he was stopped by Sarutobi Hizashi, who asked him to accompany the daimyo first. With no choice, he had to follow the daimyo to his residence. Once they arrived, the daimyo said, "Hokage, I am very satisfied with the people you sent, so I will increase the military budget a bit. However, to restore it to the previous level, I need to see your attitude. It's been so long. Haven't you dealt with Danzo yet? I heard that Danzo was just captured. You wouldn't be putting on a show for me, would you?" Sarutobi Hizashi felt quite happy when he first heard about the increase in military funding. However, when Danzo was mentioned, he became a bit troubled. As he truly found it hard to take action against Danzo, he could only perfunctorily reply, "Daimyo, I am still investigating Danzo's matter, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Sarutobi Hizashi wanted to say a few more evasive words, but the daimyo interrupted him directly, and what followed made Sarutobi Hiruzan's earlier good mood vanish. "All right, you can go now. I'm a bit tired and need a rest. Also, next time you make up an excuse, don't look away. If I believe that, then I really would be a fool. The previous increase in military funding doesn't count. Consider it the cost of your deception." Lu Shur was completely out of the picture. He didn't want to get involved in such matters and didn't have the ability to do so either. After coming out, Lu Shur was about to head home when he was called by Sarutobi Hizashi. Lu Sure, wait a moment, tell me what happened on the road. Hokage-sama, it's nothing much. Just that the daimyo's carriage got stuck in the mud. I had the troll soldiers pull the carriage out, and then I had them drive and pull the carriage at the same time while the guards ran behind. Otherwise, after the Chunin exam, the daimyo might not even make it. Sarutobi Hizashi was initially curious about why the guards were in such a state. It turned out it was all because of Lu Sure. However, he didn't pay much attention to this and continued to ask, Lu Sure, what did you say to the daimyo? Why does it seem like he really likes you? It's nothing. I just told the daimyo in the carriage that my admiration for him is like the waters of the Yellow River. 10 minutes later, Sarutobi Hizashi said, Lu Sure, your mouth is too. Because of Lu Sure, the daimyo had arrived several days early. But Lu Sure was completely busy as the daimyo specifically requested him for protection. This was tough for Lu Sure. It would have been fine if the daimyo had stayed put, but he didn't, dragging people around every day without any purpose, which drove Lu Sure crazy. He almost wished to give him a set of pull, tug, yank, and grab. Lu Sure, are you interested in working under me? If you are willing, I could talk to the Hokage about it. Upon hearing the daimyo's words, Lu Sure immediately realized this was an attempt to win him over. This question was tricky to answer. Otherwise, he would offend both Sarutobi Hizashi and the daimyo at the same time. However, this question was not difficult for Lu Sure. He bowed to the daimyo and politely said, Your Excellency, I am very grateful for your invitation. It is an honor. However, I am a ninja, and what I have learned since childhood is how to kill. Killing is my mission, and being killed is my fate. These were determined the moment I chose to be a ninja. If I were to be a bodyguard forever, I think I would lose hope in life. After Lu Sure finished speaking, he felt a deep sense of loneliness, but of course it was all an act. Refusing someone like Deming required a certain approach. And with Lu Sure's tone and expression, he was definitely worth a little golden statue. Deming took one look and immediately comforted him, saying, All right, Lu Sure, I was just saying that. My aides told me that you ninjas have some psychological issues from killing since childhood, and I didn't quite believe it before, but seeing you like this, I believe it now. Let's just pretend I never said that. However, when you have time, you can come and see me. I don't know why, but I really like you, kid. When I go to the deer, I won't encounter the old glass anymore, right? But it doesn't seem like it. This daimyo is too lecherous, bringing several courtesans with him this time. Coming back to his senses, the deer immediately said, Thank you, daimyo. I will visit you when I have time. During these days by your side, I can always feel a kingly aura from you, making people involuntarily want to submit. The words of Lu Sure were very well received by the daimyo, making his aides internally exclaim, Goodness. This time, he truly gained some insight. He originally thought he was quite skilled at flattering, but unexpectedly, he lost to a child in his area of expertise. In the Hokage office, he thus refused the daimyo. Sarutobi Hizashi listened to Lu Sure's words and nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he had already known this. He just wanted to see if Lu Sure would tell him the truth. While his thoughts were racing, Lu Sure spoke up at that moment. Hokage-sama, do I have a salary these days? I've been working very hard. After hearing Lu Sure's words, Sarutobi Hizashi thought for a moment, then took out a mission list from his drawer, wrote some task descriptions on it, and opened another drawer. Lu Sure glanced inside and found it full of stamps. Sarutobi Hizashi stamped the mission list and then handed it to Lu Sure. Lu Sure glanced at it. An A-level task, not bad at all, finally not just working. All right, Lu Sure, tomorrow is the last round of the Chunin exam, so go back and rest. After Lu Sure finished collecting the money from the mission department, he went to find Ino. Outside the flower shop, Lu Sure quietly watched Ino, who was introducing fresh flowers to a customer inside the store. Suddenly, Lu Sure had a bright idea. Didn't he know a big spender? If he could sell all the flowers to the daimyo, wouldn't that be great? Just then, a customer walked out with fresh flowers, and Ino, who was seeing the customer off, spotted Lu Sure. Ino ran over and happily asked, Lu Sure, are you done? When did you come? I just got here. I saw there was a customer, so I didn't go in. By the way, Ino, how many flowers do you have here? I met a big spender, so I want to sell all these flowers to him. Hearing Lu Sure's words, Ino immediately grabbed his hand and said, Really? That's great. I'll go count them. In the daimyo's room, Lu Sure was arranging the flowers when the daimyo remarked, Lu Sure, aren't there a bit too many flowers? Upon hearing the daimyo's words, Lu Sure replied, while arranging the flowers, Daimyo, I've been protecting you these past few days and noticed that you seem to be having trouble resting at night. These flowers have a calming effect, so I brought them for you. Don't worry, it didn't cost much. They were all personally grown by my future wife, so consider my tribute to you. I just feel a sense of closeness when I see you. The daimyo was very touched. Over the years, He had been approached by many people asking for money and receiving gifts, but those were all people trying to do business with him. This was the first time someone had been so thoughtful, bringing him flowers for a good night's sleep, and it was a child at that. However, he couldn't take advantage of a child. The daimyo glanced at his aide, who immediately understood the daimyo's intentions and took out a leather suitcase from the luggage. After arranging the flowers, Lucier dusted off his hands and said to the daimyo, "Daimyo, the flowers are arranged. I'm going back now. I'll take them back when you return to the daimyo's residence." Just as he was about to leave, the daimyo called out to him, "Lucier, take this suitcase back with you. Consider it a small token from me. Don't worry about the flowers. I'll have the guards take them back when I return to the daimyo's residence." "Daimyo, I won't take the money. Consider it a gift from me." When Lucier was still pretending, he was directly interrupted by the daimyo. "All right, Lucier, you're still a child. If I take advantage of you, Sarutobi Hizashi would look down on me. So just accept it." Originally, Lucier wanted to refuse 3 times, but since the daimyo said so, insisting would be a bit ungrateful. So Lucier accepted the money and left, but the guards outside shot him fiery looks. They could have slowly walked back to the daimyo's residence, but this brat made them find more work. In the territory of the mountain clan, the Zhu, Lu, and Dai families were having a feast, and tonight's dinner was very sumptuous. "Lucier, you really are something. You sold those flowers for 30 million ryo? I'm starting to like our daimyo, huh? Uncle Hai, if you like the daimyo, you might be sleeping on the sofa tonight." The crowd burst into boisterous laughter a moment later. At this point, Hai from the mountain clan understood, but he didn't mind. Today, the mountain clan's territory was completed, and with Lucier earning some money for his family, he took the initiative to gather the 3 families together. "Lucier, tomorrow is the last round of the Chunin exam. Are you feeling any pressure? I heard the remaining competitors are very strong." "Uncle Hai, you guys should go to the scene tomorrow. Watch how I teach those arrogant kings a lesson, and I'll show my strength too. Otherwise, there will always be people keeping an eye on me." Everyone knew who Lucier was referring to, but seeing his confident demeanor, they felt reassured. The feast went on quite late, mainly because 3 big men were drinking. Otherwise, it would have ended earlier. After the meal, the 2 families took their leave. It was the last round of the Chunin exam, but when Lucier arrived at the venue, he found that there were only 6 people left on the competition list. So, Lucier found Hongdo to ask about the situation. "Teacher Hongdo, weren't there still quite a few people before? Why are there only 3 matches today?" Hongdo put down the notebook in his hand and said, "Most of our Konoha people forfeited because they knew they weren't your match. Only Sasuke, Niji, and Lee are continuing to compete. As for the others, they're a bit afraid of that Gaara from Sunagakure. That kid doesn't hold back at all, and those who competed against him got seriously injured. If it weren't for the teacher stopping him, that kid could have killed someone." "Got it. Teacher Hongdo, I'll go prepare." After understanding the situation, Lucier left. It seemed that because of his presence, the original plot had already changed. When Lucier arrived at the venue, he found that his friends were all there. The first to see him was Lee. "Lucier, I really want to compete with you," Lee said immediately as he walked up. "But it's such a pity. My opponent today is Sasuke." Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt a bit displeased. What does such a pity mean? Does it mean I'm weak? However, due to Sasuke's personality, he didn't argue with Lee. He had to maintain his cool demeanor. Seeing that Xiao Li was a bit down, Lu encouraged him. "Xiao Li, we can always spar in the future, after all. We are from the same village. Let's have a good match today. Your youth has just begun. But hey, why are you crying and holding onto my leg? Can't you say what you want properly?" Lucier was speechless. After just encouraging Xiao Li a bit, this guy was clinging to Lucier's leg, tears in his eyes, making it seem like Lucier had abandoned him. "Xiao Li, this is what your youth is all about." "Teacher Kai." When Xiao Li saw Teacher Kai, the master and disciple embraced each other and said in unison, "This is our youth." Everyone else turned their faces away from Ning Ci. This master and disciple duo often had such awkward moments. It was too embarrassing. Lu felt that the 2 characters' youth were like a switch for Kai and Xiao Li. Soon, everyone recovered, and although Kai and Xiao Li's behavior seemed quite awkward, it was not off-putting. After all, in Team 13, there aren't many normal people. Only Niji and Hinata can be considered normal, while the others all have their quirks, like Shikamaru's laziness, Sasuke's pretentiousness, and Sakura's cluelessness. Around 9 in the morning, the daimyo, Hokage, and Wind Shadow arrived at the scene amidst a crowd. After Sarutobi Hiruzan's speech on the will of fire, the competition began. The first match was between Niji and Temari. Lucier glanced at Rasha on the stage, knowing that at this moment, Rasha had already been taken down by Orochimaru. The dark-hearted Rasha still couldn't outmatch Orochimaru's darkness. The gaze of Deer was noticed by the keen, Orochimaru. The two locked eyes for a moment, and, after a while, Orochimaru turned his head. He was now Raza and could not let his former teacher see any flaws. Below the stage, Temari and Niji had already started fighting. Temari's large fan indeed caused Niji quite a bit of trouble, and he had been continuously toyed with by her. A taijutsu ninja fighting against a ninja like Temari was definitely at a disadvantage. After all, not everyone has the speed and power of Guy, and Niji's gentle fist could only exert its power up close. 10 minutes later, Temari voluntarily raised her hand to surrender, which left everyone puzzled. Although Niji won, he was not satisfied. Dear Sure patted Niji's shoulder and said, "Her chakra is gone, which means she can no longer hold you back. Although your pride makes it hard for you to accept such a victory, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. It's not realistic for someone to have no chakra and still compete with you in physical techniques." Then Dear Sure gave a glance to his father on the stage. Seeing his son's gesture, Dear Joe immediately found an excuse to leave his seat. In a corner, he asked curiously, "You call me here for something?" Lou glanced around and whispered, "I feel something is off. Look, those Sand Ninja's tool bags are all open, as if they're ready for battle at any moment." Dear Joe heard his son's words and took a few glances, realizing that it was indeed the case. "Father, please don't spread the word. Just tell Uncle Hai and Uncle Dingswa, and don't inform the Hokage. I think he has noticed as well. If there are any unexpected situations later, immediately take Shikamaru and the others away from here and protect our family. Once our family is safe, we can then protect others. As for Rasha, let's leave that to the Hokage to handle." Lugio nodded and then walked away with a serious expression. On the sidelines, the battle between Sasuke and Lee had also begun. Lee opened with full force, leaving the King of Pressure a bit dazed. However, Sasuke was no pushover either. With the help of his Sharingan, he managed to hold his own against Lee. A few minutes later, Lee removed his weights, and when he threw them to the ground, they created a large crater. Kakashi shouted to Guy beside him, "Guy, you're being too reckless, letting Lee carry something so heavy." Guy flashed a big smile at Kakashi and gave him a thumbs up. After shedding the weights, Lee's combat power immediately rose to another level. And this time the King of Pressure couldn't keep up. Lee's speed was too fast. In other words, his eyes reacted, but his body couldn't keep up. With the opening of the first gate, Lee became a mere afterimage, delivering a series of powerful kicks that left the King of Pressure completely subdued, followed by a lotus technique that made the King of Pressure shut his eyes entirely. After their battle ended, it was time for Lu Shi to face Gaara. "Get ready to be killed by me. Last time outside Sunagakure, I'll let you escape, but I want to give you another chance. Hurry up and come, don't dawdle. Do you think you're Naruto? You want to talk back to me? Last time, both you and your father couldn't catch me, and now it's just you, so you're even more out of luck. This time I won't use the smoke blade. I'll show you what a real ninja is. I'm not just a coward hiding in the sand." Gaara initially wanted to retort, but Lu Shi directly mocked him, pushing Gaara to the edge of fury. Sand, shuriken. A flurry of sand shot towards Lu Shi, who had mocked Gaara. Gaara decided to stop talking and launched an attack. As for Lu Shi, he had no intention of dodging. 7 shadow ninjas appeared in front of him, using their bodies to block the attacks. Although some shadow ninjas were dispersed, they immediately emerged again from Lu Shi's shadow. These were just appetizers, merely testing each other. The real battle was yet to come. Spear of Shikaku. Dark water. The spear made of sand disintegrated into loose sand the moment it touched Lu Shi's palm, falling at his feet. Everyone stared at Lu Shi's bizarre ability, their mouths agape in shock. Only Sasuke and Naruto remained unfazed, thinking, "We've seen this before. What's the big deal?" Gaara was also very surprised, but he was only shocked for a moment before using sand binding coffin and sand funeral. Looking at the sand around him, Lu Shi chuckled disdainfully. "Is this it?" Dark Cavern Path. A large amount of black mist suddenly appeared at Lu Shi's feet, instantly spreading across the entire arena. "Teacher, you should leave first. This next move is a bit too powerful for you to withstand." After using the dark acupuncture technique, Lu Shi immediately shouted to the ninja who was acting as the referee. This ninja actually wanted to run away too. The dark and ominous thing looked very formidable. So upon hearing Lu Shi's words, he immediately jumped onto the stage. Gaara wanted to bind Lu Shi with sand, which was slowly descending, and he himself was also coming down. However, Gaara lifted himself up by controlling the sand, and all the trees and artificial hills in the arena were engulfed in darkness. As Lu Shi looked at the situation, he faintly uttered, "Liberate." The black mist returned to Lu Shi's feet and formed a black tornado behind him. releasing the things that had just been absorbed into the darkness. However, when everyone saw those things, they found that the trees and rockeries had been shattered to pieces, clearly compressed by something. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Shi, wanting to see what other abilities he had. You're done. It's my turn now. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Gaara immediately became alert. At this moment, Luo Sha on the stage, actually disguised as Orochimaru, had his eyes shining. He thought Lu Shi was perfect to be his vessel. But now was not the time to think about that. There were still things to be done. Just as Orochimaru was lost in thought, he saw Gaara fall from the sand, only to be caught by the sand again. Many people didn't understand what was happening, but some noticed something due to the angle. They saw a samurai sword appear in Gaara's shadow, thrusting towards his backside. Although it was blocked by the sand, it still made contact, causing Gaara to let out a scream. I'm going to kill you, sleep technique. No. Just as Gaara used the sleep technique, he heard Temari shout no, but he didn't listen and slowly fell into a state of sleep. I'm out now. Who are you? Shikaku looked at Lu Shi in confusion. At this moment, the audience had become chaotic. No one expected that watching a match would involve tailed beasts. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi was about to question Luo Sha, they heard a series of explosions. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of explosions mingled with Shikaku's screams. Deer Time doesn't have a habit of verbally sparring with tailed beasts. He directly had the Shadow Ninja stick 5 explosive tags at the flower of Shikaku, which Deer Time had specially prepared, because Deer Time knew that Gaara would definitely use this move. Damn it, who ambushed me? Roared Shikaku in the arena. However, Shikaku looked back and saw no one, then looked at Deer Time and questioned, Hey kid, was it you who ambushed me? Lu Shi pointed to the Luo Sha on the stage and said, It's him who stuck the explosive tag behind you. Orochimaru, wind release, practice air bullet. Shoha, with his violent temper, spat at Orochimaru. Make your move. Just as Orochimaru finished speaking, feathers began to fall from the sky. Lu Shi knew this was an illusion, the Nirvana Temple technique. The moment the feathers landed, the 4 of them shouted simultaneously, for purple flames formation. 4 transparent walls completely trapped Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hizashi inside. However, this was Orochimaru's plan, using the 4 purple flames formation to block the Konoha ninjas. Shoha's chakra bullet hit the transparent wall, and the 4 of Orochimaru's subordinates showed expressions of pain as if they had been attacked, but the formation remained intact. Teacher, it's been a long time, Orochimaru said as he tore off his disguise, revealing his true appearance. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hizashi never expected to meet Orochimaru in this way. Orochimaru formed hand seals and summoned 2 coffins from the ground, one labeled first and the other second. Teacher, you are old now. I have surpassed you, even surpassed all of Konoha. I will show you how your beloved Konoha will be destroyed. Orochimaru, you are desecrating the dead and disturbing the peace of the ancestors. The coffin lids fell, revealing 2 corpses, indeed corpses with cracks all over their surfaces. Teacher, I have improved the impure world reincarnation. I will let the first and second Hokage personally destroy Konoha, starting with you. After saying this, he inserted 2 kunai engraved with special runes into their brains. Am I resurrected? Big brother, this isn't resurrection. It's the impure world reincarnation I developed. Tobirama, I'm not saying you, but you always develop such dangerous techniques. Look, shut up. Can't you see the current situation? Senju Hashirama was in a daze. Orochimaru, you bastard, you actually summoned the first Hokage. Monkey, is that you? I didn't expect you to have aged like this. Hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Sarutobi Hizashi was momentarily stunned. It had been years since anyone had called him monkey. Teacher, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for disturbing your peace. Senju Tobirama glanced at Orochimaru behind him, then looked at Sarutobi Hizashi and sternly asked, Monkey, what is going on? How can the impure world reincarnation technique be casually leaked? Sarutobi Hizashi was about to explain when Orochimaru said, Lord Second Hokage, let me explain the current situation. But before the explanation, take a look at this. Orochimaru had snakes deliver 2 pieces of paper to the Senju brothers. The 2 took them from the snakes' mouths and began to read. This was what Lu Shi had written back then. It was unclear how Orochimaru had obtained it. Senju Hashirama, who had been laughing, fell silent upon seeing the letter. The contents were too atrocious. He never expected that the village established by the Senju and Uchiha would lead to the Uchiha clan's annihilation. He now felt particularly guilty towards Madara. Senju Tobirama trembled all over as he read, then threw the paper away, walking up to Sarutobi Hizashi and delivering a heavy slap. Senju Hashirama said to Tobarama, Tobarama, let's talk this out. Don't hit the kid. This might be a misunderstanding. Shut up. Look at how old he is, if he is still a kid. What does that make us? Hashirama fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt quite awkward. At that moment, Senju Hashirama shouted, Tobarama, look over there. That kid is amazing. He can actually hold his own against Shoha. He looks only about 10 years old. Hearing his brother's words, Senju Tobarama also looked down at the arena. Practice air bullet. Dark Tide. Practice air bullet. Dark Tide. Kid, is that all you can do? Aren't you brave enough to face me head on? One Tail. Aren't you just using that same move? How dare you say that to me? Since that's the case, let me show you my ultimate move. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he began to form hand seals. In the stands, Tobarama thought to himself that although he wasn't good at forming seals, he felt he was much better than this kid. Many of his seals must be wrong, right? Or have you developed some strange sealing method again? Listening to his brother, Senju Tobarama didn't respond because he was also unsure. As a talented user of forbidden techniques, he found Lu Shi's sealing methods somewhat confusing. 1 minute later, Tobarama exclaimed, it's been a minute already, and he hasn't finished his seals. What level of ninjutsu is this? Just after Hashirama asked, Lu Shi moved and shouted, front attraction, back explosion technique, explode for me. Shoha felt a tightness and then a piercing pain, followed by his cries of anguish. The crowd didn't see any shocking ninjutsu. They just saw a samurai sword inserted into Shoha. The men present felt a chill from behind and instinctively covered their own behinds. Shoha's defenses were too thick, with only his back as a weak point. The Shadow Warrior kept stabbing at Shoha's rear, while the Troll Soldier was responsible for pulling his tail, and the Shadow Ninja focused on his eyes. Everyone looked on. Senju Hashirama nudged Tobarama with his arm, and when Tobarama turned to look at him, Hashirama innocently asked, did you invent this too? This is too dirty. I'm not saying this as your older brother, but how could you? Shut up. That is not my invention. Tobarama retorted, feeling embarrassed. Monkey, who is that kid? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Lu Shi, who was still chasing after Shoha, and respectfully said, that kid is Nara Lu Shi, the young clan leader of the Nara clan, and the smartest person in the clan's history. Senju Tobarama nodded and said, he is a good kid, but his methods are a bit disgraceful. Teacher, Lu Shi is very strong and has no rivals among his peers. Moreover, he has a very low bottom line. As long as he can kill his enemies, he doesn't mind using any means, even against me. Monkey, I'm dead now. I'm very angry about what you did in the past. After this matter is over, you should voluntarily step down. And about that kid, I ask you, how does he feel about Konoha? Teacher, Lu Shi may not love Konoha, but he loves the people around him. When his brother was injured, he went alone to the Cloud Village and killed 7 people, including a Jounin. Even I don't know how he did it. He is, just like the other Nara clan members, rather lazy and uninterested in power. Is that so? Then that kid is impressive. Which is stronger? My would release or his front attraction? Shut up, brother. Is this the time to talk about that? I'm discussing serious matters with the monkey. Tobarama felt awkward again. Monkey, you didn't harm his family or friends, did you? Hiruzen quickly waved his hand and said, Teacher, the Inazuka, Nara, and the Kimichi clans are all staunch supporters of the Hokage. How could I possibly harm them? As for the Uchiha, that was also a last resort. That's good. Let him be the assistant to the next Hokage. As for Danzo, execute him on the spot. Anyone who harms Konoha's interests must not be spared. Teacher, Danzo. Boom. As Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to explain for Danzo, Tobarama's imposing aura suddenly erupted, and Hiruzen's words got stuck in his throat. At that moment, the battle below also came to an end. Lu Shi, relying on his front attraction and back explosion technique, sent Shoha back into Gaara. Just as Lu Shi was about to check, Temari and Kankuro jumped beside Gaara, and Temari said to Lu Shi, you won, stop. Oh, why didn't I hear the teacher call for a stop? After Lu Shi finished speaking, he drew his knife. Temari knew she was no match for Lu Shi, so she tightly crouched on Gaara's body, and then Kankuro crouched on Temari's back. At this moment, Gaara had already woken up. Seeing the two like this, his heart stirred slightly, and he wanted to say something, but he had no strength left at all. Lu Shi looked at the 3 people stacked up in front of him and immediately charged in with a knife. With a thrust, Lu Shi's knife plunged into the ground next to Gaara. Then he slung the knife over his shoulder, turned around, and walked away with great flair, saying hello. Think about it. Life is not just about killing. There's also living in family. Gaara and Temari watched Lu Shi's retreating figure, and when they opened their mouths to say something, Lu Shi spoke again. If I couldn't hit you from this close, it seems I need to practice more. Temari couldn't help but laugh. In fact, Lu Shi didn't really intend to kill Gaara. He had taken on the words that should have been said by Naruto this time. He just didn't know if, without the influence of Konoha's mouth, Gaara would change. In the stands, Kakashi, Duki, and several clan heads came to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. But everyone soon realized they couldn't get in. Kakashi then shouted to Sarutobi Hiruzen inside the arena, "Lord Hokage, Konoha is under attack from Sunagakure. What should we do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and said, "You go protect the villagers. I will handle this. If I can't get out, let Jiraiya take over as Hokage, and Nara Lu Shi will assist him. At the same time, send someone to the Umbu prison to inform them to execute Danzo immediately." Saying this is my order with the second Hokage. Kakashi was shocked. He didn't expect the Hokage to issue such an order, but he still accepted it and left. As soon as Kakashi walked away, Sarutobi Hiruzen sadly said, "Kakashi, I'm sorry." However, Kakashi definitely couldn't hear it. "All right, teacher, the time for arranging affairs is over. Let's continue." After saying that, he controlled the first and second Hokage back to his side. Earlier, Orochimaru wanted to see if the second Hokage would kill Sarutobi Hiruzen without his control, which would have saved him trouble, so he hadn't controlled the two. Since the second Hokage didn't act as he had hoped, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Dear Shuan watched this scene from a distance without intervening. Perhaps this was the best ending for Sarutobi Hiruzen. After watching the duel between the master and apprentice for a while, Lu Shi felt it was rather uninteresting, so he left. No matter how he felt about Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing him die right in front of his eyes was also quite uncomfortable. After all, he was the Hokage of his own village. However, since this old man wanted to take action against him, he couldn't save him, as that would only bring trouble to himself. After leaving, Lu Shi headed home. But when he passed by the shelter, he saw many people lying inside. Daimyo and the 12 ninja guardians were there as well. And the guard at the entrance didn't stop Lu Shi when he saw him. Approaching Shikamaru, Lu Shi kicked him in the butt and impatiently said, "All right, stop pretending. Come back with me to protect Mom." Shikamaru sat up reluctantly, muttering, "What a hassle. Everyone is fainting. Can't you let me faint too? Besides, Dad has already gone back. Do we really need to go back? Great. I'll tell Mom this in a bit. Then you'll know if it's necessary." Hearing his brother's words, Shikamaru immediately stood up and said with a flattering expression, "Brother, please don't say anything, or Mom will come after me again." Deer didn't pay attention to him and walked straight out of the shelter, and Deer Maru followed him. After returning home, he found that his mother was fine, and then Deer placed 2 shadow ninjas and a troll soldier in his mother's shadow. He only had 1 warrior left himself, as he had placed the other 5 in the shelter to protect the little ones. After arranging for his mother, Deer took Deer Maru to start looking for ninjas from Sunagakure to fight. Deer Maru had little practical experience, so as the older brother, Deer needed to encourage his younger brother, who was afraid of trouble. Soon, Deer saw several ninjas from Sunagakure. Deer Maru watched closely. This is how the Nara family shadows are used. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he directly jumped into the middle of several people, using shadow stitching technique and black biennois. In an instant, Lu Shi's shadow controlled 4 individuals. Lu Shi drew his short knife and severed the throats of 4 people one after another. Lu threw the knife to Lu Maru and said, "Next time you encounter an enemy, it's your turn. You act like you haven't woken up all day, and you don't even put in the effort to train. Do you really want your mom and dad to cry at your grave?" Shikamaru was stimulated by his brother's words and immediately became alert. As he walked, he began to slay the ninjas from Sunagakure, while Shikaji helped him deal with any stragglers. Together, the 2 of them had already killed 8 people. This caught the attention of Sunagakure, and it wasn't just them. Akimichi Choza also noticed the 2. Choza called out to Shikaku, "Your 2 sons are over there. Go help them out. This time, leave it to me and Inoichi." Riku smiled faintly and said, "No need. With Rucky around, Rukamaru will be fine. He should experience this too." Akimichi Dingzu scratched his head, thinking that Riku was right, and wondered if he should bring Dingzi over to see this as well. How many people have come here? Why are there more and more of them as we keep killing? Lu Shi had been fighting for half an hour, feeling as if the people from Sunagakure just wouldn't stop coming. "Shikamaru, give me the knife. Step back, I'm going to show off." Upon hearing his brother say this, Shikamaru immediately threw the knife to him and put on a mask, knowing that his brother was about to unleash his powers. 10 minutes later, half of Konoha was shrouded in black smoke. Most people had gone to the shelters, so Lu Shi was not worried about collateral damage. The smoke was filled with numerous coughing and screaming sounds, and soon it fell silent. At that moment, a Sunagakure ninja ran out of the smoke, shouting into it, "Sunagakure, Retreat. The plan has failed. Hurry up. But no matter how loudly he called, no one responded from the smoke. Seeing no one answer, he continued to shout. Nara, Lucier, stop. Do you really want to go down with us, Sunagakure? If you stop the killing, we will retreat now. But still, no one responded, and he could only wait. As the black smoke dissipated, it revealed countless bodies of Sunagakure ninjas. Lucier, do you want to go to war with us, Sunagakure? Listening to Maki's words, Lucier coldly replied, aren't we already at war? Or do you think this is the Chunin exam? You. Maki pointed at Lucier, unable to say a word. Indeed, what they were doing was almost like going to war. Lucier didn't waste any time, directly summoning all the shadow ninjas back to his side and ordering the shadow army to attack Maki. Maki was being pushed back step by step, and Lucier also jumped down from the roof, shaking the blood off his short knife before sheathing it again. Maki couldn't hold out much longer. The shadow army was wearing him down. The battles in the other areas were also nearing their conclusion. It had to be said, fighting in the black smoke was exhilarating. Even high-ranking ninjas were no match for Lucier in the smoke. At this moment, someone shouted, Lucier, stop the attack. Do you want to provoke a war between Konoha and Sunagakure? Didn't you just say that? Lucier replied, do you think I'm afraid of you? But then he realized it wasn't a man's voice, it was a woman's voice. When Lucier turned around, he saw Xiao Chun running over. As soon as she reached Lucier, she pointed at him and said, you need to stop attacking right now, My hand. Lucier directly cut off the hand of Zhuang Qian Xiaochun with one stroke. Last time it was just a finger, but now it was directly from the wrist. Without looking back, he walked away, too lazy to waste words with this old lady. During the battle, he couldn't see her, and now she was pointing fingers, really thinking it's still their Konoha F4's world. Xiaochun, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? Watergate Yin, who ran to Zhuang Qian Xiaochun's side, was confused. Her fingers had just been reattached, and now her hand was gone again. There was no other choice but to pick up Zhuang Qian Xiaochun's hand and support her towards the Konoha hospital. Shield of Shikaku. Lucier, who was walking ahead, heard the voice, stopped, and looked in the direction of the sound. A massive sand shield blocked in front of Maki, shielding him from the deadly strike of the Shadow Warrior. Deer sighed helplessly and smiled, then walked towards Maki, who had already lost his human form, with even one arm missing. Gaara, I let you go because you're a pitiful person. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? As he spoke, black energy spread, and when the sand shield came into contact with the black energy, it immediately collapsed like quicksand and fell to the ground. Dear, we of the Sand Village have lost. I hope you can spare Maki. He is very important to us. At that moment, 4 people emerged from behind the sand shield, and the one speaking was Temari. Gaara clearly hadn't recovered yet, looking half dead. Sigh, fine. Since he is so important, then it's 200 million. Bring it to me within a month, or I'll personally take his life, and you, Temari. He pointed at Temari. My patience with you is also limited. If it weren't for my brother saying he likes you, I would have killed you too. Deer sure retracted the ability of the dark fruit and turned to leave, thinking, brother, I can only help you this much. Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, and Maki all turned their gazes towards Temari. After letting Gaara go, Kakashi arrived at the location of the Chunin exam. There were many people gathered here, and at that moment, Kakashi heard a very familiar voice. Lucier stepped forward and saw Naruto kneeling alone in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's corpse, his shoulders trembling continuously, tears streaming down his face like a broken dam. The sight of his heartbreaking grief was unbearable. Although in Lucier's heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have had many complex and even unflattering sides, it was undeniable that for Naruto, this Hokage had undoubtedly been one of the few rays of warmth during his childhood. Even if that care was merely a facade, it was still a precious existence for the young, lonely Naruto at that time. Therefore, Lucier couldn't bear to shatter this beauty, nor did he want to easily destroy the profound impression Sarutobi Hiruzen left in Naruto's heart. Now that the man was dead, let him keep at least a shred of dignity. The main focus now was how to comfort Naruto. Hiruzen was dead, so they needed to get Naruto back on track quickly. Just as Lucier was pondering how to comfort Naruto, the originally inconsolable Naruto seemed to sense someone approaching. He suddenly looked up, and through his tear-filled eyes, he saw Lucier's figure. In an instant, Naruto leaped towards Lucier like he had found a lifeline, tightly embracing him and bursting into tears. Amidst his sobs, Naruto incoherently cried out, Big brother, Grandpa Hokage, he is dead. Looking at the sobbing Naruto in his arms, Lucier felt a sharp pain in his heart. He gently reached out his hand, softly patting Naruto's back, trying to offer some comfort to this poor child. At the same time, Lucier spoke in a gentle voice, Naruto, don't be too sad. You must understand that as Hokage, when faced with danger, one must step forward without hesitation. The third Hokage did just that. He paid the ultimate price with his life to perfectly embody the will of fire for all of us. His actions are worth learning from. Now stop crying, and let us give Hokage-sama a proper burial. Leaving the body here is disrespectful to the deceased. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Naruto felt a bit better. Asuma Sarutobi looked at Lu Shi with gratitude, truly fearing that Lu Shi would say something embarrassing about the old man at this moment. After all, Asuma felt embarrassed about some of the things the old man had done, but Lu Shi still showed great understanding, preserving the last shred of dignity for him. 3 days later, Sarutobi Hizashi was buried, and all the high-ranking officials of Konoha attended. Regardless of the many mistakes Sarutobi Hizashi had made in the past, most people were still willing to see him off one last time. After the ceremony ended, everyone left, and just after Lu Shi took a few steps, he was called by Asuma Sarutobi. Lu Shi, thank you for what you said that day. I know the old man has. Lu Shi reached out to interrupt Asuma's words and said, all right, Asuma-sensei, the third Hokage does have some thoughts about me. However, he didn't really hurt me, and I'm not a petty person. After all, the third sacrificed himself for the village and deserves respect. After patting Sarutobi Asuma on the arm, Lu Shi left, then heard Asuma speaking to the tombstone, old man, when did you start being unable to tolerate others? That afternoon, Lu Shi was called to the Hokage's office by the daimyo. When Lu Shi arrived, many people were already there. Upon seeing Lu Shi enter, the daimyo immediately said, Little Lu Shi, you're here? Come over, I have something to discuss with you. Hearing the term Little Lu Shi in the daimyo's voice made Lu Shi feel that no amount of killing could rid him of the goosebumps all over his body. Nevertheless, Lu Shi approached the daimyo respectfully, bowed, and asked, Daimyo, may I ask what you need with me? The daimyo glanced at the nearby Tenzin Kahoru and Mito Gate and slowly said, since the third chose Jiraiya to succeed the Hokage position before he died, I agree with that. However, we currently don't know where Jiraiya is. I heard that Jiraiya took Naruto Uzumaki to find you. But since you and Naruto returned, do you know where Jiraiya is? Lu Shi really wanted to stab the daimyo a few times. His speaking speed could drive anyone mad. Moreover, couldn't he just ask where Jiraiya was directly? Why the long-winded nonsense? Although he thought this in his heart, he still respectfully said, I know, Jiraiya is at the daimyo's residence. If needed, I can go bring him back right now. All right, then you go, the daimyo responded. This time, I'll give you the reward for 2 S-rank missions. Everyone felt that the daimyo was too wasteful. Why only 2 S-rank mission rewards? It made them all want to go. Nara Shikamaru was about to say no, but the pain in her hand brought her back to reality. It was the first time she had her finger chopped off, and the second time her hand was cut. Now it was getting dangerously close to her head. If they chopped off her head, there would be no way to reattach it. Lu Shi returned home and set off on his little black horse. By evening, he arrived at daimyo's residence. Just as he reached the inn where Jiraiya and Tsunade were staying, he found the 2 of them sound asleep, slumped over the table. They seemed to have drunk too much, but he didn't see the little sidekick. Just as Lu Shi was about to wake them up, he heard Tsunade's voice approaching from afar. Tsunade-sama, something's wrong. Konoha is in trouble. There's a fire. Before she could explain what happened, she was startled by Lu Shi's sudden appearance. After Tsunade finished speaking, Jiraiya and Tsunade groggily opened their eyes. They weren't very surprised to see Lu Shi. Tsunade turned to Tsunade and asked, what did you say was the problem? Where's the trouble? Tsunade looked at Lu Shi and said, let's let him speak. I think he came here for the news I've heard. Smart, Lu Shi said, giving Tsunade a thumbs up. Tsunade slapped the table and said, what is it? Hurry up and tell me. It's just right that you're here. Come with me to the casino later. The third Hokage is dead. In an instant, Jiraiya and Tsunade's heads exploded. They never expected to receive such news. Jiraiya, still somewhat in disbelief, asked, Lu Shi, you're not joking with me, are you? I just saw the old man recently. How could he suddenly be gone? Orochimaru returned to Konoha and trapped him and the third Hokage with the 4 purple flame formation. And Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokage using the impure world reincarnation to fight for him, combined with the invasion of Sunagakure. By the time we arrived, the third Hokage was already dead. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tsunade and see if she has heard this news. But she definitely doesn't know as much as I do. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. Tsunade nodded at them. Bang! Tsunade smashed the table in front of her and cursed. Damn Orochimaru! How dare he desecrate the souls of the dead? Don't let me see you, or I'll break your bones. Jiraiya stood by in a daze. The next morning, the four of them set off back to Konoha. On the way, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't speak. However, from their faces, it was clear that they were not at peace inside. This time, Lucier did not return with the little black horse, but instead sent it back to Konoha with the news. He wrote down Jiraiya and Tsunade's return to Konoha on a scroll. They all hurried along at full speed. To be honest, Lucier was a bit tired, but without the little black horse, he could only endure. The reason Lucier stayed behind was that he wasn't sure if Orochimaru would come looking for Tsunade, like in the original storyline. At this time, Tsunade still had hemophobia, and although Jiraiya could handle the current Orochimaru, he was too soft-hearted. To hurry back to Konoha, he could only act as their bodyguard this time. In front of the campfire, each of the four ate a soldier's pill. At this time, they couldn't be too picky. After eating, they began to recover their chakra. The consumption of the day had been quite significant, so they needed to replenish it quickly. The next morning, the four continued on their journey. Approaching noon, Jiraiya raised his right hand, signaling that there was a situation. Lucier summoned the Shadow Ninjas and instructed them to go ahead and take a look. A few minutes later, the Shadow Army returned, and they handed Lucier a piece of paper. This was something Lucier had taught them, to draw whatever they saw. Because the ordinary Shadow Army did not have a language system, Lucier taught the Ninja Army some things, especially drawing. Jiraiya and Tsunade glanced at the content of the drawing, and the two exchanged looks, clearly realizing something. Lucier also realized that Orochimaru had come. The group slowed their pace and walked towards the open area ahead. Once they exited the forest, they indeed saw Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru looked somewhat disheveled, with his hands bandaged and Yakushi Kabuto standing beside him. As soon as Jiraiya saw Orochimaru, he wanted to go teach him a lesson, but Tsunade held him back. "I didn't expect you to be here too, Jiraiya. It seems I won't be able to get Tsunade to treat me this time," he said. However, Orochimaru wanted to say something more, but Lucier interrupted him. He just wanted to return to Konoha as soon as possible and didn't have time to engage in a verbal battle with Orochimaru. What a bunch of nonsense. Knowing you can't defeat us, why don't you hurry up and scram? Do you want to die here? I may not have been your match before, but now I am very confident that I can kill you and extinguish your soul. I don't believe you can resurrect after that. Dark hole. A large amount of dark gas surged from Lucier's feet and rushed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who had taught Lucier this technique, quickly retreated. Seeing Orochimaru back away, Lucier immediately formed hand seals. Upon seeing Lucier performing the seals, Orochimaru stopped retreating and immediately rushed forward, leaving Jiraiya and the others stunned. With the front attracting attention and the back launching an attack, a samurai sword appeared from Orochimaru's shadow, while a wooden stick emerged from Yakushi Kabuto's shadow. Orochimaru had taught Lucier this technique, and Shikaku had certainly been stabbed multiple times before, so he barely dodged this strike, but it still made Orochimaru's snake scales stand on end. Yakushi Kabuto wasn't so lucky. The wooden stick hit him squarely. It must be said that Yakushi Kabuto was impressive. Without using chakra, he managed to jump over 3 meters high. Lucier almost wanted to applaud him. The moment Yakushi Kabuto landed, Orochimaru summoned the 10,000 snakes, appearing on top of the giant snake. "Orochimaru, you summoned me. Is the sacrifice ready? I'll give it to you. Now hurry up and take us away." 10,000 snakes. How could Rushi just let Orochimaru go? After showing off, he just wants to run away? That's not how it works. The troll's soldier grabbed the tail of the giant snake and started pulling it. The giant snake is very powerful, but it's afraid of such attacks. Orochimaru anxiously urged the giant snake to hurry and run. "Giant snake, shake him off quickly and take us away." However, the giant snake was already blinded by rage. When has it ever been bullied like this? It opened its mouth and bit at the troll soldier, while the shadow ninja, covered in explosive tags, charged towards the giant snake's massive mouth. Orochimaru wanted to warn them, but it was too late. The giant snake swallowed the shadow ninja whole, but before it could taste anything, a violent explosion erupted in its mouth. Boom, boom, boom. After the explosion, black smoke billowed from the giant snake's mouth, but it seemed that the damage didn't affect it much, and it wanted to continue attacking. The troll soldier grabbed the giant snake's tail and began to spin. A minute later, the giant snake vanished in a puff of white smoke. With the giant snake's disappearance, Orochimaru and Kabuto fell to the ground. Without his hands, Orochimaru's combat power had severely declined, and he was now panting heavily. Just as Rushi was about to continue attacking, Tsunade blocked his path and approached Orochimaru herself. Lucier was a bit uneasy, worried that Orochimaru's techniques of spitting snakes and having snakes spit him might still be effective. He was genuinely afraid that Orochimaru might pull a fast one on Tsunade. So he threatened, Orochimaru, I advise you not to act recklessly. If Tsunade beats you up, you might still survive, but if I decide to take action, you might really die. I've recently developed a technique that can obliterate souls. Would you like to give it a try? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Orochimaru tucked away his little schemes. He truly didn't dare to try such a technique. And he felt Lu Shi was right. Tsunade would not kill him even if she did strike. However, if Lu Shi were to take action, given that kid's methods, he might really end up dead. Thus, Orochimaru struggled in a different way. Tsunade approached Orochimaru and started giving him a thorough beating. Lu Shi felt that Orochimaru had completely transformed, or rather, the whole snake had. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto, witnessing Tsunade humiliate Orochimaru, secretly pulled out a dagger from behind. But before he could fully draw it, a large hand tightly grasped it. Then came the classic scene of Hulk smashing Loki, but Yakushi Kabuto didn't have Loki's resilience. He rolled his eyes after just 3 hits. Lu Shi is enjoying the excitement and doesn't mind getting involved, even providing voice acting for the troll soldiers. You're called Yashirdo, huh? Watching this, Jiraiya and Tsunade are rolling their eyes at Lu Shi. 10 minutes later, Orochimaru, get lost. Don't let me see you again. This time, consider it a lesson. Next time, I'll skin you alive and turn your skin into a ninja tool pouch for Lu Shi. Lu Shi quickly waved his hand in rejection. No, it smells too fishy. I'm fine with the ordinary one. After teaching Orochimaru a lesson, the 4 continued on their journey. Lu Shi also knew that Tsunade wouldn't kill Orochimaru. After all, they were former comrades, and even if she wanted to, Jiraiya would definitely stop her. It was just like why Hiruzen Sarutobi could never bring himself to kill Danzo. After decades of friendship, how could he just kill him? 2 days later, the 4 returned to Konoha. After returning to Konoha, Lu Shi went home, as the matters that followed were beyond the involvement of a mere genin. That's right, Lu Shi was still a genin, and he actually didn't want to become a jonin. Little did he know, the genins of Konoha were actually the impressive and formidable ones. A day later, Tsunade ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage, just like in the original storyline. In the Hokage's office. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Nara Lu Shi, will not be a ninja. Even if I jump off the Hokage building, I will never be a Hokage advisor. Look at me, really look at me. I'm still a child. How can you say such cold words with mouths at 37 degrees? Is there any justice left? Is there any law? Everyone, with a loud bang. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table in front of her, causing the sturdy wooden table to tremble violently, as if it couldn't withstand her fury. She glared at Kikuchi, her face flushed with anger, and shouted, Kikuchi, this is Great Uncle's decision, and you have no right to oppose it. You must obediently serve as the Hokage's assistant. When you encouraged that little brat Naruto to trick me into coming back, why didn't you say that? Now that the time has come, you dare to say such things to me? If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have come back at all. Seeing Tsunade's furious expression, Kikuchi felt bitter in his heart. He never expected that Tsunade would summon him early in the morning to make him the Hokage's assistant. Was this a joke? He was only 13. If he became the Hokage's assistant, not to mention anything else, other villages would laugh at Konoha if they found out. However, he quickly came up with an idea. Lu Shi said with a flattering expression, Lord Hokage, look at me, I'm still a child. If I really became the Hokage's assistant, our Konoha would be laughed at by other villages, saying that we have no one left and let a child be the Hokage's assistant. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Tsunade clearly showed some interest. Lu Shi noticed Tsunade's expression and seized the opportunity to continue. Lord Hokage, how about this? Let Jiraiya be the Hokage's assistant. And I could be his aide. When I get a bit older, I can take over from Jiraiya. This way I also get some time to learn, and it won't be so embarrassing for our village. What do you think? No, I don't have time. Besides teaching Naruto, I also have to collect materials. Jiraiya was still saying something, but was interrupted by Tsunade. You, just shut up and listen to Lu Shi. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya fell silent. Ever since Tsunade was forcefully pushed into the Hokage position, her temper had become even more volatile, and he dared not argue with her. At this moment, Lu Shi noticed that Jiraiya had fallen silent and continued to persuade him. Lord Hokage, even if you place me in this position, the others won't accept it. It will affect your authority. If Lord Jiraiya becomes the Hokage's advisor, I believe no one in Konoha would object. I'm doing this for the village. Nara Shikamaru. Why does this sound so familiar? Mito Minion. Is it something that all Hokage advisors say? Tsunade remained silent, contemplating Lu Shi's words. After listening to Lu Shi's explanation, she found it quite reasonable. Then, she slammed the desk and said to Jiraiya, you will be the Hokage's advisor, and Lu Shi will assist you. Tsunade, originally, it should have been you as Hokage, but you insisted on pushing it onto me. You think you can just wander around after pushing it off? No way, it's settled. I will announce it shortly. Outside the Hokage's office, Jiraiya began to complain to Lu Shi, that's not fair. Can't you just stay as my advisor? This is a position that many people dream of. Why do you want to push it onto me? Do you know how busy I am? Recently, I've had some inspiration, and I plan to write a sequel to Make Out Paradise. Lord Jiraiya, with that book of yours, does anyone still read it? Just don't waste paper. You should focus on being an advisor, and I can guide you to write a good book that will definitely sell. As soon as Jiraiya heard Lu Shi's words, his expression changed immediately from helplessness to lewdness. What? You want to write the story of Uchiha Obito and the first Hokage? Hurry up and write it. I must buy it to read. After finishing his words, Rushi ran away because he saw Tsunade coming over. Since Jiraiya had his back to Tsunade, he didn't realize she was walking towards him, and Rushi's words were actually meant for Tsunade. At that moment, Jiraiya was still immersed in the joy of publishing his book when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. When he turned around, Jiraiya was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He then realized he had been tricked by Rushi again. Just as he exited the Hokage building, Jiraiya heard Rushi scream. Inside the Nara clan grounds, Rushi was sitting across from his father, who wore a long-lost smile. Rushi, I was just thinking about how to give you a hint. I didn't expect you to push yourself into the assistant position. That's great. Right now, you really aren't suited for that role, and the main thing is that you pushed Jiraiya up, which is good for a Nara clan, and even the whole village. Father, I've spent some time with Jiraiya. Although it wasn't long, I can tell that Jiraiya is not like the third Hokage. Only someone like Jiraiya is fit for a high position. We won't have to live carefully anymore. Once we deal with Danzo and remove the 2 members of the Elder Council, Konoha can finally say goodbye to the past. Luju listened to his son's words and nodded in satisfaction. He thought the same way, but he still asked, have you thought about how to deal with the Elder Council? You offended Chuanqin Xiaochun before, and if they are still in power, I'm afraid they will trip you up. Lu Shi disdainfully said to his father, Father, those 2 old fools only dare to point fingers at others because of Sarutobi Hizashi. Now that Hiruzen is dead, it's very easy to deal with them. I'm not bragging, but with their intelligence, it's too simple to handle them. However, I don't plan to go all out. Konoha knows that I have grievances with that old fool. If I kill them, the rest of Konoha will also distance themselves from us, thinking that our Nara clan is petty and vengeful. They might even think we're taking personal revenge, which won't benefit our Nara clan. I just plan to remove them from their positions. That way, even if everyone knows it's me, they won't say much. It's not a mortal enemy, so there's no need to wipe them out completely, but Danzo must die. At this point, Lu Shi's entire demeanor became sharp and fierce. Of course, Rika would not oppose it, because he also hated Danzo. Early the next morning, a major incident occurred in Konoha. The 2 elders, let us talk. Why did Danzo escape right after you met him? At that time, my great-grandfather ordered Danzo to be executed immediately. But you stopped this with the reason that there was no one to oversee matters after the Hokage had just died. Now you just met Danzo, and right after that, he successfully escaped. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation for this? Tsunade's expression was gloomy, her sharp gaze fixed on the 2 in front of her. Tien Kamachi and Mito Gate-un. Faced with the questioning, Tien Kamachi and Mito Gate-un exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. In fact, even they themselves felt baffled and confused about the current situation. Not long ago, Tsunade had already issued the order to execute Danzo the next day. So out of pity, they wanted to see Danzo one last time before the execution. After all, they had worked together for decades, and they wanted to send off this old comrade. However, what no one expected was that shortly after their visit, Danzo had managed to escape unnoticed. If they were to say this had nothing to do with them, even they themselves would not believe it. But the truth was indeed that they truly did not know. At this point, there was no other way out, and they could only take the blame. Tien Kamachi looked at Tsunade with a worried expression, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She thought to herself, if the 3rd Hokage were still alive, how could he let them take the blame? However, at this moment, no amount of regret or frustration would help. Everything was too late. Aside from silently accepting their fate, Tien Kamachi could not think of a better way to deal with the current situation. The only thing she could do was pray that Tsunade would show mercy and not drive them to their end. Then, Tien Kamachi forced herself to regain her composure and slowly said in her somewhat aged and hoarse voice, Tsunade, this incident was indeed caused by our negligence, and we feel deeply guilty about it. I did not expect Danzo to dare to escape. No matter how you punish us, we will accept it willingly. Upon hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This old guy is rambling on with a lot of grandiose words. But he didn't even mention stepping down from the elder position voluntarily. Since you are unwilling to give yourself a dignified exit, let me help you maintain some dignity. After calming her emotions a bit, Tsunade said sternly, considering the severity of your mistake this time, effective immediately, you are relieved of your duties as elders. In a few days, there will be a meeting to re-elect the elders. Tien Kamachi and Mito gate and looked at each other, their faces showing extreme reluctance. But they knew deep down that the current situation was no longer under their control. Despite their unwillingness, they could only grit their teeth and reluctantly agree. No problem. We agree. Tien Kamachi suppressed her dissatisfaction and tried to make her voice sound calmer, then asked, Tsunade, when you plan to send someone to take over the logistics and medical departments, so we can prepare in advance? After a moment of thought, Tsunade slowly replied, how about this? You will continue to manage for 1 month. After 1 month, I will send someone to take over. However, there are some matters you need to handle well, to avoid making things awkward later. As for what those matters are, I don't need to say more, you should know. Understood, Tien Kamachi and Mito gate replied in unison, their voices tinged with frustration. As they turned to leave, their footsteps felt especially heavy. They knew that after returning this time, they needed to hurry and fill the gaps. After all, over the years, they had embezzled quite a bit from the logistics and medical departments. Although giving up their power was painful, as long as they could keep most of their benefits and offer a small portion to make up for it, it wasn't completely unacceptable. However, the days ahead were likely to be difficult. Outside Konoha village, in a dimly lit cave, the once proud and imposing Danzo, who would carry a cane to showcase his authority wherever he went, now lay on the cold, damp ground like a dead dog. His face, once filled with arrogance and pride, had now twisted into a grimace, and he continually spat out a string of vicious curses. That damn Nara brat. I will never let you off easily. You, who are so unaware of your own insignificance, have no right to treat me this way. Don't forget, I am the Hokage's advisor, a high-ranking official in Konoha. However, at this moment, Danzo seemed still immersed in the glory of the past, still trying to intimidate Riku with his so-called identity and status. Little did he know, the fear he once commanded was long gone. Now, he was merely meat on Riku's chopping board, to be sliced as one pleased. Riku stood nearby, watching Danzo perform like a clown, a hint of disdain rising in his heart. Lucier ordered the Shadow Ninja to tie up Danzo. After receiving the command, the Shadow Ninja immediately bound Danzo firmly to a huge cross. Once this was done, Lucier slowly spoke, his tone calm, as if he were merely discussing a trivial matter. Don't be anxious, someone will come and take care of you soon. Perhaps. He might show some mercy and give you a quick and clean death. As for me, to be honest, I have no interest in a clown like you at all. If it weren't for you trying to use Ino to control me, I probably wouldn't even bother to look at you. When Danzo heard Lucier's words, his murky eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that the scheme he had been secretly plotting was already known to Lucier. He had only shared this with a few trusted subordinates, so how did Lucier find out? However, considering Lucier's abilities, he soon felt at ease. After all, the Shadow Ninja was too mysterious. It wasn't surprising that he knew about his plans. Thinking of this, Danzo lowered his head in resignation. His chakra was sealed, leaving him no different from an ordinary person. It seemed he was destined to die here today, but he was truly unwilling to accept it. He hadn't even become Hokage yet, and he didn't want to die. Seeing that the person had not yet arrived, Lucier took the initiative to speak to Danzo. Danzo, you probably don't know. On the day of the Uchiha clan massacre, it was I who ordered the Shadow Ninja to destroy all the Sharingan. I felt you were unworthy. Why should the Uchiha massacre benefit you? Back then, I was particularly curious about what your expression would be if all your schemes were in vain. You evil little brat. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Just as Danzo was about to curse, a troll soldier gave him a big slap to the face, distorting Danzo's features, making him obedient for the moment. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance. The footsteps grew closer, and soon Lucier recognized the visitor. It was the Uchiha survivor, the king of the ninja world, the wielder of the jutsu of deception, Sasuke. Lucier, why did you call me here? I'm very busy, Sasuke complained impatiently. Just an hour earlier, Lucier's Shadow Ninja had suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke, handing him a note. The note clearly instructed Sasuke to come to this place to meet him, mentioning there would be a surprise. Sasuke didn't think much of it. stopping his training to come over. Although Lu Shi often gave him unpleasant nicknames, especially Erjuzi, he didn't actually dislike Lu Shi himself. Given his understanding of Lu Shi, he figured Lu Shi wouldn't do anything to him, so he came. Thus, when he saw Lu Shi, he couldn't wait to ask what was going on. However, just as he had asked halfway, his gaze suddenly fell on the figure on the side, and he was stunned. That person was Danzo. This sudden revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, instantly choking the words he was about to say in his throat. He widened his eyes, looking incredulously at that familiar yet detestable face, momentarily unsure of how to react. When Rushi saw Sasuke's eyes fixed on Danzo, he spoke up to explain, "Sasuke, here's the situation. That guy Danzo escaped from prison. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and caught him again. Initially, I thought it was a minor matter and didn't need to bother Lord Hokage, especially since he just took office and is extremely busy. At first, I considered just killing him to end it all. But then I remembered that you have a vendetta against this old man. So I changed my mind and decided not to kill him right away, but to call you here so you can deal with this enemy yourself. Haven't you always been wanting to take revenge on Itachi? In fact, the Uchiha massacre was planned by him and Itachi together. You can't defeat Itachi right now. So why not start with this old guy? Go ahead and torment him. When he dies, it will be half your revenge. Now this old man is in your hands. So make sure he doesn't die too easily." Upon hearing Rushi's words, Sasuke was instantly filled with rage. His eyes widened, his jaw clenched, and without hesitation, he reached for the long sword at Rushi's waist. Lu hurriedly covered the handle of a knife. "Don't act impulsively, Sasuke. This won't do. This is a smoke knife. If you use this, Konoha will send people over soon. Come on, let go, be obedient, good boy. Let go, I've already prepared something for you." After saying that, he forcefully took the smoke knife back from Sasuke's hand and quickly put it away. Then, he calmly took out a tetanus blade from the shadows and handed it to Sasuke. After receiving the knife, Sasuke rushed directly in front of Danzo without any hesitation. With a crack, the knife was firmly lodged in Danzo's right arm. Sasuke swung the knife more than 10 times before he finally severed Danzo's right arm, blood splattering everywhere. The intense pain caused Danzo to let out a piercing scream, a sound that echoed throughout the entire cave like that of a pig being slaughtered. Deer instructed the shadow ninjas beside him to quickly remove the arm guard that Danzo wore on his right arm. After the arm guards were taken off, Sasuke discovered that Danzo's right arm, covered in hideous scars, was actually embedded with 3 Sharingan. Lu Shi waved around Danzo's severed arm in front of Sasuke for a moment, then coldly laughed and said, "Do you see this? This is the real reason Danzo wants to wipe out your Uchiha clan. Doesn't it seem absurdly ridiculous? Just because he wants your Uchiha clan Sharingan, he is willing to kill and annihilate an entire family. It's truly insane to the extreme. All right, you continue. But remember, be a little gentler, slower. If you chop like you just did, Danzo will probably die after just a few strikes." At that moment, Danzo exuded an incredibly weak aura, as if he were a flickering candle in the wind, about to topple. Seeing this, Lu Shi instructed the shadow ninja to bring over the ginseng soup that had been prepared in advance. The shadow ninja quickly pulled out a pot from the shadows, filled with rich-colored and fragrant soup. This ginseng soup was specially prepared by Lu Shi for Danzo. After all, the Nara clan has always been responsible for the medicinal herbs in Konoha, so getting a pot of ginseng soup was extremely easy for Lu Shi. The shadow ninja swiftly poured the ginseng soup into Danzo's mouth, and Sasuke beside him couldn't help but curiously ask, "What is that?" Lu Shi smiled slightly and explained, "This is ginseng soup. It can temporarily prolong Danzo's life. I'm worried that he might die too quickly, affecting your sense of revenge, so I specially prepared some. With this, he won't die anytime soon. All right, you can continue." After hearing Lu Shi's words, a fierce glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he raised the Tetsuzan blade in his hand and struck at Danzo with great force. However, unexpectedly, Sasuke did not slash directly like an ordinary person. Instead, he chose an exceedingly cruel method, slowly and precisely cutting Danzo's body at a rate of 1 centimeter per slice. As Sasuke continued his actions, Danzo first fainted from the excruciating pain, but soon he was painfully awakened. His eyes widened, nearly bursting from their sockets. His face twisted in agony, and he let out incoherent whimpers. However, Danzo's jaw had already been dislocated by the troll soldier, making it impossible for him to articulate his anger and fear. The next scene made Lu Shi unable to help but click his tongue, saying, "I must say, Sasuke, you really know how to play with style? Coming up with such a torturous method, well, it does fit his deserved end." Sasuke ran outside to find some dry wood and then set it ablaze under Danzo's feet. Danzo was still wailing, perhaps not expecting that after a lifetime of tyranny, he would end up being burned alive, with fire beneath him and shadow ninjas above feeding him ginseng soup. Danzo no longer had the energy to curse. He just wanted to die quickly. Beside him, Sasuke cried while saying, "Itachi, you're next. I'm going to burn you alive." At that moment, Sasuke was already in tears. Riku patted Sasuke's shoulder and said, "Later, take Danzo's ashes back and put them in your family's septic tank. Then plant 2 trees in front of your parents' graves. And use Danzo's ashes to nourish the trees. Didn't he always say that the roots nourish Konoha? Let's help him fulfill that wish." Sasuke looked at Riku in horror. He suddenly felt that compared to Riku, he seemed to be much more merciful. Lucier is really ruthless. In the evening, inside the Hokage's office, 3 pairs of eyes, as big as copper bells, stared unblinkingly at Lucier, as if trying to see right through him. That's how it was. In the end, I had Sasuke take Danzo's ashes back to his home. After saying this expressionlessly, Lucier shrugged, indicating that he was just doing something completely ordinary. However, as soon as Lucier finished speaking, the 3 people present shivered involuntarily, as if a cold wind had blown through. They were clearly shocked by the scene Lucier had described, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. The first to break the silence was Jiraiya, who stammered, "Lucier, you are too ruthless, aren't you? Not even Danzo's ashes are spared." Upon hearing this, Rushi first cast a faint glance at Jiraiya, then responded with irritation, "Lord Hokage, while it is good that you have compassion, please do not misuse that kind heart of yours. Compassion should be directed appropriately. Someone like Danzo has long ceased to be a normal human being, so you should quickly put away that little bit of compassion. There are plenty of people in Konoha who truly need your sympathy and help." Hearing Rushi's unrelenting words, Jiraiya couldn't help but show an awkward expression. Yet he found himself unable to refute her. After all, everyone was well aware of Danzo's actions, and the prison break incident was actually Rushi and Tsunade's idea, which allowed them to execute Danzo while also reclaiming power from the Elder Council, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, Tsunade said, all right, since Danzo is already dead, and in such a manner that fits his usual style, let's not mention him anymore. Rushi, the reason I called you here today is that I have an important task to assign to you. Jiraiya does not currently need your assistance. From now on, come help me in the ANBU. I have decided to appoint you as the deputy director of the ANBU, and I hope you can assist me in managing it well." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Rushi's previously calm face instantly turned astonished. She widened her eyes and hurriedly said, "Lady Hokage, you must be joking. I'm still just a child. I can't even take care of myself. How could I possibly be a deputy director? Just let me off this time. I could take on a few more missions, However, before Rushi could finish her sentence, Tsunade abruptly interrupted her. With her arms crossed and a serious expression, she looked at Rushi and said sternly, "Rushi, you used that excuse last time, and it won't work this time. My mind is made up. Starting tomorrow, you will officially take office as the head of the ANBU. You must know that the ANBU is currently a mix of fish and dragons, with both the Elder Council spies and various families' personnel infiltrating it. Often, as soon as something happens in the Hokage's office, those people know about it even before the Hokage does, and this situation cannot continue. Therefore, I order you to completely reorganize the ANBU within a month and resolve all the existing issues, ensuring that similar situations do not occur again." Upon hearing this, Lucier couldn't help but let out a long sigh, a look of helplessness appearing on his face, but he quickly responded, "Since Lord Hokage trusts me so much, then fine. Actually, it won't even take a month. I assure you, at most it will only take 3 days, and I will definitely clean up the Umbu thoroughly. After 3 days, I guarantee that the entire Umbu will only listen to you." Hearing Lucier's assurance, Tsunade finally smiled, nodded slightly, and then said, "Jiraiya, I need you to conduct a comprehensive survey of the situation regarding the Konoha ninjas. I've discovered that there are some serious issues with our village's accounts, with a substantial amount of funds going unaccounted for. What's even more infuriating is that those 2 old geezers from the former elder group actually shifted all the blame onto the old man. They really are the old man's good comrades." The phrase good comrades was said by Tsunade through gritted teeth. Jiraiya nodded gravely in response. "This matter is indeed quite tricky. It will probably be extremely difficult to trace the source of these funds. Since they are intent on concealing the truth, we might as well focus our energy on the survey of the ninjas first. As for those accounts, I estimate that someone will eventually be unable to hold back and will step forward. You just need to keep control of the finance department. Tsunade and Jiraiya turned to look at Lu Shi, who was standing nearby, their eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. Lu Shi nodded, indicating his agreement with Jiraiya's view. Seeing this, Tsunade thought for a moment before adding, Lu Shi, remember to inform your father to come see me tomorrow. I plan to have him continue serving as the leader of the Jonin class. I don't know what the old man is thinking. Always wanting to keep all the power in his hands. Doesn't he fear wearing himself out? When Lu returned home, it was already very late. His mother was asleep, and only his father was still waiting for him in the living room. Lu Shi sat down opposite his father. He reached for the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and then gently took a sip. After a brief pause, he asked, has Mom gone to sleep? Rika nodded and replied softly, yeah, she has rested. It's so late to come back today. How did things go? Has everything been taken care of on Danzo's side? Lu Shi put down the teacup in his hand, a slight smile of confidence appearing at the corner of his mouth as he replied, don't worry, old man. Everything is taken care of. Moreover, this time the approach is quite environmentally friendly, leaving no hidden dangers. Then, Lu Shi adjusted his seating position slightly and continued, oh, by the way, there's another piece of news I need to tell you. The Hokage has appointed me as the deputy minister of the Umbu. Additionally, she has returned your authority as the leader of the Jonin class to you and asked you to visit her in the Hokage's office tomorrow. Rika didn't have much of an emotional reaction to the news. He just nodded and said, okay, I understand. It's getting late, so you should hurry back to your room and rest. We'll go to the Hokage's office together tomorrow. Lu Shi nodded and stood up, saying, I understand, father. I'm really a bit tired today, so I'm going to sleep now. Don't stay up too late. Remember to rest early. After saying this, he waved goodbye to his father and turned to walk towards his room. Watching his son leave, Lu Jio felt a mix of emotions and pride in his heart. The next morning, Lu Shi followed his father to the Hokage's office. His father chatted with Tsunade for over an hour before leaving. After his father left, Lu Shi approached the desk and said, Hokage-sama, I need you to issue 12 B-rank missions, and I will be responsible for the details of the tasks. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Tsunade casually took out 12 mission forms, filled them out, and handed them to Lu Shi. While handing them over, Tsunade asked, what do you need so many mission forms for? Do you need my help? Deer shrugged helplessly and replied, I don't want to either, but I don't even know how many people and ghosts are in the dark department right now, so I can't take the risk. Investigating the dark department isn't the same as cleansing it. It shouldn't involve bloodshed. But in order to help you clean up the dark department as soon as possible, I can only use some special methods. Tsunade nodded in agreement and added, Dear, I originally wanted to remind you to avoid bloodshed during the investigation. Since you've already considered this, I can rest easy. I'm not someone who just kills anyone I see. Is it really necessary? Lu Shi made a couple of jokes, and Tsunade took the mission list and went to the Umbu. At that moment, the Umbu members were all waiting for the arrival of their new boss. In fact, they weren't particularly unfamiliar with Lu Shi, as he had also spent some time in the Umbu. Around 9 in the morning, Lu Shi arrived at the Umbu, and everyone greeted him warmly. Lu Shi responded one by one. 10 minutes later, Lu Shi arrived at his office. At that moment, a purple-haired female ninja walked in, slightly bowed to Lu Shi, and said, Deputy Minister, my name is Yuzuki Yuin. A few team leaders asked me to come in and ask if you have any special arrangements. Lu Shi found this woman somewhat familiar, especially her purple hair. Suddenly, he remembered the person who took him to choose a mask that day. He pointed at Yuzuki Yuin and asked, Are you the one who took me to choose the mask before? Yuzuki Yuin nodded, as a way to respond to Lu Shi. Lu Shi felt that this woman was not very talkative, but it seemed that her lover had just died. He particularly wanted to say to the moonlight and swift wind, You can rest assured and go. Your wife, I will take care of. However, this was just a thought. He had no intention of taking a harem. Lu Shi stood up from his chair and said, Notify all the team leaders and squad leaders to gather in the conference room. Okay, Deputy Minister. After Mitsuki Yuin left, Lu Shi pondered how to make the upcoming plans go more smoothly. Half an hour later, in the conference room, many people had arrived. At this moment, Lu Shi pushed the door open and walked in. When everyone saw Lu Shi enter, they all stood up. Lu Shi pressed his hands down to signal everyone to sit. Lu Shi came to the front of the seat and said straightforwardly, Everyone, I have also been in the Umbu for a while, so I'm not particularly unfamiliar with it. Some of you may feel that I'm young and not convinced, which is normal, and I don't mind. If you can get the Hokage to revoke my position, I would really appreciate it. Haha. Everyone was amused by Lu Shi's words. After the laughter subsided, Lu Shi continued, Now that we've had our laugh, let me talk about something serious. A week from now, there will be a major operation in the village, and my requirement is that everyone without a mission must participate. As for what the mission is, I will tell you before it starts. That's all I have to say. Does anyone have anything to add? Everyone looked at each other, with no one willing to speak. Since there's nothing, the meeting is adjourned. After the meeting, Lucier found Naruto. Naruto, go gather everyone and tell them I need to see them. Upon hearing this from his brother, Naruto immediately ran to find people, and the meeting place was set at his house. In fact, it would be more convenient to use shadow ninjas to find people, but might be a bit rude. Who knows where they might pop out from and scare someone. So let's make it a bit more difficult for Naruto. Shika felt that Naruto's house was a bit messy, so he had the shadow ninja clean it from top to bottom. Half an hour later, Naruto came back, but he could hardly believe his eyes. Murmuring, "Is this really my home? It's so clean." Seeing Naruto's expression, Shika patted him. "Wake up, this is your house. Don't be dazed. How did you do with the task I asked you about?" Hearing Shika's words, Naruto finally remembered the important matter and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, big brother. I've notified everyone. Because of the third Hokage situation, no one has been on missions, so I found them quickly." Watching Naruto brag, Shika patted Naruto's head. Soon everyone arrived. Naruto's house wasn't big, and having so many people there made it feel a bit crowded. Everyone was also curious about why Shika called them here. Seeing that everyone was present, Shika didn't hesitate, took out the 12 mission forms, handed them to the group, and said, "I'm now the deputy minister of the Umbu. And these missions are because of me. Shika is so impressive. My big brother is amazing. What a hassle." Upon hearing that Shika had become the deputy minister of the Umbu, everyone began to discuss it, putting the mission aside. Only a few, like Niji, Lee, Sasuke, Shino, and Shikamaru, were still thinking about the mission. Shika clapped his hands, making a sound that drew everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Shika continued, "Everyone, we can talk about the deputy minister position later, but right now, take a look at the mission forms. This is the real reason I called you here." Everyone glanced at the mission forms and found that they didn't contain any specific tasks, just instructions to listen to Shika's arrangements. They looked at Shika in confusion, wanting to know what this mission was. Once the mood settled, Shika began to announce today as task. "Everyone, the Hokage has given me a secret mission. However, I can't complete it alone, which is why I called you here. Because of the sacrifice of the third Hokage, some clans are getting restless, especially those placed in the Umbu, who always leak information. So I've devised a plan. I need you to keep an eye on those people for a day and a night. The mission will start tomorrow. What do you think? Do you want to take on this task?" This operation is entirely voluntary. After considering it, everyone agreed, and then Shika assigned the tasks. After assigning the tasks, Shika treated everyone to a barbecue. When he got home, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and the older generation of Inoshikacho were all there. Seeing Shika return, Choji eagerly asked, "Shika, what did you secretly gather us for?" Lucier entered the living room, gestured for everyone to sit down, and then sat down himself. He explained to everyone, "Lord Hokage has asked me to investigate the spies from each family within the Umbu. However, I have no one on hand, so I can only ask for the help of you teachers and elders." Shikamaru murmured in dissatisfaction, "Didn't you come looking for us? How come I understand now that you're planning to use the scheme you mentioned?" Lucier gave his brother a thumbs up and said, "That's right. How can your skills compare to those of the Umbu? This is the real ace up our sleeve, and it's also to avoid bloodshed. Although these people are quite infuriating, their crimes don't warrant death. All right, let me explain the plan to everyone." Early the next morning, Lucier arrived at the Umbu and said to the busy Yuzuki Yuin, "Yuzuki Yuin, notify all Umbu ninjas who are not on missions to come for a task." "Understood, Deputy Minister." After Yuzuki Yuin left, Lucier began to contemplate the next actions. Half an hour later, he addressed everyone. "Due to certain reasons, the previous mission has been moved up. Please inform your subordinates that no one is allowed to go anywhere today. Remain on standby in the Umbu. As for the timing of the operation, I will inform you after I discuss it with the Hokage." Lucier thought for a moment and then added, "Before we take action, each of you must poison your weapons, as we have discovered a lot of poison from the roots. If some old fellows accidentally come into contact with it, they can only be considered unlucky." The few managers in the dark department felt a bit frightened in their hearts, thinking, "This is too ruthless. Who exactly are we going to deal with?" The entire dark department is mobilized. Although they thought this way, no one would say it out loud. After everyone left, Lucier called in Yuzuki Yuin, gave a few instructions, and then went to find Tsunade. In the Hokage office, "Lucier, you're too insidious. I bet someone is getting anxious right now." "Jiraiya, this isn't insidious. It's strategy. People with your level of intelligence find it hard to understand my thinking. Just wait and see the show." Tsunade listened to the conversation between Lucier and Jiraiya. She didn't speak, but continued handling documents. Meanwhile, the young ninjas had already started their mission, which was to record everyone who left the dark department. However, given their abilities, there would definitely be some that slipped through the cracks. But it didn't matter. This was just the first step. The real trump card was yet to come. The reason for bringing the 12 young ninjas in was to let them train a bit and confuse those people. The tasks they had done before were too childish. It was time to see what a real ninja was like. In the dark department, Yuzuki Yuin entered holding some bottles and jars. At this moment, some people asked her what they were. Didn't your captain tell you? Everyone shook their heads. Seeing this, Yuzuki Yuin said, "This is highly toxic, prepared by the deputy chief. As for the rest, I don't know." After saying this, she left, leaving the dark department members looking at each other, all wondering about the highly toxic substances. Now the members of the dark department were gathered together, and there were quite a few of them, making the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. However, some people began to have different thoughts. In the Hokage office, Lucier was sleeping soundly on the sofa, which he had suggested be installed. The original Hokage office was really terrible. There was just a chair for the Hokage, not even a place to sit. No matter how long the discussion lasted, one had to stand and talk to the Hokage. He didn't know what Sarutobi Hizashi was thinking, relying on this method to show his authority as Hokage. In the evening, Tsunade finally couldn't hold back anymore and kicked Lucier in the butt. "You bastard, wake up. You've been sleeping all day. What stage is your plan at? Why aren't you anxious?" Woken up by Tsunade's kick, Lucier rubbed his eyes, glanced at the sky, and lazily said, "It's just beginning. Why are you so anxious? But I do need to check on the dark department. I need to give them some strong medicine." After saying that, Lucier stood up from the sofa and walked outside. In the dark department, the atmosphere was now terrifyingly oppressive. Everyone felt that this matter was quite serious. Just then, Lucier walked in, and everyone immediately stood up to pay their respects. Seeing their expressions, Lucier felt that the timing was about right, and then said to everyone, "Are you all anxious? We can only act later tonight, so there is no need to rush. Soon, I'll have Yuzuki Yuin distribute the poison to you. Everyone executing the mission today must poison their weapons. But be careful not to accidentally harm yourselves or your teammates." Lucier's words caused a huge stir in everyone's hearts. What kind of mission was this? They even had to poison their weapons. However, everyone was very taciturn and did not ask further. "All right, use the remaining time to rest, and I'll come to call you later." After administering the strong medicine, Lucier hurried back to the Hokage office. When he pushed the door open, Tsunade was scolding Jiraiya, who was hanging his head like a child who had made a mistake, while Tsunade stood there with her hands on her hips, looking furious. From Tsunade's words, Lucier roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that Jiraiya had actually suggested that Konoha set up a few outdoor hot springs, which made Tsunade extremely angry. Just then, Lucier's arrival interrupted Tsunade's scolding, which indirectly saved Jiraiya for a moment. When Tsunade saw Lucier walk in, she temporarily let Jiraiya go and turned her attention to Lucier, asking, "How is the progress on your side? Can it really be successfully completed by tomorrow morning? I hope I don't end up making things worse. That would be hard to manage and would also affect your authority as deputy chief." Lucier walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. However, he did not immediately respond to Tsunade's question. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Jiraiya, who was blushing, and with a slight smirk said, "Lord Jiraiya really has great taste. This outdoor hot spring must have been specially built for you." Upon hearing Lucier's teasing, Jiraiya's face turned even redder, resembling a ripe apple. He secretly murmured to himself, "Is my intention really that obvious?" Even Lucier saw right through it. Ignoring Jiraiya's embarrassment, Lucier continued, "Lord Jiraiya, since you have such high aspirations, why not go find Kakashi? He's short on manpower over there. If you help me with this, I'll take care of the outdoor hot spring for you. What do you think?" Jiraiya replied while running, "Leave this to me, and I'll leave the outdoor hot spring to you." Tsunade listened to their conversation, her forehead twitching in anger, and shouted at Lucier, "Give up on that idea. I will not agree." Lucier revealed a mischievous smile and said to Tsunade, "Hokage-sama, I only agreed to Jiraiya about the outdoor hot springs. I never said there would definitely be women in the hot springs. Do you think Jiraiya would go sneak a peek at a bunch of old men?" Tsunade laughed a moment later in the Hokage office. "Ha ha ha, Lucier, you're so bad. I really want to see Jiraiya's expression when he sees a bunch of old men." After having a meal with Tsunade, Lucier began to sleep again, as he wouldn't be needed for the next events. The next morning, Lucier was awakened by a knocking sound. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up on the sofa in the Hokage office. He had spent a sleepless night there. Although the sofa in the office wasn't very comfortable, Lucier still dozed off on it. He yawned, stretched, and muttered to himself, "Sleeping here is really uncomfortable. It seems I need to sleep at home." Just then, Kakashi walked in through the door. Seeing Lu Shi sitting on the sofa, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, "We worked hard all night, and you, on the other hand, slept in the Hokage office." However, Kakashi didn't voice his thoughts and simply said to Lu Shi, "Everyone is in the conference room. Hokage-sama has already gone over. I came to call you." Deer rubbed his face to refresh himself a bit, then stood up and said to Kakashi, "Let's go. We should check on those old guys." After saying that, he followed Kakashi out of the Hokage's office and headed towards the conference room. When Lu arrived at the conference room, there were already 20 to 30 people gathered inside. There were members of the Dark Division, as well as some family elders, including 2 from the former Elder Council. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, and everyone was whispering, discussing why they had been brought here. Lu Shi walked into the conference room, glanced around, and then sat down beside Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Lu Shi and said, "Lu Shi, why don't you go ahead? I think some people are already impatient." Deer nodded, looked around at everyone in the conference room, and then slowly spoke. "Why are you staging a coup? Has Konoha wronged you in any way?" When Lu Shi's words reached everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap. They never expected Lu Shi to say such a thing. It was pure slander. The meeting room was instantly in an uproar, with people whispering and discussing among themselves. How could they dare to stage a coup? Facing Lu Shi's questioning, Mizuto Kamon was the first to stand up. He looked troubled and explained, "Lu Shi, we are not staging a coup. Please do not slander us. We have dedicated our lives to the village. How can we possibly plot a coup? Is there some misunderstanding here?" Upon hearing Mizuto Kamon's words, everyone nodded in agreement, indicating that they thought the same way. Lu Shi chuckled and then asked, "Misunderstanding? Since you all think there's a misunderstanding here, let me explain the situation, and then we can talk about the misunderstandings." After saying this, Lu Shi stood up, took out a document, and read aloud. 2 days ago, we received intelligence from the Sand Hidden Village that they intended to launch a sneak attack on us in Konoha. Therefore, the Hokage asked me to gather the Umbu to intercept them outside the village. I was on guard outside the village all day yesterday, but when dawn broke, I didn't see anyone from the Sand Hidden Village. The crowd responded, "If you clean the smudges from the corner of your eyes, I might believe your nonsense." Now everyone understood what was going on. They were clearly being schemed against by the Hokage, but since they were in the wrong first, they didn't dare to say anything. Ignoring the crowd's inner thoughts, Lu Shi continued. "However, when I returned, I found that many Umbu were missing. After inquiring, I learned that some had sneaked away in the middle of the night, and some had left and then returned." With a loud bang, Lu Shi slammed his hands on the table, his eyes wide with anger as he shouted, "Did you collude secretly with the Sand Hidden Village? Are you planning to launch a coup while the Sand Hidden Village attacks Konoha? Otherwise, why would your family's ninjas leave the team during an important mission? Today, someone must stand up and give me a reasonable explanation." Another loud bang followed as Haru also slammed her hands on the table, shouting, "Look at the dust on this table. It's absolutely ridiculous. How can we have a meeting in such an environment?" However, after saying this, she quickly sat back down in her chair. The crowd looked at Haru with strange expressions, thinking, has this old woman lost her mind? Is now the time to talk about dust? Haru's face turned red under the gaze of the crowd. In fact, she might have wanted to educate Lu Shi a bit, but the moment she slammed the table, she regretted it, knowing that Lu Shi was a soft target. Moreover, Lu Shi clearly intended to deal with them today, and she didn't want to stick her neck out. So, in a moment of quick thinking, she mentioned the table being dirty to cover up her actions. Ignoring Haru, Lu Shi continued, "The Umbu have become increasingly undisciplined, actually making a move against the village at this time. It pains my heart." He even pretended to wipe non-existent tears. "Kakashi-sensei, you have been in the Umbu longer than I have. What should be the punishment for leaving the team during a mission?" At this moment, Kakashi's dead fish eyes were fixed on the white paper in Lu Shi's hand, thinking, how does Lu Shi manage to say so much just by looking at a white piece of paper? Has he awakened some specialized technique? The document is only visible to him. When Kakashi heard Lu Shi's question, he answered without hesitation. Umbu members who leave the team during a mission will be treated as betraying the village. In an instant, all the Umbu members present were stunned, staring at each other in disbelief. They never expected that merely going home to pass on a message would result in being labeled as traitors. They had done similar things before, but no one had ever accused them of betrayal. Just then, a masked Umbu member stepped forward from the crowd, shouting in an agitated voice, I refuse to accept this. I didn't betray the village. I just went home to deliver a message. You can't slander me. The speaker was a subordinate of Mito Gate-un. At that moment, Mito Gate-un felt like cursing under his breath, thinking, is this guy out of his mind? This incident was just an excuse to punish you all. How could you be so foolish as to reveal the truth? Now there is no excuse left for defense. Upon hearing the Umbu's words, Lucier showed no anger on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted into a faint smile. That was precisely the statement he wanted. He quietly watched Mito Gate-un, and although Lucier was smiling, Mito Gate-un felt a chill run down his spine, making him shiver and feel a sense of dread. At that moment, Tsunade stood up. She scanned the room and coldly said, given the serious losses your families have caused to Konoha this time, I have decided. Tsunade paused to observe everyone's reactions. These people had no reaction left. They all stared at her, like criminals awaiting their final judgment. To dismiss all members of your families from the Umbu. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least she didn't wipe them out completely. Dismissing them was better than losing their lives. They were truly afraid that the tragedy of the Uchiha would happen to their own families. Just as everyone was relieved, Tsunade continued. The selection of future Umbu members will be handled by Nara Lucier, and for the next 3 years, your family's mission quota will be doubled. Any objections? Who would dare object? Being alive was already a blessing. Thus, these old folks all agreed to Tsunade's punishment. After dealing with these matters, everyone went home. Lucier also wanted to return home. He hadn't slept well last night and wanted to catch up on some sleep. However, that wish was destined to be unfulfilled. After leaving the conference room, Lucier was pulled into the Hokage's office by Tsunade. Lucier, you handled this matter very well. Once the Umbu situation is resolved, go help Jiraiya. In a few years, you will take over for him, so he won't keep bothering me. Rikko had no objections, after all. The Umbu were managed by the Hokage, and there was no need to act as a middleman. Following Jiraiya, he could easily skip work often. After discussing these matters, Rikko left the Hokage building, but not far from it, he saw 2 familiar figures. Lucier quickly wrote a few notes and handed them to the Shadow Ninjas, asking them to deliver the messages. The 2 people in front of him were not something he could handle right now. However, Lucier was soon discovered. Itachi glanced back at the alley beside him and said, Lucier, come out. I've known you were there all along. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Lucier took out his glasses and put them on. After all, Itachi's Jinjutsu was not something he could deal with, and wearing the glasses would solve the problem. When Lucier walked out of the alley, he took the initiative to greet Itachi. Itachi, are you back to see your brother? He really misses you and has prepared quite a few surprises for you. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Itachi was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. I have other matters to attend to this time. Are you going to stop me? Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki coldly said, do you need me to kill this brat? After saying that, he tightened his grip on his sword, Samahata. No need. We're here to capture the Nine Tails, so let's not complicate things. He won't affect us. Listening to Itachi, Lucier pointed behind Itachi and said, I can't affect you, but someone who can is here. You should deal with him first. Itachi turned around and saw Sasuke standing 10 meters in front of him, panting. Sasuke looked at Itachi without anger or any excessive expression, just slowly walking towards him. This surprised Itachi. Normally, wouldn't Sasuke come at him right away? Why is it like this? While Itachi was pondering, Sasuke had already reached him. However, Sasuke lowered his head, and just as Itachi thought to provoke Sasuke, Sasuke kicked him right in the groin. Fortunately, the Akatsuki outfit blocked some of the impact, and with his quick reflexes, Itachi managed to dodge the kick. Otherwise, even a fighting chicken wouldn't be able to handle that. Regaining his senses, Itachi kicked Sasuke away. Sasuke did not get up but sat on the ground, talking to himself. Is it still not enough? It seems I have no hope for revenge. Mom, Dad, I miss you. I'm coming to see you now. Hearing Sasuke's monologue, Itachi felt quite distressed. Just then, Sasuke took out a shuriken and aimed at his own throat. Itachi was scared out of his wits and instantly appeared in front of Sasuke, gripping the shuriken aimed at him tightly. Just as Itachi was about to scold Sasuke, Sasuke smiled, a very eerie smile. Then there was a hissing sound, and Itachi looked down to see that Sasuke had stuck 3 explosive tags to his chest. Itachi quickly took off his clothes and threw them into the air, retreating rapidly with Sasuke. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his leg and looked down to see a shuriken embedded in his thigh. Itachi hurriedly threw Sasuke aside. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions went off, and the people around scattered in all directions. Itachi now felt that this brother was very unfamiliar and a bit prickly. Was this still his impulsive little brother? How did he turn into such a cunning person? If this continued, Itachi felt that he would really be killed by Sasuke. Kisame quickly supported Itachi and asked, "Itachi, how are you? Do you need my help?" Itachi shook his head and said helplessly, "Let's go. This mission has failed. Konoha will send people here soon." Just as Itachi was about to leave, Sasuke stretched out his hands, making a gesture for a hug, softly saying, "Brother hug, brother hug." Itachi turned and left, thinking that if he hugged him twice, he might lose his life. Sasuke would definitely not let Itachi go, with Itachi running ahead. Sasuke chased after him. As for the moves Sasuke was using, they were all taught to him by Lucier, and there were even more ruthless ones. Sasuke caught up, possibly wanting to give Itachi a real hard time. Lucier was also curious whether Itachi would continue to fall for the trick, so he chased after him. When they reached outside Konoha, Sasuke lay down by himself, looking at Itachi's Sharingan, and Lucier realized that Itachi was putting Sasuke through a test. Itachi looked at Lucier and said coldly, "That move was taught to him by you, right?" Deer nodded and said with a sly smile, "These are just appetizers. There's worse to come. Why don't you release the Jinjutsu on Sasuke and let you two brothers have a go at it? I guarantee Sasuke has a 70% chance of killing you. After all, you won't go all out against Sasuke, but he will, and that kunai is poison too." It was then that Itachi noticed that the area around his wound had turned black. Kisame couldn't stand it anymore and reached for Samehada. However, just as he extended his hand, a large hand suddenly emerged from the shadow behind Kisame and pulled Samehada into the darkness. Lucier wanted to do this just now, but the angle was wrong. Now it's just right. Before Kinkashi Kisame could react, he felt an emptiness behind him. He immediately turned around and saw the shadow of J-Nin's hand sinking in. Kinkashi Kisame was truly anxious now. He rushed to the place where the shadow was and started digging. I have to say, Kinkashi Kisame was really fast at digging. In the blink of an eye, he had dug a pit over a meter deep. As he was digging, he realized this was a space ninjutsu, so he immediately jumped up and shouted, "Give me back, J-Nin." When Kinkashi Kisame came up, Kakashi also arrived. Kakashi looked at the scene before him, his brain racing as he analyzed the current situation. Just now, he was at home reading a book when he received a message from Lucier. After reading it, Kakashi didn't hesitate at all and rushed here as fast as he could. When he arrived, he saw Sasuke lying on the ground and Lucier confronting two people. Kakashi's expression instantly became serious. He put away the widow's front in his hand and then pushed aside his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Rushi came to Kakashi's side and said, "Kakashi-sensei, hold on for a bit. I've already sent shadow ninjas to find Kai and the others. Just hold out until reinforcements arrive, and we can take down these two. By then, you'll be a great hero of our Konoha village." Kakashi frowned slightly, his gaze still fixed on Itachi in front of him, and he solemnly instructed Rushi, "These two are extremely dangerous. Both are S-rank rogue ninjas. Step back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire." Hearing this, Lucier quickly nodded, then swiftly picked up Sasuke beside him and stepped back, stopping only about 10 meters away from Kakashi. "All right, Teacher Kakashi, you can fight with peace of mind now. Go for it." "Teacher Kakashi, you have a hold on. Why are you lying down? Did you ask me to stay away, just so I could see how you fell?" Kakashi, who had been standing just moments ago, lay down before Lucier could finish speaking. Itachi, with his Sharingan activated, looked at the fallen Kakashi and disdainfully said, "Without the Uchiha bloodline, this eye is quite a burden for you, isn't it?" Lucier originally wanted to encourage Kakashi, but halfway through his words, Kakashi lay down straight. With no choice, Lucier had to put down Sasuke and come to Kakashi's side, intending to carry Kakashi away as well. At that moment, Kisame Hashigaki yelled at Lucier, "Give me back Samehada, or I'll kill you, brat." "Hee, you think you can kill me? Our Konoha's Azure Beast has arrived, and I don't think you're a match for Guy-sensei." Just after Rushi finished speaking, a youthful voice came from behind him. "That's right, the Azure Beast of Konoha has arrived. You won't harm the seedlings of Konoha." Then Guy appeared in front of Kakashi, showing Rushi a big smile and a thumbs up. Guy glanced at the two of them and said to Rushi, "These two are extremely dangerous, both S-rank rogue ninjas. You should step back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire." Hearing Guy's words, Rushi was stunned. Hadn't someone just said that? Never mind, it's better to retreat for now. However, Rushi still reminded him, "Teacher Guy, don't look into Itachi's eyes. That's how Kakashi-sensei got caught." "Don't worry, Rushi. I've fought against Kakashi many times, and I have plenty of experience dealing with those who have Sharingan." Lucier picked up Kakashi and said while walking, "Kakashi-sensei, You should watch fewer adult books in the future. How can you not tell the difference between men and women? Itachi, a big guy, throws you a flirtatious glance. And you just lie down? Hearing this, Itachi was furious inside and cursed, "Country bumpkin, this is my Sharingan, not a flirtatious glance." Seeing Lu Shi about to leave, Itachi said to him, "Lu Shi, return the Samahata to Kisame. We are leaving now." Just after Itachi finished speaking, several figures appeared: Jiraiya, Tsunade, Asuma, and Kurenai, along with Inoshikacho, all arrived. Seeing that his people had gathered, Lu Shi felt reassured. He wasn't afraid of anything else, just worried about accidentally injuring Kakashi and Sasuke during a fight. Tsunade stepped forward and asked, "Itachi, what are you doing in Konoha? To capture the Nine Tails, but we failed. We were about to leave. Can you let Lu Shi return the Samahata to Kisame? I don't want to start a war with you." Tsunade actually knew Itachi's identity. She had just taken office, and Jiraiya had informed her. As for how Jiraiya knew, that was of course from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade looked at Lu Shi and found that he wasn't looking at her, but was gazing at the sky. However, she knew that Lu Shi must have heard Itachi's words. He was just pretending to be deaf. "Lu Shi, give the Samahata to Itachi, and I'll give you a reward for an S-rank mission." Hearing Tsunade's words, Lu Shi realized he couldn't keep the Samahata. In fact, he didn't want it. Mainly, this thing was useless to him, but he still wanted it. Who wouldn't want a living weapon? However, Lu Shi still took the Samahata out from the shadows. At this moment, the Samahata was gasping for air, like a drowning person suddenly getting oxygen. At this moment, the Samahata was a bit afraid of Lu Shi, but didn't dare to move. It was truly afraid of being taken back to that terrible place again. Lu Shi gently stroked the shark skin in his hand, revealing a sly smile. He whispered to the shark skin, "Little guy, when your master dies in the future, come find me. If you dare to become someone else's weapon, then I will continue to pull you into the shadow space, making you stew there until you suffocate to death. Do you hear me?" The shark skin anthropomorphized, nodded to indicate that it understood Lu Shi's words. Upon seeing the situation, Lu Shi smiled in satisfaction, and then forcefully threw the shark skin towards the nearby Kisame. "Return the shark skin to me before you die." Kisame's shark-like face showed no expression as he steadily caught the shark skin and skillfully strapped it to his back. Kisame was very angry. The shark skin originally belonged to him, so why did it feel like he was borrowing it from someone else? Especially with that line about returning it before dying? If it weren't for the large number of people present, he would have taught this little brat a good lesson. After handling the shark skin matter, Lu Shi turned to Itachi and said, "Leave the Jinjutsu you know for Sasuke. Why do I feel like the Sharingan on you is different from the one on Sasuke?" Itachi took out a scroll and threw it to Lu Shi, who caught it steadily. After throwing the scroll, Itachi turned to leave, and no one stopped him. The group carried Kakashi and Tsunade towards the Konoha hospital, and Tsunade glanced back at Itachi with a look of pity. On the way, Guy asked Lu Shi, "Just now I saw Itachi was injured. Was it Kakashi's doing?" Mentioning Kakashi made Lu Shi furious. The infamous Kakashi of Konoha was so well known, and with just a glare, he would lie down. How embarrassing. No longer thinking about Kakashi, Lu Shi explained to everyone the reason for Itachi's injury. Everyone listened in shock, wondering how this style was so similar to Lu Shi's. Thus, everyone's gaze turned to Lu Shi. Seeing the looks on their faces, Lu Shi knew what they were thinking. So he generously admitted, "You're not wrong. It was me who taught him. I also taught Sasuke how to kill Itachi. Since I didn't know when Itachi would come, I wasn't prepared. Next time, if I'm ready, I'll have at least a 70% chance of killing Itachi." Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, everyone shivered in unison and mourned for Itachi for 3 seconds. 7 days later, Konoha Hospital. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm not saying this to you, but you need to pull yourself together. You can't let yourself go like this. Or else the next time you encounter Itachi, if you lie down again, how can you face yourself? You, the great Hotake Kakashi, have become someone who lies down when he sees people. I'm embarrassed to say that you were my teacher." Kakashi was in despair. An hour ago, Lu Shi came to visit him with a gift. At first, he felt quite pleased, thinking that Lu Shi was polite. However, as they talked, Lu Shi started discussing his issues and urged him to quit his habit of reading adult books. It wasn't the adult books that caused his issues, so this habit couldn't be changed. At first, he didn't pay much attention to Lu Shi's words, but Lu Shi kept going on and on for an hour. Now, Kakashi really wanted to throw him out. He simply stopped listening and covered his head with a blanket. Seeing Kakashi like this, Lu Shi decided to stop talking. He still needed to check on Sasuke. Talking to Kakashi made him forget about Sasuke. As soon as Lu Shi gang opened the door, He turned back and said to Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, the sequel to the story of Shimura Danzo is coming out. Remember to support it. Kakashi. After leaving Kakashi's hospital room, Shikamaru headed towards Sasuke's room. He advised Kakashi to read less adult material, just to tease him. Someone like him, an old pervert, could never quit adult books. However, the more he talked, the more he got carried away and couldn't stop. Deer walked into Sasuke's hospital room. At this moment, Sasuke was quietly sitting on the hospital bed, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Sasuke slightly turned his head, glanced at Deer, and then shifted his gaze back to the view outside, remaining silent. Lucier quietly walked to the bedside and followed Sasuke's gaze to look out the window. Outside, the trees were lush and green, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, making a soft sound. After a while, Lucier withdrew his gaze, turned to Sasuke, and said softly, Naruto said he likes you and wants to confess. As soon as he finished speaking, a bout of urgent coughing erupted. Sasuke, who had been pretending to be deep in thought, was caught off guard by Lucier's words, his body shaking suddenly as he coughed violently. Coughing. Sasuke covered his chest with his hand, his face turning bright red. After a struggle, he finally stopped coughing, lifted his head, and looked at Lucier with a complicated expression. With a hint of disappointment in his tone, he asked, Am I really useless? In that situation, if it were you, you would have been able to kill Itachi, right? Rushi listened to Sasuke's words without immediately responding. She leisurely sat down on the edge of the bed, casually picked up an apple from the table, and started eating. After finishing the apple, she wiped her mouth and hands on Sasuke's blanket and then said, You have already done exceptionally well. Itachi's strength far exceeds your imagination, and Kakashi-sensei is strong, right? But with just one glance from Itachi, Kakashi-sensei ended up in the hospital. You think I can defeat Itachi, but that's only because he is not familiar with me. Once we engage in a direct battle, in just 10 minutes, all my secrets will be analyzed clearly by Itachi. This ability is an innate talent and an extremely terrifying combat gift. In this battle, you didn't manage to kill Itachi, partly because you weren't fully prepared and partly because you have too little experience in life and death struggles. Wait a few years. I believe you will definitely be able to kill Itachi. After hearing Rushi's words, the once dim Sasuke finally reignited with hope. Then Sasuke asked Rushi, If I want to leave Konoha, would you support me? Deer sighed inwardly. It seems that Sasuke is ultimately going to follow the same path as in the original story. Nevertheless, Deer didn't particularly care about this matter. After all, Sasuke leaving Konoha village was indeed beneficial for him. Not to mention, the teaching ability of Orochimaru is not something Kakashi, who is only mediocre, can compare to. Kakashi has been with Sasuke for so long and has only taught him one Chidori. Thinking of this, Deer couldn't help but internally give Kakashi a negative review of misleading students. However, it seems that teachers in the ninja world are generally like this. Being able to teach students a few ninjutsu makes one a fairly good teacher. More often than not, those teachers are more like bodyguards and babysitters. As his thoughts gradually returned, Deer turned his gaze to Sasuke and said softly, Do what you think is right. Don't ask others for everything. Asking yourself is enough. No matter how you choose, you are still Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing Deer's words, Sasuke, who had a hesitant look in his eyes, gradually became more determined. Lucier looked at Sasuke in front of him, paused for a moment, and reminded him, Sasuke, you need to understand that in this world, no one will help you unconditionally, especially people like Orochimaru. Be more cautious of him when you go over there. Sasuke looked at Lucier in shock, not expecting him to know so much. Just as he was about to say something, Lucier took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it to him. This scroll was given to you by Itachi, Lucier said. Upon seeing the expression on Sasuke's face, Lucier smiled slightly and continued, Sasuke, don't be so quick to refuse, let me finish. After hearing Lucier's words, Sasuke, who was initially agitated, calmed down. He took a deep breath and decided to listen to what Lucier had to say first. Sasuke, you are determined to avenge Itachi. And while that determination and courage are commendable, have you ever considered what you lack right now? Lucier asked seriously, arms crossed. Sasuke shook his head, not understanding Lucier's meaning. At that moment, Lucier snapped his fingers and raised his voice. It's actually very simple. What you need is to learn. If you really want to kill Itachi, you must first understand him deeply. You need to know all his abilities, fighting style, and weaknesses, and also try to imitate his techniques and strategies. Only by doing this, combined with the dirty tricks I teach you, will you definitely have the ability to kill Itachi. Right now, you probably don't even know what kind of abilities Itachi has. So in that case, how can you seek revenge? He continued, so from now on, you need to learn everything Itachi is good at, and even what he is not good at. Do you understand what I mean now? Sasuke nodded. All right, before you go see Kakashi. He's been taking care of you. Don't be ungrateful. After saying this, Lucier left the hospital room. He came this time to see if Sasuke had thoughts of leaving Konoha. If he did, this meeting would be a farewell. If not, it would be a visit to see him. In fact, teaching Sasuke those techniques was to give him some hope, to let him see the hope of revenge. After all, he was also his companion. No matter what, Lucier didn't think Sasuke could kill Itachi. Itachi's eventual death was also his own decision. Otherwise, Itachi wouldn't be so easy to kill. As Lucier walked out of the hospital room, he felt a bit sad, thinking, Sasuke's departure will make Naruto very sad. This generation's Ashura is much stronger than the last generation's Indra. At least they reconciled in the end, unlike Madara and Hashirama. 3 days later, inside Konoha Hospital, Sasuke left a letter for everyone and departed. The news of Sasuke's departure swept through the village like a sudden storm. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and their companions were anxious. They couldn't accept that Sasuke would leave like this and decided to bring him back no matter what. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade asked, Lucier, did you know that Sasuke was leaving? Why you seem so unconcerned? Lucier calmly admitted, that's right. I knew when I visited him last time. I also know he's going to find Orochimaru. That's why I didn't follow to chase after Sasuke. If I went, he wouldn't be able to leave. Bang! Tsunade slammed the table, shouting angrily, Lucier, you are too reckless. How could you let Sasuke go find Orochimaru? That person is too dangerous. You are putting Sasuke in danger. Lucier, sitting on the sofa, showed no fear in the face of Tsunade's rage and said, Konoha cannot provide Sasuke with the power for revenge, so why should we stop him? Konoha has already wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. Do you want to extinguish Sasuke's desire for revenge too? When Lucier spoke, Tsunade was left speechless. Although those actions were not hers, they were indeed Konoha's responsibility, a fact she could not deny. After a moment, Tsunade said dejectedly, no matter what, I don't want Sasuke to come into contact with Orochimaru. Orochimaru is too dangerous, and I'm afraid for Sasuke. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Lucier confidently replied, Orochimaru can't harm Sasuke. He's tough. Then, Lucier changed the subject, smiling as he said, Lady Tsunade, there's no need for you to be stubborn. You know Sasuke won't come back. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't have sent Naruto and the others to chase after him. If you had sent Jiraiya, I believe even if Orochimaru came personally, he wouldn't be able to take Sasuke away, right? Tsunade sighed. Well, Konoha ultimately owes Sasuke, so let him go this time. But Tsunade paused, looking at Lucier lounging on the sofa, and said irritably, you better go watch over Naruto and the others, and don't let anything happen to them. Once it's done, bring them back. As Lucier watched Tsunade about to explode, he quickly left the Hokage office. This woman really dared to hit people. After leaving the Hokage office, Lucier chased after the direction in which Sasuke had left. At this moment, Naruto and the others had already encountered the 5 from Sound Village. Coincidentally, Gaara, who came to deliver money to Lucier, also joined the battle for Sasuke. On this journey, Lucier saw quite a few trees damaged by battles and exclaimed, it seems my little companions have gained quite a lot of strength. However, he soon spotted his younger brother, who was lying straight ahead in a rather ungraceful position. Not far from Lu Shik, there was a person holding a flute. Lucier had an impression of that person, who seemed to be called a Yu. Her abilities included spirit communication and illusion techniques, allowing her to summon the 3 ghosts and play music on a flute to control them to deal with enemies. In the cursed seal state, she could also play music to use illusions to paralyze her opponents. When you saw Lucier, she became nervous. This was because Lord Orochimaru had specifically reminded them when he came. If they saw a person dressed in black with 2 knives at their waist, they should immediately retreat, as this person was not someone they could handle, and their methods were extremely insidious. Thinking of this, Yu immediately retreated, and Lucier did not pursue. After all, as a modern person, he really didn't like killing, but if it were a mortal enemy, Lucier would definitely not hold back. Deer kicked Shikamaru's butt. Aren't you always pretending to be confused? Are you addicted to it? Haven't I taught you how to break the illusion? Shikamaru sat up awkwardly, scratching his head. He had pretended to faint twice, and both times his brother had seen him, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Big brother, that person's illusion technique is really powerful. I was pretending to faint to think of how to counterattack. Just as Shikamaru was educating his younger brother, Temari arrived. Temari walked up to Shikamaru and asked, a guy with thick eyebrows sent me here for support. It seems I arrived late. Seeing Temari, Shikamaru immediately smiled and said, just in time, could you take care of my brother for a bit? I need to go after Sasuke. That guy is injured. Temari looked Shikamaru up and down, feeling that he seemed to be fine. However, since Shikamaru had said so, she agreed. All right, you go ahead. I'll take good care of him. At this moment, Shikamaru was completely bewildered. When did he get hurt? Just as he was about to explain, his neck was tightly gripped by his older brother's arm. And then he heard his brother coldly say in his ear, "You're injured, do you know that? Let Temari take you home. And then you have your mom invite her for a meal. No funny business on the way, just talk to her nicely. Otherwise, I'll really make you hurt. Do you understand?" Shikamaru quickly nodded in agreement. Then, Shikaji smiled at Temari and said, "You take him back to Konoha first. I promise to bring your brother back safely." Upon hearing Shikaji's words, Temari immediately came over to support Shikamaru, who was still somewhat reluctant, but then he heard his older brother coldly say 2 words, "Injured." Shikamaru immediately shivered and then let Temari help him up. Seeing the 2 of them, Shikashi continued to chase after Sasuke. As Shikashi walked away, Temari teased, "You brothers have such a good relationship. You get hurt, and you just take it." Hearing Temari's words, Shikamaru's face turned red. He was about to explain when Temari said, "Let's go. I'll take you back to Konoha." So, one healthy person supported another healthy person as they walked towards Konoha. As Lucier was walking, he suddenly heard 2 passionate voices coming from nearby. "Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke! Sasuke! I have to take you back." "Idiot, I'm not going back." Watching their affectionate exchange, Lucier felt a bit shy to interrupt, so he just stood by and watched. And the 2 were so engrossed that they didn't notice Lucier's arrival. Then one was doing a Rasengan, and the other was doing a Chidori, and Lucier thought it was time for him to show off. At this moment, he saw the 2 charging at each other, running while shouting each other's names, looking very much like long-lost lovers. If only there were no Rasengan and Chidori, it would have been even better. "Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke!" After the Rasengan and Chidori were neutralized, Sasuke and Naruto collided directly. Lucier, standing in the middle, instantly teleported away. He didn't want to become a cushion for the 2. Bang! The 2 tightly embraced. No, they crashed heavily into each other and fell straight down. A minute later, they stood up again with Naruto standing in front of Sasuke, his gaze firm yet complicated. He looked at Sasuke, a myriad of emotions surging within him. But it all transformed into a simple sentence. "Sasuke, don't go." When Lucier heard Naruto's words, he felt goosebumps all over and thought to himself, "Goodness, a man telling another man, don't go feels so disgusting." However, Lucier did not interrupt their conversation, but listened quietly. Sasuke slightly raised his head, his gaze resolute. "Naruto, I have to leave. Konoha can't give me the power I want. I need to be stronger to kill Itachi." Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling. "But this is our home, the place where we grew up together. What will we do if you leave?" Sasuke was silent for a moment, his tone filled with a hint of helplessness. "I know, but some things I have to face on my own. I can't stay in Konoha forever. I need to find my own path." Naruto was unwilling. He didn't want to lose his best friend like this, and he didn't want Sasuke to walk a dangerous path. He desperately searched for reasons to persuade Sasuke. "We are friends, partners. We have gone through so much together. If you leave, I will worry about you." A flicker of emotion passed through Sasuke's eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. "I know you worry about me, but this is my choice. I have to pursue what I want, even if it means leaving Konoha and leaving you." Naruto gritted his teeth, filled with reluctance and anxiety. He didn't want to give up like this. He didn't want to lose Sasuke. He tried to calm himself down and said with the most sincere voice, "Sasuke, give me a chance. Give me a chance to prove that Konoha can provide you with strength. Let's work hard together and become stronger." Sasuke's heart stirred slightly, but he knew that Konoha's current state could not satisfy his thirst for power. He gently shook his head. "Naruto, this is not something you can change. I must seek new power to achieve my goals." Lucier couldn't take it anymore and interrupted the conversation between the 2. "Hey, you 2 buddies, have you forgotten about me? If it weren't for me, you would both be hurt right now. Shouldn't you thank me?" Only then did Naruto remember Lucier. He walked up to Lucier and said, "Big brother, please talk to Sasuke. I really don't want him to leave." After saying that, he started to cry, looking like a neglected little wife. Deer touched Naruto's head and then came in front of Sasuke, saying, "I thought you would say goodbye to me before you left." Sasuke didn't say anything, but Naruto said, "Brother." Shikamaru gestured for Naruto to stop talking, then said earnestly, "Naruto, everyone has different pursuits. This is Sasuke's own path, and we have no right to interfere." "But there's no but. If you really consider Sasuke a friend, then wait for him to take his revenge and bring him back to Konoha. A friend is a support, not a burden. Do you understand? Naruto nodded tearfully, then went to Sasuke and said with a sobbing voice, Sasuke, go ahead. After you take your revenge, come back. If you don't come back, I'll come find you. In his heart, Lu Shi said, yes, this is the taste. Sasuke didn't say a word and turned to leave. Naruto stood in place, watching Sasuke's back, filled with helplessness and despair. He didn't want Sasuke to leave. He didn't want to lose this friend he had always had. But he also understood that he couldn't change Sasuke's decision. Moreover, his brother was right. He couldn't hold Sasuke back. Sasuke was also feeling quite upset. He had reluctance for Konoha and an apology for Naruto in his heart. But he knew he had to leave. He needed to pursue his own power and seek revenge. The sun was setting, casting a long shadow of Sasuke, while Naruto stood there, filled with complex emotions. He knew that from now on, their paths would diverge. But he also believed that one day, they would reunite on new paths and jointly protect the Konoha in their hearts. In the evening, everyone returned to Konoha. Because of Sasuke's situation, no one spoke on the way back. The atmosphere was very oppressive. As soon as they arrived in the village, Sakura ran to Naruto in tears. Naruto, did you bring Sasuke back? Hearing Sakura's words, Naruto lowered his head. Slap! Sakura's palm struck heavily on Naruto's face. Just as Sakura was about to blame Naruto further, she felt someone grab her foot and lift her upside down. Then came the impact with the ground, bang, bang, bang. After 3 impacts, Sakura was violently thrown out. But at that moment, a figure caught her. The events happened too quickly for everyone to react, and then it was over. At this time, Tsunade walked over, holding Sakura, and shouted at Lu Shi, you bastard, do you want to kill her? Ignoring Tsunade, Lu Shi looked at the bloodied Sakura and said, I warned you not to vent your anger on Naruto. It seems you didn't take my words to heart. Don't you want to find Sasuke? He's in the Sound Village of the Land of Rice. You can go find him, since you love Sasuke so much. I suppose you don't care about becoming a rogue ninja, right? After saying that, Lu Shi summoned the Shadow Warrior and ordered, enter her shadow, and take her out as soon as she leaves the village. Upon hearing Lu Shi's command, the Shadow Warrior immediately dove into Sakura's shadow. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lu Shi to be so ruthless. Naruto wanted to say something, but seeing his brother's predatory gaze, he decisively shut his mouth. Tsunade also didn't know what to say. She had seen Sakura's behavior, but didn't expect Lu Shi to suddenly take action. Hulua, and you, the one playing with the dummy, come with me. I'll take you to find your sister. After saying this, Lu Shi took the 2 away, leaving everyone exchanging glances. After a moment, everyone also left. Sakura continued to cry in Tsunade's arms. Tsunade gently stroked Sakura's hair and said helplessly, let's go. I'll take you to treat your injuries. When they got home, Ino was there, chatting and laughing with Temari. Upon seeing the 3 enter, Temari immediately asked, how is it? Did you get hurt? Did you bring Sasuke back? Gaara and Kankuro shook their heads. At that moment, their parents and Shikamaru came out of the kitchen, and upon seeing their son, they said, just in time, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. At this moment, Dear Mom is very happy. When Dear Maru returns and mentions the previous events, she understands that her second daughter-in-law also has a prospect, so she is very warm towards Shoju. Shika introduced Gaara and Kankuro to his mom, who was equally enthusiastic. Soon, the family began their meal. The next morning, Shika was kicked out by his mom because he had extorted 200 million ryo from Gaara. Temari cried to their mom, and she immediately softened. Not only did she return the 200 million ryo to Temari, but she also told her to come to her if she needed anything, mainly because the Nara family was really wealthy now. As Shika was leaving, he glanced at Temari and ended up getting hit by his mom with a mop, who shouted at him, if you dare to bully Temari, I won't let you off. Lu Shi felt, if he had known, he wouldn't have tried to match Shoju with Lu Wan now. Anyway, they would definitely get together, and he was just shooting himself in the foot. When he arrived at the flower shop, he saw Ino, still busy. Since there were no tasks today, Ino had come to help her mother manage the flower shop. As soon as Ino looked up, she saw Lu Shi standing outside and waved for him to come in. After entering, just as Lu Shi was about to ask if he needed help, his ears were grabbed by Ino, and then Ino asked Lu Shi, are you going to say it or not? Lu Shi was confused. After a moment, he quickly raised his hand to surrender and turned to ask Jingyi, why don't you ask? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Jingyi let go of his ear and, with a serious expression, asked on my way here. I saw a bookstore promoting books, and many of the titles were ones you mentioned before. I want to know, did you write those books? Yes. I've written quite a few books recently. If you like them, I'll give them to you. Why are you still holding on to that chair? Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he saw Jing Yi pick up the chair as if to hit him. Lu Shi quickly snatched it away and cautiously asked Jing Yi, "What's wrong with you? Why are you still angry? I can tell you, all those royalties are with my mom. That's my dowry for you." Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Jing Yi turned away, not looking at him. This left Lu Shi somewhat puzzled about Jing Ye's feelings, but that didn't matter. If the partner was angry, he had to admit his mistake and apologize. Half an hour later, Jing Yi finally revealed the reason for her anger. "Lu Shi, how can you write that kind of book? I heard the bookstore owner say that your books are selling really well. Tell me, do you often spy on others while they bathe?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shi understood why Jing Yi was angry and quickly explained, "Oh, about that. I wrote those out of boredom, but I really didn't spy on anyone while they were bathing. Think about it. When I'm not on a mission, I'm with you. At night, we chat in the dim light. When would I have the time? Besides, even if I had the time, I wouldn't do something so low class. If I were to watch someone bathe, it would be you. Others wouldn't even catch my eye." Hearing Lu Shi's words, Jing Ye's little face immediately turned red. In fact, she wasn't really angry. She was just worried that Lu Shi would be unfaithful outside. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Lu Shi began helping Jing Yi manage the flower shop. Just as the two were enjoying their sweet time together, the arrival of the Umbu interrupted their moment. "Deputy Minister, Lord Hokage requests your presence." Dear Time heard the words from the Dark Division and signaled for him to leave first. Then he said to Ino, "Ino, I'm going to the Hokage's office. I'll come over to help you once I'm done." "Okay, you go ahead. My dad asked me to take you home for dinner tonight." After being affectionate with Ino for another 2 minutes, Dear Time reluctantly left the flower shop. When Lu Shi walked into the Hokage's office, he saw a pig head sitting on the sofa, which looked somewhat familiar. A few seconds later, he blurted out, "Wow," and immediately approached the pig head, saying, "Lord Jiraiya, your style is quite unique. Did you get plastic surgery?" Jiraiya didn't respond, just looked at Lu Shi with a mournful gaze. At that moment, Tsunade spoke up. "He got beaten up. Yesterday, the outdoor hot spring opened, and he went a peek. Because the scenery inside was too good, Jiraiya couldn't help but shout out. And the people inside thought they encountered a pervert. He then fell down from above and ended up being laughed at." Tsunade couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out, her voice booming, causing even the children's grain bag to sway along. Deer thought to himself, "If Ino had this scale, I would dare to have 4. Ding, host. If you want, I can help you, oh. Hey. The system, do you have a problem? If you have the ability, can you give me more Shadow Legion? It's not long before I have to face Kankuro, and I'm really not a match for him right now. Hurry up and tell me if you have any way to help Ino reach Tsunade's level." TCH, the host is being two-faced. Ding. Cup Growth Liquid has been added to the sign-in rewards. Please continue to sign in, and you will eventually receive it. Dear Time, system, tell me the truth. What's your real name? It feels like you're getting more and more unreliable. The full name of this system is, there's nothing in all the worlds that can't be stolen. The strongest. System, shut the hell up. That's not what you said last time. You called yourself something like the strongest shadow system before. How did you change your name again? Host, this system can upgrade too, you know? The previous version was just the original. Now that I've upgraded, my full name is, anything in all the worlds can be stolen. Shut the fuck up. That's different from what you just said. Are all systems this inconsistent? This system's IQ is extremely high, so what? So, I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. I'm done with this dumbass host. What the hell? You're just making shit up without even thinking. First time I've heard of a system needing to eat or having cafeteria. Holy shit, Jiraiya. What are you trying to do? After a heated argument with the system, Lu Shi suddenly saw Jiraiya's big face, only less than 5 centimeters away from him, which startled him into quickly shifting his butt. Lu Shi, aren't you going to give me an explanation? What did you promise me before? Hearing Jiraiya's question, Lu Shi thought for a moment and then said, I said you would help me, and I would take care of the outdoor hot spring situation. But, all right, Lord Jiraiya, there's no but. I never said anything about male or female baths. It was all your one-sided assumption. The Hokage can testify that I did say that. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who nodded with a smile. Jiraiya slumped back on the sofa, feeling utterly dejected. At this moment, Tsunade finally stopped smiling and seriously asked Lu Shi, what are you planning to do about Sakura? Were your words yesterday said in anger, or do you really want to kill her? Dear Shi put away the lazy demeanor from before and calmly said 2 words, really. Really? These 2 words hit Tsunade's heart like heavy hammers. Tsunade actually thought Sakura was quite good and had already considered taking her as a disciple, but what Dear Shi said next completely extinguished that thought. Tsunade-sama, do you have something to say? Just wait until I finish. Upon hearing Deershire's words, Jiraiya also straightened up, eager to hear what this child would say. Tsunade did the same, adjusting her posture, curious to see what the smartest person in the Nara clan would say. That was so astonishing. Lucier thought for a few seconds, organized his language, and then said, Sakura Haruno is not as simple as you think. She is very scheming and knows how to use her advantages. This statement piqued Tsunade and Jiraiya's curiosity, and they stared intently at Lucier. We have been classmates from school to graduation, and we were teammates for a period of time. You know that, right? The two nodded, and Jiraiya said, I heard from Kakashi that later the old man transferred you to the Umbu, which is why you left Team 7. That's right, so we weren't teammates for long. Now let me tell you about Sakura Haruno, starting from when Naruto first met her. Naruto had seen Sakura when he attended school, and it was at that time that he started to like her. Back then, Sakura, like the other kids in the village, didn't want to play with Naruto, and we, the children from clans, were also discouraged from approaching him due to our elders' warnings. If any clan dared to interact with Naruto back then, the third Hokage would have to talk to them that same day, and they might even get killed by Danzo. Hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya both sighed inwardly. They knew Lucier was speaking the truth. After starting school, Naruto continued to cling to Sakura. She, being infatuated, of course knew that Naruto liked her. However, she didn't reject Naruto. She just vented her frustrations on him when Sasuke ignored her. Of course, she only dared to take her anger out on Naruto. She knew that the children from common families wouldn't let her bully them, and she didn't dare to provoke the children from clans, so she could only vent her anger on Naruto, the orphan. Jiraiya had already clenched his fists upon hearing this, and Tsunade frowned slightly. She felt that since Naruto was a commoner and liked her, that was why she dared to bully him so recklessly. Lucier said he was a bit thirsty, picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and continued speaking after drinking. Let's talk about after graduation. I don't know what the third generation was thinking when they put Haruno Sakura into Team 7. Naruto, and Sasuke got along quite well. With me as a lubricant, the pair of enemies, Sasuke and Naruto, could get along harmoniously. But ever since Sakura joined, the team has been chaotic day by day. Naruto and Sasuke argue endlessly, and Sakura always sides with Sasuke. No matter if Sasuke is right or wrong, she makes Naruto apologize to him. Her role in the team is just to stir up trouble. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh, but when he saw Tsunade's gaze, he quickly held it in. Lucier felt that this way of saying it was not quite appropriate, so he explained it is indeed not appropriate to put it that way, but it's more or less the same meaning. As for her liking Sasuke, I think that's not normal. Before the Uchiha massacre, if Sakura really liked Sasuke, then after the Uchiha massacre, that would be to the point of being brainless. Do you know why? The two didn't expect Lucier to suddenly ask such a question, but they shook their heads in unison. Seeing them shake their heads, Lucier expressed his opinion. Because she saw hope, a hope to escape being a commoner ninja. As long as she marries Sasuke, she will no longer be a commoner ninja. Even if the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the Uchiha name still carries weight. Even if only Sasuke is left, he is still an Uchiha. She and her future children can completely shed the label of commoner ninja just by relying on the 3 words Uchiha, achieving a transformation across social classes. During her interactions with us, the children of clans, she was insecure, so insecure that she could only regain a bit of confidence by bullying Naruto. Last time she apologized to me, saying she was wrong, but I know that was her showing weakness. She clearly rejected Naruto before, but when I asked Naruto, he said Sakura never said those things. Do you know why? Before the two had a chance to think, Lucier said, forget it, asking you is pointless. Just listen to me. The two exchanged knowing glances at Lucier's words. Because she knows I treat Naruto well. Something she might not want to ask because it would hurt Naruto's pride. She might also think Naruto wouldn't tell me everything, especially about her. She has confidence in herself. But she overlooked one thing. If I really wanted to get information from Naruto, it would be too easy. Some things he would even say himself without me needing to pry. Now, let's talk about this incident. Do you really think she is worried about Sasuke? The sound of the deer gradually rose. Wrong. What she was worried about was herself. She was worried that Sasuke would meet someone he liked outside, and at that time, all her plans would fall apart. That's why she was so angry, wanted to take it out on Naruto again. If she really liked Sasuke, she should go find him. I even told her where Sasuke was. Whether you believe it or not, wait until she's better. She won't mention Sasuke again, but she will still keep him in mind. This isn't worry. It's because her criteria for choosing a partner have determined this. Lucier looked at Jiraiya and asked, Lord Jiraiya, if you could choose someone to marry, what kind of woman would you choose? Or rather, who would you choose? Of course, it's still unclear for me. You little brat. Aren't you referring to Sakura? Why are you asking me? Seeing Jiraiya's contradictory expression, Lucier decided not to tease him further and continued. Sakura Haruno has two requirements for a partner. First, they must come from a prestigious family. Second, they should have a certain level of attractiveness. As for strength, it doesn't have to be too impressive. Lee also likes Sakura, but she doesn't pay him any attention. He always says Sasuke is strong and handsome. But is that really the case? Lee's strength is much greater than Sasuke's. So why doesn't she accept him? It's simply because Lee is just a common ninja. If Lee were from the Uchiha clan and confessed to her, do you believe she would immediately agree? That's all I have to say. Who agrees and who disagrees? I disagree, Lucier. Are you thinking too poorly of Sakura? I don't think that girl is like that. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Lucier laughed, a mocking smile on his face. Lord Jiraiya, I bet you that when Sakura gets out of the hospital, she will definitely come to apologize to me. Not to Naruto, the person involved. Because she thinks Naruto is unworthy. Do you dare bet? All right, let us bet. How could I, the great Toad Sage, possibly lose? If you lose, you have to unconditionally agree to one of my requests. How about that? Sure, Tsunade can be our witness. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the two childish boys. Then, it seemed she suddenly remembered something and slammed her desk, saying, Lucier, listen to me. You hurry up and talk some sense into Jiraiya. Dear time, here we go again. Can you ladies tell me what the matter is before asking me? After hearing Dear Time's words, Tsunade couldn't help but slap her forehead, realizing that she hadn't actually mentioned anything. Then, Tsunade cleared her throat and said softly, Actually, it's like this, Jiraiya wants to take Naruto out for training, as he believes this method is very beneficial for Naruto's growth and can help him improve his strength and experience. Therefore, he hopes that you will take over his original job position. So, I wanted to ask for your opinion. After hearing Tsunade's words, Rushi slightly frowned and fell into a brief contemplation. After a while, Rushi slowly raised his head and said, This is naturally a good thing. It is indeed beneficial for Naruto's growth, and I agree. Jiraiya, who was beside him, was delighted to hear Rushi's straightforward agreement. His previously anxious heart settled back down. He had been worried that Rushi might refuse, but he didn't expect Rushi to agree so readily. Then, Rushi curiously asked, Jiraiya, when do you plan to leave? Jiraiya pondered for a moment and then answered without hesitation. Naturally, the sooner, the better. It should be in the next few days. Let Naruto say goodbye to his friends first, and then I will take him on the journey. At that moment, Rushi suddenly changed the subject and asked Jiraiya, the first thing you will do after leaving the village is to find those ladies to catch up, right? They must miss you, the Toad Sage, a lot. Of course. It's really too boring in Konoha. There's no material to work with. That's why I'm thinking of running away. But I have to guard against you. Jiraiya suddenly realized he had let something slip and tried to run away, but Rushi had already anticipated this. Just as Jiraiya stood up, a pair of large hands firmly pressed down on his shoulders. Hokage, you still have official business to handle, right? I'll take my leave now. The giant summoning will be left to you. After you use them, they will return to my shadow, so I will take my leave. Tsunade slowly stood up from her seat, her fists cracking as she pressed them together, then stepped toward Jiraiya one step at a time. Upon seeing the situation, Lucier quickly stood up and walked toward the door. Just as he opened the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said with a mischievous grin, Lady Tsunade, please go easy on him. Don't beat Jiraiya too badly. Just break his legs after all. He still needs his upper body to keep working. After saying this, Lucier hurriedly walked out of the Hokage building. Upon hearing Lucier's words, Jiraiya's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wanted to explain a few words, but Tsunade had already reached him, and without saying a word, she raised her hand and delivered a heavy punch. A shrill scream echoed in the room, followed by Jiraiya's muffled, intermittent cries. Lucier, you ungrateful guy. How could you betray me like this? Just wait, I'll get you back for this. However, none of this could stop Tsunade's actions, as her fists rained down on Jiraiya. After leaving the Hokage building, Riku could still hear Jiraiya's screams behind him. In fact, Riku didn't want to put Jiraiya in a difficult position, but who asked Jiraiya to try to trick him? He wanted to go out and have fun while letting a kid do his work for him. How lovely. The next morning, a person with a huge pig's head and leaning on a crutch walked into the assistant's office. This person was Jiraiya, who had been brutally beaten by Tsunade the day before. Although Tsunade ultimately did not break his legs as Riku had claimed, the beating was still severe. He probably wouldn't be back to normal for at least 3 or 4 days. In the assistant's office, Jiraiya looked at the mountain of documents and felt numb. He remembered how Danzo always leaned on a stick, but how could he end up handling so many documents himself? Riku, you, Lord Jiraiya, please don't point at me. I've never handled documents before. My current task is to learn from you. If you don't handle the documents, how can I learn? Oh, the misfortune. Jiraiya still wanted Riku to help him with the documents, but Riku had already shut him down, leaving Jiraiya to handle the paperwork himself. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Riku had been living quite comfortably during these 7 days. He would train at the Umbu training ground for a while during the day, take a nap at noon, continue training in the afternoon, and sometimes even sleep until quitting time. If he slept until quitting time, he would go straight home, which drove Jiraiya crazy, but he couldn't argue back. Riku's mouth was too powerful. He was no match for him, so Jiraiya simply let it be. One day, just as Riku was about to go home, someone grabbed his clothes. Turning around, he found Jiraiya looking at him with a pitiful expression. Riku, Naruto is already practicing the Rasengan on the back mountain. Just go home tonight and teach him some theoretical knowledge. But Naruto has already summoned Gamabunta and gained the recognition of that big toad. Lord Jiraiya, do you have anything else to say? Jiraiya said nothing. Instead, he returned to his chair to continue processing documents. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he had nothing to say. Both of his excuses for taking time off had been shot down. Although Riku couldn't manage him, if Jiraiya took time off, that kid would definitely report him to Tsunade. After getting to know him for a long time, Jiraiya felt that this kid's heart was dark. In the middle of the night, 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared at the entrance of Konoha village. Perverted sage, where are you sneaking off to in the middle of the night? Can't we wait until daytime for this training? Bruce, I haven't had a chance to say a proper goodbye to my brother. Naruto grumbled as he was dragged forward by Jiraiya. Hearing Naruto's complaints, Jiraiya quickly covered Naruto's mouth, fearing that his words would attract that person. At that moment, the last person he wanted to mention or even think about was Riku. Finally managing to break free from Jiraiya's grip, Naruto gasped. Hey, perverted sage, you're suffocating me. Also, why are you so afraid to mention my brother? Jiraiya lowered his voice and whispered in Naruto's ear. Shh, keep it down. Just mentioning that guy Riku gives me chills down my spine like there are eyes watching us. Just then, a strange yet familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Lord Jiraiya, are you feeling cold? Do you need another coat? Jiraiya's whole body trembled, and he instantly froze in place. He slowly turned around, and when he saw that familiar face, he felt like a deflated balloon, completely collapsing. Indeed, just as he feared, what he dreaded most had come true. The person standing behind him was none other than Riku. Deer stood in place with a gentle smile, lightly waving at Naruto not far away. When Naruto saw this, he immediately ran to Deer, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, and asked joyfully, Big brother, did you come specifically to see me off? Deer quietly watched Naruto. The smile that was originally hanging at the corner of his mouth gradually disappeared, replaced by a deep sense of guilt. After a moment, Deer slowly spoke. Naruto, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for hurting you. As soon as he finished speaking, he bit down hard on his teeth and forced out 2 drops of tears from his eyes. Naruto and Jiraiya, who was beside him, were both stunned upon hearing this. Naruto widened his eyes, looking at Deer with a puzzled expression, and hurriedly comforted him. Big brother, what happened to you? Why are you saying this all of a sudden? You've always been so good to me. How could you possibly hurt me? Lucier slightly lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly as if experiencing an intense inner struggle. Then he raised his head, putting on a very difficult expression, and continued. Naruto, I used to think that Jiraiya-sama was a very excellent and trustworthy teacher, so I felt particularly at ease in trusting you to him for guidance. However, what I never expected was... At this point, Lucier's voice trembled slightly as he extended a finger, pointing directly at Jiraiya, who was standing nearby. I didn't realize that he is actually a coward, timid as a mouse, afraid to take responsibility. Upon hearing this, Naruto's mouth dropped open, completely at a loss for how to respond. Jiraiya, on the other hand, furrowed his brows, his expression instantly turning strange as he pondered what Lucier was trying to achieve. A sense of foreboding rose involuntarily in his heart, and his intuition told him that something unpleasant was likely to happen next. Just then, Lucier slowly reached into his robe, carefully feeling for something. After a moment, he successfully pulled out a letter and gently handed it to Naruto. With a face full of suspicion, Naruto reached out his hands to take the letter. Upon opening it, Naruto discovered that it was a letter Jiraiya had left for Lucier. However, the contents of the letter were not only related to Lucier, but also mentioned Naruto multiple times. The letter read, Lucier, by the time you read this letter, I must have left Konoha with Naruto. Please rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure Naruto's safety. When we return to Konoha, I believe Naruto will have become very strong. As for the position of Hokage's assistant, to be honest, it really doesn't suit someone with my carefree personality. It will be much more appropriate for you to take over. With your ability and wisdom, you can definitely do much better than I can. Sigh, life in Konoha is really too stifling. Not only can I not freely peep, but even gathering materials is fraught with difficulties. Plus, that hot-tempered violent woman, Tsunade, always resorts to physical violence against me. I've had enough. So this time, I've decided to leave for good, and bringing along this little brat Naruto makes it even easier for me to peep. At that time, I just need to disguise myself as a blind person and let Naruto lead me to the women's bath. In this way, I could collect material for my next book. After reading the letter, Naruto's face instantly turned bright red. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran towards his home without looking back. Jiraiya was left completely stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening, muttering to himself, "What on earth is going on?" He hurriedly rushed over to Lucier, snatching the letter. Just as Jiraiya had glanced at the letter's contents, a voice filled with gritted teeth suddenly came from behind, saying, "Violent woman." This unexpected voice struck Jiraiya like a thunderbolt, causing his body to stiffen instantly. It was as if he'd been hit by a paralysis jutsu, slowly and mechanically turning his head. When he finally saw that the person standing behind him was Tsunade, his face instantly turned pale. Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, her brows furrowed, glaring at him with an angry expression. Realizing he was in trouble, Jiraiya didn't have time to think and immediately used the body flicker technique, bursting forth with a speed beyond his limits to escape the scene. However, neither Tsunade nor Lucier pursued him. After a while, a frustrated shout from Jiraiya could be heard from a distance. "Lucier, you tricked me again." In reality, the contents of the letter were half true and half false. The earlier part was indeed left by Jiraiya for Lucier, but the latter part had been added by Lucier later. He did this with one purpose in mind, to find a way to keep Jiraiya in Konoha. After all, one can train anywhere. It is not necessary to go outside. However, in the current Konoha, there are very few individuals with the strength to hold down the fort, almost none at all. Even someone as powerful as Tsunade can at most be considered half of one. After dealing with this matter, Lucier went to Naruto's house. Upon seeing Naruto, he let out a long sigh of relief and patiently explained the matter of the letter to him. He particularly emphasized that the latter part of the letter was personally written and added by him, honestly revealing that his reason for doing so was simply to keep Jiraiya in Konoha, as Konoha is too weak right now and needs a strong person to hold the fort. At the same time, Lucier repeatedly urged Naruto not to misunderstand or harbor any resentment towards Jiraiya because of this. After leaving Naruto's house, Jiraiya was waiting not far away. Dear Time came in front of Jiraiya and teased, "Lord Jiraiya's body flicker technique is truly mastered to perfection. I'm afraid there's no one else like you in the entire ninja world." Facing Dear Time's teasing, Jiraiya did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Why did you come this time? You slander me and then explain yourself? I really don't understand what this means." Lucier looked at Hokage Rock, pointing at the third Hokage's face, and said, "Because of this old guy, Konoha is too weak now. So I hope Lord Jiraiya can stay in the village for a few years, to protect Konoha for a few years. At most 5 years. And I will have the ability to protect Konoha and my friends. As for today's incident, you can understand it as a prank or a little joke. I said those words, and I'm afraid Naruto won't follow you no matter what you say. I used Naruto, but I didn't harm him or hinder his growth." Saying this, Lucier turned to Jiraiya and said slowly, "Lord Jiraiya, after hearing this, can you tell me your choice?" "Haha, I accept, but you have to promise me one condition, which is..." Jiraiya still wanted to keep it a secret, and Lucier directly said, "The manuscript of the new book will be shown to you first." Jiraiya was somewhat speechless. Dealing with smart people has this downside. Nothing can be hidden from them. After chatting, Lucier parted ways with Jiraiya. Time flew by, and it had been a whole month since Jiraiya's last escapade. After a period of treatment and recovery, Sakura finally discharged from the hospital. The first thing she did after leaving the hospital was to find Shikamaru to apologize. As for Naruto, he was ruthlessly ignored by Sakura. This behavior deeply disappointed Tsunade and Jiraiya. You see, Tsunade had previously considered taking Sakura as a disciple. But after seeing how Sakura treated Naruto, that thought vanished instantly. However, seeing that Sakura had decent medical talent, Tsunade recommended her to study at the Konoha Hospital. Aside from this matter, Tsunade did not interfere much in any affairs regarding Sakura. On Sakura's side, since Sasuke left and Jiraiya began to focus on training Naruto, the former Team 7 was officially disbanded. Kakashi-sensei returned to the Umbu and took on the role of deputy minister. The once lively 13 little strong had now dwindled to just 11 due to Sasuke's departure and Sakura's gradual estrangement from everyone. At this time, shocking news suddenly arrived that the Akatsuki organization was at war with the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rain Village. It turned out that the Hidden Cloud Village had been waiting for other villages to take action against the Akatsuki first, so they could reap the benefits. But after waiting and waiting, the other villages showed no intention of moving. Now, the fourth Raikage, known for his explosive temper, could not hold back any longer. He decisively dispatched elite ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village to seize Nagato's legendary eyes. Unfortunately, this daring operation ended in a painful failure, costing the Hidden Cloud Village a tremendous price. At the Akatsuki base, Nagato said, after this battle, "I'm afraid the eyes of the entire ninja world will be on us. Should we hide for a while? Now is not the time to be enemies with the entire ninja world." After Xiao Nan said this, she kept looking at Nagato. In her heart, she particularly wanted Nagato to escape once, because Nagato's health was getting worse. If he went through a few more fierce battles, he might not live much longer. At this moment, Nagato's face was as calm as water. After a long time, he spoke. "Xiao Nan, this is our home. Where can we go? I will not evade until Yahiko's wish is fulfilled. By the way, has that author been found? I have a feeling he knows something." Xiao Nan sighed. "I checked. The author of Treasure King is very likely Nara Lushur from Konoha. He has written quite a few books, especially a lot of yellow books. But he is only 13 years old, so it's impossible for him to know about us." Black Zetsu also investigated and said that Nara Lushur has been to the land of waves, the land of wind, and the land of earth. But he has never been here, so the chances of him knowing about us are very small. However, Nara Lushur's abilities are very strange. He can nullify ninjutsu. His fighting style is very insidious. He will use any means to win. So I will just let Black Zetsu continue to monitor. All right, Xiao Nan. Let Black Zetsu come back. Now is not the time to go to war with Konoha. As for Nara Lushur, he is just a clown. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are futile. After Xiao Nan nodded, she left. She also didn't think Nara Lushur could threaten Nagato. She knew best how strong Nagato's power was. Everyone don't misunderstand. The author is talking about combat power, not that kind of combat power. In the Hokage office, Tsunade said, "Is this the Flying Thunder God? It feels so profound. There are several sealing techniques involved. How did the second Hokage come up with this?" Hearing Lushur's words, Tsunade replied irritably, "Are you going to study or not? If not, hurry up and give it to me. Don't disturb my work here." "Hey, Tsunade-sama. If you wipe your drool, I'll believe you. You were sleeping before I knocked on the door, right?" Just as Tsunade was about to get angry, Lushur said, "I brewed some good wine. When the time comes, I'll let you taste it." Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately stopped being angry. For a wine lover, nothing can't be solved with a bottle of wine. If there is, it just means they're isn't enough. Brewing wine was a money-making method Lushur recently thought of. Of course, it wasn't white liquor. White liquor is too strong for people in the ninja world. So he brewed a mixed type of sake and fruit wine, along with some foreign wines he knew from his previous life. This time he prepared some. When the first batch of wine comes out, Lushur will see the effect. If the results are good, Lushur will open a winery. By then, gin, vodka, beer, whiskey, all will be mass-produced. He is determined to be the richest man in the ninja world. He, Nara Lushur, said that even the Sage of Six Paths can't stop him. Digressing, Lushur had just gone to check on Naruto's training when he suddenly remembered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God. So he came to ask Tsunade how to obtain this ninjutsu. As a result, this woman directly gave it to him, and Lushur was quite happy. But this technique was a bit too difficult. He hadn't even figured out his sage techniques yet. After going through 3 treatments of the slime, the slug sage stopped providing more, saying, "Little Lushur, you've already used it 3 times. Using it again won't have any effect. You've already entered the door. Relying on the slime to feel natural energy will no longer be effective, so now you can only rely on yourself." Then Lushur was forcibly sent back. Lushur took the Flying Thunder God and left, thinking he needed to study it well, since it was a great item. The title of Yellow Flash was earned by Minato through mastering the Flying Thunder God. If he learned it, he definitely wanted a title even cooler than Yellow Flash. But what should that title be? It was a bit frustrating. While Lushur was daydreaming, he had already arrived at the forest outside of Konoha village. Then he saw Naruto teaching Konohamaru the Rasengan, explaining it in a somewhat convoluted way, but that was the situation. This ninjutsu had 3 steps. First, practice with a water balloon, then smash it with a bang and a pop to make it explode. Inuzuka, Konohamaru. Hearing Naruto's words, Konohamaru was filled with black lines in his mind, and his whole demeanor turned gloomy. Lucier thought that Konohamaru was really a genius for being able to learn the Rasengan. Although he didn't know the Rasengan himself, he probably understood the principle. To help Konohamaru avoid some detours, Lucier decided to step in personally. With this in mind, he walked over to the two. Naruto and Konohamaru were happy to greet Lucier when they saw him. Big brother, you're here. I'm teaching Konohamaru the Rasengan. But this guy is too slow. I've explained it clearly, but he just doesn't get it. Deer thought to himself, with this kind of approach, it's a miracle if you can learn anything. It's just that Konohamaru is smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to learn it even if he died. However, Deer didn't say that Naruto's teaching method was wrong. Instead, he spoke to the still withdrawn Konohamaru. All right, Konohamaru, Naruto didn't explain it clearly, so now let me explain the principle of the Rasengan to you. As soon as Konohamaru heard this, he perked up immediately. After all, this is the older brother of his big brother, so he must be more reliable than his big brother. Thus, Teacher Deer began the lesson. Deer approached Konohamaru and said seriously, the principle of the Rasengan is to smash the water sphere with a bang and a pop. Do you understand? After Lucier finished speaking, he realized that Konohamaru had turned into a black and white image, his eyes becoming spiral shapes, and a lot of black lines appearing on his head. Naruto's Rasengan was also taught by his brother, right? Naruto was laughing on the side, mocking Konohamaru while he laughed. Ha ha, I told you even an idiot could learn it. Isn't it as easy as I said? To be honest, Konohamaru is now a bit reluctant to learn the Rasengan. It's too difficult. Deer Time noticed that the timing was about right, rubbed Konohamaru's head, and said, Rasengan is a high-level ninjutsu. The basic principle is to concentrate chakra in the hand, allowing it to flow continuously in irregular directions and compressing it to form a chakra sphere of a palm-sized, non-attribute. This is then used to attack the opponent. The steps of Rasengan are as follows. First, concentrate chakra in the hand. Second, continuously release chakra from the hand, causing the gathered scattered chakra to spin continuously. Third, the spinning chakra is precisely compressed and controlled to form a sphere of a fixed size. Fourth, by maintaining this spinning shape, the Rasengan is born. Do you understand this time? Upon hearing Deer Time's explanation, Konohamaru immediately asked Naruto for a water balloon and began to experiment. Naruto, somewhat dissatisfied, muttered, Big brother, it's obviously a simple thing. Why do you have to make it sound so complicated? It can be understood with just a bang and a pop. Rushi shot Naruto a glance and thought to himself, what can he possibly understand? If Jiraiya taught you like this, you'd never learn, even if it killed you. So Rushi sat under a tree and began studying sealing techniques. Flying Thunder God involved many sealing techniques, some of which were quite complex and related to space. Time passed quickly while studying, and before he knew it, it was noon. Naruto suggested treating Konohamaru and Rushi to ramen. Since he was hungry too, he decided to go with Naruto for a meal. As they entered Konoha, they saw Sakura approaching. Ignoring Naruto's goofy demeanor, Rushi walked straight past Sakura. Sakura reached out, wanting to say something to Rushi, but before she could speak, Rushi impatiently said, I've already taken back the warrior from your shadow. If you want to find Sasuke, go ahead. But let me remind you, Orochimaru doesn't keep useless trash. Naruto was feeling quite conflicted. On one hand was the girl he liked, and on the other was his very kind older brother. Seeing their relationship in such a state, he wanted to say something, but he understood his brother well enough to know that he probably couldn't persuade him. So after offering a few words of comfort to Sakura, Naruto left as well. At Ichiraku Ramen, during the wait for their food, Naruto kept wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to express it. Seeing Naruto like this made Rushi feel uncomfortable, and he asked, just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush. Hearing Rushi's words, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then cautiously said, Big brother, is there some misunderstanding between you and Sakura? Actually, Sakura is really kind. Rushi replied, then tell me, where's Sakura kind? After Shika finished speaking, he turned to look at Naruto with interest. Naruto said, Sakura. After thinking for a long time, Naruto couldn't come up with any good qualities about Sakura. Besides hitting him, he really couldn't think of anything else. Seeing Naruto's silence, Shika pointed to Uncle Ichiraku in the back kitchen. Now you tell me about Uncle Ichiraku's good qualities. When it came to this, Naruto was no longer sleepy and immediately said, Uncle Ichiraku is very kind. when others are unwilling to sell me things. He is the only one who treats me to ramen. Every time I come, Uncle Itachi gives me the most, and he never rejects me or dislikes me. Just like you, big brother. As he spoke, Naruto found it hard to continue. For the first time, he began to doubt Sakura. Why can others' kindness be expressed, but Sakura's can't? At that moment, Uncle Itachi came out with 2 bowls of ramen and placed them in front of the two. He had heard Naruto's words just now, but he didn't say anything, only giving Shika a faint smile. Deer patted Naruto on the back of his head and said, "Let's eat. This is the ramen made by Uncle Itachi himself, so don't waste his effort. Remember, when you look at people, you should look with your heart and feel with your heart, not just with your eyes, especially with your presbyopia." Naruto looked at his brother with his clear but foolish eyes, not knowing what presbyopia was. Lu didn't explain what presbyopia is and started eating noodles. Sakura returned home in a daze, and when she saw her parents, she cried out, "Wow," and hugged her mother tightly, refusing to let go. While crying, she complained to her mother, "Mom, I've been abandoned by everyone. They don't care about me anymore." Seeing their daughter like this, the couple felt very distressed. After all, she was their own daughter, and the bond between mother and daughter was deep. Sakura's mother also started to cry. After calming Sakura down, her father, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "You say you've been abandoned by everyone, but do you have a place for others in your heart? Besides Sasuke, do you think about your other friends? I told you before not to let this bond fade away. Did you listen to me? Now you say you've been abandoned, but rather, you have let this feeling slip away." Sakura's mother signaled her husband to stop, but this time, Sakura's father was unusually firm and ignored his wife, continuing, "Do you think I don't know what is going on at school? Naruto is also a common ninja. Why should he take your crap? Now he is being personally trained by Jiraiya, and your Team 7 has disbanded. You won't have to see Naruto anymore. Shouldn't he be happy? Why are you back here crying? Do you even have the face to cry?" Sakura's father's words were piercing, and Sakura was surprised that her usually honest father would say such things. She wanted to refute him, but didn't know how to start. "All right, I've said enough. Whether you take it in or not is up to you. Aren't you studying at the Konoha Hospital now? That's good. Don't mix with those kids from big clans. They are much smarter than you. They don't bully Naruto. Have you thought about the reason? If only you would think of Sasuke a little less and use your brain, it wouldn't have come to this. I really don't know how you can have the face to cry." After saying this, Sakura's father started to eat and no longer paid attention to the mother and daughter. Sakura was stunned. For the first time, she felt her father was somewhat inscrutable. "Tsunade, what you're doing is simply inhumane. Do you know how long I have to work every day? Do you know how long it's been since I went to a beautiful place? Why could Danzo, when he was acting as Hokage, stroll around every day with a cane, occasionally saying it was all for the village, while I have to work like a donkey and only get home in the middle of the night? Even Naruto, that little brat, has started complaining." At this moment, Tsunade was handling documents, not even lifting her head, and replied, "So what? What do you want?" Hearing this, Jiraiya instantly put on a flattering expression and eagerly said, "Tsunade, how about this?" However, Tsunade wasn't buying it at all and coldly replied, "No, stop bothering me with these documents, or I'll send them all to you later." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiraiya felt like a deflated balloon, instantly losing all his energy. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Lu, who was lounging on the sofa like a lord, and the balance in his heart suddenly tipped. Jiraiya quickly moved to Lu's side, plopped down, and once again wore that flattering smile he had with Tsunade, saying in an almost fawning tone, "Lu, can you help me with these documents today? I can teach you a really powerful jutsu." Deer raised an eyebrow, glancing sideways at Jiraiya, and said leisurely, "I'm not interested in your ninjutsu. Besides, you should handle your own affairs. Don't think you can drag me into this." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture, and said, "Dear, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Look at this old body of mine. If this goes on, I'm really going to fall apart. Moreover, that ninjutsu is my trump card. Learning it would be greatly beneficial for you." Lu did not budge, stretched lazily, stood up, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Jiraiya's eyes turned, and a plan formed in his mind. He pretended to regretfully say, "I still wanted to teach you my strongest jutsu. It seems that won't be possible." Listening to Jiraiya, Lu sure knew that he was trying to trick him into doing his work, and he wasn't falling for it. He replied, "After I finish, you'll say that you've signed a contract with a wet bone forest, and that I can't use your sage techniques, right?" Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that his little scheme had been uncovered. Just as he was about to say something, Tsunade's voice came through. "Jiraiya, if you don't start working within 5 minutes, tomorrow's workload will double." Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya took off running. He was already exhausted and couldn't handle any more tasks. After Jiraiya left, Lucier also planned to leave, as he had come to discuss the opening of the winery with Tsunade. Just as Lucier turned around, he heard Tsunade say, "Lucier, don't leave yet," almost at the door. Lucier stopped at Tsunade's words and turned to see what she wanted. Seeing that Lucier had paused, Tsunade continued, "There's a task that requires you to run an errand." With that, she reached out and gently placed a document on the desk in front of her. Lucier walked to his desk and picked up the document. When he focused on the task details, he let out a slight sigh of relief. This task wasn't complicated. It was just about clearing out a group of bandits. However, as he read further, Lucier's brows gradually furrowed. The document mentioned that there seemed to be some ninjas hidden among the bandits. Moreover, they had successfully robbed several passing merchant caravans and nearby villages. From various signs, it appeared that these people were not weak. Feeling a bit bored lately, he thought it would be good to go out and take on a mission. As for the strength of those people, they were just bandits. What was there to worry about? If they were really that powerful, they would be taking on tasks at the exchange for gold rather than being bandits. Lucier put away the document and then walked out of the Hokage's office. After leaving the village, he headed straight toward the village where the mission was posted. This time, he didn't take Xiaohei with him, and the reason was simple. The bandits weren't worth it. Deersher didn't walk very quickly, taking his time to enjoy the scenery of a land of fire. It truly was a country that made the other villages envious, with such a beautiful environment. Early the next morning, Deersher arrived at the village where the mission was issued, and he needed to ask where the mountain bandits were. After getting the information, Deersher headed in the direction indicated by the village chief. It only took a few hours to reach the bandits' hideout, but it seemed there weren't many people around. There were still procedures to follow. He certainly didn't want to end up in trouble. Deer quietly arrived at the back of a house and discovered that someone inside was talking. "Hey boss, how many women do you think you can bring back this time? I haven't touched a woman in ages. The ones we snatched before have all been monopolized by the boss, and I don't even know if he'll share with the brothers. Isn't that right? If I could take him on, I would have rebelled long ago. He just relies on a bit of ninjutsu. Without it, what is he?" Hearing this, Deer understood that this was probably a wandering ninja who couldn't survive outside and had come here to claim the mountain as his own. He might not know that being a mountain bandit is even more dangerous than being a ninja, as countless traversers use them to hone their skills. Since the person was not around, Deer decided to wait, as it was daytime, and it would be easier to act at night. Thus, Deer began to rest not far from the mountain bandit's lair, where the view was open and monitoring was convenient. Lou suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked in today, so he immediately checked in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a. Wow, this is a great item. When Lou summoned the blade soldiers, their hands and feet were sharp blades, looking quite formidable. In Jackie Chan Adventures, a blade soldier took down the entire main character team. If it weren't for the protagonist's aura, Uncle Chan would have met his end. Lu Shiriweb became increasingly pleased. Mountain bandits. Are you ready to accept the baptism of the? It's a bit cringy, but still quite cool. After a moment of vanity, Lu Shur put the away. He decided to use it to deal with these mountain bandits. It was only fair to them. In the evening, a large group returned to the mountain stronghold, and these bandits were pulling more than 10 carts. Lu Shur calculated that there were over 50 people in the entire stronghold. However, it didn't make much difference. They all had to die. After Lu Shur issued the order to the, he watched from the tree. Soon, the slaughter began. Lu kicked the corpse in a pool of blood and spat on it. What a useless leg. And with his strength, you still dare to be a bandit. You're really embarrassing the bandits who step on the Pirate King and swing wine bottles at the Four Emperors. Just look at them, and then look at you. Go mix it up in the world of the Pirate King in your next life. The bandits there have more potential. Lu Shur was a bit unhappy. These people completely failed to test the limits of the, which was a bit of a pity. After checking that there were no survivors, Lu Shur began to inspect the carts the mountain bandits had brought back. There wasn't anything good, just food, but he was planning to open a distillery recently, so this food would come in handy. He arranged for the shadow ninjas to move the food into the shadow space, threw the bodies of the mountain bandits into the house, and then set a large fire. Lu Shur felt that he was doing a good deed by not leaving these mountain bandits' bodies to be exposed in the wilderness. It was truly a great merit. Just after Lu Shur left, a few people dressed as ninjas arrived at the mountain stronghold's gate. Looking at the blazing fire, the leading man said, "It seems we've been killed. I can smell roasted meat." Another fat ninja turned to the leading man and asked, "Captain, what should we do? We arrived too late. It's all that staff's fault. We weren't there, and he dared to take the goods back to the land of grass. I don't know who gave him the courage. Now the goods have been stolen. What should we do next?" The leading man thought for a moment and said, "You take your team to the nearby village to ask if they posted a mission and find out if it was a mission issued by Konoha. I'll take the remaining people and chase in the direction of Konoha." "Okay, Captain, I'm going now." On the road to Konoha, Lucier was leisurely making his way. At that moment, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Judging by the sound, there were quite a few people. When Lucier turned around, he saw that several people had already approached him. He looked at their forehead protectors and realized they were ninjas from the land of grass, which meant they must have reported their presence in the land of fire. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to appear so openly here. He had no intention of dealing with these people, and just as he was about to continue walking, he found that a few of them had surrounded him. They were dressed in green ninja outfits, holding shurikens, and had fierce expressions on their faces. The leading ninja stepped forward and asked in an accusatory tone, "Did you steal the food from that bandit? Hand it over now. That food belongs to us." Lucier frowned slightly. These people were too arrogant. If they had said something nice, he would have considered giving them the food. After all, losing cargo was considered a mission failure for a ninja, and he was a ninja too. He couldn't make things difficult for others over a bit of food. However, their attitude made him very displeased. If they burned it, they should go find it in the fire themselves. When Lucier finished speaking, he was about to leave, not in the mood to deal with these fools. However, the ninjas from the land of grass clearly had no intention of letting him go. Their earlier questions were just a casual inquiry. Now that they had found the right person, they definitely wanted to retrieve the food. Seeing Lucier's attitude, the leading man exchanged glances with his companions, and the three ninjas from the land of grass quickly charged at Lucier. Their plan was to subdue him first and then force him to reveal the whereabouts of the food. But they had chosen the wrong opponent. Lucier was not someone they could easily mess with. In an instant, Lucier evaded their attack, and after dodging, he immediately summoned the Shadow Legion. The deer was worried about not having a place to test the newly crafted blade, and now, these clueless ninjas have come to his doorstep, making them perfect test subjects. In an instant, a group of Shadow Legionnaires appeared from the void. They were of various forms: 7 ninjas, a samurai soldier, a troll soldier, and a blade soldier. They were all summoned to prevent these individuals from escaping. The ninjas from the land of grass were momentarily stunned. Then their expressions turned tense, realizing they had provoked someone formidable. At that moment, the leading man stepped forward and said, "You are a ninja from the Leaf Village, right? We have no intention of being your enemies. We just want to retrieve our food. If you give us the food, we will leave immediately. What do you think?" Lu smiled and shook his head. "Not really. If you don't lay a hand on me, I might give you something. But as it stands, you can go die." Just as Lucier finished speaking, the blade soldiers sliced through a man's back, and a scream echoed out as several people quickly retreated. However, how could the Shadow Legion give him a chance? They swiftly blocked the ninjas from the land of grass, and the blade soldiers were methodically harvesting the lives of the 8. In less than 2 minutes, the ninjas from the land of grass were nearly all dead, leaving only one leading man, as Lucier had specifically instructed. He felt that something was off. How much could that food possibly cost? How could they send so many ninjas to escort it? The leading ninja barely held himself up, looking at Lucier and the Shadow Legion in terror. His eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that the boy before him could be so powerful. Lucier approached the man, but still maintained a safe distance, saying, "Go ahead. What's in those grains?" The man looked at Lucier in surprise, not expecting the child in front of him to be so clever, having guessed that there was something in the grains without him saying anything. However, it wasn't just a matter of whether to speak or not anymore. Since the other party already knew there was something inside, whether he spoke or not wasn't that important anymore. He hoped that once he finished speaking, the other party would give him a quick end. After making up his mind, he said, "The grains aren't valuable. What's valuable is the chakra metal inside. As for where the chakra metal came from, I don't know. I was just ordered to escort it." Upon hearing the man's explanation, Lucier felt that he was telling the truth. A man on the brink of death had no reason to lie. However, Lucier was still curious and asked, "Since chakra metal is so important, why was it stolen by bandits?" After Lucier finished speaking, he looked at the person, who sighed and said, "The one responsible for transporting the chakra metal is a staff member of our land of grass daimyo. Our task was to take the storage scrolls to collect the chakra metal. However, by the time we arrived, the staff member had already set off with the chakra metal. By the time we caught up, they had already been robbed by mountain bandits, and the rest you already know." Lucier nodded and said, "Since you didn't lie, I'll give you a quick end. Don't blame me. If you hadn't made a move against me first, I might really have given you the food. So be on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, The blade of the assassin pierced through his chest. Lu Shi ordered the shadow ninja to gather the bodies together and set them ablaze. Umaba, good, another deed of merit. After finishing, Lu Shi headed back to Konoha. On the way, Lu Shi took out the chakra metal, which seemed to weigh about a kilogram. He heard that this thing was quite valuable, and he planned to ask his father about it when he got back to Konoha. The next afternoon, Lu Shi returned to Konoha. After completing his mission, he wanted to go home for a nap. However, he was stopped by Tsunade. Lu Shi, don't leave just yet. Can your distillery allow Konoha to invest in it? You and Konoha can split it 50-50. Lu Shi looked at Tsunade as if she were a fool. After a moment, Lu Shi asked, why should we? The factory belongs to our Nara clan. The labor is done by our Nara clan members. The raw materials are also purchased by us, and the brewing technique is mine. What can Konoha provide if they want to invest? I don't want someone who doesn't work to take a share. Tsunade felt that she hadn't explained herself clearly, leading to Lu Shi's misunderstanding, and then added, what I mean is, Konoha will handle the sales, and the rest doesn't need to be managed by your Nara clan. Konoha can also help you purchase grain, buying it in the name of the village, which would at least be 10% cheaper than what your Nara clan would pay on its own. How about that? Doesn't it sound appealing? Lu Shi extended 3 fingers and said lightly, at most 30, the cost of brewing is too high. You've tasted those wines, they will definitely sell well. So this deal is not a loss for Konoha. If you don't agree, I'll look for other clans, and they will definitely be willing. Deal. Tsunade readily agreed. A 30 profit had met her psychological expectation. By the way, Lu Shi, aren't you quite wealthy? Why are you still working so hard to earn money? Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Lu Shi sat down on the sofa and explained his reasons for working hard to make money. Lady Tsunade, in the past, Konoha was poor, and everyone was poor together. At that time, no one dared to make money. Once you started making money, the Hokage would come to you complaining about how hard it was for Konoha, pressuring you to hand over that profitable business. That's how the village got its current industries. Now it's better. No one cares anymore. So I want to earn more money and retire early. Just as Lu Shi was about to say more, a crumpled piece of paper was thrown at him. How old are you to think about retirement? Can't your Nara family work a bit harder? All right, Lady Tsunade, I'm going home. As for the brewery, let's draft a document later to clearly outline the profit sharing and responsibilities. We're like brothers. We should keep things transparent and not hurt our feelings later. Tsunade agreed. So she did not oppose it. Although Lu Shi wouldn't betray her, the necessary procedures still needed to be followed. The reason she wanted to invest was that Konoha was too poor. Although the daimyo had restored military funding, Konoha was still short on money. Lu Shi's wines, which he had tasted the day before, were excellent. Compared to other wines, they completely dominated. This was the main reason she wanted to invest. If she didn't act now, other clans would, and it would be difficult to invest later. Suddenly, Lu Shi thought of that piece of chakra metal, and he believed Tsunade must recognize it. After all, the second Hokage had used chakra metal to forge a sword called the Thunder God. With this in mind, Lu Shi took out the chakra metal and placed it on the table. Tsunade was a bit surprised to see the chakra metal. She certainly recognized it, but she didn't know where he had gotten it. Lord Tsunade, I found this while clearing out bandits, Lu Shi explained. Tsunade looked puzzled. Lu Shi, chakra metal is extremely valuable. This piece is worth at least 100 million ryo. How could bandits possibly have something like this? If you sold it to any ninja village, you can make a fortune. Why become a bandit? Lu Shi then explained the reasons behind it. After hearing Lu Shi's account, Tsunade fell into deep thought. The land of grass was not to be underestimated. Such a treacherous ally was only trusted by the third Hokage. A minute later, Tsunade asked, Lu Shi, what do you think the land of grass is planning to do with so much chakra metal? What else could they do? Forge some ninja tools. Lu Shi replied, I heard they suffered heavy losses, with almost all their ninjas dead, so the land of grass will definitely recruit some wandering ninjas. However, these ninjas are generally weak and will struggle to protect the land of grass. Therefore, they can only approach it from other angles, like the 7 ninja swordsmen, which is a good example. Although the land of grass can't produce swords like the Samahata or the decapitating sword, they can still forge some ordinary ninja tools with chakra metal. After hearing Lu Shi's explanation, Tsunade found it very reasonable. These were also thoughts Lu Shi had while on his way back. Tsunade pointed to the chakra metal on the table and asked, what do you plan to do with this? Lu Shi thought for a moment and decided to first ask his father if it was useful. If it wasn't, he would then ask Naruto and the others. If this thing could provide them with some help, he felt it was more meaningful than exchanging it for money. Tsunade was very pleased with Lu Shi's attitude. He might not love Konoha, but he truly cared about the people around him. Moreover, she had overheard Lu Shi's conversation with Jiraiya the Knight he wanted to sneak away. She was really looking forward to seeing Lucier 5 years later and wanted to know how far this young man could go. After Lucier left, he returned home. His father was resting today and stayed at home. After sitting down, Lucier took out the chakra medal. After the shock, he heard Lucier express his thoughts. Lucier, it's great that you think this way. I just plan to forge 2 special kunai, one for Shikamaru and one for myself. This is all thanks to the improved secret technique of our Nara clan, which allows us to free our hands during battle. I've been considering how to form a new combat system. As for your twin blades, I won't be embarrassed to admit that I've secretly practiced at home. Maybe I just don't have the talent for using knives. So I've chosen to develop weapons that suit me, and I've made some progress. But the weapons needed for the new combat system are a bit expensive. Upon hearing this, Lucier immediately showed "I'm very rich" expression and said in an even more arrogant tone, "Is it still a problem if money can solve it? Our Nara family may not have much, but we do have money. You can use this chakra medal. No need to be polite with me. Aren't these all going to be yours in the future?" Lu realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. What he originally wanted to say was, "Isn't what I have yours?" Who knew that a strange twist of fate led to such a statement? Lu Jio glanced at his son, but didn't say anything else. He knew this kid was just being careless. Lucier had taken advantage of others quite a bit with that mouth of his. After discussing the matter of the chakra medal, Lucier remembered to ask where his mom and Lu Wan had gone. "Your mom went grocery shopping, and Lu Wan is on a mission. Just a simple escort task, so you don't need to worry." "Dad, I'm not worried about Lu Wan. I'm thinking about Ino." Time flew by, and a year quickly passed. This year could be said to be a period of good fortune. The ninja group had expanded to 30 members. The samurai group had 15. The troll group had 6. The alien soldier group had 8. The blade group had 6. The shadow eating group had 3. The night bat group had 3. The giant claw group had 6. And the sickle shadow group had 3. This meant that Lucier had gathered a total of 9 major shadow legions, with a complete 80 subordinates. The system had originally told him that Lucier could only have a little over 50 shadow legions, so having 80 surprised him. He asked the system, which simply replied, "Why are you so annoying? Isn't it better to give you more? If you don't want them, I can take them back." Lucier. After spending the past few years together, Lucier has also realized that this system is likely something that others didn't want and gave to him. This system is even more sharp-tongued than he is, and when it comes to insulting people, it has its own set of skills. It also keeps spouting nonsense, saying things like, it added Xiaohua's WeChat, and it wants to have a passionate romance with Xiaohua. Lucier was of course stunned, thinking to himself, is this system operated manually? After pondering for a long time, he felt it was very likely. Over the past year, with the help of Jiraiya as a sparring partner, Lucier had formed many combat teams, each with its own area of expertise. Apart from the troll soldiers, who had stronger defenses, the defenses of the rest of the Shadow Army were not very strong. Therefore, Lucier used the troll soldiers as meat shields, and he discovered that he could share vision with them. During the day, Lucier couldn't do anything to Jiraiya. However, at night, Jiraiya could only run away. After all, the Shadow Army could respawn infinitely and appear from anywhere, and even Jiraiya couldn't withstand that. Lucier has learned about the strength of these Shadow Legions, most of which are at the level of Chunin, with only the Shuriken Core and Side Shadow Core reaching Jonin level. However, this is already quite abnormal, and with his own swordsmanship, Lucier feels that he is at least not inferior to Nagato. Recently in tests, Lucier has not used any underhanded tactics and has faced opponents head-on. It must be said that Jiraiya, that old guy, is truly strong. If it weren't for plot armor, Jiraiya wouldn't have died at all. It is very easy for Mount Mayaboku to summon him back. He doesn't understand why he chose to die in battle. Was it just to help Naruto grow? Lucier thinks that is ridiculous, but since he is here now, Jiraiya won T die again. The explosive growth in combat power is not what makes Lucier happiest. What makes him happiest is that the funds for his children are also increasing rapidly. Although it's not as exaggerated as Tsunade, it's already quite substantial, which makes the other girls in the village very envious, especially Sakura, who has a flat chest. As for why Ino has had such changes, that is certainly Lucier's doing. As soon as he signed up for the cup growth liquid, he tricked Ino into drinking it. Over the past year, Sakura has changed a lot. Although she has dropped out of the top 13, she can still be encountered frequently. 6 months ago, she clearly rejected Naruto, which left him quite depressed for a long time. However, after Lucier's lesson, Naruto quickly recovered. In the room, Lucier feels that his plan can be implemented. As for what the plan is, it is, of course, to write down the story of Juujweizi saves his mother. Since he is no longer inferior to Nagato, there is no need to wait any longer. This book is Lucier's ultimate trump card. He doesn't believe that Nagato and Obito won't suspect Kagaya after seeing this book. Of course, he doesn't expect to solve Otsutsuki Kagaya just with a book. It's just to create some cracks between them. As soon as he decided to write, he came up with names like Vortex, Shinobi Gate, Uchiha Dog Death, South Fool, Yellow Hair Yin, and Juujwazi. He had thought of these names long ago and had written some over the years, but he hasn't finished yet, mainly because there's no rush. As for the protagonists, Lucier arranged them to be Darui from the Cloud Village, but in the book, he is called Darahai. The other protagonist is the Mist Village leader, Jiru, whose name in the book is Changshi. Darui and Changshi do not yet know that because of Lucier's book, their lives were almost lost. To confuse Nagato, Kurojitsu, and others, Lucier has racked his brain. He specifically described Darui and Changshi as the reincarnations of Ero and Taro. Not only that, but he also detailed the abilities of the 6 paths of pain in the book. Lucier was secretly wondering what that neurotic Nagato would think when he saw this book. The names of the 6 paths of pain were directly changed to one path. Tomorrow path, day after tomorrow path, possible path, I don't know, and maybe path, such peculiar yet unforgettable names. As for those defected ninjas, Lucier had already thought about how to portray them. There was the unfortunate shark, choked by fate, the ungrateful Uchiha, who killed his own parents, the money-obsessed miser who couldn't pull himself out of his obsession with wealth, the artistic scorpion, the clay kid who loved to create various explosive tricks, the one who always pretended to be someone else's dog, and the bastard who worshipped evil gods and did nothing good, among others. Each nickname was vivid and full of irony, immediately evoking the corresponding person. However, the plot that could most provoke Obito's anger was when Ju and Uchiha Kaiji teamed up to kill Rin, shifting the blame to the hidden Mist Village and Obito himself. Moreover, Lucier elaborated seriously on why he specifically chose that ultimate loser, simply because he found him simple-minded and easily deceived. Thus, in these days, Lucier didn't take any missions at all, but stayed home writing. When his parents asked, he brushed them off. Kakashi came by every day just to see how much Lucier had written. After reading the book, he was surprised to find that the character named Hatake Obito was almost identical to himself, especially the various past experiences, which seemed to be copied and pasted with no differences. Kakashi thought this was something Lucier had overheard, so he didn't pay much attention. But the content of the book was indeed good. He wanted to read more, so he came to Lucier's house every day to check on his progress. One day, Lucier finally finished writing. Without delay, he immediately rode Little Black to the daimyo's bookstore. It was the owner of the bookstore who personally received him. After all, the book of the Konoha Melancholic Prince was too popular, making him a fortune in recent years. He had urged Lucier before, but Lucier had always refused, claiming he had no inspiration. This time, the Konoha Melancholic Prince came with a manuscript. How could the owner not be happy? After a profitable discussion, they split the earnings, and Lucier left. Although writing this book had a purpose, he still needed to earn money. After all, he had to ensure a full grain sack for his future children, and not having a few more would be a disservice to Ino's good conditions. So making money was the priority. A month later, the sun shone down on the bustling streets of Konoha Village, where people came and went, each busy with their own affairs. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the tranquility. Come and see. The Konoha Melancholic Prince's new book Juzi Saves His Mother is on sale. This shout was like a thunderclap, instantly attracting the attention of many passers-by. Upon hearing the news, people rushed toward the source of the sound. At the entrance of a bookstore, a crowd was packed, with excited shouts and anxious urgings coming from within. Please don't rush. Our supply is ample, and everyone can buy one. Please line up. The bookstore owner shouted loudly, trying to maintain order. However, before he finished speaking, he saw someone trying to cut in line. You there, yes you. Go to the back of the line. The owner pointed at that person without hesitation. Despite this, the scene remained somewhat chaotic. People were pushing forward, eager to get their hands on the eagerly awaited new book. I'm sorry, everyone, but we really have run out of stock. However, please rest assured that we will immediately contact the printing factory for a rush order. The new stock is expected to arrive today, not tomorrow, and will continue to be sold in 3 days, the bookstore owner explained while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding in various corners of the ninja world. Whether in bustling towns or remote villages, wherever there was a bookstore, people were seen rushing to buy Juzi Saves His Mother. In the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Nagato, filled with tubes, had a dark expression as if he could drip water. He tightly held a copy of Juzi Saves His Mother, filled with suspicion. The plot in this novel bore an astonishing resemblance to his own experiences. The book described him as a character who was used by others. After completing his mission, Conan used up to 6 trillion explosive tags to take out the loser. But in the end, the loser was fine while Conan died. All of this undoubtedly reminded Nagato of himself, Conan, and the various past experiences they had gone through, including some things he was supposed to forget, which were all recorded in the book. Thinking of this, Nagato suddenly slammed the book to the ground and shouted angrily, "Damn it! Who wrote this? How does he know about the abilities of the 6 paths of pain down to the last detail?" Nagato had just asked Conan about it, and it turned out that she really had 6 trillion explosive tags. If that was the case, then the things written in the book were very likely to happen in the near future. Conan remained silent beside him, equally astonished as to why Nara Lushur seemed to know everything. No one knew about their dealings with Hanzo of the Salamander, so how could he know? Although the book changed the name of Hanzo to Hanzo of Half-a-Gene, even a fool would know who it was. After thinking for a long time without understanding, Conan suddenly spoke up. "Nagato, you've read this book too. What are your thoughts?" Seeing Conan's worried expression, Nagato's gaze softened instantly as he gently said, "Can you see if you can bring that Nara Lushur back? I have some questions for him." Then Nagato's expression turned cold. "The plan will not change. This time, Yahiko's wish I must fulfill. As for that Obito, he is not the real Obito. Check which Uchiha names have the character for dog or have the character in them. Don't you see? The names in this book have all been changed, but one character hasn't been changed, making it much easier to investigate." Conan nodded. "I'll go right away." Nagato specifically reminded Conan, "Don't let that Obito know." "Okay, I understand." After Conan left, Nagato began to reconsider the next plan. The plan needed to be adjusted. Conan was the only one he cared about, and he couldn't let Obito harm her. Of course, this Obito was the one pretending to be him. In a gloomy underground room, Black Zetsu was stunned. Had he been exposed? After planning for so long, how could a child know? No, he had to check it out in person. If it came to it, he would kill that Nara Lushur. As for Obito, deceiving him would be easy. 3 days later, outside Konoha village. "Lushur, my burden has been getting heavier lately. I'm so troubled. Do you think it will be like Lady Tsunade?" Listening to Ino's words, Lushur felt very pleased and thought to himself, "Of course it's big. This is an opportunity, one wasted to become stronger. If it doesn't get bigger, how will my future children not go hungry?" With such thoughts in mind, he couldn't say it out loud. "Ino, you're at the stage of development. These are all normal. If you don't like it, I can help you." Upon hearing Lushur's words, Ino's eyes lit up. Although she really likes her current scale, it is indeed a bit inconvenient. So, she asked Lu, "Do you have any solutions?" Lushur gave a wicked smile and then extended his hand. "I can help you massage it a little, but once it's done, it can't go back." You little pervert. I'm not talking to you anymore." Ino said this and ran away. Her mother told her it was a good thing. How many women want to get bigger, but can't? She said he was unaware of the blessings he had. In fact, every time she saw Lushur's flirtatious gaze, she felt quite happy. After all these years together, her heart could no longer accommodate anyone else, though she didn't know why. Lushur seemed to particularly dislike drawing, always telling her that if one had nothing to do in the ninja world, drawing was definitely not a good thing. Ruka gently held Ino's little hand and said, "Ino, do you really not like this? If you don't like it, I can really help you." Ino smiled sweetly, then tapped Ruka's head and said playfully, "Silly, how could I not like it? In fact, I really envy Lady Tsunade. It would be great to have the femininity like hers." Lushur was about to whisper sweet nothings into Ino's ear when he noticed a dark mass watching them from behind a tree. He quickly changed his sweet words to, "Ino, there's an enemy." Just as Ino was about to check, Lushur stopped her. "Don't move. It will be bad if it notices us. Just follow my instructions." "You're so mean. I'm going to tell your mom," Ino said before running away. 2 minutes later, seeing Ino run into Konoha, Lushur called out to the tree, "Come out. What a cautious little brat. I'm here to find your mom. Bite it." Then, Shurring emerged from the shadows behind the tree and began to bite at Kurizetsu. Deer faintly heard the sound of barking. The Shadow Legion had basically been tested, and this time it was just right to use Black Absolute to test the strength of the Shadow Eater. Black Absolute was almost lying on the ground, so it had no shadow at all. The furious Shadow Eater bit at Black Absolute, somewhat like 3 lions bullying a hyena, and Deer clearly heard Black Absolute cry out in pain. It was only about 10 seconds. The 3 Shadow Eaters bit off 3 dark, clumpy things from Black Absolute. After breaking free from the jaws of the Shadow Eater, Black Absolute immediately burrowed underground. swearing in the name of its mother that it would never seek out Nara deer again. Until its mother was rescued, it would avoid this guy. Those 3 dark clumps had bitten it too painfully. Deershire approached the dark object and poked it with a stick, discovering that it was alive and still wriggling, which was a bit disgusting. He casually collected the dark objects into the shadow space to see if they could survive without oxygen. Now Deershire felt a bit regretful. He should have just put Black Absolute into the shadow space earlier, as it might have prevented all the subsequent troubles. However, given Black Absolute's cunning nature, it would have been difficult anyway. That guy's ability to escape was comparable to Orochimaru. After everything ended, Jiraiya and Ino arrived. Jiraiya checked the surroundings and, finding no danger, asked, "Deershire, what's going on? Didn't Ino say you were in danger? Where's the enemy?" Lushire took out 3 black, shadowy objects, which are the enemies. Not knowing what they were, they felt relatively weak and were quickly scared away by me. Jiraiya took a look at these black objects. He was quite well informed, but even he couldn't tell what they were. On the way back, Jiraiya shared some intelligence about the ninja world with Lushire. Lushire, recently a couple of Jinchuriki have been captured. The ninja world is becoming increasingly unstable. You should do something for the village. I know your strength, and, at night, even I can't match your shadow army. Although I can disperse them, they can resurrect infinitely, which is a terrifying ability. Before Jiraiya could finish, Lushire interrupted him, looking serious. "Lord Jiraiya, I'm already doing something. You just haven't seen it. After some time, you'll know how much I've accomplished." Hearing Lushire's words, Jiraiya didn't continue to persuade him. He knew Lushire wasn't someone who made empty promises. He must be planning something and certainly wouldn't harm Konoha. And that was enough for him. In a dark cave, Obito was smashing things. He had read the book Ju-Ju-Z Saves His Mother, and it was clearly about him. Even the part about impersonating Toby was mentioned in the book, and the more he read, the angrier he became. If everything in the book was true, then he had been used as a big fool. Just then, Kuroju returned, but when Obito was about to question him, he noticed that today's Kuroju was somewhat different. Previously, he had been dark but still smooth. This time, Kuroju had 3 notches on him. Obito subconsciously asked, "Are you Kuroju's brother?" Kuroju replied, and a moment later, the bass echoed with Kuroju's furious voice. "I am Kuroju. Is it wrong to change my appearance?" After venting his frustrations, Obito threw the book Ju-Ju-Z Saves His Mother at Kuroju and asked, "What's going on?" Kuroju had already thought of an answer on the way back. "I suspect there's a traitor in our organization. The traitor has conveyed this information back to Konoha. That kid Nara Lushire is trying to create a rift between us, which is why he wrote it that way." Although Obito still had doubts, Kuroju's explanation seemed plausible. After thinking it over, the only one with that ability was Uchiha Itachi. It seemed they needed to be cautious. "Kuroju, you go and monitor that kid Nara Lushire." "I won't go." Kuroju immediately refused before Obito could finish speaking. "If I go once, I lose 3 pieces of meat. If I go too many times, I might not even come back. That kid's ability is too special, and I can't approach him recklessly. As an old schemer who has lived for thousands of years, I won't take any risks." Seeing Obito's dangerous gaze, Obito explained why Kuroju shouldn't go and advised him not to approach Lushire easily unless necessary, specifically mentioning Lushire's ability. Although Obito was somewhat surprised by Lushire's ability, he didn't care too much since he was invincible after phasing. In the Akatsuki base, Kuroju was already numb. After just refusing Obito, Nagato asked him to monitor Nara Lushire again. Obito could be fooled, but Nagato was not so easily deceived. "Kuroju, I want all the information on Nara Lushire's abilities. Go. Don't let me down. Can I not go?" Hearing Kuroju's refusal, Nagato coldly said 2 words, "You can't." Then Nagato continued, "This is the basis of our cooperation. If you can't provide us with intelligence, then the cooperation ends here." Kuroju had no choice but to endure it for the sake of saving his mother. Otherwise, he would have taught Nagato a lesson. Just as Kuroju was about to enter the underground, he heard Konan laughing heartily. "Ha ha! Did you see the 3 notches on Kuroju's head? It's so funny. When he appeared just now, I was still wondering who this was." Kuroju gritted his teeth upon hearing this. If it weren't for his mother, he would have surely killed Konan. On the streets of Konoha, Lushire was holding Ino's little hand for a walk. "Lushire, have you noticed that Sakura has changed? She seems to have matured and doesn't argue with me anymore. Recently, when Tenten and Hinata invited her to the hot springs, she refused. Do you know what's going on?" Listening to Ino's question, Lushire thought for a few seconds and then said, "She might feel that she can't keep up with our pace, so she chose to distance herself. Sakura's medical talent is decent, but her other talents are average. And without a particularly good teacher, her limit is set. Plus, with Team 7 disbanded, Kakashi won't continue to mentor her, and going to the hospital is a good choice. Oh, is that so? It feels like we can't even be friends anymore. After saying this, Ino looked somewhat sad. Alright, Ino, friendship is a two-way street. One person can't do it alone. Suddenly, Lu Shi changed the subject and asked, "Do you know the difference between Naruto and Sakura?" Ino shook her head, looking puzzled. It's simple. Naruto tries to change, while Sakura doesn't. That's the fundamental difference between them. Naruto has done a lot of reckless things before, sometimes really infuriating, and I can't help but want to kick him. But after I advised him a few times, he stopped messing around. He just wanted to attract attention. Similarly, while I was in school, I also advised Sakura not to hit Naruto. But she agreed at first, and then went back on her word, and since Naruto was willing, I didn't bother to intervene. Deer turned his head suddenly, and said seriously, "You might not understand what I'm saying. You can consider a different question. Why doesn't Sakura hit others? I don't deny that Naruto can be annoying sometimes, but is it all Naruto's fault?" Ino, on the way to the daimyo's mansion, a boy was cursing while hurrying along. That woman Tsunade is so shameless. She even plotted against me. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her invest. This cursing person is Deer. Today, when he received a family mission, he was stunned. Tsunade actually sent him to the daimyo's mansion to fetch supplies, and these supplies were meant for brewing. This was originally Konoha's responsibility, but Tsunade assigned it to the family mission. Family missions cannot be refused. Even the strict Hyuga clan does not dare to reject family missions assigned by the village. Otherwise, Tobirama Senju would have dealt with the Hyuga clan long ago. Tobirama is someone who even disbanded his own clan. If the Hyuga clan disobeys, he would show any mercy when dealing with them. Some rules can be broken, so although Deer is somewhat reluctant to go, he can only comply. Lu Shi did not bring Xiaohei this time, not because he didn't want to, but mainly because Xiaohei had recently been borrowed by his father. So Lu Shi could only go to the daimyo's residence on foot. As for Xiaobai, it's better not to mention it. Even when Juwon wanted to ride Xiaobai, he had to negotiate and bribe, so there was no chance for him. Just as Lu Shi was about to reach the daimyo's residence, a person walked out in front of him, a woman. Lu Shi recognized her. She was Nan Xiaosha from the story Juju Z Saves His Mother. Xiaonan had light blue-purple hair, giving her a mysterious and elegant aura. Her eyes were light orange, revealing a sense of determination and gentleness. On the right side of her head, she wore a light purple paper flower. Is your Akatsuki organization so poor? Can't even afford a hair accessory? This paper flower is a bit inauspicious. In our Konoha, paper flowers are only used for the dead. Xiaonan ignored Lu Shi's words and coldly said, "Come with me. Nagato wants to see you." Hee. It seems the name Nan Xiaosha suits you quite well. What makes you think I would go with you? If you had set up 6 trillion explosive tags here, I might consider going with you, but did you? Xiaonan. Alright, stop pretending to be an aloof goddess in front of me. If I weren't afraid of trouble, I would take you down right now. As for Nagato, I really don't care at the moment. If it comes to a fight, I feel like I have a better chance. After all, his combat power in his true form is too weak. In a war of attrition, I could wear him down. After Lu Shi finished speaking, the Shadow Legion appeared around Xiaonan. Looking at the surrounding Shadow Legion, Xiaonan felt a lot of pressure. However, she did not show it. She knew she couldn't take Lu Shi back today and had to change her strategy. How do you know our intelligence? Is what's written in the book true? Why should I tell you? Or do you think you can threaten my life? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Xiaonan fell into deep thought. She carefully observed that these black figures were not puppets. Therefore, her paper would be difficult to restrain them. And she had heard that Lu Shi's fighting style was particularly dirty. She did not want to confront her directly, as it wouldn't be in the interest of the Akatsuki organization. After a moment, Xiaonan said, "State your terms." Lu Shi revealed a smile of triumph and took 2 steps forward, saying, "Just relying on the explosive talisman won't kill Go Die. I can give you an idea that will increase your chances of killing him by at least 20%. However, you might die too. My condition is that you bastard. Do you believe I can kill you right now?" Hearing Lu Shi's words, Xiaonan felt a bit angry. "Lu Shi, you must be misunderstanding something. Let me finish what I have to say. I just need some explosive tags from you. Is that too much to ask?" In her heart, Xiaonan was cursing Lu Shi for making her overthink. After calming herself down, Xiaonan spoke up. "Okay, I will give you some explosive tags. Now tell me, how did you find out about our intel?" Although she didn't specify the quantity, since Xiaonan was a wealthy person and had agreed, it certainly wouldn't be. So, Lu Shi decided to fabricate a story for Xiaonan. "Since you were once students of Jiraiya, you should know that Jiraiya signed a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. right? Xiaonan nodded upon hearing Lu Shi's words. She, Yahiko, and Nagato were all aware of this matter. Seeing Xiaonan nod, Lu Shi continued his fabrication. Mount Myaboku has a toad that has lived for over 1,000 years. It is the highest-ranking toad in Mount Myaboku, also known as the Great Sage Toad. Its main job now is to dream. A few years ago, if Jiraiya went to Mount Myaboku, he would say the Great Sage Toad wanted to see him. When I went, that old toad told me it had dreamed of many things, and then it narrated its dreams to me. Finally, it told me to write these down and publish them in the ninja world to thwart the Uchiha clan's conspiracy. Then why didn't you write it a few years ago? Dear Time looked at Xiaonan with a mischievous smile. Because I couldn't defeat the Vortex Godgate before, now I am not afraid of any challenge. Seeing Dear Time's confident demeanor, Xiaonan felt that he was somewhat overestimating himself. These shadow ninjas couldn't stop Nagato. She didn't know that Dear Time didn't plan to confront Nagato head-on. Killing Nagato wasn't that troublesome. It was just that Miga hadn't arrived yet, and he couldn't go to the rain-hidden village to find him. So what about dealing with Obito? Hearing Xiaonan's question, Dear Time became even happier and immediately shared his plan. To kill Obito, you need to take 2 steps. First, when you use explosive tags to blow him up, you need to add a large amount of nerve-paralyzing poison to the paper inside. This amount needs to be substantial. Otherwise, such a violent explosion might cause the drug's effect to dissipate. So, this amount must be large. As for how to detonate it, that's also a skill. 6 trillion explosive tags can at least explode for more than 10 minutes. If you do it this way, you won't be able to kill Obito. You need to compress the time, compress it to 7 minutes or even 6 minutes, and give him an extreme explosion. The effect will definitely be better than a sustained explosion. If that still doesn't kill Obito, then you'll have to fight desperately. I heard that your body can split into large amounts of paper, so it's not clear whether the paper is poisoned after you're poisoned. At first, Xiaonan thought Dear Time had some point, but when she heard him ask if the paper was poisoned, she completely understood his meaning. This was asking her to trade her life for his. She never expected that this boy in front of her, only in his teens, would have such ruthless methods. Or maybe he really could pose a threat to Nagato. After telling Xiaonan the method, Dear Time was about to leave, but just as he turned around, he remembered there was something else he hadn't said. I've said everything I needed to say. Will you give me the explosive tags? Hearing Dear Time's words, Xiaonan, who had been deep in thought, came back to her senses and replied, I will bring them to you in a few days. Upon hearing Xiaonan's response, Dear Time was very satisfied. This was another big gain. Watching Dear Time leave, Xiaonan wondered whether she should kill him. She always felt that this kid didn't seem like a good person. Inside the feudal lord's mansion, My lord, this is the special wine brewed for you by our Nara brewery. It is flavored with green plum and is not sold outside. What kind of level do those drunkards outside have to drink wine with you? The feudal lord felt extremely pleased hearing Dear Time's words. As the richest feudal lord, he wanted everything to reflect his uniqueness compared to others. Little Dear Time, just coming to see me is enough. Don't bring anything next time. Lu Shi muttered to himself. If it weren't for that smirk of yours, I would have believed your nonsense. Although he thought this, he couldn't say it out loud. Your Excellency, you are too kind. Our Hokage always speaks highly of you. Upon hearing this, the daimyo became interested and asked, What has Tsunade said about me? The Hokage said you are the most virtuous daimyo, and the Land of Fire has been thriving under your management. That old man Sarutobi really is something. Why does he always make you angry when he has such a good daimyo? She is extremely satisfied with your abilities. If you didn't call her Tsunade, you would be the perfect daimyo. The daimyo was slightly taken aback and then burst into laughter. Haha, that sounds just like Tsunade. She always complains to me about not letting me call her Tsunade. After stopping his laughter, the daimyo asked Lu Shi, Did you come here this time just to deliver wine? Or is there something else? Lu Shi scratched his head, looking a bit awkward, and shyly said, Daimyo, actually I came here to buy some grain from you, as the brewery doesn't have much left. After saying that, he took out a whole box of money and placed it on the daimyo's table. The daimyo didn't even look at it and casually said, You can take this money back. Consider this grain as a gift for me. You don't need to come back and forth anymore. Just gonna pick it up when you need grain. As for the money, you could deduct it from next year's military expenses. Doesn't the brewery also have shares in Konoha? There's no need to keep passing the money back and forth. When Lu Shi heard the words of the daimyo, he immediately gave a thumbs up to him. Daimyo, you are truly insightful and wise. My admiration for you is as vast as the Yellow River. 10 minutes later, the daimyo responded, All right, Lu Shi, I understand your point. No need to say more. It's too flattering. I'm not as great as you say. From now on, the grain for your distillery will be sold at a 20% discount. The daimyo's aide, standing behind him with a small notebook, recorded what Lu Shi had just said, thinking that these words would be useful for him in the future. It was impressive how Lu Shi praised the daimyo to the point where he didn't know north from south. If the timing had been right, he would have wanted to celebrate with Lu Shi. After leaving the daimyo, Lu Shi hurriedly headed towards Konoha. Although it was bustling here, he had no family, loved ones, or friends, so he didn't linger. While Lu Shi was on his way, he spotted a familiar figure about 20 meters ahead. Dear Shi thought to himself, this Black Absolute really has a poor memory. It's coming to find him again. However, this time Black Absolute has learned to be smart. It didn't show its head, but instead lurked 50 centimeters underground. Normally, people wouldn't be able to discover it, but with the glasses provided by the system, Dear Shi noticed it at a glance. However, pulling it into the shadow space was impossible, but he could scare it a little to prevent it from constantly monitoring him. Lu Shi summoned Shuying and said, bite it for me. Upon hearing the familiar words and seeing the three familiar opponents, Heiju turned and ran away. To hell with the mission. Staying alive is the only way to save my mother. Shuying called out a few times above Heiju's head before being recalled by Lu Shi. Shuying couldn't walk in the ground like Heiju could. It was just a scare tactic. The next evening, Lu Shi returned to Konoha and feeling a bit tired, thought about soaking in a hot spring. Konoha also had a hot spring, but there was only one with 6 pools, not very large. After telling his mom that he wouldn't be home for dinner today, Lu Shi set off with Lu Wan, and everyone was there. So Lu Shi generously invited everyone to have a barbecue first. This time, Xiaoying was also brought along by Jingyi, and Lu Shi didn't target Xiaoying. After all, there wasn't any direct conflict with her. It used to be because of Naruto, but now Naruto wasn't clinging to Xiaoying anymore, and this state was quite good. Moreover, it was called by his future wife, so he had to give her face. After dinner, Lu Shi took everyone to soak in the hot springs. So comfortable. Yes, Niji just finished a mission. Soaking in the hot springs is really enjoyable. As soon as they entered the pool, Xiao Li and Niji expressed their feelings. Naruto, on the other hand, was having a water fight with Ding Ci in another small pool. Lu Shi asked Xiao Li, did you just come back? Where did you go for the mission? Xiao Li took off the towel on his head. We went to the land of Earth with Teacher Kai to escort a merchant convoy. It was pretty boring. We encountered 2 groups of mountain bandits along the way. Ning Ci also nodded, his expression equally helpless. There's no way around it. This is what being a ninja is about. We have to take on any mission. If you really want to spar, you can come find me, and I'll let the Shadow Legion play with you. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Xiao Li and Ning Ci both shivered, and then said in unison, no thanks. The others looked at Xiao Li and Ning Ci and smiled slightly, knowing why these 2 battle maniacs would refuse. 6 months ago, people from the land of grass came to Konoha asking for supplies. But Konoha turned them away with the excuse that they had only killed the bandits and hadn't taken any food. When they were leaving the village, they happened to see Lu Shi, and the intelligence they received was that after Lu Shi killed the bandits, the food disappeared. Upon seeing Lu Shi, these people tried to force him to admit it, but they were taught a lesson by the Shadow Legion. The scene still sends shivers down their spines when they think about it. A long wooden stick was directly used on the opponent's ninja in a way that made everyone cover their backsides. Since then, Xiao Li and Ning Ci have never sought to spar with Lu Shi again. They certainly don't have the same ninjutsu as the ninjas from the land of grass. While the boys were chatting enthusiastically, the girls were doing the same. Ino, we're all girls, you don't need to be so shy. At that moment, Ino was crossing her arms, facing Ten's words. Ino's next remark directly provoked Sakura, who felt like she would float away if she let go. So annoying. Ten. Sakura. Only Hinata was there, giggling with her hand over her mouth. After soaking in the hot springs, everyone returned home, each looking for their own mothers, and those without mothers looked for their fathers. If there were none, they would just go to sleep. After sending Ino home, Shikamaru took him back home. Black Zetsu grumbled as he returned to the base. Seeing Black Zetsu, Obito curiously asked, did you not go to monitor Nara Shikashi? Why are you back so soon? Did you complete Nagato's mission? No, that kid noticed me. His sensory ability has improved. He could detect me even underground. It's impossible to monitor him. We should study those 2 reincarnated individuals instead. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Obito's expression turned cold as he asked, did you not say it was all fake? Why are you still concerned about those 2? Seeing Obito's suspicion, Black Zetsu quickly explained, or rather, tried to deceive him. I read that book. There are many things we are uncertain about. So for the plan to succeed, we need to eliminate all potential dangers completely. Only then can we succeed. Listening to Black Zetsu, Obito's doubts about the contents of the book grew, but thinking of Rin made his intelligence drop to negative numbers. So he agreed to Black Zetsu's plan. Obito and Black Zetsu found Konan, hoping she could send someone to deal with CHJR and Darui. After some discussion, it was decided Kisame Hoshigaki would deal with CHJR and Obito would handle Darui. After Obito left, Konan entered a secret room. Seeing Konan come in, Nagato asked, "Konan, why are you back? Didn't you go to deliver the explosive tags to that brat Nara Shikashi?" Konan walked up to Nagato. "I just went out and ran into Madara. He wants us to eliminate Darui from the Cloud Village and CHJR from the Mist Village. In the end, I only agreed to eliminate CHJR from the Mist Village." "Nagato, I find this very unusual. If the book is all fake, why are they concerned about this?" Moreover, Black Zetsu's surveillance failed. He said Nara Shikashi's perception is very strong, and he couldn't get close at all. A minute later, Nagato said, "Then let Kisame and Itachi go. As for your concerns, they are completely unnecessary. In front of my eyes, Nara Shikashi and that fake Madara pose no threat to me because I am a god." Upon receiving the order, Kisame and Itachi immediately set out. Obito was also contemplating how to eliminate Darui. If he acted in the Cloud Village, it would attract too much attention. So he decided to trap him in the Kamui space first before killing him. On the way to the Mist Village, Kisame asked Itachi, "Mr. Itachi, you read that book too, right? What are your thoughts? The organization is suspecting that the information was leaked by you." Hearing Kisame's question, Itachi simply replied flatly, "Not me." Kisame did not pursue the topic, but changed the subject. "Mr. Itachi, what do you think about the terms tragic shark, wolf-hearted doglong, ungrateful Uchiha?" "Very fitting. What he said is true. You are indeed a tragic shark, and I am the wolf-hearted doglong." Kisame was not surprised by Itachi's response and did not care either. After reading that book, he also felt like a tragic shark with no life, no friends, only slaughter and missions. He looked at his clothes and remembered a line from the book. "This organization is too poor. There's only one piece of clothing. And all the money has been used by Konan to buy explosive tags." As Kisame walked, he thought about why he joined this organization. Previously, it was said that it could provide him protection. Did he really need someone else's protection? During this time, Itachi was also pondering the words in the book, which said his Sharingan had obscured his vision. It made him unable to see clearly what was human and what was ghostly, preventing him from perceiving familial and friendly ties, and showing him only the results woven for him by others. Sasuke could not bear the glory of the Uchiha clan, and that glory would completely vanish in Sasuke's offspring. "Sure, Sway, did your Koto Amatsukami really work on me? Now that the Uchiha have disappeared, is this what you wanted to see? Or did you also fail to see the future?" Itachi's mood was chaotic. He felt unprecedentedly lost. He thought it might be time to find Shikashi to talk. Perhaps he could help him unravel his confusion. In the Cloud Village, damn it, who is that person with a Sharingan? How dare he come to the Cloud Village to kill? This incident began 2 hours ago when Darui went to the Cloud Thunder Gorge to find Killer Bee. On the way, he was attacked by a masked man. Darui himself was quite powerful, and with Killer Bee arriving in time, they managed to repel the masked man. Even so, Darui suffered serious injuries. When Killer Bee brought Darui back, the fourth Raikage was furious. At that moment, a dark-skinned woman placed a book on the Raikage's desk. The Raikage glanced at the book and then at the woman, dissatisfied. "Mabui, I don't read small books, and this isn't the time for reading. My subordinate has been seriously injured. Lord Raikage, please take a look at page 79 of this book. Perhaps you'll know who attacked Darui." Hearing Mabui's words, I skeptically picked up the book and turned to page 79. 10 minutes later, I put down the book. "This book is well written, just..." I suddenly froze, then flipped back to page 79. "Damn it, this Drahei is Darui, right? Which bastard wrote this? This is not right." I looked at Mabui. Mabui pointed at the book and said, "Lord Raikage, this was written by Nara Shikashi from Konoha." After seeing the contents of the book, out of curiosity, I checked, and I found out that this Nara Shikashi has written quite a few books at such a young age, including many adult books. Get to the point. The Raikage was becoming impatient and urged Mabui. "Okay, the point is that many things in here really happened. The previous Treasure Hunting King was also written by Nara Shikashi. And then the Land of Grass discovered that pair of eyes, which caused us significant losses. In the Mother Saving record, many events are real, so I suspect Nara Shikashi knows something. Or rather, Darui might really be a reincarnation of TR. Upon hearing Mabui's explanation, I fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he stood up and said to Mabui, "Send a letter to Konoha, asking them for an explanation because of his book, which led to Darui being attacked. Mabui was a bit stunned. Was this really the time to discuss these matters? The latter part was the key. Thinking of this, Mabui quickly advised the Raikage, Lord Raikage. You should take a look at the later contents first. If the front is true, and if the later matters are also true, then it would be terrifying. Hearing Mabui's words, the Raikage picked up the book again. He and T looked carefully before. This time, the Raikage started reading from the first page. Mabui, do you really believe this big glutton family exists? The writing in this book is too exaggerated. I always feel like something is unreal. Mabui took back the book from A and said, Lord Raikage, some things are indeed true. As for the others, I can't be sure. You'll have to judge that yourself. A walk to his beloved fitness equipment, casually touched it, and then said with firm eyes, send a letter to Konoha to inquire about this matter, and, if possible, let Nara Shikashi come. I have something to ask him. Understood. Lord Raikage, I will go now. After saying goodbye to the linen, they left. A few days later, Kakashi and Itachi arrived in the Land of Water, and the next afternoon reached the Hidden Mist Village. With Kakashi being a local, the two easily entered the village. However, shortly after they entered, they encountered Meitarumi and Ao. Meitarumi was now the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, and Ao was her capable assistant. Coincidentally, they were also looking for the daimyo of the Land of Water and unexpectedly ran into Itachi and Kakashi. Their appearance disrupted Itachi and Kakashi's plans. Originally, the two wanted to secretly find Chojuro and eliminate him, but they didn't expect to meet these two first. Moreover, Meitarumi and Ao knew Kakashi, so they had no chance to fabricate a story. When Meitarumi saw Kakashi, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. The four stood facing each other, and it was Meitarumi who broke the silence. Kakashi, come back. The Hidden Mist Village is no longer what it used to be, and I can overlook the past. Hearing Meitarumi's words, Kakashi replied calmly, what happens in the Hidden Mist Village has nothing to do with me. I'm here to kill someone and will leave after that. His mission with Itachi was to assassinate Chojuro, not to engage in pointless dialogue with Meitarumi. Meitarumi still appreciated Kakashi. If he could return, the Hidden Mist Village would gain another high-level combatant. However, since Kakashi was unwilling to return, they would have to fight. No matter who he wanted to kill, Meitarumi would not agree, and the four immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Meitarumi and Ao teamed up against Itachi and Kakashi, while Itachi observed the situation. Looking for an opportunity, Meitarumi was the first to launch an attack. She formed hand seals and shouted, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. A massive water dragon soared into the air, heading straight for Kakashi. Kakashi remained calm, formed hand seals, and shouted, Water Style, Shark Skin Water Shark Bullet. The shark skin transformed into a gigantic shark, colliding head-on with the water dragon. The two jutsu clashed in midair, producing a tremendous sound. The water dragon was torn to pieces by the shark, and after the shark bit through the water dragon, it vanished before the two. Kakashi took the opportunity to charge at Meitarumi, his shark skin gleaming with a cold light, aiming for her throat. Meitarumi quickly retreated while forming hand seals again. Water Style, Water Barrier. A solid water wall appeared in front of her, blocking Kakashi's attack. Kakashi's shark skin struck the water wall, splashing countless droplets, but it couldn't penetrate. Seeing this, Ao joined the battle. He formed hand seals and shouted, Water Style, Azure Dragon Strike. Ao's right hand shot towards Kakashi's back. Kakashi felt the killing intent from behind and quickly turned around, sweeping his shark skin out to collide with Ao's fingers. Kakashi exerted a little force, pushing Ao back, but he too felt a certain impact, his body swaying slightly. Observing this, Itachi decided to join the fight. He formed hand seals and shouted, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, heading straight for Meitarumi and Ao. Meitarumi and Ao quickly separated to evade the fireball's attack. The fireball struck the ground, exploding into a huge flame and smoke. In the intense exchange, Meitarumi and Ao quickly counterattacked. Meitarumi formed hand seals and shouted, Water Style, Water Shark Bullet. A gigantic water shark leaped from the sea, heading straight for Itachi. Itachi remained unfazed, formed hand seals, and shouted, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Dozens of flames erupted from his mouth, forming a fire net that trapped the water shark. The water shark struggled within the fire net, but couldn't escape, ultimately being engulfed by the flames. Seeing this, Ao shouted, Water Style, Water Surge Wave. A waterfall-like stream of water shot towards Kakashi. Kakashi, who was best at water style, saw Ao attacking him in the same way and returned the favor with the same technique, resulting in two streams of water colliding and splashing water everywhere. Meiterumi seized the opportunity to launch an attack, forming hand seals and shouting, "Water style! Water tornado!" A massive water tornado rose from the sea, heading straight for Kakashi and Itachi. Kakashi and Itachi quickly separated to evade the attack of the water tornado. The water tornado struck the ground, erupting into huge splashes of water and waves. The battle continued for several minutes, with both sides sustaining some minor injuries. Although Meiterumi's water-style jutsu was powerful, Kakashi's shark skin and Itachi's fire-style jutsu were equally impressive. Additionally, since they were in the hidden mist village, she didn't dare use some of her more powerful jutsu. Ao had just attempted to sneak attack Kakashi with a laser sword, but was burned by Itachi's Amaterasu. The flames spread rapidly. To save his life, Ao decisively severed his right hand, stopping the flames from spreading. At this moment, reinforcements from the hidden mist village arrived at the scene. Kakashi and Itachi realized that continuing the fight was pointless. "Let's go. This mission has failed." After saying this, the two disappeared before Meiterumi, who did not pursue them. Although she hadn't used her full strength, she knew that Kakashi and Itachi hadn't either. Both sides had fought with restraint. After they left, Meiterumi said to the person next to her, "Send Ao for treatment, and check who in the Hidden Cloud Village has had grievances with Kakashi. I need to know who Kakashi wants to kill." "Yes, Mizukichi." At this time, Rucky was counting small amounts of money. His manuscript fees had arrived, and the winery had made quite a bit of money lately. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the richest in Konoha. He was completely unaware of the trouble he had caused for the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist villages. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care because that was his intention. While counting his money, Rucky was startled by the sudden appearance of Umbu. "Rucky, the Hokage wants to see you." It turned out to be Kakashi. After putting away his money, Rucky followed Kakashi to the Hokage's office. As soon as he entered, Rucky heard Tsunade's ominous voice. "Hello there, the brooding prince of Konoha. You deceived me so well. I always thought those books were written by Jiraiya." Lucier looked at Tsunade's half-smiling face and felt a bit scared. After a long time, he finally managed to say, "You've already hit Jiraiya, so you can't hit me again." Tsunade couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a round of sweet talk, Lucier finally managed to cheer her up. He was almost calling her sister just to please her. At that moment, Lucier heard a rustling sound, and when he turned to look, he found Jiraiya writing something. Without needing to think, he knew that Jiraiya had recorded his earlier words. Deershire sat down on the sofa and said to Jiraiya, who was still writing, "Lord Jiraiya, that masked person who went to the entertainment district yesterday was you, right?" "Yeah, I was afraid of being recognized." Jiraiya looked up at Deershire, thinking to himself, "This little brat always digs pits for me." Tsunade ignored Deershire's earlier comment and instead asked about the matter of Jujuzi saving his mother. "Deershire, tell me, how do you know so many things? There are many things that your father doesn't know. How did you find out?" Deershire sighed, feeling a bit troubled. He had already fabricated a truth before, and now he had to come up with another. However, he couldn't use Jiraiya as an excuse this time, since Jiraiya was right there when he met Gemamaru. Nevertheless, Deershire was quite skilled at spinning tales. He stared directly at Tsunade, his eyes gradually turning pitch black, then enveloped by dark energy. Tsunade looked at Deershire in disbelief, wondering what new ability he had developed. This was a new technique he had created himself, which he gave a very imposing name, Dark Eye. This technique wasn't particularly powerful. It relied on the dark fruit to absorb eye fatigue, enhancing dynamic vision and allowing the user to shield against illusions. However, he couldn't say that right now. Lord Jiraiya has been killed. After saying this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade stood up. Dear Time gestured for them to sit down and then said, "My ability allows me to see some images of the future. Some are quite complete, while others flash by. That book was written based on the images I saw, and sometimes I can also see images from the past." Jiraiya, however, was not in the mood to talk about the book. He was in serious trouble himself. Tsunade felt the same way. Jiraiya was his old partner, and he couldn't let him die, so he quickly asked, "Dear Time, what do you mean Jiraiya is dead?" Jiraiya stared intently at Dear Time, wanted to know how he died. Hearing Tsunade's question, Dear Time felt secure and continued to fabricate. "The images I saw this time are not complete. Stop stalling. Just say it." Tsunade was clearly more concerned about this than Jiraiya was. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Dear Time shared what he had made up with both Tsunade and Jiraiya. "I saw Lord Jiraiya proposing to you. For some reason, you rejected him. That's the first image. The second image shows Lord Jiraiya filled with black rods all over his body, and then he said a line. the wandering dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. That line is really cool. What kind of expressions are you two making? Lu Shi suddenly noticed that the two were looking at him with questioning eyes, and he immediately understood. He continued, don't be so down. When Lord Jiraiya proposes to you, just say yes. Although it's a bit of a pity for such a beautiful lady to marry this old man, I believe Lord Jiraiya will be a good husband. Who knows? This might even prevent Jiraiya from dying. If worst comes to worst, there's always me. I will definitely not let Lord Jiraiya die. After he finished speaking, a dense army of shadows appeared in the Hokage office. The Umbu, protecting Tsunade, wanted to go in to protect the Hokage, but they were stopped by a white-haired figure. This white-haired person was Kakashi, who knew that Lu Shi would not harm Tsunade. Lu Shi recalled the Shadow Legion and continued, people, you have to cherish the ones in front of you. Otherwise, when you lose them, there won't even be a place to cry out your regrets. I think I'll go to your place for some spicy banana fried chicken. While still trying to counsel Tsunade, Lu Shi turned his head and saw Jiraiya leering at him, almost pressing his face against Lu Shi's, which nearly made Lu Shi's heart jump out. So a stream of profanity slipped out. What is wrong with you? Why are you so close to me? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Jiraiya sat back in his original position, but he couldn't hide the lewd smile on his face. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya and continued to ask, Lu Shi, you can't be joking about this. Is what you just said true? I don't know. If Lord Jiraiya has thought about proposing to you, then it might be true. If he doesn't have such thoughts, then it's not true. But just look at Jiraiya's expression and you'll know. Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya and found him blushing, with his head down, looking like a shy bride. Tsunade also felt her cheeks heat up, but she quickly covered it up. Then she took out a document and threw it at Lu Shi, who was sitting on the sofa. Lu Shi carefully looked over the document he had received. It was a message from Yunin village, indicating that the Dalu had been attacked, likely related to Lu Shi's book. They wanted to know if he had any intelligence on the matter, and, if possible, to visit them. After putting away the document, Lu Shi asked Tsunade, Lord Hokage, do you have any thoughts on this? I don't have much in mind. I wanted to ask for your opinion on whether we in Konoha need to prepare something. After all, the Big Eater's family in the book is too strong, Tsunade replied. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Lu Shi began to ponder the situation. It would be good to prepare something in advance, but when the Ninja World Dance King comes out, their high-end combat power would still be insufficient. It might be better to let things unfold naturally. After all, with Naruto and Sasuke around, he just needed to pay more attention to the people nearby. In the original work, his father and father-in-law were taken down by a single meatball attack, and he must not let them walk the same path. Thinking of this, Lu Shi looked up at Tsunade and said, Lord Hokage, based on what I've seen, apart from strengthening ourselves, there's no need to prepare much. Unless the other ninja villages can jointly attack Yuin village, the preparations wouldn't mean much. Especially with the stubborn Fourth Raikage and Inoki, they won't believe it until danger falls upon them. Even if they do believe it, do you think a book can convince the daimyo? If the daimyo doesn't agree, everything else is pointless. Tsunade found Lu Shi's reasoning sound. They definitely wouldn't agree to risk their lives based on a book. Then why not visit Yunin village? It could allow them to prepare in advance. Lord Hokage, let's skip that. The Raikage is only inquiring because his subordinates were attacked. Even if I tell them this is something that will happen in the future, I think he would at most just hide the Jinchuriki rather than seek trouble with Yuin village. All right then, Lu Shi, you can head back for now. If possible, I still hope you can visit them, but of course, this is entirely voluntary. I have some matters to discuss with Jiraiya, so I won't see you off. Seeing that Tsunade had given him the boot, Lu Shi hurriedly left, as he felt Jiraiya was going to be in trouble. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out, a scream from Jiraiya echoed in the office, followed by Tsunade's threat. Jiraiya, if you dare go to the red light district, I will break your legs. Once outside the Hokage building, Lu Shi felt very good. He thought that once the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, if he wrote another book, he might even unify the ninja world. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he couldn't help but shout, I'm destined to be the king of writing. That's a bit too middle school. At the entrance of Yunin village, a gentle breeze brushed against the hair on Lu Shi's forehead, and with his laid-back demeanor, he still looked quite handsome. Deer doesn't really like the traditional hairstyle passed down in the Nara family, finding it too troublesome having to tie up his hair every day. So he decided to let his hair down, and it doesn't look bad on him. Ino even said he's much more handsome than Shikamaru. Lu Shi's gaze fell on the dark-skinned woman in front of him, feeling a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember her name. Previously, while watching the anime, he only paid attention to Naruto, the big fool, and rarely noticed the female characters. Now he realized that he had been quite foolish in the past. In fact, Lucier didn't really want to come. At first, Tsunade kept saying that everything was voluntary, but the next day, she sent him here. Just as Lucier was cursing Tsunade in his mind for her chest getting smaller, he heard the dark-skinned woman speak. "Hello, my name is Mabu, and I am Lord Raikage's secretary. I came specifically to pick you up. Please follow me into the village. The Raikage is already waiting." Upon hearing Mabu Yi's introduction, Lucier finally remembered this woman. In the original work, Lucier recalled that she was ultimately taken out by the tailed beast ball along with his father. If possible, he would help save this woman at that time. As Lucier and Mabu Yi walked into the village, a burly man rushed up to him. Without saying a word, the man began a hilariously awkward rap performance. "Hey, you must be that moody prince from Konoha. Jojojo. The book you wrote really hurt, Darui. That's simply unforgivable." Faced with such a sudden and bizarre scene, Lucier was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He calmly pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket and smiled as he handed it to the man. Seeing this, not only was the man instantly dumbfounded, but even Mabu Yi standing beside him looked bewildered. Meanwhile, Lucier maintained his calm and composure, looking at the confused man and slowly saying, "Your rap is quite interesting, but if you added a basketball, it might feel even better. All right, go back and keep working hard. I hope next time you can speak a bit clearer so I can fully understand what you're trying to express." In fact, Lucier recognized the man right away. He was none other than Killer Bee, the host of the Eight Tails. Lucier did this to tease Kurabi. After finishing his business here, Lucier turned and walked up to Mabu. At this moment, he changed to a tone full of admiration and said, "I have to say, the artistic atmosphere in your Cloud Village is really strong. I've never seen such a unique rap performance in our Konoha." Hearing Lucier's words, Mabu Yi's already dark face began to flush red. Obviously, she felt very embarrassed about what had just happened. Their village's Jinchuriki was being seen as someone who made a living by rapping, which was indeed quite humiliating. However, at this moment, Kurabi, the person involved, was completely unaware of the impact he had just caused. On the contrary, for the first time in his life, he received recognition and affirmation for his rap, and he was overjoyed and unable to extricate himself from his happiness. The corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears. Mabu Yi pondered what to say to clarify the situation, and after a slight hesitation, she explained, he's not a street performer. He's actually a ninja." Upon hearing Mabu Yi's words, Lucier's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open as if he could fit an egg in it, shouting in an exaggerated tone, "What? He's actually a ninja? You guys in Cloud Village must have too few missions if even ninjas have to come out to earn extra money by performing." While speaking, he took out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and unceremoniously shoved it into Kurabi's hands. At that moment, Kurabi didn't pay any attention to their conversation at all. His attention was completely captured by the stack of money that Lucier had handed over again. Thinking that this person was so generous, he must really love listening to him sing. So, he wore a proud smile and took the money without a second thought. Mabu Yi, seeing this situation, was both amused and exasperated. She really didn't know how to explain it clearly to Lucier. But considering the village's reputation couldn't be damaged, she gritted her teeth and continued to defend Kurabi, saying, "Oh, please don't give him any more money. He has a bit, well, not quite right in the head. Please don't take it to heart." Mabu Yi might have been better off not saying this, but as soon as she did, Lucier, without hesitation, took out 2 large stacks of cash from his pocket and handed them directly to Kurabi. He gently patted Kurabi's broad shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother, this is all the money I have. I didn't bring much when I came out in a hurry, but whatever it is, consider it a little gesture from me. You must not give up on treatment. If it really can't be treated here, come back to Konoha with me. Our Hokage's medical skills are the best in the ninja world. Maybe they can cure you. Look at you, tall and strong, such a good physique. It's just a pity that your brain doesn't work too well." Hearing Lucier's words, Mabu Yi felt utterly exhausted and could no longer argue or explain anything. She sighed deeply, shook her head helplessly, and then silently led Lucier straight to the Raikage's office. At this moment, Kurabi, even if he was a bit foolish, understood that he was being treated as a neurotic. However, when he tried to say something, Lucier and Mabu Yi had already entered the Raikage building. Along the way, both of them remained silent, and the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Soon, they arrived at the Raikage's office. As soon as Mabu Yi entered the office, she pulled the Raikage aside and whispered for more than a minute. Raikage erupted with a powerful aura, his body crackling with lightning, and he directly broke through the glass and jumped down. "Why didn't you just open a window in the glass? You Raikage seem to be quite skilled at this. You must have done this kind of thing often, right?" Hearing Lucifer's teasing, Mabu didn't respond, but she felt quite resentful toward the Raikage. Clearly, there were guests. Couldn't he just walk through the door properly? It wouldn't take that long to deal with Karabi, and he made a fool of himself in front of outsiders. Indeed, after listening to Mabu, the Raikage directly went to deal with Karabi, who was making a fool of himself. At this moment, Karabi's screams could be heard from outside. 10 minutes later, the Raikage walked in with several stacks of money and came to Lucifer, stuffing the money into his arms. Karabi's illness can't be cured. He doesn't need your money. Lucifer listened to Lei Ying's words and felt that this was too much of a show-off. He knew from the beginning that the money would have to be returned. Otherwise, how could it be so easy? Lei Ying sat down on a chair and gestured for Lucifer to sit down as well. Lucifer looked around but couldn't find a place to sit. Couldn't they at least put a sofa in the office? Sigh. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. Lucifer went to the corner and directly took out a chair from the shadows, which shocked Ma Bai. He thought, what kind of ability is this? Holding the chair, he sat down opposite Lei Ying. Lord Lei Ying, this is not how you treat guests. What kind of guest are you? How many people from our Yunin village have you killed? Have you forgotten so quickly? Since Lei Ying said this, Lucifer had to have a good talk with him. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to sharp tongues. I really didn't expect someone like you, a senior in the ninja world, to be so childish. Upon hearing someone call him childish, Lei Ying's body flickered with lightning, but Lucifer didn't back down. He summoned the entire shadow army, and the whole Lei Ying office was filled with shadows. The guards responsible for protecting Lei Ying appeared right in front of him. Ma Bai, seeing Lucifer's ability, quickly advised Lei Ying, if this turns into a fight, won't the Lei Ying building be destroyed? Lord Lei Ying, don't forget the purpose of inviting him here this time. When dealing with someone like Lei Ying, you cannot be polite. If you soften, he will harden. Lei Ying released the lightning release mode and said to the nearby guards, you all can go. There's nothing here. Hearing AI's words, the guards disappeared in front of AI. Seeing these people vanish, Lucifer also retracted the shadow army. Isn't the ninja world just about mutual slaughter? You allow your Yunin village to attack my brother, but don't permit me to take revenge. What kind of logic is that? Do you really think I'm the third Hokage? Ma Bai, fearing that the two would really start fighting, quickly persuaded, Lucifer, this matter has already passed. After Konoha lifted your rogue ninja status, our Yunin village did not break the rules to continue robbing you. We hope you won't bring this up again. We came to ask about your book. Can you explain to us? Lucifer Chong gave a thumbs up to Mabu, and said, you're a person who gets things done. Since I find you pleasing to the eye, and you asked, I'll show you something good. Hearing Lucifer's words, Lei Ying and Mabu both stared closely at Lucifer, only to see his eyes gradually turn as black as ink, then shrouded in dark energy. Lei Ying and Mabu exchanged a glance, both puzzled and unsure of what Lucifer meant. After retracting his ability, Lu directly said two shocking statements. Lei Ying, your hand is gone. Mabu, you were blown up eyeball. Just as Lei Ying stood up, he felt something was off and gently asked, Nara Lucifer, what do you mean by that? Explain it to me. Ignoring Lei Ying's attitude, Lucifer continued, after I awakened Dark Eye, I can always see some images. Some might be the future, and some might be the past. That book is based on the images I saw. As for how much is true and how much is false, I don't know. Just now, I saw an image of Lei Ying's hand being burned off and Mabu being blown up by a ball. As for the rest, I don't know. That's all my explanation. If you have any questions, ask now, so I can go back to Konoha. Lei Ying exchanged a glance with Mabu, who immediately understood and walked out of Lei Ying's office. After Mabu left, Lei Ying asked Lucifer, can you see everyone's future? Not everyone. I've tried on quite a few people, and many don't even have images. The images in the book appear automatically during the time my eyes were awakened. At this moment, Mabu walked in with Karabi. As soon as Lucifer saw Karabi enter, he immediately grabbed him. You guys in the Raikage office are good people. Knowing that you can't be cured in Kumogakure, you're letting him come back to Konoha for treatment. Don't worry, I'll cover the treatment expenses. Karabi, Mabu, this is never ending. Is it? Nara Lucifer, I'll say it again. Karabi is fine. No, he is not sick. He won't go back to Konoha with you. Use your eyes to look at him now. At this point, Lei Ying was on the verge of an explosion, not wanting to further provoke Lei Ying's fragile nerves. Lucifer activated his dark eye. After a moment, Lucifer said, the image I saw is a bit strange. It seems like there's an octopus in his stomach, but it was pulled out by someone with iron chains. Lei Ying was shocked, and not just him. Karabi and Mabu were also very surprised. Karabi didn't have an octopus in his stomach, but the 8 tails. Lei Ying was starting to believe Lucifer's words. Even if he was making it up, who will make up something like that? All right, Lucier, you can stay in our Kumogakure for a few days, and the expenses will be covered by us. We need to hold a meeting. Hearing Lei Ying's words, Lucier did not refuse. After all, they were the main force against Akatsuki in the future, and he had to show some respect. Lei Ying asked Kurabi to take Lucier to rest and instructed Mabu to gather all the senior officials of Kumogakure for a meeting. As soon as Lucier walked out of the Thunder Shadow building, Kurabi asked him, "Do you really admire my rap? Do you want to come to my concert? When is it?" "Tomorrow night, at the square east of the village." Deer feels that the entertainment in the ninja world is somewhat lacking. Should we help Killer Bee? Lucier tugged at Chi La Bai and said to him, "Chi La Bai, do you want a concert with a sea of people? Do you want to hear the audience's cheers?" Hearing Lucier's description, Chi La Bai's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted to see? Chi La Bai immediately grabbed Lucier. "Can you teach me? If you can teach me, I'll recognize you as my big brother." Forget it. I'm afraid Reikage will come after me. If you want your concert to be successful, you need good works and your own rap style. Do you have a pen? Upon hearing Lucier's words, Chi La Bai quickly took out paper and a pen. Lucier took the paper and pen and began to write the popular song Wild Wolf Disco from his past life. Since he had heard it many times, he could basically write it out, and it was okay if he missed a line or two. Capturing the essence was what mattered. After finishing, he handed it to Chi La Bai. "This is what I wrote. Just say this tomorrow, and it'll definitely be a sea of people." Chi La Bai took it and immediately started rapping, with Lucier helping him correct any mistakes. During a meeting of the higher-ups in the Cloud Hidden Village, Lucier was designing a hairstyle for Chi La Bai. He didn't have a basketball, but parting the hair was still simple. With Lucier's help, Chi La Bai was also practicing hard. In the meeting room, everyone felt a bit stifled. Reikage's words sounded somewhat unbelievable, as if they were listening to a story. Otherwise, if the person saying these things wasn't their Reikage, they would want to hit him. You've seen the things in that book. Most of what happened before has already occurred. I want to hear your opinions. After Reikage finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances. Convincing them that a book could predict the future was easier said than done. They would rather believe that Reikage was a woman. AI looked at everyone's expressions and knew that no conclusions would be reached today, so he decisively ended the meeting. After everyone left, AI asked Mabu, "Where's Chi La Bai?" "Chi La Bai has been with Lucier. Since you had him take Nara Lucier to his residence, they've been together the whole time. I asked the people monitoring them, and Nara Lucier hasn't left. He's been studying rap with Chi La Bai, and there has been no unusual activity in the Cloud Hidden Village." Reikage thought for a moment and said to Mabu, "Tell the Watchers not to let their guard down. As for Chi La Bai, after Nara Lucier leaves, let him return to the Yunlei Valley. It's safer there." Early the next morning, Lucier began to set up the concert venue. Although the ninja world didn't have computers yet, some old relics were still available, such as megaphones, which were basically microphones. Lucier specifically released several tasks from the Hidden Cloud Village, and when it came to payment, Lucier wrote down the name of Reikage. These people even specifically asked Reikage about it, and Reikage's exact words were, "As long as he doesn't do anything that threatens the Hidden Cloud Village, don't worry about him." With that, Lucier directly posted 20 tasks, looking for 20 talented female ninjas. In the ninja world, female ninjas taking on tasks isn't as intense as an anime. Seduction for the sake of a mission is quite normal. Lucier taught them a simple dance. Though it was a bit basic, it was sufficient. Now that there were backup dancers, what was lacking was music. Without music to accompany it, a concert would definitely lack excitement. Lucier found several types of Japanese instruments and formed a band. When those people heard they were going to accompany Kurabi, they shook their heads and refused. In the end, Lucier offered a condition they couldn't refuse. One can only say that cash is king, of course. He couldn't spend his own money and planned to ask Reikage for it later. As for whether Reikage would confront Kurabi, that's another story. After resolving these matters, Lucier went back to check on Kurabi, and they had already divided their tasks. Kurabi focused on practicing his rap, while the rest was up to Lucier. Kurabi had 2 subordinates who were handing out flyers, which Lucier personally wrote. The flyers read, "The renowned rap artist Kurabi from the ninja world will hold a concert tonight at the small square at the east end of the village. The 10 people who cheer the loudest tonight will each receive a reward of 1 million Ryo. Everyone is welcome to participate." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Kurabi's concert began. Kurabi was a bit excited. He didn't expect Lucier to organize his concert so well. At least that's what Kurabi thought. If there was more time, Lucier could have done even better. At the opening, a dozen female ninjas danced, which drove the men in the audience wild. In the conference room, Reikage was in a meeting with the senior officials of the Cloud Village, still discussing the issue regarding Lucier's book. He wanted to unite the other ninja villages to take action against the Rain village. But this proposal was met with opposition from most people. They had suffered heavy losses last time, and this time they were unwilling to go, especially since the daimyo also disagreed. Just then, Reikage faintly heard music. He went to the window and opened it, only to hear Kurabi rapping. Come to the left and draw a dragon with me. Draw a rainbow on your right and let us go. Come to the left and draw a rainbow with me. Draw another dragon on your right and don't stop. Reikage frowned, forcefully closed the window with a dull thud. AI turned around and said to the guards standing nearby, quickly tell Kurabi to stop this ridiculous concert and disperse the crowd. What are they doing here so late? Yes, Lord Reikage, I will take care of it right away. The guard respectfully nodded and then turned to leave. However, even though the window was closed, the loud sounds from outside continued to flood in like waves, crashing against Reikage's ears. These sounds made Reikage, already in a bad mood, even more irritable. After a while, the guard hurried back. He approached Reikage, lowered his head, and cautiously said, Lord Reikage, there's simply too many people attending Kurabi's concert. I'm afraid I can't disperse them alone. Hearing this, Reikage glared at the guard and reprimanded him. You are getting more useless by the day. You can't even handle a mere handful of people. Do you want me to step in personally? Then I'll send 2 more people with you. After Reikage finished speaking, he thought the guard would leave immediately. But the guard stood still, showing no sign of wanting to leave. Reikage's anger flared up, and he impatiently shouted, What? Do you have something else to say? The guard took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and said to Reikage, Lord Reikage, the real problem is that the number of people at Kurabi's concert is far more than just a few dozen. It has already exceeded 3,000, and the number is still increasing. Puffed. Reikage sprayed tea all over Tuta's face, who was wiping the tea off his face while looking at Reikage with a resentful expression. Reikage ignored Tuta's gaze and asked again, suspecting he had misheard. After all, Kurabi had previously held concerts in secret, and the attendance never exceeded 30 people. Say that again. How many people are there? Upon hearing Reikage's question, the guard repeated the number. This time, Reikage was certain he and T misheard. This guard had been with him for many years and wouldn't T fool him. Bang! While everyone was still curious, they saw Reikage flashing with lightning and jumping out of the conference room's glass window. Seeing this scene, the nearby Mabui shook her head helplessly and sighed. Sigh. We just replaced the office glass, and now it needs to be changed again. This Lord Reikage really doesn't give us a moment's peace. When Reikage arrived at the concert site, it was at its peak. Kurabi was passionately rapping on stage. Come to the left and draw a dragon with me. Draw a rainbow on your right and let us go. Come to the left and draw a rainbow with me. Draw another dragon on your right and don't stop. Just as Kurabi was deeply engrossed, a gritted voice came from the side. Kurabi, you bastard. As soon as the words fell, a size 45 foot kicked hard into Kurabi's face. At the entrance of the Cloud Village, Reikage was glaring at Lu Shur, making Lu Shur feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Shur whistled, waiting for Xiaohei to come pick him up. An hour ago, Reikage had been roaring at Kurabi, you bastard. Do you know how much you spent throwing a concert? The reward for over 40 A-rank missions, plus those 10 1 million Ryo prizes. They came for the money early this morning. Are you trying to kill me? The expenses for yesterday's concert were all covered by the wealthy Reikage. He truly didn't expect Lu Shur to issue over 40 A-rank missions, hiring dancers and musicians under the guise of A-rank tasks. The most infuriating part was that Lu Shur brought all the small stalls from the Cloud Village to the concert site, claiming that things sold today would be free, and Reikage would reimburse them double tomorrow. When he came to work today, over 70 people were blocking the Reikage building demanding money. In a fit of anger, Reikage declared that if Lu Shur kept this up for a few more days, the Cloud Village would go bankrupt. Kurabi insisted on sending Lu Shur, but Reikage was somewhat uneasy, fearing they would pull some tricks, so he followed them. Soon Xiaohei arrived, and Lu Shur jumped on Xiaohei's back, who then soared into the sky. In the air, Lu Shur shouted to Kurabi, Kurabi, your rap is excellent, keep it up, hold more concerts. Money is just an external thing, don't worry about it. Lu Shur quickly disappeared from Chi Labai's sight. Chi Labai was deeply moved. He felt he had found a kindred spirit. Yesterday's concert was the most satisfying one for him. Thinking of Lu Shur's words, Chi Labai said to Reikage, Big brother, I need to go on a mission to earn money. I want to hold a concert. A fist the size of a sand pot directly hit Chi Labai's face, sending him flying. You bastard, go to Yunlei Gorge and don't come out unless necessary. And no more concerts. I don't have that much money to waste on you. After teaching Chi Labai a lesson, Reikage left. He had many other matters to handle. A few days later, Lu Shur returned to Konoha Village. As soon as he arrived, He was called over by Tsunade. In the Hokage office, it turned out that Raikage couldn't persuade the daimyo. If Raikage couldn't convince the daimyo, then other villages had no chance either. No daimyo would start a war over a book, so they could only wait. Listening to Lu Shi's report, Tsunade also understood the meaning of the Cloud Village. She had already anticipated this outcome. If Lu Shi were not from Konoha, it would be hard for her to believe his words. All right, let's set aside the Cloud Village matter for now. Jiraiya is looking for you, and it seems urgent. Check on him before you head home. Understood. Hokage-sama. After leaving, Rushi arrived at the assistant office, which is not far from the Hokage office. When he pushed the door open, Rushi saw Naruto was also there. As soon as Naruto saw Rushi, he perked up immediately. Big brother, you're back. In the few days you were gone, the pervy sage kept bringing you up. Dear found a place to sit down, feeling tired from the journey. Naruto, how has your training been lately? Have you been slacking off? Of course not, I've been working hard. The pervy sage said that once I can use the Nine-Tails chakra, it will take me to learn sage techniques. When Deer asked a question, Naruto answered for a full 3 minutes, even mentioning how Jiraiya was beaten by Tsunade yesterday. Jiraiya, who was handling documents, gave Naruto a sidelong glance. After Naruto finished speaking, Jiraiya explained to Deer the reason for his visit. The great sage Toad wants you to go with Naruto. It has something to say to you. Rushi glanced at Naruto and felt that Naruto was quite eager to go. So he agreed. All right, I'll rest for a night, and we'll go tomorrow. By the way, Naruto, do you want to go to the hot springs together tonight? Of course. This time, it'll be treated by the perverted sage, Jiraiya. That night, in the hot springs, it feels really good to relax after a day of work. Rushi, you really know how to enjoy life. By the way, Rushi, I saw Konohamaru. He is learning the Rasengan really quickly. How did you figure out the principles of the Rasengan? Deer took off the towel from his head, pointed to his own head, and said, I figured it out after seeing it once, and I've directly felt it with dark water. It's not difficult at all. Jiraiya thought about what Deer said, and felt that it sounded a bit pretentious coming from him. Then Jiraiya brought up the matter of going to Mayaboka Mountain. Deer, I think the Great Sage Toad is looking for you this time, probably because of your ability. If the Great Sage Toad says something you don't like, please don't get angry. Rushi glanced at Naruto, who was soaking in the hot spring, and said to Jiraiya beside him, don't worry. Naruto still has to go learn sage techniques. I won't be like that foolish toad. Hearing Rushi's words, Jiraiya felt relieved. After spending so much time together, he had come to understand Rushi well. He was a very opinionated child, and once he set his mind on something, it was hard for anyone to change it. The only hope was that Ino girl. Mayaboka Mountain. Perverted sage, shouldn't we head back first? It seems like this great toad sage still needs to sleep for a while. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya felt a bit awkward. Diepsaku, unable to stand it any longer, spoke up, if you don't wake up soon, Jiraiya is going to leave. Is it really fun to keep playing like this? As soon as Diepsaku finished speaking, he saw Gamamaru open his eyes. Then, in his aged voice, he said, Who are you all? Everyone fell silent, staring intently at Gamamaru, who felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, it's Jiraiya. Is there something you need? Great sage. If you keep this up, I'm going to take Rushi and Naruto and leave. Rushi doesn't have my patience, so think carefully before you speak. Gamamaru didn't take Jiraiya's words to heart. He glanced at Rushi and Naruto and said leisurely, I had a dream. I dreamt that the future changed, and now I can't see what the future looks like. The reason I can't see the future is that my eyes are covered by dark energy. Diepsaku, Jiraiya, and Naruto involuntarily looked at Rushi because Rushi had that kind of ability. Lu Shi didn't pay attention to the 3 pairs of eyes, but instead used his dark vision to take a look at Gamamaru, then withdrew his ability and began to speak. You are just a pitiful old toad. Those dreams of yours are all woven by others. You're just a soundboard. For now on, just sleep well. Don't be a soundboard for others anymore. The crowd looked at Lu Shi in shock, and Jiraiya was almost the same. Only Naruto was left confused. Kid, you have changed the future, and that is very dangerous. The ninja world will become uncontrollable and may collapse. I hope. Hearing Gamamaru's words, Lu Shi laughed directly. He was now certain that this must be that old guy sage of 6 paths messing around. What does the future of the ninja world have to do with you? Mayaboka Mountain? You live by the sea. Why are you meddling so much? Why should I follow your plans just because you have lived a long time? You can dream all you want, but the affairs of the ninja world are determined by the people of the ninja world. If you're not satisfied, you can let the sage of 6 paths come find me. If he dares to plan my life, I won't let him off easy. He is just a coward hiding in the Pure Land, afraid to confront his mother directly, wanting others to do the work for him. Gamamaru was shocked. This kid actually knew all this. Far away in the Pure Land, the sage of six paths, heard Lu Shi's words, and even he, who usually remained unflappable in the face of danger, was taken aback. When had he ever been insulted like this, especially by a little kid? As the one who sealed Kaguya, the sage of six paths should be thanked by the ninja world. However, as a son, sealing his mother for thousands of years, he was unworthy of being called a person. After sealing her, fearing her revenge, he let his two sons, Indra and Azura, wreak havoc in the ninja world while he quietly cultivated in the Pure Land. To put it simply, he was just shielding himself from disaster. When Kaguya emerged, she mistook Naruto and Sasuke for her sons, which was telling in itself. Seeing Gamma Maru silent, Lu Shi mocked. What? Did I hit the nail on the head, and now you have nothing to say? Just sleep if you want to sleep. Why dream so much? Dreaming is fine, but using those dreams to deceive others is your mistake. After a long time, Gamma Maru said dejectedly, Shinsaku, take Jiraiya and the others away. I won't look for him anymore. I've been confused for so long. It's time to wake up. After the few of them left, Shinsaku asked Lu Shi, what do you think the future of the ninja world will be like? Who knows? The ninja world has its own path. How to walk it is not something I can decide. Hearing Lu Shi's answer, Shinsaku asked again, then what about your path? My path. My path is to live. To live well with my family and friends. As for the rest, I can't be bothered. I'm not their father, so why should I care so much? Soon, the three returned to Konoha, but not long after they arrived, news came from Shinsaku that the great sage Toad had passed away. Lu Shi didn't pay attention to this matter at the time. Perhaps in the heart of Ga, Frog Maru, this was the only way to wake him up. Jiraiya still felt quite sad about the death of Ga, Frog Maru. After all, they had known each other for such a long time. But he didn't expect that right after their meeting, the great Toad Sage would pass away, which was definitely related to Lu Shi's words. However, this was the great Toad Sage's own choice, and he wouldn't blame Lu Shi. When Lu Shi and the others arrived at the Hokage's office, they found two people standing inside, Kakashi and Sakura. Seeing Jiraiya return, Tsunade quickly said, Jiraiya, you finally came back. Something big has happened in the Sand Village. Gaara has been kidnapped, and the Sand Village is requesting support from Konoha, specifically asking for Lu Shi to assist. At that moment, Lu Shi was still thinking about the original plot. It is now the 66th year of Konoha, and it's time for that kid to be captured. He had warned Gaara before to be careful of the Akatsuki, but he didn't expect this to happen. Even if he rode on Little Black now, Shikaku would probably be extracted, which is quite troubling. While Lu Shi was lost in thought about the original plot, someone pushed him, bringing him back to reality. Lu Shi, did you hear what I just said? Sorry, I was a bit distracted just now. Could you say it again? Hearing Lu Shi's words, Tsunade really wanted to give him a punch for being so absent-minded at such a critical moment. But now was the time for serious matters. So she repeated the situation regarding the Sand Village. Lu Shi had no objections to Tsunade's arrangements, but he didn't bring Little Black along. For people would be too much for Little Black to carry. He couldn't bear to do that. Besides, it would take time for the news to reach Konoha, and by that time, the Akatsuki might have already extracted the One Tail. Without intelligence from the Sand Village, he wouldn't know where to find them. So the four of them set off directly to the Sand Village on foot. The four moved quickly, and Lu Shi was a bit curious about the timeline. Logically speaking, Deidara and Sasori should have had time to retreat. How did they get caught up by Naruto and the others in the original work? Was it because Sasori was hiding in the H-Rin? After thinking of several reasons, he decided to stop pondering. That night, the four arrived at the Sand Village. As soon as they arrived, Temari and Chiyo came out to greet them. After a few pleasantries between Chiyo and Kakashi, Chiyo led Kakashi and the others into the village. In the meeting room, Chiyo introduced the entire process of Gaara's abduction to the group. Originally, Chiyo planned to pursue them the next morning since nothing could be seen at night. But Lu Shi rejected that idea. Let's start the pursuit now. Perhaps we can find Gaara sooner. Deer summoned the Ninja Legion and introduced his abilities to Chiyo. He mentioned that at night, his Ninja Legion would be very convenient and might help them find Gaara sooner. Hearing this, Temari and Chiyo naturally agreed. Thus, a group of 6 set out from Sunagakure. As soon as they left the village, Deer released all the shadow troops, hoping to protect Shikaku. If not, they would have to sacrifice Chiyo. Soon, a ninja returned with news, and Deer said to the others nearby, "There's news, follow me." Deer suddenly accelerated, which surprised Kakashi and Chiyo. What breed of animal is this? Why is it so fast? 20 minutes later, Deer arrived at the designated place of the Shadow Ninja, with Kakashi and Chiyo behind him. As for Naruto and the others, they hadn't arrived yet. Seeing the person on the ground, Chiyo rushed forward to help him up. "Kankuro, are you okay?" No matter how much Chiyo called, Kankuro showed no reaction. Chiyo immediately began to examine Kankuro. Fortunately, he was just poisoned, but the poison was a bit difficult to resolve. Chiyo could only feed Kankuro some ordinary antidote for the time being, trying to suppress the poison. At this moment, Naruto and the others also arrived. Hearing that Kankuro was poisoned, Sakura volunteered to give it a try. I have to say, during this time, Sakura had learned some things at the hospital. When Tsunade visited the hospital, she would teach the doctors a few things, so Sakura knew how to extract toxins. Without Tsunade's careful guidance, Sakura's skills were barely adequate, but at least she managed to control the scorpion's poison. As for the follow-up, it might require Tsunade's intervention. After handing Kankuro over to the ninjas from Sunagakure, the group continued their search. Just as dawn was breaking, Deer received 2 pieces of intelligence in quick succession. One was about Scorpion, and the other was about Deidara. It seemed that Gaara had already been taken out. Chiyo-baba, my shadow ninja has sent back 2 pieces of intelligence. One is about Scorpion. He's not far ahead, waiting for us, probably trying to intercept us. The other is about Gaara. Do you think we should split up? Upon hearing Deer's words, Chiyo did not hesitate and said directly, Deer, I'll leave Gaara to you. And as for Scorpion, let me handle it. At this moment, Sakura also said, Deer, saving people is the priority. You all go rescue Gaara. I'll stay here to help Chiyo-baba. Deer nodded and left a shadow ninja to lead them, while the rest went with Kakashi to rescue Gaara. An hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Naruto was about to go in when Deer pulled him back. Naruto, our top priority now is to save him. You and Kakashi-sensei, stay outside and guard. We need to save him first. Kakashi also said, Naruto, the cave is more suited to Deer's fighting style. Listen to him. Seeing that both of them said so, Naruto could only agree. Kakashi-sensei, you guard outside. Don't let anyone escape except for me. Okay, Deer, I understand. After arranging things outside, Deer walked into the cave. As soon as he entered, he heard a mocking voice say, Kid, you dare to come in alone? Do you think too highly of yourself? Deer observed Gaara and noticed that he still had breath, but the chakra from the one tail was continuously leaking out. Perhaps it was because Deer had found Gaara earlier. So the Akatsuki's sealing technique, the Phantom Dragon 9 seals, had not yet been completed. Deer remembered this technique very well. It was a sealing technique used by Akatsuki members. By utilizing the outer path golem, it attracted chakra through its mouth to extract and seal the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki's body. This method took the longest time, requiring the user to remain stationary for 3 days. There were also several phantoms around the outer path golem, and Deer recognized all of them. Oh, aren't these some of the scum from Akatsuki? Still hanging out with that crazy Nagato? Should I invite them to join me? The group remained silent, with only Konan coldly saying, Nara, Deer, do you want to be our enemy? Nagato is. Enough. 2 years ago, I was still wary of the Rinnegan. But now, it's just a crazy person with someone else's eyes. When Lucier saw Itachi staring at him, he smiled slightly at Itachi and said playfully, Your body can't hold up for much longer, can it? It's best not to run into Sasuke right now. I've taught him some pretty powerful techniques. Lucier, I remember you telling me that you don't like to waste words with enemies. You're right, Itachi. I really don't like to talk nonsense. I just got a bit carried away seeing so many scumbags. Thanks for the reminder. After chatting with Itachi for a bit, Lucier didn't want to dawdle any longer. Since Gaara was still alive, he couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, he was his sister's brother-in-law. Thinking of this, Lucier directly pulled Gaara into the shadow space and had the shadow ninja send Gaara outside. Deidara was still warily watching Lucier, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. But when he turned around, Deidara was stunned. By the time he turned back, even the outer path golem had disappeared, which was also Lucier's doing. He wanted to see if Nagato could still summon it back. The Akatsuki members were all looking at Lucier with serious expressions. Such space ninjutsu reminded Konan of Madara, disguised as a Beto. You scumbags, watch closely. What is power? You don't even know who your real enemy is. Let me wake you up. Upon hearing Lucier's words, Deidara immediately wanted to create some art, but Lucier didn't give him that opportunity. The Shadow Legion was fully mobilized, a total of 80 people. Then they launched a brutal group assault on Deidara, with the Ninja Brigade harassing him, the Night Bat Brigade firing lasers from the air, the Giant Claw and Alien controlling the situation, the Shadow Eater responsible for chasing Deidara's shadow, the Troll Brigade guarding the cave entrance to prevent Deidara from escaping, and the Samurai, Stabbing Blade, and Side Shadow responsible for surprise attacks. With one hand, Deidara was still quite strong, but in this cramped cave, he had no room to maneuver. Soon, Deidara was covered in injuries, forced to rely on constant movement to dodge surprise attacks, during which he also tried to take down Lu Shi, but failed every time. The Akatsuki members watched as Deidara was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, wondering if they could defeat Nara Lu Shi if they were in his place. Eventually, Deidara was controlled by the alien, while the Shadow Eater frantically devoured Deidara's shadow. The moment Deidara's shadow was completely consumed, he fell into a deep sleep. Normally, Deidara wouldn't be so easy to deal with, but having lost an arm significantly reduced his combat power, and without any clay nearby, he might have considered self-detonation. However, Lu Shi wouldn't make the foolish mistake of waiting for the enemy to unleash their big moves. Lu Shi looked at Yahiko and said, "Nagato, I'm waiting for you to catch the Nine Tails. Let's see whether your Pain's Six Paths is stronger or my Shadow Army is. I'll tell you some intel. My Shadow Army can appear in any dark place, so be careful when you come to catch the Nine Tails. I really like people like you who dare not see the light." After saying that, Lu Shi walked out of the cave. Tiandao coldly said, "The Outer Path Ghetto has been summoned back. This mission isn't considered a failure. I've extracted half of the chakra from the One Tail, which is enough." Kakuzu pointed at Deidara, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "What about this guy? He doesn't seem dead yet." This time, Nagato didn't speak. Instead, Conan did. "I'll have Black Zetsu bring him back. It's best if he wakes up. If he doesn't, that's his problem." Kakuzu cruelly smiled and said, "I don't think it will be of any use. Just throw him away. Otherwise, Nara Lu Shi won't let him go either. Do you think that kid is soft-hearted?" The others thought about it too. Although they didn't know what means Lu Shi had used, seeing Deidara's shadow being devoured made them feel that he definitely wouldn't wake up. When Deidara came out, Gaara had already been revived by Naruto's special jutsu. Kakashi saw Deidara emerge and immediately stepped forward to ask, "Kushina, how is it inside?" "It's resolved. Deidara probably won't wake up again. As for whether to bring him back to Konoha, it's up to you, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi walked into the cave and carried Deidara out, feeling that he could obtain a lot of information from him. Gaara saw Kushina come out, stood up with the support Temari, and then walked up to Kushina, saying in a weak voice, "Thank you." Lu Shi waved his hand nonchalantly. "There's no need for thanks. We're all family from now on." After the pleasantries, the group went to find Chiyo. Gaara had already been rescued, and there was no need to linger. By the time they arrived, the battle here had also ended, and Chiyo was staring blankly at Sasori's puppet. If it weren't for the circumstances, she really wouldn't want to kill her own grandson. Similar to the original story, Sasori was killed by Chiyo, and Lu Shi felt that Sasori's death might be his own doing. After all, his strength was evident. Chiyo was finally relieved to see Gaara safe, but Sakura had it worse. Without Tsunade's monstrous strength, she was beaten up by Sasori and was covered in injuries, though thankfully not life-threatening. Seeing Sakura hurt, Naruto couldn't help but show concern. After a brief discussion, Kakashi led a few people back to Konoha, as there was no point in staying any longer now that Gaara was safe. Temari specifically thanked Lu Shi, and he exchanged a few words before following Kakashi. Inside the Akatsuki base, Nagato looked at the Outer Path Golem that had returned from summoning and felt a bit pained. The Outer Path Golem was missing a lot at this point, all due to Lu Shi's actions. Lu Shi wanted to see if the Outer Path Golem could be shattered, so he had came in to scythe soldier attack it repeatedly. In the end, they only managed to chip off a bit, but it was still considerable. Lu Shi thought that if he had enough time, he could turn the Outer Path Golem into rubble. Nagato looked at his breathing machine in this state and wished he could suck Lu Shi into it. At this moment, the remaining members of the Akatsuki had all arrived, including Pain. "Let's talk. How should we deal with Nara Lu Shi?" In response to Pain's question, the others had no good solutions. They had observed and found that those shadow ninjas could reappear even after being dispersed, which was quite puzzling. The only strategy they could think of was using large-scale ninjutsu to block and prevent close combat. They had seen Deidara's tragic situation and didn't think they could withstand being mobbed by so many shadow ninjas. Only Haiden seemed indifferent, thinking that the kid's blood would definitely please the lord of the evil gods. The others looked at Haiden as if he were a fool, thinking, "Go ahead. After you go, I'll collect your corpse." Seeing no one else speak, Itachi said, "I think it's better not to provoke Nara Lu Shi for now. I believe his shadow ninjas are not the most troublesome part. The most troublesome is his ability to nullify ninjutsu. He doesn't use that ability often. I think he's hiding his strength. What he showed me today is not everything. If we think that Nara Lu Shi only fights relying on shadow ninjas, then we're gravely mistaken." Nagato was aware of Lu Shi's ability, but hadn't paid much attention to it until Itachi's reminder made him recall it. Itachi continued, "Nara Lu Shi is a classmate of my brother, and I know him well. Whether it's swordsmanship or the Nara family's shadow binding technique, he excels in both. His only weaknesses might be in taijutsu and jinjutsu. Although Nara Lushi's taijutsu isn't as strong as his swordsmanship, it has reached Jonin level. If we're to deal with him, I hope to be sent. That way, our chances of winning are greater. Itachi did not know that Lushi could nullify jinjutsu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. After hearing Itachi's words, Pain considered for a moment and then said, "For now, let's not touch the Nine Tails. We will capture the other tailed beast first. As for the Nine Tails, I will personally go after it. In the face of God, everything is futile." In a secret chamber, Nagato, are you really going to personally capture the Nine Tails? Nara Lushi knows too much about our information. I fear you will suffer losses. Conan replied, "You don't need to worry. In front of my eyes, everything is futile." He says those things out of fear. If he were truly that strong, he would have come looking for us long ago. In the past, hearing Nagato say this made her feel reassured. But recently, whenever she heard these words, she felt an underlying unease. Nagato's obsession was too deep, and she couldn't persuade him. So she simply changed the subject. "Nagato, I inquired a bit with Itachi. And among the Uchiha clan members, there's no one with dog in their name, but there is one with it, and I found something interesting. That person is named Obito. Moreover, he gave one of his eyes to Kakashi of Konoha. They were teammates, and there is also a girl named Rin. It's very likely that our Mr. Madara is actually Obito Uchiha in disguise, which explains why he only shows one eye. Obito Madara, Obito Madara." After hearing Conan's words, Nagato muttered the names of the two to himself. After a moment, Nagato said to Conan, "Deidara and Sasori are dead, and the organization is short of people. So let our Mr. Obito do a bit more work. Isn't he pretending to be Madara? Capturing the Nine Tails should be simple, right?" Upon hearing Nagato's words, Conan immediately understood his intention. After all, if he claims to be Madara, it wouldn't be strange for him to capture his former pet. This was essentially digging a pit for Obito, a pit he had to jump into. Conan quickly found Obito and conveyed Nagato's words to him, causing Obito to explode in anger. Isn't Nagato always claiming to be God? Why doesn't he go capture it himself? Jiraiya is guarding that little brat Naruto, and you want him to go to Konoha and take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? How is that possible? Hearing Obito's refusal, Conan immediately retorted, "Mr. Madara is a being on par with Hashirama. How could he fear Jiraiya, this junior? Besides, isn't the Nine Tails originally your pet? Bringing it back is quite normal, right?" Me. Conan's words left Obito speechless, as he had been using Madara's name to deceive in the ninja world. "Fine, I will go. By the way, Nagato asked you to take care of Nara Lushi while you're at it. He knows too much of our information, and such a person cannot be left alive." Upon hearing this, Obito wished he could give Conan a few big slaps. He knew about Deidara's incident and really didn't want to provoke Nara Lushi, that troublesome character. Who knows if Nara Lushi has any other tricks up his sleeve? But given the situation, he could only agree. In Konoha, in the Hokage office, Tsunade praised Kakashi a few times after hearing his report and then dismissed him. Rushi also wanted to leave, but Tsunade called him to stop. "Rushi, stay a moment. I have something to ask you." With no choice, Rushi could only sit down on the sofa, and he deliberately put on a serious expression. "Go ahead." Seeing Rushi's serious face, Tsunade smiled. "You don't have to be so serious. I actually wanted to ask about Sakura's performance this time. It's not good for Naruto to keep acting this way, and I want to reorganize Team 7. "Oh, that's what it is. Tsunade-sama, you should have said so earlier." As for Sakura's performance, it was standard. There was nothing outstanding, but no mistakes either. "Oh, I see. Then Rushi, you can go back. I'll talk to Jiraiya about this matter." Lushi. These days, Lushi has been living quite comfortably. After completing a family mission, he hasn't had much to do and has been hanging out with Ino. However, Ino is on a mission today, so he is left alone. Therefore, Lushi plans to take a stroll and then go have a bowl of ramen. Not long after he started walking, Lushi put his hand on his forehead and thought, "Isn't Itachi afraid that the Akatsuki will find out about his undercover identity? Why does he keep returning to Konoha?" When Itachi saw Lushi, he gently turned his head, signaling him to follow. In the forest, "Lushi, the Akatsuki has already set its sights on you, so be careful. Also, they might go after Naruto, so watch out for him too." "All right, got it. Is everything okay? If nothing's wrong, I'll head back first." As soon as Lushi finished speaking, he was about to leave, but he was called back. "Wait, you seem to know me very well. Aren't you afraid that I might deceive you?" Deer turned around, looked at Weasel sympathetically, and then said, "As an undercover agent, you should just lie low. What's the deal with constantly returning to Konoha? In response to Dear S words, Weasel wasn't he surprised, but instead asked, "Can I know how you found out about this?" Lushi sat down on the spot, and Itachi, seeing Lushi sit down, also sat down opposite him. As soon as he sat down, he heard Lushi speak. "All the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan were destroyed by me." Itachi was not surprised. He was aware of the destruction of the Uchiha Sharingan. The third Hokage had even specifically asked him about it. He had been curious at first, but after learning about Lushi's abilities, he had speculated about this matter. A person who slaughtered all his clan members, how could he leave his own brother alive? Do you really believe there is nothing to it? Upon hearing Lushi's words, Itachi nodded, then took out the book The Tale of the Child Who Saved His Mother, and asked, "Is everything written in this book true?" Lushi thought for a moment and asked, "Which ones are you referring to?" "About the Uchiha clan as a whole." "You mean that? It's indeed true. And why do you think only Sasuke can represent the Uchiha? Your Uchiha clan is gone. What glory is there left? In a few generations, what Uchiha will there be? The so-called glory in my eyes is nothing." Hearing someone slander the Uchiha's glory, Itachi immediately got upset. However, before he could speak, he was interrupted by Lushi. "Don't get angry. You'll be even angrier after you hear what I have to say next. Then we'll both be angry." "Itachi, are you even speaking like a human? There are so many people in the Uchiha, including children. As the minor clan leader of the Uchiha, how could you go that far? Without the support of the Uchiha family, what are you, Uchiha Itachi? Do you really think that having talent guarantees growth? There are many geniuses who die halfway. Why do you think you could grow up? Wasn't it the Uchiha that protected you? But what about after you grew up? You willingly became a dog for Konoha, turning against your own family. Don't talk about coups. Couldn't you just kill those involved in the coup? Those children didn't provoke you. How could you do that? Aren't you afraid of dreaming about them? Forget it. I won't say more. The more I talk, the angrier I get. I just really dislike you, so don't bother me. I don't care about your information. Nagato wants to capture the Nine Tails, right? Let him come. I won't let him off easily, or others will think I'm on the same level as him. Huh, what a hassle. Don't come looking for me in the future." After Lushi finished scolding Itachi, he left. He really hated Itachi. In his opinion, anyone with a conscience wouldn't do such things. If it came down to it, he would fight to the death with Konoha, even dragging someone down with him. But Itachi, that brat, directly turned against his own family, glorifying it as family honor. With people gone, what good is honor for the dead? At that moment, Itachi was bewildered. He had kindly brought Lushi some information, yet he was suddenly met with a barrage of insults, and after scolding him, the other party just left, not even giving him a chance to retort. Itachi felt particularly upset. Lushi's words felt like a knife stabbing deep into his heart. He hadn't felt pain when he annihilated his clan, but now his heart ached terribly. He found himself missing his parents a bit. After separating from Itachi, Ruki headed towards the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. A minute later, Tsunade said, "Jiraiya, you heard Ruki's words too. Keep an eye on Naruto for me. If Naruto gets captured because of your mistake, I'll break your legs, the kind that won't heal." Tsunade's tone was very serious this time, and Jiraiya did not refute her. Hearing the news Ruki brought back, Jiraiya was indeed a bit worried. After all, Nagato was also his disciple. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Ruki comforted him. "Lord Jiraiya, I think we don't have to worry too much. The Akatsuki's target this time should be me, so you don't need to be too concerned. After I turn Deidara into a vegetable, they probably won't dare to provoke me recently. It's very likely that a rift has appeared among them, and this is a form of suppression." Tsunade felt that Ruki's words made some sense. After all, who would come back for more trouble right after suffering a loss? Jiraiya asked Ruki, "What else did you talk about with Itachi?" Ruki replied, "Not much, just scolded Itachi a bit." Jiraiya and Tsunade were both stunned. If they were Itachi, they might have committed suicide out of shame. Ruki's words were too harsh. After Jiraiya came to his senses, he weakly asked, "Ruki, what would you do if you were Itachi?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's question, Tsunade shot him a glare, thinking, "You really want to stir up trouble, don't you? This kid already hates the third Hokage and Danzo. Aren't you afraid he'll go down the wrong path?" Deer casually said, "The village is home, but not family. If it were up to me, I would choose family. If I protect my family, I would hide and take revenge on them in the future. If I were Itachi, and the village forced my family to death, I would drag the entire Konoha down with me. At least the current me could definitely do it." Hearing Deer's words, the two of them shivered in unison. This kid is too ruthless. Luckily, the old man didn't take action against the Nara clan, or else Konoha might really disappear. They had witnessed Deer's dark passage technique, where an entire forest vanished into darkness. After ending this topic, Tsunade asked Deer, "I plan to reorganize Team 7. Because of Naruto's uniqueness, I hope you can protect him for a while. Lord Hokage, I am currently the #1 target of the Akatsuki organization. Aren't you afraid I will implicate Naruto? It's okay. I believe you can handle it. Rushi was somewhat speechless. He really treated himself as a laborer. He turned to Jiraiya and asked, Lord Jiraiya, Naruto is your disciple. Don't you have anything to say? Jiraiya replied, it seems I have some unfinished business to take care of. I need to hurry and finish it. After saying that, Jiraiya rushed out of the Hokage's office like a gust of wind. Is it really necessary? The next morning, Rushi was called to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he found quite a few people there. Besides Tsunade and Jiraiya, there were Kakashi, Yamato, Naruto, and Sakura. Oh, and there was also Sai who was drawing. When Tsunade saw Rushi come in, she introduced him to the new Team 7. Rushi, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is the new member of Team 7. His name is Sai. Tsunade Baba, I already said I don't want this guy. I want Sasuke. I will bring Sasuke back. Tsunade didn't even bother to look at Naruto's words. Rushi didn't pay much attention and instead sat down on the sofa. Sai is also a person with a hard life. However, that doesn't prevent him from hating people from root. In Rushi's understanding, there are no normal people from root, and only under Naruto's baptism can things get a bit better. Seeing Rushi's attitude, Yamato came to Rushi's side and said, Rushi, Sai was like me before. We were both from root. Ever since Danzo died, Sai has been recruited into the Umbu by Lord Hokage. I also recommended Sai for the formation of Team 7. Deer turned to Tsunade and said, Lady Tsunade, we didn't agree on this before. Didn't you say the root was cleaned up? Why is there still one here? Hearing Deer's words, Tsunade felt something was about to go wrong, as the Shadow Army had already appeared from the darkness. She quickly explained, Deer, don't get agitated. I know you hate Danzo, but Sai is innocent. I can't just kill everyone, right? Don't you think? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Deer retracted the Shadow Army. In truth, he didn't really intend to harm Sai. He just wanted to scare him a bit to keep him away from Ino. Deer wouldn't actually trouble a machine. Just after Tsunade finished persuading Deer, Sai spoke up, Are you strong? Your words are so annoying. Hearing this, Deer laughed happily, stood up, and walked over to Sai, saying, Whether I'm strong or not, we could go out and find out. After we compare, you won't think I'm annoying anymore. Really, trust me. As Lucier spoke, he pulled Zui toward the exit. Kakashi quickly stopped the two, as he couldn't let Zui spar with Lucier. He knew how ruthless Lucier could be, and he didn't think Zui was a match for him. Lucier, stop it. I know you hate the root, but Zui was forced to join too. You both are from Konoha. There's no need for this. Seeing that a fight wouldn't break out, Lucier simply returned to the sofa. Tsunade, relieved to see Lucier calm down, also felt at ease. If Kakashi hadn't intervened, she would have stepped in herself. With someone like Deidara, an S-rank rogue ninja, being turned into a vegetative state by Lucier, she didn't want Konoha to have another like that. With this in mind, Tsunade took out a document and said to everyone, This is the information obtained by Scorpion before his death regarding Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization. So I plan to send Team 7 on a mission, and Lucier, you'll go with them. Okay, Lucier also wanted to go and take a look. He remembered that it seemed like Yahiko had been captured this time, but he couldn't recall the specifics, and he couldn't just do nothing. Although he had written everything in his book, it was impossible to make everyone believe that it was true. Even Tsunade, that book was actually meant for the Akatsuki organization. It would have been better if they had started fighting among themselves, but things did not go as Lucier had expected. After a few people tidied up, they set off. And just as they left the gates of Konoha, they encountered the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi teams. Rokushi came up and gave Ino a hug. How are you? Are you tired? Did you encounter any danger? Shika came up with a series of 3 questions, making the others roll their eyes. Seeing everyone's expressions, Ino quickly pushed Shika away and shyly said, That's annoying. There's so many people watching. After saying that, she ran off. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. Hearing this, Shika turned back to look at Sai. She's beautiful, and she's mine. If you have any inappropriate thoughts, I guarantee I'll turn you into a fool like the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Sai was a bit confused and didn't understand what Shika meant. Kakashi explained to him, due to some special circumstances, Shika was a rogue ninja for a while. The Hidden Cloud Village sent 3 groups of people to kill him, but he dealt with them all. Moreover, their leaders were turned into fools by Shika, and the Hidden Cloud Village still hasn't cured those 3. Now, whenever they hear Shika's name, they immediately go into a fit. Listening to Kakashi, Sai didn't show much emotional reaction. He had yet to experience the baptism of the otherworldly mouth and was still like a machine. Rokushim asked Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi, what is the plan this time? Kakashi thought for a moment, and then pointed at Yamato. I plan to have Yamato transform into Scorpion to make contact. Do you have any suggestions? Deer took out the Scorpion's Crimson Flow Jewel and said, Kakashi-sensei, let me handle the rendezvous. I think I'm more suited for this task. In the original work, Yamato transformed into Scorpion using would release, and this is real. After Scorpion died, he stored the Crimson Flow Jewel and Scorpion's puppet in the shadow space. Chio glanced at it earlier, but didn't say anything, so this became Deer's trophy. Kakashi-sensei, you go to Orochimaru's lair to gather intelligence. Leave the rest to me, and I promise to bring back the crushed body of Yakushi Kabuto to Konoha. Kakashi, Deer, didn't you listen carefully to Lady Tsunade's plan? Your task is to bring Yakushi Kabuto back and obtain more intelligence. Bringing back just a head is fine, right? That guy, Marino Ibiki, can extract information as long as he has a head. Kakashi was speechless. This Deer's thought process was different from ordinary people. However, he still explained, while a corpse can yield information, a living person is much more valuable. All right, I'll do my best. Hearing Deer's half-hearted response, Kakashi didn't say anything more and left alone. Then Yamato led Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Deer towards the Tenchi Bridge. While riding his bicycle, Lucier imitated the sound of Scorpion, but he wasn't Yamato. It wasn't until he reached the Tenchi Bridge that he managed to mimic the sound of the Scorpion. By the time he arrived at the Tenchi Bridge, Lucier felt that his legs were sore. It seemed that riding a bicycle was also a physically demanding task. Zai began to scout the surrounding area. Actually, Lucier's shadow ninja could do this kind of work too, but with free labor available, he didn't bother to do it himself. Zai quickly finished scouting and confirmed that there were no ambushes nearby. Yamato-sensei, wait for my signal to act. After saying this, Lucier pedaled his bicycle towards the Tenchi Bridge. At the Tenchi Bridge, Lucier was waiting for Yakushi Kabuto's arrival. Waiting for someone requires patience. Even waiting an extra minute felt like torture. 5 minutes later, Yakushi Kabuto finally arrived, just as he was about to speak. Deershire made a gesture to take action, and Dea was a bit confused. Why are they starting to fight just after meeting? However, after a moment of being dazed, Dea brought the three of them in front of Deershire. Lucier also walked out from the crimson flow of the amber, feeling suffocated. How could that lunatic Scorpion stay here for so long? Lucier, I think your imitation of Scorpion's voice is a bit unnecessary. At this moment, Do also realized he had been set up and immediately wanted to flee, but he wouldn't give him the chance and charged at him with the three others. Do fought while retreating, finally backing up to the bridge's edge, but as soon as he arrived, he was surrounded by the Shadow Corps. This was part of Lucier's plan. The bridge was not suitable for the Shadow Corps to fight, while the forest would allow them to fully exert their combat power. Just when Do was feeling desperate, wind release, great breakthrough. A storm rushed toward everyone from behind Do. They all jumped aside, and thanks to the previous storm, Do also got a chance to catch his breath. At that moment, a very melancholic snake approached, and Lucier knew without looking that Orochimaru had arrived. Orochimaru walked up to Do, looked at the 5 people across from him, and said in his melancholic and magnetic voice, Konoha is becoming more and more backward, actually bullying the few with the many. Yes, I don't know which shameless person couldn't defeat the 3rd Hokage and had to bring out the 2nd and 1st Hokage for help. Upon hearing Lucier's words, Orochimaru didn't get angry. Instead, he scrutinized Lucier, finding him quite interesting, even more so than Sasuke. Dahi, you take Naruto and the others to deal with Do. Leave Orochimaru to me. Dahi nodded. Orochimaru felt underestimated. Last time he lost because he had no hands and was defeated so badly. This time, Lucier actually dared to face him alone, and he thought it was time to teach him a lesson. Before he even made a move, he saw Lucier act, saying, Shadow Corps, heed my command, charge straight at Orochimaru's rear. Dahi, Do, Naruto, Sakura, Sai, Orochimaru. With Lucier's words, the battle began. The Shadow Corps was indeed obedient, all rushing to attack Orochimaru's back. Even the troll soldiers broke a few trees, using them as weapons to batter Orochimaru's rear. Although Orochimaru could spit snakes, those snakes wouldn't help him from behind. Even though Orochimaru summoned a large number of snakes and scattered many of the Shadow Corps, their numbers never seemed to decrease, and Orochimaru kept looking for places without shadows to escape. The Shadow Corps attacked his rear like they were crazy, and when he saw a tree thicker than himself, Orochimaru could no longer hold back. After scattering a few shadow ninjas, he roared at Lucier, You bastard! Come face me head on. Do you only know how to hide behind? Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands and then slammed them on the ground. causing a technique to appear, and a huge figure emerged. Orochimaru, since you summoned me, the sacrifice. With a bang, the figure disappeared again. The sudden disappearance of the myriad snakes caught Orochimaru off guard, and he fell directly to the ground. The troll soldiers charged up with the tree. Bang! The ground trembled, kicking up a large amount of dust. As the dust settled, only a snake's skin remained on the ground. Orochimaru's escape methods are truly numerous. This even allowed him to get away. When Lucia arrived in the area of day, Yaoshiro also ran away, which made Lucia very frustrated. It was one thing that Orochimaru didn't manage to keep him, but how could Do, this little brat, slip away as well? At this moment, Sai spoke up. I left a mark on him. He ran that way. He pointed in a direction as he spoke. Chase. After Day gave the order, he dashed out, and the others followed closely behind. As Lucia chased Do, he thought about Sasuke. I wonder how strong he is now. Soon, they arrived outside Orochimaru's secret base, where Orochimaru was feeling a bit frustrated. The great Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, was actually being pressured to this extent by a child. At that moment, Sasuke walked in and said to Orochimaru, "There are people outside. Do you need me to deal with them?" Orochimaru thought for a moment and figured that Lucia wouldn't harm Sasuke, so he would have a chance to escape. He said, "Go meet your old friend. We'll regroup at our base in the land of grass." After saying this, he left with Do. Just as he turned around, he noticed the black mark on Do, which was a mouse pattern. Orochimaru pinched the mouse pattern with his hand, and after a moment, the pattern turned into ink. "So that is how you found me. Do, you were too careless." The moment the mouse disappeared, Sai felt it. "My mark has vanished. Should we go in and chase them?" Just as Yamato was about to speak, they saw the long-awaited pressure king emerge. His aura was even stronger than before. Naruto and Sakura rushed over to Sasuke immediately. "Sasuke, come back with us. We know you were deceived by Orochimaru, and the Hokage hasn't declared you a rogue ninja. This time, come back with me." Deer took out a chair and sat there watching the love story of the three of them. Yamato glanced at Deer and used wood release to create a chair. Or rather, it could no longer be called a chair. It was a bed, bigger and more luxurious than Deer's. Then he lay on his side to watch. Sai drew a lion and sat on top of it to watch. "Rokushi, your wood release is only useful for fighting. Other than that, it's truly versatile." Sasuke and the others ignored Rokushi's irritating competitive spirit and continued to persuade Sasuke. This time, Sasuke did not respond with aggression like in the original. "Sasuke, come back with me. Please, everyone misses you." Sasuke ignored Naruto and looked at Rokushi, then asked, "Are you here to persuade me to go back too?" "Dear time, how can I eat melon and end up with it on myself?" However, since Sasuke asked, it wouldn't be appropriate not to say a few words. So Dear Time cleared his throat. "Ahem, I'm just here to kill Orochimaru, but since he ran away, it's whatever. As for persuading you, I have no such intention. When you've been beaten enough, you'll go back on your own." "Sasuke, big brother you. That's enough, Naruto." Sasuke's entire clan died in front of him. You won't understand his feelings. This is his obsession. Once he kills Itachi, I promise to bring him back. Hearing Dear Time's words, Naruto stopped trying to persuade Sasuke, but he really couldn't bear to part with Sasuke. However, what his brother said made sense, so he didn't insist anymore. Sakura was crying nonstop. Soon, Sasuke left. The few of them also headed towards Konoha. Shadow Strike, 5 Shadows Strike Shadow Line, Entangle Shadow Dance. Shikamaru watched his brother's training and felt like he had been practicing a fake shadow bind technique. What his brother used was the real deal. "Dad, is this really the Nara clan's shadow bind technique? How come my brother's looks so different from ours?" At that moment, Shikaku was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His son had turned shadow bind technique into something incredible, and he felt like he had wasted all these years. After the shock, Shikaku helplessly said, "This must be talent. I never expected our family's secret technique could be used like this." After finishing his training, Shikadai walked over to his father and took the towel Shikamaru handed him to wipe off his sweat. "Dad, I'm going out to eat with Ino later, so please tell Mom not to pack my lunch." "Oh, okay, I got it." "Shikadai, did you develop that ninjutsu yourself? Can you teach it to me and Shikamaru? It's so cool." Hearing his father's words, Shikamaru nodded enthusiastically. He was eager to learn. "Sure, there's still some time. So I'll first explain the principles of these techniques to you." Upon hearing Shikadai's words, the father and son synchronously took out notebooks and pens, as these were things that could be passed down in the family. Let's start with the simplest technique, Shadow Strike. Our family shadow bind technique requires a physical object to extend the attack, like the ground, trees, or walls. After a few years of development, I've managed to make the shadow detach from the ground. It's not difficult to do, You just compress the shadow into a thin line, and then use chakra to make the shadow detach from the ground. At the moment of attacking the enemy, inject a large amount of chakra into the front part of the shadow to harden it, achieving a piercing effect. The basic principle of Shadow Strike is compression and release. I'll write down how to operate the chakra for you in a bit. The father and son were diligently recording every word Shikaji said in their notebooks, afraid of missing even a single word. Now let's talk about 5 Shadow Strike. The principle of this technique is the same as that of Shadow Strike. All the subsequent techniques are developed based on the principle of Shadow Strike. Besides Shadow Strike, I have to form hand seals for the other techniques, which is quite troublesome. Dear Gyo, dear Maru, do you want to hear what you're saying? You want to release such a complicated ninjutsu without hand signs. Although the father and son thought so, they didn't say anything, as Dear Time really didn't like to form hand seals. The principle of 5 Shadow Strike is based on the Shadow Strike, allowing the shadow to split into 5 shadow lines for attack. This technique requires 5 hand signs, Too troublesome. Shikamaru, Lugio. Now let me talk about shadow binding, which is an inspiration I got while fighting alongside others. This is an advanced version of the shadow binding technique and requires 2 hand seals. If the chakra amount is sufficient, it can literally strangle the enemy to death. Similar to the shadow hanging technique, Shadow Dance is a variant of the 5 Kage Strike and is also an advanced version. Once activated, it uses 8 shadows to whip around the body wildly, like whips. In my tests, 8 shadows are the limit. This technique requires 7 hand seals and has a considerable chakra consumption, so be careful when using it. The principle is like this. Now I'll teach you the hand seal formation. Alright, you can practice slowly. First, let the shadows detach from the ground, and then practice other techniques. When I have time, I'll see if I can simplify it. I don't really like forming hand seals, so I aim to turn everything in a no-seal ninjutsu. Shikamaru, Dear Long. After Lu Shi left, the father and son began their practice, but they hadn't practiced for long when Lugio was called away by Tsunade. In the Hokage office, Tsunade said, Lugio, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but why have you been so hard to find these past few days? Jiraiya has already complained to me. He needs an assistant over there. Your son isn't going, and neither are you. Are you two planning to retire? There isn't anyone capable at the Konoha hospital, so I sent Shizen there. She just got to the hospital not long ago, and I've already called her back. Just take a look at you two. After venting her frustrations, Tsunade finally stopped. Dear Joe quickly explained, Lord Hokage, I've finished all my work. I haven't delayed anything. It's just that I've had some issues these past few days. That's why I didn't come over, but it's only been 2 days. What could possibly be the matter? Your 2 sons make things so much easier for you. Hearing Tsunade's praise, Dear Ju smiled shyly. He then told Tsunade about Dear Time's self-created ninjutsu and specifically mentioned its power. Tsunade was quite surprised after hearing this. Creating ninjutsu is not an easy feat, especially considering how young Dear Time is. Improving the Nara clan's ninjutsu is one thing, but creating his own ninjutsu, and several of them at that, is remarkable. Dear Gyo, bring Dear Time here, I want to see him. Take me to find him. After some hesitation, Kakuzu took Tsunade to find Ruki. However, when they found Ruki, Kakuzu did not go in because Ruki was at the hot spring with Ino, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to join. In fact, Kakuzu was overthinking. On the way, he ran into Tintin and Hinata, so they all went together. This time, Ruki was the only one in the men's bath, while there were 3 girls on the women's side. Tsunade didn't run over to the men's bath to find Ruki, but instead went to soak with Ino and the others. As soon as Tsunade entered, the 3 girls were filled with envy, especially Tintin, who was on the same level as Sakura. What kind of look is that, you 3 little ones? Hearing Tsunade's words, Hinata quickly turned her head away, while Tintin came over to sit beside Tsunade, looking eager to please as she said, Lady Tsunade, do you have any tips? After saying that, she playfully poked Tsunade's chest. Upon hearing Tintin's words, Ino and Hinata perked up their ears. Although Ino was already quite well endowed, compared to Tsunade, it was on a completely different level. Lu Shi was separated from them by a wooden wall, and he was quite curious. Want to know what tricks this big cow had? Unfortunately, Lu Shi didn't hear anything, just a burst of chattering laughter from that side. When it came time to pay, Lu Shi was somewhat speechless. Tsunade not only made him pay, but she also drank quite a bit inside. And it was Hinata who had to bring her back every day. Lugio, who was waiting outside, felt like he had come for nothing. On the way home, Lu Shi held Ino's small hand. Ino, what did you guys talk about with Lady Tsunade? You were laughing so happily. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Ino's face turned a little red, and then she stammered, Nothing, just that Lady Tsunade was joking with us. Ino didn't want to say more, and Lu Shi didn't press her. After dropping Ino off at her home, he returned home as well. The next morning, Tsunade summoned Lu Shi and Shikamaru to the Hokage's office. When they arrived, all the small teams except Naruto's were already there. Asuma stood there with a sad expression. Once everyone was present, Tsunade took out a scroll. We just received news that the Land of Fire's envoy was killed by the Akatsuki organization. According to the information we received, the ones who killed the envoy were Kakuzu and Haiden from the Akatsuki. It is very likely that they are using the envoy's body to exchange for money. There are a total of 5 exchange offices in the Land of Fire. Therefore, I will send out 5 teams to pursue them. Now take the information and set off. We must keep them in the Land of Fire. Hearing Tsunade's words, Lu Shi knew that this was likely Asuma's death trap, as Asuma had always taken good care of Shikamaru. So, Lu Shi planned to rescue Asuma. And on top of that, Hong was pregnant. This time, Lu Shi directly followed Asuma's team because he knew Asuma would definitely encounter Kakuzu. After leaving the village, Lu Shi stopped Kai, who was heading to another exchange office. Kai-sensei, I think you shouldn't go to that exchange office. The chances of Kakuzu going there are too low. It's better to come with us. I believe the chances are highest here, and if we don't encounter them, we can still block them at the border. Kai thought Lu Shi's reasoning made sense, but the Hokage had instructed him. All right, Kai-sensei, I'll explain it to the Hokage for you. The reason I didn't say it in the Hokage's office is that Lady Tsunade has to arrange things from the overall perspective, but we need to adapt to the situation when executing the mission. After thinking for a while, Kai agreed, feeling that Lu Shi's reasoning was sound. Even if nothing was there, they could still go to the border to intercept them. So, Kai also followed Asuma, who didn't oppose it either. He had heard what Lu Shi said and thought it made sense. The 9 of them traveled quickly, and by the afternoon, they caught up with Kakuzu and Haiden. I told you, this direction has the highest chances. Kakuzu looked at the 9 people seriously. The only ones he was really concerned about were Kai, Asuma, and Lu Shi. Haha, you must be Nara Lu Shi. Your blood, the evil god will surely love it. Kakuzu looked at Haiden with a look of disdain and reminded him, don't be careless. These people are not easy to deal with. Dear Times pointed at Kakuzu and said to Kai, Teacher Kai, he has 5 hearts. You can only kill him by smashing all of his hearts. Go ahead, are Konoha's Azure Beast. After saying that, he pushed Kai out. Everyone was excited. This is youth. Let me, the Azure Beast, have a go at you. Then Konoha's Azure Beast activated the 8 gates and charged forward. Everyone remarked, Teacher Kai is so passionate. Soon, Kai started fighting Kakuzu. Meanwhile, only Haiden was left. Asuma-sensei, this guy is up to you. We'll study over here. Asuma and Haiden's battle began as well. Haiden's taijutsu was quite average. He was just swinging a big scythe around. Asuma-sensei, don't let him get your blood, or you'll be doomed. Haiden was a bit shocked, wondering how Dear Times knew so much information. Shika started watching the battle with Ino and the others. He also summoned shadow ninjas to build a bonfire, which was quite large, over 3 meters high. Shika was also boiling a pot of water on the side. Although Shika had given a warning, Asuma was still cut by Haiden's large scythe, but Asuma managed to sever one of Haiden's arms in return. Ha ha ha, you're finished. I'm going to sacrifice you to the evil god right now. After saying that, Haiden drew a ritual circle on the ground. Shurjian knows that this is Fade Wan's curse technique. Death by blood, which is Fade Wan's core ability and belongs to the secret ninja arts of the Jashin cult. By using the enemy's blood as a medium, Fade Wan can draw a ritual circle on the ground. As long as he stands within the circle, he can transfer any damage he receives to a specific target. Lu Shi had no intention of giving him that opportunity. Just as Fade Wan finished drawing the ritual array, his 2 legs and 1 arm were cut off by the blade soldier. So painful. You bastard. How dare you interrupt Lord Evil God's ritual? I want to spare you. Bring him over to me along with those limbs. Upon receiving Lu Shi's order, the shadow ninja directly lifted Fade Wan over. Without his limbs, Fade Wan continued to curse, you bastards, how dare you You burn me to death. Shurji directly poured boiling water over it, and then signaled the ninja to remove its jaw. The decapitated Fade Wan could only make muffled sounds. I heard that you are immortal, but I don't believe it, so I want to experiment on you. After Shika finished speaking, he summoned the scythe shadow, blade soldiers, and samurai, and began to cut into Faden's body. He was very curious. If it could be cut, why was it considered an immortal body? There was no rapid healing. Tintin tugged at Ino and whispered, Shika won't get too carried away, right? Let's just cut together. Ino didn't say anything, just smiled and held Tintin's small hand. 10 minutes later, Faden's body had been cut into pieces the size of corn kernels. Even his head was chopped up. Then Shika instructed the shadow ninja to throw the pieces into the fire. The fire immediately crackled. After burning for a while, Shika used the dark hole technique to compress the pieces again. Release. Everyone saw a large amount of black powder emerge from the black vortex behind Shika. Asuma touched the powder and said, "This Edo Tensei is powerful enough to bring them back to life." Tintin involuntarily took a couple of steps back. For the first time, she felt how terrifying Shika could be. The so-called immortal Faden was reduced to nothing in his hands. Lucier crouched down to take a look at the powder and then said, "Aren't you supposed to be immortal? With this, next time I'll make sure to send that so-called evil god to meet you. You two can have a good chat about immortality." Everyone, in fact, Lucier had been curious about this immortality for a long time. Since one could clearly be injured, how could it be called immortality? Now that he saw it, it was nothing special. Asma said to Lucier, "Thank you this time, Lucier. Otherwise, I might have died." Lucier clapped the black and gray off his hands and casually said, "It's all trivial. Teacher Hong is pregnant, and there are already enough orphans in Konoha. If we can reduce one, then let's reduce one." Asuma took out a cigarette and offered it to Lucier. "Want one?" "Forget it. The smell of smoke will affect kissing." Everyone else. Ino's face turned red upon hearing this. Tintin looked at Ino with a gossiping expression, thinking that Lucier hasn't even reached that stage yet. Morning Peacock. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and saw Kai fighting Kakuzu. Following Kai's voice, countless flames struck Kakuzu, and with the final heart's rupture, Kakuzu's sinful life came to an end. Without stopping, everyone stored Kakuzu's corpse in a scroll and returned to Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was very pleased after hearing Asuma's report and did not pursue the matter of Kai acting on his own. "All right, you all can go rest." Lucier stayed behind. After everyone left, Lucier began to complain. "Lord Hokage, what kind of habit is this? Why do you always leave me behind? It's just because you're older. Otherwise, people might think there's something going on between us." Tsunade shot Lucier a glance and casually took out the book The Tale of the Mother, saving her child from the drawer. "Lucier, the Sarutobi with the big beard in this book is Asuma, right? If it weren't for you and Guy this time, would he have died? Who knows? Maybe. It's just one scene. How would I know so much? Maybe he will die next time." Tsunade ignored Lucier's words and became focused on the book. Explaining one or two things is fine, but the fact that he seems to predict every single event is a bit frightening. Now she's also worried about future events. After chatting with Tsunade for a while, Deer returned home, where his family was waiting for him to eat. His mom specially prepared his favorite dishes. After dinner, his mom went upstairs with Luckmaru, while Deer took out that book, The Tale of Jujutsu Kaisen. Is everything in it true? Did Sarutobi really get killed by Haiden? Was this all to save Asuma? Lucier, why are you all asking about this? Although I think so in my heart, I can't say it out loud. I'm not clear on the specifics, just a scene. Hearing his son's response, Lucio asked again, "So what do you think my future looks like?" "I got hit by a ball, and then I saved you." After saying that, Lucier went upstairs. He was really afraid his dad would ask something else. Inside the Shao organization base, Nagato glanced at the black gray in front of him and then at Conan. "Is this really Haiden? Even if it's ashes, it should be white, right?" Hearing Nagato's words, Conan helplessly said, "This is Haiden, brought back by Kurizetsu. Kakuzu's body should have been taken away. Only this was found at the scene, along with a twisted ring. It can be confirmed that this is Haiden's ring. Isn't Haiden immortal? How'd he die so completely this time?" Sigh. Conan wanted to answer Nagato, but she didn't know how to say it, so she just sighed. Conan went to inform our Mr. Madara that the 2 tails and 9 tails are his responsibility, and we will handle the rest. "All right, I'll tell him in a bit. By the way, Nagato, what should we do?" Lucier's strength exceeded our expectations. Upon hearing Conan's words, Nagato emitted a strong killing intent and coldly said, "If he obstructs our actions, I will kill him myself. I will let him know that in front of my eyes, everything is futile." Conan. Recently, she might have heard this phrase too many times, and she was no longer that confident in Nagato. The next morning, Lucier, still in bed, was dragged to the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, don't you sleep? You older people sleep less, but I'm still a child. Why do you keep calling me here? If there is something, just discuss it with Jiraiya-sama." Before Lucier could say anything more, he heard a cracking sound. Tsunade looked at him coldly. She hated it the most when others said she was old. When Rushi saw Tsunade's gaze, he immediately shrank back and said nothing. At that moment, Jiraiya stepped in to ease the tension. "Rushi, you're not a kid anymore. You should start considering what the second Hokage said back then. Even if you don't want to be an advisor, you should come and help me. You've been saying you want to learn, but you're never around. So how can you learn? Don't you agree? After Jiraiya finished speaking, Tsunade chimed in. Jiraiya is right. After the old man died, I wanted you to be the Hokage's advisor, but you brush it off because of your age. Don't think I don't know. Your Nara clan is all about avoiding trouble, and you're even worse. The ninja world is becoming less peaceful, so you must step up. Watching Jiraiya and Tsunade play off each other was quite reminiscent of a couple, and Rushi realized he couldn't avoid this any longer, so he decided to agree. All right, I agree, but I have a condition. Rushi, think about it. Being the Hokage's advisor isn't that bad. Jiraiya realized halfway through his sentence that he wanted to persuade Rushi further, but he didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya's ruckus and asked Rushi, what are your requests? As long as they're reasonable, I can agree. Actually, it's nothing much. I can help Jiraiya, but please try not to make me responsible for specific tasks. I can help with ideas and such. No way. Why would I have you come over if you're not going to work? Do you expect me to watch you sleep all day? When Lu Shi spoke, he was directly opposed by Jiraiya. Can I know the reason? Tsunade didn't understand why Lu Shi would say that, so she asked. Actually, there wasn't much of a reason. If I were to be responsible for the specific affairs, I would be afraid of offending people. Don't think I don't know. Jiraiya has been turning a blind eye to the Sarutobi, Uchiha, and Mito clans, which I cannot accept. If I take charge, you all better be prepared to be bothered by those old geezers. Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya, and Jiraiya didn't dare to meet her gaze. From Jiraiya's expression, it was clear that Lu Shi was right. However, Tsunade didn't blame Jiraiya, because she knew he was sentimental. That's why he favored those 3 clans, which is also why the 3rd Hokage wanted him to be the Hokage. But this wasn't the time to discuss that. She needed to get Lu Shi working quickly. There was only one person who could help relieve the pressure for her, and the others. The rest were either too timid to use or useless. All right, I promise you. I won't interfere with what you're responsible for, as long as it can be fair and just, and don't dwell on past matters. Hearing Tsunade relent, Lu Shi felt that it was no big deal. Anyway, if something went wrong, Tsunade would take the blame. Then I'll start work tomorrow. Jiraiya-sensei, try not to give me tasks that offend people. I'm not good at offending others. I'm good at making people disappear, just like Danzo. After saying that, Lu Shi left, and Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances. Jiraiya initially wanted to dump all the work on Lu Shi, but now it seemed impossible. This kid wasn't as easy to talk to as he was. Early the next morning, the assistant to the Hokage was on duty. As soon as Lu Shi arrived, Jiraiya handed him a huge pile of documents. Lu Shi, these are the materials for ninjas to exchange their achievements for ninjutsu. Please take care of them. Even if their achievements aren't enough to exchange for ninjutsu, you still need to write some comments to encourage them. After all, they're just kids. They need encouragement. Lu Shi didn't waste time chatting with Jiraiya and directly started reviewing the documents. As Jiraiya handled the paperwork, he stole glances at Lu Shi, wanting to see if he was working diligently. As for right or wrong, he trusted Lu Shi. By noon, Lu Shi had finished processing everything. Out of curiosity, Jiraiya picked up a document, but when he opened it, he was taken aback. Name, Shimizu Kenjin. Gender, male. Age, 15. Strength, Chunin. Number of missions, 7 D-rank missions. For C-rank missions, he wanted to apply for a C-rank or B-rank wind-release jutsu. The reply from Rakushi was, get lost. A Chunin has completed 11 missions. Who do you think you're applying for ninjutsu? Then Jiraiya started looking at them one by one, not paying attention to anything else, just looking at Rakushi's reply. You still want to apply for A-rank ninjutsu? Do you want a big slap? You think the mission failed because of a lack of ninjutsu? Go find teacher guy and feel the youth. Stick with it for 3 days, and I'll give you a C-rank ninjutsu. Don't let me see you in Konoha, or I'll kill you. This is the first time I've seen someone describe running away so refreshingly. Come to the assistant office to find me, and I'll let you know what cruelty is. If you have a problem in your head, go to the hospital, don't bother me. Take my advice and give up being a ninja. You really aren't suited for it. Seriously, if you're worried about not having a job, I can hire you at Narasake. I also want ninjutsu that increases chakra. If you know about it, let me know, and I'll trade you for other ninjutsu. Right now, find a pillow, lie down, and you'll dream of A-rank ninjutsu. After reading the documents here, Jiraiya finally understood why Rakushi's books were so popular. Even insults were refreshingly unique. After looking at the left side, he glanced at the right side, which was quite normal, filled with words of praise like keep it up, keep trying, believe in yourself, you're excellent, go for it. Although the comments were short, they were from people Rakushi acknowledged. Putting down the documents, Jiraiya curiously asked, Rakushi, what standards do you use for judgment? Of course, I don't mean to interfere with your work. I'm just curious. the number of missions, and the reasons for applying for ninjutsu. Seeing this, I plan to go kill him shortly. After Shikamaru finished speaking, he handed a document to Jiraiya. Jiraiya took it and opened it. Name, Tsurin Takazuki. Gender, female. Age, 13. Strength, Genin. Mission count, D rank missions 2 times, C rank missions 1 time. Give me a powerful ninjutsu. My chakra nature is water, and once it's done, send it to me. The reply from Rushi was, you just wait, I'll go and kill you soon. After reading it, Jiraiya quickly explained to Rushi, don't be angry, Rushi. This is a genius from the Harun family. The child is young and doesn't understand. But wait, Lord Jiraiya, how could someone from such a prominent family be interested in those useless ninjutsu from the village? Hearing Rushi's words, Jiraiya put the document into his pocket, fearing that Rushi would go find that girl. He then explained the girl's situation. Of course, she looks down on low-level ninjutsu. That child wants the water style of the second Hokage. Dear time, Jiraiya, you said I should put a water tank in the shadow space and drown that girl. Do you think that would satisfy her request? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately wanted to say something. He was truly afraid that Dear Time would take action. Lucier looked a bit anxious at Zelaya, pressing his right hand down to signal him not to worry. It's just a joke, I won't hold it against the child. Even though I'm a child too. Alright, I've finished my work, so I won't come over in the afternoon. For 7 consecutive days, Lucier handled a lot of documents, most of which were applications for ninjutsu. Lucier demonstrated to everyone what the art of cursing is, and because of his cursing, there were many fewer applications for ninjutsu. For those who truly needed ninjutsu and worked very hard, Lucier was not stingy at all. After all, it wasn't coming out of his own pocket. He finally understood why it was so difficult for common ninjas to grow. Ninjutsu was a major issue. Although Lucier sympathized with them, he didn't want to be a pushover. He wouldn't give it to those who were unqualified, no matter who they were. That morning, after Lucier finished handling documents, he was about to head home, as usual, when Jiraiya called out to him. Lucier, here's some documents for you to handle. Tsunade had Shizen bring them over, and she asked you to take care of them. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he handed the documents over. Dear Time opened the file and took a look. It contained some subsidies for ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. As he was looking through it, he noticed something strange. Jiraiya, what is going on? Why are all the recipients from big clans? There are almost no commoner ninjas. Upon hearing Dear Time's words, Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and said, this was decided by the old man back in the day. Tsunade hasn't had the chance to look into this since she took over. I've been handling it. After you talked to Tsunade, she planned to let you take care of it. Tsunade specifically instructed that this matter be handed over to you, and she won't interfere. Lucier didn't say anything, but continued to look at the documents. The more he looked, the angrier he became. With a bang, he turned around and slammed the table, pointing at Jiraiya and starting to rant. Lord Jiraiya, you really are a good disciple of your teacher. How can you sign this? You're using Konoha's money to support your teacher's family. If this continues, the number of ninjas in the Sarutobi family will keep increasing. How can Konoha support so many people? This will ruin the village. By the time you retire, you'll leave the mess for the next person to deal with, while you appear to be the good guy. I regret trying to keep you here. You and your teacher are cut from the same cloth. Both of you. Lucier became more and more agitated, and his roar could be heard throughout the Hokage building. Jiraiya's face turned bright red from what Lucier was saying, and he covered his face with a document. He didn't want to be in this situation, but there was no way out. In the Hokage office, Tsunade was handling paperwork when she heard Lucier's roar. She put down the documents in her hand and decided to see what was going on. Tsunade brought Ino to the assistant's office, and as soon as they entered, they saw Jiraiya hiding behind the documents and Lucier sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. After she came in, Lucier only opened one eye to glance at her before closing it again. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Tsunade walked up to Jiraiya and pushed the documents aside. What's going on? Hearing Tsunade's question, Jiraiya explained the reason for Lucier's outburst. After listening to Jiraiya, Tsunade felt a bit helpless. She was aware of the situation but had not had the time to deal with it, primarily because there was no good solution. Tsunade approached Lucier and spoke to him in a rarely seen gentle tone. Lucier, this situation is unavoidable. Right now, those families are too powerful, and we can't just eliminate them all, so I had no choice but to hand it over to you. Hearing Tsunade's words, Lucier opened his eyes, but they were filled with anger. He finally understood why Konoha was in such a poor state. Those 4 greedy and selfish old men had turned Konoha into a paper tiger. Thinking of this, Lucier said firmly, we can't let it continue like this. At this rate, in another 20 years, Konoha will become Sarutobi Village. Jiraiya, who had been acting like a coward, finally stepped forward to Lucier. Lucier, do you have any solutions? I know the harm in doing this, but until we find a solution, we can only proceed like this for now. Tsunade agreed with Jiraiya's words. Otherwise, she would have dealt with those people a long time ago. Now, who leads the Sarutobi clan? Hearing Lucier's question, Tsunade didn't speak, and Ino was the first to respond. The current head of the Sarutobi clan is Asuma. Upon hearing that Asuma was the clan leader, Lucier stood up and took the documents to leave. Tsunade saw Lucier heading outside and quickly asked, Lucier, where are you going? Lucier said without looking back, talk to Asuma. Inside the Sarutobi clan, Hong welcomed Lucier in. Lucier, thank you for what you did last time. Asuma told me that without you, he might not have come back. Looking at the beautiful sunset red, Lucier really didn't understand how she became interested in that big, bearded man. But now was not the time to think about that, so he quickly said politely, it's no big deal. Asuma-sensei takes good care of Shikamaru and the others, so I should help him out. I just don't know when Asuma-sensei will be back. If it's inconvenient, I can come back another day. As soon as Lucier Gang finished speaking, he saw Yuan Fei Dahozi coming back with groceries, a cigarette still clamped in his mouth, but he extinguished it before entering. Asuma saw Lucier as soon as he entered the door. Lucier, why didn't you let me know in advance before you came? I could have prepared a bit. Lucier stood up and said, Asuma-sensei, there's no need to be so troublesome. I just have a few things I want to talk to you about, and I'll leave once we're done. Hong, hearing their conversation, quickly took the basket of vegetables and said to Lucier, you two can chat. Lucier, you can eat here for a while. Lucier was not being polite. After all, Shikamaru often came here to eat. All right, teacher Hong, then I'll trouble you. Asuma sat down in front of Lucier, who followed suit. After they sat down, before Lucier could say anything, Asuma spoke up. Ever since you officially joined the support office, I knew you would come looking for me. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. Since Asuma already knew, Lucier decided not to beat around the bush and directly handed the documents to Asuma. Asuma took the documents and began to read. 10 minutes later, Asuma slowly closed the documents and said in a low voice, I didn't expect the Sarutobi clan to become a cancer in Konoha. I really don't know what the old man is thinking. Teacher Asuma, it's not accurate to call it cancer. After all, the Sarutobi clan is still a part of Konoha. It's just that the current development is somewhat distorted. The Hokage assigned this matter to me, so I plan to discuss it with you. Upon hearing Lucier's words, Asuma said, Lucier, you're a child with your own opinions. The fact that you came to find me means you have an idea, so just go ahead and say it. I will fully cooperate. Seeing Asuma so straightforward, Lucier shared his plan. Teacher Asuma, the Sarutobi clan cannot be disbanded, but its size must be reduced to a healthy level. My idea is this. First, the 4 clans, Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Mito, should retire all female ninjas aged 25 and below, except for Jonin, and encourage them to marry early. Of course, before they get married, they can still receive subsidies. However, this subsidy can only be received for a maximum of 2 years. After 2 years, whether they are married or not, the subsidy will cease. Second, the Jonin of the Sarutobi clan will no longer be eligible for subsidies. Of course, this decision applies not only to your Sarutobi clan, but to all clans. A Jonin who cannot support themselves deserves to starve. Third, only Genin from all clans and civilian ninjas will be eligible for subsidies. Once they reach Chunin, the subsidy will automatically stop. Additionally, there is a time limit for Genin to receive subsidies. If they do not reach Chunin within 5 years, the subsidy will also stop. Because if they can't become Chunin in 5 years, it's either due to a lack of effort or talent, and they will just be cannon fodder on the battlefield, which is not very meaningful. This can also be considered a form of assessment for Konoha ninjas. Those who do not meet the standard should be encouraged to do something else. It's better than losing their lives. Fourth, after this order is issued, there will be some turbulence. But it's okay, I will discuss it with the various clans and give them some external tasks, which will greatly reduce, if not eliminate, the turbulence. With this, Konoha will be able to return to a healthy state in 5 years. What do you think, Teacher Asuma? Sigh. Lucier, I have to say, you are more suitable to be Hokage than the old man. Your plan is excellent, and I will discuss it with the clans. After their conversation, Yuhi Kurenai's meal was ready. After eating at Asuma's house, Lucier left, as there were still matters to discuss with Tsunade. That's about it. So I want to ask you, Hokage-sama, what do you think? If you disagree, just treat it as if I never said anything. I will go back to continue my mission, and you don't have to keep pulling me to handle documents. After listening to Lucier's conversation with Asuma, Tsunade fell into deep thought. She weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Lucier's plan was indeed very appropriate. However, How would those genin without subsidies live? She couldn't just watch them starve to death. Lu Shi, your plan is very good, but what about those genin without subsidies? Have you considered this issue? Regarding Tsunade's concerns, Lu Shi had already thought about it. Hokage-sama, the land of fire is rich, and the land is fertile. We can completely establish a farm, grow our own food, and let those genin without strength go farm. Although their abilities are average, they can still protect the farm from being damaged by animals. This way, they will have income to support themselves, and Konoha will also eliminate those ninjas who are just taking up space. Tsunade thought for a moment and then said, "You go and call your father and Jiraiya over. Let's discuss this matter." "Okay, I will go now." Lu Shi returned home late with his father, and several people refined Lu Shi's plan a bit more. The land in the land of fire belonged to the feudal lord, so establishing a farm required the lord's approval. Tsunade assigned the task of persuading the feudal lord to Lu Shi, since he was good at charming people. After a night of silence, the next morning, the Hokage's office was in chaos, all because of Lu Shi's proposals. The loudest protest came from Tsurugi Kamachi, and the other clans were similarly concerned. "Tsunade, you are disrupting the balance of the village. There are so many ninjas in the village. Without subsidies, how will they survive?" Midogate also chimed in, "Yes, Tsunade, this decision is indeed a bit inappropriate. If this continues, Konoha will have to follow the elite path like Tsunagakure, right? You want to bring Konoha to the same level as Tsunagakure. If I had known this would happen, I should have let Jiraiya become Hokage." A folder was suddenly slammed heavily onto Tsurugi Kamachi's head, causing her to stagger. If it weren't for Midogate blocking her, she would have definitely fallen over. Everyone turned to look in the direction for which the folder had flown. Lu Shi looked at Zhuangqian Xiao Chun with an angry expression, and Tsunade also looked at Lu Shi, not expecting that he would actually dare to take action. If she had known that Lu Shi had attacked Zhuangqian Xiao Chun twice, she might not have been so surprised. "You old pest. Pick up the documents and take a look at how many ninjas your Zhuangqian clan has and how much blood you've drained from Konoha each month. You dare to hit me?" Zhuangqian Xiao Chun trembled as she pointed at Lu Shi. "You still dare to point at me? Let's see where I cut this time." Hearing Lu Shi's words, Zhuangqian Xiao Chun suddenly remembered Lu Shi's terror and immediately withdrew her hand. At this moment, Jiraiya leaned over to Tsunade's ear and briefly mentioned that Lu Shi had attacked Zhuangqian Xiao Chun twice. Tsunade suddenly felt like laughing, but as the Hokage, she certainly couldn't laugh. Then she said to Lu Shi, "Let's talk about things without resorting to violence." In fact, Lu Shi hadn't intended to resort to violence this time. Doing so would reflect poorly on Tsunade's reputation and make it easier for others to accuse her of being a dictator. Lu Shi looked at the Turnzumi clan and said, "You're not going to pick it up, right? Then I'll tell everyone about the true nature of this former elder." After saying that, Lu Shi sat down and took out a document. The Turnzumi clan has a total of 377 ninjas, with an average subsidy of 8,000 Ryo per person, which means they take away 3 million Ryo a month. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted. They really didn't expect such a small clan to have so many ninjas. When the Uchiha were exterminated, they were probably about this size. Ignoring the crowd's emotions, Lu Shi continued, "Having talked about the money, let's discuss the number of tasks from the Turnzumi clan. Last month, they completed a total of 31 family tasks. And this was after Lord Hokage doubled their quota. This means that during the third Hokage's administration, the Turnzumi clan only needed to complete a dozen family tasks each month. The Yamanaka clan has a total of 72 ninjas, and last month they completed 19 family tasks." At this point, Lu Shi stood up, looked at everyone, and coldly asked, "Everyone, shouldn't such a ridiculous rule be abolished? Do some people really want to suck Konoha dry for a lifetime? From now on, family tasks will be allocated according to the number of family members, and Konoha's subsidies will only be given to those in need. If you don't have that much foundation, don't raise so many ninjas. Don't say it's all for Konoha. I don't believe it. Konoha will soon open a farm, probably needing over 1,000 people. Each clan will have quotas, and you can send over those who are not strong or talented. It's better than failing tasks and losing your life. The base number of lower ninjas in Konoha is too large. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Times are changing, and we need to learn to change as well. We need to learn to utilize our advantages. That's all from me. The rest can be discussed with the Hokage." Tsunade thought to herself, "What else can I say? You said it all." Of course, what she said out loud was, "That's pretty much how it is. You all go back and comfort your clansmen. Here are some external tasks. You should complete these first. The village will get better in time." After Tsunade finished speaking, Jiraiya handed a stack of documents to everyone, especially Asuma, who left holding a stack higher than the others. The reason everyone was reluctant to take on external tasks was that the pay was too low. The village only symbolically provided some, and the bulk still had to come from the clan. After everyone left, Jiraiya hurried to sit down beside Lu Shi and said with some concern, Lu Shi, will this make some people retire? If Konoha ninjas retire on a large scale, it wouldn't be a small matter. Don't worry. Ninjas earn more than civilians, no matter what. They won't want to retire. Moreover, due to the Akatsuki organization, the ninja world is becoming more chaotic. Haven't you noticed that our Konoha's commission volume has increased dozens of times? Now we have more tasks in a month than we did in a year in the past. Although they are all low-level tasks, it's enough for Konoha to hold on until the storm passes. I estimate it will only be a year or so, and Konoha will be back on track. As long as we don't have a military explosion, everything will be fine. It might be tough now, but we'll get better soon. Abnormal development cannot last long. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Jiraiya felt relieved. He was really worried about a major mess in Konoha. After dealing with this matter, Jiraiya handed over the new graduate issues to Lu Shi. Shika is feeling a bit like the third generation now. If he were still around, how could he possibly be working like a donkey? Ino hasn't had any missions recently, and he hasn't had time to spend with her. It was only in the middle of the night that Shika walked out of the office with Jiraiya. After returning home, his mom and little brother were already asleep, and only his dad was waiting for him. Have you eaten? He had eaten with Jiraiya and Tsunade in the office. Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? It's nothing. I just ran into a bit of a problem with the 5 Kage summit and wanted to ask you about it. Lu sat down in front of his dad. Go ahead. What's the problem? The shadow splitting is uneven, and the attack power is too weak. This matter. It's easy to fix the uneven shadow splitting. You can have 5 shadows lift the object to keep the heavy item at the same height. Over time, it will naturally become even. Once the shadow splitting is uniform, you can try to have the shadows launch the heavy object. Whenever you can make the heavy object fly 3 meters high, the 5 shadows will be successful. Lu Ju nodded, feeling that his son's words made sense. After talking with his father for a while, Lu Shi went upstairs. Then he chatted with Ino using the shadow ninja technique. While Lu Shi was acting as a donkey in Konoha, Nagato and Obito started fighting. You bastard Nagato. You dare to lay a hand on me. The Deva Path coldly looked at Obito and disdainfully said, Uchiha Obito, how long are you going to keep pretending? State your purpose. Hearing Nagato expose his identity, Obito was somewhat surprised, but quickly calmed down. Nagato, I don't know what you're talking about. If you remain stubborn, then our cooperation ends here. The Deva Path looked at Obito, disdainfully saying, Itachi told me that the Uchiha Sharingan is also called the Eye of the Mind's Reflection. I finally understand why your ability is to become intangible. You are just a coward who knows only how to escape. Rin thinks so too, right? Nagato was stabbing a knife into Obito's heart. Upon hearing this, Obito wanted to fight Nagato to the death. In fact, it was proven that Pain's 6 paths, along with Itachi and Kisame, easily overwhelmed Obito, but Obito's intangibility made him invincible, allowing him to escape in the end. Kisame looked at the current Akatsuki organization and really wanted to quit. Members were dying one after another, and he didn't know when it would be his or Itachi's turn. However, he was unaware that soon, Sasuke would come to seek revenge on Itachi, and by then, he would be the only one left in the Akatsuki. The events began about half an hour ago when Black Zetsu and Obito approached Nagato to discuss capturing the 9 Tails. But while they were talking, Nagato suddenly asked Black Zetsu, Do you miss your mother? Although Black Zetsu didn't speak, it fell silent, and that moment of distraction allowed Nagato to notice. So he attacked Black Zetsu, who fled without even explaining. After Black Zetsu ran away, Nagato attacked Obito, leading to the earlier scene. In the secret room, Nagato, do you also believe in the things written in Nara Lu Shi's book? I used to not believe, but now I believe some of it. Even if it's true, I must fulfill Yahiko's dream. In front of my eyes, all conspiracies and schemes are futile. Conan. 3 days later, Itachi returned with news. Lu was a bit stunned when he saw this news. He was thinking, did I ruin the plot? Why are these two still fighting? I just don't know how the fool will retaliate against the madman. Lu Shi remembered that Ban had left a backup plan on Nagato and Obito. Thinking of this, Lu Shi didn't want to dwell on it and thought to himself, let them fight. Let them fight. Once they're dead, it will all be over. Soon, the time came for the 67th year of Konoha. Konoha had recovered a lot, and in a few years, if the Sarutobi clan was restored to a manageable number, Konoha would be back on track. During this time, Lu Shi did not take action against the Sarutobi clan because he knew that the 4th Great Ninja War was coming, and that was when they would need people. One day, Lu Shi was still handling documents when Kakashi walked in. Lucifer, our intelligence personnel, spotted Sasuke, and he has a man and a woman with him. Hearing Kakashi's words, Lucifer looked up. Kakashi-sensei, where is Sasuke? The intelligence personnel saw him in the land of grass, and I wanted to ask you if we should go bring Sasuke back. Lu thought for a moment. At this point, it seems that Sasuke just sealed Orochimaru. Kakashi-sensei, let it go. Sasuke won't come back unless he kills Itachi. By the way, how is Naruto's training going? Upon hearing this question, Kakashi also had a proud look on his face. Naruto's growth has been very fast. I'm almost no match for him anymore. Sai has spent a lot of time with Naruto and has become less indifferent. However, it seems that Sakura has reached her limit. She keeps getting injured in recent missions and is starting to hold the team back. I'm considering sending her to the hospital. That would be more suitable for her. But I would like to ask you to talk to her. Dear time, Kakashi-sensei, you can't be so unreasonable. Why did you make me say something that would offend people? Isn't Yamato their current team leader? Why doesn't he say it? Dear time, have a little pity on us. We really can't bring ourselves to say it. Besides, what you say would be easier for Sakura to accept. Sai, all right, you let Sakura come find me. Actually, do you have to run so fast? I haven't finished asking yet. As soon as Rushi agreed, Kakashi ran off, as if he was afraid Rushi would change his mind. Soon, Kakashi brought Sakura to the office, and she seemed a bit nervous upon seeing Rushi. All right, don't be nervous. We're classmates after all, there's no need for that. After saying this, Rushi poured a cup of tea for Sakura. How have the recent missions been? Upon hearing Rushi's words, Sakura seemed to guess something, lowered her head, and tears began to flow. Rushi, are you trying to persuade me to withdraw from Team 7? Lucifer returned to his chair and sat down. Sai, you noticed it too, right? You've been getting injured more frequently lately. Teacher Day feels embarrassed to say it, but he's really afraid you might sacrifice yourself on a mission one day. That's why he asked me to talk to you, to be honest. I didn't really want to bring this up either. Can I continue to stay in Team 7? I'm not afraid of sacrificing myself. I just want to catch up with them. Hearing Sakura's words, Lucifer felt awkward to persuade her further. After all, it was he who had cut off her chance, preventing her from becoming Tsunade's student. All right, I'll go talk to Teacher Day. Since you have this awareness, I won't try to dissuade you. You can go back now. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, Sakura didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a sense of shame about seeking someone as favor. She stood up and walked towards the door, but as she reached the entrance, she stopped. Lucifer, do you really dislike me that much? Looking at Sakura's back, Lucifer opened his mouth and said in a very plain tone, I don't know what others think, but I really dislike you. When you have a problem, you think of Naruto. When you're fine, you think of Sasuke. It makes me feel like you have double standards and are very pragmatic. If I dislike someone, I would keep my distance. Even if that person could save my life in my most dangerous moment, I wouldn't ask them for help. But you can't do that. Your tears will only be seen by Naruto, while your smile is always for Sasuke. Thank you. I understand now. I will make myself stronger. After Sakura finished speaking, she left. Lu looked at Sakura's back with a sense of helplessness. He really couldn't like her personality. Although Sakura had changed a lot, no one could enter her heart except for Sasuke. Even friends had to come after Sasuke in her priority list, and she simply couldn't treat everyone equally. After Sakura left, Kakashi walked in again. Sakura went to find Lady Tsunade. Without lifting his head, Lucifer simply said, oh. Kakashi noticed the awkward atmosphere and left as well. In the Hokage office, Tsunade-sama, please take me as your disciple. Sakura cried, her tears flowing down her cheeks like rain. I really want to become stronger. I want to keep up with Naruto's pace and no longer hold everyone back because of my weakness. Upon hearing Sakura's heartfelt words, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and emotion in each other's eyes. Then, they unconsciously turned their attention to the crying Sakura in front of them. In fact, Tsunade had once admired Sakura. She thought Sakura was intelligent, diligent, and even considered taking her as a disciple at one point. However, the words Lucifer had said back then were like a bucket of cold water poured on Tsunade's heart, causing her to dismiss that thought. But now, seeing Sakura's persistence and sincerity, Tsunade's heart, which had already been quiet, began to stir again. However, she did not immediately agree to Sakura's request. All right, Sakura, first tell me, what are your plans once you become strong? Also, why do you desire power so urgently? Tsunade asked seriously. Sakura looked up, her eyes filled with hope, and answered firmly. Tsunade-sama, the first reason I want to become stronger is to catch up with Naruto. He is always so fearless, working hard to achieve his dreams. I hope to be a reliable partner like him, fighting alongside him. Secondly, I want to change Lucifer's perception of me through my efforts. He has always disliked me. I used to only have eyes for Sasuke and neglected my friends, so I want them to accept me again." After hearing Sakura's answer, Tsunade gently shook her head, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Sakura, these reasons alone are not enough for me to take you as a disciple. If you only want to gain the recognition and respect of others, wanting others to see you in a new light, then I can teach you some basic medical ninjutsu knowledge. With these skills, you could become an excellent medical ninja, but that is not the true path of strength." Listening to Tsunade's words, Sakura fell into deep thought. Tsunade then pulled out Sakura's profile, which contained all the information about her from her school days to now. Sakura had always ranked at the top of her class in the ninja school, showing a certain talent for various ninjutsu theories and medical ninjutsu. Sakura had a strong ability to learn, quickly mastering new skills and knowledge. In the past 2 years, through battles with different opponents or during missions, she had rapidly learned from her experiences and continuously improved her combat methods and strategies. Sakura had a keen perception of chakra, able to accurately sense the flow of chakra within the human body and various subtle physiological changes. This allowed her to accurately identify the causes of illness and take effective treatment measures during medical diagnosis and treatment. Sakura also performed well in physical techniques. She had good physical fitness, was agile, and had quick reflexes. In close combat, she could flexibly dodge enemy attacks and seize opportunities to counterattack. Looking at the hospital and Kakashi's evaluations, Tsunade was genuinely moved. However, she could not convince herself, so she would not take her as a disciple. Sakura stood quietly in front of Tsunade, her eyes revealing a mix of confusion and determination as she thought about how to impress Tsunade. The words of dear echoed in her ears, piercing her heart. She realized that she had not respected Naruto enough in the past and had not truly understood Sasuke's feelings. She recalled Naruto's efforts and persistence. He always risked everything to protect the village and his friends. She also remembered Sasuke's loneliness and pain, bearing too much hatred and responsibility. Sakura decided that from now on, she would respect Naruto, support his dreams, and understand Sasuke, helping him out of the shadows of his heart. Sakura took a deep breath and decided that regardless of whether Tsunade accepted her or not, she would go find Naruto to apologize and express her determination. With that thought, Sakura lifted her head, gritted her teeth, and clenched her fists, saying, "Lady Tsunade, I have an even more important reason. Sasuke has left the village, and I know he has embarked on a dangerous path. I want to become stronger to bring him back. We were once comrades. He is now lost, and I must become strong enough to face the darkness he may encounter. Moreover, Konoha has gone through so many disasters, and many people have been injured and sacrificed each time. If I am strong enough, I can protect more villagers in battle, instead of just healing the injured from the back. I want to be a ninja who can both save lives and prevent death from happening. That is true strength in my heart." After hearing this, Tsunade's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. She did not expect Sakura to have such awareness. Jiraiya also nodded slightly, feeling that Sakura had indeed undergone a significant change. After a moment of silence, Tsunade said, "Good, Sakura, from today on, you are my disciple." Upon hearing that Tsunade would take her as a disciple, Sakura was overjoyed and cried tears of happiness, repeatedly bowing to thank Tsunade. In the days that followed, Sakura began a difficult training journey, and Tsunade's brutal training methods were indeed very harsh. Tsunade first focused on training Sakura's superhuman strength, making her punch huge boulders every day until her hands were swollen and numb. Although Sakura was in great pain, she gritted her teeth and persevered when she thought of her goals. In terms of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade took Sakura in and out of the Konoha hospital, starting her from the most basic wound suturing. Sakura observed every detail carefully. Soon a month passed, and during this time, Sakura worked very hard to become stronger. She had the hospital director use the palm healing technique on her several times. This was a medical ninjutsu that stimulated cell division, and no one would choose this treatment unless absolutely necessary. After all, there are only so many cells. Although Tsunade had advised Sakura several times, Sakura always went secretly, so Tsunade stopped advising her. When Tsunade saw Sakura skillfully using the skills she had taught, she smiled with satisfaction. Sakura also understood that true strength is not just about having power, but knowing how to use that power to protect what one cherishes. At this moment, she felt one step closer to the strength she sought in her heart, and was more determined to bring back Sasuke and protect Konoha. Damn, Jiraiya is becoming less and less human. He started by helping me, and now he is completely out of sight. Lu Shuriweb became more and more angry and directly quit. After leaving the assistant office, Rushi went to the Hokage's office and found that Tsunade was not there. What did these two run off to? Are they both skipping work? What about Konoha? However, before Rushi got home, he saw Jiraiya and Tsunade sitting on a bench by the roadside. Wow, this looks like the scene from the original story where Tsunade and Jiraiya had their last meeting. Why is it happening early? No, I have to go take a look. After saying that, Rushi jumped onto a tree behind Tsunade and Jiraiya, watching the two below. The setting sun cast a warm light on them, creating a scene that was both heartwarming and a bit melancholic. Tsunade, I have to go to the Rain Village. Although Rushi knows a lot of information, he still feels uneasy. I want to meet Nagato. Maybe I can persuade him to turn back. I deliberately handed over all the documents to him today to prevent him from stopping me. But Rushi, didn't you say you would die? Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, and then said, aren't you the one who loves to gamble? Why not bet on whether I'll die or not? After all, you've never won. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade was slightly stunned, and then said, come back alive. After Tsunade finished speaking, she turned her head, revealing a rare vulnerable side. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya picked up the scroll and walked away, turning back after a while to give a thumbs up. It hurts, stop hitting me. Who dares to ambush this sage? Hearing Jiraiya's voice, Tsunade turned around and saw a shadow ninja attacking Jiraiya. Just as Tsunade was trying to find Rushi, she heard him speak. What is wrong with you two? I made it so clear, and you still want to go to your death? If you want to die, at least wait until Naruto gets married. By then, you'll be old and dying will save food. And you, Tsunade, are you really going to let him go? If he leaves, you won't see him again. After saying that, Rushi jumped in front of Tsunade. Aren't you betting on Jiraiya's life? Let's make a bet right now. If you lose, I won't stop Jiraiya. After saying that, Rushi threw the dice at Tsunade's feet, 2 6s and a 4. It's your turn, pick it up and bet with me. Hurry. Lucifer's tone was very stern, and this time he was really a bit angry. He did all this to prevent the original tragedy from happening. But these two guys just played a trick on him, pretending to follow the rules while secretly going against them. Tsunade picked up the dice with trembling hands and gently threw them on the ground, rolling 3 6s, a triple. Tsunade immediately ran to Jiraiya, hugged him tightly, and shed 2 streams of hot tears. At that moment, Jiraiya was still in a daze, and the shadow ninja was not holding back with his powerful kick. Once Jiraiya regained his senses, he revealed a lewd smile, but before he could enjoy it for long, Tsunade discovered him and landed a punch right on him. Tsunade stood up, straightened her clothes, and walked towards the Hokage building, regaining her authority as Hokage. Jiraiya, come back and handle the paperwork. Lucifer is starting vacation tomorrow. Deer walked up to Jiraiya. If you really want to die, I can tell you a way. Just take a kunai and stab it a few times on your carotid artery, and you'll be dead in 10 minutes or so. Jiraiya. After speaking, Lucifer left without looking back. In the Hokage office, Lucifer looked at Tsunade with a resentful expression. Is this what you call a vacation? I haven't even made it home yet. You sent someone to call me here. All right, stop complaining. This matter is somewhat urgent. Sasuke has appeared at the daimyo's residence. Go check it out. It would be best if you could bring him back, but if not, make sure he doesn't cause trouble over there. Hearing Tsunade's words, Lucifer glanced at her and then at Jiraiya. You two aren't planning to send me off, are you? Is Jiraiya still thinking about looking for Nagato? Jiraiya waved his hand and quickly explained, No, this really has nothing to do with me. I've thought it through. Since you have the ability to see the future, I won't go looking for death. It's just a pity for that kid, Yahiko. Fine. Since you say so, I'll trust you this once. If you go looking for death again, I won't stop you. After you're gone, I'll retire and never deal with Konoha's mess again. Tsunade also made a promise. Lucifer, don't worry. I will definitely not let Jiraiya go to his death. I'm just a bit worried. If things really develop according to the future you saw, I don't know how many people in Konoha will die. All right, we haven't reached that point yet. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Suddenly, Lucifer changed the subject and asked, Where are you two going to settle down? Tsunade, Jiraiya. Seeing their expressions, Lucifer felt anxious for them and urged, Since you both have feelings for each other, don't hold back. Jiraiya, I can tell you, if you don't act quickly, Tsunade-sama is going to marry someone else. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately stood up. Lucifer, is that true? Is there any doubt? My eyes can see clearly. Tsunade-sama is going to be married off to a wandering ninja who looks a lot like you. It's probably because after you died, Tsunade-sama misses you too much. Lucifer just kept teasing the two of them. Since they both had feelings for each other, he said this to encourage them to get together sooner. The next morning, Lucier set off, riding on Xiaohei, who had recently put on a bit of weight. So Lucier needed to help it lose some weight. He was counting on Xiaohei to take him on trips with Ino in the future. At noon, Lucier arrived at the daimyo's residence and found the intelligence personnel from Konoha to inquire about the location of the tyrant. After gathering the information, Lucier walked towards the north gate of the daimyo's residence. Soon, he saw a familiar figure on the road. It was the Tang Sung of the Naruto world, Uzumaki Kyuka. However, Lucier did not see Sasuke, so he followed closely behind Kyuka, mainly not bothering to hide, and was quickly noticed by Kyuka. Kyuka walked into an alley, and by the time Lucier arrived, Kyuka was already waiting for him. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Seeing the kunai in Kyuka's hand, Lucier realized she thought he was a bad person. "I'm here to find Sasuke. He should have told you about me." Upon hearing this, Kyuka did not let her guard down, but instead asked, "How can you prove it?" That really puts me in a tough spot. How do I prove it? What do you want me to do to prove it? If I tell you, you won't believe me." Kyuka's eyes twinkled as she said, "Sasuke said you have a smoking knife. Show it to me." "Oh, is that all? Simple." After speaking, Lucier drew out the smoking knife. 1 minute later, cough cough. "I believe you. Cough cough, put it away." Dear Time followed Xianglin's footsteps, weaving through the dense forest. Half an hour later, they arrived at a clearing in the woods and saw a man exuding a kingly aura from afar. Yes, it was our heir Zhu. "Sasuke, guess who I brought?" Xianglin shouted loudly. Upon hearing Xianglin's voice, Sasuke slowly turned his head. When his gaze fell upon the figure approaching, a complex emotion surged within him. The person standing before him was someone he knew all too well. "Hey, heir Zhu, look at you. Why don't you find a place to stay in the city? Why come to such a desolate place? The environment here is pretty terrible. Isn't it? Have you been cooped up in that snake's den for too long and gotten unaccustomed to our normal way of life?" Dear Time teased with a grin, his words laced with mockery. Beside them, Chongwu's expression turned instantly grim. He could never tolerate anyone mocking Sasuke like that. With his eyes wide open in anger, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sasuke, do you need me to take care of this guy right now?" As he spoke, he clenched his fists, emanating a fierce aura. However, Sasuke reached out to stop Chongwu and said softly, "Chongwu, don't act. You don't know how powerful this man is. With your strength, you're not his match. If it comes to a fight, I should handle it myself." Upon hearing this, Rushi immediately felt displeased. "Oh, Sasuke, have you been floating lately since you haven't been beaten up? Do you think that after taking down a weakened Orochimaru, you're invincible?" Ignoring Rushi's sarcasm, Sasuke asked, "What brings you here?" Deer Sure sat down on the stone in front of Sasuke, and then said, "I don't want to be here either. Someone saw you at the daimyo's residence, and the Hokage is worried you might cause trouble. If you do cause trouble, it will be difficult for Konoha, so I was sent to check on you. Lady Tsunade also said that it would be best if I could bring you back, but if I can't, I'll just keep an eye on you and hope you don't cause any trouble. It seems I've been underestimated." Dear Sure, I, Sasuke, am no longer the Sasuke I used to be. As you were about to put on a show, you noticed Dear Sure had already placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, which made you swallow your words. However, our Sasuke is not an ordinary person. He directly continued with the word you. "Are you here to take me back to Konoha?" When Rushi saw that Sasuke didn't plan to show off anymore, he moved his hand away from the smoke knife. "No, you won't come back with me now. Even if I force you to go back, you'll still go look for Itachi. So I just came to see you. Consider a vacation. I've been handling documents lately. It's so tedious." "Do ninjas really have to handle documents?" Sasuke asked in confusion. "Ninjas don't, but as the Hokage's assistant, I do." The three were shocked by Rushi's words. They didn't expect that Rushi, who was about the same age as them, was actually the Hokage's assistant in Konoha. When Lucier saw their expressions, he knew they had misunderstood, so he explained, "The Hokage's assistant is Jiraiya, but that guy's been a bit off lately, so I've been doing all his work." Although they heard Lucier's explanation clearly, they still found it hard to believe. Rushi felt it was meaningless. He stood up, patted his butt, and was about to leave when Sasuke called out to him. "Are you leaving?" "Yeah, seeing you stay in this ghost place. I guess you don't have any intention of causing trouble, so I'll just head back to Konoha. Ino hasn't had many missions lately, and I plan to spend some time with her." Hearing Rushi's words, Sasuke simply said, "That's pretty boring." Then he changed the subject, saying, "Since we've met, let's have a fight. Let me see our difference in strength." Rushi, who had already turned around, turned back upon hearing Sasuke's words. He also wanted to see his own strength. "All right, I want to see my current strength too. Ever since I got the Shadow Legion, I haven't had a proper fight in a long time." Ryugu and Kankuro immediately stepped back when they heard Sasuke was going to fight Rushi. "Rushi, I don't believe you've always been stronger than me. Over the past 2 years, I've thought of ways to deal with you, so don't let me down." Deer smiled faintly. Uchiha Sasuke, come on. Let's see your jutsu and experience the power of the Bee King again. Don't call me two pillars. I am Uchiha Sasuke. As soon as Sasuke finished shouting, he rushed forward. This initial move caught Deer off guard, thinking, what's going on? Is he going to fight me with taijutsu? But now is not the time to think about these things. Sasuke's fist was already approaching. Liu crossed his arms in front of his chest. With a bang, the deer was sent flying several meters and crashed hard into a tree. Sasuke saw the deer being knocked away and revealed a bright smile. The deer had almost become a shadow of his childhood, as he had been defeated by it every time. This time, Sasuke finally stood up. Oh my Sasuke, this is a bit unethical, relying on sneak attacks and deceit to ambush me. The next advisor of Konoha. Deer moved its body a bit and said, come on, since you want to compete with me in physical skills, I'll show you my 12 techniques. How is this useful for ninjutsu? When Liu Shi was still trying to show off his leg skills, a huge fireball came crashing towards him. Dark Tide. As the words fell, a massive wave of black surged towards the fireball, extinguishing it the moment they made contact. Xianglin looked at Liu Shi's black wave and turned her head toward Zhongwu, wondering if this was the ability that Sasuke mentioned that could nullify ninjutsu. It should be. Let's continue watching. Let's see if the Shadow Ninja of Konoha, the Black Old Six, is truly strong or just a name without substance. In fact, Liu Shi himself didn't even know about these titles. They were given to him by people in the ninja world. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. After Sasuke finished speaking, countless fireballs spewed from his mouth, resembling the seeds of phoenix flowers. You really have a short memory. Dark Water. Liu Shi caught these fireballs with his bare hands, and they quickly extinguished in his grip. If you want to scheme against me, you are still far from it. Liu Shi gang blocked Fengzi and Huo and saw many steel wires coming towards him. I have to say, Sasuke's steel wire skills are really impressive. Deer took out the smoke knife and directly cut the steel wire, then rushed towards Sasuke. However, before he could reach Sasuke, he was met with a barrage of Sasuke's ninjutsu. Chidori, 1,000 needles. A dense array of lightning attribute needles shot towards Deer. After dealing with these needles, Deer became somewhat impatient. All right, warm-up is over. I'll defeat you within a minute. Upon hearing Deer's words, Sasuke felt a bit angry. He felt underestimated. Deer used his fastest speed and charged directly in front of Sasuke, launching a fierce slash. Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword to block. Clang! The smoke blade struck hard against the Kusanagi sword, producing a metallic sound, followed by a shower of sparks. Sasuke was knocked back. Deer's physical strength, enhanced by the system, was much greater than Sasuke's. At this moment, Sasuke was astonished. He hadn't expected Deer to be so strong. Just as he stopped, he heard Deer shout, Shadow Strike. A black shadow shot towards him like an arrow. Kursetzel, Titori. Black cursed markings crawled across Sasuke's face, and black and white lightning appeared in his hand as he struck hard at the black arrow. The moment the black arrow made contact with Sasuke, the shadow was dispersed, and Sasuke was forced back several steps. 5 shadows strike. Liu Shi did not give Sasuke a chance. This time, 5 black shadows shot directly towards him. Shadow Snake Hand. 5 venomous snakes emerged from Sasuke's right hand and rushed towards the 5 shadows. At the moment of contact, the snake heads were pierced by the shadows, and these snakes posed no hindrance to the shadows. After penetrating the snake heads, they shot straight towards Sasuke. Just as the 5 shadows pierced into Sasuke's body, he transformed into a half-wooden stake. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Sasuke directly used the substitution technique and appeared behind Liu Shi. Chidori, Sharp Spear. A lightning attribute light column, over 10 meters long, appeared in Sasuke's hand and struck fiercely towards Liu Shi. Liu Shi did not panic. He slowly extended his right hand. Dark Water. A beam of light slowly passed over Liu Shi's right hand. Xianglin and Chongwu watched this scene nervously, both feeling that Liu Shi's right hand wouldn't be able to withstand it. They were all too aware of how sharp the 1,000-bird sharp gun was. The next scene almost made them drop their jaws. Liu Shi grasped the 1,000-bird sharp gun and swung it around like he was holding a hammer, with Zuishu being treated as the hammerhead. After a loud crash against the ground, they saw Zuishu rolling his eyes, lying in the pit. Looking at Zuishu, Liu Shi casually said, 37 seconds, not too bad. Chongwu and Xianglin immediately ran to Zuishu's side. Xianglin hugged Zuishu, tears streaming down her face. Zuishu, are you okay? Then she extended her arm, covered in bite marks, wanting Zuishu to bite her. Liu Shi couldn't bear to watch any longer and reminded them, he's fine, don't worry, he'll wake up in a bit. I really want to kill someone. He didn't even have the chance to bite you. Zhongwu and Xianglin looked at Lu Shi, momentarily at a loss. 10 minutes later, Lu Shi said, "Am I really weak? After all these years, I've never been able to beat you." Sasuke replied, "You're already very strong. You can kill Itachi now." After saying this, Lu Shi added in his heart, "Under the condition that Itachi is unguarded, you can indeed kill him. I know you too well, even better than Itachi does, which is why you lost due to carelessness. You should have fought me with swordsmanship and combined it with those shurikens you control with wires. Maybe then you would have won. Of course, I'm talking about sparring. In a life-and-death situation, you still wouldn't be able to beat me. I know you still have trump cards left, and I have them too." After saying this, the Shadow Legion appeared around them. Sasuke and the others were astonished at the number of shadow ninjas. "Lu Shi, I remember when I left, you didn't have this many shadow ninjas, right?" "Yeah. As my strength has increased, the Shadow Legion has grown more numerous." He said this, but internally thought, "This is all from my sign-ins. I can't tell you." "All right, Sasuke. I'm leaving. After all, you've lost to me more than once or twice. There's no need to be discouraged." Sasuke replied, "Those are nice words, but why do they sound so awkward?" Sasuke didn't speak, but quietly watched Lu Shi's departing figure until it disappeared. Xianglin asked with some worry, "Sasuke, are you okay? Should I have not brought him to see you?" "I'm sorry. It's fine, Xianglin. I didn't lose because of you. Actually, I really wanted to meet this guy. Although I feel a bit unwilling to lose to him, I'm not frustrated about it. Having a goal to chase after is a good thing." Hearing Sasuke's words, the two felt relieved. They were worried that Sasuke would be affected. In Konoha, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked concerned. Did Sasuke really seal Orochimaru? Seeing Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions, Lu Shi knew they were still worried about Orochimaru. Although it was Jiraiya who asked, judging by Tsunade's expression, she probably felt the same. Yes, Orochimaru tried to take Sasuke's body but failed and was sealed by Sasuke. However, he hasn't died yet. He might resurrect one day. Hearing Lu Shi's words, they felt relieved. Since Orochimaru was fine, Jiraiya then asked about Sasuke. "Is that kid really very strong?" Rushi thought for a moment about their previous battle, and then said, "Kakashi-sensei might not be a match for Sasuke right now." "What? X2, come on. Are you two gonna bite each other? No matter how strong Sasuke is, he still lost to me, right? Besides, I haven't even used the Shadow Army yet. If I do, Sasuke won't last 3 minutes. Unless he can somehow give himself a light so that he has no shadow. Otherwise, it's all the same to me. The only ones who can counter the Shadow Army are Guy-sensei and that reckless Raikage. I don't think much of the others." At this point, Rushi suddenly thought of Naruto. "Why haven't I seen Naruto? Is he on a mission? I sent him to Mayaboka Mountain to learn Sage Jutsu, and he's reached the threshold to learn it now. By the way, Rushi, didn't you start learning Sage Jutsu a long time ago? How's it going? Have you mastered it?" Hearing Jiraiya's 3 consecutive questions, Rushi was too lazy to respond and directly entered Sage mode. Immediately, 2 black marks appeared on Rushi's face. They were elongated, stretching from above the eyes to 3 centimeters below the eyes, somewhat resembling Jiraiya's. However, they were thicker than Jiraiya's marks, but not as long. Once he entered Sage mode, Rushi used the shadow binding technique, and at the moment the shadow touched the ground, Jiraiya and Tsunade heard a sizzling sound. When Lu Shi retracted his shadow, the two saw that the place where the shadow had appeared seemed to be corroded by something. This is the ability of the Sage mode, capable of corroding enemies. But the effect is average, and it still lacks self-healing abilities. I really envy the physique of the first generation. After explaining this mission, Lu Shi went to find Ino, as he hadn't seen her for several days and missed her a bit. Recently, he had drawn a cup growth liquid and was unsure whether to give it to Ino. Sigh. Having too much is also a hassle. I'm not particularly fond of large sizes, either. Just as Lu Shi and Ino were joking and flirting, a major incident occurred in the distant Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Damn it, these bastards, the Akatsuki organization actually captured the Four Tails. Inoki roared with rage. His furious shout made the ears of those nearby buzz. Ignoring the ringing in his ears, Kuratsuchi quickly stepped forward and said, "Don't be angry, Tsuchikage. Our top priority is to quickly gather manpower to rescue the Jinchuriki, and then teach the Akatsuki a lesson." After speaking, Kuratsuchi took out an intelligence scroll. Inoki snatched the scroll and quickly skimmed through it. After a moment, his brow furrowed, and he said solemnly, "I didn't expect that Kumogakure is in a similar situation. Their Two Tails has also been captured by the Akatsuki. Kuratsuchi, immediately contact Kumogakure to see if we can launch a joint attack on Amigakure. If they agree, the two villages will act together. If they don't cooperate, then we'll attack Amigakure by ourselves. But one thing must be made clear: if they don't cooperate, when we find the two tails, it will belong to us, and we will definitely not return it to Kumogakure. Kuratsuchi nodded and replied, I'll contact Kumogakure right away. After saying that, he turned and left. At the same time, in Obito's secret base, Obito was fuming and scolding Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, how long has it been? Haven't you figured out a way to deal with Nara sure yet? Nagato is starting to pressure me again. He said that if I can't capture the Nine Tails, our cooperation will be terminated immediately. If it weren't for the fact that I could still use him, I'd really want to kill him right now. Hearing this, Black Zetsu felt wronged and thought to himself, if I had this ability, why would I need you two useless ones? I would have rescued my mother long ago. However, thinking of his mother, Black Zetsu suppressed his anger and dissatisfaction, patiently explained, Nara Lushur and Jiraiya are in Konoha. If you want to capture the Nine Tails, you must lure them out of Konoha, where you could pull Nara Lushur into the Kamui space. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Obito found some merit in it, but he knew he needed to be prepared beforehand. Nara Lushur's abilities were a bit strange, and Obito wasn't very confident. Reikage. This is an urgent and important message sent from a Wagakure, Mabui said solemnly, handing the scroll to the Reikage. Without saying a word, the Reikage snatched the scroll and quickly began to read. As he looked at the scroll, his expression grew increasingly somber, as if a storm was about to break. Moments later, the Reikage suddenly closed the scroll, looked up, and sharply said to Mabui, Mabui, immediately notify the daimyo and all the high-ranking officials in the village. Tell them I have important matters to discuss with them. Upon hearing the Reikage's order, Mabui immediately went to notify everyone for a meeting. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade also convened a meeting. Everyone knows about the Akatsuki's actions, right? They have captured two-tailed beasts, and their next target will definitely be the Nine Tails within Naruto. We must devise a comprehensive plan to protect Naruto. Kakashi stood up and said, we can arrange for the Umbu to guard Naruto at all times and restrict his outings for missions. Tsunade shook her head. Naruto won't agree to that, and it would make it easier for them to expose his whereabouts. Just then, Nara Shikaku stepped up. Perhaps we can use the Akatsuki's eagerness to obtain the Nine Tails to set a trap. Everyone looked at him. Shikaku continued, let Naruto deliberately show a flaw, and we can ambush them secretly when the Akatsuki takes the bait. Tsunade pondered for a moment and nodded. Although this plan is a bit risky, it's worth a try. However, everything must be done carefully, and we must not allow Naruto to be captured by them. Upon hearing his father's words, Lushur immediately opposed. The risk is too great. The Akatsuki is unlikely to fall for it. Even if they do, their strength is very formidable, and at that time, Naruto is very likely to be captured. Why not let me transform into Naruto's appearance and lure them outside the village? At that time, even if I can't keep them, I am confident I can retreat safely. Moreover, if we don't fight in Konoha, everyone can act more freely. Tsunade recognized Lushur's abilities but still worriedly asked, Lushur, are you confident? Who can say for sure about such things? I don't know if I can lure the Akatsuki out. Right now, the 5 great ninja villages are each fighting their own battles, and we can't rely on them in Konoha. We can only try first. By the way, Jiraiya, you should have Fukasaku Sage delay Naruto's learning of sage arts. And after we deal with the Akatsuki, let him come back. Naruto is too impulsive. He shouldn't come back now and create chaos. Jiraiya nodded. Okay, I'll notify Fukasaku Sage shortly. Lushur, this is different from what you wrote in your book. Is there going to be an accident? Don't worry. As long as I'm here, there won't be any surprises. When the time comes, if I kill Nagato, just don't stop me. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki base, the only 2 remaining members, Kisame and Itachi, were having a meeting with Nagato. Itachi, you and Kisame go capture the 8 tails. The 9 tails will be handled by me and Obito. Understood. Nagato was very pleased with Itachi's attitude and then said, once we capture the last 2-tailed beasts, the ninja world will be completely at peace, and at that time, the entire ninja world will remember you. At that moment, Rushi did not hear Nagato's words. If he had, he would surely have applauded him. Nagato was risking everything for the tailed beasts, even using motivational speeches. Konoha, this is the entire plan. If you two are afraid of danger, you can withdraw now, and I won't blame you. After hearing Rushi's plan, Sai calmly said, I'll participate. Sakura echoed, me too. All right, since you want to participate, you can go back and prepare. Although I hope you can join, I also don't want you to face danger. When the Akatsuki members appear, Sai, you will immediately take Sakura back. This enemy is not something you can handle. Your responsibility is to transport the injured to the rear and don't worry about the rest. Understood? Understood, Sai replied simply. Sakura, this time you will be responsible for treating the injured. Don't go to the front. The personnel for this operation are all elite jonin. They don't need you there. Your battlefield is the rear. Do you understand? Sakura nodded. After speaking with the two, Rushi left. He also needed to prepare, planning to give Nagato a surprise. The next morning, as the sun rose, golden sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha. Under the leadership of Captain Yamato, Naruto slowly walked out of Konoha-esque gates, with the gatekeepers still being Konoha-esque guardians, Kamizuki Izumo and Cat Dan. However, at that moment, the Naruto on the road was not the real Naruto, but a transformation created by Rushi. Their mission this time was to escort supplies to the front line camp in the Land of Rain. In Obito's secret base, Black Zetsu was reporting the latest intelligence to Obito. That kid has already left the village. According to my investigation, their mission is to escort a batch of supplies to the front line camp in the Land of Rain. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for us to capture the Nine Tails, Black Zetsu said excitedly. However, after listening to Black Zetsu's report, Obito did not react with the joy he had expected. Instead, he frowned, a hint of doubt and vigilance in his eyes. Don't you think it's suspicious to carry out a mission during such a sensitive period? The high-ups in Konoha are not fools. How could they easily send the Nine Tails right to us? There must be a trick here, Obito calmly analyzed. In fact, even Black Zetsu himself felt that something was off. But facing such a rare opportunity, he was unwilling to let it slip away easily. So he continued to persuade Obito. I have investigated this matter thoroughly. It was that kid who insisted on leaving the village for the mission. Even Tsunade couldn't refuse him and had to reluctantly agree, sending 6 Ombu members to ensure his safety. So, in my opinion, this should just be a coincidence. Black Zetsu explained earnestly. Obito frowned slightly, still unconvinced. He stared at Black Zetsu and asked again, who are the specific members of the Ombu? Is Kakashi not among them? Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu quickly shook his head and replied firmly, definitely not. This time, it's just ordinary jonin protecting the Nine Tails host. With your strength, those guys are no threat to you at all. Moreover, if we miss this great opportunity, we don't know when the next one will come. Despite hearing this explanation, Obito still felt uneasy. He lowered his head, pondering for a moment, recalling every word Black Zetsu had said. In the end, he still couldn't fully relax. No, this matter is too important. I must go see for myself, Obito said firmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his ability and instantly vanished from his spot. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. The team, weary and dust-covered, arrived at the front line camp in the Land of Rain. After completing the supply transfer, several members of the team hurriedly set off towards Konoha. Meanwhile, not far from them, a black figure stood silently. It was Obito. His eyes, hidden behind a mask, closely observed everything happening before him. But he did not notice anything unusual. Even so, cautious Obito did not rashly act, but decided to hold his position and continue observing for a while longer. He would wait until he confirmed that there were indeed no potential dangers nearby before attempting to capture the Nine Tails. In a dense forest, Yamato was leading his 3 students in arrest. 9 days had passed, and if the Akatsuki did not take action soon, they would reach Konoha tomorrow. Dear Time was somewhat surprised, not expecting the Akatsuki organization to hold back. However, he was not anxious, as he knew that the Akatsuki would definitely come. After all, his appearance had caused them to lose Deidara, Kakuzu, and Haiden ahead of schedule. Now that the Akatsuki was short on manpower, they would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. After a period of rest, Dear Time and his group continued on their way to Konoha. But they had not gone far when the space ahead suddenly began to ripple with strange fluctuations. Dear Sure was the first to notice the unusual situation and immediately shouted, "Run! There are enemies!" This was the predetermined signal agreed upon before Dear Sure set off. Upon hearing his call, the others immediately began to run. Before running, Dear Sure threw 100 explosive talismans at the spatial fluctuations below, allowing them to feel the effects in advance. After hearing Dear Sure's words, the other few did not hesitate and immediately turned to sprint away, their movements fluid and decisive. When Obito emerged from the wave of energy, he was met with a ground covered in dense explosive talismans. Damn it! Clearly, this sudden scene had completely exceeded his expectations. In an instant, a series of deafening explosions erupted. The flames soared into the sky, smoke filled the surroundings, and the powerful shockwave created massive, deep craters in the ground. Meanwhile, Deer and the others had already taken advantage of the chaos caused by the explosions to successfully escape to a safe distance. With a thunderous roar, thick smoke and raging flames instantly engulfed the area. As the smoke gradually cleared, Obito stood unscathed in the same spot. At the moment of the explosion, he had used his intangibility ability to successfully avoid the blasts of the explosive talismans. "Damn it! How dare you attack me? You must be tired of living," Obito shouted in rage. Watching the escaping figures, Obito sneered. "Humph, a few little mice. Do you really think you can escape from my grasp like this? You're dreaming." With a cold snort, Obito flashed and began to chase after them. Before long, he saw 4 figures desperately fleeing ahead. If it were just Deer alone, with his speed, Obito wouldn't be able to catch him without using space ninjutsu. However, now that Daido and the others were with him, he couldn't run ahead and could only follow them. As Obito closed in, Deer unleashed Conan's signature technique, the paper jutsu, rapidly pulling explosive talismans from his robe and throwing them behind him without hesitation. Explosions erupted one after another, lighting up the sky. Although these talismans couldn't injure Obito, they forced him to dodge left and right, making him appear slightly flustered. "Naruto, stop running. I have something to discuss with you. I even held you when you were a child," Obito shouted loudly. Hearing this, Deer couldn't help but retort, "If sticking explosive talismans on you counts as holding, then you indeed have held me." Lu is not Naruto, and there is no intention of stopping at all. As long as Obito is a little closer, he will throw the explosive tags, and several people will run towards the encirclement. After chasing for a few minutes, Obito suddenly stopped, looking at the scene in front of him, which left him momentarily confused. Kai stood in front of him with more than 20 people, and behind them were 6 Umbu, who had also removed their transformations. Zida, Asua, Inoshikacho, Kakashi. At that moment, Obito really wanted to say, "I just wanted to catch the 9 tails. What right do I have to make Konoha pay so much attention to me?" Although Obito, who was surrounded, felt a bit regretful about his impulsiveness, he didn't care too much about it. After all, if he couldn't fight, he could still run. At this moment, Kakashi stepped forward, tears streaming down his face, and asked, "You're Obito, right? Since you were alive, why don't you return to Konoha?" In fact, after Kakashi read that book by Lu he had always suspected that Obito was not dead, mainly because many things in that book had come true. So when he saw this person wearing a mask with one eye exposed, Kakashi immediately associated him with Obito, mainly because this person's aura was very similar to Obito's. "I am Uchiha Madara. I do not know the Obito you're talking about." Rushi released his transformation and took a few steps forward, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, if you ask him like that, he would never admit it. Just watch me." Everyone's gaze turned towards Rushi. Even Obito looked at Rushi, curious about what this little brat was up to. Since he was currently in a phasing state, he wasn't afraid of being ambushed. Rushi took a deep breath and shouted, "The person Rin Noara loves the most is Kakashi, and she hates Obito the most. I'm going to kill you." Upon hearing this, Obito went into a rage. The closest to Rushi was Guy, who rushed in with a kick but missed, his attack passing right through Obito's body. Obito, feeling a bit enraged, charged towards Rushi, only to see many shadow clones appear beside him. One in particular, with blades for arms and legs, made him feel a sense of danger. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly saw 3 dark figures gnawing at his shadow, sending chills down his spine. He had heard from Nagato that Deidara fell into a coma after his shadow was completely devoured. Rushi's original plan was to provoke Obito, making him lose his rationality, and then ambush him. It seemed this plan was not going to work, so Rushi changed his strategy. He shouted at everyone, "Let's all attack him together. If he attacks, he'll reveal his physical form." Hearing Rushi's words, everyone immediately launched a saturated attack on Obito. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning style, Earth Walking. Earth style, Earth Dragon Spear. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Although the attacks were powerful, as expected, they all passed through Obito. However, Obito's phasing time was about to end. "Kakashi-sensei, stop him. He's gonna run. Jiraiya-sama, use that technique." When Lu saw Obito activate his ability, he immediately shouted, "Senjutsu, Super Large Rasengan." Jiraiya slammed a Super Large Rasengan towards Obito, which Lu had prepared in advance for Jiraiya. However, since Obito showed up, he had to be dealt with as well. The idea was good, but at the last moment, Obito managed to escape. It seems that it can only be handed over to Naruto's other dimension technique now. Deer stepped forward to take a look at Kakashi, who was still in a daze at that moment. Feeling someone looking at him, Kakashi turned his head and saw Deer. Kakashi said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, dear I. Rokushi directly interrupted Kakashi's next words. It's okay, Kakashi-sensei. It must be hard for you to kill your loved one. Although I respect you, I still hope you find a girl to marry. Two men can be together, but in the end, they can't have children. Kakashi. Lu Shi patted Kakashi's arm and left. Most people here heard Lu Shi's words and cast strange looks at Kakashi. This time, it was mainly because Kakashi didn't use his Sharingan to stop Obito. If Kakashi had intervened, he could have at least delayed Obito for 2 seconds, giving Jiraiya's big ball a chance to seriously injure him. Although it might not completely kill him, it would at least reduce the number of times he could roam around Konoha. On the way back, Lu Shi pulled Jiraiya to discuss writing. Lord Jiraiya, I've had a new inspiration recently and want to share it with you. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately perked up. Lu Shi, what kind of book are you planning to write this time? Have you finished the outline? Lord Jiraiya, your question seems a bit condescending. Don't you trust my ability? Let me tell you about my new book's concept. Lu Shi pretended to take out a notebook and began to read. The story goes like this. It's a love story involving 2 men and a woman. Wait a minute. Lu Shi, isn't this similar to your previous book? Uchiha Madara, Senja Hashirama, and Uzumaki Mido. That's also 2 men and 1 woman, right? Hearing Jiraiya interrupt him, Lu Shi said unhappily, Lord Jiraiya, don't interrupt me. This story is even more explosive than that one. Jiraiya immediately took out a notebook to take notes. This is a story of a woman who fulfills 2 men. The female protagonist is named Shaolin, and she has 2 teammates. One is called Hitaki Wu Wu Kai, and the other is called Uchiha Godai. Kakashi. Both men treat Shaolin very well, and she is unsure whom to choose. However, when she decides to confess to Hitaki Wu Wu Kai, she discovers that he likes Uchiha Godai. Lin leaves sadly, but Godai likes Lin, so he goes to find her. Lin dies in an accident, and Godai is heartbroken. In the end, Hitaki Wu Wu Kai uses his true heart to help Godai accept him, and the 2 of them even clone a child of their own. The story ends here. So how about my story? When Lu Shi turned around, Jiraiya was holding a pen, staring blankly at Lu Shi. Not just Jiraiya, everyone was looking at Lu Shi. Even Lugio was the same. Kakashi's eyes were almost blazing with anger. If this book were published, he, Kakashi, would have no choice but to follow his father's example and commit seppuku. Lu Shi felt that the atmosphere was off and ran away directly. The instant body technique he developed was definitely a skill for escaping and traveling. How could Kakashi, that weak guy, catch up? In the Konoha office, Jiraiya briefly explained the situation of the mission to Tsunade. Although it failed, Tsunade did not blame Kakashi, as landing a fatal blow on a former teammate is indeed very difficult. However, Kakashi spoke up, Hokage-sama, please punish me, I beg you. Tsunade felt that Kakashi was taking it a bit too seriously and was about to advise him when Jiraiya leaned over and whispered something in her ear for a long time. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade's face turned almost purple and her shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. After a while, she finally controlled her emotions and said, Kakashi, this is not your fault, so the punishment is waived. Then she turned to Lu Shi and warned him seriously, Lu Shi, don't mess around. If you really write it like that, Kakashi will have to commit suicide tomorrow. Lu Shi also knew it was time to wrap things up. He said to Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi, I'm sorry, this was just a joke and a reminder. Because of you, everyone made a wasted trip. Even if we really had the ability to capture Obito, we wouldn't necessarily kill him. All right, don't take the words on the road to heart. I'm off to see Ino. This was something Obito didn't hear. If he had, he would definitely have scolded Lu Shi. Are you blind? Throwing such a big ball at me and still saying you don't want to kill me? Inside the Akatsuki base, Nagato coldly looked at Obito. So you failed. If it were the real Madara, he wouldn't have escaped so embarrassingly. As soon as Obito heard Nagato's sarcasm, he immediately retorted with a mocking tone, You say I can't do it, then you go. With that lineup, you get slapped twice too. Conan interrupted their verbal sparring. Now is not the time to talk about this. Kyomogakure and Iwagakure are heading our way. We should think about how to deal with these 2 villages. Also, fighting among ourselves here, Mr. Madara, we have already forgiven you for deceiving us. Now you need to show your real strength. Otherwise, the plan won't be able to proceed. If Lu Shi were here, he would definitely scold them. It's written so clearly in the book, yet 2 fools and a lunatic refuse to believe it. The will of Hokage is truly impressive. It can treat people like fools. In fact, both Tsuki no Mi, Eye of the Moon, and Mugen Tsukuyami, Infinite Dream, have significant flaws, yet no one has discovered them. It's really something else. And then there's the Sage of 6 Paths, who clearly knows everything but just one T say anything. allowing the ninja world to remain in constant turmoil. Obito snorted, saying that the two villages were not to be feared, as long as they followed the original plan. However, since he was expected to give his all, he needed more resource support. Nagato nodded in agreement after a moment of thought. This time, Kumogakure was led by the Raikage himself, while Awagakure was led by Inoki. The two villages quickly gathered 200 ninjas at the border of the Land of Rain. In the command room, the two hot-tempered Kages were arguing. Raikage, you can't command our Awagakure. We are cooperating, not your subordinates. Inoki, even if we are cooperating, someone has to command the battle. I am more suited for this command position than you. Bastard, what did you say? Seeing the two quarrel, Shikaji immediately stepped in to mediate. Gentlemen, our goal this time is the Hidden Rain Village. Since neither of you wants to take orders from the other, why don't we attack from both sides of Kumogakure? That way, the problem will be solved. Hearing Shikiji's words, the two found it reasonable, since neither would allow the other to command them. In Konoha, new intel had just arrived. Kumogakure and Awagakure had reached the border of the Land of Rain, and they were expected to engage in battle soon. Do you think we should go help? Tsunade asked. I think Konoha should help this time. After all, the existence of the Akatsuki has already threatened the entire ninja world. I plan to take Lucier to assist. Although it was to help, Konoha couldn't send too many people, as that would leave the rear vulnerable to enemy ambushes. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade asked for Lucier's opinion. Lucier, you heard what Jiraiya said. What do you think? Deer scratched his head and said, sure. Anyway, Naruto is not in Konoha, so helping out is fine. Since Obito has come once, we should return the favor. Hearing Deer's words, Tsunade immediately decided, it's settled then. Jiraiya and Deer will go help Awagakure and Kumogakure, while the rest will prepare for Konoha's defense. All sensory-type ninjas in Konoha will have their leave cancelled and be immediately assigned to the defense forces. Alright, go execute it. Hearing Tsunade's order, everyone left. And this time Tsunade did not keep Deer behind. After the meeting, Deer followed Jiraiya towards the direction of Amigakure. On the way, Deer asked Jiraiya, how's it going with Lady Tsunade? It feels like there's no progress. Jiraiya was actually quite helpless after that day. He specifically confessed to Tsunade, but was rejected and even got beaten up. Since Deer asked this time, he decided to ask Deer. Deer, I confessed to Tsunade before, but she rejected me. Do you think I did something wrong? Jiraiya, tell me how you confessed that day, and I'll analyze it for you. Upon hearing Deer's words, Jiraiya immediately recounted the scene from that day. That day, I specifically went to Ino's flower shop and bought a big bouquet of flowers. Deer nodded, feeling that Jiraiya had hit the nail on the head. I called Tsunade to the rooftop, handed her the flowers, and then said to her, little Tsunade, you are the greatest in my heart. What the hell? Hearing this, Deer lost control of his chakra for a moment and almost fell from the branch. Jiraiya, tell me the truth. Where were your eyes looking when you said that? As soon as Deer asked this, Jiraiya's face turned red. Well, this was just as he had thought. So he said with frustration, you deserve it. Why didn't you just get yourself killed? Greatest, who needs you to say that? Anyone with eyes can see that. Besides, you say this to express your feelings, and if Tsunade doesn't beat you up, that's already a favor. How could she possibly agree to you? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately pleaded with Deer, I only dared to confess after hearing your words. You must help me. I can't help you. You've already blocked your own path. Just prepare to be a lifelong single. Jiraiya knew that Deer must have a way. So he begged again, Deer, you must have a way, right? Just tell me this once. As long as you help me, I'll listen to you from now on. Hearing Jiraiya's conditions, Deer was tempted, so he immediately took out paper and pen and started writing. 5 minutes later, Deer threw the notebook to Jiraiya. Just say this, add your own feelings, and I guarantee you can win the beauty. Jiraiya, upon hearing Deer's words, immediately looked at the notebook in his hands, reading aloud while looking. Tsunade, I fell in love with you, this hot-tempered girl, the moment I first saw you. You gave me the motivation to become stronger. But when I became capable, your heart had someone else. So I chose to leave. Over the years, I've traveled the ninja world, not only searching for the child of prophecy, but also trying to find a girl like you. Slowly, I realized that you are unique. There is no second Tsunade in the ninja world. So please accept me, okay? I will treat you well. At this point, you can embrace Tsunade. Kiss her on the forehead, and it's done. Jiraiya, I must tell you, if you say the rest of the words, Tsunade will still hit you. Hearing Deer's reminder, Jiraiya quickly crossed out the latter part. The two chatted while on their way, and by the time they reached the village hidden in the rain, it was already in chaos. Jiraiya, you go find Raikage. I'll look for Inoki and see if I can help. We'll regroup after the battle. Okay. After saying that, The two parted ways. The deer quickly arrived at Awagakure, where Inoki was commanding the battle from the sky. "Old man, you guys in Awagakure aren't doing so well. You can't take down these 5 puppets. Where's your granddaughter? Has she come? I want to have a chat with her, not about legs, but about life." Upon hearing the deer's words, Inoki nearly used dust release on him. "Kid, are you here to mock me?" Seeing Inoki's red nose reminded the deer of another red nose. Awagakure had suffered some losses, and he didn't want to tease the old man any longer. "I'm here to support you. The Akatsuki organization has threatened the safety of the ninja world. That's why the Hokage sent me and Jiraiya to support your 2 villages. Jiraiya went to assist Kumogakure, and I'm here to support you. How about that? Are you moved? Do you feel like crying?" "Inoki, Lus. I would have preferred Jiraiya to come. What can a brat like you do to help? Don't expect me to protect you later." "Oh, come on. Old man, you're underestimating me. Tell your people to step back and watch how I deal with them. You keep an eye on that blonde-haired one. The rest is up to me." After Lu Shi finished speaking, he rushed to the battlefield. Daimu nodded at Huang Tu, who commanded the ninjas of Awagakure to retreat. Deer jumped onto a mound of dirt, which was created by the Earth-style ninjas of Awagakure. When Yahiko saw Deer arrive, he coldly asked, "Are you here to die too?" Lu Shi took a deep breath and slowly said 3 words, "You're crazy." Upon hearing this, Nagato wanted to say a few more words, but then saw a dense army of shadows surrounding Lu Shi. "The trolls will deal with the summoned beasts, and the rest of you fight them one-on-one." As soon as the command was given, the shadow army charged onto the battlefield. Everyone was confused, calling this a one-on-one duel. Before the shadow army, which hadn't even reached the front, could arrive, Nagato was already repelled by a Shinra Tensei from pain, causing many to scatter. "Keep charging." The shadow army halted briefly before continuing their assault, and those that had been dispersed reappeared. "Ha ha ha, Nagato, your Shinra Tensei has a 5-second cooldown, but my shadow army does not. Using Shinra Tensei must waste a lot of chakra, right? Even if you are from the Uzumaki clan. How much chakra can you possibly have?" Hearing Riku's words, Nagato didn't respond, but instead charged directly at Riku, believing that eliminating Riku would solve all these problems. "Old man, he's coming. Quickly give him a hit." When Noki heard Riku call him old man, he really didn't want to respond, but since Konoha was there to help, he couldn't just stand by. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. A circular transparent light column shot towards Pain, who also sensed the danger. The moment the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei came into contact with the light column, a tremendous sound erupted, followed by a wave of air rushing outward. The aftershock scattered many of the shadow army, but Riku didn't mind since he could summon them infinitely. As the dust settled, a massive, deep pit appeared where they had just been. "Experience pain? Nara Riku, Universal Pool." After Pain finished speaking, his right hand reached toward Riku. Lu Shi felt a tremendous pull, drawing his body towards the direction of the Deva path. "Night Bat, Shadow Devourer, take him down." After hearing the command, the Night Bat Corps unleashed a barrage of lasers at Nagato, while Shadow Devourer launched a series of bites at him. Shadow Devourer had already tried swallowing Pain's shadow, but it didn't put those corpses into a coma, likely due to Pain's lack of life. However, it was fine. If it couldn't consume the shadow, it could still be used as a Tibetan Mastiff. After witnessing the Night Bat's attack, Nagato's skill cooldown had also ended. Shinra Tensei, another massive repulsive force came, pushing Lu Shi back over 10 meters. "How the hell do you fight this?" In fact, Lu Shi had already located Nagato's hiding spot, but the shadow ninjas had been eliminated. He had slightly underestimated the strength of Nagato's true body, but the shadow army had firmly suppressed the remaining Pains. The main combat power, the Azura Path, had been severely damaged by the cutting blades, and Lu Shi had even collected the severed hands and feet into the shadow space. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted from another side, followed by a towering firelight. Lu Shi guessed that this was Conan using the technique to drain the eyes of Kakuzu. "Retreat." Listening to the Deva Path's words, Lu Shi felt a bit curious. "Isn't this under your control? Who are you shouting for?" Deer Time has always wanted to bring the Hell Path into the shadow space, but there was never an opportunity, and he could only watch as the Hell Path retreated with half of the Azura Path. After Nagato left, Deer Time examined the spoils from this battle. 2 arms and 1 leg from the Azura Path, 1 arm from the Hungry Ghost Path, 1 hand from the Beast Path, and 2 arms from the Human Path. Wow, this is getting interesting. Nagato is left with 3 disabilities, and I don't know how long it will take for the Hell Path to recover. Next time, I'll try to bring the Hell Path over as well. At this moment, Yagi walked up to Deer Time, wanting to thank him, but Deer Time's next words made him retract his gratitude. "Old man, has your granddaughter come? Has she grown taller? Are her legs longer again?" Yagi's old face darkened, and he turned to leave. He really didn't want to deal with this brat, as he felt the kid must be thinking about his granddaughter. Yagi could leave, but Huangtu couldn't. Huangtu stepped forward and said, "Thank you this time. If it weren't for you, the Wagakure would have suffered a significant loss. Let's go, we can chat at the camp." Lu Shi waved his hand and casually said, "These are all small matters. For the sake of the leg ninja world, we in Konoha cannot stand by idly." Huangtu looked at you. "Did you almost let the truth slip just now? It seems I can't let my daughter wear a cheap how anymore. This kid has already set his sights on her. If Lu Shi were from our Wagakure, I would fully support him. After all, his strength is evident. It wouldn't be unfair to my daughter. But since he is from Konoha, we have to be cautious." Thinking this, he said aloud, "There hasn't been any movement over there either. The battle is probably over. Let's go." Along the way, Lu Shi kept asking about Kuratsuchi's leg, and even someone as easygoing as Huangtu wanted to give him a dose of earth release. On the other hand, Inoki wasn't as patient. If Huangtu hadn't stopped him, he would have confronted Lu Shi. As soon as they entered the tent in the camp, they saw Raikage sitting there with a dark expression, alongside Sachikage and Jiraiya. "Isn't this Raikage? Your color is getting darker. Did you bring that secret technique? It's been a long time since I saw that little black girl. I miss her." Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Raikage's temper flared immediately, and he reached out to bang the table, but was stopped by the quick-witted Sachikage. "Don't bang the table. Calm down, Lord Raikage. Why get angry with a kid? It's normal for young people to have some feelings. This isn't Kumogakure. There aren't so many tables for you to replace. Everyone. So your main point is about the table?" Lu Shi did not continue to speak arrogantly. After everyone had arrived, Huangtu spoke first. "This time our Yin village lost 43 ninjas, with over 100 injured. We underestimated the strength of the Akatsuki organization. I think we should unite, or else the ninja world will really be in danger." After Huangtu finished speaking, Tudai also spoke up. "Our Yin village lost over 110 people this time, with more than 70 injured, most of whom sacrificed themselves in the explosion. Our Konoha only lost 2 people, nothing much." Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, everyone looked at him with disapproving gazes. Lu Shi awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I see you all have expressed your opinions. If I don't say something, won't it seem like our Konoha is out of place?" Everyone. At this moment, Jiraiya stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Everyone has seen the strength of the Akatsuki organization. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, the tailed beasts will all be captured by them, and at that point, no one will have it good. The power of the tailed beasts. I don't think I need to elaborate on. We need to unite and quickly eliminate the Akatsuki organization." The 2 villages were hesitant. They only wanted to retrieve the tailed beasts and did not want to engage in a direct conflict with the Akatsuki. Lu Shi noticed their expressions and decided to give them a strong push. He then used his persuasive ability, the dark eye. As everyone watched, Lu Shi's eyes slowly turned black, eventually enveloped completely in darkness. They were curious about what Lu Shi was going to do. After a moment, Lu Shi retracted his ability. "I saw the Akatsuki capturing all the tailed beasts, forming a tailed beast with 10 tails. It possesses all the abilities of the tailed beasts but lacks intelligence, causing destruction and slaughter everywhere, with everyone in the ninja world becoming its nourishment." After hearing Lu Shi's words, everyone was shocked, as if struck by a thunderbolt, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Just as they were still in a daze, a voice came from outside. "That's right. Lu Shi is right. I can indeed sense that terrifying aura. Although I don't know what it is, I trust Lu Shi." Upon hearing this, everyone snapped back to reality and looked towards the door. At that moment, a person carrying a gourd walked in. It was Gaara from Sunagakure, followed by Temari and Kankuro. Gaara was now the Kazekage. Seeing the 3 enter, Lu Shi immediately walked up to Gaara and asked, "What brings you here? Is Shikaku doing okay?" Hearing Lu Shi's question, Gaara looked a bit disappointed and replied, "Shikaku has shrunk a lot and has been in a deep sleep." After some pleasantries, Gaara joined the discussion, or rather, the meeting. "At that time, I fell into a coma and didn't know what they did to me. I just felt that Shikaku inside me was being gradually pulled out by something. That thing is called the Outer Path Golem, the shell of the 10 tails. The 9-tailed beasts are the chakras split off from the 10 tails," Lu Shi added. "If that Outer Path Golem really gathers all 9-tailed beasts, no one in the ninja world will be able to oppose it. So when I heard that you 2 villages were planning to attack the Akatsuki organization, I came to help. Initially, I wanted to persuade Konoha to act together with me. However, when I arrived in Konoha, the Hokage informed me that they had already sent people out, which is why I was delayed." After hearing Gaara's account, they began to believe him a bit. Lu Shur was merely relying on words, not like Naruto's unique ability, so they still held some skepticism towards Lu Shur's words. However, Gaara's statement was different. It was based on the first-hand experience of a Jinchuriki, making it highly credible. Lu Shur felt that he was no longer needed. So he pulled Temari aside and asked, "Did you go to my house this time in Konoha? How did it go with Shikamaru?" Upon hearing Lu Shur's words, Temari's face turned red, and she nodded, softly saying, "Yes, I went. And he was very nice to me, but it seems Shikamaru doesn't really like me." "Did you get wrong?" "Oh, he has that deadpan attitude. If he acts like that again, just hit him and say I told you so. If you love someone, you should express it. Why pretend?" By the time he asked Jiraiya's age, he wouldn't even know how to cry. "Jiraiya, I feel offended." To prevent Lu Shur from saying anything shocking again, Jiraiya called Lu Shur over for a meeting. "All right, Lu Shur, there's no rush on introducing your brother to someone. You should focus on the ninja world first." Lu Shur was a bit unhappy to be interrupted and said irritably, "With so many big shots here, there's no need for a lowly genin like me. Our Nara clan has few members, and I have to worry more." "Yeah." Jiraiya then remembered that Lu Shur was still a genin. He had forgotten about this since the last Chunin exam, when only Shikamaru and Shino from the Oil Clan became Chunin due to the death of the third Hokage. However, Jiraiya still advised, "Lu Shur, you understand the most, and you and I are the smartest. Hurry up and share your opinion." With no choice, Lu Shur had to continue attending the meeting. "Since I'm being asked to speak, I will. This matter is difficult to say, but also simple. As long as we take down Nagato and that person with a phasing ability, the issue can be resolved. The masked man is named Uchiha Bito, an Uchiha who died in the Third Great Ninja War, but for some reason, he survived. He is the biggest driving force behind this matter." The Raikage said with a grim expression, "I've fought that person before. His abilities are strange and difficult to deal with." Deer rubbed his face and said somewhat helplessly, "Yeah, his ability is really annoying, almost impossible to kill, which is quite frustrating. However, he can only be intangible for 5 minutes each time, or this could be a breakthrough." Upon hearing Deer's words, everyone began to think of countermeasures. If this continued, the losses would certainly be significant. 10 minutes later, Thunder Shadow was the first to speak. "In the next attack, we can't fight separately anymore. We need to unite. We need a leader to coordinate our efforts. If that's the case, then I will." "I disagree." Before Thunder Shadow could finish, Ohyuki was the first to object. How could he allow Thunder Shadow to lead him? Then the two engaged in a heated verbal battle. Seeing that the two couldn't convince each other, Lu Shur said, "Why don't you both listen to my opinion?" Upon hearing Lu Shur's words, the two stopped arguing and turned their attention to him. Not only Lei Ying and Tu Ying, but everyone else also looked at Lu Shur, curious to see what suggestions he had. When they were having a meeting, the Akatsuki organization was also in a meeting. "Leader, both Itachi and I have been injured this time. We can't keep dragging this out with them. Plus, with Nara, Shikamaru, and Jiraiya on their side, our chances of winning aren't great. It's better to retreat. No need. Amigakure is our home, and I won't leave. Even if Nara Shikamaru comes, he won't be my opponent. In front of my eyes, all conspiracies and tricks are futile. Kisame Hashigaki. If I hadn't seen those mutilated puppets, I would have believed your nonsense." However, Kisame didn't say anything more and just helped Itachi to recuperate. This time, he and Itachi were the main forces against Kimobikure, while Obito was just slacking off. And he and Itachi had been hit multiple times by the Raikage. After Kisame finished advising, Konan also urged in the secret room, "Nagato, let's retreat for now. The capture of the tailed beasts can wait. You expended a lot today. If this continues, your body won't be able to handle it." "Well, I do then," Konan said, shedding tears. Nagato, feeling somewhat sad, replied, "Konan, where else can we go? This is our home. I won't leave until we fulfill Yahiko's wish." But Yahiko wouldn't want you to take risks for him. "Nagato, I'm begging you. If you don't agree, I'll use an explosive tag to take them down with me tomorrow." "No," Nagato shouted loudly. Then his tone softened. "Konan, go prepare. Even if we have to leave, I want to teach them a lesson." Hearing Nagato's words, Konan immediately stopped him. "Nagato, that technique puts too much strain on your body. Let's forget it. It doesn't matter. I must kill Nara Shikamaru this time. His abilities are too troublesome. Otherwise, he will be an unavoidable presence in our future plans to capture the tailed beasts." Konan could only nod helplessly. At that moment, Black Zetsu emerged from underground, saying that Gaara from Sunagakure had come, probably wanting to deal with them together. Nagato looked at Black Zetsu coldly and said, "It doesn't matter. In front of my eyes, all conspiracies and tricks are futile because I am a god." "Black Zetsu," Konan said, "we can forgive you too, but with conditions. Since you say our plans do not conflict, you also have to help. I want to monitor Nara Shikamaru's every move. You have no right to refuse. Understood, I'll go now. Just as Black Zetsu was about to leave, Conan said to Nagato, Nagato, look, it seems that Black Zetsu's 3 openings have grown back, and they don't seem as interesting as before. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu immediately left, fearing he would get angry if he stayed. This is because Shikamaru wasn't around. Otherwise, he would definitely scold them for being foolish. As it was all clearly written in the book, these two simply didn't believe it and ultimately ended up making others a wedding dress. In order to deceive Conan and Nagato, Black Zetsu had put in a lot of effort, saying, I am Madara's will. The current Madara is indeed a fake by Obito. Their goal is also peace in the ninja world, not saving any mother. He doesn't have a mother. He also said that Nara Shikamaru wrote it that way to split their relationship. If you don't believe it, he and Obito will leave. Although Nagato still had doubts about Black Zetsu, the Akatsuki organization was short on personnel, so he could only accept them for now. One could only say that the will of this world is too strong, as it could deceive a person to that extent. Such absurd things were believed by some. Back at the camp, Shikamaru expressed his suggestion. The Earth-released ninjas from Iwagakure would gather together to block Kisame and Conan, while the ninjas from Kumogakure would hold back Obito. Everyone would take turns attacking Obito. The Raikage is fast, just right to deal with Obito, and that Tsuchikage can fly. You prepare to support anywhere at any time. I guess they won't separate tomorrow. Even if they do, it won't be too far. Gaara, Jiraiya, and I will handle those 6 puppets. Everyone nodded, agreeing that Shikamaru's words made sense. Deer briefly explained the abilities of Pain's 6 paths to everyone, and then specifically warned Jiraiya, the Hungry Ghost path has the ability to absorb ninjutsu, so be careful. Otherwise, you can deal with the Deva path. And I'll leave the rest to Gaara and me. Alright, I can talk to Nagato, maybe I can persuade him to turn back. Lucier shot Jiraiya a glance, thinking, if it weren't for me saving you, your disciple would have buried you at sea. The next morning, the Akatsuki organization was fully mobilized. But the current Akatsuki was a bit shaky. Besides Pain, there were only 4 others left. As soon as Jiraiya saw Nagato, he recognized it was Yahiko and rushed forward, shouting, Nagato, I know it's you, turn back. Your plan is destined to fail. Jiraiya-sensei, you don't understand what pain truly is. As a ninja from the Hidden Leaf, you have no idea of the hardships faced by the Hidden Rain. I want the entire ninja world to feel pain, so that they won't dare to start a war. Jiraiya wanted to say more, but Lucier pulled him back and said irritably, Jiraiya, you can't reason with this twisted psycho. He talks about pain all day long. But when his parents died, I didn't see him suffer much. Now that a comrade has died, he suddenly feels pain. On the side, Noki whispered to Raikage, the kid is a good kid, just has a big mouth. What a pity. Raikage glanced at Noki and nodded. Nagato, aren't you just talking about pain with your mouth open and then closing it? Let me tell you something painful to make you feel even more pain. With that, Lucier pointed at Obito and mockingly said, you probably don't know yet. Conan was captured, and Yahiko is dead. All thanks to this Mr. Madara. Of course, I'm talking about the real Madara. Yahiko's sunny personality was simply not conducive to his plans. Then he had Black Zetsu betray your Akatsuki organization as information. And Hanzo the Salamander teamed up with our Shimura Danzo from the Leaf, stopping that plan. You already know what the outcome was, right? How does it feel now? Do you want to take revenge on Black Zetsu? Hurry up, let me see your pain. I've already told you who killed Yahiko, so go on, make your move. Lucier suddenly remembered something and continued. By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you. Your eyes are just like Uchiha Madara's. You're just a vessel for others to admire. Have you ever thought about why your body is deteriorating day by day? The Rinnegan is an evolution of the Sharingan. You're a Uzumaki. What right do you have to possess such power? Don't you have any self-awareness? All right, that's all I have to say. Please begin your performance. Since things had developed to this point, Lucier didn't mind speaking out. At this moment, he truly wasn't afraid of anything messy. Having crossed over, what was there to fear? In the secret room, after hearing Lucier's words, Nagato's expression became complicated. His thoughts seemed to drift back to the past, to the time he spent with Yahiko. Yahiko's smile, his ideals, and the little moments they experienced together all surfaced in Nagato's mind. He remembered what Yahiko once said, we must make this world a better place through peaceful means. Back then, Yahiko was full of sunshine and hope, and his dreams inspired everyone around him. However, now he had walked down a completely different path. He used violence and suffering to intimidate the shinobi world, tried to achieve so-called peace. He knew this wasn't what Yahiko wanted. Nagato's heart was filled with contradictions and pain. He began to doubt whether his actions were right and whether they could truly bring peace. He recalled Yahiko's death, which was an eternal pain in his heart. Maybe I was wrong from the beginning, but it can still be corrected now, Nagato murmured to himself. At that moment, the Devapath outside spoke. Nara Lushur, do you know how to achieve true peace? Hearing Nagato ask him, Lushur was taken aback, thinking, what's with this guy? Why did he suddenly say that? But since he asked, he had something to say. Lushur Qing cleared his throat and said, permanent peace does not exist at all. Even if you really gather all the tailed beasts and achieve peace in the ninja world, how long can you live? Once you die, those oppressed people will still erupt into war. This is something you cannot change. Do you expect that a single-tailed beast weapon can intimidate everyone? That's unrealistic. The ninja world is this big, and there are limited resources. Surely there will be people who one tea get enough. If everyone is on the brink of starvation, do you think those people will still fear any weapon? To solve this issue, one person cannot do it alone, unless the people of the ninja world work together. What is needed is a leader for the ninja world, not a weapon that threatens everyone. The people behind Lushur were stunned. How did this turn into a conversation? Weren't they here to fight? Although everyone felt a bit confused, they didn't interrupt. Nagato listened to Lushur's words and found some sense in them, asking, I heard your eyes can see the future. Can you show me? Upon hearing Nagato's words, Lushur immediately activated the all-purpose eye. You might wonder why it's called that. Because once this eye is activated, Lushur can fabricate whatever he wants. After a moment, Lushur said, I saw peace, true peace, but I didn't see anyone familiar. It's likely our next generation, or even further. Upon hearing Lushur's words, Nagato nodded without speaking. What Lushur said wasn't wrong. The era of ninjas has passed. It's now the era of tattoos, and once the tattoo era is over, there will be nothing left. Isn't that peace? At that moment, Nagato moved, summoning the outer path Geto Mazo. Everyone watched Nagato warily, wanting to know what he was going to do. Obito had a bad premonition, and Kagaya was frantically rushing towards the secret chamber. Illusion Dragon 9 Seals, release. Don't. Seeing Nagato's actions, Obito rushed towards him. The Raikage and Tsuchikage blocked him. If he attacked, he would expose himself. The Raikage immediately activated his lightning release mode, his whole body flickering with lightning. The Tsuchikage launched a dust release attack next to Nagato, scaring Obito into not daring to take action. Moments later, 6-tailed beasts were released. 1-tail Shikaku, 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Son Goku, 6 tails Saiken, and 7 tails Chome. At this point, Shikaku was much smaller than before, mainly because part of it was still in Gar's body. Nagato, you bastard! How dare you let the tailed beast go, you idiot! Obito cursed at Nagato, feeling that all his efforts over the years had been in vain. Nagato's actions had caused Obito to revert back to square one. All his hard work wasted. Lushur is a bit confused right now. What's going on? When did I draw that? Tianzue. Its power is quite overwhelming. It's an enhanced version, isn't it? Soon, the tailed beasts also regained their senses and realized they were free. Looking around, a few tailed beasts exchanged glances and immediately scattered. Gaara shouted from behind, Shikaku, don't run. Come back to Sunagakure with me. Shikaku had a decent relationship with Gaara and stopped right away. When the villagers from Kumogakure and Awagakure saw this, they immediately shouted for the 4-tailed Son Goku and the 2 tails Matatabi. However, the effect wasn't as good. The tailed beasts didn't even pay attention to them. They just ran away. At this moment, Tobi was still arguing with Nagato, who had only consumed a large amount of chakra this time, and wasn't dead. So he couldn't let Tobi off easily. Nagato immediately launched an attack on Tobi. He had just activated his intangibility, and now the timing was right. So Tobi directly entered the Kamui space. Kagaya still couldn't stop Nagato's actions, and could only follow Tobi for now. Riku and Jiraiya stared at each other. The current situation truly exceeded their expectations. After bidding farewell to Temari, the two headed towards Konoha. They needed to inform Tsunade about this matter. It was too significant. On the way, Riku summoned the system. Is the system Big Brother there? I have something to say. I'm currently playing Landlords. Dear Time. Now I increasingly feel that this system is operating in the background. It was one thing when I went out to eat, but now I'm playing Do Di Ju again. System bro, could you check for me in the background? See when I got that other mouth. System. 1 minute later. Is there something wrong with you, host? Don't you have Tsunade over there? Go find her treat you, and stop with that other mouth nonsense, whether you want it or not. Dear Time. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it. Hurry up and pay $3 each. Alright, you guys go serve your host first. My host is a bit out of his mind. Let me handle him. Dear time. Dear can be sure that I have never been as speechless as today. Ahem. Host, there is no reward called different day mouth in the system, nor is there in the Naruto world. That's just a term used by netizens. Next time you ask a question, remember to think it through first. When Lucier heard this, he couldn't hold back anymore. He felt like he was being scolded by customer service and had to retaliate. Damn it. You think you can treat me like this? Didn't you bring me here? What's with your attitude now? Do you believe I can file a complaint against you? If not, just send me back. I don't want to wear this anymore. Why should I put up with your nonsense? Fine, but I must warn you in advance. You are a corpse that has already been burned in the original world. When you go back, you will just be a wandering soul. I can accept being a ghost. At least I won't have to deal with your nonsense. System upgrading, upgrade time, unknown. Once completed, the host will be notified. Can I still sign in? Yes, you can during the system upgrade. When they finally returned to Konoha, Riku and Jiraiya couldn't wait to find Tsunade. They recounted in detail everything that had happened in the Rain Village. Tsunade initially remained calm, but as Riku's narrative progressed, she became increasingly shocked, eventually becoming speechless, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. After a while, she asked, Riku, is everything you just said true? Has the Akatsuki really released all the tail beasts? Tsunade widened her eyes, staring intently at Riku, as if she wanted to confirm the veracity of this shocking news through his expression and gaze. In response to Tsunade's question, Riku didn't answer directly, but gently nudged Jiraiya with his arm, casting a pleading look at him as if to signal him to explain. Receiving Riku's signal, Jiraiya cleared his throat and slowly spoke. Tsunade, you didn't hear wrong. That guy Nagato somehow got persuaded by Riku. Not only did he voluntarily release all the tailed beasts, but it seems he's definitely going to have a showdown with Obito. Riku, and I didn't want to get caught up in the Akatsuki's internal conflicts, so he seized the opportunity to retreat. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Haha, this is great. That despicable Akatsuki can no longer pose a significant threat. Naruto can finally be safe for a while. Tsunade laughed heartily, feeling the heavy weight that had been hanging over her heart finally lift. However, Riku was feeling a bit uneasy. This was quite different from the original plot. He had only wanted to provoke Nagato, but hadn't expected it to escalate to this extent. Now his foresight seemed useless, and he wondered if Madara would come out early. He could handle Nagato, but dealing with Madara would be quite challenging. After laughing, Tsunade regained her serious demeanor and said, while this is a good thing, I feel like the ninja world is about to fall into chaos. And that Obito, I suspect he won't let this go easily. Have you thought about how to deal with him? Jiraiya shook his head, indicating that he was powerless, mainly because Obito's abilities were too overpowered. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Lucier helplessly said, I have no way to deal with this right now, but this is definitely a good thing for our Konoha. Isn't Obito trying to capture the tailed beasts? Now, they don't have a single tailed beast left. Even if they start over, it will take a long time. Moreover, several villages already know his intentions, so it won't be that easy for him to capture them. The two nodded, agreeing with Lucier's words, but they were still a bit worried. After chatting for a while, Lucier returned home. Upon arriving home, he found only his mother at home. His father and younger brother were not there. After dinner, Lucier went back to his room to rest. He wanted to have a good chat with the system. The current situation had exceeded his expectations, and without being able to control the pace at all times, he felt very insecure. As soon as he returned to his room, Lucier called out the system. System bro, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. I know you haven't upgraded. You're just avoiding me. Sure enough, after Lucier finished speaking, the system appeared. Host, is there something you need? If you still want to go back, then I can only continue upgrading. Sigh, forget it. I won't go back. That was just anger talking before. I have something to ask you now. That's good. As long as you don't want to go back. We still have things to discuss. Go ahead. What unhappy thing happened? Tell me, so I can be entertained. Lucier, ignoring the system's mockery, Lucier asked, System big brother, I feel so insecure right now. I messed up the plot completely, and I have no advantages at all. The system didn't respond, but instead made a sound of lighting a cigarette. Huh. Host, actually you were wrong from the very beginning. System big brother, I don't quite understand what you mean. Can you explain it to me in detail? All right, since you've been calling me big brother for so long, I'll tell you where you went wrong. First, you've already crossed over. Why do you still see Naruto and Sasuke as the saviors? Why can't that savior be you? But don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Okay, system big brother, go ahead. The Cross World Management Bureau, to put it simply, is about fulfilling everyone's wishes. Why do humans have the desire to cross over? It's because they can't stand certain things and want to change them. At first, you did well, making Naruto's life less miserable and giving him some warmth. But then you changed, became irresponsible, just wanted to eat and wait to die, leaving things to Naruto and Sasuke. But you have already integrated into the Naruto world. You are no longer an outsider. Wait a moment, I have another host facing some problems. Let me guide him. Wow, how many hosts are you serving? The system ignored Lu Shur, and Lu Shur heard the system starting to curse. You are such an idiot. I gave you such a powerful martial soul, and you're being useless. Just go and be Tang San. As for Tang San's father, don't worry, I'm here. You want to die? And also, with so many beautiful women there, how could you possibly like a rabbit? What? Do you want to change your taste? If you keep this up, I'll uninstall the program, get lost, and go pick Tang San's shrimp line. No, wait, I mean uninstall that external soul bone otherwise. Don't talk to me. Lu Shidu was stunned. That host over there has gone to the Dolawa continent. Cough, cough, I'm back. Now, let us continue discussing your problems. I've given you such strong power. What are you still hesitating about? Dear time, it has that flavor again. One Uchiha, Akatsuki, their strength is still within the rules. With my system, what do you have to fear? Strive to be the main character yourself. Even if you really can't win, you still have me. Go for it, young one, I've got your back. During this time, I'll try to get you some benefits so that you have the confidence to tell Uchiha that you don't eat beef. System, if you say that, then I'm not sleepy anymore. Don't worry, I'll support you. But I really didn't expect your mouth to be so powerful. Able to talk about releasing tailed beasts like Nagato. Alright, just go ahead and do it. You've already crossed over, so don't worry about breaking the plot. This is no longer the original Naruto. Lu Shur felt that the system's words made sense, so he no longer obsessed over the matter. Since he had already crossed over, why care about the original plot? Inside Obito's secret base, Korezetsu and Obito also wore gloomy expressions. After painstakingly capturing 6-tailed beasts, they were just about to complete the final step, but were let go by Nagato. Korezetsu, what should we do next? Without Nagato's cooperation, it's going to be very difficult to gather the tailed beasts again. Should we retrieve the Rinnegan? Hearing Obito's words, Korezetsu did not immediately respond. It was feeling anxious, having planned for 1,000 years, finally seeing hope only to watch it shatter again, which was extremely upsetting. However, Korezetsu quickly collected itself. It had failed countless times, so this one time wouldn't matter, plus it still had a trump card left to play. Obito, we can't rely on Nagato anymore. In a few days, we'll go retrieve the Rinnegan. Now that several tailed beasts have escaped, capturing them again won't be a difficult task. Once we've gathered enough, we'll bring back Madara using Edo Tensei. As long as he makes a move, we can quickly collect all 9-tailed beasts again. After hearing Korezetsu's words, Obito found it reasonable, but still asked a question that made Korezetsu's head hurt. Can you perform Edo Tensei? Upon hearing Obito's question, Korezetsu was stumped. Seeing Korezetsu like this, Obito immediately realized that Korezetsu also couldn't use that jutsu, and then he voiced his own idea. You should go find Orochimaru again. If he's willing to cooperate, I'll give him a body capable of using the Sharingan. At this point, Obito still didn't know that Orochimaru had been sealed, so he set his sights on him. Alright, I'll go in a bit. Also about Nagato, he has the Rinnegan and won't be easy to deal with. Have you thought about how to handle him? Hearing Korezetsu's question, Obito laughed, a wild laugh that resembled the later Uchiha's infamous laughter. After laughing, Obito disdainfully said, the Rinnegan is strong, but it depends on who uses it. With his body, he can't fully unleash the Rinnegan's power. The reason I didn't fight him before was that he still had his uses. Now that he's no longer useful, I can take back the Rinnegan at any time. Hearing Obito's words, Korezetsu remained silent, feeling that Obito made sense. In the Akatsuki base in Rain Village, Nagato, let's leave. You've released the tailed beasts. And Korezetsu and Obito won't let it go. Nagato slowly opened his eyes, his gaze firm, yet a bit weary. Conan, if avoiding it would solve everything, I would have done it long ago. But this is my choice. I don't want to be used by others to create wars and hatred anymore. Conan looked at Nagato with concern, but he's very powerful, especially Obito. His abilities are unfathomable. Nagato gently shook his head. Though my body is somewhat weak now, the power of the Rinnegan is not as simple as they imagine. Even if I'm alone, I can still fight them. Just then a sinister laugh echoed, such big words. Nagato! The space rippled, and soon Obito appeared at the door. Nagato calmly looked at them. You ultimately came. Obito sneered, hand over the Rinnegan, and maybe I can spare your life. Nagato formed hand seals, and the surrounding aura surged. If you want the Rinnegan, then come and take it by force. Today, I will break this manipulated fate. A fierce battle was about to erupt, both sides on high alert, while Conan secretly resolved to assist Nagato against the enemies before them. In the Hokage office. Look, this is the message sent by the Cloud Village. They have called for a 5 Kage summit regarding the tail beasts. Tsunade said as she handed the document to Jiraiya, with Lucier looking on from the side. Jiraiya took the document and examined it carefully, his brows gradually furrowing. The Cloud Village's stance this time is very strong. It seems the issue of the tailed beast has garnered significant attention from all the villages. Lucier agreed. After all, the tailed beasts are related to the balance of the entire ninja world. The current situation is turbulent, so the 5 Kage summit may not go smoothly. Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression serious. No matter what, Konoha must unite the 5 villages. Lucier, you know the other Kage well. What are your thoughts? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before speaking. The Raikage has a fiery and straightforward personality, but he is decisive in his actions. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, seems young and immature, but she is actually quite ruthless and decisive. The Kazekage, Gaara, has grown a lot after all he has been through. The Tsuchikage is cunning and calculating. For this summit, uniting shouldn't be a big problem, but with the emergence of a wild 7 Tails, I fear everyone will want it. Hearing this, Jiraiya retorted, is the 7 Tails Chomei from Takigakure? Those villages wouldn't be so shameless, would they? Haha, Jiraiya, you are too naive. Compared to the interests of the villages, face means nothing. Only the 3rd Hokage would sacrifice the interests of his village for the sake of face. The other villages are not that foolish. Especially for Kirigakure, which only has 1 tailed beast, Gaara may not even compete for it. But Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure will definitely fight for it. As for Takigakure, they have already lost their qualification. Upon hearing Lucier's words, Jiraiya did not continue to argue. He felt that Lucier made a valid point. Seeing that the discussion was coming to an end, Tsunade made a decision. Lucier, this time for the 5 Kage summit, you will go with Kakashi and me, while Jiraiya stays in Konoha. Sure, by the way, Jiraiya. After agreeing, Lucier reminded Jiraiya, tell Fukasaku that Naruto's progress in learning Sage Mode can be accelerated. The ninja world is becoming increasingly unstable, and Naruto should come back. All right, I'll notify him shortly, Jiraiya replied. Meanwhile, in the Amigakure, Obito was the first to launch an attack, dashing towards Nagato like lightning. Nagato's Rinnegan unleashed a powerful repulsive force, knocking Obito back. Conan took the opportunity to scatter a large number of explosive tags, and flames shot up into the sky. Obito activated his intangibility to evade the attack. The battle grew increasingly intense, and with everyone knowing each other well, it was not easy to determine a winner. After returning home, Lucier packed the things he needed. He had been in the Naruto world for many years. Except for special missions, Lucier rarely ate soldier pills. They were too tasteless and not good for his health. When Lucier arrived at Ino's flower shop, he watched Ino introducing flowers to a customer without disturbing him. After the customer left, Lucier walked into the shop and immediately gave Ino a big hug. Ino's business had really grown large now. In Konoha, it was just a bit smaller than Tsunade's. Lucier felt that he could get the hang of it quickly. What brings you here? Haven't you been very busy lately? Ino's words carried a hint of complaint and concern. Lucier quickly comforted, yeah, I've been really busy lately, but I have some time, and that's why I came to see you. By the way, Ino, I'm going to the Iron Country with the Hokage tomorrow. So let's close up early today and go have some barbecue. Okay, Ino readily agreed, as she had also been missing Lucier during this time. The next morning, just as the sun was rising, Tsunade set off with Kakashi and Lucier. This time, the 5 Kage summit was held again in the neutral Iron Country. After the 3 of them left the village, Tsunade walked in front, with Lucier and Kakashi following behind to protect her. However, they hadn't gone far when Tsunade suddenly sensed something was off behind her. She turned around and was immediately filled with rage, feeling a sharp pain in her chest, as if someone had hit her hard with a baby bottle. A group of shadow ninjas was leisurely carrying a luxurious palanquin, following behind at a slow pace. What made Tsunade even angrier was that Lucier, sitting in the palanquin, was comfortably eating fruit while admiring the scenery along the way. Damn it, as the Hokage of Konoha, I have to walk to the meeting and you gonna be carried? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she rushed straight to the palanquin without saying a word and yanked Lucier down from it. Immediately after, she sat down in the spot that originally belonged to Lucier and shouted, "Let's go." The shadow ninjas responsible for carrying the palanquin completely ignored Tsunade, making the situation a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Lucier, who had been pulled down, stood there in shock, staring at Tsunade, who had taken over his seat. Seeing that the shadow ninjas did not respond to her command, Tsunade used the legendary money technique. Then, she turned to Lu Shi and said, "The reward for an S-rank mission." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's eyes instantly lit up, and a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. He quickly turned around and shouted to the group of shadow ninjas, "Lift the sedan." After shouting, Lu Shi regretted it, feeling like he was acting like a eunuch from ancient times. Forget it, he thought. What matters is the money in hand. In fact, Lu Shi wasn't short on money right now. He just enjoyed the feeling of making money. Deer approached Kakashi and said, "Our Konoha's Umbu captain. Walking really doesn't suit your temperament. Should I get you a palanquin?" "No money," Kakashi replied and walked away. It wasn't that he didn't want to ride in a palanquin. He simply didn't have the money. However, Deer didn't treat Kakashi poorly and let him ride on the head of a troll soldier. Deer sure summoned a palanquin from the shadow space and sat on it. Kakashi and the others set off like this. At first, Kakashi felt a bit awkward, but later realized it wasn't bad, mainly because the troll soldiers were very tall, making it quite comfortable to ride on them. So he began reading a book while sitting on the troll soldier's head. The group's speed was very fast, and they reached the Land of Iron in just 7 days. As soon as they arrived in the Land of Iron, they encountered Terumi, Mei, and her companions from a mist-hidden village. The moment Kakashi saw someone, he immediately jumped down from the troll soldier, mainly to avoid feeling awkward being seen. When Deershur got off the palanquin with Tsunade, Koyuki rushed in front of Deershur as soon as she saw him, grabbing his clothes, and then started to roar. "You must be Nara Deershur, you bastard. What kind of terrible book have you written? Do you have any idea that because of your book, Nagajuro has faced 3 assassination attempts?" Lu Shi removed Mei Ming's hand and adjusted his clothes, casually saying, "Sister, that's just for the plot. Besides, Nagatu is doing just fine now." Mei Ming snorted coldly. "If there's another incident like this, I'll hold you accountable." At that moment, Nagatu stepped forward to mediate. "All right, everyone is here for the Five Shadows Conference. Let's not let a small matter ruin the atmosphere." Upon entering the Land of Iron, Mitsubun was already waiting there. "You all have had a tough journey. I prepared a place for you to rest. Please come in." As they followed Mitsubun inside, Tsunade asked, "Have the others from the villages arrived?" Mitsubun turned his head and replied, "The Raikage, as the host, has already arrived. The Tsuchikage and the Kazekage haven't arrived yet, but they should be here soon." Just as they reached the resting area, a large man rushed over. He didn't look for anyone else, but ran straight to Lu Shi. "Lu Shi, you're here. I want to hold a concert in the Land of Iron. I've been waiting for you. I've held a few concerts before, but none were as good as the one you organized. This time you have to help me." The others looked at the two in confusion, wondering what their relationship was. Thinking, when did the relationship between the Cloud Village and Konoha become so good? This large man was, of course, Killer Bee. Hearing Killer Bee's words, Lu Shi patted his arm and said, "Killer Bee, holding a concert requires money. This isn't the Cloud Village. I can't just sign contracts everywhere." Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Killer Bee immediately took out a scroll and handed it to Lu Shi. Then he whispered in Lu Shi's ear, "This is what I've secretly saved up. Use it to hold the concert in the next couple of days. I've already learned the spinning 3.5 plus Thomas Whirl you taught me last time, and this time I want to surprise the audience." Lu Shi, "Damn, I was just saying it casually, and you really practiced it." Just as Lu Shi was about to say something, an angry voice shouted, "Killer Bee, you bastard, why is there 2 million less for buying ninja tools?" Hearing this, Lu Shi was stunned. "What the hell? You secretly saved this money. Didn't you steal it?" Thinking of this, Lu Shi quickly returned the scroll to Killer Bee. He didn't dare to touch this money, as it could easily cause trouble. Just as Rucky returned the money to Karabi, the Raikage's big foot arrived and kicked Karabi flying. Ignoring the two, Mitsuhashi took the people from a mist village in Konoha to rest, as he was already used to such things. This was the 3rd time the Raikage had beaten Karabi. In the evening, Karabi found Rucky again. "Rucky, take this money. I secretly save it up." Stop right there. Don't say anymore. When you mention saving up secretly, it makes me think of bad things. As for the concert, let's forget about it." Hearing Rucky's refusal, Karabi immediately pleaded, "Rucky, this money is really what I saved. There are 3 million Ryo. Please help me out. Didn't I promise you to go easy on someone named Sasuke? This time, if you help me, I'll agree to one of your requests." Deer thought for a moment and felt it was doable. When Naruto returns, he would let him learn about tailed beast control from Killer Bee. After all, Killer Bee is the perfect Jinchuriki. "All right, I agree to help you hold a concert. But you have to promise me one thing and can't back out." Upon hearing that Deer agreed to hold the concert, Killer Bee immediately assured, "I promise. As long as you don't make me do anything that would betray the village, I'll agree to anything you ask. Hearing Killer Bee's assurance, Deer revealed a cunning smile, but still asked, this money really is what you saved up, right? Are you sure you didn't steal it? Is Lucia really afraid of losing this money, or is it stolen? Of course, this is what I earned from the mission. That's good. Let's discuss the details of the concert now. 3 days later, the Five Shadows Summit officially began. In the lounge, a bruised and battered Karabi was telling Lucia about the excitement of the concert. To be honest, not many people in the ninja world are interested in attending concerts, especially not one hosted by a big guy like Karabi. So Lucia used some tactics. He had 10 special prize tickets printed. The flyer specifically stated that the merchants who obtained the special prize tickets could receive the order for ninja tools from the Hidden Cloud Village for next year. As a result, many merchants hired people to attend the concert, hoping to get a prize ticket and secure the order from the Hidden Cloud Village. Therefore, the scene was very lively, but this kind of excitement came at a price. The price of being beaten up by the Raikage. Lu was really annoyed by Karabi, pushed him away, and sat down next to Haido. Haido, where's your chi pao? Why are you wearing pants? It's really ugly. Huang Tu, hearing someone say his pants were ugly, Haido also started to complain. You think it's ugly too, right? I think so too. But my father told my grandfather that you would come along this time, so I wasn't allowed to wear that chi pao. Dear time. Good guy. These pants are meant to stop me. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Haido, I know a clothing store. How about I get you a beautiful chi pao? After Lu Shur finished speaking, it was obvious that Hei Tu was a bit moved, but Huang Tu interrupted. No need, just stay away from my daughter. After Huang Tu finished speaking, he directly pulled his daughter to his other side. This didn't faze Lu Shur. He continued to chat with Hei Tu over Huang Tu's day. You like high cuts, right? What size do you wear? I'll have the Shadow Ninja steal one for you. Hei Tu smiled slightly and said, haven't you seen me before? I really like that red one. Where's the clothing store you mentioned? Why don't we go there now? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Huang Tu cough, Lu Shur glanced at him and then took out a piece of candy and stuffed it into Huang Tu's mouth. Just as Huang Tu was about to protest, Lu Shur said, this is fruit candy. It's for a sore throat. Don't talk. Just hold it for a while and you'll feel better. Huang Tu, am I having a sore throat? Don't you have any idea what my coughing means? Ignoring Huang Tu's thoughts, Lu Shur continued chatting with Hei Tu's day. In fact, Lu Shur didn't have any ulterior motives towards Hei Tu. He simply wanted to fulfill his old wish. When he used to watch anime, he always wanted to measure the length of Hei Tu's legs, and now that he had the chance, he had to give it a try. When Lu Shur was chatting passionately with Hei Tu, he was pulled over by Chi La. What are you doing? Didn't you see I'm in the middle of a chat? Chi La lowered his voice and said softly, hey, you guy, weren't you in a Mabui before? How come you change your mind so quickly? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback for a moment. Then they all turned curious gazes towards Lu Shur. Some whispered to each other, while others simply stared intently at Lu Shur, seemingly trying to read something on his face. Lu Shur obviously did not expect Karabi to suddenly say this, and for a moment he was at a loss. However, he quickly reacted and shouted excitedly at Karabi, what? You're clearly slandering me. Everyone, listen up. He actually dares to openly slander me. While saying this, Lu Shur gestured wildly, trying to convince those around him of his innocence. However, the few people present were completely unmoved, merely looking at Lu Shur with disdain, as if they had already determined that he was a fickle and capricious person. Seeing that no one believed him, Lu Shur simply continued to chat with Haidu. Just as Lu Shur was walking towards the seat he had occupied earlier, Huang Tu suddenly sat down right next to him. When Lu Shur saw the situation, a smile immediately filled his face as he flattered Huang Tu, saying, hee, Uncle Huang Tu, you took my seat. However, Huang Tu remained unmoved, still sitting steadily in his place. Seeing that the space next to Hei Tu was empty, Lu Shur walked over, ready to sit down. But Huang Tu always managed to sit back at just the right moment. After several rounds of this back and forth, Lu Shur finally realized that he wouldn't be able to chat with Hei Tu today. In the end, he had no choice but to return to his original spot, sitting down obediently with his head down. At that moment, his face was full of resentment, resembling a child who had suffered a great injustice. Meanwhile, Chi Labi, on the side, cautiously muttered, am I wrong? Back in Yunin village, who didn't know you were always chatting and laughing with Mabu E? That was just liking her, right? Just then, Shoju walked over and sat down next to Lu Shur. She slightly turned her body, extended her arm, and seemingly casually brushed against Lu Shur's arm. Lu Xiuan was originally lost in thought, but was suddenly jolted back to reality by the touch. He abruptly raised his head, a hint of confusion and dissatisfaction in his eyes, and said irritably, what are you doing? However, Shimura seemed completely oblivious to his displeasure, the corners of her mouth lifting into a slight smirk, and she softly replied, "Isn't it strange? We're both beauties, yet the difference is so vast." Although her words sounded like a question, the implication was obvious. Seeing that Lucia did not respond, she pressed on, "Aren't you already in a relationship in Konoha? Why are you still flirting around outside?" Upon hearing this, the people around them instantly thought, "This guy's a scumbag, it's confirmed." Upon hearing this, Rushi immediately stood up, hands on his hips, and argued angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. I'm just chatting with them. It's not as terrible as you say. Besides, don't meddle in my relationship with Ino. If anyone dares to ruin our relationship, Hanabi, if you talk nonsense to Ino, be careful I call Shikamaru to deal with you." After saying this, he even deliberately shook his fist at Hanabi, putting on a fierce expression. Hanabi was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that she almost cried. The people around them exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. The whole situation became a bit awkward. Just then, they heard Tsunade's voice calling out, "Rushi, get in here now." As soon as Lucia walked into the conference room, he saw Yimu with a grim expression, staring at him intently. He probably didn't realize that if it weren't for the meeting, Yimu would have already gone outside, especially after Lucia had just offered to buy a cheapao for Hey Tuesday. Upon seeing Lucia enter, Tsunade said, "Lucia, we plan to establish an armed force to protect the Jinchuriki. However, we don't have any regulations yet, so we'd like to hear your opinion." After scanning the crowd, Deer slowly spoke. "Since this is an armed force to protect the Jinchuriki, the selection of personnel must be strict. Firstly, they must be trusted individuals from each village, with no ulterior motives. Elite ninjas can be selected from various ninja villages, and they must be skilled in teamwork." Tsunade slightly nodded in agreement, while Inoki coldly snorted beside her. "Do we need you to say that?" Deer did not pay attention to his dissatisfaction and continued, "Moreover, this team needs to be equipped with experts in sealing techniques specifically for dealing with tailed beast rampages. They also need to conduct simulated training for various dangerous situations that the Jinchuriki may encounter." At this point, the Mizukage asked, "How will we address the equipment issue? We can't just use ordinary ninja tools, right?" Deer Time smiled and said, "Special chakra suppression chains are essential, as they can restrict the actions of the Jinchuriki during a rampage. Additionally, there's specially designed protective armor that can withstand a certain degree of tailed beast attacks. Moreover, we need to establish an intelligence network to keep track of any forces that may threaten the safety of the Jinchuriki." After hearing this, everyone fell in a deep thought. Tsunade was the first to break the silence. "Dear Time's ideas are very comprehensive. We can formulate more detailed regulations in this direction." Noki snorted and said, "It sounds good, but all these things require a lot of resources. Where will the money come from?" Lucia answered as if he had been prepared. "The funding sources can be raised from multiple channels. The 5 great nations can share a portion of the costs. After all, ensuring the safety of the Jinchuriki is also a way to maintain peace in the ninja world. Additionally, we can accept donations from wealthy merchants or families, granting them corresponding honors or limited privileges for ninja protection." Everyone nodded in agreement. Raikage stroked his chin and said, "The personnel are selected, and the equipment and funds are secured, but what about the command system? With so many ninjas from different villages, we can't have them acting independently." Lucia thought for a moment and said, "We should establish a joint commander system, with each country selecting a respected and experienced ninja to take turns serving as a short-term commander. At the same time, we should set up a long-term advisory group, composed of the 5 Kages and esteemed elders from each ninja village, to discuss and make decisions on major issues together." Tsunade nodded and said, "Good. Then let's start refining the charter based on these points." Everyone agreed in unison, and a discussion about forming an armed force to protect the Jinchuriki finally yielded initial results. At that moment, Lucia poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. "The plan is good, but have you thought about something else?" Hearing this, several people looked at Lucia with puzzled expressions. Shikaji didn't keep them in suspense and continued, "Have you forgotten about the spots? That old guy might come out at any time, and with Obito's White Zetsu army gathering the tailed beasts, it's very likely they will be captured all at once." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense after Lucia spoke. Tsunade crossed her arms and said solemnly, "Lucia is right. Madara and Obito are indeed a huge threat." Raikage slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Then let's deal with them first before talking about protecting the Jinchuriki." Koharu shook her head. "It's not that simple. Their movements are unpredictable, and the White Zetsu army is numerous." Inoki's eyes flickered. Perhaps we can set a bait to draw them out. Everyone looked at him, and Inoki continued to explain. We can use the 8 tails and 9 tails as bait to attract Madara and Obito, but we should secretly arrange a heavy ambush. Dear time, lightning shadow, and Tsunade looked at Inoki with expressions of disbelief. Lucier said, if Obito really revives Madara and you use the 2-tailed beasts as bait, Madara will eat all the fishermen. Shikaji, I don't need to tell you how powerful Madara is. Upon hearing Lucier's words, Inoki also felt a bit abrupt. Madara is not someone who can be compared to a small fry like Obito. However, Inoki didn't tee back down and retorted, if this won't work and that won't work, then why not suggest something that will? After Inoki finished speaking, everyone looked at Lucier, eager to see what kind of suggestion this young man would make. Actually, regarding the White Zetsu army, Lucier had already informed them yesterday. Last time in the Rain Village, Lucier had even managed to snag one. Seeing the White Zetsu made everyone believe in the words from Lucier's book, although it mentioned the White Zetsu army. Protecting the Jinchuriki is not as important as protecting the tailed beasts. Once this was said, everyone was confused about its meaning. Lucier didn't keep them in suspense and explained everyone, right now, apart from the 1 tail, 2 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails, the other 5-tailed beasts are in a wild state. What I mean is, if your village has the capability to recapture them, then do so. If not, then send people to protect them. I believe Obito will definitely try to capture these wild-tailed beasts before going after the Jinchuriki. Of course, the protection of the Jinchuriki cannot be neglected. The condition for forming that earlier group can still be arranged, and that joint protection force for the Jinchuriki can also be established. However, there is no need to concentrate the Jinchuriki in one place. They can be protected in their own villages. If one Jinchuriki is attacked, the other villages must provide support. Although concentrating the Jinchuriki is unrealistic, this organization can still be formed. In the future, when fighting against the White Zetsu army, they won't be caught off guard, allowing them to adapt in advance. Upon hearing Lucier's suggestion, everyone felt it was quite reasonable. However, the 7 tails from Takigakure made the Raikage and Tsuchikage a bit envious. And the same went for Konan, as after all, it's a tailed beast. Who wouldn't he want it, except for Konoha and Sunagakure? Seeing the thoughts of a few people, Lucier continued, as for the 7 tails, we in Konoha don't want it. You can go and catch it yourselves. However, the village that captures the 7 tails must provide some compensation to the other villages. Also, there is still this big trouble with Obito in the ninja world. So let us try to avoid war. The 7 tails is right there. Whoever catches it first gets to keep it. Gar also said, our Sunagakure will not participate in the competition for the 7 tails. Whoever catches it should just give us some compensation. A few of them nodded in agreement with this condition. Lucier suddenly thought of something and added, now the tailed beasts are also missing, so when you go to other villages to capture your original tailed beasts, you must report it to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. This condition wasn't a big deal, so everyone agreed. After Lucier finished speaking, he left the conference room. The remaining matters no longer needed his concern as a lower ninja. However, Lucier knew that from today onward, the Animal Protection Association was officially established. The entire meeting lasted for 3 days. In the end, the 5 villages unanimously agreed to send 5 liaison officers to the other villages to relay information during emergencies. Of course, these individuals were not allowed to pass on any other information. At that moment, Lucier walked in. Everyone, have you finished your meeting? I have some information for you, which my shadow ninja just brought back. The few people looked at Lucier, eager to know what had happened. According to the information received, Obito had sent people to various villages to collect the bodies of powerful individuals, intending to use Edo Tensei to resurrect them for capturing the tailed beasts. Everyone was alarmed upon hearing this. Terumi Mei said, this is a problem. If a large number of powerful individuals are resurrected through Edo Tensei, it will be difficult for us to resist. Deer nodded, so we must take the initiative. After we return, we will seal the bodies of the strong ones, and once we eliminate Obito, we can bury them. No one wants the strong ones from their village to be desecrated, right? So this is the only way. Everyone felt that Deer's words made a lot of sense. Although digging up the graves of our ancestors seems a bit inappropriate, for the sake of the ninja world, we have no choice but to do so now. On the way back, Tsunade asked Deer, do we need to seal my grandfather and great-grandfather as well? No need, because due to the third's indulgence, the cells of the first and second Hokage have long been obtained by Orochimaru, so there is no need to dig up their graves. If I'm not mistaken, the second Hokage must have placed the first Hokage's body in a safe place, so you 1T be able to find it. The 3 quickly returned to Konoha. Once back in Konoha, Jiraiya handed the intelligence that Itachi sent back to Tsunade. After just a glance, Tsunade shouted, "What? Nagato is dead." Jiraiya said, somewhat sadly, "Yes. I heard that Kaguya ambushed Nagato and even took the Rinnegan." Lucier was a bit stunned when he heard the news. Thinking to himself, how could Kakashi die before he even came to Konoha? Jiraiya nudged Lucier with his arm. "What do you think Konoha should do now? Shouldn't we take the initiative?" "You go." Lucier replied. "Do you know where Obito is?" "I." Jiraiya was caught off guard by Lucier's question. He really couldn't find Obito. However, he wasn't quite ready to give up and asked Lucier, "Can you find him?" Deer waved his hand, showing an expression of helplessness. At this point, Jiraiya was completely disheartened. Tsunade ignored this matter and said to Jiraiya, "Go and call the heads of each clan over. I need to announce something." "Okay, I'll go right now." After Jiraiya left, Tsunade said to Deer, "In a while, it will be up to you to persuade the members of each clan to dig up the graves." "Deer time." Deer looked troubled. "Lady Tsunade, this is not an easy task." Tsunade patted his shoulder. "I believe you can do it. After all, you successfully persuaded people from other villages before." Soon after, the clan leaders began to arrive. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Deer took a deep breath and stood up. "Esteemed clan leaders, the reason I called you all here today is due to an urgent matter. We have received intelligence that Obito intends to use Edo Tensei to resurrect our powerful ancestors to fight for them, to prevent our ancestors from being humiliated. The best solution is for us to dig up their bodies and secure them properly." As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in chaos. Hyuga Hizashi was the first to stand up in opposition, exclaiming that this was an act of great disrespect. Deer hurriedly explained, "I understand everyone's feelings, but if the enemy uses them, forcing our ancestors to become tools of slaughter would be an even greater tragedy. We are only temporarily relocating them. Once the crisis is resolved, we will give them a proper burial." After some difficult persuasion, a few clan leaders began to waver. At that moment, Asuma spoke up. "Deer makes a valid point. Our Sarutobi clan is willing to cooperate." With a leader stepping forward, other clans gradually expressed their agreement. Deer finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the meeting, everyone went to discuss the matter of digging up graves. It wasn't just Konoha. During this time, people across the entire ninja world were digging graves. After Obito learned of this, he began to curse vehemently. He and Kaguya had just thought of this plan, and now it was being disrupted. Now it was just him and Kaguya left to collect all 9-tailed beasts, and he didn't know when that would be completed. "Damn it, Nara dear. How did he know our plan?" Yakushi Kabuto just agreed. "And now what do we have to use for Edo Tensei? Those ordinary ninjas? What use are those weaklings?" Hearing Obito's words, Kaguya didn't respond, but contemplated whether to bring Madara out now. The current situation had exceeded its plans, and neither he nor Obito had the ability to collect all 9-tailed beasts. At most, they could gather 2 or 3. Obito was angry, but did not abandon the plan. After discussing with Kaguya, they decided to change their strategy. Since they couldn't use Edo Tensei to resurrect numerous powerful allies to help capture the tailed beasts, they would focus on dealing with wild-tailed beasts first, capturing those before letting Madara handle the others. "Kaguya, find out the locations of the tailed beasts. Without Nagato, we will collect them ourselves." If I had known it would come to this, I shouldn't have let him execute this plan. Now everything has gone to waste. After Kaguya left, Obito took out the Rinnegan and implanted it into his left eye like a light bulb. In an instant, he felt as if he had been hollowed out. If it weren't for the Hashirama cells in his body, he might have collapsed long ago. 10 minutes later, Obito finally adapted to the eye and let out a hearty laugh. "Ha, Nara dear, you can't stop me." Meanwhile, in Konoha, the grave digging was progressing very smoothly. Deer supervised the excavation work while organizing people to seal the bodies. He placed all the corpses into the shadow space, ensuring their complete safety. Half a month later, the bodies of Konoha's powerful warriors were all sealed away. "Dear, do we really not need to care about my great-grandfather and the others?" Tsunade still looked a bit worried. "We really don't need to, and besides, I saw something interesting. The first and second Hokage are fighting alongside us to stop Madara's plan." Hearing this, Tsunade immediately rushed to Deer's side, anxiously asking, "Deer, quickly tell me, what exactly is going on?" Seeing Tsunade like this, Deer fabricated a reason. "I'm not sure the details. I just saw the first and second Hokage fighting with us." "Then who won?" "Lord Hokage, control your emotions. I only saw one scene. How would I know who won?" Upon hearing Deer's words, Tsunade stopped asking and began to think. Taking advantage of Tsunade's distraction, Deer quickly left the Hokage's office. He truly couldn't come up with anything else. Half a year later, "Jiraiya, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you and Naruto really have no coordination at all. This time, you let Obito escape again. Jiraiya ignored Deer's words and pointed ahead with his chin. Lu stopped scolding Jiraiya and looked ahead. At that moment, Itachi was quietly standing at the door, having already taken off his Akatsuki outfit and was carrying Samehada on his back. Oh, isn't this Itachi from the Akatsuki? Are you back to capture the Nine Tails again? Ignoring Lu's teasing, Itachi threw Samehada to Lu. Kisame said he wanted to take a walk in the ninja world, so he asked me to give you Samehada. Lu sure touched the Jiao-Ji and felt quite happy inside. This was a living weapon. Jiraiya walked over to Lu Shur with Naruto and began to examine the Jiao-Ji, sensing that it seemed quite like Naruto. Naruto, do you like this weapon? Lu Shur asked. Upon hearing Lu Shur's words, Naruto was initially taken aback. Then he nodded vigorously. I like it, big brother, I really like it. Lu Shur looked at Naruto and decided to tease him, saying, if you like it, you should look more. Naruto replied, Lu Shur, take me around Konoha. I don't have much time left. I will be leaving soon. While still teasing Naruto, Lu Shur handed the Samehada to Naruto and then walked into Konoha with Itachi. Naruto wanted to follow, but Jiraiya stopped him, shaking his head. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Naruto didn't pursue them further. The two walked along the streets of Konoha, and Lu Shur spoke up. Your body can hardly hold on, right? Hearing Lu Shur's words, Itachi didn't show surprise. Instead, he smiled bitterly. Yeah, I can probably live for another 6 months. You really can't hide anything from you. Sasuke has been looking for me lately, but I've been avoiding him. I wanted to come back and see Konoha, and then find him. We need to settle things between us. This time, Lu Shur didn't mock Itachi, but expressed his true feelings. Sigh. Why bother? Is the path you planned for Sasuke really the right one? Itachi replied, I don't know, but it's already come to this. I can only keep moving forward. As for right or wrong, it no longer matters. After saying this, Itachi suddenly changed the subject. Lu Shur, after Sasuke gets his revenge, I hope you bring him back. The two had unknowingly arrived at the former Uchiha clan's grounds. Lu Shur didn't answer Itachi's question, but pointed at the Uchiha clan's land and said, I divided the Uchiha's land among the rest of the village. Originally, this place was allocated to other families by the third Hokage. After I became the Hokage's advisor, I reclaimed it. However, why didn't he touch your house? I even sent people to repair it. Thank you, Itachi said, then headed towards the Hokage rock, with Lu Shur following him. Lu Shur's message was clear. Sasuke was always welcome to return. The two stood on the Hokage rock, looking down at Konoha. Suddenly, Itachi laughed. Lu Shur, you're truly insidious. Who would have thought? Chunin actually added so many drugs to that explosive tag. Among them were not only powerful drugs that could paralyze the nerves, causing one to instantly lose control of their body, but also laxatives that could cause endless diarrhea. There were even aphrodisiacs mixed in, such a despicable thing. If someone had seen Obito's miserable state at that time, they would probably be laughing uncontrollably. Even Kuro, who had always been by Obito's side, was so scared that he fled in a panic. Hearing this, Lu Shur proudly said, battle is battle. Only by winning do you earn the right to live. As for the means, who cares? Itachi also said, yeah, who cares? Lu Shur, I have a question for you. If you were me, what would you have done at that time? Seeing the confusion in Itachi's eyes, Lu Shur sat down and said very seriously, I really don't understand why Shursui said you think like a Hokage. You can't even figure this out. If I were you, I would abandon those who were planning a coup or leave with my clan. If no one followed me, I would take my family and leave or sacrifice those people. But I would absolutely never do something as insane as exterminating my clan. I could even take the heads of those who wanted to stage a coup to buy time for your family and myself. Once I grow up, no matter what Hokage or Danzo, if they dare to act up, I would kill them all. Even if I didn't have the ability to do that at the time, I would still take my family and escape, and when I grow up, I would take revenge. In my heart, family is the most important. Don't you care at all about Konoha? Listening to Itachi's foolish question, Lu Shur patiently explained, Konoha represents home, but it does not represent my family. My family is gone, so why should I care about this broken place? Itachi did not say anything further, but turned to leave. However, as he turned, he shed 2 tears, and at that moment, he missed his father and mother. When Riku returned to the Hokage's office, Naruto had already taken the Samehada. Did Itachi leave? Listening to Tsunade's words, Riku nodded and then sat down on the sofa. Tsunade continued, Conan also died recently. I really didn't expect that. So many explosive tags didn't kill Obito, and he was able to come out so quickly to capture the tailed beasts. Fortunately, he was stopped. Jiraiya chimed in, sigh. Obito's abilities are really troublesome, especially now that he has a Rinnegan. I don't know how to deal with him. Just drag it out. Once those two words were spoken, both Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Riku curiously. Haven't you noticed? Obito has lost quite a bit of weight recently. The Rinnegan isn't something just anyone can control. Something's come with side effects. Just like Nagato, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he possessed a vast amount of chakra. Even so, he became emaciated from the Rinnegan's drain. Although Obito has the white Zetsu cells, he also can't withstand the consumption of the Rinnegan. We just need to hold him off. When his body can no longer support it, we'll aim to destroy the Rinnegan. At that point, without the Rinnegan, it won't be too much of a problem to deal with Madara. Hearing Riku say this, the two of them didn't press further. However, Jiraiya still asked another question. Riku, are you planning to give Samehada to Naruto? Yeah, Samehada is of no use to me. Let Naruto have fun with that thing. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Riku, thinking to herself, such a powerful weapon has become a toy in your mouth. All right, I'm going to find Ino. You two single old men should think about your own issues. How long has it been? Why haven't you sent any letters yet? Especially you, Jiraiya. Deer pointed at Jiraiya. If you can't do it, just say so. Don't delay Tsunade's happiness. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, as he had now mastered it proficiently. The reason for his hasty departure? Because he saw Tsunade was about to explode with anger. Meanwhile, Itachi walked toward Sasuke, knowing that Sasuke was looking for him, and that he was prepared to face death. A few days later, the two brothers met at the Uchiha clan's South Shrine. Sasuke had arrived long before, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk, fixated on Itachi not far ahead. Itachi's figure appeared particularly lonely as he stood there quietly, seemingly isolated from the entire world. Itachi, today I will kill you, to avenge our parents and the clan. Sasuke's voice trembled slightly, but more than that, it was filled with excitement, the kind of excitement that came from being able to avenge his parents. Itachi slightly raised his head, his gaze calm and deep, as if he could see through Sasuke's heart. Sasuke, have you really made up your mind? I have. Sasuke's reply was resolute. He had to end it all with his own hands and avenge his family. Itachi's lips curled into a faint, helpless smile. Can revenge really bring you peace? Shut up. Sasuke shouted angrily, his body instantly transforming into a black flash as he charged at Itachi. His speed was incredible, as if he intended to pour all his anger into this attack. Itachi's body swayed slightly and vanished from a spot. Sasuke's attack missed. Sasuke abruptly turned around, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Itachi had already appeared behind him, hands forming seals, a powerful chakra surging from his body. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itachi's voice was low and powerful as a massive fireball surged toward Sasuke. Sasuke quickly retreated, simultaneously forming seals with his hands, ready to counter Itachi's attack. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke shouted, unleashing a huge fireball that raced towards Itachi. The two fireballs collided, creating a shower of sparks. Itachi, I will bury you here today, so you can accompany our clan in death. Itachi said nothing. His Sharingan spun wildly, and instantly, a large amount of black flames appeared on Sasuke's body. What is this? Sasuke was shocked. He felt the power of the black flames and immediately used the substitution technique taught by Orochimaru to evade them. Itachi saw Sasuke produce a clone and chose not to use Amaterasu for a reason. One was to let him go, and the other was to see how much Sasuke had grown. After escaping the black flames, Sasuke activated his cursed seal. He transformed into a form that was neither human nor ghost. Chidori, black and white lightning, surged from Sasuke's hand as he charged straight for Itachi. However, this technique posed little threat to Itachi, who easily dodged it. While Sasuke and Itachi were engaged in battle, Lu Shi was on his way there. When he read the original story, this part made him sad for several days. Although he didn't like Itachi's methods, it didn't stop him from being moved. How could he miss such a plot? Just yesterday, he had finally touched Ino's milk bottle and had forgotten about it until he woke up in the morning. Of course, he hadn't progressed to the final step with Ino. It was just a touch of the milk bottle. Lu Shi had already decided that since his future child would be so fortunate, he had to have two more. When Lu Shi jumped to the site of the brotherly duel, he saw Itachi spitting out blood and that annoying Kurizetsu. Lu Shi immediately summoned the Shadow Eaters. As soon as the three Shadow Eaters appeared, they charged at Black Absolute like 3 Tibetan Mastiffs. Black Absolute seemed to have a fear of the Shadow Eaters. Upon seeing them, it immediately burrowed underground like a rabbit seeing a dog. As for the task given to him by Obito, to hell with it. In the moment, Dush didn't interrupt the final farewell between the two brothers. Itachi and Sasuke both saw Dush, but neither of them spoke to him. Itachi saw Kurizetsu leave and walked straight towards Sasuke. This time, he didn't say, "my eyes," as it was a performance he put on to mislead the onlookers. Sasuke watched Itachi approach him and felt a bit scared, his legs trembling uncontrollably. During this time, he attacked Itachi twice with the Kusanagi sword and explosive tags. But Itachi activated Susanoo, rendering Sasuke's attacks completely ineffective. Sasuke continued to retreat until he stopped in front of Stone Tablet. Itachi struggled to walk towards Sasuke, each step appearing so difficult. Lu was feeling a bit sad, and suddenly he wanted to save Itachi, so he asked the system, "System bro, is there anything that can save Itachi? I suddenly don't want him to die." The system replied, "Host, there's something, but you need to draw lots to obtain it." Lu said, "Come on, don't play with me, just save him if you can." Ding! The resurrection liquid has been added to the lottery pool. The resurrection liquid can revive any deceased person without any limitations, as long as there is a part of their body, similar to the Edo Tensei technique. Lu exclaimed, "Wow, system bro, you're amazing. Does your system have a 5-star rating? I have to give you one." The system responded, "Host, this item affects the balance too much, so I can only add 10,000 bottles to your prize pool." Dear time. Lu Shur widened his eyes in disbelief. If all these 10,000 bottles were given to me, who in a ninja world would be my opponent? I could just wear them down. After a moment, Lu Shur calmed his emotions. With these things, not only would he not be afraid of dying, but the people around him wouldn't have to worry about that either. He could indulge himself without restraint. When Sasuke saw Itachi had walked up to him, Itachi stood in front of Sasuke, poked his forehead, and softly said, "Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time." This was Itachi's final farewell to Sasuke, a continuation of his protection and love for his younger brother. After saying this, Itachi fell down. At that moment, Sasuke was in a daze. He didn't understand what Itachi meant. He also leaned against the stone wall and sat down. Rushi jumped in front of the two brothers, ignoring the bewildered Sasuke, and placed Itachi's corpse into the shadow space. After doing all this, Rushi turned to leave, but just as he turned around, he was called to stop by Sasuke. "Rushi, do you know what Itachi's words meant before?" Dear Time turned around, thought for a moment, and said, "What I tell you, you may not believe. Go seek the answer yourself. Once you find the answer, come back to Konoha. I have prepared a surprise for you." After saying that, Dear Time left. On the way back, Lu Shur had a detailed discussion with the system about the resurrection liquid. "Brother system, can a person who has been dead for many years be revived?" "Of course, but you know the odds of winning the lottery. I can't guarantee how many you can draw. While I can increase the items, I can't solve the probability issue." "That's still pretty good. Thank you, brother system." Lu Shur happily returned to Konoha, and he had already thought about who to resurrect first, but of course, that would depend on drawing first. On a clear morning 5 days later, sunlight poured into the Hokage's office through the window. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was extremely tense. Tsunade stood up, tightly gripping a pen that had already been broken, her eyes wide with suspicion as she stared at Lu Shur in front of her, loudly questioning. "Lu Shur, are you really not lying to us?" When facing Tsunade's questioning, Rushi appeared quite calm, but he couldn't help feeling a bit anxious inside. After all, what he was describing was astonishing. Being able to resurrect the dead and return them to their state before death sounded like a fairy tale. Not only was Tsunade hard to believe, but even Jiraiya, who was sitting beside her, wore a face of disbelief. He frowned and shook his head, saying, "Rushi, your ability is truly unbelievable, isn't it? To achieve such a feat is far more impressive than the Edo Tensei." In fact, just 15 minutes earlier, Rushi had told Tsunade and Jiraiya about this matter. However, he didn't mention the system. Instead, he claimed it was a new ability he had awakened. From the moment they heard about it, their faces had been filled with shock and skepticism. Prior to this, Rushi had first shared this with his father. He had thought his father would be pleasantly surprised by his ability, but to his surprise, his father merely stated that the Nara clan was known for its longevity, and most clan members eventually passed away naturally. Therefore, his father advised Rushi not to waste such a precious opportunity lightly, and sternly warned him never to publicize such matters. Lu Shur was well aware of his father's concerns. If the outside world learned that he possessed such abilities, it would likely attract countless covetous eyes and scheming. Tsunade hurriedly walked into the next room, her steps so quick that it seemed she might spark a trail of fire. She swiftly reached for a dusty scroll from the shelf, gave it a gentle shake, and the scroll unfurled to reveal a coffin. Tsunade carried the coffin back to where she was, carefully placing it on the ground, then turned to Lu Shur, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Lu Shur, inside lies my brother, Naoshu. I hope you can demonstrate your special ability and see if you can bring him back to life. Deer glanced at Tsunade with a sidelong look, secretly muttering to himself. Humph, your pretense of selflessness is really quite obvious. If it weren't for the fact that you're the Hokage, I wouldn't even bother with you. Deer did not speak. He simply raised his right hand silently, extending 3 long fingers. Upon seeing this, Tsunade nodded without hesitation and replied, "No problem. As long as you can successfully revive S.H. Ju, I will pay you the reward for 3 S-rank missions." For Tsunade, if she could really bring her beloved brother S.H. Ju back to life, she wouldn't mind paying not just 3 S-rank mission rewards, but even 30 or 300 she would willingly pay. After receiving Tsunade's affirmative response, Deer slowly walked forward and stored the coffin containing S.H. Ju's remains into the shadow space. Next, Deer instructed the ninjas in the shadow space to carefully apply the resurrection liquid onto S.H. Ju's remains. The entire resurrection process would take about 3 hours to complete. After arranging everything, Deer thought of Uchiha Itachi. However, he did not intend to revive Itachi at this time. Itachi had been through too much over the years, so he should rest for a while. Lady Tsunade, reviving someone is not a simple matter. The whole process will take about 3 hours. So haha, I hope you can prepare my reward in advance, Deer said with a grin to Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Tsunade quickly walked over to Jiraiya's side without hesitation. She swiftly bent down to pick up the large scroll belonging to Jiraiya on the ground, then unceremoniously unfolded it. Tsunade's hands moved like the wind as she rummaged through the scroll. In no time, thick stacks of cash appeared in her hands. Without a word, Tsunade threw the money at Deer as if she were throwing away trash. Watching his hard-earned savings being tossed to Deer like that, Jiraiya felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but yell, "Tsunade, leave me some. That's all my savings." However, Tsunade ignored Jiraiya's protests and replied without looking back, "Stop whining. I am your wife, so of course I have the right to use this money." After saying that, she shot Jiraiya a glare. Deer, standing to the side, was dumbfounded by the scene before him, secretly thinking, "Wow, I didn't expect you, Tsunade, to say anything for this little bit of money from Jiraiya." Meanwhile, Jiraiya, despite seeing his wealth about to disappear, surprisingly didn't care at all. At that moment, he was already immersed in Tsunade's words, "I am your wife," feeling as if he had floated to Cloud 9, completely forgetting the harsh reality that he was about to become a penniless man. Seeing Jiraiya's blissful expression, Deer decided to provoke him a bit. "Lady Tsunade, I heard that you once had a lover named Kato Dan. Hee, look here, this money is quite a lot. Enough for both of you to be revived. How about I help you revive him too?" Deer said with a big smile. However, Jiraiya, who had just taken a sip of water, instantly sprayed it out and began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. He stared wide-eyed at Deer, inwardly cursing. This guy really doesn't know how to read the room. Are you really going to use my money to facilitate a reunion between Kato Dan and Tsunade? Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt like the biggest fool in the world. At this moment, Tsunade's previously calm face gradually revealed a hint of sadness, and she gently asked, "Even if there are only ashes left, can you still revive them?" Lucier was momentarily speechless, frozen in place. After a long while, he scratched his head and awkwardly said, Tsunade-sama, I really don't have the ability to bring ashes back to life. I'm really sorry." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes dimmed. She recalled the scene from years ago when she had personally sent Kato to the cremation platform, leaving Konoha with his ashes. And a deep sense of regret surged within her. 3 hours wasn't really that long, but waiting for 3 hours was indeed quite torturous, especially when waiting for a loved one to be revived. Tsunade paced back and forth, and Lucier understood her feelings, so he didn't say anything. Finally, the 3 hours were up, and the coffin slowly emerged from the shadows. Tsunade looked at the coffin containing her brother with excitement. From a pile of bones to a complete body, she could see S.H. Ju lying in the coffin from a distance. Tsunade rushed over, knelt beside S.H. Ju, and tears instantly blurred her vision. So. Tsunade trembled as she gently caressed her brother's face, her voice filled with sobs. S.H. Ju slowly opened his eyes. His vision was a bit blurry, but he quickly recognized the person in front of him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, which was soon replaced by deep sadness. "Sister," S.H. Ju called softly, his voice weak yet filled with emotion. Tsunade could no longer hold back and hugged S.H. Ju tightly, crying uncontrollably. Years of longing, pain, and guilt transformed into tears at that moment, flowing freely. She held on to S.H. Ju tightly, as if afraid he would disappear from her side again. "S.H. Ju, you're back. You finally came back." Tsunade sobbed, her body trembling slightly, and her tears soaked Ju's clothing. Just then, Jiraiya walked over. He stood to the side, watching this long-separated brother and sister reunite. Feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart, he silently stood there, not knowing what to say, only able to offer them support with his gaze. Ju's gaze swept across the crowd, eventually landing on Jiraiya. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, followed by a teasing smile. "Aren't you my sister's stupid teammate?" Although Ju's voice was weak, it carried a hint of jest. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya showed a slightly embarrassed smile. He scratched his head and said helplessly, Ju, so many years have passed, and you're still so sharp-tongued. But now I'm your brother-in-law. Ju smiled slightly, but his smile quickly froze. A hint of confusion crossed his eyes, seemingly trying to recall something. Brother-in-law. Ju discovered the blind spot. Jiraiya's face turned bright red upon hearing this. He quickly waved his hands, stammering, No, Ju, don't say that. I'm not your brother-in-law. Your sister and I are just. Tsunade heard this and lifted her head, wiped her tears, and revealed a helpless smile. She looked at Jiraiya and softly said, Ju, you don't have to worry about this idiot. I'll tell you about him later. Ju was taken aback, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. He looked at Jiraiya and then at Tsunade, seemingly trying to understand everything. Seeing Ju's bewildered expression, Tsunade gently set him down, sat up, and began to tell him about the events that had transpired in Konoha over the years. Ju, so many years have passed, and Konoha has changed a lot. Tsunade's voice was calm and gentle as she looked at Ju, her eyes filled with love and guilt. After you left, Konoha went through many storms, wars, rebellions. Countless ninjas sacrificed their lives to protect the village, and we have been working hard to protect this land. Gradually showing a hint of focus in his eyes. He knew that during the years he was gone, Konoha must have faced numerous hardships. I have never gotten over it. Tsunade's voice became choked with emotion. Your departure was a huge blow to me. I always felt that I didn't protect you well. It was my fault that you left me. Ju's eyes flickered with pain upon hearing this. He reached out, gently holding Tsunade's hand, and softly said, Sister, don't say that. I know you have always worked hard, and I'm proud to have you as my sister. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Tsunade's eyes again. She tightly grasped Ju's hand, as if at that moment, all her pain and guilt found relief. All these years, I've been away, and I just returned. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of tenderness. Ju looked at his sister, a flicker of pain in his eyes. He softly said, All right, sister, I will protect you from now on. Jiraiya, seeing the two siblings like this, wore a warm smile. Sister, these years must have been tough for Konoha. Ju asked softly. Tsunade nodded and said, Yes, Konoha has gone through too many storms. But fortunately, we have always been working hard. Over the years, the village has been slowly recovering and developing. Although there are still many difficulties, we have never given up. Ju's eyes showed a hint of comfort upon hearing this. He knew that the ninjas of Konoha had always been working hard to protect this land, and he hoped to contribute something to the village as well. Lucier, it was he who saved you. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of gratitude. He used his special ability to give me the chance to see you again. Ju's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. He looked at Lucier and softly said, Thank you, Lucier. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to return. Lucier smiled slightly upon hearing this. He gently shook his head and said, You don't need to thank me. It's what I should do. I'm already very satisfied that you have come back. Shengtong nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that now that he was back, he couldn't let his sister and everyone else worry anymore. All right, you two. Let's save the reminiscing for when you get home. I have something to tell you. Upon hearing Lucier's words, Tsunade and Jiraiya stared intently at Lucier. Want to know if he had some special ability again. Lu was a bit uncomfortable being looked at like that, and then said, Don't look at me like that. I'm just letting you know that the cooldown for my resurrection ability isn't very long. I don't know exactly how long it is, maybe a day, maybe a month, or maybe a year. Just have the bodies ready for resurrection. Ashes won't work. At least it needs to be bones, like the complete remains of a person. It takes 3 hours for that, but if the bones are incomplete, it will take a week. All right, I'm going to find Ino now. You two can chat slowly. After Lucier finished speaking, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to run away. Sister, that was Great-Grandpa's Flying Thunder God, right? I want to learn it too. Tsunade affectionately patted Shasha's head and said gently, Okay, once your body has fully recovered, I'll teach you the Flying Thunder God. All right, by the way, sister, I'm really hungry. Hearing her younger brother say he was hungry, Tsunade yelled at Jiraiya beside her. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Shoshu say he's hungry? Go prepare some food. With the passage of time, Shoshu's body gradually regained its health. He started training again, regaining his strength. He knew that now that he was back, he couldn't let his sister and everyone else worry anymore. He saw the prosperity of Konoha and the efforts of the ninjas. He understood that Konoha had gone through too many hardships over the years, but everyone had not given up. He felt an immense sense of pride because he was also a part of this village. With Shoshu's persistence, he returned to the ranks of ninjas. He used his strength to protect Konoha and defend the land he loved. Shoshu's return brought new hope to Konoha. His presence allowed Tsunade and Jiraiya to rediscover the warmth they hadn't felt in a long time. Shoshu's return marked a new beginning for Konoha and for himself. Shoshu also got to know Lucier again. He learned that Lucier was the strongest of the new generation. So his goal was to first surpass Lucier and then surpass his grandfather. Dear Time didn't know Rope Tree's thoughts. If he did know about Rope Tree's idea, he would only tell him, young man, wash up and go to sleep. You can dream of anything, even if he wouldn't dare to say he could surpass Senju Hashirama, mainly because Hashirama's sage body and wood release are too misunderstood. Dear Time, you must have had a tough time these years, Rope Tree said softly. When Lu heard Qingshu's words, he was slightly taken aback and then said, it's nothing hard. Isn't that how ninjas are? After saying this out loud, he added in his heart, what the hell is hard? I just take on missions when I'm free, and when I'm not, I practice my dragon claw hand. Life couldn't be better. Qingshu nodded, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Deer looked at the way Rope Tree was getting pumped up and finally understood why Naruto could cure Tsunade's hemophobia. Their personalities were practically cut from the same mold. Just then, Naruto also came over. In the past few days, Naruto had become familiar with Rope Tree, and both of them were busy discussing their aspirations to become Hokage. This was driving Jiraiya crazy. A little bickering was fine, but the two of them often spar with each other. Sparring wasn't really the issue, but rather that they didn't go to the training grounds. They did it right in Jiraiya's yard. Jiraiya's house was almost in ruins, and Tsunade didn't say anything when she saw it. She just took Rope Tree home with her at night. That night, Jiraiya and Naruto were shivering in the ruins. One day, Jiraiya found Deer, who was still telling Ino the story of how the king of dance in the ninja world was betrayed by Kaguya, when Jiraiya dragged him out of the flower shop. Deer, help. I can't take it anymore. You have to save me. When Lucier saw Jiraiya looking at him with a foolish expression, he spoke up about why he was looking for Lucier. Lucier, you need to take care of Naruto and Ju. They're at it again. Upon hearing this, Lucier asked, why don't you go find Tsunade? Ju is her brother. Jiraiya sighed, I did. But Tsunade said she wouldn't intervene and warned me that if I didn't take good care of Ju, she'd break my bones. Seeing Jiraiya's miserable expression, Lucier decided to help him this time. When Lucier arrived at Jiraiya's house, he saw the two of them, Naruto and Ju, practicing physical techniques. To put it simply, Ju was clearly no match for Naruto. Ju was only 12, while Naruto was already 16. Moreover, Naruto had already mastered Sage Mode. But they were just sparring with physical techniques and not using ninjutsu, or else there wouldn't be a house left standing. Lucier, why do I feel like Naruto gets especially excited when he sees Ju? Rushi thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because they saw their kind. Jiraiya didn't pay attention to him and walked to the center of the yard. Young heroes, please put away your powers. Upon hearing Rushi's words, the two stopped in unison and approached Rushi. Big brother, you're here. Is my taijutsu strong now? Seiyusai tsomefhat unkonbinket. My taijutsu is much stronger than yours. You can't beat me. What did you say, brat? It's clearly me letting you win, okay? Seeing that these two were about to argue again, Rushi quickly intervened. All right, since both of you claim to have strong taijutsu, then you can both fight me at once. If you win, I can grant you one wish, including reviving your parents. Naruto. Upon hearing Rushi's words, Naruto was stunned, and Jiraiya hurried over to ask, Rushi, has your ability recovered? Deer nodded. Naruto shed tears and then asked with a crying tone, brother, is what you said true? Lucier pointed at the rope tree with his finger. He is the one I revived using my powers. You can ask Jiraiya. Naruto immediately looked at Jiraiya, who nodded at him. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto instantly used the multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto, that's cheating. Shadow clone is also a ninja technique. Naruto grinned and said, big brother, you just said that. Lucier, hey, all right, I'll show you what the 12 paths of kicking legs are. In the past few years, I've had my hands in my pockets and haven't encountered any opponents at all. The rope tree has also used shadow clone technique, with only 3 clones. But that's not bad. Soon, the 3 of them began their physical technique sparring. Sweeping kicks, horizontal kicks, waist kicks, front kicks, side kicks, soul, severing whip, lifting leg, inch leg. Each kick sent one to shadow clone scattering. Lucier has perfected the 12 styles of bouncing legs through skills like bouncing, stepping, intercepting, kicking, chopping, hanging, sweeping, whipping, kicking, kneeing, swinging, and grabbing, all of which he self-taught in his previous life. However, due to limited time and talent, and with no teacher to guide him, he only mastered the basics. But in the world of ninjas, it was different. He picked up the 12 styles of bouncing legs again and found that it felt quite good. Hey, can you all stop? If you keep fighting, I won't have a place to stay tonight, Jiraiya said with tears in his eyes, but the 3 did not listen to him. Just as Lucier was rampaging, a loud shout came from behind. You 3 bastards, do you want to destroy Konoha? When Riku used the flying thunder god and ran away, he didn't even need to look. He could tell from the sound that Tsunade had arrived. Damn it, he got away. Jiraiya, what is going on? Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya quickly explained. Riku said he was sparring with Naruto and Sasuke, and if they win, he would resurrect Minato. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade didn't continue to be angry, but instead smiled slightly. All right, Jiraiya, go prepare Minato's body. Also, why haven't I seen Sasuke? At that moment, Naruto ran over and pointed. Tsunade turned around to see Sasuke foaming at the mouth, hanging on the wall. Damn Riku, how could he be so rough? Tsunade hurriedly took her brother down from the wall, shot Jiraiya a glare, and then carried Sasuke back to the office. 3 days later, in the Hokage's office, when Minato slowly opened his eyes, he saw a familiar, yet unfamiliar face. It was Jiraiya, his teacher. Minato's mind was still in chaos. He remembered that he had clearly died. So how could he be here? His soul was sealed. So how could it have returned to this world? Minato, you finally woke up. Jiraiya's voice carried a hint of relief and a touch of complex emotion. Minato struggled to sit up. His body was still very weak, but he tried hard to appear calm. Teacher, what is going on? How could I? Jiraiya sighed and briefly explained the situation about Riku resurrecting him. In fact, Riku wasn't even sure if he could resurrect Minato, since Minato's soul was sealed in the mask. As Minato listened, his expression gradually became complex. He thought of his son, Naruto. He didn't know how Naruto had been during the years he was gone. He wondered if his sudden return would cause trouble for Naruto. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the door. It was Naruto, his son. Naruto's eyes were filled with tears. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his father. His father had died right after he was born, so he had no impression of him at all. It was Jiraiya who had shown him a picture of his father, which made him realize he was the son of the 4th Hokage. Looking at the face that was exactly like the one in the photo, Naruto trembled Dad. He stepped forward and rushed towards Minato. Minato also stood up, opened his arms, and embraced Naruto tightly. In that moment, the father and son held each other, crying uncontrollably. Tears streamed down Minato's face as he felt he owed Naruto so much. When he left, Naruto was still a child, and now, Naruto had grown up to become a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. Dad, are you really back? Naruto choked out. Yes, Naruto, I'm back. Minato's voice also trembled. They cried for a long time until Tsunade's voice broke the silence. Minato, since you've been resurrected, you should take over as Hokage. If you have any questions, you can ask Jiraiya or Riku. Tsunade's voice was calm, but this statement left Minato stunned. He looked up at Tsunade, feeling somewhat helpless and a bit amused. You resurrected me just so I could work? Is this how you treat the dead? He said with a bitter smile. Tsunade didn't answer, only saying lightly, It's what the village needs. Then she turned and left. Minato watched Tsunade's back, knowing he had no choice. Returning to this world meant he had to take on his responsibilities again. Dad, will you stay? Naruto wiped his tears, looking at Minato. Minato nodded. Yes, I will stay. I will make it up to you, my son. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Naruto's eyes. He knew his father had returned, and his life would become even better. Meanwhile, Riku stood aside, watching all of this with a slight smile. He knew his efforts were not in vain. He had brought Minato back to this world and allowed the Hidden Leaf Village to regain its former yellow flash. However, Riku still said, Minato-senpai, your resurrection fee is 30 million Ryo. How do you plan to pay? Upon hearing Riku's words, the 3 of them were momentarily taken aback. Then Minato smiled and said, Your name is Riku, right? Thank you for resurrecting me and allowing me to see Naruto. As for the money, it's not a problem. I'm quite wealthy. After saying this, Minato looked at Naruto. Naruto, go get 30 million Ryo for Riku. Naruto, Seeing Naruto staring blankly at him, Minato tentatively asked, "Naruto, you haven't spent all the money from that street of shops, have you?" Naruto, looking at Naruto's confused expression, Jiraiya explained to Minato, "After you died, the third Hokage took back that street and only gave Naruto a little living allowance each month." Lu Shi, who loved to watch the excitement, added, "That little living allowance barely fills the stomach. When Naruto is hungry, he still has to go catch fish in the river." Jiraiya-sama, why are you still defending the third Hokage? Is it really that hard to speak the truth? Jiraiya felt a bit embarrassed by Lu Shi's words, mainly because he found it hard to speak about the things the third Hokage had done. Minato also noticed his teacher's insincerity and then looked at Naruto. Naruto then recounted the events of the past few years. "That money barely lets me eat, but no one in the village sells me anything, so I can only buy expired food. It wasn't until I started school that my older brother often lent me money, saying I could pay him back when I became Hokage. That's when I could finally eat my fill. Later, when the perverted sage returned, he took care of me, and from that point on, I didn't have to worry about money." Minato felt both angry and heartbroken. He sacrificed himself for the village, and the third Hokage was supposed to take care of his son like this. Jiraiya quickly said, "Minato, don't be angry. The third Hokage is already dead, so there's no need to pursue this any further." Jiraiya then recounted how Orochimaru killed the third Hokage, and Minato began to understand. Minato stepped in front of Lu Shi and solemnly bowed, thanking him. "Thank you, Lu Shi, for taking care of Naruto. As for that 30 million Ryo, I will pay you back as soon as possible. Notarus, since Tsunade-sama has asked you to become Hokage again, there are some things I need to tell you. Recently, Jiraiya handed over the role of Hokage's advisor to me. Now I'm only responsible for dangerous missions, while Jiraiya handles the paperwork. The rest of the powers remain with the Hokage. You don't have to be a puppet Hokage anymore. Just call me when there are tasks. Don't seek me out when there's nothing going on. I just want to be the richest person in Konoha." After saying that, Kashin disappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Master Jiraiya, this is the Flying Thunder God, right?" Jiraiya nodded, "Yes. This is the second generation's Flying Thunder God. Kashin learns very quickly and uses it better than you in the second generation." Minato scratched his head. "By the way, Minato, Kashin has the ability to resurrect the dead, although the time cooldown is somewhat uncertain. Shinjuro was also resurrected. You should consider the possibility of bringing Kushina back to life." As soon as Lu Shi arrived home, he saw a white-haired figure sitting on his bed in his room. In the world of Naruto, the wheel of time rolls forward, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this half year, Konoha village has undergone tremendous changes, and the instigator of it all is, of course, Lu Shi. In the past 6 months, Lu Shi has successively resurrected the first, second, and third Hokage. Originally, Lu Shi did not intend to resurrect the third, but Asuma knelt before Lu Shi, his tears blurring his vision. He begged Lu Shi to bring his father back to life. Lu Shi was not a cold-hearted person, but when faced with Asuma's pleas, his heart softened. Since he needed someone after a while, Lu Shi decided to revive the third generation as well. During this time, not only did he resurrect 3 Hokages, but he also brought back Kushina, Kakashi, Shikaku, Shisui, Itachi, Fugaku, and Mikoto, one by one. When these familiar figures reappeared in the Hokage office, the entire Konoha village was plunged into shock. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere was tense and complex. The first, second, and third Hokages stood to the side, their gazes filled with both nostalgia for the past and confusion about the future. Meanwhile, Naruto, Kushina, Kakashi, and others were already in tears. They looked at each other, their tears blurring their vision, yet cleansing the dust in their hearts. Fugaku, Haven T, you always want to know why the second and third Hokages targeted the Uchiha clan? Now, you can ask clearly, said the calm voice of the deer time, piercing into the hearts of everyone present like a sharp blade. Fugaku raised his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He looked at the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, then glanced at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his lips trembling slightly. At this moment, he had waited too long, far too long. Why? Why did you target the Uchiha clan? Why did you make Itachi bear such a heavy burden? Fugaku's voice trembled but was filled with determination. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Fugaku, you must understand. The power of the Uchiha clan is too strong, strong enough to threaten the safety of the entire Konoha village. We did not target the Uchiha clan. We did so to protect the peace of Konoha village. Peace. Fugaku's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Is the so-called peace built upon the blood of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku, you are mistaken. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, interjected, his eyes filled with guilt. We never intended to harm the Uchiha clan, but at that time, we had no choice. Itachi made that choice to protect the village. Standing to the side, Itachi Uchiha's eyes flashed with pain. He had never imagined that one day he would face these former enemies, to hear them speak these words. His heart was filled with contradictions. Loyalty to the village mingled with guilt towards his family. Itachi, do you hate me? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Itachi, his eyes filled with guilt. Itachi was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Third Hokage, I have never hated you. I just hope that the village can truly have peace, without hatred and killing. At this moment, the Hokage office was silent. Everyone was immersed in the weight of this reunion, lost in the unspoken guilt and pain. Lucier stood aside, a mocking look in his eyes. Itachi, you idiot, didn't Shursui come back to life? You can ask him if he used any of the Kodoamit's Tsukumi on you. Shursui looked at Itachi and lowered his head in shame. Dear Time turned to second Hokage Tobirama and said, Second Hokage, Madara might be revived as well. Don't you hate him? You can go after him. We promise not to stop you. Just say it. If you hate Madara, then just hate him. Why drag the entire Uchiha clan into this? Tobirama couldn't stand being spoken to like this by a junior. Kid, watch your tone. I have no personal motives. Haha, you may have no personal motives, but your successor does. Minato, who was just minding his own business, felt awkward when the topic turned to him. He scratched his head and said, The Sarutobi clan currently has 749 registered ninjas. Everyone was shocked by this number, especially the second Hokage. The second Hokage walked up to the third Hokage, grabbed him, and left the Hokage office. Dear Time, thank you. Kushina approached Dear Time, her tears soaking her clothes. Thank you for allowing our family to reunite once again. Lucier smiled slightly, his smile carrying a hint of warmth. Kushina, your reunion is what I hope to see the most. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. The first Hokage, along with Kushina, Kakashi Hitaki, Shinosuke Sarutobi, Shursui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, and Mikoto Uchiha, all of whom had left a profound mark in the ninja world, gazed at each other, tears and smiles intertwining. When Lu turned his head, he saw Tsunade and Hashirama playing dice. Strangely enough, these two had been playing since the beginning, and after such a long time, neither of them had one. It was truly a peculiar thing. Dear Time clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself. All right, since everyone has been revived, I have something to say. There are too many Hokages in Konoha now. First, second, third, and fifth. These four are no longer suitable to be Hokage. It's time for you to retire. You can come out during battles, but let Minato continue as Hokage, and Jiraiya and Kakashi can form the Elder Council. The Hokage assistant will be Uchiha Fugaku. Of course, this is just my suggestion. You can decide for yourselves. I definitely want to take on the role of Hokage assistant again. With so many adults revived, it really wouldn't make sense for a child like me to be the assistant. At that moment, Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen also walked in. I have no objections. Let us go with what Dear Time said. After fighting for so many years, it's time for us to enjoy ourselves, said Senju Tobirama. Lucier didn't intend to let this old guy rest. That second-generation lord, you might not be able to retire. Obito and Kagaya are stirring, and you need to protect the tailed beasts. Okay, I could just take the monkey with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen. All right, it's settled then. Let's talk about something important. Upon hearing Lucier's words, everyone turned to look at him. Ahem, each of you who has been resurrected owes me 30 million Ryo. Try to pay me back within a year. After all, I also need to make a living. Everyone, inside the Nain Shrine, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense and mysterious. Orochimaru stood in the center, surrounded by Sasuke, Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo, who were busy preparing the preliminary work needed for the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Since Itachi's death, Sasuke had fallen into deep confusion. Although Itachi had permanently left this world, the turmoil in Sasuke's heart only grew stronger. Ultimately, he decided to use the power of the curse mark to resurrect Orochimaru and requested him to perform the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the previous Hokage from the Pure Land, hoping to gain the truth from them and find some comfort for his restless heart. To ensure this operation went smoothly, Orochimaru spared no effort. Over the past few days, he meticulously prepared every detail, continually refining the ritual process, and today everything was finally in place. He slowly turned around, directing his gaze at Sasuke behind him. Sasuke slightly nodded, indicating he was ready to welcome the upcoming important moment. After receiving Sasuke's signal, Orochimaru took a deep breath and quickly began to form hand seals. As his fingers performed intricate movements, strange lights flickered and intertwined in the air. However, at the moment he completed the hand seals, Orochimaru leaped without hesitation into another prepared body. Orochimaru knew that the soul of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had been sealed by a special technique. If forcibly summoned, it would come at a heavy price, which would invoke the Shinigami's arrival to take the soul of the caster. However, after Orochimaru hurriedly fled to another body, something surprising happened. The four sacrificial offerings that should have reacted lay completely still, as quiet as sleeping sculptures. Orochimaru, what is going on? Did you make a mistake at some point? Why is there no reaction? Could it be that you misremembered the sequence of hand seals before dying? A doubtful voice emerged from the crowd, filled with skepticism about Orochimaru's professional abilities. Hearing this, Orochimaru was instantly furious. As a well-known figure in the ninja world, how could he tolerate others so easily questioning his strength and ninjutsu? Nonsense. My technique is perfect. It absolutely cannot go wrong, he shouted in exasperation, then quickly moved his hands again to start forming the seals once more. In the following time, Orochimaru repeatedly attempted to use the impure world reincarnation technique. But each time the result was the same. The four sacrificial offerings remained quietly lying on the ground, showing no signs of awakening. After trying 4 or 5 times in a row, beads of sweat began to form on Orochimaru's forehead, and a sense of confusion and bewilderment arose in his heart. He had successfully used this technique many times before, but he had never encountered a situation like today. At this moment, Orochimaru did not know that the people he desperately wanted to resurrect had actually already been truly brought back to life. Since they had gained a new life, they naturally could not be summoned in this way again. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was watching coldly from the side, silently observed the scene before him, his face revealing an unmistakable look of disappointment. Finally, Sasuke slowly spoke. Enough, Orochimaru. This matter has exceeded your capability today. You don't need to try anymore. However, considering that you have taught me many ninjutsu techniques, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You can leave now. From this day forward, we are even and owe nothing to each other. After saying this, he turned away, not looking at Orochimaru again. After Sasuke left, Orochimaru tried several more times, but there was still no response. Sitting on the ground, he began to question his life, feeling as ridiculous as a top scientist who had forgotten the periodic table. After Sasuke walked out of the Nain's shrine, he felt even more confused, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Shi and decided to go back to find him. Perhaps Lu Shi could help him clarify the confusion in his heart. With this in mind, Sasuke headed toward Konoha. In the evening, the four of them arrived in Konoha. Sasuke wanted to go home to take a look, so he headed straight for the Uchiha clan area. As night fell and the moonlight bathed him like water, he stood in front of his house, breathing slightly heavier. This door, which he had entered and exited countless times before, now felt somewhat unfamiliar. Sasuke's fingers gently touched the door, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from inside the house, causing Sasuke's body to freeze instantly. It was his mother's gentle voice. "Dinner is ready. You all come eat." Then came Itachi's voice, low and gentle. "Okay, we're coming." Sasuke's mind instantly became chaotic. How is this possible? How can this be? He took a deep breath and forcefully pushed open the door. Everything before his eyes left him momentarily stunned. Inside, his mother was busy in the kitchen. His father sat at the dining table, and Itachi stood nearby, smiling at him. "Sasuke?" His mother's voice rang out again as she turned around and saw Sasuke standing at the door. A look of surprise spread across her face. "Sasuke, you're back?" Sasuke's eyes instantly filled with tears. He rushed into his mother's embrace, holding her tightly and crying loudly. At this moment, all his strength and indifference melted away. He cried like a child, without reservation. His mother gently patted his back, softly comforting him. "Don't cry, my child, don't cry." His father also stood up and walked over, gently patting Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke looked up, tearful eyes meeting his father's, who also showed a hint of tenderness. "It's good that you're back." Itachi stood by silently watching this scene, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. "Sasuke, stop crying. We are all here." Sasuke wiped his tears, looking at his family before him, feeling a warmth he had never experienced before. He choked out, "I thought I would never see you again." His mother smiled gently. "Silly child, how could that be? We have always been here, always waiting for you." Sasuke nodded, taking a deep breath to calm himself. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood, to that carefree time. He sat at the dining table, eating with his family, listening to his mother's nagging, his father's teachings, and Itachi's comfort. After dinner, Sasuke sat on the sofa, watching his family busily moving about. His heart was filled with gratitude and warmth. He knew he still had many things to do and many paths to walk. But at this moment, he just wanted to cherish the happiness in front of him. It wasn't until after dinner that Sasuke was sure this was real. He had thought it was an illusion. Even if it were an illusion, Sasuke didn't want to break it, because this was the scene he had always wanted in his heart. Then Sasuke voiced his confusion. Outside the Uchiha clan area, Yugo and Karen said, "Should we go in and check on Sasuke? It's taking too long." While the three of them were blowing in the cold wind at the water moon, Sasuke was listening to Itachi talk about the resurrection of the Hokage by the deer. It was just a pity for those three unfortunate souls. Throughout the long years in the ninja world, Konoha village has always carried countless legends and secrets. However, this time, what happened in Konoha was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves. The cause of the incident was the news of the resurrection of the Hokage. This news spread across the entire ninja world like it had grown wings, and the speed of its dissemination exceeded everyone's imagination. In an era where information was relatively slow to transmit in the ninja world, such speed was astonishing. This was enough to illustrate how great the impact of this event was. It had touched the most sensitive nerves of the entire ninja world. Other villages quickly learned of this news. They could hardly believe their ears, but they did not dare to ignore it easily. After all, the Hokage's position in the ninja world was an unshakable symbol. What did the resurrection of past Hokage mean? Did Konoha possess some astonishing power? Or was the entire ninja world about to face an unprecedented transformation? Soon, various villages sent invitations to Konoha with an urgent and serious tone, inquiring about the truth of the matter. They needed a clear answer, as it concerned the balance and future of the entire ninja world. Among them, the most irritable was the Raikage. His notorious temper was well known in the ninja world, and this time he even brought the corpse of the third Raikage with him. He wanted to see with his own eyes what Konoha was up to. If possible, he also wanted to resurrect his father. Meanwhile, the daimyo of the Land of Fire could not sit still either. He knew well the importance of the Hokage to the Land of Fire. The resurrection of past Hokage was both an opportunity and a huge challenge for him. He had to personally go to Konoha to see the truth of the matter. Thus, he hurried to Konoha, and in his carriage, there was a small coffin. Inside the coffin was his deceased daughter, his most beloved daughter. If the deer could really resurrect the dead, then he would definitely ask the deer to help him bring his daughter back to life. In fact, the daimyo was the first to receive the news. After all, with such a big matter, who could hide it from the daimyo? Konoha suddenly fell into an unprecedented tense atmosphere. Thick clouds seemed to shroud the sky above the village. The villagers were discussing among themselves, unsure of what was about to come. Was it the dawn of peace or the prelude to a new war? The higher-ups in the village, however, did not seem to care much. Since Hashirama had been resurrected, were they still afraid of those other villages? However, the development of events did not seem as simple as they imagined. The Raikage had already arrived at the gates of Konoha with his doubts. On a sunny and beautiful day, the Raikage led his group towards Konoha. Along the way, everyone was dusty and tired, yet they were filled with anticipation and tension. Finally, when they stepped through the familiar gates of Konoha, a figure appeared before them, none other than the legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato stood there, tall and upright like a pine tree, with an elegant yet commanding presence. The Raikage widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the living Minato before him, and could not help but exclaim, You really have been resurrected? And it seems not through the impure world reincarnation technique." Facing this former rival, a complex emotion surged within the Raikage. Minato smiled slightly, nodding to the Raikage as a response. His gaze was calm as water, but the respect contained within was evident. After all, the Raikage was also a respected strong warrior. Yes, all of this was thanks to the deer. If it weren't for his efforts, it would have been difficult for our family of three to have such a reunion. It would not have been possible to make up for the fatherly love owed to Naruto over the years. At this point, a hint of guilt flashed in Minato's eyes. However, changing the subject, Minato said, "All right, let's not dwell on the past for now. I imagine you must be very tired after your long journey. Why not follow my people to rest for a while?" After saying that, he waved to signal the nearby ninja to come and lead the Raikage group to the guest rooms. Seeing this, the Raikage no longer said anything. He also noticed that Minato seemed to be waiting for some important person. So he quietly followed the ninja who came to guide them, along with Killer Bee, Aoi, and a few guards, leaving the original spot to head to the resting place. The daimyo also arrived at Konoha at this time. Konoha was the first to inform the daimyo, but the preparations he made before coming, along with a large number of people, caused a slight delay. If the deer had been present, the daimyo would have arrived earlier. Minato, thinking back to our last meeting, you had just become Hokage then. Time flies, and it's hard to believe so many years have passed. The daimyo could not help but express such feelings. Minato smiled slightly in response. Indeed, time passes swiftly like a fleeting horse. However, daimyo, you still carry yourself with such grace and vigor. Today, the first Hokage is gambling with Tsunade at the casino, and the second Hokage is currently out on business and has not yet returned. Therefore, I can only come to welcome your esteemed self, and I hope you won't hold this against me, Minato continued. The daimyo waved his hand casually, seemingly not concerned about this matter at all. Oh, it doesn't matter. My main purpose for coming this time is to see that kid, the deer. As long as he is here, nothing else matters, the daimyo said with a smile. Minato, standing beside him, had already noticed the mysterious coffin following the daimyo, but he did not show much surprise. After all, with his experience and knowledge, he understood the deeper meaning behind the daimyo's words. Minato smiled slightly, responding leisurely. Daimyo, you may not know, but the deer is currently carefully selecting flowers that can improve your sleep quality at Ino's flower shop. How about this? You first move to the arranged accommodation to rest for a bit, and he will come to visit you soon. Hearing Minato's words, the daimyo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, nodding his head and praising. Haha, this kid really knows how to be considerate. Afterward, a special person led the daimyo to the resting place. Meanwhile, Minato was filled with doubts, pondering why the deer was treating the daimyo with such enthusiasm. If the deer could know what Minato was currently thinking, he would probably burst out laughing and unabashedly answer. Hehe, in this ninja world, people like the daimyo, who are foolish and wealthy, are truly rare. It's hard to come across one, so of course I have to seize the opportunity and cherish it. 3 days later, the Tsuchikage brought the Kage to Konoha. This time, Akatsuki also changed into a Chiepao, followed by Mizukage Meiterumi and Kazekage Gaara, turning Konoha into a bustling scene. The conference room was filled with people, with all 5 Hokage of Konoha present. Hokage, you should know the purpose of our visit, right? Can you tell us Konoha's stance? This time, the Raikage was quite honest, speaking politely. There was no way around it. Senju Hashirama was sitting right there. Currently, the one in charge of Konoha was Minato. Minato said, I understand everyone's purpose for coming, but I can't manage this matter. If you have ideas, you can go find the deer, as he is the key. Gaara looked at Hashirama and asked, First Hokage, may I ask if you have regained your strength from your lifetime after being revived? Just as Hashirama was about to speak, Tobirama interrupted him. The resurrected person, my elder brother, was injured in his lifetime, so this time he was revived with only 70% of his original strength. The crowd rolled their eyes at Tobirama, not believing this cold-hearted and ruthless second Hokage at all. Kuratsuchi looked at Minato and asked, So the Hokage means that if Riku is willing, you won't stop us from reviving the strong ones of the village? Minato nodded. Yes, if you have the ability, feel free to try. In this matter, we in Konoha will not interfere. After saying this, Minato secretly thought to himself and silently added, Umph. If that kid Riku doesn't clean out all the money in your pockets, then you guys are really impressive. After spending time with Riku, he had deeply realized that this guy was just a little devil who was obsessed with money. At that moment, Minato noticed that the Tsuchikage seemed to want to ask him more questions. Without hesitation, he directly interrupted the other party's words. Minato, with a serious expression, said, Everyone, about this matter, all I can tell you is this much. As for other more detailed situations, you can go ask Riku yourself later. Now, let's quickly talk about Obito and Kagaya. After hearing Minato's words, the people present exchanged glances. Although they might still have some unresolved doubts in their hearts, they ultimately chose to respect Minato's decision and did not continue to press for answers. Then, Minato looked around at everyone and spoke heavily. Everyone, I must solemnly inform you of a crucial matter. That child Riku has a pair of magical eyes that can see the past and foresee the future. I have verified this fact with the first Hokage and the second Hokage, and there is absolutely no mistake. Because of this, Our entire ninja world is now facing an unprecedented crisis. If we cannot unite and work together to overcome this difficulty, then the continent we live on will likely suffer a disastrous fate. Upon hearing this, the meeting room instantly erupted. Raikage stood up abruptly and shouted, "What should we do?" Minato raised his hand to signal for silence and continued. Although Riku has special abilities, the visions he sees are currently limited and vague. Our priority is to ensure the safety of the tailed beasts. The meeting lasted for more than 3 hours. After discussion, it was decided that each ninja village would send elite ninjas to take turns guarding the tailed beasts. As the Jinchuriki, their safety is crucial. Normally, powerful ninjas from their own village would be responsible for protection. However, if the situation is special, sending the Jinchuriki to Konoha is also a good choice. After all, Konoha has the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, a godlike existence. His invincible power and unreasonable wood release can deter any enemy who intends to harm the Jinchuriki. At that moment, the sun was shining on the quiet village streets, and Riku was happily chatting with Kuratsuchi, Ino, and Mabui. Kuratsuchi had received orders from her grandfather Inoki to establish a good relationship with Riku. Mabui was in a similar situation, also bearing such a mission. Ino watched Kuratsuchi and Rika laughing and joking together, and a hint of jealousy arose in her heart. However, this feeling was quickly suppressed because she knew very well that she now had enough charm to attract Riku. Every time she spent time alone with Riku, her ample assets made him unable to resist. For this reason, Ino did not worry too much about whether Riku would fall for someone else. As time passed, Riku used Flying Thunder God to appear in the daimyo's room, leaving Kuratsuchi and Mabui in a state of confusion. The daimyo was very happy to see Riku, and he was accustomed to Riku's arrival method. "Daimyo, my ability is restored. I'm going to start reviving your daughter. Are you ready?" Hearing Riku's words, the daimyo, who was lying sideways, sat up abruptly and instructed someone to bring the coffin over. Soon, Riku placed the coffin into the shadow space and instructed the shadow army to apply the resurrection liquid on the remains. For intact remains like this, it only takes 3 hours to revive, mainly to regrow the body. Hashirama's body was particularly well preserved because it had been in the wet bone forest. Although it was a bit shriveled, it would be revived in 30 minutes. If Riku hadn't discovered it early, he might have died again, as there was no air in the shadow space. During this time, the daimyo had someone bring over more than 20 boxes. "Little Riku, here are 500 million ryo. Consider it my gratitude to you." "Daimyo, you are too polite. We don't need this. I just find you very kind, and giving money seems tacky." The daimyo waved his hand. "It's fine, just accept it." Just as the daimyo wanted to say something, he saw the shadow ninja return to the shadow space with the money. Sure, actually didn't want to accept it, but the daimyo offered too much. Soon, 3 hours passed, and the shadow ninja walked out of the Shadow Legion holding a girl in her teens. The moment he saw his daughter, the daimyo cried and tremblingly took the little girl into his arms. At that moment, the little girl also opened her eyes and weakly said, "Father, I just took a nap. Why have you aged so much?" Upon hearing this, the daimyo could no longer hold back and began to cry out loud. As soon as the Flying Thunder God arrived, he left without disturbing the father and daughter. However, he was particularly curious about how that shoehorn-faced man could have such a beautiful daughter. During this time, Deer transformed into a resurrection master, successfully reviving the third Hokage, the second Tsuchikage, Konoha's Yagura, and also Gar's mother. Reviving Gar's mother was a bit challenging. If it weren't for Maki preserving Kagaya's blood and Shinki collecting her hair, it wouldn't have been possible at all. The main point is that Deer also resurrected Obito's obsession. During this time, Rin Noara constantly begged Kakashi to take her to find Obito, as she wanted to bring him back. Lucier didn't care about these melodramatic plots. He was at home, counting money. Reviving a person cost 300 million taels, and considering that Shoju was his own sister-in-law, he charged her 200 million taels. Now, Lucier had truly become the richest person under the famous name. Just then, he heard someone knock on the door. "Who is it?" Seriously, Lucier, who was halfway through counting money, felt a bit unhappy. Although he knew how much money it was, he just liked the feeling of counting money, and being interrupted made him a little annoyed. He opened the door with a creak and found it was Kakashi and Noara Rin. "Kakashi-sensei, come in." Kakashi brought Rin in, following Lucier into the house. After leading them to the living room, Lucier poured them 2 cups of tea. "Kakashi-sensei, did you come for something?" Kakashi didn't speak, but Noara Rin stated the purpose of their visit. "Lucier, I have 2 reasons for coming this time. The first is to thank you. The second, Before Rin could finish, Lucier interrupted. No need to thank me. Kakashi paid for it. Rin, I want to ask you to take me to find Obito. Kakashi said only you can find him. Hearing Rin's words, Lucier hesitated. He actually didn't want to look for Obito. That madman was a bit annoying. Clearly able to use the Rinnegan to revive Rin, but insisting on living through dreams. When Lucier watched the original plot, he found it very unreasonable. And Nagato was also a piece of work. Looking at Rin's pleading eyes, Lucier could only agree. All right, I'll take you to find Obito. If he is unwilling to come back, you must listen to me. I have a way that might stimulate him to return. Seeing Lucier's agreement, Rin quickly responded to his request. Okay, as long as you can take me to find Obito, I'll agree to anything you say. The Land of Rain, a land ravaged by war, where the sky was always gray, as if even the sun had lost its light. Deer stood at the border of the rain country, gazing at the forest shrouded in mist ahead, feeling a bit emotional about the brutality of war. Beside him, Rin and Kakashi stood side by side, their expressions resolute. Deer, are you sure Obito is in this forest? Kakashi asked, his voice tinged with fatigue. Yes, Obito is nearby, Deer nodded. We need to be cautious. Obito's condition is very unstable. The three of them stepped into the forest, the rain pattering on the leaves, creating a rustling sound. They moved forward cautiously, each step feeling like walking on thin ice. Suddenly, they saw Obito. He was sitting under a large tree, with his back to them, his shoulders slightly trembling. Deer said softly to Rin and Kakashi, Don't make a sound. Let me go first. Lucier slowly walked towards Obito, trying to be as light-footed as possible with each step. When he reached behind Obito, it seemed that Obito sensed something and slowly turned around. When Obito saw Rin, his expression instantly became complicated, first showing surprise, then pain, and finally deep guilt. Rin, Obito's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with tears. Rin quickly walked towards Obito and softly said, Obito, it's me, Rin. Do you still remember me? Obito suddenly stood up and hugged Rin tightly, his body trembling even more. He held Rin close, as if afraid she would disappear again. Tears flowed from his eyes, falling onto Rin's shoulder. Rin, I thought I would never see you again. Obito's voice cracked, filled with despair. Rin gently patted Obito's back and softly said, Obito, don't cry. We're all here. You're not alone. Obito lifted his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Rin, are you really back? This isn't an illusion, is it? Rin shook her head and said firmly, This is real, Obito. We're all here. Kakashi and Lucier are too. We can go back to Konoha together and start anew. A hint of hesitation flashed in Obito's eyes as he slowly released Rin and said softly, Rin, I don't know if I can go back. I've done too many wrong things. I don't know if Konoha will accept me. Rin held Obito's hand and gently said, Obito, the past is gone. What matters is now. We are still alive, and we can make amends. Konoha will accept you, as long as you are willing to turn back. A flicker of wavering crossed Obito's gaze as he lowered his head and fell into silence. Just then, Kurizetsu's voice suddenly rang out. Obito, don't be fooled by them. This is all fake. As long as you can activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, you can live happily with Rin. Obito's body shook, and he looked up at Kurizetsu, confusion filling his eyes. Kurizetsu continued, Obito, think about it. The infinite Tsukuyomi can give you endless power. You can create a world without war, and you can be with Rin forever. A hint of wavering crossed Obito's gaze as he looked at Rin, his eyes filled with struggle. Rin tightly grasped Obito's hand and said firmly, Obito, don't listen to him. The infinite Tsukuyomi will only bring more pain and disaster. We don't need that kind of power. We only need each other. Seeing that Obito was still hesitating, Kurizetsu became anxious and continued, Obito, don't you want to be with Rin? As long as you listen to me, you can have her forever. Upon seeing the situation, Lu Shijian was filled with anger and immediately ordered Shuriying to bite Black Absolute. Black Absolute was instantly bitten by Shuriying, screaming in pain. He cursed loudly, Nara Lushiji, can't you use a different move? Is this the only lowly trick you know? Lu Shirling snorted coldly and said, Against you, any trick can be used. Who can compare to you when it comes to lowly schemes? How many people have you harmed while stirring up trouble in the ninja world? Isn't Lin just a victim of you and Madara? Heiju was rendered immobile by Ji Ying's bite, only able to stare helplessly. Obito looked at Heiju's desperate state, and a glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes. He slowly released his grip on Lin, walked towards Heiju, and said softly, Heiju, that's enough. I won't listen to you anymore. Heiju, seeing Obito's resolute attitude, was startled and hurriedly said, Obito, don't forget, I am your partner. We work together for our ideals. Obito shook his head and said, No, you're not my partner. You only use me to achieve your goals. I won't let you harm anyone anymore. Upon seeing Obito's determination, Heiju became furious and shouted, Obito, you fool. You will regret this. Obito sneered and said, Regret? I only regret not seeing your true colors sooner. Now, I just want to return to Konoha with Lin and start over. Heiju broke free from Ji Ying and fled. Lucia was a bit confused. Did he really convince Obito to come back? Obito shouldn't be so stubborn, right? After Kakashi brought Obito back to Konoha, the three of them headed straight to the Hokage building. After all, considering the past events, Obito really should apologize to Minato. On the other hand, Lucia did not get involved in the complicated emotional disputes between the master and disciple. As soon as he returned home, Lucia threw himself onto the bed like a deflated balloon. The current situation was diverging more and more from the original plot. Who would have thought that Obito, that mad dog, could regain his sanity and become normal just by seeing Rin without going through the trials of the other world? Would Madara still have a chance to come out? Would Otsutsuki Kagaya still be able to return? Lucia muttered to himself while lying on the bed. And what about that old schemer, Hagoromo? What hidden agenda does he really have? Sigh. This current world of Naruto feels completely different from what I am familiar with. With that thought, Lucia couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration. However, he quickly consoled himself. Forget it, there's no need to think so much. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Besides, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, will definitely live for many more years. If any trouble arises, let him take the lead. After coming to this realization, Lucia perked up and resumed his carefree and leisurely lifestyle, occasionally accepting some simple and easy missions. And in his spare time, he didn't forget to tease the lovely Ino. Recently, Lucia had asked Yamato to help him build a house of his own, and the renovations were nearly complete. This house was meant for him to live with Ino in the future, so it was decorated very beautifully. Ino had visited twice and was very satisfied with the house. Just then, a white-haired figure climbed in through the window. Jiraiya-sama, why do you always like to climb through windows? That's not a very good behavior. Plus, I've arranged for a shadow army to guard at night. And if you act recklessly, what if you accidentally hurt yourself? Lucia said helplessly while looking at Jiraiya. Hearing Lucia's words, Jiraiya quickly smiled and nodded, assuring him, Lucia, I'm really sorry. This time the situation is special. Tsunade has urgent matters to discuss with you. So, I had no choice but to climb through the window to inform you. Don't worry, I definitely won't do this again. At this moment, the Senju clan's residence had undergone thorough cleaning and organization. After all, it was the residence of the first Hokage. If the environment were too shabby, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? However, during the renovation process, a small accident occurred. When Hashirama saw the greening technique that Yamato was using, he couldn't help but feel curious and envious. Unable to suppress his impulse, he wanted to try it himself. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Hashirama's wood release ended up planting trees all over the Senju clan's residence, resulting in serious damage to the entire area. Senju Tobirama was furious, blowing his beard and glaring, and gave his older brother a scolding. Deer slowly walked into the room, and after looking around, he was surprised to find that the attendees today were unexpectedly complete, with Minato and Kushina also present. Second Hokage, you're really not being loyal. You secretly erased the Flying Thunder God technique I left at your house. Only then did Senju Tobirama let out a heavy cold snort from his nostrils. With a face full of anger, he said, Humph. I've been traversing the ninja world for many years. How could I easily let someone leave such things in my house? It's simply a dream. His words were full of disdain. At that moment, Tsunade interrupted the banter between the two. After spending some time together, she had long noticed an interesting phenomenon. Her usually serious and stern second granduncle was particularly fond of bickering with Deer. And Deer was also someone who wouldn't back down in a verbal fight, managing to infuriate Senju Tobirama to the point of gritting his teeth but being helpless. All right, Deer. The reason I called you here is to ask you to revive my grandmother. Although we don't know how much longer she has to live, we still want to see her. Fine. Bring out the coffin. Taking the scroll handed over by Tobirama, just as Tobirama turned around, Deer placed his hand on his shoulder. Let's go. The group saw Deer and the second Hokage disappear together. 3 seconds later, Deer reappeared. Old Lantern, I still can't deal with you. Just watch how those women beat you. The others. After about 10 seconds, Senju Tobirama also returned, but he looked a bit disheveled, mainly because he was hanging onto a woman's panties. Nara, Deer, I want to kill you. You actually brought me to the women's hot spring. Seeing Senju Tobarama walk over with a murderous aura, Deer directly lay on the ground. Oh no, I'm so scared. I can't revive Mito now. The others. Tobarama, who was walking towards Deer, was also taken aback, then said irritably, "Kid, forget about what happened just now. Quickly revive my sister-in-law. We have some matters we want to discuss with her." Seeing Tobarama like this, Deer didn't continue to play around and stored the coffin into the shadow space. Minato came to Deer's side. "Deer, we've all read that book of yours. Regardless of whether other villages believe it or not, we believe it. So we want to learn sealing techniques from Lord Mito in hopes of sealing that Kagaya." Lucier finally understood the significance of the resurrection of Kagaya, and it was likely led by Minato. I have to say, this Hokage is quite competent. Although he wanted to do something for the village before, he had no authority back then and could only listen to the third Hokage. However, Lucier still expressed his views. "Everyone, I'm not trying to discourage you. If Kurizetsu could be sealed so easily, he wouldn't have survived until now." Minato asked Lucier, "Lucier, your eyes can see many things. Do you know of any way to seal him?" The only ones in the ninja world who can completely seal Kurizetsu are Uchiha Madara and Sasuke. Madara hasn't been revived yet, and Sasuke hasn't grown up, so I don't have any good solutions either. Seeing that everyone's expressions weren't great, Lucier started a PUA. "Everyone, Konoha doesn't even care about Madara right now. Why should we care about a rat in the gutter? I will continue to publish books. I will write about Kurizetsu and let everyone understand his true nature. Do you still think he is a nuisance?" After hearing Lucier's words, several people felt somewhat reassured. In Konoha, the sun was shining, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. However, this day was of great significance to the entire ninja world as Lucier's new book. The first half of Kurizetsu finally arrived on the much-anticipated release day. This news swept through the ninja world like a storm, causing unprecedented excitement and discussion. Major bookstores were crowded with people, with the crowd surging like a tide, everyone eager to be among the first to read this mysterious new work. People were pushing each other, shouting, and the atmosphere on-site was so lively it felt like it could ignite. Such a scene was beyond imagination. Even the usually calm and composed ninjas couldn't suppress their inner excitement and curiosity. Speaking of Lucier, he is undoubtedly a master in the current ninja literary scene. His previous work, The Record of Juujweizi, Saving His Mother, caused a huge uproar upon its release, revealing the shocking conspiracy behind Kurizetsu that astonished the world. Now, this first half of Kurizetsu undoubtedly built upon the foundation of the previous work, deeply exploring and showcasing Kurizetsu's unknown past experiences and complex personality traits. In the book, Lucier vividly depicted Kurizetsu as an extremely cunning, deceitful, and utterly evil demon. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, with various sinister schemes emerging one after another, making one shudder. Moreover, there was a rather amusing description in the book. It was said that Kurizetsu, when bored, liked to sneakily watch Otsutsuki Kagaya bathing, only to be caught on the spot and ruthlessly driven away by an angry Kagaya. However, fate played a trick after Kagaya was sealed. The mentally traumatized Kurizetsu fell into a state of self-hypnosis, stubbornly believing he was Kagaya's biological offspring. But in reality, he was just a clump of mud that accidentally fell off Kagaya, perhaps due to some wonderful coincidence. This ordinary clump of mud gained self-awareness and gradually grew into the terrifying existence of Kurizetsu that would later stir up storms and cause chaos. The official release of this book was like a bolt from the blue, delivering a heavy blow to Kurizetsu. Lucier's goal was clear and unwavering: to mercilessly expose Kurizetsu's true nature hidden in darkness and awaken the conscience and reason of those who still colluded with Kurizetsu. He firmly believed that once this book, like a mirror revealing demons, was published, no one would willingly associate with such a sinister and cunning person as Kurizetsu. At that moment, Lucier did not stop his forward momentum. He knew that the hidden dangers left by Kurizetsu on Obito were like a buried time bomb that could explode at any time, bringing unpredictable serious consequences. Therefore, he tirelessly threw himself into a thorough investigation of this hidden danger, leaving no stone unturned in hopes of finding a solution as soon as possible. Finally, the release day arrived, and the entrances of major bookstores were bustling with activity. People poured in from all directions, filling the bookstores to capacity. These enthusiastic readers, filled with anticipation, anxiously waited to purchase the book to uncover Kurizetsu's unknown past. Once they got their hands on the book, they eagerly flipped through the pages, reading voraciously. As the gripping plots unfolded before their eyes, They sometimes felt their hearts racing with tension, and at other times were left speechless in shock. The experiences described in the book about Kurizetsu's first half of life were truly shocking. Gradually, lively discussions began among the readers. They shared their views and feelings about the content of the book. Some were furious about Kurizetsu's actions, condemning his despicable and shameless behavior. Others fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the good and evil in human nature and the fierce struggle between justice and evil. For a moment, the entire society seemed to be stirred up by this revealing work. In a dark cave, Nara, you bastard. Once I get my mom out, I will make her kill you for daring to say that about me. You're just mud. Your whole family is mud. I am the embodiment of my mom's will. Kurizetsu cursed. An hour ago, he had gotten Lucia's new book and started reading it. Once he started, it nearly drove him crazy, and he tore the book to shreds. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly. Oof. I will make him know the price of writing nonsense. Kurizetsu gritted his teeth. He thought of an idea. Konoha, Lucia, what do you think of this? Sarutobi Hizashi and T-Rune Koharu's 3 days and 2 nights. Lucia looked at the contents inside, speechless for a long time. After a moment, Jiraiya, if you need money, I can lend it to you. I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately. Raising Tsunade is indeed difficult, but you can't commit suicide. If you die, who will you owe it to? Tsunade might even marry someone else. All the money you spent before will be wasted. Jiraiya was confused at this point. He just wanted Lucia to look at his new book, but it felt like he was about to die. Lucia, I just wanted you to evaluate my book. What do you mean by those words? After hearing Jiraiya, Lucia also realized, oh my god, this is actually your book. At first, I thought it was the third Hokage's notes. I was thinking, wow, how explosive must the content be? If the third Hokage found out you secretly took his notebook, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might even take your life. Thankfully, now that I know it's just a book, there's no big problem. I took a closer look, and I think this book is pretty good, but it might be lacking a little something. All right, I thought of it. If it could have a few exquisite illustrations, it would be perfect. I can help you with that. Thus, in the following time, the two of us began to discuss enthusiastically, from the style of the illustrations to the specific content of each picture, and which chapter each illustration would fit best. We meticulously studied and discussed every detail. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours had passed. Finally, after everything was settled, Jiraiya picked up the meticulously drawn illustrations with a satisfied look on his face, beaming with an incredibly bright smile as he excitedly left. Watching his receding figure, Riku stood in place, silently murmuring, Jiraiya, good luck, the third can't beat you now. Jiraiya, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. My innocence has been ruined by you. At that moment, Jiraiya was frantically fleeing across the rooftops. It wasn't a big deal. Jiraiya's new book had been released, and he was being pursued by the third Hokage. It had been over 2 hours, and the third still hadn't caught up with Jiraiya. Recently, Konoha had been bustling with activity. Without hindrance, Minato was doing a good job as Hokage. The first Hokage and Tsunade had been gambling at the casino, while the second Hokage was teaching Shinju. And after the revival of Uzumaki Mido, she mostly stayed with Kushina. Because of Hashirama's immense reputation, since his revival, the number of missions in Konoha had increased several times, and the village had been very busy during this period. Today marked the completion of Riku's new house renovation, and all of Konoha's little strong ones had come over, as it was said to be the most luxurious house in Konoha. So, everyone wanted to take a look. Sakura didn't come. Sasuke was engaged to Karen, and Sakura couldn't accept it, so she'd been on leave resting at home. Wow, your house is so big and beautiful. Yeah, Rikukuin's house is gorgeous. Everyone praised Riku's house in a flurry of voices, when suddenly a discordant voice came in. It's just a place to live. Does it need to be so exaggerated? Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice, and it was none other than our brooding king, Sasuke. Sasuke, you better think carefully before you speak, or I'll let you experience the taste of the last time's 1,000 years of pain. Upon hearing Riku's words, Sasuke shivered. The last incident was too terrifying. Sasuke originally wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Riku, but ended up being taken down by 1,000 years of pain from the Shadow Ninja. He was already very wary of Riku, even leaning against a tree, fearing that the Shadow Ninja would suddenly appear. But who would have thought that the hand of 1,000 years of pain would come from the tree? With one move, he was knocked out. Sasuke later wanted to continue looking for Riku, but was stopped by Itachi, who said at the time, before you abandon all your bottom lines, it's better not to look for Riku. You're engaged to Karen. You need to be responsible for her happiness. if you go looking for Riku too many times. I can't guarantee that you can keep yourself intact. After everyone toured the house, Riku specially treated them to a barbecue. In the Hokage office. Minato. This time the disappearance of the two-tailed beasts was very sudden. I went to the scene and saw almost no fighting. I suspect it was Madara who was revived. If it wasn't him, no one could easily take the tailed beasts under the surveillance of the 5 great ninja villages. After listening to Jiraiya's words, Minato pondered over the matter. After a moment, Teacher Jiraiya, how about we let Riku use his eyes to take a look? That way, we won't have to guess blindly. All right, I'll go find Riku. On the way. Lord Jiraiya, you're being a bit too much. I just sat down, and I haven't even eaten 2 bites of the barbecue before you pulled me out. Riku continued to complain, feeling like he was pushing the blame onto Minato. Riku, this time it's not me looking for you. It's Minato who's looking for you. Madara may have been reincarnated, so Minato wants you to use those eyes of yours to see, so we can prepare. Upon hearing that Madara had come out, Riku also put away his playful thoughts. This person was not someone like Obito who could be compared. In the Hokage office, Senior Minato, what I saw this time wasn't much. I saw Madara going to find the first Hokage, so I suggest that starting tomorrow, we let the first Hokage wait outside the village for Madara to avoid involving Konoha. Both Minato and Jiraiya agreed with Riku's suggestion, but Jiraiya still had to be the one to say it since he had a good relationship with Tsunade. Inside a cave. Useless, what a bunch of useless people. It took so many years to catch a few tailed beasts, and in the end, it turned into a mess. How come I will be so weak? Listening to Madara's words, Black Zetsu did not refute. Madara was his only hope. If it weren't for necessity, he would never have revived Madara now. He was afraid that Riku would also turn Madara against him. First Nagato, then Obito. He was genuinely scared now. If Madara failed, he didn't know how many years he would have to wait to find such a good tool. I heard that Hashirama has also been revived, and the 7 Tails is in the land of fire. I'll go over tomorrow to see what's going on. Hearing that Hashirama was going to Konoha, Black Zetsu panicked. He just wanted Madara to quickly gather the tailed beasts and not to do any unnecessary things. Madara, now is not the time for you to meet Hashirama. You haven't fully revived yet, so let's wait a bit longer. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Madara felt belittled. Are you teaching me how to do things? With one sentence from Madara, he blocked everything Black Zetsu wanted to say. It suddenly remembered that Madara was not as easy to deceive as Obito, so it quickly apologized. Madara, I'm also thinking of you. After you gather all 9 tailed beasts, I'll control Obito to use the Rinnegan to revive you. Then Hashirama won't be your opponent. Madara, however, was unconcerned. It doesn't matter. I am now a reincarnated body, so it's just right to test how strong Hashirama is now. Listening to Madara's words, Black Zetsu really wanted to say a few heartfelt words to him, but now was not the time. It could only suppress its worries. Hopefully, Madara would just fight with Hashirama and not encounter Nara Riku. This kid was a bit wicked and had already disrupted many of its plans. It couldn't let him continue to ruin its plans. Right now, Madara was its only bargaining chip. If Madara failed, then the hope of rescuing its mother would be even more distant. But Black Zetsu was also afraid of Riku's shadow bite. That thing hurt him a lot. On the Konoha side, Lord First Hokage, this is what the 4th Hokage asked me to tell you. You and the 2nd Hokage should intercept Madara at the 7 Tails and persuade him to seal Black Zetsu. I will follow to assist you and try to prevent Black Zetsu from causing trouble. What do you think? Before the 1st Hokage could speak, he was interrupted by the 2nd Hokage. Riku, how strong is Madara now? In the memory of the dear time, let's briefly review the original plot. Madara should have strength close to his peak, but it's not a big problem. 3 against 1, we have the advantage. Hashirama weakly raised his hand and asked, Isn't it a bit unfair for us to go against Madara like this? Shut up. I'm discussing strategies with dear time. Don't interrupt. Being scolded by his brother. Hashirama immediately fell silent. Lord Second, you confront Hashirama directly, and I'll be responsible for the sneak attack. I want him to regret being brought back to life by Edo Tensei. Tobarama. Why do I feel like dear time is more like the villain? Hearing his brother's words, Tobarama also nodded in agreement. That day, in the forest of the Land of Fire, sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting mottled shadows. Deer hid behind a large tree, carefully observing the movements ahead. Madara Hashirama Madara Hashirama Madara Hashirama, watching the passionate interaction between the two. Deer recalled that it seemed like the reincarnations of Indra and Azura were always like this, loving each other, and killing each other throughout their lives. After the passion, Tobarama's expression quickly turned serious as he slowly spoke. Madara, You know that this time you're here to capture the tailed beasts. It's Kaguya who sent you, right? Don't be fooled by him. Turn back. Madara raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Tobirama, do you think I'm a fool? Tobirama sighed and firmly said, what I'm saying is true. Kaguya wants to use the power of the tailed beast to achieve his goal of resurrecting the Akatsuki. Madara snorted coldly, his body instantly transforming into a shadow as he lunged at Tobirama. Tobirama was not to be outdone. He clapped his hands, and a powerful chakra surged from within him. The two instantly clashed, and the entire forest seemed to be shaken by their chakra. The trees swayed violently. The soil on the ground was uprooted, and dust filled the air. The deer hid behind the tree, its eyes wide open. It had never witnessed such a thrilling battle. Every clash between Hashirama and Madara seemed to contain immense power, and each collision made the earth tremble. As Lucier carefully dodged the splashing dust and flying stones, he couldn't help but stare at Madara. He always felt there was a unique aura about him. The battle continued, their figures flickering in the dust. Hashirama swung his wood-release technique, with massive trees growing from the ground, twisting towards Madara. Madara, using his Sharingan, effortlessly evaded the attacks while unleashing powerful fire-release ninjutsu. The flames sweeping towards Hashirama like a fire dragon. The entire forest was left in ruins from this battle, the once dense woods destroyed beyond recognition. Lucier hid behind a tree, feeling both scared and excited. He knew he shouldn't get involved in this fight, but he couldn't help but want to see the outcome between the two. Finally, Hashirama and Madara both stopped. They stood amidst the ruins, staring at each other. Madara's lips curled into a slight smirk, mocking. Hashirama, you're still the same, always overcomplicating things. Hashirama shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Madara, I hope you can see the truth. Kaguya's scheme is beyond your imagination. Madara scoffed and turned to leave. Just as he did, Lucier jumped out. Madara, I can revive your brother, just like I revived the first Hokage. No need. As long as the infinite Tsukuyomi succeeds, I can still see my brother. Seeing Madara's dismissive attitude, Lucier decided to provoke him. Ha ha ha, is this really the shinobi world as Azura? I feel like calling it the shinobi world as fool is more appropriate. Madara was somewhat angry, but didn't make a move. As Lucier continued, do you really think a dream can bring peace to the shinobi world? You fool? Is the current shinobi world not peaceful? Does anyone dare to attack Konoha? Wake up, Madara. You seen Black Zetsu, right? In the later stages of infinite Tsukuyomi, humans will all turn into that dead existence. Is that the peace you want? Listening to Lucier, Madara seemed incredulous. Impossible. Black Zetsu was cloned from Hashirama's cells. It has nothing to do with infinite Tsukuyomi. Seeing Madara like this, since he was unwilling to believe the truth, Lucier decided to fabricate another one. Madara, my eyes can see the past and the future. I saw a scene about your brother, Izuna Uchiha. Do you want to know? Upon hearing about his brother, Madara instinctively wanted to listen, but was also afraid Lucier would deceive him. Ignoring Madara's internal struggle, Lucier continued. In a battle between the Uchiha and Senju, Tobirama Senju killed your brother Izuna Uchiha with the Flying Thunder God technique. But do you know what your brother experienced in those last 2 seconds before he died? Nara. Lucier, what do you mean? If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you right now. Madara, don't you have your brother's remains? Hand them over to me, and I'll resurrect your brother. Let him tell you himself what he encountered in those 2 seconds. This is something discovered recently about reviving people. When reshaping the body, as long as someone keeps mentioning a certain thing in front of that person, when they are revived, there's a high chance that the event will become part of their memory. Riku intends to use this to instill some memories in Izuna. Madara hesitated. He originally planned to retreat first, and then secretly go to Konoha to capture Riku, to revive himself and Izuna. But now that Riku actively mentioned reviving Izuna, he found it somewhat unbelievable, though he quickly let it go. I'll bring you Izuna's remains tomorrow. You'd better not deceive me, otherwise I will definitely kill you. Looking at Madara, who was acting all proud, Riku didn't care and shouted, you better hurry up, Kaguya has already gone to look for your brother's remains. Upon hearing Riku's words, Madara immediately quickened his pace. Tobirama, on the other hand, was somewhat dissatisfied. Why do you want to revive Izuna, Uchiha? Are you going to say Uchiha are all evil? Honestly, I really dislike people like you. Don't you hate Uchiha just because Madara caused your brother to die early? Now that he's back, what are you still tangled up about? If you hate Madara, go after him now, catch up to him and give him a beating. If you can't win, then just settle down and enjoy your old age. Uchiha and Senju are gone. Do those things you care about still matter? And hurry up and bring your brother back, or he might go looking for Madara. When Tobirama turned around, he saw his brother staring blankly in the direction Madara had left. As Lu walked towards Konoha, he pondered how to come up with a convincing reason for Madara. If Madara could seal Kagaya himself, then he would feel more secure. By the time the three of them returned to Konoha, it was already dark. Dad, Mom, little brother, I'm back. His mother came out of the house. Son, why are you back? Didn't you go to the new house today? No. I just returned from a mission and haven't eaten yet. So I came home. As soon as his mother heard that her son hadn't eaten, she immediately went to prepare a meal for him. Upon entering the house, he saw his dad and little brother playing chess. You two old chestnuts are at it again. Are you competing to see who plays worse? After saying this, Lu Shirsha received 2 eye rolls. Ignoring their reactions, he sat on the sofa, thinking about how to give Kwanna some shocking news. It had been several days since he returned, but Ban still hadn't come to find him, not even bringing back Kwanna's remains. Deersher secretly speculated that perhaps something unexpected had happened. However, he wasn't too concerned about Ban's matters. After all, he couldn't help Ban resurrect Senna and still beg him. Could he? On this day, Deersher came to the bookstore near the daimyo's residence. He had an important matter to discuss with the people in the bookstore. As he stepped through the door, the familiar scene and the faint scent of books greeted him. Ah, it's an honor to have you, Lord Deersher. I wonder what new book you have brought us this time. The bookstore owner, upon seeing Deersher, immediately wore a warm and enthusiastic smile and hurriedly approached to greet him. After all, the books written by Deersher had brought him great profits, so he was naturally very attentive to this benefactor. Lu Shur gently shook his head and replied softly, "The new book is still in the process of conception and development. I did not come here for that matter today. To be honest, I do have something that I would like to ask for your help with." After saying this, he carefully took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket and gently handed it to the shop owner. The bookstore owner happily accepted the paper, eagerly unfolding it to take a look. However, after only a brief glance, he showed a puzzled expression, clearly finding the contents of the paper somewhat confusing. He then looked up at Lu Shur and asked in confusion, "Sir Lu Shur, forgive my dullness, but I really do not understand what you mean by this." Lu Shur smiled slightly and patiently explained, "Actually, it's not a difficult thing. I hope to spend some money to ask your store to print this flyer. In the future, anyone who buys my books will receive one of these flyers as a gift." Upon hearing this, the bookstore owner couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His previously anxious heart instantly calmed. He thought to himself, so it's just this small matter. He then nodded without hesitation and patted his chest, assuring that he would handle this matter properly. What Rushi entrusted him to print were images of Kurizetsu, along with a series of detailed related materials. Moreover, the content described about Kurizetsu in these materials was simply unbearable to hear, filled with various negative evaluations and slanderous remarks. It could be said that it was as ugly as it could get. After all, the hope of successfully saving the Akatsuki clan this time seemed extremely bleak. As for whether they could completely seal away this immensely evil Kurizetsu, Rushi had no confidence at all. However, despite the uncertain path ahead and the numerous difficulties, Rushi remained determined to pull Kurizetsu out from the dark corners, exposing it to the sunlight, so that everyone could see its true face and no longer be deceived or harmed by it. Shadows lurk in the world. Nameless figures leave no trace. White Zetsu hides beside, manipulating from behind the scenes. A millennium of reincarnation is a game. The roots of the divine tree connect to the heavens. Kagaya's dreamer has yet to awaken, and the Uchiha shadows have also turned to dust. Good and evil are hard to distinguish. The heart is like a mirror. Black and white are interwoven on different paths. Who rules the river of fate? Kurizetsu smiles and asks the heavens. This poem was meticulously crafted by Rushi for Kurizetsu. After all, if the flyer was filled with unbearable slurs, it would indeed be somewhat inappropriate. After returning to Konoha, Rushi once again returned to a lazy and comfortable lifestyle, akin to that of a leisurely fish. However, this kind of life did not last long, as he was soon summoned to the Hokage's office by Hashirama. Upon entering this solemn and dignified room, Rushi began to mumble and complain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we in Konoha have 5 Hokages. But why is it always me, this little kid, who gets called for matters? After saying this, he dramatically counted on his fingers, his face full of indignation. At this moment, Tsunade, who had the best relationship with Rushi, spoke first. "Rushi, Madara still hasn't come to Konoha. We are all a bit worried about this. And in terms of finding people, I'm afraid no one in the entire ninja world is your match. So we plan to have you go and take a look, and if possible, bring Kurizetsu back too. After listening to Tsunade's introduction, Rushi nodded, but then shook his head and sighed. All right, I'll go take a look. But regarding Madara, you all must have some understanding of his temperament. Although he could accept my resurrection of Izuna, hoping for him to return to Konoha is probably unlikely. After all, Konoha has never truly accepted Madara. So even if Izuna is revived, he might not be willing to come back. For some reason, when the name Madara was mentioned, it seemed to touch a sensitive nerve deep within Tobirama, and his expression instantly darkened. You are just talking nonsense. Konoha has long accepted the Uchiha clan, and his later departure was entirely his own choice, Tobirama retorted angrily. Just then, a cold laugh was heard. Is your so-called acceptance merely handing over the easily offended police department to the Uchiha? Or is it like you, instilling the absurd notion of evil Uchiha into your disciples? To be honest, if I were an Uchiha, I would have long used the dark hole technique to completely destroy Konoha. After all, I'm not easily fooled like Itachi. Upon hearing Rushi's words, Tobirama did not continue to argue about this matter. After all, he had personally witnessed the power of the dark hole technique. The terrifying sight of vast forests being instantly swallowed into endless darkness was still fresh in his memory. As everyone fell silent, Rushi wisely shifted the topic and opened a new discussion. By the way, what exactly do we need to find Madara for? It can't just be to simply resurrect him and Izuna, right? Rushi gazed intently at everyone present, expecting them to provide an answer. At this moment, Minato finally broke the silence and openly revealed the plan he and the first Hokage had devised. After returning home, Rushi tidied up his belongings, knowing that this time to find Madara would likely take at least 10 days or half a month, so he needed to prepare some things. After packing, Rushi set off, intending to go check out Madara's secret base. In fact, he didn't even know where Madara was now, but that place was the most likely option. 3 days later, Rushi arrived at Madara's lair. Looking at the massive animal carcasses, he felt quite shocked. In the graveyard of mountains, the atmosphere was eerie and oppressive. Rushi cautiously navigated through the dark, damp tunnels, and after more than 10 minutes of difficult searching, he finally found Madara's location deep underground. When Rushi stepped into that room, a strong smell of blood assaulted his senses. He focused his gaze and saw that Kabuto's body had been brutally chopped into several pieces and carelessly discarded on the cold ground. Rushi couldn't help but wonder. I wonder if this Kabuto can have an immortal body like Orochimaru and be revived again? At this moment, a deep and familiar voice came. You've come. I knew you would. Lu Shirshuan turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, only to see Ban quietly sitting beside the Outer Path's demon statue, his eyes cold and deep. Deer took a deep breath, slowly walked forward, and stared at Ban, saying, Senior Ban, to be honest, I've always held great respect and admiration for you. If possible, I truly do not wish to stand against you and become each other's enemies. After all, seeing someone you admire as an opponent is a feeling that is really too painful. Upon hearing these words from Deer, Ban slightly raised his head, his face still showing no expression. However, his voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, rang out, Go on, tell me, why do you see me as an idol? Lucier knew very well that the next moment would be his chance to showcase his eloquence. However, just 2 minutes later, he helplessly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Forget it. I had originally prepared many beautiful and moving words to praise you. But now that I think about it, those words seem too hypocritical and pretentious. The truth is very simple. The reason I admire you is because of your extraordinary willpower, your tenacity, and your never-give-up spirit. To achieve the grand plan you have devised, you have been able to endure silently and work hard for decades. This dedication and perseverance truly impress me. Ha ha. Interesting. Konoha has a fascinating little guy. Your name is Lucier, right? Yes, Senior Madara. As for this Shura of the ninja world, Lucier quite likes him. At least he is better than that Tobirama. That old guy is too rigid. Lucier, at first, I really considered having you use your abilities to revive both Izuna and me. After all, Izuna means a lot to me. However, after learning the truth hidden by Kaguya, my heart underwent a tremendous change. Suddenly, I lost my original desire and obsession with resurrection. This truly confuses me, which is why I came to ask you, hoping you could help me untangle this knot in my heart and give me a clear answer. Upon hearing this, Lucier couldn't help but mutter to himself, Oh my, is this still the decisive and domineering Uchiha Madara? Why is he suddenly discussing such profound philosophical issues today? However, These thoughts could only remain in his mind. He absolutely dared not say them out loud. Thus, Lu Shi cleared his throat and replied earnestly, Lord Madara, regarding the situation you mentioned, in my opinion, perhaps it is because you learned about Kagaya's conspiracy that made you realize that the cycle of life has its own rules. And forcibly breaking it may not necessarily be a good thing. Or perhaps, after experiencing many storms, you have gained new insights about life and death. Is that so? Then do you think what I did before was wrong? Lu Shi was somewhat speechless. This was nothing like the Madara he had seen in the animations, but rather a bit like a literary figure. Madara-senpai, I know you've always yearned for peace in the ninja world. Your thoughts aren't wrong, but your methods are. Lu Shi's voice was calm and firm, as if telling an ancient story. Infinite Tsukuyomi is just a magnificent dream. Illusions are ultimately false. Over time, people will become white zetsu, losing themselves. That kind of peace is merely a phantom built on falsehood. Madara fell silent. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, anger from being misunderstood and deep contemplation. He had always believed that only through powerful force could people be made to sleep in the dream of peace for the ninja world to truly be at rest. However, Lu Shi's words struck like a heavy hammer, awakening something deep within him. What if you had teamed up with Hashirama back then? Lu Shi continued. The combined power of Susanoo and the great Buddha could have wiped out the four nations, and the ninja world would have been at peace then. A glimmer of light flashed in Madara's eyes. He recalled the time spent with Hashirama, once a rival, now a dear friend. They shared the same dream, but chose different paths. If only they could have joined hands instead of fought against each other. Perhaps the history of the ninja world would have been rewritten. Do you really think so? Madara's voice was low and powerful. Can that kind of peace truly last? Lu Shi smiled faintly. At least, it is a real peace. People will not lose themselves in illusions, but will truly face and solve the problems of the ninja world. Your strength is enough to change everything. Ban remained silent for a long time, struggling within himself. He thought of Izuna, the younger brother he deeply loved, and also the eternal pain in his heart. If he could live again, would he choose a different path? Could he let Izuna see a truly peaceful world? For Izuna, I have decided to live again. Ban finally spoke, his voice filled with an unprecedented determination. I will no longer let illusions blind my eyes. I will use real power to create peace. Deer nodded, knowing that the inner self of Ban had already made a choice. It was a difficult decision, but also the right one. What the ninja world needed was not a false dream, but real peace. Lu Shi now feels that he is becoming more and more powerful. So many strong people have been revived, and perhaps he can go find that Ci Xian. As long as he takes care of this and that, the later tattoo era won't have to come, mainly because that era really isn't interesting at all. After returning to Konoha, Lu Shi recounted the incident of Madara's return. Upon hearing this news, Hashirama wept uncontrollably on the side. Lady Tsunade, isn't the first Hokage's reaction a bit excessive? Why does it seem like he's happier about Madara's return than he would be about his own father's? Just as Lu Shi finished speaking, he felt two murderous auras locking onto him. Looking up, he saw Tsunade and Tobirama glaring at him fiercely. Boring, I'm leaving. 3 days later, Madara will return with Izuna's remains. You better go and welcome him. After finishing speaking, Riku Shik immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. The resurrection process of Izuna Uchiha and Madara Uchiha was unusually smooth, something Riku Shik was already quite familiar with. It should be noted that in terms of resurrection, Riku Shik was quite experienced and skilled. When Izuna slowly opened his eyes, his mind was blank, clearly not fully awakened from a long slumber. However, as soon as he saw Hashirama and Tobirama standing in front of him, he instantly entered a combat state, radiating a fierce killing intent as if he was about to attack at any moment. Fortunately, Madara was quick to react and stop the impulsive Izuna just in time. Hey, kid, you must be Riku Shik, right? From now on, I'll be protecting you in Konoha Village. But about the cost of the resurrection earlier, could you maybe give me a discount? It's not that I'm really short on money. Just wondering why that guy disappeared so quickly. That annoying Tobirama Senju had to come up with this Flying Thunder God technique, making these younger generations forget to respect their elders. On the other side, Riku Shik used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the Hokage's office. As soon as he entered, he saw Minato buried in a mountain of paperwork. Minato-senpai, I'm here to seek refuge. I'm really about to be driven crazy. Riku Shik complained while catching his breath. Hearing Riku Shik's words, Minato, who had been focused on his work, couldn't help but look up, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Oh, Riku Shik, what happened? Is there someone in Konoha village who dares to trouble you? Minato asked with a smile. Rushi shook his head with letting out a helpless sigh. Sigh, Watergate senpai. You might not believe it if I tell you. It's really not a big deal. It's just that Izuna keeps bothering me, constantly nagging about the resurrection fees. I'm almost driven to neurosis by his nagging. I originally thought the Uchiha clan was full of cool gods, but who knew there would be a chatterbox among them? Watergate couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it is. Izuna-kun is indeed a bit unexpected. Rushi pouted, looking aggrieved. Watergate senpai, you can still laugh. He's like a debt collector, never stopping for a moment. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Izuna stormed in angrily. Well, you little brat, hiding here. No wonder I couldn't find you. Seeing this, Rushi shrank behind Watergate. Watergate quickly tried to mediate. Izuna-senpai, calm down, let's talk properly. Izuna crossed his arms. This kid hasn't given me an explanation about the resurrection discount he promised. Rushi poked his head out. Izuna-senpai, I'm resurrecting both of you for free. What discount are you still thinking about? Izuna was taken aback for a moment. Then his face turned bright red. Why didn't you say so earlier? Doesn't that make me seem stingy? After saying that, he turned around and left. She let out a sigh of relief, while Mizumoto smiled and patted his shoulder, indicating that the matter had been resolved. She also smiled, hoping that there wouldn't be any more blunders like this in the future. Soon, Izuna joined the big family of Konoha. Through this period of interaction, She discovered that Izuna had a bit of a goofy side, often getting into verbal sparring matches with Tobirama, and their exchanges usually went like this. Evil Uchiha. What's wrong? You got a problem? Let's settle it. As for Madara, he maintained his aloof persona, often lost in thought, and besides Hashirama, he looked at everyone else with a hint of disdain. A month later, in the Konoha conference room, everyone, please be quiet and listen to me, She said solemnly, surveying the crowd. He slowly began, not long ago, my special ability allowed me to see a terrifying vision. The end of the ninja world is approaching, and it will happen in just 3 years. At this point, She paused, took a deep breath, and continued, I clearly saw a mysterious alien appearing in the ninja world, harboring sinister intentions, attempting to resurrect the legendary Ten Tails beast, and thereby claiming all the chakra of the ninja world for himself. If he succeeds, the entire ninja world will surely fall into an abyss of no return. Lu Shi's words were like a thunderclap, echoing in the conference room. In an instant, the originally calm atmosphere became noisy, as the representatives from the other ninja villages began to whisper and discuss this shocking news. Suddenly, the hot-tempered Raikage stood up, slamming his hands heavily on the table, causing the teacups to tremble slightly. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Shi and shouted, Lu Shi, stop beating around the bush. Since you've summoned us all here, to say it plainly, are we forming a coalition to fight against external enemies, or are we gathering strong fighters for a life-and-death battle? No matter what, we will follow your command. At this moment, the attendees had little doubt about Lu Shi's words. After all, they had already witnessed the immense power displayed by Lu Shi's mysterious eyes, not to mention his astonishing ability to resurrect others. Because of this, Lu Shi held a high status in everyone's hearts. Seeing this, Gaara quickly stood up and echoed, that's right, Lu Shi, given the situation, there's no need for concealment. Please tell us specifically what we should do to save the ninja world from turmoil. Meanwhile, the 3rd Sachikage Anoki of the Rock Village and the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei of the Water Village nodded in agreement with the Raikage's viewpoint. It was rare for the 5 great ninja villages, which usually acted independently and found it difficult to reach a consensus, to come together in such agreement. In fact, Lu Shi was just talking nonsense. What he was really thinking was to take advantage of the strong military presence in the ninja world to eliminate that old man Otsutsuki Ishiki. The ninja world had been ravaged by the Otsutsuki clan. Every time there was a few years of peace, a couple of Otsutsuki would show up. Lu Shi's current thought was to take out one whenever he knew of one, so that the era of tattoos would not return, allowing him to live in peace as a wealthy man. Deer stood up. Everyone, I want to gather all the shadow-level combat power from the ninja world. Even elite Jonin won't be enough. The enemy we are facing this time is beyond your imagination. So everyone, get ready to fight. But with me here, you won't die. Upon hearing Deer say this, everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. However, no one refused. Instead, they planned to send a message to the village after the meeting. Everyone, this time we are only facing one person, but they have many clansmen. After this battle is over, I have something to discuss with everyone. Meeting adjourned. Minato, I am Hokage. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Lucier stood quietly atop Hokage Rock, overlooking the bustling and lively Konoha village below, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions and deep entanglement. Soon, he would be stepping into the hall of marriage with the woman he loved, Ino. Reflecting on the past 3 years, countless thrilling events flooded his mind like a tide. The most significant event was when Lucier gathered the strength of the entire ninja world and, united as one, defeated the immensely powerful Akatsuki Kinshiki. That fierce battle was truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. And in the end, with Lucier and everyone working together, they finally eliminated this terrifying enemy. Moreover, even the physical body of Szechuan was reduced to ashes under Lucier's secret techniques. Following that, Akatsuki sealed away the deeply hidden Kaguya. For 1,000 years, Kaguya had been scheming and plotting, and this action was just a step away from success. However, fate played a trick, and, at this crucial moment, its conspiracy fell apart again, plunging Kaguya into deep despair in the face of such a heavy blow. Before being sealed, it furiously cursed Lucier, venting its endless resentment. At that moment, the mysterious sage of 6 paths suddenly appeared to find Lucier, trying to persuade him not to intervene in the affairs of the ninja world. Unexpectedly, Lucier mercilessly reprimanded him. In order to vent his frustrations thoroughly, Lucier even specially asked System Brother to help find a large number of sharp and biting words. After a fierce exchange of words, he left the Sage of 6 Paths blushing and green-faced. Furthermore, the once comrade in arms had now taken different paths in life. Among them, Sasuke and Karen got married last month, and this news hit Sakura, who had long been infatuated with Sasuke, hard. Unable to bear the pain, she resolutely chose to go to the front lines to guard, distancing herself from this sorrowful place. Shikamaru and Temari are deeply immersed in their passionate romance, and their feelings for each other are growing stronger. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was once clueless about love, has finally had his epiphany. He can be seen following Hinata around like a little tail. His eager demeanor is truly amusing. However, aside from these two couples, the rest of their friends are still single for now. Fortunately, Neji is not only doing well, but has also had his gloom about being a caged bird gradually dissipate since Naruto successfully revived Hinata's father, Hizashi. Now, the relationship between Neji and Hinata has become very harmonious, and they get along quite well. Just when Tsunade and Jiraiya are tying the knot, Orochimaru, who once defected from the Hidden Leaf Village, surprisingly returns. Although the third Hokage graciously chose to forgive him for his past mistakes. He also made it clear that from now on, Orochimaru's experiments must be strictly supervised to ensure that no harm comes to the village again. Speaking of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Naruto truly admires these two seniors from the bottom of his heart. It's surprising that not long after their marriage, Tsunade is already pregnant. It seems Jiraiya really is quite something. However, most importantly, the entire ninja world has formed a ninja alliance due to Naruto's new book. In just 2 short years, Naruto has published 2 sensational works. One of them, titled Why the Ninja World Faces Numerous Disasters, boldly portrays the legendary sage of 6 paths and his mother, Kaguya Akatsuki, as ruthless characters who exploited the entire ninja world for their own training. This innovative and shocking premise naturally attracted the attention and discussion of many ninjas, prompting various villages to set aside their prejudices and work together to face potential crises. Seeing the other villages convene a 5 Kage summit to discuss forming a ninja alliance made Naruto want to laugh. However, this ninja alliance has indeed played a significant role. Wars in the ninja world have become rare, mainly because its regulations explicitly prohibit the unlimited mobilization of troops. And any village that starts a war must face retaliation from the other 4 villages. Although complete peace cannot be achieved, at least wars won't break out over trivial matters now. While Naruto was lost in thought, he felt 2 arms tightly wrapped around him from behind. Without even turning around, he knew from the touch that it was Ino. Naruto, are you feeling a bit nervous? I've noticed you've been coming here to daydream these past 2 days. Do you have something on your mind? Deer turned around and faced Ino. Ino was now about the same age as Tsunade, so she certainly wouldn't be hungry anymore. Ino, I'm not nervous. I came here to see Konoha. After we get married, I want to take you around the ninja world. I'm afraid I'll miss home. After saying that, he even used some facial cleanser for himself, enjoying it particularly. Ino's face turned a bit red, but she didn't stop Deer. Ino, let's go back. It's a bit cold. Okay. Lucier held Ino's small hand and returned to their new house. This house had been built for several years. and Lucier and Ino would come to stay for a day whenever they had nothing to do, but they had never crossed the line. Lucier also wanted to be with Ino on their wedding night. On this day, the entire ninja world seemed to be immersed in a festive atmosphere, with all eyes focused on this extraordinary wedding. In the world of ninjas, the name Lucier has long resonated. He did not come from a prestigious family, nor does he have a legendary story that shakes the world. However, with his wisdom, courage, and unyielding will, he has forged a path through the hardships of being a ninja, earning the respect and love of countless people. The village he belongs to takes pride in him. His ninja team considers him the soul. His family is proud of him. His name has already become a legendary symbol in the ninja world. The wedding ceremony is held in the central square of the village, spacious enough to accommodate guests from all directions. Colorful flags flutter around the square, and red silk sways, filling the air with a festive atmosphere. The ninjas of the village have been busy preparing the venue and food, welcoming guests from afar. Everyone's face is lit up with smiles, as if this wedding is not only for Lucier, but also a glory for the entire village. As the wedding approaches, guests arrive one after another. First are the villagers from Lucier's own village, gathering early in the square with their most sincere blessings. Children run around excitedly, while the elderly sit nearby, their faces full of kind smiles. Next, ninjas from other villages also arrive. Among them are Lucier's comrades, former rivals, and juniors who have come to pay their respects. They wear traditional attire from their villages, bringing gifts and blessings, converging in this small square. Most notably, the feudal lords from the 5 great nations also send gifts. The wedding ceremony officially begins amidst laughter and joy. Dressed in traditional wedding attire, Lucier stands in the center of the square, his face beaming with happiness. His bride, beautiful and gentle, stands beside him, as if they were made for each other. Hand in hand, they slowly walk towards the altar. On the altar, gifts from the feudal lords are displayed, serving as a testament to their love. An elder from the village officiates the wedding ceremony, using a solemn yet kind voice to bless the couple. He recounts Lucier's journey from a naive boy to a legendary figure in the ninja world, highlighting the hardships and struggles he has faced. The elder's words are filled with respect for Lucier and a warm welcome for the bride. He hopes the couple can move forward together and create a beautiful future. Under the elder's guidance, Lucier and his bride exchange vows. Their vows are simple yet sincere, lacking in ornate language but filled with deep affection and determination. They promise to support and understand each other, facing whatever challenges the future may hold together. Their vows resonate throughout the square, moving everyone present. Next is the ring exchange. Lucier takes a delicate ring from his pocket and gently places it on his bride's finger. The bride also takes out a ring from her bosom and puts it on Lucier's finger. These 2 rings symbolize their commitment to each other and their expectations for the future. The rings shine in the sunlight, as if narrating their love story. The climax of the wedding is the couple's kiss. Amidst the cheers of the guests, Lucier and his bride embrace tightly and share a deep kiss. At that moment, the entire square erupts in excitement. People cheer and jump, sending their most heartfelt blessings to the newlyweds. Their love, like a legend in the ninja world, will be remembered forever. After the wedding, a grand banquet follows. Delicious dishes from various places fill the long tables, and guests sit together, fully enjoying this rare feast. They discuss Lucier's heroic deeds, the grandeur of the wedding, and the future of the ninja world. On this joyous day, all barriers and conflicts are temporarily set aside, and people immerse themselves in happiness and joy. The wedding of Dear Time is not just a wedding, but also a grand event for the ninja world. It witnesses the growth of Dear Time, the power of love, and the unity and harmony of the ninja world. This wedding will become one of the most beautiful memories in the history of the ninja world, forever etched in everyone's hearts. Introduction. Sarutobi Hizashi. Is this your family's secret technique? Duku? Duku. This might possibly be it. Shimura Danzo. This technique is too dangerous and must be entrusted to the village for safekeeping. Then, 9 shadows appeared within Shimura Danzo's shadow.